Chapter 1. Shocking Tang San, the System Awakens. Outside of Holy Soul Village. In the early morning, amidst a misty sky, two young boys clad in patched garments emerged from the tranquil village. Trotting together, the boy in the lead, named Tang San, possessed a wheat-colored complexion. Exuding vitality, his bright eyes sparkled with intensity, setting him apart in contrast. The boy trailing behind, named Tang Ge, appeared somewhat less robust, especially as he jogged. His body seemed to waver precariously, as if he might topple at any moment. Before long, the duo arrived at a small hillock just outside the village. Tang Ge, off to train. Having informed his companion, Tang San ventured into an open area to practice his agility. As the sun began to rise, he promptly settled cross-legged on the ground. Tang Ge, the boy with a disability in his legs, watched as Tang San commenced his training. He too positioned himself a few meters away to exercise. However, it wasn't long before he could no longer endure panting heavily. He ceased his activity and seated himself on a large rock at the edge of the slope. Upon turning to see Tang San, who was enveloped in a purple aura, a flicker of envy shone in Tang Ge's eyes. Why must there be such disparity among us, both being traversers? With a forlorn expression, Tang Ge sighed deeply. One is endowed with a powerful legacy and a profound background, destined to become a deity. The other, abandoned by his parents at a young age, burdened with congenital paralysis, faces a bleak future. It's unfortunate enough to traverse to this world of Douluo Continent, yet devoid of any golden finger and incapable of innovation. Am I fated to languish in Holy Soul Village as a mere idle fish for life? Indeed, like Tang San, Tang Ge was also a traverser. However, prior to his arrival in this world, he had been an ordinary recluse, and upon his arrival, he was reduced to an orphan, lacking any remarkable abilities and devoid of a golden finger. In his desperation, Tang Ge relied on his singular advantage's congenital disability to forge a bond with Tang San, hoping that in the future, his companion might lend him assistance. Each day, he steadfastly trained alongside Tang San, showcasing his resilience in hopes of evoking Tang San's sympathy. Perhaps, in a moment of kindness, Tang San would impart the Su Yuntao skill to him. Even a lighter version of the Ghost Shadow Misty Step would suffice at the very least. It would enhance his chances of evading wild beasts while foraging in the mountains. Yet, reality proved Tang Ge's hopes to be overly ambitious. With the soul of an adult, Tang San had never revealed the existence of the Su Yuntao skill even to his own father, let alone to an outsider. Thus, as the years passed, day by day spent on the hillside, Tang San grew increasingly formidable, while Tang Ge remained an idle fish. However, after 6 years, the true reason for Tang Ge's perseverance despite his congenital disability was a shared surname with Tang San. This surname Tang was not bestowed by the village chief who had adopted him, but originated from a jade pendant he wore around his neck. The pendant itself was unremarkable, yet the front bore the character Tang, while the back was adorned with swirling cloud patterns, with a faint hammer-shaped emblem visible at its center. This hammer-shaped emblem was exceedingly obscure, known only to Tang Ge, who had stumbled upon it at the age of 4. In the world of Douluo Continent, if the hammer-shaped emblem represented a martial soul, then there was only one place it could signify. Rubbing the jade pendant concealed beneath his clothing, anticipation gleamed in Tang Ge's eyes. Soon, the plot of Douluo Continent will unfold if it truly unfolds, as I hope. Perhaps this idle fish of mine still has a chance to turn the tide. At that moment, the sun rose fully in the eastern sky, casting golden rays that dispelled the mist atop the hillside. As the dew evaporated, a warm sensation enveloped Tang Ge, prompting him to stretch his waist. Well, 6 years have already passed. There's no need to rush. I should solidify my relationship with Tang San first. Muttering to himself, Tang Ge prepared to descend from the large rock. However, perhaps due to the morning dew or his legs' limitations, the moment he stood up, his foot suddenly slipped and he tumbled down the steep slope. Ah! A heart-wrenching cry startled Tang San, who had just finished his training, from 10 meters away. Tang Ge, seeing his friend tumble down the slope, Tang San gasped in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. How could the usually resilient Tang Ge suddenly seek to end his own life? Nevertheless, There was no time for Tang San to ponder witnessing Tang Ge's fall. He immediately activated the Ghost Shadow Misty Step and dashed forward. Whoosh! The wind roared past his ears. Below on the slope, Tang Ge, suspended in midair and resembling a large character, was filled with rage, cursing the heavens and earth as he plummeted. As his descent quickened, his face turned pale. Could I be the first traverser to meet my demise upon entering the Douluo Continent? Ding! Congratulations, host Shocking Tang San. The system has successfully activated. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed your first shock, earning a luxurious shock gift package. The package has been automatically stored in the system space. At that moment, a series of notifications echoed in Tang Ge's mind. The shocking system? As this voice resonated, Tang Ge, still in free fall, initially froze, but soon his pallid face lit up with excitement. The system is activated? Hearing the notification in his mind, Tang Ge felt a mix of exhilaration and disbelief. He never anticipated that the system he had yearned for over 6 years would manifest just as he was about to fall. Yet, the next moment, he was on the verge of a fatal impact. In his desperation, Tang Ge couldn't help but shout, "System, save me!" Ding! Detection of impending death for the host. According to the first binding rules, the system automatically grants the host 1 protection from death. Buzz! As the system's voice echoed, a translucent shield abruptly materialized, enveloping Tang Ge in an instant. Then, in the blink of an eye, he plummeted 100 meters. With a heavy thud, Tang Ge finally crashed onto the ground. There was no agonizing pain, no spurting blood. When the shield dissipated and Tang Ge lay flat on the ground, he cautiously opened his eyes, the blinding light causing tears to stream down his face. Ha ha ha! Fortune has finally smiled upon me. 6 years. A full 6 years. From the day he arrived in this world with memories intact, Tang Ge had been tormented by his congenital disability, feeling lost and directionless. Even though the village chief who took him and treated him like his own child, never neglecting him due to his physical limitations, Tang Ge harbored an immense burden in his heart, especially during outings, when he felt the peculiar gazes of other children his age. The discomfort was unbearable. In those moments, he truly wished to shout, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. Yet, Tang Ge understood that complaints would resolve nothing. Self-pity would not evoke sympathy from others. Thus, upon realizing he had entered the world of Douluo Continent, he gritted his teeth and endeavored to overcome his physical shortcomings, training diligently alongside Tang San day after day. He sought to learn from Tang San while using him as a goal to spur himself on. To live is to have purpose. Without purpose, what is the difference between existence and being a mere shell? And now, after falling from the cliff, the system awakened, and the bitter times had finally yielded to sweet rewards. Lying on the slightly cool ground, Tang Ge laughed and cried, appearing almost deranged. So much so that Tang San, who had just slid down the steep slope, halted in his tracks, too astonished to approach. After a considerable pause, he cautiously made his way over. "Tang Ge, are you all right?" "I'm fine, Tang San." Once Tang Ge regained his composure, he shook his head. Tang San, still concerned, said, "Are you really okay? Should I fetch the village chief?" With no choice left, Tang Ge stood up and in front of Tang San performed several stretching exercises, bouncing around to prove his well-being. Incredibly, he was indeed unharmed. Tang San breathed a sigh of relief, yet was filled with astonishment. He glanced up at the steep slope over 100 meters high, then at Tang Ge, who bore no injuries, struggling to comprehend how he had emerged unscathed. Ding! Congratulations, host Shocking Tang San has awarded you 5 shock points. As Tang Ge stood opposite Tang San, the system's notification resounded in his mind. Chapter 2. The Might of the Sacred Body. Upon hearing the system notification, Tang Ge recalled the luxurious shock gift package still nestled within the system space. Thus, he hastily addressed Tang San. "Tang San, I wish to train here a bit longer. You may return. Just promise me you won't do anything reckless like jumping off a cliff." Tang San earnestly cautioned. "What do you mean reckless? That was merely an accident." A vein throbbed on Tang Ge's forehead as he feigned impatience. waving his hand dismissively. I know. You're such a nag if you don't leave soon. I might just jump. Tang San, bemused, chuckled at his friend's antics. Ultimately, he decided to leave, bidding farewell to Tang Ge before making his way back to Holy Soul Village. As soon as he departed, Tang Ge immediately inquired eagerly, "System, I wish to open the luxurious, shocking gift package." Ding dong, congratulations. Host, you have opened the luxurious, shocking gift package and obtained a mysterious weapon soul, which has automatically fused with your selection. Ding dong, congratulations. Host, you have opened the luxurious, shocking gift package and obtained the chaotic hammer technique, which has automatically integrated into your memory. Ding dong, congratulations. Host, you have opened the luxurious, shocking gift package and acquired a powerful sacred body, which is seamlessly fused with your physical form. In a system space of approximately 10 square meters, a gift package lay quietly. However, at that moment, as the notification sound echoed, the previously still package erupted with blinding brilliance, and 3 beams of light shot forth from within. One beam entwined like a sword, tearing through the heavens and splitting the earth. Another beam resonated with the sound of a hammer, reverberating through the skies. The final beam emitted a dazzling golden light, revealing 4 shifting abnormal images within. As soon as these 3 beams emerged, they surged forth, directly entering Tang Ge's body. Caught off guard, Tang Ge let out a shriek, collapsing to the ground. He curled up, the excruciating pain from the 3 beams making him feel as if his head and body might explode, his eyes bulging out. Ultimately, unable to bear the torment any longer, Tang Ge began to repeatedly crash into the rock wall. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collision echoed beneath the cliff. Yet curiously, with each impact, not only did Tang Ge remain unscathed, but his previously frail body began to grow increasingly robust amidst the golden light. His height was increasing. His hair was lengthening. Moreover, at the moment when his clothes tore with a ripping sound, Tang Ge revealed a perfect physique, gleaming with a bronze hue and infused with terrifying power. However, due to the intense pain, Tang Ge was now entirely in a semi-conscious state. He was utterly unaware of the transformation occurring within him. Furthermore, under the impact of Tang Ge's nearing perfection, the once immovable rock wall began to tremble. Rocks continuously cracked and fell from above. The fissures multiplied. Finally, when the golden light enveloping Tang Ge suddenly surged and then rapidly receded, a deafening roar erupted. Boom! With a violent impact, the rock wall was forcefully dented, creating a massive human-shaped pit. Countless fragments flew in all directions. Startled, distant birds chirped in alarm, flapping their wings in a frantic escape. Dust swirled, accompanied by intense coughing. A figure suddenly emerged from the chaos. It was none other than Tang Ge, who had just created a gaping hole in the rock wall. At this moment, he had awakened from his previous semi-conscious state, appearing not only devoid of weakness, but also remarkably invigorated. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, Tang Ge wore an expression of shock and disbelief. Did I really cause all this? Staring at the human-shaped pit he had created, Tang Ge was filled with incredulity. Moments ago, he felt an overwhelming influx of information flooding his mind, as if a volcano had erupted within his body, the searing pain nearly causing him to lose consciousness. He had barely registered the system's notification. Now, having regained his senses, Tang Ge felt a surge of power coursing through him. He suspected that with a single punch, he could fell a bull. More importantly, Tang Ge discovered that the congenital disability in his right leg, which had plagued him for 6 years, had completely reverted to normal. The solid feeling of his feet on the ground filled him with exhilaration. Finally, it's finally over. Ding dong. The luxurious, shocking gift package has been fully distributed, and the host's personal data has been updated. Would you like to view it? At that moment, the system's notification sounded. Upon hearing the notification, Tang Ge suppressed his excitement and softly murmured, "View." Instantly, a virtual panel materialized before his eyes. Shocking system. Host, Tang Ge. Level none. Weapon soul, unawakened mysterious weapon soul. Martial technique, chaotic hammer technique. Physique, 10 fusion of ancient sacred body. Shock value, 5. As this virtual panel appeared, the information regarding the previously received luxurious, shocking gift package re-emerged in Tang Ge's mind. 3 treasures. 1 was a mysterious weapon soul, which would only manifest once his own weapon soul awakened. The second was the chaotic hammer technique, a skill created by the Haotian sect of Douluo Continent for the Haotian hammer if executed continuously for 81 strikes. Even domains could be shattered. Tang Ge had not anticipated receiving this hammer technique. However, without awakening the weapon soul Haotian hammer, he would be unable to fully unleash its true power. Nevertheless, both the mysterious weapon soul and the chaotic hammer technique merely stirred a fleeting excitement within Tang Ge. What truly exhilarated him was the third treasure, the ancient sacred body, a peerless human warrior body from the ancient era. Unparalleled in the world of Jitian, once perfected, it could rival an emperor. Moreover, the ancient sacred body possessed advantages such as invulnerability to all evils, the ability to counter abnormalities, invincibility among peers, and physical supremacy. Just the thought of the ancient sacred Buddhist prowess in the Jitian world left Tang Ge utterly convinced. Even if he does not awaken his martial soul, as long as he cultivates the primordial sacred body to perfection, he can traverse the Douluo world with unparalleled prowess. However, it is regrettable that the formidable nature of the primordial sacred body entails an immense consumption of resources, with the path to enlightenment nearly non-existent. Of course, discussing enlightenment is premature for Tang Ge at this juncture. His primary concern remains the resources required for cultivating the primordial sacred body. It is worth noting that after the recent endeavor, he has only achieved a fusion degree of 10 with the sacred body. Only upon complete fusion will he enter the awakening phase. The resources consumed in this process are simply incalculable. Fortunately, the system includes a feature for drawing rewards using shock points. By accumulating 10,000 shock points, he may extract various treasures from the myriad realms. Acquiring the source and sacred medicines from the world of eternal night is not beyond the realm of possibility. Nevertheless, despite this glimmer of hope, Tang Ge cannot help but smile wryly and shake his head. It appears that, for the time being, the focus must remain on the awakening of the martial soul. Just as he was contemplating this, a low, mournful howl suddenly echoed through the air. Tang Ge's attention was captured, and he suddenly noticed 8 gray wolves emerging from the woods about 7 or 8 meters away. As soon as they appeared, their fierce eyes locked onto them. Among them was a formidable wolf king, towering at 2 meters tall. In the past, encountering such a pack of wild wolves would have instilled an instinctual urge to flee. However, now, he felt no fear. Instead, a smile graced his youthful face. It was the perfect opportunity to test the power of the holy body. How? As if understanding Tang Ge's thoughts, the Wolf King's cunning eyes flared with fury, and it emitted a low growl. At its command, one of the gray wolves immediately surged forward from the pack, transforming into a gray blur as it lunged at Tang Ge. In midair, the charging wolf opened its massive jaws, revealing its vicious fangs, and a foul stench assailed the air. Tang Ge furrowed his brow, his expression one of disdain. How repugnant! Without any sign of preparation, he clenched his right fist and swung it forcefully forward, instantly producing a resounding explosion of air. Ack! The gray wolf, which had just lunged at him, let out a piercing wail as it was sent spiraling through the air. When it crashed to the ground several meters away, its internal organs lay shattered, and its once gray fur was thoroughly stained crimson. A single punch, the gray wolf met its demise, as Tang Ge's battle spirit was ignited. Coupled with the pent-up frustrations accumulated over the past 6 years, he let out a mighty roar and charged headlong into the pack of wolves. Even without any formal martial techniques, his formidable physique, a gift of the ancient sacred body, rendered him incomparable to these beasts. Upon entering the fray, Tang Ge showcased the terrifying power of the ancient sacred body. With a single punch, he obliterated the skull of a gray wolf. Another strike sent a second gray wolf's abdomen collapsing inward, its eyes bulging in agony. Navigating through the melee, Tang Ge transformed into a divine entity, accompanied by the explosive sound of air being displaced and the haunting howls of dying wolves echoing in the air. In mere moments, the 7 ferocious gray wolves lay lifeless on the ground. The Wolf King, attempting a sneak attack, was sent flying by a single blow from Tang Ge. Noticing the Wolf King trying to escape into the woods, Tang Ge's eyes narrowed with intent. Spotting a fist-sized stone nearby, he kicked it with all his might. The sound of air exploding resonated as the stone became a fleeting shadow, hurtling toward the fleeing Wolf King. The Wolf King emitted a piercing howl, releasing a burst of white light. The stone collided with the light, shattering into fragments. Yet the force imbued with Tang Ge's ancient sacred body struck the Wolf King with tremendous impact. The Wolf King let out a heart-wrenching cry as its massive form, towering 2 meters, collapsed to the ground, instantly drenched in crimson blood. Simultaneously, a white halo began to materialize above the fallen Wolf King. Observing this ethereal ring, Tang Ge's brows arched in astonishment, a look of surprise gracing his handsome features. A soul ring? He never anticipated that this Wolf King was, in fact, a 10-year soul beast. After the initial shock, elation washed over him. The ancient sacred body was indeed immensely powerful. Having only begun to merge with it, he could effortlessly slay a 10-year soul beast. If he were to fully awaken it, could he not hunt 1,000-year or even 10,000-year soul beasts? What if he combined it with his martial spirit and skills? A god of slaughter? Chapter 3. Old Village Chief Jack. After a while, the white soul ring emerging from the Wolf King gradually dissipated. With the distraction of his thoughts quelled, Tang Ge observed this scene without a tinge of regret. A mere 10-year soul ring held no significance in his eyes. If he were to merge with a soul ring, it would have to be of a 1,000-year caliber. However, knowing that it would be some time before anyone from the spirit hall arrived, Tang Ge realized that pondering these matters was futile. He muttered to himself, "Let's return for now. I wonder if Tang San informed Grandpa Village Chief about my fall." Glancing upward, he noticed the sun had already risen high in the sky. Tang Ge did not linger here. After collecting all the wolf carcasses into his system space, he turned and departed. At the entrance of Shahun Village, as the morning hours passed, the awakened villagers began to emerge from their homes. A bullock cart, laden with goods, approached the village entrance. Upon returning, Tang Ge did not encounter Grandpa Village Head, and his anxiety dissipated immediately. Spotting a middle-aged man driving the bullock cart, he offered a shy smile. "Uncle Lee, heading to Notting City this early? The sooner you leave, the sooner you return. The roads are treacherous after dark," he remarked. Uncle Lee involuntarily responded. But as soon as the words escaped his lips, realization struck him. Wait a moment. Who is this sturdy lad, dressed in tattered clothes? Do I know him? Uncle Lee wore a puzzled expression, wishing to call out and inquire about the stranger's name, but the young man had already vanished into the village. Perhaps my memory has been failing me lately, Uncle Lee mused, shaking his head and dismissing the thought. He continued guiding the cart towards Notting City. On his way back to the village, in a buoyant mood, Tang Ge ran energetically, greeting the villagers he passed. Upon encountering an adorable 3-year-old girl, he paused to play with her for a while, engaging in a game of buzzing bees. When he departed, a candied hawthorn skewer, only partially bitten, found its way into his hands. Behind him, a loud wail erupted. "Wah, my candied hawthorn." Upon hearing the cries, a burly man with a bushy beard burst from a nearby butcher shop, brandishing a cleaver. "Which little rascal dares to bully my girl? I shall chop him to bits." Tang Ge, feeling a twinge of anxiety, hastened his steps to leave. Before long, he found himself back at the village chief's home. "Grandfather, I'm back," he exclaimed as he reached the doorstep. "Ah, it is you, Tang Ge. I shall open the door for you right away," came the aged voice from within. In but a moment, accompanied by the sound of shuffling footsteps, the previously closed door swung open, revealing an elderly man, white-haired and leaning on a cane. It was none other than Jack, the village chief of Shahun Village. Just as he was about to inquire why Tang Ge had returned so late, he looked up and beheld the boy's visage, and his clouded eyes instantly filled with confusion. "Who is this little one?" he inquired. "Grandfather, it is I, Tang Ge. Do you not even recognize me?" Tang Ge wore a pained expression. His voice sounded quite similar, but this physique. Old Jack furrowed his brow and immediately donned a stern countenance. "Come, take a few steps, let the old man have a look." Tang Ge thought to himself, if it were someone else, they would have long since lost their temper and slapped me. So it seems that my limp has become my personal insignia, hasn't it? Nevertheless, in deference to the village chief's wishes, I must comply without hesitation. Moreover, I must demonstrate that this predicament is indeed my own doing. Tang Ge not only took a few steps, but also recounted tales from his childhood known only to him and the village elder. conveniently attributing his transformation to the consumption of a mystical elixir. Ultimately, old Jack was compelled to accept the undeniable truth that this robust young man before him was indeed Tang Ge. Tears of joy welled up in his clouded eyes as he embraced Tang Ge tightly. At last, the heavens have smiled upon us. My dear Tang Ge's health has been restored. Grandfather. Tang Ge felt a pang in his heart, struggling to hold back the tears that threatened to spill. After a while, the grandfather and grandson reluctantly parted ways. Old Jack gazed at Tang Ge, who was robust and taller than many children of 13 or 14, feeling an increasing sense of satisfaction. A smile blossomed across his wrinkled face. Come, let us return home. I shall help you tidy up your hair. And you must change into a fresh set of clothes. And remember, Tang Ge, you mustn't eat indiscriminately when you go out. I understand, Grandpa. Tang Ge nodded earnestly. He then supported old Jack and cautiously entered the house. In the afternoon, as the sun began its descent, golden rays of light cascaded over the entire Saint Soul village. The villagers, previously engrossed in their own tasks, suddenly began to murmur among themselves. Have you heard? The village chief's grandson, who suffered from a limp, has miraculously recovered. Can a limp truly be cured? You must be joking. I've heard that not only has Tang Ge's limp vanished, but he also appears transformed, robust, and handsome. Could it be that some esteemed soul master intervened to heal him? I cannot say for certain. However, isn't that young Tang Ge? If you're curious, why not ask him directly? Goodness, with his physique and looks, if I had a daughter, I would certainly want to welcome him into our home. A dozen meters away, Tang Ge, carefully navigating his path, suddenly found himself the focus of dozens of curious gazes. The mixture of surprise, curiosity, and eagerness sent a shiver down his spine. As the villagers began to encircle him, he hastily took flight, running until he reached the western edge of the village before stopping. Reflecting on the earlier chatter, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. The village chief, in his kindness, had spread the news of Tang Ge's recovery throughout the entire Saint Soul village. Now he was truly famous. Indeed, the entire village was now aware of his newfound health. Initially, he had been oblivious to the matter. Upon awakening from his afternoon nap, he had seen the village chief return with a beaming smile and assumed he had encountered some good fortune. Now, Tang Ge understood that the village chief had shared the news of his recovery with the villagers while he slept. Tang Ge bore no ill will towards this revelation. He recognized that the village chief had acted out of genuine concern, wishing to spare him the pitying glances of the villagers that he had endured in the past. Yet, thinking of the village chief, who had been so exhausted before his departure that he had fallen asleep in his chair, filled Tang Ge with a pang of sorrow. He clenched his fist, silently vowing, "Rest assured, Grandpa, Tang Ge will not disappoint you." Chapter 4. May I give it a try? After a while, Tang Ge managed to calm his emotions, remembering the purpose of his outing. A glimmer of anticipation appeared in his eyes as he headed toward the western part of the village. Soon, 3 exceedingly humble mud brick houses came into view. Atop the central house's roof stood a wooden sign, adorned with a rudimentary drawing of a hammer. This was the home of Tang San. Tang Ge arrived today primarily to deliver a message from Grandpa Jack. In 3 days, soul masters from the Spirit Hall will come to Holy Soul Village to preside over the awakening ceremony. At that time, both Tang Ge and Tang San, along with any child of appropriate age, will partake in the awakening ceremony. This ceremony will ultimately determine the fate of an individual. Tang Ge initially believed that it would take some time, but unexpectedly, during lunch today, he learned this news from Grandpa Jack. After waiting for 6 long years, the plot was finally set to unfold. The mere thought of the significant events that were about to transpire filled Tang Ge with immense excitement and anticipation. Coincidentally, Grandpa Jack also intended to inform Tang San about the awakening ceremony, so he willingly took on this task. With his inherent advantage of being well-versed in the storyline, Tang Ge was not worried about Tang San's father intervening. Furthermore, he had another purpose for visiting today. In a surge of enthusiasm, Tang Ge instinctively quickened his pace. As he approached the earthen house, the previously faint sound of hammering grew increasingly loud. When he finally arrived at the entrance, marked by a wooden sign bearing a hammer, the heat that enveloped him transformed the hammering into a melodious symphony. The rhythmic clang resonated, clang, 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 even through the barrier of the door. Tang Ge could almost visualize a slender figure repeatedly raising the iron hammer and forcefully bringing it down. The movements were fluid and seamless, as if they flowed like water. Could it be that he had already begun to master the technique of hammering? Tang Ge's eyes instantly brightened, and after clearing his throat, he called out, "Xiao San. It is I, Tang Ge." His voice effortlessly overpowered the rhythmic clanging of the hammer. The sound of iron being struck continued unabated, but with a soft creak. The door of the blacksmith shop swung open from within. A robust figure appeared in the doorway. "What brings you to seek Xiao San?" It was still the disheveled Tang Hao, who regarded Tang Ge with a bleary gaze, speaking in a tone that was both indifferent and weary. Tang Hao, a title Douluo exceeding level 90. Even though this marked the 5th occasion in 6 years that he had encountered Tang San's father, Tang Ge could not help but feel his heart race, overwhelmed by an intense nervousness. He spoke with great restraint. "Uncle Tang, I am Tang Ge. Grandpa Jack sent me to convey a message. In 3 days, a soul master from the spirit hall will come to preside over the awakening ceremony." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang Hao's previously listless expression finally exhibited a glimmer of interest. It was not the awakening ceremony that piqued his curiosity, but rather, after scanning Tang Ge with his gaze, he remarked, "The little one from old Jack's family? Step forward and let me have a look. How remarkable. Does being a title Douluo grant one the privilege to tease children?" Tang Ge, filled with indignation, felt a strong urge to retaliate. However, in an effort to demonstrate his respect for his elders, he took a couple of paces back and forth in silence. Eventually, with a bashful expression, he awkwardly remarked, "I accidentally consumed a fruit today, and suddenly found myself in this predicament. Well, since you're here to seek out a third party, please come in." After Tang Hao withdrew his gaze, he refrained from asking further questions, merely nodding before turning back into the house. It was only then that Tang Ge, who had been tense throughout, finally relaxed. However, upon realizing that no prompt had sounded in his mind, he couldn't help but pout in annoyance. How stingy. In the blacksmith shop, by the blazing furnace, the 6-year-old Tang San wielded a large iron hammer, relentlessly striking a fist-sized block of iron. With each blow, the iron block diminished in size and brightened visibly. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Hao, who had just returned, briefly exhibited a flicker of satisfaction in his eyes, only to revert to his usual dull demeanor. He spoke in a calm tone, "Cease your work. Your friend Tang Ge has come to see you." "Tang Ge? Has he come to find me?" Upon hearing his father's words, Tang San immediately recalled the events of the morning. He let the iron hammer fall one last time before gradually coming to a halt. Setting the hammer down, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned around. "Father, where is Tang Ge?" "I'm right here, Xiao San." Before Tang Hao could respond, Tang Ge's figure appeared at the doorway. He smiled and waved to Tang San. However, upon seeing Tang Ge, Tang San's originally puzzled and handsome face transformed into one of sheer astonishment. He stared at Tang Ge in disbelief. "Are you truly Tang Ge?" "Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have astonished Tang San, earning 5 astonishment points." The system notification suddenly chimed. Hearing this, Tang Ge felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Indeed, Tang San was quite generous. He then reiterated what he had previously told Grandpa Jack to Tang San. After listening, Tang San couldn't help but express his emotions. Yet, he felt no jealousy. Instead, he sincerely said, "Congratulations, Tang Ge." "Thank you." Tang Ge nodded. Not far away, Tang Hao furrowed his brow. Unable to bear the sight any longer, he impatiently urged, "What are these two children so sentimental about? If you have something to say it quickly. If you have something to release, do so without hesitation." Tang San had grown accustomed to the situation and felt no particular concern. However, Tang Ge appeared rather uncomfortable. Thus, he hastily shifted the conversation, sharing the purpose of his visit with Tang San. Upon learning that a awakening ceremony was to be held in the village in 3 days, Tang San, lacking information on this matter, eagerly seized the opportunity to inquire further. With a title Douluo observing nearby, Tang Ge refrained from disclosing too much. He could only relay the information that Grandpa Jack might know. There exists a distinction between martial souls, the weapon martial soul and the beast martial soul. Upon awakening a martial soul, one generates martial soul power, which is classified into 10 ranks based on strength: Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Great Soul Master, Soul Elder, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Sage, Title Douluo, and the esteemed Title Douluo. Each rank is further divided into 10 levels. Finally, Tang Ge, with a proud tilt of his head, proclaimed, "Of course, our Holy Soul village is formidable as well. According to the village elder, a century ago, our village even produced a soul sage of the 8th rank." Little did he know, just as he finished speaking, a disdainful voice interrupted, "Little fellow, that is merely a legend." The words came from Tang Hao. Had old Jack been present, he would undoubtedly have been incensed. However, Tang Ge pretended not to hear and looked at Tang San with anticipation. Little San, there are 3 days left. Will you attend the ceremony? Tang San hesitated for a moment, unable to resist glancing at his father. Noticing the anticipation and unease in Tang San's eyes, Tang Hao ultimately refrained from voicing his refusal. He replied calmly, "Isn't there still 3 days left? Continue forging." "Yes, I will certainly give it my all." With his father's approval, Tang San promptly nodded with excitement. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, standing to the side, rolled his eyes and, after briefly pausing his gaze on the nearby forge, seized the opportunity to speak up. "Uncle Tang, may I give it a try?" Chapter 5, The Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique, Astonishing Tang Hao. Upon uttering those words, the attention of the father-son duo immediately shifted to Tang Ge. "You wish to give it a go? Forging?" A flicker of puzzlement crossed Tang Hao's eyes as he spoke. Tang Ge nodded eagerly. "Yes, Uncle Tang, I have heard that many of the farming tools in the village were crafted by you, which has sparked my interest in forging. In the past, I was frail and unable to engage in many activities, nor did I dare to entertain such thoughts. However, now I genuinely wish to give it a try. Uncle Tang, do you think this is acceptable?" In the end, Tang Ge's voice was filled with a sense of desperation. Even Tang San could not help but voice his opinion. "Father, please allow Tang Ge to give it a try. Since it has come to this, let us proceed with the attempt." Tang Hao cast a deep glance at Tang Ge and chose to acquiesce. However, in his heart, he did not believe that this little rascal, who indulged in fruit, could easily wield a hammer he had never encountered before simply because his body had grown stronger. Forging may appear straightforward, yet it is a true craft that demands skill. One can only hope that the hammer will present the young lad with a few challenges. Tang Hao relinquished his intention to depart, opting instead to lean against the wall, adopting a demeanor of languid indifference as he awaited the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, in the company of Tang San, approached the forge. Pointing to the hammer and the fist-sized iron or resting upon the anvil, Tang San remarked, "This is the hammer I have utilized, along with the partially forged iron ore. Shall we replace them?" "No need. We shall use these," came the resolute reply. Tang Ge was eager to take the test. Without needing Tang San's instruction, he grasped the hammer from the forging platform with ease. Observing Tang Ge's casual demeanor, Tang Hao, who had originally leaned against the wall with anticipation, shook his head and closed his eyes in resignation. Even Tang San could no longer bear to watch. Unable to suppress a wry smile as he offered a reminder, "Tang Ge, could you please take this seriously?" "All right, I will be serious." Upon hearing Tang San's admonition, the smile on Tang Ge's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a solemn expression. As images of the chaos claw hammer technique surged in his mind, he began to gradually adjust his stance. At the moment he felt a harmonious unity of body and mind. He entered a focused state. Tang Ge, with his legs spread apart at an angle, suddenly descended with great force, utilizing his legs as a springboard to propel his waist. He then harnessed the strength from his waist to energize his back, leaning backward as he swung the hammer high with his right arm. At the moment of the swing, he exerted his back strength to accelerate the descent of his arm, delivering a powerful strike upon the iron or resting on the anvil. A resounding thud echoed in the air. Had it been a novice, lacking the requisite experience and surprise, such a forceful blow would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. At best, they would be jolted backward from the recoil of the forged hammer. At worst, they might suffer a severe strain in their lower back. Yet, regrettably, Tang Ge was not a true novice. Thus, at the moment when the forging hammer descended and rebounded, he exerted force through his calves once more, swinging the hammer, turning, and striking down, creating a flawless cycle. In an instant, rhythmic clangs of hammering began to resonate throughout the room. During these days, apart from venturing out for exercise, Tang San had been immersed in the blacksmith shop, diligently learning the art of forging, and at this moment, his eyes widened in utter astonishment. He gazed, spellbound, at Tang Ge, who was forging iron, or as if performing an exquisite dance, his eyes filled with incredulity. Such an exertion technique. Not only Tang San, but even Tang Hao, who had been lazily leaning against the wall, stood upright without him realizing it. His previously despondent expression vanished, replaced by profound shock. The chaotic wind hammer technique. It was indeed the chaotic wind hammer technique. Had it not been for the fact that the one forging at this moment was merely a 6-year-old child, Tang Hao might have been unable to restrain himself from rushing over to seize him. He could hardly fathom that in this remote Holy Soul village, someone would wield the chaotic wind hammer technique, a skill he believed to be unique to himself. However, Tang Hao was no ordinary man. After the initial shock, he quickly regained his composure. He intently observed Tang Ge, who was executing the forging technique with remarkable finesse. His brows furrowed as he murmured to himself. Perhaps this little fellow was unaware that he was employing the chaotic wind hammer technique and truly possessed an innate talent for forging, mastering the exertion technique without a teacher. Moreover, sharing the surname Tang, was it truly mere coincidence that he could wield such a technique without guidance? Initially, Tang Hao had paid little heed to the arrival of another child with the surname Tang in Holy Soul Village, for the Tang name was not exclusive to his lineage. Yet now, with the experience of the scene before him, he began to ponder Tang Ge's origins. For a moment, within the modest blacksmith shop, apart from the rhythmic sounds of forging, there was no other noise. Only the silhouette of one individual continued to swing the hammer, striking down time and again, while the father and son duo silently observed this spectacle. Unbeknownst to them, nearly 5 minutes had slipped by. Ultimately, Tang Ge was constrained by the limitations of his physical condition, and after delivering 34 powerful strikes with the iron hammer, he found himself unable to continue. Nonetheless, he was astonished to see that the iron ore, which had originally been the size of a fist, had remarkably shrunk by an entire circle. As he set down the hammer and wiped the sweat from his brow, a satisfied smile crept across his face at the sight of his handiwork from the past few minutes. Simultaneously, a notification sound echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have astonished Tang San with the chaotic hammer technique, earning 10 astonishment points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have astonished Tang Hao with the chaotic hammer technique, earning 5,000 astonishment points. Wow! Truly, great figures are indeed formidable. Even their astonishment yields such impressive rewards. Witnessing the 5,000 astonishment points generated from Uncle Tang's reaction to his use of the chaotic hammer technique filled Tang Ge's heart with unparalleled joy. If this were to happen again, wouldn't he be on the brink of unlocking a celestial lottery? Tang Ge, filled with anticipation, cast a glance towards Tang Hao not far away and shyly inquired, Uncle Tang, do you think my performance is satisfactory? Is it acceptable? At this moment, Tang Hao truly wished to remain silent. Nevertheless, he feigned calmness and nodded. Quite well. Let us strive for further improvement. Upon receiving the affirmation from the titled Douluo, Tang Ge's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. He clenched his fist and declared, I shall certainly continue to work hard. Uncle Tang, I shall return home now, for grandfather is waiting for me. Little San, I will come to find you again in 3 days. With that, Tang Ge joyfully pranced out of the blacksmith shop. Watching Tang Ge disappear through the doorway, Tang Hao refrained from inquiring how the young one had acquired such remarkable blacksmithing skills. Some matters are best left to unfold naturally. However, once he withdrew his gaze, he turned his attention to Tang San, who had only just regained his composure. Feeling the weight of his father's profound gaze upon him, Tang San suddenly felt a pang of anxiety and could not help but say, Father, it is getting late. May I prepare dinner? You need not concern yourself with the meal. You have been forging iron ore here since before the awakening ceremony began, and you are not to leave without my permission. With a cold dismissal of those words, Tang Hao spun on his heel and departed. Tang San remained alone in the room, his expression filled with bitterness. Chapter 6. Visitors from the spirit hall in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. By the morning of the 4th day, Tang Ge and Grandpa Jack set out together and arrived outside Tang San's home at the western edge of the village. Little San, hurry and come out, Tang Ge shouted loudly. After a while, the door of the blacksmith shop in the middle swung open, and Tang San emerged, yawning. He appeared to have had a restless night, with dark circles under his eyes and a weary expression on his face. Tang Ge was taken aback and asked, Xiao San, did you not rest last night? Upon hearing Tang Ge's inquiry, Tang San's weary face was instantly filled with a sense of melancholy. The past 3 days had felt like an eternity for him. He had even abandoned his plans for outdoor exercise. Aside from meals, he had spent all his time forging iron ore. Now, the mere sight of a hammer and iron ore made Tang San feel nauseous. However, all was not in vain. After 3 days of relentless effort, the thought of that successful iron ingot he had painstakingly crafted, along with the approving nod from his father, caused the corners of his mouth to involuntarily lift. This scene did not escape Tang Ge's notice, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed that the day he inadvertently unleashed the chaotic hammer technique had indeed provoked Xiao San's father, leading to such harsh treatment of his own son. Yet, the fact that Xiao San could still smile indicated that he was indeed a natural masochist. Meanwhile, old Jack, unaware of the events from 3 days prior, saw Tang San emerge, and a warm smile graced his aged face. Xiao San, Grandpa has come to pick you up. Thank you, Grandpa. Tang San, with a bashful expression, spoke softly. He could not help but turn his head to glance at the adjacent room, from which the voice of Tang Hao resonated. The earlier you go, the earlier you return. Tang San's expression brightened, and he nodded vigorously. After leaving the blacksmith shop, under the guidance of old Jack, Tang Ge and Tang San swiftly arrived at the front of the spirit hall in the center of the village. Outside the spirit hall, 7 village children were already waiting, all of whom were of the appropriate age this year to undergo their spirit awakening. Village Chief. Village Chief. Upon seeing old Jack approach, the 7 children eagerly called out. However, when their gazes swept over Tang Ge, who was accompanying old Jack, a distinct flicker of fear flashed in their eyes. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge curled his lip in disdain. These little ones had the audacity to label him a monster just days prior, yet with a few punches, they were reduced to tears, obediently calling him Brother Tang. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from a distance. All eyes were drawn in that direction, revealing a young man clad in a white outfit, his back adorned with a black cloak, striding towards them. Prominently displayed at the center of his chest was a soul character, the size of a fist. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge felt a surge of excitement. Realizing that the first pivotal character in the narrative of Douluo Continent, Su Yuntao, had finally made his appearance. As anticipated, after old Jack greeted the young man, he promptly addressed the children. Children, this is a battle spirit master from Notting City, here to assist you in your spirit awakening. Upon hearing the mention of a battle spirit master from Notting City, the children's eyes sparkled with anticipation, and they quickly imitated old Jack's earlier gesture. Bowing to the young man, we have met the master. We have met the master. Su Yuntao, startled by the children referring to him as master, was taken aback. The title of master was not one to be taken lightly. If his colleagues from Notting City were to hear this, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Consequently, Su Yuntao waved his hand dismissively, urging them impatiently, enough, enough. My time is limited. The sooner we awaken, the sooner we can conclude. Follow me inside. With that, he entered the spirit hall ahead of the others. Encouraged by old Jack, Tang Ge, Tang San, and the other 7 children followed suit. Inside the spirit hall, at Su Yuntao's request, the 9 children lined up in a single file. Aware of Tang San's innate full spirit power and twin martial spirits, Tang Ge, eager to fulfill his grand aspirations, swapped places with Tang San, positioning himself in front of him. However, behind the two, there was no one else. Observing Tang Ge's relaxed demeanor, Tang San could not help but whisper, Tang Ge, aren't you nervous? What is there to be nervous about? I, Tang Ge, with my innate full spirit power, am destined to become a peerless genius, a titled Douluo. Tang Ge spoke with unwavering confidence. Upon hearing his words, Tang San found himself at a loss for a response. He realized that this companion, who had grown up alongside him, seemed to have transformed entirely after indulging in indiscriminate eating. He had become increasingly self-absorbed. However, recalling the punishment he had received from his father, Tang San felt a surge of defiance within him. He couldn't help but ask in a hushed tone, what do you think of me, Tang Ge? Tang Ge's gaze settled upon Tang San, and after a moment's contemplation, he nodded slightly and spoke. Although you may be somewhat inferior to me, you are undoubtedly a prodigy. Possessing innate full soul power is certainly within your reach. However, little San, I have a premonition that your martial soul may very well be the blue silver grass. His voice was not loud, and aside from Tang San, the other children were oblivious to his words. Yet, Su Yuntao, who was preparing for the ceremony, caught wind of this and, seemingly amused, could not suppress a laugh. Tang Ge, possessing an unyielding demeanor, remained unfazed. For how could a sparrow comprehend the aspirations of a swan? Yet, when Tang San caught the teasing gaze of the soul master directed towards him, his face flushed crimson with embarrassment, wishing fervently for a hole in the ground to vanish into. However, his heart seethed with anger at Tang Ge's earlier remarks, which had audaciously likened his martial soul to that of blue silver grass. The friendship was over. At that moment, Su Yuntao had already arranged a hexagonal formation with smooth dark stones and held a crystal ball in his hand. He wiped the smile from his face, his gaze sweeping over the 9 children before him, gesturing towards the hexagonal formation as he spoke in a calm tone. From left to right, step inside. A faint glow began to emanate from the formation as the first child entered. As Tang Ge had recalled, the narrative unfolded without deviation. Once Su Yuntao unleashed his martial soul, the lone wolf, the awakening of each child commenced. starting with the first who had stepped into the hexagonal formation and continuing until just before Tang Ge. The souls awakened by the 7 children were either scythes or hoes, with one girl awakening the blue-silver grass. All these martial souls were deemed useless. Moreover, they possessed no soul power within them, rendering them incapable of cultivation. The initially hopeful Su Yuntao was now filled with disappointment. When it was Tang Ge's turn, he impatiently urged, "You, the future titled Douluo genius, come and finish the test quickly so you can rush home for your milk." A chorus of laughter erupted from the previously despondent children, who were disheartened by their lack of awakened soul power. Even Tang San struggled to suppress a smile, biting his lip to stifle his amusement. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge's expression darkened considerably. "Laugh now. In a little while, you shall find no reason to smile." Chapter 7. The Formidable Martial Soul? Innate Full Soul Power. In the face of his initial martial soul awakening, the confidence gracing Tang Ge's visage was not merely a fade. After all, even Tang San, who had diligently cultivated the Xiantian art, awakened with an innate full soul power. How could he, possessing the ancient sacred body, possibly fall short of such a caliber? Innate full soul power? A trivial matter indeed. Nevertheless, Tang Ge harbored a flicker of anticipation regarding the nature of his martial soul. He pondered whether his awakening would yield the Haotian hammer or perhaps even a Haotian hammer complemented by a mysterious martial soul bestowed by the system, thus transforming him into a dual martial soul wielder. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Tang Ge stepped into the hexagonal formation. Without further ado, Su Yuntao activated the formation's power, unleashing a radiant golden light far more brilliant than before. As Tang Ge stood within the formation, he felt a surge of energy coursing through his body, and soon, a remarkable object materialized in the palm of his left hand. Tang Ge lowered his gaze and was astonished to find a painting emerging in the palm of his hand. The artwork was rather simplistic, depicting the Taiji symbol, entirely in shades of black and white. To his surprise, it was not the Haotian hammer. As he became aware of his awakened martial soul, Tang Ge felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. However, as he focused his consciousness on the martial soul, a surge of information flooded his mind, nearly causing him to leap with excitement. Indeed, it was this object. Yet, mindful of the presence of others around him, Tang Ge ultimately quelled his exuberance. He feigned a look of confusion and turned to Su Yuntao. "Master Soul Master, my martial soul is merely a graphical form. Although it surpasses those of scythes and hosts to some extent, it hardly qualifies as a remarkable martial soul." Su Yuntao shook his head in response. Suddenly, a voice from behind broke the tension. "Tang Ge, do not be disheartened. This graphical martial soul is quite admirable. Perhaps, in the future, the couplets we will need to paint for the new year in our Holy Soul Village will depend on you." Upon hearing this, Tang Ge turned his head to glance at Tang San. This fellow was actually wearing a smug smile, encouraging him. "Such a child. I shall not stoop to your level." Tang Ge curled his lips, offering no explanation, and after retracting his martial soul, placed his hand upon the crystal ball. Boom! A brilliant golden light erupted, illuminating the entire martial soul hall with an extraordinary radiance. The group of children instinctively shut their eyes against the dazzling glow. However, Su Yuntao's eyes widened in astonishment. He could not help but exclaim, "Innate full soul power." After a considerable time, the golden light gradually receded. Su Yuntao, emerging from his shock, turned his gaze towards Tang Ge, a mixture of awe and slight disappointment evident in his expression. Noticing the confusion reflected in Tang Ge's eyes, he took the initiative to explain. To become a soul master, soul power is of utmost importance. Without it, regardless of the quality of one's martial soul, one cannot cultivate into a soul master through meditation. You, however, possess innate level 10 soul power, known as innate full soul power. By merely selecting a soul ring to merge with your martial soul, you can become a soul master. At this juncture, Su Yuntao's eyes were filled with complexity. He had not anticipated that after visiting several villages, he would encounter a child with innate full soul power at this final stop. Such a rarity, occurring once in 100 years. Unfortunately, the martial soul of the child was an uncommon graphical type. Nevertheless, Su Yuntao refrained from expressing these thoughts and instead patted Tang Ge on the shoulder. "Little one, you truly are a prodigy. I hope that, as you have claimed, you will one day become a revered title Douluo." "Yes, I will certainly strive for that." Tang Ge nodded earnestly. However, at that moment, he was inwardly amused, as a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have astonished Su Yuntao, earning 200 shock points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have shocked Tang San, earning 20 shock points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have surprised Xiao Hu, earning 1 shock point. In a brief span, the group within the Spirit Hall had collectively bestowed upon Tang Ge a total of 227 shock points, with Su Yuntao contributing the most. Tang San was the second. Among the 7 children, one was particularly stingy, giving only a meager amount. Yet, Tang Ge bore no disdain. In fact, he had already devised a plan in his heart to spread the news of his innate full soul power throughout the entire Holy Soul Village as soon as the ceremony concluded. Innate full soul power, a future title Douluo even more remarkable than a soul sage. Once these sensational topics circulate, it would be astonishing if the entire village did not react with shock. Tang Ge had already envisioned the scenario in which his astonishment would soar to unprecedented heights. For a moment, he set aside the earlier mockery from Tang San regarding his martial soul being inferior and approached Tang San with a beaming smile. He patted Tang San on the shoulder and cheerfully remarked, "Go ahead, little San. Brother Tang is rooting for you." Observing Tang Ge's triumphant demeanor, a dark line of irritation creased Tang San's forehead. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts. After taking a deep breath, he stepped into the hexagonal formation. A radiant golden light illuminated the space. In the palm of Tang San's right hand, a blue-silver grass materialized. Upon witnessing this representation of his martial soul, Tang San, who had initially harbored great expectations, suddenly found his breath caught in his throat, and his expression darkened. It was indeed blue-silver grass. He could scarcely believe that his martial soul had been accurately predicted by Tang Ge. What a venomous tongue he possessed. Tang San felt a sense of helplessness in his heart, ready to cast a deadly glance at Tang Ge. However, he seemed to have noticed something and could not help but lower his head to glance at his left hand. To his astonishment, he discovered that a silver hammer had unexpectedly materialized in the palm of his left hand. Were there truly 2 martial spirits? Tang San's heart began to race intensely. However, he was no ordinary child. As he tightly clenched his left hand, he immediately activated the Xian skill, allowing his emotions to gradually settle. Not far behind him, Tang Ge, who had been observing Tang San, noticed the movement of his left hand and couldn't help but smile secretly. With his twin martial souls, should he reveal this secret later to astonish little San? Just as he contemplated this, Su Yuntao, with an expression of disappointment, pushed a glass orb in front of Tang San. Blue-silver grass, a useless martial soul. Let us assess your soul power. Tang San nodded slightly. Then, a blinding burst of golden light surged forth. The hall of the Spirit Hall was filled with the astonished gasps of children. Su Yuntao's heart clenched painfully, almost causing him to detach from the fusion of spirits. He could hardly fathom that such a small place as Holy Spirit Village could produce not 1, but 2 innate full spirit power children during this spirit ceremony. Such an occurrence was truly a rarity, perhaps once in a millennium. Reflecting on his own awakening years ago, he recalled only possessing a mere 2 levels of spirit power. A wave of inexplicable jealousy washed over Su Yuntao. Yet, as his gaze swept over Tang San and Tang Ge, he couldn't help but shake his head at the thought of their spirits. What a pity that they were all deemed useless spirits. Nevertheless, Su Yuntao refrained from uttering any discouraging words. Instead, just as he had done with Tang Ge, he reached out to pat Tang San's shoulder, encouragingly stating, "Little one, strive diligently. I look forward to witnessing your growth." "Thank you, Spirit Master." Tang San and Su Yuntao nodded in acknowledgement, ceasing further conversation. After dissolving their martial soul fusion, Su Yuntao waved his hand, retrieving the 6 circular stones in the crystal ball used for the formation. Chapter 8. The Diagram of Yin and Yang, the 4 Swords of Extermination. With a soft creak, the long-closed doors of the martial soul hall finally swung open once more. Old Jack, who had been waiting outside, immediately bowed upon seeing Su Yuntao emerge. "Master Soul Master, thank you for your efforts." "Indeed," Su Yuntao replied, a hint of a smile gracing his otherwise stoic expression. "Congratulations. Your village has welcomed 2 children this year with innate full soul power." 2 children with innate full soul power? From our village? Old Jack stood frozen. Disbelief etched across his aged features. Understanding Old Jack's astonishment, Su Yuntao refrained from interrupting. Instead, he discreetly placed a certificate into Old Jack's clothing before turning to walk away. Only when Old Jack regained his senses did Su Yuntao's voice reach him again. "I am aware that your village has 1 work-study student each year. So keep that certificate well. It will allow your village to have an additional work-study student. Strive diligently. Those gifted with innate full soul power are rare. Do not squander this talent." In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. At that moment, the children who had participated in the awakening ceremony began to emerge. Old Jack hurriedly treasured the 2 certificates, his gaze shifting to the children. "Hello, Grandfather Village Chief. I'm home." Without waiting for Old Jack to inquire. 7 children without awakened soul power departed, their faces clouded with disappointment. At last, only Tang San and Tang Ge remained. "You too," Old Jack's voice trembled with emotion. Tang Ge stepped forward and embraced Old Jack, lifting his head to reveal a row of pristine white teeth as he smiled and nodded emphatically. "Grandpa, I have awakened my innate, full soul power." "And I too, Village Chief Grandpa," Tang San chimed in eagerly from behind. Upon hearing this, Old Jack erupted into a hearty laugh, filled with joy. "Wonderful. It seems our Holy Soul Village is about to gain 2 more soul saints. Come, little San. I shall escort you home. This splendid news must reach your father." Thus, the trio departed from the Spirit Hall, heading towards the western edge of the village. After delivering Tang San home, Old Jack hastened back to prepare a lavish lunch to celebrate Tang Ge's achievement. However, Tang Ge, preoccupied with matters concerning his martial spirit, chose not to return with Old Jack. He promised to hurry back for lunch and then set off from the village. At the foot of the cliff, when Tang Ge arrived at the designated location to activate the system, he ensured that no one else was around before eagerly summoning his personal information panel. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level 10 Soul Master, Innate Full Soul Power, Martial Spirit, Dual Martial Spirits, Inyong Life and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Extermination Martial Skills, Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree, 10 Shock Value, 5247 compared to before. Tang Ge's information had undergone a remarkable transformation. Not only had his shock value surpassed 5,000, but in terms of level, he had ascended from an ordinary person to a level 10 soul master with innate full soul power. With the awakening of his soul power, Tang Ge could distinctly perceive the flow of soul power within his body. However, he did not dwell on these details for long, instead directing his focus to the martial spirit section. Dual martial spirits. His gaze fixed intensely on his awakened martial spirit. The inyong life and death diagram was derived from the 4 extraordinary manifestations of the ancient sacred body, transforming into a grand taiji formation, enigmatic and profound. The 4 Swords of Extermination, a mysterious martial spirit bestowed by the system, were treasures of the saints from the primordial world. Setting aside the unknown capabilities of the inyong life and death diagram, the mere appearance of any one of the 4 Swords of Extermination would be sufficient to overpower the Haotian Hammer and the 6-Winged Angel. And now, Tang Ge possessed them all. Should the Spirit Hall become aware of this, coupled with Tang Ge's innate full soul power, they would undoubtedly spare no effort to recruit him into their ranks. Yet, regrettably, the diagram-type martial spirit was already rare, and given Su Yuntao's low level, he could not discern the profound intricacies of the inyong life and death diagram. In Tang Ge's heart, there lingered a sense of regret for yet another lost opportunity to harvest astonishment. However, although he harbored no particular aversion towards the actions of the Spirit Hall, he had no intention of joining them at this early stage. After all, regardless of the circumstances, strength remains paramount. With this thought in mind, after retracting his personal profile, Tang Ge felt a stirring within his heart. As he spread his palms, a radiant glow emanated from his open hands. In his left palm, a scroll unfolded, revealing the inyong taiji, which slowly rotated, with 2 streams of energy, one black and one white, intertwining within. The power of life and death, he pondered, as he sensed the messages conveyed by the inyong diagram. He then shifted his gaze to his right palm, where a sword materialized. The moment the sword appeared, a formidable and terrifying aura surged forth, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently under the force of its sword energy. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge could not help but recall a particular poem that resonated within his mind. Neither copper, nor iron, nor steel, once concealed beneath the Mount Shumi. Without the need for yin and yang to forge, can one not temper brilliance with water and fire? To slay the immortals, a boon to some, to vanquish them, a doom to others. From all corners, the red light arises, as the transcendent transformation reveals boundless wonders. The blood of the great Luo immortals stains the robes. This verse vividly depicts the formidable power of the 4 Swords of Jinxian, underscoring their immense might. Particularly when they unite to form the Jinxian sword array. It becomes the preeminent killing formation of the heavenly way, unparalleled in its sharpness and overwhelming force. Tang Ge was uncertain whether he would ever have the opportunity to witness the splendor of the Excalibur sword array. However, he suddenly realized that, given his current level of skill, he was utterly incapable of presenting all 4 Excalibur swords. Moreover, when he contemplated wielding the 4 Excalibur swords, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of dread. Even the mere act of drawing one sword could potentially drain him completely. In that moment, as he gazed at the 4 Excalibur swords in his hand, which could continuously shift forms, Tang Ge wore a bitter expression. Was this a sign of disdain for his inadequate prowess? It seemed as though, in response to Tang Ge's thoughts, the Excalibur swords quivered slightly before vanishing from his palm. The menacing aura that had lingered in the air gradually dissipated. Tang Ge took a deep breath, suppressing the disappointment within his heart. Although, with his current abilities, he was utterly incapable of wielding the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, he had nonetheless made the most promising start compared to others. Moreover, the 4 swords of Zhu Xian were an amalgamation of 4 blades that could each independently fuse with a soul ring. Furthermore, if he were to incorporate the inyong diagram of life and death, Tang Ge would possess, for the first time in history, 5 martial souls. Therefore, it was imperative to first comprehend the capabilities of the inyong diagram in preparation for the selection of his initial soul ring. As he contemplated the impending journey to the Nodding City Primary Soul Master Academy in 3 months, Tang Ge's heart brimmed with anticipation. He dismissed further thoughts and sprinted towards the distant forest. Chapter 9. The Death of the Yin Master. The Birth of the Young Master. Several miles from the sacred Soul Village lay a vast forest, teeming with numerous wild beasts. This was why the hunters from the village frequently ventured there to hunt, and consequently, the scarcity of soul beasts in the woods. It was not long before Tang Ge entered the forest. Beneath the towering, dense canopy, the blazing sun could not penetrate, and the surrounding environment swiftly became shrouded in shadows. The distant roars of wild beasts could be faintly heard. Tang Ge, unarmed and fearless, felt a surge of excitement coursing through him. It was precisely noon when the village elder intended to prepare a delicious meal, and here, he could test his martial spirit while simultaneously hunting a wild boar or another beast to bring back. Without hesitation, he made his way to a clearing. With a mere thought, the ground before him bore the lifeless form of a wolf. This carcass belonged to the soul beast, the Wolf King, which he had previously slain. He had stored its remains, along with those of other wild wolves, within his system space. Now, as he retrieved it, the still warm blood emitted a peculiar, pungent aroma that wafted through the air. At this moment, Tang Ge took the opportunity to examine the space that had awakened alongside his martial spirit. Originally limited to 10 cubic meters, it had astonishingly expanded to 30 cubic meters following his awakening. The 7 wolf carcasses, once tightly compressed, spread out once more. There was certainly ample room for more beast remains. With the space confirmed to be sufficient, Tang Ge felt a slight sense of relief. In 3 months, he was set to attend the Junior Soul Master Academy in Nodding City, and it was time to prepare financially for his future needs. A howl echoed from the distance. Tang Ge's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and he turned his gaze towards the source of the sound. In the dimly lit forest, accompanied by the rustling of dry leaves, a mangy lone wolf emerged slowly from the shadows. The scent emanating from the blood of the soul beast, the Wolf King, made his mouth water uncontrollably, while his wolf-like eyes shimmered with a fierce green light, brimming with intensity. Yet, it seemed that the presence of Tang Ge held the wolf back from advancing. Nonetheless, a wolf is still a wolf. It was better than having nothing at all. Upon witnessing the lone wolf's arrival, Tang Ge felt a tinge of disappointment. However, he quickly shook off the feeling, raising his left hand as the martial spirit, the diagram of yin and yang, life and death, manifested in his palm. Power of yin. Go. With a surge of soul power, a slender, jet-black line, akin to a serpent, shot forth from the diagram of yin and yang, life and death, racing towards the lone wolf a few meters away. Before the line could reach its target, a potent sense of impending doom triggered the sparse fur on the wolf to bristle in alarm. Its eyes turned bloodshot, and with a low growl, it could no longer restrain itself, leaping towards Tang Ge. Alas, the black line in midair shifted slightly, intercepting the charging wolf. As the black line pierced its body, the wolf emitted a heart-wrenching scream, plummeting to the ground. Under Tang Ge's watchful gaze, the lone wolf, assailed by the black line, appeared as though it had fallen into a cauldron of corrosive acid, its already sparse fur rapidly shedding. Its skin and flesh withered at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, the lone wolf had nearly transformed into a desiccated corpse, its breath barely lingering. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. What an overwhelming force of darkness. Moreover, this was merely a fraction of the dark energy he had summoned. Were he to unleash its full potential, even a century-old soul beast would struggle to withstand it. Let us then test the power of light. With this thought, Tang Ge promptly extracted 2 strands of white light from the inyong life and death diagram, directing them towards the lone wolf. As the white light entered its body, the dark energy was instantaneously expelled. In its stead, a surge of vibrant vitality erupted within the wolf. At that moment, the once near-death creature emitted a sound of contentment, and its emaciated form quickly began to fill out. Ultimately, the lone wolf not only regained its strength, but also saw its shed fur regrow, becoming thick and lustrous, exuding an aura akin to that of a wolf king. A howl erupted from the wolf as it rose from the ground, a joyous cry that echoed through the air. Yet, almost immediately, it pivoted and dashed swiftly into the forest. Tang Ge witnessed the lone wolf's escape without making any attempt to intervene. After a while, he retracted his gaze and turned his attention to the inyong diagram of life and death that materialized in the palm of his left hand, his eyes shimmering with brilliance. The yin master perishes. The yang master thrives. This encapsulates the fundamental power of the martial soul, the inyong diagram of life and death. Tang Ge even absorbed a trace of solar energy into his body to experience its essence, and the overwhelming vitality he released was indeed terrifying. No wonder it could completely restore the lone wolf that had but a breath of life left. Moreover, as his own strength continued to grow, the cycle from life to death and back again was far from impossible. In that moment, Tang Ge was suddenly reminded of the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. He could not help but let out a soft chuckle. The foremost auxiliary martial soul of the continent. Encountering my inyong life and death diagram, it might just have to concede its position. Subsequently, the scent of the fallen soul beast Wolf King attracted numerous wild beasts. Yet, without exception, they all succumbed to the power of darkness, only to be completely revived by the force of light. By the end, these beasts gazed at Tang Ge as though they were staring at a demon, their eyes filled with sheer terror. Tang Ge seized this opportunity to test the limits of the inyong power without the fusion soul rings. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shockingly C, earning 2 points of shock value. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shocking Wang Wu, earning 3 points of shock value. At this moment, a sudden system prompt echoed. Tang Ge, who was familiarizing himself with his martial soul abilities, was pulled back to reality. He glanced at the data panel and discovered that within this brief period, his shock value had increased by over 100 points and was still rising. Could it be that the village elder has already informed the villagers of my innate full soul power? Tang Ge felt a stir in his heart as he glanced up at the sky, realizing it was nearly noon. Considering that the village chief was waiting for him at home, he decided not to linger any longer. After retracting his martial spirit, he swiftly hoisted the hefty carcass of a wild boar left on the ground over his shoulder and dashed towards the outskirts of the forest. Upon returning to Shahun village, the sight of the 6-year-old Tang Ge carrying a boar larger than a calf drew gasps of astonishment from the passing villagers. What a massive wild boar! Did little Tang Ge really hunt this himself? Is this the prowess of an innate full spirit power? At such a tender age, he is already so formidable. If he goes to Notting City, old Jack will be incredibly fortunate. Alas, my own child is such a disappointment. The murmurs around him, combined with the incessant system notifications echoing in his mind, made Tang Ge break into a broad smile. It seemed that he needed to repeat such feats more often. With that thought, he quickened his pace, vanishing like the wind before the bewildered villagers. Chapter 10. The challenge from Tang San. With only 3 months remaining until he would embark on his studies at the Notting Junior Soul Master Academy in Notting City, and with preparations to enter the soul hunting forest to hunt spirit beasts for his martial spirit, the time following his awakening was crucial. Aside from spending time at home with the village elder, Tang Ge devoted the remainder of his days to honing his physical prowess and refining his martial soul abilities. Regrettably, having reached the pinnacle of innate soul power, he found himself unable to ascend to the next level without the integration of soul rings. Consequently, during this period, there was no discernible increase in his soul power. However, his previously modest fusion degree of the ancient sacred body remarkably increased by 2 points. This improvement was attributable to his frequent excursions into the surrounding mountains and forests. Leveraging the formidable strength of the ancient sacred body and the capabilities of the inyong life and death diagram, he nearly eradicated the local wildlife in these not-so-extensive woodlands. The numerous beasts he hunted were transformed into sustenance, nourishing him, while their pelts were entrusted to Uncle Li from the village to be sold in Notting City, with a portion of the proceeds allocated for household expenses and the remainder reserved for future academic endeavors. Tang Ge has certainly not forgotten the acquisition of shock value. Thus, each time he hunts a large beast from the mountains, he single-handedly carries its carcass back to the village. The villagers, ever supportive, indeed reward him with a substantial amount of shock value. However, it is a pity that, with the increasing frequency of these events, the villagers have grown numb to the spectacle. Now, upon witnessing Tang Ge return with the slain beast, they exhibit no reaction whatsoever. Tang Ge felt a deep sense of disappointment and reluctantly turned his attention to Tang San's father. Confronted by the formidable Hao Douluo, who had once generously bestowed upon him 5,000 points of astonishment, Tang Ge seized every opportunity to showcase his chaotic wind hammer technique before him. Yet, to no avail. The once magnanimous Hao Douluo had transformed into a miserly figure, withholding any points of astonishment. Meanwhile, Tang San continued to provide Tang Ge with several additional points. However, if Tang Ge had been observant, he would have noticed that each time he executed the chaotic wind hammer technique, Tang Hao, watching from a distance, was visibly agitated, his features twitching with an undeniable urge to strike. Thus, time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, only 10 days remained until their journey to Notting City. One morning, on the hillside outside of Holy Spirit Village, Tang Ge paused after nearly an hour of rigorous training, breathing heavily. He opened his personal panel, and with a silent incantation, a virtual frame materialized before him. Astonishment System Host, Tang Ge Level 10 Soul Master, Innate Full Soul Power, Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Inyong Life and Death Diagram. For Swords of Extermination Martial Technique, Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree, 12 Astonishment Points, 6884. Gazing upon his current status, Tang Ge felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The only regret he harbored was the slow rate of increase in his astonishment points. He wondered when he would accumulate the requisite 10,000 points for the lottery. It seemed he could only continue to gather them gradually. Tang Ge pondered to himself. At that moment, Tang San, who was training not far away, also paused. Upon seeing Tang Ge, he approached him directly. "Little San, shall we return to the village?" Tang Ge retracted his personal interface and inquired. Tang San shook his head. Then, with a focused gaze, he earnestly said to Tang Ge, "If you do not mind, shall we practice here for a while?" As he uttered these words, it seemed as though Tang San had shed a tremendous burden, and he felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. 3 months had passed. Tang San witnessed the gradual transformation of Tang Ge from obscurity to formidable strength, effortlessly slaying the beasts that lurked in the mountains beyond their village. Had this been anyone else, Tang San would have felt indifferent. However, Tang Ge was his childhood companion, and observing his friend not only grow powerful, but also seemingly surpass him filled Tang San, despite having lived 2 lives, with an overwhelming sense of pressure. This feeling was exacerbated by the constant praise from the village elders and the reprimands he received from his father after each display of Tang Ge's hammer techniques. Tang San felt an increasing sense of imbalance within himself. Similarly, this gradually awakened the fighting spirit he had long suppressed. Today, the two concluded their morning training once more in this place. As the time left in the village dwindled, Tang San finally resolved to no longer hold back. Preparing to confront Tang Ge in a fair battle, he sought not to defeat Tang Ge, but merely to prove his own worth. The wind whistled past his ears, and apart from the sound of the breeze, all other noises seemed to vanish. At this moment, Tang San's gaze was solely fixed on Tang Ge. He stepped forward, slightly bending his knees, instinctively adopting a stance, and with a serious expression, he spoke once more. "Tang Ge, I humbly seek your guidance." At this moment, Tang Ge finally regained his composure. He gazed at the poised Tang San, utterly astonished that his opponent would suddenly challenge him at such a moment. Was it possible that my exceptional prowess had led the neighboring girl to develop affections elsewhere? Although caught off guard by Tang San's challenge, Tang Ge did not decline. In fact, he had long sought an opportunity to test the might of Tang San's Xiantian skill. Thus, once he regained his senses, he nodded without hesitation. "Very well. I, Tang Ge, humbly accept your challenge, Tang San." With these words, a massive fist surged directly towards Tang San's face, releasing an overwhelming force that reverberated through the air with a series of resounding thuds. In the face of Tang Ge's surprise attack, Tang San exhibited no signs of panic. As he swiftly channeled the Xiantian skill, the power of his martial soul rapidly concentrated in his legs, enabling him to leap off the ground with a powerful stomp. In the split second of his body's rotation, his outstretched right foot collided fiercely with Tang Ge's incoming fist. Bang! A deep, resonant sound echoed through the air. In midair, Tang San utilized the recoil from his foot to execute several flips, landing several meters away. Upon touching down and witnessing Tang Ge remain steadfast in his position after the impact, Tang San, despite having mentally prepared himself, could not help but feel an overwhelming shock. Such formidable strength. However, instead of fear, this only ignited the fire of battle within him. Tang Ge, now it's my turn. Tang San let out a low shout, simultaneously bending his body slightly as he suddenly accelerated, charging fiercely towards Tang Ge. With the assistance of the Xiantian skill, Tang San's speed reached its zenith. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived before Tang Ge. Tang Ge struck decisively with a powerful fist, sending ripples of force radiating through the air. Yet, the moment the punch was thrown, a wave of despondency washed over him. He had missed. Simultaneously, the sound of Tang San's laughter echoed around him. Tang Ge, I am aware that your strength surpasses mine, but alas, you cannot reach me. Tang Ge's gaze shifted. The originally charging Tang San had completely transformed into a series of phantoms, swiftly rotating around him, their speed astonishing and their authenticity elusive. Suddenly, one of the phantoms materialized behind Tang Ge. Tang Ge turned swiftly, delivering a punch. Yet, the shadow seemed to possess oppression awareness, evading his strike and simultaneously revealing another fist that emerged from the apparition, striking beneath his armpit. Chapter 11. The Divine Body's Overwhelming Might. The hidden weapon proves ineffectual. The armpit is a vulnerable point in the human body, and an attack in this area inflicts greater repercussions than blows to other regions. However, Tang Ge possessed the bloodline of the ancient sacred body, endowing him with extraordinary resilience. Thus, Tang San's strike inflicted no harm upon him. Just as Tang Ge prepared to retaliate, Tang San had already retracted his fist, transforming back into a shadow and swiftly retreating from his range of attack. This left Tang Ge feeling quite vexed. What a remarkable technique, the Xiantian skill. Tang Ge was acutely aware that at this moment, Tang San was employing the ephemeral technique known as Ghost Shadow Phantom Steps from the Tang sect's Xiantian skill, along with the piercing observation technique, the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. The Ghost Shadow Phantom Steps allowed Tang San's figure to flicker with an otherworldly uncertainty, creating multiple illusory images. Meanwhile, the Purple Extreme Demon Eye endowed him with unparalleled perceptive acuity. The combination of these two formidable techniques rendered him nearly invincible. It is noteworthy that, within the narrative familiar to Tang Ge, Tang San had once vanquished a soul beast, the Mandala snake, which had approached 5 centuries of age, using solely these extraordinary skills and a dagger. However, despite Tang San's formidable prowess, Tang Ge was not without his advantages. Prior to the invocation of his martial soul, the ancient sacred body served as his greatest asset. Thus, while fending off Tang San's relentless assaults, Tang Ge contemplated. Tang San's speed allowed him to preemptively detect the traces of my attacks, a domain in which I find myself at a disadvantage. Yet, he too refrained from confronting me in a contest of raw strength. Therefore, rather than exhaust myself in pursuit, I shall adopt a defensive stance and await the opportune moment, ready to exploit any lapses in his fatigue to seize victory. With this strategy firmly established, the furrow in Tang Ge's brow gradually unfurled, replaced by a smile. He chose to remain stationary, allowing the phantasmal Tang San to intermittently strike at him. However, for Tang Ge, who possessed the mightiest battle physique among humanity, this barrage felt akin to mere tickling, utterly ineffective. In contrast, with each successive attack, Tang San's energy waned significantly. Finally, after yet another strike, his evasion became noticeably sluggish. Recognizing the opportunity he had awaited, Tang Ge could not allow Tang San the chance to retreat. His right arm shot forth like a striking serpent. The illusory images dissipated. Tang San's right wrist, still unwithdrawn, was firmly grasped by Tang Ge. Xiao San, after having struck me so many times, it's now your turn to experience the taste of being beaten. With that said, before Tang San could react, Tang Ge delivered a powerful iron mountain blow, colliding fiercely into him. The tremor of the ground caused Tang San's expression to change dramatically. He attempted to pull his hand away, but the immense force on his wrist nearly suppressed his soul power. Left with no choice, Tang San could only summon his soul power to shield his body. Bang! Just after completing this, Tang Ge, charging from the side, collided forcefully with his chest, sending him hurtling through the air. In midair, Tang San distinctly felt a sweetness in his mouth, nearly unable to suppress the urge to expel a mouthful of fresh blood, yet he managed to restrain himself. Upon landing, he staggered backwards 5 or 6 steps before finally steadying his body, as he experienced an overwhelming ache throughout his body, reminiscent of a structure on the verge of collapse. A trace of bitterness appeared on his slightly pale face. Indeed, was it still insufficient? A distance of over 10 meters away, Tang Ge did not pursue further. Instead, he paused alongside Tang San, stabilizing his body before breaking into a smile. Little San, if you possess any other techniques, you should employ them without delay. Otherwise, this match shall indeed be your defeat. This statement was intended to provoke Tang San. Tang Ge was aware that the most formidable aspect of the Tang sect Su Yuntao treasure record lay in its hidden weapons, with the most exceptional among them capable of slaying deities. Thus, Tang Ge sought to test whether his formidable physique, granted by the ancient sacred body, could withstand Tang San's concealed weaponry. With the inyong life and death diagram at his disposal, he felt no concern for injury. As anticipated, upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San could no longer contain himself. He furrowed his brow, lifted his gaze to meet Tang Ge's, and with a serious expression, he replied, Tang Ge, I indeed possess other methods, but are you certain you wish to test them? Furthermore, should I take action, you will sustain injuries. Tang Ge did not respond. Instead, he summoned the inyong diagram of life and death, extracting a strand of yang energy and directly infusing it into Tang San's body. Tang San initially felt nothing unusual, but soon his small face displayed a look of astonishment. My injuries have completely healed? Furthermore, the vibrant vitality he had sensed moments ago surged within him. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he cast his gaze toward the vivid imagery that emerged from Tang Ge's heart. Tang Ge, is this the power of your martial soul? You should feel reassured now, shouldn't you? Tang Ge retracted his martial soul while smiling and nodding. In his mind, the system notification of a shock value being credited resonated once more. With Tang Ge's confirmation, Tang San finally set aside his lingering worries. He flicked his right hand, and a 4-inch arrow materialized. The arrow bore distinct blood grooves, glinting ominously with a chilling light, evoking an unsettling feeling within. This was a sleeve arrow crafted by Tang San, of which 2 more identical ones were currently secured within the sleeves on his wrist. The Tang sect Su Yuntao treasure record. General outline, Article 2. What constitutes a hidden weapon? It is a specialized armament that is employed covertly to vanquish adversaries. If the enemy is aware of its impending use, it ceases to be a hidden weapon and becomes an overt one. In confronting an opponent, Tang San could not possibly reveal his sleeve arrows to the adversary. However, in this instance, he stands before Tang Ge. Thus, gazing intently at Tang Ge, Tang San solemnly proclaims, Tang Ge, I shall unleash but this one strike. Should you succeed in thwarting it, I shall concede defeat. Very well, let us proceed. Upon hearing Tang San's declaration, Tang Ge's smile faded. Tang San refrained from idle chatter. With a swift motion, he advanced his right foot and slightly turned his body. At the moment when the Su Yuntao skill reached its zenith, a 4-inch sleeve arrow, imbued with a crimson hue, was suddenly propelled from his jade-like hand. Whoosh! The 4-inch arrow whirled through the air at a breakneck speed, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. In the blink of an eye, it traversed the distance of several meters. Upon witnessing the arrow hurtling towards him, Tang Ge did not dare to underestimate it and immediately activated the primordial sacred body. A resonant hum filled the air as a bronze light erupted. Within the flow of soul power, the muscles throughout Tang Ge's body quivered rapidly, becoming increasingly dense, while the sound of rushing blood echoed within him. When a prolonged sound akin to a bell's chime resonated, the swiftly shot arrow finally struck forcefully against Tang Ge's abdomen. Yet, amidst the brilliance of the bronze light, Tang Ge's abdomen resonated like an ancient bell, its sonorous chimes reverberating and dispersing the unseen ripples of the force unleashed by the hidden arrow. The arrow was jolted to the ground, yet Tang Ge's midsection remained unscathed, with only the fabric of his garment torn, revealing 8 sculpted abdominal muscles unmarred by even a single scratch. Had he successfully deflected it? Tang Ge lowered his head to inspect himself. Upon confirming that he had sustained no injuries, a sigh of relief escaped his lips, swiftly followed by a radiant smile illuminating his face. Chapter 12. Do you desire it? The concealed arrow had been deflected, leaving Tang Ge unscathed. The system notification chimed in succession. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have astonished Tang San, earning 50 astonishment points. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have astonished Tang Hao, earning 1,000 astonishment points. A total of 1,050 astonishment points were instantly credited to his account. However, Tang Ge's expression faltered slightly, his mind engulfed in confusion. Why did the astonishment points include his father's as well as Tang San's? Had the Hotian Douluo secretly followed them? In a moment of impulse, Tang Ge turned his gaze towards the distance. Yet, apart from the indistinct silhouettes of trees, there was naught to be seen. Perhaps the other party wished to keep their presence concealed from the two of them. Tang Ge pondered upon this. Thus, he refrained from searching for the figure of the Hotian Douluo, redirecting his gaze towards the still-dazed Tang San across from him. Observing Tang San, Tang Ge felt an overwhelming sense of joy. The latter was truly his little lucky star, selflessly assisting him in activating the system and repeatedly bringing along his titled Douluo father to provide him with astonishing points. This latest challenge was an unexpected delight. As he witnessed the astonishing points nearing the threshold of 10,000, Tang Ge's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao San, shall we continue? Shall we proceed?" Tang San finally regained his composure. He glanced at the 4-inch needle that had fallen to the ground, then looked at Tang Ge, whose skin remained unblemished. A bitter smile suddenly appeared on his youthful face. A single needle contained nearly 70% of his strength, yet it was effortlessly blocked. Moreover, the opponent had not even attempted to evade. He had directly received it with his body. Such terrifying physical prowess left Tang San, even with 3 needles remaining, devoid of any confidence to pierce through. Furthermore, he and Tang Ge were not adversaries. Thus, upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San simply shook his head. "Forget it. I concede." Disappointed at the inability to continue reaping the rewards, Tang Ge felt a tinge of regret. However, just as Tang San had admitted defeat, he suddenly shifted his tone, gazing intently at Tang Ge and declared, "But this is only the beginning. I will definitely defeat you in the future, Tang Ge." "Very well. I shall await your challenge." Tang Ge retracted the smile from his face and nodded. Subsequently, the two engaged in mutual sparring for a while before departing together to return to Holy Soul Village. As they left, a fleeting shadow flickered, and a figure suddenly materialized in the vicinity. The newcomer was none other than Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Due to Tang Ge's utilization of the chaotic cloak hammering technique, he had been secretly observing him for the past several months, seeking to uncover some clues. Regrettably, both Tang Hao's observations and the information obtained from old Jack confirmed that Tang Ge was indeed merely an orphan taken in by the village. Furthermore, over the years, no suspicious individuals had arrived in Holy Soul Village. Could it be that the child, Xiao Ge, was not employing the chaotic cloak hammering technique, but rather had independently comprehended this manipulation of power due to his extraordinary talent? Tang Hao found himself perplexed. However, he chose not to dwell on it further, and instead, the image of Tang Ge shielding Tang San from the hidden weapon emerged vividly in his mind. Tang San's creation of a peculiar device known as a hidden weapon was well understood by Tang Hao. Although it seemed trivial in his eyes, its potency posed a significant threat to children. Even soul masters would hesitate to block it with their bodies. Yet, just moments ago, that young lad, Tang Ge, not only dared to intercept it with his own body, but emerged unscathed. This truly astonished Tang Hao. What kind of fruit could empower a mere 6-year-old child to undergo such a remarkable transformation in just 3 short months? If only Xiao San could partake in such a fruit. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Tang Hao's eyes as he suddenly leaped down the hillside, racing swiftly towards the distant woods below. Time always seemed to pass swiftly. Since the day Tang Ge and Tang San engaged in their sparring on the slope, 10 days had flown by in the blink of an eye. The following day, before dawn broke, the eager Tang Ge and his companion departed from Holy Spirit Village alongside old Jack, the village chief, heading towards Nodding City. After nearly half a day's journey, the trio finally arrived at Nodding City. Along the way, old Jack regaled them with tales about soul masters and the intricacies of studying at the academy. His discourse encompassed topics such as graduation requirements, the challenges of obtaining soul rings, and the status of soul masters within the empire, which prompted Tang Ge to stifle yawns, for he was already well-versed in these fundamental concepts. In contrast, Tang San exhibited a keen curiosity, listening intently and occasionally interjecting with questions. Upon entering Nodding City, the bustling atmosphere that was absent in Holy Spirit Village enveloped them. The cobblestone streets were lined with shops, and the air was filled with a cacophony of vendor calls, drawing the attention of the 3 travelers to the myriad of goods on display. Old Jack couldn't help but express his thoughts. If only Holy Spirit Village could thrive like Nodding City, even a century from now, I'd feel justified in my role as village chief. His voice was low, as if wary of being overheard by those around him, but Tang Ge caught his words. He promptly patted Tang San on the shoulder and declared, "Grandpa, rest assured, this task will be entrusted to Xiao San. Once he becomes a title de law, he will buy Nodding City and present it to you. At that time, you shall transition from village chief to city lord." "Ha ha. Then I shall eagerly await Xiao San to fulfill this wish for me." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, old Jack couldn't suppress his laughter, his joy evident. Tang San rolled his eyes at Tang Ge, expressing his dissatisfaction at being dictated to. However, a fleeting glimmer of contemplation crossed his gaze. Could he truly become a spirit Douluo in the future? The Nodding Junior Soul Master Academy was situated to the west of Nodding City. After some inquiries, the trio found themselves unwittingly standing before the academy's entrance. As Tang San regained his senses, he was struck by the sight of a colossal archway, 20 meters wide and over 10 meters tall, constructed entirely from solid rock. At the pinnacle of the arch, for grand characters proclaimed, "Nodding Academy." How magnificent! Tang San could not help but inquire, "Is it impressive?" Beside him, Tang Ge cast a glance and immediately curled his lips in disdain. "It's merely adequate," he mused. In his eyes, the ancient Nodding Academy was indeed old, yet its scale paled in comparison to some secondary schools from his previous life. The two iron gates blocking the entrance were already beginning to show signs of wear, with paint peeling away. At that moment, old Jack, the village chief, had commenced his dialogue with the two guards stationed at the academy. As Tang Ge, familiar with the unfolding narrative, anticipated that one of the guards would soon mock old Jack regarding his innate spirit power, he hastily approached. Arriving beside old Jack, he observed a guard who had just received a certificate but had yet to open it. Without hesitation, Tang Ge produced a gold soul coin from his pocket. With a sharp sound, the coin was flicked into the air, spinning gracefully and emitting a melodious chime. Instantly, the attention of both guards was captivated. Tang Ge caught the falling gold soul coin in his hand and smiled at the two men, inquiring if they desired it. Chapter 13. This child has such a thick face. This is a gold soul coin, sufficient to cover the expenses of an ordinary household for several months. The monthly salary of the two guards likely does not amount to such a sum. Thus, upon hearing Tang Ge's words, they couldn't help but nod. "Desire it? What a joke. We won't give it." Unexpectedly, Tang Ge's expression shifted, and not only did he suddenly pocket the gold soul coin, but he also began to taunt them. Little Ge, upon hearing Tang Ge's remarks, village chief old Jack grew anxious, attempting to pull him back. However, before he could finish his sentence, the two guards had completely changed their expressions. One of them, regaining his composure, glared at Tang Ge with gritted teeth, menacingly declaring, "You little brat. How dare you toy with us? Very well. Today, I shall teach you a proper lesson." With that, the guard reached out to grab Tang Ge's shoulder. Village Chief Jack sought to intervene, but unbeknownst to him, Tang San had already arrived by his side. "Grandpa Village Chief, it's all right," Tang San said to old Jack, who responded with a faint smile of concern. "I am not worried about Xiao Ge. My only fear is that he might strike too hard and injure these two. If that were to happen, it would complicate your admission." Tang San. At that moment, the guard's outstretched right hand had already made contact with Tang Ge's shoulder. Upon hearing old Jack's words, the guard, who had initially held back, was instantly enraged, his face turning an ashen hue, and he unconsciously tightened his grip. However, just then, another hand suddenly appeared, firmly clasping the guard's wrist. No matter how he struggled, it proved futile. When he glanced back at the 6-year-old child before him, who wore an unwavering smile, the guard was filled with astonishment. How could this child possess such strength? In a moment of panic, the guard couldn't help but exclaim, "Let me go." Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have shocked Lu San, earning 8 points of shock value. The system prompt resonated in his mind. A broad smile graced Tang Ge's face as he regarded the guard, cheerfully saying, "You wish for me to release you, do you? Very well." With that, before the guard could react, Tang Ge seized the man's right hand and, with a sudden exertion of strength, effortlessly spun him around. Witnessing this scene, Tang San and old Jack instinctively shut their eyes, unable to bear the sight. It was too brutal. They dared not look. Soon after, a piercing wail echoed in their ears. The guard, having been flung several meters away, crashed into the ground, creating a fissure in the earth, curled up in agony as he cried out in pain. Tang Ge, without a glance, strode directly to another guard. "Are you astonished?" he inquired, only to be met with the bewildered expression of the guard who could not help but respond, "What astonishment?" Disappointment washed over Tang Ge as he shook his head, realizing that the guard was indeed unperturbed. Suddenly, he extended his hand and gently pushed against the guard's chest. Though not forceful, the guard was propelled away, crashing into the iron gate of the academy with a resounding clang. It was only upon hitting the ground, overwhelmed by a surge of excruciating pain, that the guard finally regained his senses. What a terrifying child! This thought flickered through his mind as he instinctively clutched his chest, letting out a cry of agony. Ding dong! Congratulations, host. You have astonished Guosher, earning 8 points of astonishment. The system notification chimed in, albeit belatedly. Upon hearing this, Tang Ge finally revealed a satisfied smile on his face. It seems I was mistaken. Tang Ge, were you merely putting on an act just now? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Tang San. Tang Ge's expression momentarily froze, and the smile on his face vanished without a trace. When he turned around, he fixed Tang San with a gaze brimming with peril and said, "Little San, could you kindly repeat what you just said?" Upon hearing this, Tang San's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this fellow intends to strike me as well? He quickly shifted his tone and exclaimed, "Tang Ge, although I am aware that you were merely putting on a facade earlier, you looked remarkably impressive while doing so." As soon as these words escaped his lips, Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing to find a crevice in the ground to hide. However, Tang Ge took great delight in this compliment. With a smile, he approached Tang San, draping an arm around his shoulders, and declared, "Truly, you are my esteemed brother, and I relish hearing such words." Not far behind, the village chief, Old Jack, listened to the exchange between Tang Ge and Tang San, unable to decide whether to laugh or cry. These two youngsters, even in such dire circumstances, still found the time to jest. Leaning on his cane, he ambled over to their side, observing the two guards still writhing on the ground in agony. Old Jack wore a troubled expression. Although these two did not possess the status of soul masters, they were nonetheless guards of the academy, and he couldn't help but wonder whether this incident would affect their applications for admission. Upon hearing this, Tang Ge was about to offer words of comfort. However, as his ears subtly twitched, he seemed to catch a faint sound, and an expression of righteous indignation suddenly overtook his youthful visage. He pointed at the two guards sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony, and spoke with fervor, "Grandfather, these individuals have abused their status as academy guards to commit numerous misdeeds. I cannot fathom how many diligent students like us have had their admission credentials unjustly revoked by them. Just moments ago, they not only attempted to seize the gold soul coins from my grasp, but also sought to inflict harm upon me. I am but a mere 6-year-old child. How could they possibly bear to act with such cruelty? What sort of moral depravity would drive them to target a child of such tender years? Grandfather, fret not. I believe that even if the Academy's leaders were to learn of today's events, they would surely not shield these two villains from justice." Tang San and the old village chief Jack were utterly astonished by Tang Ge's utterance. They gazed at him, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Even the two guards, who were previously howling in agony, could not help but pause. They stared wide-eyed at Tang Ge, whose face was a portrait of righteous indignation, as if it were he who had been struck, rather than themselves. Suddenly, with a splatter, the guards, incensed, began to spew blood, their wails growing increasingly mournful. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge was immediately taken aback. Perceiving the peculiar gazes from Elder Jack, the village chief, and Tang San, he promptly declared with righteous indignation, "Grandfather, you must see this. These two have undoubtedly committed countless misdeeds, and even the heavens cannot bear it any longer, thus punishing them." Within the academy, due to the commotion at the entrance, a middle-aged man with short hair and a slender build was making his way over. Upon hearing Tang Ge's impassioned words, particularly the final statement, the man's stride faltered momentarily, and the unique aura he exuded was momentarily affected. His gaze fell upon Tang Ge, and recalling the earlier scene he had witnessed, he felt a slight shock within. This child possesses remarkable audacity, he thought, before continuing his approach toward the entrance. Chapter 14. Master, do not overthink it. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have astonished Yu Xiaojiang, earning 1,000 points of astonishment. At the academy's entrance, as soon as Tang Ge finished speaking, a sudden alert resonated in his mind. The acquisition of 1,000 points of shock value genuinely startled him. This marked only the second individual, aside from Tang San's father, to bestow upon him such an astonishing amount of shock value in one instance. Yu Xiaojiang. hailing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family in the Douluo Continent, was exiled due to a malignant mutation of his martial soul. Nonetheless, his profound research into martial souls led him to propose the 10 core competitive strengths of martial souls. Thus, despite his lack of formidable strength, he was revered as invincible in the realm of martial soul theory. In the martial soul community, Yu Xiaojiang is respectfully referred to as the Master. Tang Ge had actually sensed the arrival of the Master moments ago, which prompted him to seize the opportunity to utter those words, intentionally allowing the other party to overhear. Yet, what could have caused such astonishment in the other? Could it be that this was the legendary tremor of the tiger's body, instilling awe far and wide? In the midst of Tang Ge's confusion, a surge of excitement enveloped him, for the accumulated shock value was drawing ever closer to unlocking the celestial lottery. As he pondered this, a commanding voice resounded. What chaos is this at the academy's entrance? Instantly, all gazes were drawn toward the source of the disturbance. Upon witnessing the newcomer, the two guards sprawled on the ground appeared as if they had encountered a savior, their emotions spilling forth in a torrent of tears. "Oh, Master, you must stand up for us. Just look at our state. This child has reduced us to this." One guard exclaimed. "Indeed, Master, not only has he assaulted us, but he has also tarnished the reputation of our academy. We cannot allow them to escape unpunished." Listening to the guard's grievances, Old Village Chief Jack's expression shifted, and he opened his mouth to offer an explanation. However, Tang Ge abruptly stepped forward to confront one of the guards. The guard, startled, wore an expression of sheer panic. What do you intend to do?" he stammered. "Fear not, I shall not strike you." Tang Ge curled his lip, dismissing any further dialogue, and directly yanked the admission certificate from the other party's grasp. He then approached Yu Xiaojiang, presenting the document with urgency. "Master, this is the certificate issued by the Spirit Hall for both me and the third party. Those two ruffians nearly tore it apart. They even attempted to rob me." Tang Ge's expression was one of innocence as he looked at Yu Xiaojiang. Nearby, the two guards, upon hearing this, nearly spat blood in disbelief, desperately wanting to exclaim, "It wasn't me. I didn't do it." Yet, under the weight of Yu Xiaojiang's authoritative gaze, they dared not utter a sound. Taking the certificate from Tang Ge, Yu Xiaojiang struggled to suppress the urge to deliver a sound thrashing to the young rascal. He slowly unfolded the document, and suddenly, a piercing light erupted from his previously placid eyes. How is this possible? Two individuals with innate, full soul power. A profound shock coursed through Yu Xiaojiang's mind. Meanwhile, in Tang Ge's mind, the system notification sound echoed once more. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have astonished Yu Xiaojiang, earning 500 astonishment points." Upon hearing the notification, Tang Ge's heart blossomed with joy. However, his face displayed a profound unease as he softly inquired, "Master, is there an issue with the certificate?" Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath, allowing his tumultuous emotions to gradually settle. He closed the certificate and shook his head. There was no problem with it. Then, Yu Xiaojiang turned his attention to Old Jack, the village chief, and said, "Sir, I apologize on behalf of the academy for the earlier incident. I will take these two children under my wing." An individual of at least soul master caliber was apologizing to him, prompting Old Jack to hurriedly wave his hands. No need for apologies, no need at all. In truth, those two did not commit any egregious acts. "Master, I entrust these children to you. Xiao San, Xiao Ge. Please follow the master inside, but do be sure to listen carefully." Tang Ge and Tang San exchanged nods. Shortly thereafter, Old Jack imparted a few words to the two before turning to leave. "Master," one of the guards finally could not contain himself and spoke up. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yu Xiaojiang cast a cold glare at him and another guard, and spoke in a solemn tone. "Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your previous misdeeds. The punishment you received today is entirely of your own making, so do not attempt to feign innocence before me. Furthermore, should I catch you abusing your power again, you will no longer hold your positions." The two guards, drenched in cold sweat, hastily assured him that they would not dare to offend again. Yu Xiaojiang withdrew his gaze, no longer acknowledging the two. He forced a smile and said to Tang San and Tang Ge, "Let us proceed inside." Thus, the three of them entered the nodding academy together. The ensuing events unfolded much as Tang Ge was familiar with little alteration, the sole difference being the presence of himself among them. As the master, Yu Xiaojiang, with his profound understanding of martial soul theory, directly unveiled the secret of Tang San and Tang Ge's twin martial souls. Tang Ge feigned ignorance, refusing to acknowledge the situation. However, Tang San was taken aback. Initially, he believed that the master before him was merely engaging in idle speculation. But as the master meticulously articulated the 10 core competencies of martial souls, Tang San was utterly captivated. Although this master was the second soul master Tang San had encountered. Apart from those from the spirit hall, in that moment, he made a decisive choice. Suddenly, he halted, stepped back, and knelt on both knees, respectfully bowing 3 times to the master. "Master, please accept me as your disciple." Yu Xiaojiang was momentarily taken aback, but a satisfied smile soon graced his face. He bent down, extending his hand to help Tang San rise. "Silly boy, there is no need for such formalities when becoming a disciple. A bow is sufficient. Kneeling is reserved for honoring kings and parents." Yet, Tang San shook his head earnestly and replied, "Once a disciple, forever a father. You deserve my reverence." Yu Xiaojiang was deeply moved. Despite their first meeting, through this brief interaction, he had fully recognized Tang San as a child worthy of his utmost dedication. In that instant, Yu Xiaojiang could not contain his laughter. "All right, it seems I have indeed made the right choice. Come, little San, I shall take you to the administrative office to report." With that, Yu Xiaojiang grasped Tang San's hand once more. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, who had been treated as if he were invisible, could no longer hold back as he watched the two prepare to leave. "Master, Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Xiaojiang waved his hand dismissively. "You should come along as well, but with little San here, I shall not take on any additional disciples." Tang San opened his mouth, intending to speak well of Tang Ge. However, Tang Ge had already preemptively spoken. He gazed at the aloof figure of Yu Xiaojiang and helplessly remarked, "Master, please do not overthink it. I never intended to apprentice myself to you. I merely wish to inquire if the matter regarding the report can be addressed on my behalf." Chapter 15. The leader is meant to be beaten. Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Yu Xiaojiang's previously composed demeanor faltered, and he could no longer maintain his cool facade, his eyes widening in fury. "You little rascal, do you really think I am unaware of your antics at the academy's entrance? Do you dare to challenge me? I could revoke your admission right here." It was indeed the first time anyone had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Were it not for the need to uphold his image in front of his newly accepted students, he would have certainly seized Tang Ge by the ear and delivered a proper reprimand. It was infuriating. Did he truly believe that his status as a master was to be taken lightly? Under Yu Xiaojiang's piercing gaze, Tang Ge could not help but chuckle awkwardly. "Master, please do not be upset. I merely sensed that you already have a third party in your life. So I did not wish to divert your attention from mentoring a student as extraordinarily talented as I." Yu Xiaojiang felt a headache coming on. He chose to ignore Tang Ge and turned his attention to Tang San, inquiring, "Tang San, how well do you know this rascal? We grew up together. Our relationship is quite strong." Tang San was perplexed by the master's inquiry, yet he responded truthfully. Upon hearing his answer, Yu Xiaojiang's expression turned grave. "Even with a good relationship, I advise you to keep your distance from him. This lad is quite devious. Should you fall under his influence, my dear master, you may find yourself unable to venture out ever again." Although Tang Ge typically possessed a thick skin, one would hope he was not inherently malevolent. Tang San believed that the master was genuinely displeased with Tang Ge and hurriedly sought to intercede. However, Tang Ge, upon hearing this, merely rolled her eyes. "Little San, could you please exhibit a bit more confidence and eliminate the should and not bad from your statements?" Yu Xiaojing caught sight of Tang Ge's eye rolling and let out a snort. "Little one, considering your relationship with little San, I shall overlook this instance. However, are you certain you do not wish to accompany us to the report? Although I shall not take you as my disciple, there are other instructors within the academy who could greatly aid your future cultivation." "Indeed, Tang Ge, come along with us. Tang San is indeed the way." However, Tang Ge shook his head. "Thank you, master, but I have decided against going. I will wait here for Xiao San to return." "In that case, I shall not force you. I only hope you will not regret this decision in the future. Xiao San, let us depart." Yu Xiaojing cast a lingering glance at Tang Ge. He then grasped Tang San's hand and turned to leave. Once they had departed, Tang Ge felt an immediate sense of relief wash over him. He couldn't help but stretch lazily, a smile gracing his face. If it were Shrek Academy, that would be different. But here, why would I need a teacher? Isn't being alone quite delightful? Moreover, were it not for the demands of the plot and the desire to amass shock value, Tang Ge would have preferred to avoid the academy altogether. Indeed, had he showcased the formidable prowess of his martial spirit, the Spirit Hall would likely have sought to recruit him, possibly even offering him a position as a titled Douluo instructor. Alas, Tang Ge currently harbors an interest only in Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, along with her daughter Qian Renxue and disciple Hulaina. Joining the Spirit Hall? Perhaps it is best to forego such considerations for now. At least up to this point, Tang Ge has not genuinely contemplated it. Never mind, it is better to leave this place for the time being. As she observes the increasing number of academy students passing by, Tang Ge retracts her thoughts and proceeds directly into the academy. As the venerable village chief Jack has stated, the number of individuals capable of becoming spirit masters is exceedingly scarce. This is particularly true in a remote city like Notting. Consequently, the number of students and teachers at Notting Academy is rather limited, with the entire institution featuring but one dormitory building where both instructors and pupils reside together. Among these, there are only 7 student dormitories. Furthermore, due to the generally young age of the academy's students and the necessity for unified management, pupils of each grade are collectively housed in a large dormitory. However, there exists a unique dormitory among them, Dormitory 7. It is not only the most modest in conditions, but also exclusively accommodates work-study students, regardless of gender or grade. As a work-study student, Tang Ge was also assigned to this dormitory. Thus, even though Tang San, who had gone to report, had not yet returned, Tang Ge, with his advantage of being familiar with the storyline, arrived early at the entrance of Dormitory 7, listening to the raucous sounds emanating from within. A smile appeared on Tang Ge's face. It was time to exploit the opportunity. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The spacious dormitory was lined with beds against the walls. Some were bare, while others were adorned with bedding, albeit only a small fraction. At that moment, 7 or 8 children, aged between 8 and 12, were engaged in lively chatter. When Tang Ge entered, their attention was immediately drawn to him. Due to his ancient sacred body, he towered over his peers, even surpassing some who were 2 or 3 years older. As he stepped in, the dormitory fell silent for a brief moment, and then one of the older children, who was roughly of similar height to Tang Ge, approached him. With a glint of caution in his eyes, he inquired, "I am Wang Sheng. Are you the new work-study student? Are you the leader here?" Tang Ge did not respond, but instead posed a counter-question. Upon realizing that the other party could instantly discern his status as the leader of the dormitory, Wang Sheng could not help but puff out his chest, displaying a proud expression. "Of course I am." However, before he could finish his sentence, Tang Ge abruptly interjected, declaring, "Enough. Regardless of who you are, from this moment onward, I shall be the leader of your dormitory." What audacity! As soon as these words were uttered, it was not only Wang Sheng who changed his expression. Even the other 7 children observing the spectacle could not suppress their anger. In an instant, the children began to shout in unison. "Leader, he underestimates you. Teach him a lesson. Who does this newcomer think he is? Trying to claim the title of our dormitory's leader right upon his arrival? How arrogant. Humph. Just wait until the leader gives him a good thrashing. Then he'll know his place." Listening to the chorus of support from his followers, Wang Xing felt his authority as leader was being challenged. He fixed his gaze on Tang Ge, gritting his teeth as he said, "You wish to be the leader of our dormitory? Then let us see if you have the ability to defeat me. Bring it on." Tang Ge smiled broadly and gently thrust a palm towards Wang Sheng. This palm appeared rather feeble, almost as if it had not been nourished by a proper meal, causing Wang Sheng to suppress a chuckle. Was the other party attempting to amuse him? Hence, Wang Sheng refrained from employing his spiritual power, casually extending his right hand to grasp Tang Ge's wrist, intending to fling him away effortlessly. However, in that instant, Tang Ge unexpectedly accelerated, evading Wang Sheng's grasp. When his palm struck Wang Sheng's chest, a surge of formidable force erupted, propelling Wang Sheng through the air. Chapter 16. Just a little bit more. With a thud, Wang Sheng landed heavily upon a bed propped against the wall. Fortunately, the bed was cushioned by a thick blanket, sparing him from severe injury, though he grimaced in pain. Boss! Boss! At that moment, the other 6 children, previously lost in their thoughts, snapped back to reality and rushed over in astonishment. Supported by 2 of his companions, Wang Sheng gritted his teeth and descended from the bed, his expression contorted in discomfort. He glared at Tang Ge, still standing at the doorway, whose smile felt like a piercing thorn embedded in his heart. How dare he humiliate me before my dormitory comrades? In an instant, Wang Sheng could no longer contain his fury, roaring, "You little rascal, you dared to ambush me." He lunged toward Tang Ge, as Wang Sheng charged, aiming a punch at Tang Ge's heart. The latter chose not to evade, eager for the system notification in his mind to resonate more forcefully. As the ancient sacred body was activated, a golden light flickered beneath his skin, and he met Wang Sheng's attack head-on. Bang! When Wang Sheng's fist connected with Tang Ge's chest, it felt akin to striking a bell, and a resounding chime echoed in the air. Tang Ge remained firmly in place, a smile adorning her face. How could this be possible? Wang Sheng, whose fist had gone numb from the impact, was rendered speechless by the sight before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for astonishing Wang Sheng, earning 20 points of astonishment value. The system notification echoed in his mind. Tang Ge's smile grew increasingly radiant, unable to resist the urge to tease. Xiao Wang, didn't you drink milk this morning? It was you who didn't drink milk this morning. How dare you insult me? I swear I will bring you to your knees, begging for mercy. Wang Sheng trembled with rage, his expression contorted in fury. Yet at that moment, he recognized the formidable strength of the new work-study student before him. Without invoking his martial spirit, it would be impossible to overpower his opponent. Thus, Wang Sheng let out a furious roar. Power of the battle tiger. Bow down, little brat. In that instant, he unleashed his martial spirit, the battle tiger's might. As a golden light flickered, his unyielding fist transformed into a fearsome tiger's claw, lunging directly for Tang Ge's collar, intending to hurl him onto the bed he had previously smashed. So close. Sensing the fluctuations of Wang Sheng's aura, Tang Ge did not flinch. Rather, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in his eyes. So he's using his martial spirit? This should enhance the effect. With that thought, a peculiar smile curled upon his lips as he channeled all his strength into his feet, anchoring himself firmly to the ground. At the same moment, Wang Sheng's tiger claw grasped Tang Ge's collar. A thrill surged through Wang Sheng as he thought, now you shall witness the prowess of Wang Sheng. He eagerly exerted more force upwards, but Tang Ge remained utterly unmoved. Wang Sheng was momentarily taken aback, then increased his strength once more. Still unmoving? The excitement on Wang Sheng's face froze, and the arm gripping Tang Ge's collar began to tremble. Yet, undeterred, he gritted his teeth and summoned every last ounce of his strength. With a rip, the sound of tearing fabric echoed, as a piece of torn cloth was finally lifted by Wang Sheng. At that moment, his expression turned to one of sheer disbelief. Tang Ge lowered his gaze to examine his tattered garment. In an instant, the innate full soul power that had long remained dormant within him surged forth. His cold eyes fixated on Wang Sheng as he slowly raised his right hand. To his astonishment, Wang Sheng suddenly knelt on one knee, clasping his fists and exclaiming, "Greetings, boss." This unexpected turn of events nearly left Tang Ge breathless, while the other 7 children in the dormitory stood in stunned silence. Had the former leader surrendered so readily? For a moment, they seemed to hear the sound of something shattering. Yet, Wang Sheng paid no heed to their bewilderment. Seeing that Tang Ge's hand remained raised, he breathed a sigh of relief and immediately called out to his 7 former subordinates, "What are you all standing there for? Don't you see the boss's clothes are ruined? Hurry and bring me that new outfit." Upon hearing Wang Sheng's urgent command, the 7 roommates finally snapped back to reality. When they turned to look at the newly arrived Tang Ge, their eyes no longer held the initial disdain. Instead, they were filled with profound astonishment and respect. One of them quickly fetched a brand new outfit that Wang Sheng had yet to wear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for astonishing Wang Sheng, earning 30 astonishment points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for astonishing Li Shi, earning 7 astonishment points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for astonishing Ho Sai, earning 6 astonishment points. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, Tang Ge's frustration over his torn clothing dissipated. With astonishment points at his disposal, everything seemed manageable. Thus, he readily forgave Wang Sheng and, upon successfully claiming the title of leader of the dormitory, began to relish the treatment typically reserved for the aristocracy. Once he had changed into his new attire and adorned his bed with fresh bedding, Tang Ge found himself surrounded by Wang Sheng and his companions, who eagerly inquired about his martial soul and soul power. When they learned that their new leader possessed innate full soul power, a wave of exclamations erupted among the 8 children, their gazes toward Tang Ge burning with fervor. Simultaneously, he seized the opportunity to garner a substantial amount of astonishment points. Taking advantage of the moment, he summoned his personal information panel. Astonishment System Host, Tang Ge Level 10 Soul Master, Innate Full Soul Power, Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Inyong Life and Death Chart. 4 Swords of Extermination Martial Skills, Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree, 12 Astonishment Points. 95 ninium? Only 400 points are needed to unlock the first celestial lottery? Upon seeing his current tally of astonishment points, Tang Ge was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by a wave of exhilaration. According to the unfolding narrative, tomorrow marked the day when Tang San and the master would venture into the soul-hunting forest. At that time, not only would Tang San seek to hunt soul beasts for soul rings, but Tang Ge too would need to select appropriate soul rings to merge with his martial soul, the inyong life and death chart, to enter the soul-splitting forest. He currently had only one viable course of action: to obtain a command token from the martial soul hall or rely on the master. Naturally, Tang Ge intended to accompany them. Should he have the opportunity to initiate a grand lottery before their departure, his chances of acquiring a superior soul ring would undoubtedly increase. Yet, the question remained: from where could he procure the remaining 400 points? As he listened to the incessant chatter of Wang Sheng and the others, Tang Ge found himself lost in contemplation. Just then, a melodious and delightful laughter suddenly floated in from outside the 7th dormitory. Upon hearing this, Tang Ge's eyes immediately sparkled with realization. Chapter 17: The Startled Xiaowu. The door of the 7th dormitory swung open, accompanied by laughter and the sound of footsteps, revealing two figures at the entrance. One of them was Tang San, who had previously departed with the master after parting ways with Tang Ge. Beside him stood a charming young girl, her age and height comparable to Tang San's. Her delicate face was flushed with a rosy hue. Should she mature further, she would undoubtedly blossom into an enchanting beauty. However, what captivated attention the most was her long black hair, styled into a single braid cascading past her waist, and her pair of sparkling, curious eyes. The moment the young girl appeared, she instantly captivated the 8 young boys in the 7th dormitory, all rendered speechless in awe. Although Tang Ge was meeting the young girl for the first time, he instantly recognized her as Xiaowu. However, in his eyes, Xiaowu was merely a young girl who had yet to mature, failing to evoke any interest in him. Nevertheless, what piqued Tang Ge's curiosity was: Tang San had gone to report, so how could he possibly be here with Xiaowu? At that moment, Tang San, standing at the doorway, also noticed Tang Ge seated on the bed in the dormitory. His face, which had been adorned with a smile, suddenly froze, and he involuntarily exclaimed, "Tang Ge, what are you doing here?" "Oh, Xiao-san, there is someone you know inside," Xiaowu exclaimed in surprise. Without waiting for Tang San to respond, she joyfully hopped in with her pink backpack, her rabbit ears bobbing playfully. Once inside the dormitory, Xiaowu displayed no hint of shyness and confidently introduced herself. "Hello, I am Xiaowu as in dance." "Ah, hello. This is my boss, Tang Ge." Wang Sheng, regaining his composure, nervously introduced Tang Ge on his behalf. Tang Ge couldn't help but roll his eyes. After all, she was merely a 6-year-old girl. Was there truly a need to be so anxious? Nevertheless, he stood up and, with a smile, addressed the little girl clad in white stockings. "Hello, my name is Tang Ge." "Tang Ge? You share the same surname as Tang. Are you the older brother of Xiao-san?" Xiaowu inquired with a surge of curiosity. Tang Ge nodded with a broad smile. "Indeed, I am his elder brother. He usually heeds my words. So, do you aspire to become the leader of this dormitory? All you need to do is defeat my brother, and you shall reign as the chief of Dormitory 7. Moreover, once you ascend to this position, you are free to do as you please. It would be no trouble at all to have the little third assist you with serving tea, massaging your feet, or warming your bed. Becoming the leader of Dormitory 7? That certainly sounds intriguing." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Xiaowu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly turned to face Tang San. She placed her hands on her slender waist and exclaimed in a charming voice, "Tang San, I challenge you. Tang Ge, I implore you to behave like a human." At this moment, Tang San could no longer remain silent. He swiftly approached Tang Ge, pulling him to a secluded spot, his expression darkening as he exclaimed, "Tang Ge, my teacher was indeed correct. You possess an astonishingly thick skin. Well, it's acceptable, I suppose." Tang Ge was not the least bit angry. Instead, he smiled and spoke. Upon witnessing this, Tang San found himself utterly at a loss. Resigned, he chose not to dwell further on the matter and quietly inquired, "Tang Ge, I was under the impression that you had gone elsewhere. I have been searching for you, but to no avail. It appears you arrived here earlier than I thought. However, since you did not report in, how did you come to know that we would be assigned to the 7th dormitory?" The 7th dormitory, being the sole residence for work-study students at Notting Academy, naturally means that we are to reside here as work-study students. Such a straightforward question, surely you must have realized this? Tang Ge, with a look of astonishment, retorted. Tang San fell into silence for a moment, pursing his lips. Of course I know. I was merely concerned that you might not. Not far away, Xiao was waiting in boredom. After a while, seeing Tang San and Tang Ge whispering together, she couldn't help but bounce over. What are you two discussing? I'm chatting with little San about the fact that you are a rabbit. Tang Ge replied with a smile as he noticed Xiao approaching. Huh? When did I discuss that Xiao is a rabbit? Tang San looked bewildered at Tang Ge's words. However, the previously curious Xiao was now so frightened that she nearly turned to flee, her delicate face paling significantly. It was evident that her frail body was trembling slightly. Tang Ge immediately noticed this scene. At the same time, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host, you have shocked Xiao, earning 1,000 shock points. 1,000 points. Could it be due to Xiao being the incarnation of the 10,000-year-soul beast, the soft-bone rabbit? Tang Ge was momentarily taken aback by the system notification. However, he soon became exhilarated. Finally, he had accumulated enough shock points, 10,000. At that moment, when Tang Ge looked at Xiao, it was as if he were gazing at countless precious treasures, eager to seize them all. This frightening gaze made Xiao's complexion grow even paler. Beside them, Tang San finally sensed something amiss and couldn't help but express his concern. Xiao, are you all right? I am fine, Xiao murmured, biting her delicate lips. Seeing Xiao so frightened by his words, Tang Ge ultimately suppressed his thoughts and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, I was just joking. I was actually discussing the 7 houses with little San. Yes, Tang Ge was talking to me about the 7 houses. Tang San felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort, so he merely nodded in agreement. Observing the genuine expression on Tang San's face, which did not suggest deceit, Xiao's tense demeanor finally relaxed. A faint smile struggled to appear on her pale visage as she remarked, Brother Tang, you are truly remarkable to have guessed that my martial soul is a rabbit. Xiao, is your martial soul truly a rabbit? Before Tang Ge could respond, Tang San could not help but exclaim in surprise. Xiao shyly nodded in affirmation. Yes, a very adorable little white rabbit. And what about you, Xiao San? My martial soul is blue silvergrass, which just so happens to be the natural prey of your martial soul. Tang San, upon hearing this, couldn't help but let out a wry smile. Tang Ge also smiled as he spoke. I didn't expect that your martial souls would be so compatible. It's just that Xiao hasn't brought her bedding. Since that's the case, why don't you two merge the 2 beds and lie together? All right, I'll follow Brother Tang's arrangement. Xiao replied, nodding obediently. However, Tang San couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Tang Ge. You want me to lie with Xiao? What? Do you find Xiao undesirable? Tang Ge raised an eyebrow and inquired with a playful smile. Xiao, following suit, placed her small hands on her slender waist, puffing her cheeks in a huff as she glared at Tang San. Tang San, do you dare to look down on me? Chapter 18, The Lottery of the Heavens. The 9 Aperture Golden Dan. Faced with the inquiries from Tang Ge and Xiao, even the seasoned Tang San, having lived 2 lifetimes, found himself flustered. His face flushed crimson as he waved his hands in a flurry. No, how could I ever look down on you? Xiao, I would be overjoyed just to share a bed with you. Really? Upon hearing this, Xiao's enchanting eyes sparkled with delight, and a joyful smile illuminated her charming face. The lingering shadow that Tang Ge had cast in her heart had instantly dissipated by more than half. Upon witnessing the jubilance of Xiao, Tang San promptly nodded in affirmation. Indeed, beside him, Tang Ge could not help but jest, little San. I never imagined that upon our first encounter, you would already be preoccupied with that young lady. How remarkable. He continued, this matter must be conveyed to the master. Are you a devil? Tang San exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment at Tang Ge's words. In this moment, he finally comprehended why his teacher had been so resolute in refusing to accept Tang Ge as a disciple. Such audacity. Did he truly require a mentor? Taking a deep breath, Tang San suppressed his urge to retaliate and glared at Tang Ge, stating, I do not possess a blanket. Will you fetch one for me? Rest assured, it will be arranged shortly. For now, let us join the 2 beds together. Tang Ge smiled and made arrangements. Will it be ready soon? Tang San wore a skeptical expression, yet he, alongside Xiao, joined by the enthusiastic assistance of Wang Sheng and others, chose 2 vacant beds and pushed them together. Just as they completed this task, a teacher in his 30s entered the room, carrying a set of bedding in his hands. His gaze swept across the children in the dormitory as he spoke in a calm tone. Which one is Tang San? Step forward, please. Upon hearing this, Tang San promptly stepped forward. However, his gaze was predominantly fixed on the bedding in the teacher's hands. Without further ado, the teacher directly handed the bedding to Tang San. I am Mo Hen, and you may address me as Teacher Mo Tang San. This bedding is a gift from the master to you. Furthermore, he elaborated on the part-time work arrangement for the 3 work-study students, Tang San, Tang Ge, and Xiao Wu, assigning them the task of cleaning the garden on the southern side of the playground. He also solemnly reminded them about the opening ceremony scheduled for the following day, urging the trio not to forget it. Afterward, he turned and departed. Once the teacher had left, Tang San, cradling the bedding, could no longer contain his curiosity and turned to Tang Ge. Tang Ge, how did you know the teacher would give me the bedding? Just a guess, Tang Ge replied. Tang Ge chuckled, yet deep within, he felt a profound sense of frustration. To think that he received not a shred of shock value. It appeared that Tang San was becoming increasingly stingy. On the other hand, Xiao Wu was oblivious to such thoughts. Upon seeing the blankets being delivered, her face lit up with joy. Unable to contain her excitement, she urged, Tang San, hurry over and make the bed, responding to Xiao Wu's insistence. Tang San suppressed his inner confusion and carried the blankets over. Subsequently, just as Tang Ge had anticipated, after merging the 2 beds, Xiao Wu and Tang San established their shared sleeping arrangement with a bundle as their dividing line, officially embarking on their student life of sharing a bed. This spectacle elicited immense envy from Wang Sheng and the other roommates. Even Tang Ge, the unwitting instigator, found himself unwittingly caught up in the affectionate banter between Tang San and Xiao Wu, feeling a twinge of yearning. Thankfully, the time for lunch had finally arrived. At the mere mention of delicious food, Xiao Wu sprang from the bed, exclaiming with excitement, "Where are we going? What delectable treats await us?" As for the work-study students, the answer was obvious, the school cafeteria. Wang Sheng sighed with a wry smile, saying, after all, for children from impoverished families like us, we hardly have the means to indulge in fine dining. We can only make do with some cheap meals from the cafeteria. At this moment, Tang Ge seized the opportunity to speak. I have something to attend to shortly, so I won't be able to join you. Please go ahead without me. And just bring me back something when you return. Tang Ge, are you not going? Surely, it isn't because you find the cafeteria food unsatisfactory? Tang San gazed at Tang Ge, a look of skepticism etched upon his face. Tang Ge couldn't help but roll his eyes. Brother, if I were to disdain the cafeteria food, why would I ask you to bring it for me? Am I foolish? Tang San offered a sheepish smile, refraining from further inquiries. He agreed to bring back food before departing the 7th dormitory with Xiao Wu and Wang Sheng. In an instant, the dormitory was left with only Tang Ge. As the atmosphere grew quiet, a smile blossomed on Tang Ge's face. Finally, everyone had left. Eagerly, he shut the door behind him and sat cross-legged on his bed. Immersing his consciousness in the system interface, he noted the accumulation of 10,000 shock points. He silently proclaimed, "System, I wish to commence the heavenly lottery." Ding dong. The system detected the host's eligibility for the heavenly lottery, and the grand lottery wheel commenced its spin. Buzz. The air shimmered as a colossal wheel materialized before Tang Ge's mind's eye. Under his gaze, the wheel connecting countless realms began to rotate slowly, each treasure radiating a dazzling golden light. Although Tang Ge could not discern the specifics, his heart surged with fervor. What would he draw? He silently anticipated the outcome. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. After more than 2 minutes of rapid spinning, the heavenly lottery wheel gradually came to a halt. The golden glow faded, leaving only one treasure resting upon the wheel. A prompt from the system rang out. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a 9-aperture golden pill from the heavenly lottery. The 9-aperture golden pill? Could it possibly be a potion from that realm? Upon hearing the system notification, Tang Ge felt a surge of anticipation as the treasures upon the celestial wheel vanished in an instant. The vast and magnificent celestial wheel also dissolved into nothingness, retreating into the void. As Tang Ge became aware of his detachment from the system, he glanced down to find a golden elixir, resembling the size of a longan, resting quietly in the palm of his hand. Simultaneously, the information regarding the golden elixir materialized within his mind. The 9-aperture golden pill, the foremost remedy for fortifying the foundation and enhancing vitality in the realm of immortality. Crafted by the Emperor of the Yellow Springs, possessing the transformative power to rejuvenate one's very essence. For those at the 10th layer of flesh, consumption of this pill allows immediate ascension into the realm of divine abilities. At this moment, Tang Ge merely inhaled the rich fragrance emanating from the 9 apertures golden elixir, causing every hair on his body to stand on end, and he was instantly enveloped in a sensation akin to transcending into the realm of immortals. Alas, while the 9 apertures golden elixir is indeed remarkable, it ultimately pales in comparison to the treasures of the myriad worlds. How splendid it would be to procure the 9 revolutions golden elixir, which could elevate a mortal to immortality in an instant. Such a slight difference in terminology reflects an immeasurable disparity in efficacy. Tang Ge cast a glance at his nearly depleted shock value and couldn't help but shake his head. Well, considering that he had already been bestowed with the 4 swords of Zhu Xian and the primordial sacred body at the onset, one could not demand too much. The 9 aperture golden pill was not too shabby either, sufficient for his current needs. Without hesitation, he pressed the 9 aperture golden pill against his heart. Chapter 19. Healing or Control. The 9 aperture golden pill was not meant to be swallowed or applied externally. Rather, it necessitated a small incision at the heart, allowing it to be directly sewn within. This was the method employed by Feng Han in the eternal life world. However, Tang Ge was not Feng Han, and thus he need not adhere to such a process. With the system's assistance, as soon as the 9 aperture golden pill was pressed against his heart, a sudden force of attraction emerged, drawing the pill into his body. In an instant, Tang Ge felt his heart begin to throb violently. Seemingly struck by a thought, he swiftly rose and removed all his garments, ultimately sitting cross-legged on the ground clad only in a pair of shorts. The vigorous beating of his heart propelled the blood within him to circulate rapidly, each passage through the heart continually flushing the infused 9 aperture golden pill. The surging potency of the pill gradually melded into his bloodstream, coursing through his limbs and bones. A profound sensation of coolness enveloped his entire being, even prompting his lips to secrete a sweet nectar that he swallowed with a gulp. Yet, from every pore of Tang Ge's body, a foul odor began to emanate. In a brief moment, his bronze-hued, healthy skin became coated with a layer of dark filth. This was the 9 aperture golden pill reshaping Tang Ge's physique. Furthermore, with the assistance of the pill's overwhelming potency, even the previously dormant primordial sacred body began to strengthen. His blood was boiling. His strength was amplifying. Tang Ge, feeling an overwhelming sense of comfort, involuntarily closed his eyes and began to relish the transformation brought about by the 9 aperture golden elixir. Thus, time gradually slipped away. After nearly half an hour had elapsed, the surging potency of the elixir gradually subsided. Tang Ge also opened his eyes, immediately accessing his personal profile panel. System Shock Host, Tang Ge Level 10 Soul Master, Innately Full Soul Power, Martial Soul, Dual Martial Souls, Inyong Life and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Immortal Slaying Martial Arts, Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique Physique, Primordial Sacred Body Fusion Degree, 30 Shock Value, 590. His gaze fell upon the fusion degree of the Primordial Sacred Body, and he was instantly taken aback. Had it only increased by 18 points? He could distinctly feel that, with the aid of the 9 aperture golden core, his power had nearly multiplied several times. He had originally believed that the primordial sacred body had surpassed the fusion stage and entered the awakening phase. Yet, it appeared to still be in the fusion period. This realization brought both astonishment and great joy to Tang Ge. The potency of the 9 aperture golden core still remained abundant, allowing further absorption to enhance the primordial sacred body. It was entirely possible that he could elevate his strength in a relatively short time. Moreover, his chances of hunting high-age soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest had significantly increased. After retracting the profile panel, Tang Ge sensed that his soul power cultivation speed had also accelerated considerably. Should he successfully fuse with the first soul ring, he believed he would enter a peak period of soul power enhancement. In that moment, Tang Ge could not help but marvel. Indeed, collecting shock value to unlock celestial lotteries was the swiftest route to augmenting his strength. However, as he contemplated the passage of time, realizing that Xiao Wu and Tang San, who had gone out for a meal, might soon return, Tang Ge rose to his feet. Time for a shower. Noticing the unpleasant odor emanating from his body, Tang Ge grimaced in distaste. He promptly padded barefoot into the bathing area of Dormitory 7. Half an hour later, having bathed and changed into fresh clothing, Tang Ge lay idly on his bed. With the sound of footsteps, the group that had gone out to eat, including Wang Sheng, finally returned. However, upon glancing over, Tang Ge noticed that Tang San was absent. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Where's Xiao San? Didn't he return with you?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's question, The other children instinctively turned their gazes to Wang Sheng, who suddenly appeared quite embarrassed. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge contemplated for a moment and quickly grasped the situation. This fellow must have spoken ill of the master in the cafeteria only to receive a warning from Tang San. It stands to reason that Tang San was also summoned by the master, not only to discuss their expedition to the soul-hunting forest the following morning, but perhaps also to elaborate on the development of martial souls. With this thought in mind, Tang Ge chose not to expose the matter, instead directing his gaze towards the lunchbox held by Wang Sheng, and cheerfully urged him, "Hurry up. After waiting so long, I am famished." Wang Sheng, relieved by Tang Ge's enthusiasm, promptly handed over the lunchbox. As the afternoon waned and shadows lengthened, Tang San, who had been absent for half the day, finally returned to the dormitory. A swift glance around revealed that he was the only occupant in the spacious room. Confusion crossed his face as he inquired, "Tang Ge, why are you the only one here? Where are the others?" "They went out to have some fun," came the reply. Tang Ge sat up in bed, gazing at the returning Tang San. "As for me, I have, of course, been waiting here for your return. So, how did it go? Have you confirmed with the master about our expedition to the soul-hunting forest tomorrow? How did you know? Were you eavesdropping outside?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San was instantly taken aback, his expression one of astonishment. Tang Ge rolled his eyes. "What is eavesdropping? I am merely predicting the future." However, the system notification echoing in his mind filled him with immense satisfaction. He had successfully reaped the benefits once again. How delightful. Tang Ge could not help but chuckle, saying, "Don't just stand there in a daze. Share your thoughts. What are the plans for tomorrow? Aren't you supposed to know everything? Why should I have to say anything?" Upon regaining his senses, Tang San cast a complex gaze upon Tang Ge. This was not the first instance. Were it not for their shared upbringing, Tang San might have questioned whether Tang Ge was somehow a manifestation of his own thoughts. How else could he possibly be privy to all of Tang San's innermost affairs? Tang San truly wished to inquire about the situation, yet after having known Tang Ge for such an extended period, he understood that the latter had already expressed what he intended to say. Perhaps this was akin to a secret of his own, one that could not be divulged to others. Tang San pondered silently, ultimately dismissing the urge to inquire further. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, he reiterated the words that Master had previously shared with him to Tang Ge. He placed particular emphasis on the developmental paths of various martial souls, including the food system, reconnaissance system, combat system, healing system, and control system. Finally, Tang San gazed at Tang Ge with curiosity and inquired, "Tang Ge, your martial soul possesses the ability to heal injuries. Are you inclined towards the healing system?" Having witnessed Tang Ge's martial soul capabilities, Tang San felt compelled to ask. However, Tang Ge merely smiled and shook his head. "No, I have chosen the control system." "The control system?" Tang San was momentarily taken aback, and an image suddenly surfaced in his mind, Tang Ge ensnaring someone with an enlarged martial soul scroll. This could indeed be classified as a control-type ability. Observing Tang San's gaze, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile inwardly. The healing prowess of his martial soul, the inyong life and death diagram, was merely a fragment of its true potential. To regard it solely as a healing martial soul would be a gross underestimation. However, the inyong life and death diagram was distinct from those aggressive weapon-type martial souls. While it possessed formidable offensive capabilities, it was not entirely suited for a combat-oriented path. Thus, Tang Ge opted to pursue the route of control. Moreover, considering the capabilities of the inyong life and death diagram, he had roughly determined the direction for his first soul ring selection. If chosen wisely, his martial soul's healing abilities could become a lifeline for his allies, while simultaneously transforming into a death knell for his enemies. Additionally, apart from the inyong life and death diagram, Tang Ge possessed the ancient sacred body and the currently inexhaustible 4 swords of extermination, leaving him with no shortage of offensive means. Control type? It was merely a facade to conceal his true strength. As he contemplated a delightful scenario, a sly smile crept across Tang Ge's face. Tang San, noticing this, involuntarily shuddered and took 2 steps back. He fixed his gaze on Tang Ge and asked, "Tang Ge, what are you thinking? Why does your smile seem so terrifying? Rest assured, I am not contemplating you, so please refrain from looking so alarmed. Since you have returned, I shall take my leave." Tang Ge rose to his feet and walked towards the dormitory exit. Having spent nearly a day at the academy, he had yet to familiarize himself with the surroundings. Once Tang Ge departed, a wave of exhaustion hit. causing Tang San to lie down on his bed and drift into slumber. The following morning, while the students of the 7th dormitory were still lost in their dreams, Tang Ge and Tang San had already left their quarters and arrived at the entrance of the Nodding Academy. A figure awaited them. It was none other than Master Yu Xiaojiang. Upon seeing Tang Ge accompany them, Yu Xiaojiang appeared unsurprised, as if he had anticipated it. He gestured for the two to follow him, speaking as they walked. "We are headed to the soul hunting forest, a place where the Empire breeds soul beasts. You are sure to find suitable soul rings there." Today, Master donned a fitted outfit that accentuated his vigor, yet his rigid countenance still emanated an air of discord. Before Tang San could speak, Tang Ge eagerly interjected, "Master, please enlighten us about the knowledge of soul beasts. You need not prompt me, as I intend to share this information regardless. It is imperative that you remember it, for it will greatly assist you in choosing your soul rings." Yu Xiaojiang glanced at Tang Ge and nodded. He then began to elaborate on the requirements for obtaining soul rings, including the age of soul beasts, the colors of soul rings, and the intricacies of hunting soul beasts, drawing from his extensive knowledge and the 10 core competencies of martial souls. As it was Tang San's first encounter with such fascinating information, he listened intently, regrettably, without a means to take notes. He lamented that he could not capture all the information to ponder later. Conversely, Tang Ge maintained a relaxed demeanor, for he possessed the innate advantage of knowing the plot, and this reiteration merely served to reinforce his memory. However, Yu Xiaojiang, noticing Tang Ge's nonchalance, felt a flicker of disappointment. What does it matter if he is a genius? How many prodigies have fallen into mediocrity due to their own complacency, even sinking below the level of the ordinary? He hoped that Tang Ge would awaken to this reality sooner rather than later. Shifting his gaze from Tang Ge to his earnest disciple, Yu Xiaojiang felt a wave of contentment. But little San is truly commendable. Next, given that Nodding City lay a considerable 400 miles from the soul-hunting forest, walking was out of the question. Thus, Yu Xiaojiang led Tang Ge and Tang San not to leave Nodding City immediately, but instead to the commercial district to hire a carriage. He also procured a plethora of supplies for their adventure, including water, cured meat, flatbreads, and fruits. Among these, a remarkable 20 pounds of white radishes were included. However, Tang San was puzzled, for although these supplies had been placed in the carriage, they mysteriously vanished once he boarded. Sensing Tang San's confusion, Yu Xiaojiang, seated opposite him, smiled knowingly. "Are you pondering the disappearance of those items?" Upon hearing his master's words, Tang San nodded enthusiastically, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. As Yu Xiaojiang reached for his waist to speak, Tang Ge suddenly interjected, "Master, I know. That belt of yours is a legendary soul-guiding device, used for storage. Thus, the items we purchased must be contained within your belt." Yu Xiaojiang had initially been indifferent, but upon hearing this, he was taken aback, regarding the 6-year-old child before him with astonishment. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "How do you know that this is a storage soul-guiding device?" "Hee. I heard it from my grandfather," Tang Ge replied with a grin. A triumphant expression graced Tang Ge's face. Moments ago, the system's notification echoed in his mind, augmenting his shock value by 500. Sitting opposite him, Yu Xiaojiang remained oblivious to Tang Ge's thoughts. He merely perceived that anyone possessing a soul guide with storage capabilities was undoubtedly an extraordinary individual. Consequently, Yu Xiaojiang's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, as he respectfully inquired, "Who is your grandfather? Could he possibly be a titled Douluo?" To which Tang Ge clarified, "Actually, my grandfather is the village chief of our Holy Soul village. Furthermore, he is merely an ordinary man. You encountered him yesterday when he brought us to the academy." Upon hearing this, Tang San could no longer restrain himself and spoke up. As he did so, Yu Xiaojiang's mind involuntarily conjured the image of the elderly man from yesterday, leaning on a cane and appearing as though he were on the brink of death. Instantly, his facial muscles twitched violently, and he comprehended the situation. The little rascal before him, who had so blatantly discerned his soul guide, was once again attempting to deceive him. Thus, when he turned his gaze back to Tang Ge, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes were instantly filled with malice. He resolved to seize this opportunity to give the young man a sound lesson, ensuring he understood the importance of respecting one's teachers and elders. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere subtly grew oppressive. Yet, Tang Ge seemed utterly oblivious to this shift. Upon hearing Tang San's words, he merely pouted and retorted, "What of it if my grandfather is an ordinary person? Can't he know a bit more?" He added, "Besides, it's merely a soul guide with storage capabilities. I have one too." As he spoke, he extended his left hand, and the inyong life and death diagram materialized in his palm. With a clatter, a copper basin fell into the carriage. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for astonishing Yu Xiaojing, earning 800 shock points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for astonishing Tang San, earning 70 shock points. The system's notification echoed through the air. Unbeknownst to them, Yu Xiaojing and Tang San had widened their eyes, fixated intently on the inyong life and death diagram in Tang Ge's hand. Chapter 21. The earth-shattering 3 cannons. The copper basin was directly retrieved from the system space by Tang Ge. Summoning his martial soul merely served as a superficial distraction. However, Yu Xiaojing and Tang San were oblivious, perceiving only that a copper basin had inexplicably appeared in the carriage alongside Tang Ge's martial soul. In that moment, both were filled with astonishment. A martial soul possessing storage capabilities. As the system's notification chimed in his ears, Tang Ge nearly burst into laughter. However, he restrained himself, adopting an innocent expression as he exclaimed, "Master, look, my martial soul can store items just like your soul guide." He continued, "And I sense that it can hold up to 30 cubic meters of items." 30 cubic meters. Yu Xiaojing's face twitched violently. That was even larger than the space provided by his jade belt. No, he could not continue down this path of conversation, or he would surely become infuriated. Thus, with a forced smile, Yu Xiaojing praised the martial soul and swiftly changed the subject. He removed the jade belt from his waist and presented it to Tang San. "Xiao San, this jade belt is a gift for you." "Master, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it," Tang San exclaimed, startled, his hands waving in protest. Had he remained ignorant, it would have been one thing, but now that he knew the jade belt was a soul guide with storage capabilities, he dared not accept it. "Regardless, if the master insists, you shall take it." Yu Xiaojing ignored Tang San's refusal and firmly placed the jade belt into his embrace. Tang San felt a surge of emotion and could not help but express his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, teacher." It was then that he began to scrutinize the jade belt in his hands. The belt was entirely black, adorned with subtle dark stripes, and evenly embedded with 24 pieces of milky white jade. Moreover, there was a faint flow of energy circulating above it, seamlessly connecting the 24 jade stones. As he was engrossed in his observation, he heard the voice of Yu Xiaojing beside him. "This is a soul guide capable of storing items. Simply infuse it with soul power, and each piece of jade will provide 1 cubic meter of storage space. Xiao San, why not try channeling your soul power and experience the functionality of the belt?" Tang San nodded slightly, and immediately channeled a trace of soul power into the belt in his hand. He then truly sensed the existence of the space within each jade stone, discovering that some contained a substantial amount of supplies. With a mere thought, a carrot promptly fell out. This occurred repeatedly. Tang San has gradually mastered the usage of the belt, and his gaze upon it is transformed into one of fervent admiration. With this storage belt at his disposal, he no longer needs to worry about the issue of concealing his hidden weapons. His desire for the advancement of Xiantian skill has reached an unparalleled intensity. Sensing Tang San's emotions, Yu Xiaojing mistakenly assumes it is merely a fondness for the belt and cannot help but smile as he suggests, "Let us bestow a name upon it. Henceforth, it shall be known as the Night of the Bright Moon over the 24 bridges." Tang San suppressed the excitement within him, pondering for a moment before making his decision. "The Night of the Bright Moon over the 24 bridges?" Yu Xiaojing was slightly taken aback. Although he did not comprehend its meaning, he nodded in agreement. It is a beautiful name, albeit somewhat lengthy. Tang Ge felt a deep resonance upon hearing this. Subsequently, taking advantage of the lengthy journey ahead, Yu Xiaojing imparted a wealth of knowledge regarding soul beasts, as well as the significance and direction of choosing soul rings. During this discourse, he also inquired about Tang Ge's martial soul abilities and suggested corresponding developmental paths based on those capabilities. Tang Ge expressed gratitude, yet deep within, she had already made her choice. Thus, time gradually elapsed. By the noon of the following day, Yu Xiaojing had led Tang Ge and Tang San on a journey of 400 miles, finally arriving at their destination, the soul hunting forest. Due to the preciousness of time, they did not linger at the bustling market outside, but instead utilized their token to pass directly through the gate into the heart of the soul hunting forest. In stark contrast to the external clamor, the forest was enveloped in tranquility, and the air was remarkably fresh. However, under the guidance of their master, Tang San and Tang Ge were acutely aware that once they entered the soul hunting forest, danger lurked at every turn, demanding their utmost vigilance. Consequently, a wary expression began to manifest on their faces. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang, who had been walking ahead, suddenly halted, his previously dejected gaze brightening with newfound clarity. With his hands clasped before him, he swiftly separated them downward while uttering an incantation. Come forth, Luo Sanpao. Accompanied by a surge of soul power, a creature materialized before the trio. This being resembled a dog yet was the size of a pig, measuring over 1.5 meters in length, adorned with light purple fur and 2 petite ears. Its pale blue eyes blinked innocently, radiating both gentleness and an undeniable charm. Upon its arrival, the creature scampered to Yu Xiaojiang's feet, nuzzling its head affectionately against his leg. Teacher, is this your mutated martial soul, Luo Sanpao? It appears quite endearing. Upon encountering Tang San, he could not restrain himself from speaking. Having been proactively inquired by Tang Ge on the way here, he was already aware that the master's beast martial soul was an aberrant one, capable of summoning. However, this anomaly leaned towards a rather unfavorable direction. Tang San dared not inquire further, fearing to touch upon the master's sorrowful memories. However, upon witnessing this creature, he found nothing amiss. Yet, upon hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaojiang's expression subtly twitched. It was the first time someone had deemed his martial soul adorable. Luo Sanpao, lead the way. Without responding to Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang issued a direct command. Luo Sanpao emitted a series of chirps, bobbing its head as it ventured forth, sniffing diligently in search of traces of soul beasts. Yu Xiaojiang closely followed behind with Tang San and Tang Ge. Thus, a day elapsed. Thanks to Luo Sanpao's keen sense of smell, several concealed soul beasts were uncovered, albeit they were either too young or unsuitable for their needs, resulting in no battles occurring. As night fell, the trio established a camp in an open area to rest. Shortly thereafter, Luo Sanpao, tasked with the night watch, seemed to detect something, suddenly stiffening and emitting a series of chirps towards a particular direction. Yu Xiaojiang was instantly alerted, rising to his feet. When he discerned a dozen faint emerald green lights approaching from the darkness, his expression remained composed as he intoned, "It is the Nether Wolf. There is no need for concern." Upon hearing the master's voice, Tang Ge felt invigorated, for he understood that the appearance of the Nether Wolves was merely an appetizer, with the main event yet to unfold. At that moment, 6 wolf-like soul beasts, each approximately 1.6 meters in length, emerged from the shadows. Yu Xiaojiang, upon seeing this, could not help but scoff. A pack of 10th-level pups dares to disturb me, Sanpao. Luo Sanpao let out a low growl, inhaling sharply and transforming into a large balloon. Simultaneously, a yellow halo surged forth and enveloped it. An authoritative voice resonated through the night, flatulence like thunder, splitting the heavens and the earth. Luo Sanpao. As Yu Xiaojiang's words fell, a brilliant light suddenly erupted from Luo Sanpao's blue eyes. The yellow halo surrounding it rapidly morphed, nearly transforming into a luminous barrier. Amidst the fluctuations of soul power, Luo Sanpao's balloon-like body sprang up into the air. Boom! With a deafening sound, a plume of yellow gas erupted from its rear, hurtling towards the Nether Wolves. Put this on. Unbeknownst to Wen, 2 masks had materialized in Yu Xiaojiang's hands. He swiftly donned one for himself and handed the other to Tang San. As Tang San was lost in thought, a hand unexpectedly reached out, swiftly taking the mask ahead of time. When he finally came to his senses, he was astonished to see that the mask originally intended for him by the master was now adorning Tang Ge's face. Noticing Tang San's gaze, Tang Ge immediately turned his head and let out a mischievous chuckle. Tang San gritted his teeth in anger. However, before he could utter a word, the previously unleashed yellow gas erupted explosively upon reaching the pack of spectral wolves. With a thunderous roar, the 6 ferocious-looking spectral wolves were hurled through the air as if they were mere ragdolls, propelled by a formidable shockwave. Instantly, 2 of the wolves crashed violently against a tree, their bodies hitting the ground with a mournful cry, unable to rise again. The remaining 4, though they managed to wobble back to their feet, were left with copious amounts of blood oozing from their mouths and noses. With eyes filled with terror, they cast a fleeting glance in this direction before letting out a howl and swiftly fleeing. Luo Sanpao plummeted down from the air. Tang San's eyes shimmered with astonishment. He had not anticipated the immense power of that recent strike. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Teacher, Sanpao." However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, a gust of wind swept by, carrying with it a peculiar scent that instantly compelled him to double over and retch. Luo Sanpao joyfully approached, but upon witnessing Tang San's reaction, His expression transformed into one of utter grievance. Yu Xiaojiang, equally embarrassed, could not help but turn away, casting a fierce glare at Tang San. After a considerable interval, Tang San had regained some strength, yet his complexion appeared somewhat pallid. The mere thought of the mask that had been snatched away stirred a fierce glare in his eyes as he fixed his gaze upon Tang Ge. Tang Ge. The teacher was right. You are truly wicked. The scent from earlier was exceptionally distinctive. Tang San still harbors shadows in his heart, instinctively yearning to distance himself from his teacher's soul beast. Upon hearing Tang San's complaints, Tang Ge merely shrugged, donning an expression of innocence. The master produced 2 masks, and I felt it would be impolite to decline such goodwill. Besides, what harm could there be in inhaling the essence of San Pao's flatulence? As he spoke, Tang Ge bent down to affectionately pat Luo San Pao's head. The creature emitted a series of chirps, its face displaying sheer delight. Seizing the opportunity to cast a glance at Tang San, that little gaze was rife with discontent, as if reproaching Tang San for his disdain towards its odor. Noticing this, Tang San found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly could not truly blame San Pao for its foul emissions, especially considering that just moments ago, San Pao's resounding flatulence had sent 6 spectral wolves flying. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang could no longer tolerate the scene. He sensed that if this continued, his naive disciple would undoubtedly fall victim to the shameless antics of this little rascal. Armed with a dagger, he approached the 2 immobile spectral wolves and swiftly slashed across their necks, sprinkling some realgar powder to mask the scent of blood. Observing this, the soul rings were about to materialize. At the master's urging, Tang San and Tang Ge ceased their banter, redirecting their focus. As anticipated, mere moments after the 2 spectral wolves met their end, 2 ethereal white rings began to rise from their bodies, appearing fragile as though they could dissipate at any moment. Tang Ge had previously slain wolf-type spirit beasts in the Holy Soul Village, so he was not surprised to see the spirit rings. However, upon his first encounter, Tang San's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Seizing the moment, Master Yu Xiaojiang demonstrated the method of absorbing spirit rings, which encircled him without penetrating his body. After listening to the master's explanation, Tang San understood that this was due to the master's insufficient soul power to advance, thus rendering him unable to absorb the spirit ring. An hour passed, and 2 white spirit rings dissipated. Yu Xiaojiang instructed Tang San to feed Luo Sanpao 2 white radishes to replenish the soul power expended earlier. Observing Luo Sanpao's contented expression while devouring the radishes, Tang San's face twitched slightly. He finally comprehended why that previous emission had been so foul. Just then, Luo Sanpao, having finished the radishes, suddenly emitted a series of urgent cries. Warning, warning, warning. Be cautious, the spirit beast approaching is formidable. Upon hearing Sanpao's alarm, Yu Xiaojiang's expression changed dramatically as he grasped Tang San and Tang Ge's hands, offering a warning. Simultaneously, Tang San also heard the rustling sounds emanating from the darkness ahead. Furthermore, he detected a scent of blood in the air, accompanied by a faint sweetness and a hint of tea fragrance. This indicated the presence of poison. Tang San's expression shifted slightly as he immediately activated the Xiantian skill and summoned the purple extreme demon eye, directing his gaze towards the source of the sound. There, upon perceiving a vague serpentine silhouette in the darkness, he swiftly pointed in that direction. Aware of Tang San's warning, Yu Xiaojiang set aside any thoughts regarding how their opponent had discerned their presence and promptly ignited a firecracker, casting it forth. In the flickering light, a colossal serpent, nearly 4 meters in length, was illuminated. Even Yu Xiaojiang, possessing a soul power of 29 levels, could not suppress a gasp of astonishment upon witnessing the magnificent creature. Little San, little Ge, allow me to impart a theory to you. When souls abound, so do bones. Unleash your techniques in a flurry. But when souls are scarce, and bones few, it is wise to take flight. So what shall we do now? Tang San could not help but inquire. In truth, he felt no fear towards the venomous giant serpent that had appeared. Rather, he was eager to test himself against it. However, Yu Xiaojiang wore a grave expression, swiftly attaching his 2 soul rings to Luo Sanpao while urgently exclaiming, "This is a nearly 400-year-old mandala snake. Let Sanpao hold it off for a moment. We must escape." Just as he spoke, a sudden emptiness filled his hand, and a figure abruptly darted forth, charging towards the distant mandala snake. Upon realizing that the one who had rushed out was, in fact, Tang Ge, he was taken aback and could not help but shout, "Tang Ge, what are you doing? Come back immediately." Upon witnessing the scene, Tang San's expression shifted dramatically as a razor-sharp dagger materialized in his grasp. A mere 5 or 6 meters away, Tang Ge, who had just burst forth, heard the worried shout of Yu Xiaojing, but did not falter. As he gazed at the approaching mandala snake, he felt no trepidation. Instead, he was filled with exhilaration. It was merely a soul beast not even 400 years old. Today, Tang Ge was determined to showcase his prowess by tearing the snake apart with his bare hands. Chapter 23, The Master's Doubt. Tang Ge is not a reckless individual. He would never foolishly charge into danger. However, at the moment the mandala snake appeared, he felt no threat emanating from it whatsoever. Considering that in the original narrative, Tang San was able to defeat the mandala snake unscathed. Tang Ge saw this as a prime opportunity to test the power of the ancient sacred body after reaching a fusion level of 30. Master, there's no need for you to intervene. I shall handle this snake. With that declaration, Tang Ge accelerated once more. Unbeknownst to him, Yu Xiaojing was filled with fury as he watched Tang Ge rush towards the mandala snake. Has this fool lost his mind? That mandala snake has approached its 400-year mark. Even I am no match for it. Is he merely seeking his own demise? Teacher, I know Tang Ge. He will be fine. Hearing his master's anxious and furious admonitions, Tang San could not help but offer words of comfort. Yet, his grip on the dagger tightened, as he silently resolved to rush to Tang Ge's aid should he find himself in peril. In that moment, both men stared intently, scarcely daring to blink, fearful that Tang Ge might unwittingly be consumed by the mandala snake in a single bite. Meanwhile, over 10 meters away, Tang Ge remained oblivious to the concerns of his master and Tang San. He had now reached the front of the mandala snake, and the resistance of the ancient sacred body rendered him immune to the toxic gas permeating the air around him. Bang! Tang Ge unleashed a powerful punch that struck the mandrake serpent with tremendous force. The terrifying impact reverberated through the air. Even the serpent's scales, as hard as iron, shattered instantaneously, causing its body to cave in. The excruciating pain elicited a shrill cry from the mandrake serpent. Its elongated, cold serpent eyes gleamed with a chilling fury, and a faint golden light enveloped its deep green scales. In an instant, the serpent's thick, elongated tail transformed into a blur, whipping fiercely towards Tang Ge, causing the air to crackle with each violent movement. Simultaneously, the serpent, nearly 4 meters in length, coiled into a circular shape, its triangular head pivoting to open its massive jaws wide, aiming to bite Tang Ge. Its sharp fangs glistened ominously in the firelight, with venom visibly dripping from them. In the face of the mandrake serpent's furious counterattack, Tang Ge remained utterly composed. As he observed the gigantic jaws descending upon him, he simply waved his hand, and a massive boulder materialized abruptly in midair. This boulder was the very one he had rested upon before slipping down the steep slope, ultimately allowing him to successfully activate the system. To commemorate the moment, he had previously stored it within the system's space. Now, as he summoned it once more, it perfectly aligned with the path of the serpent's impending bite. With a resounding crunch, the stone lodged itself within the mandrake serpent's mouth. The stone did not shatter, but the serpent's gaping maw was effectively trapped, unable to close or expel the obstruction. Tang Ge could not help but burst into laughter, delivering a powerful punch to the descending serpent's tail. Bang! Amidst the muffled sound of impact, shattered dark green scales scattered in all directions. Moreover, not only this. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Ge swiftly turned and grasped the tail of the mandala serpent, which was attempting to retreat. With a powerful exertion of his arms, he effortlessly lifted the nearly 4-meter-long serpent into the air. Bolstered by the formidable ancient sacred body, the mandala serpent was rendered weightless in Tang Ge's grasp, as he began to slam it violently against the ground. Thud, 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 thud. The earth trembled, and leaves cascaded down. The once menacing mandala serpent, now devoid of its former ferocity, emitted mournful cries, transforming into a dark green whip that repeatedly ascended only to crash back down. Blood-stained emerald scales flew in all directions, while the formerly smooth terrain became riddled with deep crevices. From a distance, Yu Xiaojing and Tang San stood in astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief as they beheld the mandala serpent, utterly powerless against Tang Ge's might. Tang San remained composed, having long recognized Tang Ge's formidable physique and immense strength. At this moment, however, he was merely astonished by the unfolding scene. In stark contrast, Yu Xiaojing's heart raced tumultuously, as if a tempest were raging within him. His pounding heartbeat felt as if it might leap into his throat. Here was a soul beast nearing 4 centuries of existence, reduced to such a state by a mere 6-year-old child. Was this a dream? Yet, as he listened to the resounding thuds of collision, Yu Xiaojing understood that all he beheld was indeed reality. In that moment, he could not help but swallow hard, his gaze shifting to the side to rest upon Tang San. Xiao San, are you certain that this little fellow, who has grown up alongside you, is human and not a soul beast transformed from the Stardow Forest? It should be human, I suppose. Tang San was uncertain. More than 10 meters away, after relentless and frenzied impacts against the ground, the mandala serpent finally ceased its struggles, blood continuously oozing from its mouth as it gnawed on the large boulder. Tang Ge, unbeknownst to him, had already released the serpent's tail and approached the head of the mandala serpent, gripping its upper and lower jaws with both hands. With a powerful tug, the serpent's mouth was instantaneously torn apart by Tang Ge. However, just as he was poised to rip the mandala serpent in half, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have shocked Yu Xiaojing, earning 1,000 shock points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have shocked Tang San, earning 100 shock points. The system notification jolted Tang Ge back to reality. He immediately ceased his assault on the serpent and called out to Tang San in the distance. Little San, hurry over and slay this serpent. You want me to kill the serpent? Upon hearing Tang Ge's call, Tang San was momentarily engulfed in confusion. However, beside him, Yu Xiaojing wore a look of delight and urged, Xiao San, your first spirit ring has come to fruition. This mandra snake is perfectly suited for you. With your innate full spirit power, absorbing this nearly 400-year-old mandra snake spirit ring will pose no challenge whatsoever. But, my martial spirit is the plant blue silvergrass. Can it absorb beast-type spirit rings? Tang San expressed his concerns. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing had completely relaxed, his eyes shimmering with confidence as he elaborated on the theory of martial soul mimicry, one of the 10 core competencies in the realm of martial souls. As Tang Ge awaited his return, Yu spoke rapidly. Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San, who had been anxious, felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. No longer hesitating, he swiftly approached Tang Ge and plunged the sharp dagger he held into the head of the mandala snake. Tang Ge released his grip, and the enormous body of the mandala snake thudded to the ground. Soon, faint yellow specks began to emerge from the serpent's form, coalescing into a circle of yellow rings hovering above its massive body. Little 3, the snake has taken care of the trouble for you. The subsequent process of absorbing the soul rings will depend on your own efforts. Tang Ge's gaze fell upon Tang San, a smile gracing his lips. After all, the latter had granted him 100 points of astonishment, rendering his earlier efforts worthwhile. Chapter 24. Encountering adventurers upon hearing Tang Ge's words. Tang San was immediately filled with emotion. He had not anticipated that Tang Ge had risked so much, engaging in a fierce battle with the mandala snake solely to assist him in acquiring his first soul ring. Although the skirmish was brief, the mandala snake was a formidable soul beast, nearly 400 years old and possessing potent venom. One misstep from Tang Ge could have plunged him into a perilous situation. Perhaps this was what the master referred to when he spoke of trustworthy companions and friends. Tang San pondered to himself. He then nodded firmly, assuring Tang Ge, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. At that moment, Yu Xiaojing approached as well. Observing the fully formed soul ring, he, fearing that delay might lead to unforeseen changes, urged, Xiao San, let us commence. Came the reply. Tang San, no longer hesitating, followed the method imparted by the master. He first summoned his martial soul, the blue silvergrass. Then, he continued to channel his soul power, under the influence of a compelling force. The soul ring above the mandala snake swiftly flew towards him and encircled his form. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure descended upon him. Tang San furrowed his brow, suppressing the discomfort that coursed through his entire skeletal frame, and gracefully assumed a cross-legged position on the ground. The soul ring began to diminish, gradually merging into the blue silvergrass. After a while, as Tang San's tightly knitted brows unfurled, Yu Xiaojing, who had been anxiously awaiting the outcome, finally exhaled in relief. He understood that everything from this point forward depended solely on Tang San to resolve, and his only role was to remain here, quietly awaiting the result. As his gaze shifted away from Tang San, Yu Xiaojing turned his attention to Tang Ge. The events that had just transpired had altered his perception of Tang Ge, who was no longer the cheeky and unreliable young man he once thought him to be. Tang Ge's display of bravery and responsibility greatly pleased Yu Xiaojing. However, He maintained a stern expression and admonished. This time was merely a stroke of luck. Do not act so recklessly in the future, understand? Master, I will remember it well. Tang Ge replied. Tang Ge did not refute and humbly accepted the criticism. Only then did Yu Xiaojiang reveal a smile on his face. He nodded and said, once the third soul ring successfully merges, it will be time to find you a suitable soul ring. Little one, your martial soul, before Yu Xiaojiang could finish. Tang Ge interrupted earnestly. Master, I have already determined a clear direction for the development of my soul ring. Therefore, I plan to venture alone in search of a suitable soul beast. Once the third soul ring has successfully merged, you need not wait for me. Just return to the academy first. This decision had been made by Tang Ge prior to their arrival at the soul-hunting forest. Now that Tang San had found his first soul ring and the master's crisis had been resolved, it was time for him to part ways with the two and seek his martial soul independently. After all, equipped with the ancient sacred body and the inyong diagram of life and death, Tang Ge felt no apprehension about encountering formidable soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest. Upon hearing Tang Ge's request, Yu Xiaojiang would have certainly disagreed in the past. However, after witnessing Tang Ge's ability to kill a nearly 4-century-old mandala snake with his bare hands, he understood that even with his own soul power level of 29, he would likely be no match for him. Moreover, Tang Ge was merely a 6-year-old child who had just awakened his soul power. Reflecting on this, Yu Xiaojiang was filled with both admiration and an overwhelming sense of melancholy and loss. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen behind the progress of the times. Thus, after a brief moment of silence, he nodded in agreement. Since you have made your decision, I shall not persuade you further. I only hope that you will think carefully before acting. I and Tang San will await you outside the soul-hunting forest. Yes, I will be cautious. With the master's consent, Tang Ge no longer lingered and turned towards the dark forest ahead. It was only after he vanished from sight that Yu Xiaojiang redirected his attention to Tang San, observing as the soul ring was gradually absorbed and merged. A glimmer of hope illuminated his eyes. Perhaps the dream I have cherished all along will come to fruition through them. The sky is vast enough for birds to soar, and the sea is wide enough for fish to leap. At this moment, Tang Ge's mood was precisely this. After parting ways with the master and Tang San, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief and freedom, no longer making any effort to conceal his presence. As he traversed his path, the soul beasts he encountered wisely chose to steer clear of him. Any that dared to approach in a provocative manner were met with a fierce pounding from Tang Ge's fists. Nevertheless, he did not take the lives of these soul beasts. Instead, he allowed them to flee in terror. Unbeknownst to him, night faded into dawn, and a gentle warmth of sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, illuminating the soul-hunting forest. Tang Ge finally departed from the outskirts and ventured deep into the forest. Beneath a grand tree, accompanied by the crackling sound of the burning firewood, he took a rare moment to pause after a long night of travel, roasting a rabbit that had turned a delightful shade of orange-yellow. As he sprinkled the seasoning upon it, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Tang Ge inhaled deeply, a smile inevitably gracing his face. Indeed, spirit beasts possess a unique essence. Their aroma surpasses that of ordinary wild creatures. After a while, the roasted rabbit meat was finally ready. As Tang Ge prepared to indulge in his meal, the sound of footsteps abruptly interrupted him, and 4 figures emerged from the woods ahead. Among them were 2 men and 2 women, all adorned in attire suitable for adventurous pursuits. One of the men was a towering figure, standing at nearly 6 feet tall, in his 30s, his muscular physique exuding immense strength. In his grasp was a large shield, towering over him at more than a meter in height. The other young man was considerably shorter, wielding a dagger, his cold, vigilant eyes betraying a sense of alertness. Yet, his gaze frequently wandered over to his enchanting companion, clad in a striking red outfit, revealing an unmistakable fervor. Tang Ge, upon seeing the scene before him, instantly recognized that the 4 individuals were the adventurous team spoken of by his master, who hunted soul beasts to acquire soul rings. However, he was perplexed by the presence of a frail-looking girl, seemingly no older than 8, accompanying this seemingly normal group of adventurers. At the same time, the 4 adventurers emerging from the woods caught sight of Tang Ge, who was grilling meat. Due to the activation of his ancient holy body, his physique far surpassed that of his peers, making him appear much older than his 6 years. The adventurers were taken aback to find someone here, momentarily stunned. However, the gaze of the burly man wielding a large shield swiftly fell upon the golden brown meat in Tang Ge's hands. His eyes sparkled with delight as he let out a hearty laugh. "Little brother, It seems fate has brought us together. Would you mind if we shared in this delicious feast? The burly man approached with a booming laugh, squatting down without waiting for Tang Ge's consent, reaching for the golden roasted rabbit meat with unabashed eagerness. Yet, his other hand remained firmly on his shield, clearly indicating that despite Tang Ge's youthful appearance and lack of visible soul power, the jovial giant maintained a vigilant demeanor. Just as he was about to grasp the roasted meat, another hand suddenly seized his wrist. The burly man's brow furrowed as a glimmer of mockery flashed in his eyes, and he abruptly increased the strength in his arm. Gradually, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. What immense strength is this? The burly man was filled with astonishment. As he looked at Tang Ge, who held his wrist, he forced a smile and inquired, "Brother, what do you mean by this?" "Nothing much, merely wishing to inform you that this roasted meat is quite expensive. You cannot afford it," Tang Ge replied coldly, responding to the system prompt echoing in his mind. With a sudden exertion of force, the burly man felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and a tremendous power propelled him, along with his shield, rolling several meters away. Zhou Sun Ge. The three remaining companions gasped in shock as they witnessed the burly man tumble away moments after he had settled down, hastily rushing over to him. Zhou Sun, propping himself up with his shield, dusted off his clothes and awkwardly shook his head. "No need to worry, I'm fine." However, as he turned to face Tang Ge, the look in his eyes betrayed a hint of fear. Perceiving Zhou Sun's gaze, the three companions quickly shifted their attention to Tang Ge. Observing the boy who appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, the graceful woman clad in a red outfit furrowed her brow before smiling and saying, "Little one, you two have come to hunt soul beasts for soul rings, have you? Where are your elders? Aren't they accompanying you?" Tang Ge disregarded the woman, his stomach growling with hunger as he eagerly seized the roasted rabbit meat and began to indulge in it. The rich aroma wafted through the air, captivating the senses. The young girl standing beside the enchanting woman in a red outfit could not help but swallow hard, her bright, sparkling eyes fixated on the roasted meat in Tang Ge's hands. The other three individuals, left in a state of uncertainty, exhibited a range of emotions. However, after discerning the extraordinary nature of the young boy from their companion Zhou Sun's gaze, they suppressed their dissatisfaction and bore it in silence. After a while, Tang Ge finally finished the roasted rabbit meat in his hands and, upon raising his head, noticed Zhou Sun and the three others still standing nearby. A puzzled expression crossed his face as he spoke. "Why are you still standing here? Are you waiting to feast on the bones I have left?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, the young man wielding a dagger was incensed, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. However, before he could utter a word, the petite girl standing beside the graceful woman suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, Xiao Tuan has reacted. A century-old soul beast has appeared nearby." Unbeknownst to them, a gelatinous, translucent entity had materialized in the girl's hand. At that moment, with her exclamation, yellow light began to emanate from the entity, forming a luminous arrow. Once the arrow coalesced, it pointed decisively in one direction. Both the graceful woman and the burly Zhou Sun displayed excitement at the sight of the yellow arrow. The young man with the dagger eagerly urged, "What are we waiting for? Let us swiftly locate this soul beast. It may be precisely what we need." With that, he dashed toward the direction indicated by the yellow arrow, followed closely by his three companions. In an instant, only Tang Ge remained behind. Tang Ge felt a twinge of embarrassment, having not anticipated that he would be so overlooked for the first time. However, what concerned him more was that the four adventurers had discerned the presence of a century-old soul beast nearby and seemed to know its precise location. Remembering the jelly-like, transparent entity that had appeared in the little girl's hand, a spark of realization flickered in Tang Ge's eyes. Such a peculiar martial soul could evidently sense the age and position of soul beasts in advance. Could it be akin to the mutated beast martial soul of Luo Sampao? Without further ado, he hastened after the direction in which the four adventurers had departed. 100 meters away lay an open area, as a massive iron net, adorned with barbed spikes, descended from above. A rampaging hedgehog martial soul was swiftly ensnared within its confines. As it curled into a ball, its sharp quills pierced the fine mesh of the net, effectively trapping it within the iron strands. Not far off, the once mighty man, Zhou Sun, lay on the ground, groaning in agony. His body was punctured by at least 3 slender spikes, with blood seeping incessantly from the wounds. A colossal shield, similarly embedded with spikes, lay discarded nearby. Upon witnessing the hedgehog ensnared in the iron net, Zhou Sun could not help but roar, "Hurry and slay that iron-spiked hedgehog." It's driving me to the brink of death. The iron net had been cast by a young man wielding a dagger. In his attempt to ensnare the century-old iron-spiked hedgehog, he too had been struck by a spike, now pressing a hand against his wound as he leaned against a large tree. The only one unscathed in this tense moment was the graceful woman. As for the pale-faced little girl standing beside her, aside from the jelly martial soul in her grasp, she possessed no combat prowess whatsoever. Hearing Zhou Sen's urgent plea, the graceful woman glanced at the hedgehog trapped in the iron net, her expression fraught with difficulty. Although the soul beast was merely a century old and she had attained the rank of a 23rd level Great Soul Master, making her the strongest in the quartet, the curled hedgehog, with its quills protruding defensively, offered no openings for attack. Only a powerful blow with a shield-like weapon could potentially slay it. Yet Zhou San, armed with a great shield, was injured and incapacitated. Another companion wielded an agile martial soul, rendering him incapable of assistance as well. The graceful woman wielded a long whip, which could strike the iron-spiked hedgehog from a distance, but how long would that take? After all, they were in the soul-hunting forest, fraught with hidden dangers. And no one could guarantee that the process of slaying the iron-spiked hedgehog would not attract other soul beasts. In an instant, uncertainty gripped the heart of the graceful woman. Was she to abandon their pursuit? Just then, footsteps echoed behind her, followed by a familiar voice. Need any assistance? Who? The graceful woman was startled. Instinctively activating her 2 soul rings, one white and one yellow, before turning to face the source of the voice. To her surprise, Tang Ge stood a mere 7 or 8 meters away. Observing the woman who had activated her 2 soul rings, Tang Ge felt a surge of astonishment. She was indeed a great soul master. Yet, he remained undaunted, smiling as he spoke once more. I possess a healing martial soul. If you do not mind, I could assist in treating your companion. Chapter 26. Objective. Millennium Soul Beast. The appearance of Tang Ge elicited a slight surprise from the enchanting maiden, as she had not anticipated his following her. Nevertheless, she remained vigilant, her gaze fixed upon Tang Ge, and with a hint of skepticism, she inquired, Are you truly a healer with a martial spirit? Indeed, he replied, but before I attend to your companion's healing, I require your agreement to a certain condition. Tang Ge nodded. The enchanting woman furrowed her brows and inquired, What are the conditions? Help me locate a Millennium Soul Beast that meets my requirements. Tang Ge articulated his conditions clearly. Indeed, after parting ways with the master and Tang San, he had no intention of hunting a century-old soul beast. Instead, he set his sights on a Millennium Soul Beast. After all, even Tang San managed to successfully absorb the nearly 400-year-old mandala snake's soul ring. Given that he could tear the mandala snake apart with his bare hands and possessed the ancient sacred body constitution, absorbing a century-old soul ring would seem a waste of his potential. Thus, Tang Ge sought a Millennium Soul Ring as his first. However, while century-old soul beasts could still be found in the soul hunting forest, Millennium Soul Beasts were exceedingly rare. Now that he encountered a soul master capable of sensing the age of soul beasts, how could Tang Ge possibly let this opportunity slip away? Unfortunately, upon hearing Tang Ge's request, the enchanting woman before him promptly refused, stating, That's impossible. We cannot contend with a Millennium Soul Beast. In the distance, a cold young man leaning against a tree to recover his soul power also noticed Tang Ge, recalling their previous unpleasant encounter. A glimmer of malice crossed his face as he spoke coldly. Yue, this kid's strength is evidently lacking. Why bother with words? Just capture him. If he refuses to treat us, we can simply eliminate him. Lacking strength, am I? Tang Ge raised his eyebrows and suddenly burst into laughter. Before the elegant woman could react, he swiftly departed from his position and charged toward the cold young man. Tang Ge moved with remarkable speed, appearing before the cold and sinister young man in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, he struck with an open palm. The force of his strike whistled through the air. Startled, the cold young man instinctively lunged forward with his dagger. A dull thud resonated as the dagger was sent flying from his grasp, and he was forcefully brought to the ground. The impact not only inflicted excruciating pain throughout his body, but his head also buzzed incessantly. After a brief moment, the cold young man began to regain his senses. He attempted to rise, only to have a foot planted firmly upon him, accompanied by a mocking voice that taunted, How does it feel now? Do you still think I am weak? You despicable coward. You ambushed me. The cold young man retorted, his face flushed with anger, his teeth clenched in defiance. In the distance, the enchanting woman had regained her composure. Yet, for reasons unknown, She chose not to intervene as she observed the cold young man pinned beneath Tang Ge's foot. As for the burly man, Zhou Sin, who bore several wounds, he had long been aware of Tang Ge's prowess and was now feigning ignorance to the unfolding spectacle. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge revealed a satisfied expression. Ignoring the cold and defiant youth beneath him, he turned his attention to the graceful woman and continued, "Rest assured, I only require your assistance in locating a Millennium Soul Beast. As for the hunt itself, that responsibility shall rest upon my shoulders. Should you assist me, not only will I provide free healing for your injuries, but I shall also take care of this spiny creature for you." Initially reluctant to agree, the elegant woman hesitated upon hearing his promise to handle the prickly beast. Casting a glance at the frail and frightened little girl nearby, she gritted her teeth and finally nodded. "I cannot ascertain their willingness, but if you can reserve the final blow against the iron-spined hedgehog for Xiao Chan, I shall agree to guide you in the search for the Millennium Soul Beast." It seemed that Xiao Chan was indeed the name of the little girl. Tang Ge discerned the peculiar bond between the young girl, possessing an extraordinary martial spirit, and the enchanting woman before him. Thus, upon hearing the woman's request, he readily acquiesced with a nod. As for the cold young man and the formidable Zhou San, who lay subdued on the ground, they ultimately yielded and accepted Tang Ge's healing. When they confirmed their injuries had fully recovered, both the cold young man and Zhou San were utterly astonished. They had never anticipated that this relatively young lad truly possessed a healing martial spirit. Yet, they questioned why his strength was so formidable. Could it be a mutated martial spirit? At that moment, Tang Ge had already dispatched the iron-spiked hedgehog, ensnared in barbed wire, leaving it gasping for breath, only to be swiftly terminated by the young girl, who had her eyes closed. Observing the yellow halo emanating from the hedgehog, the enchanting woman's expression brightened, prompting her to urge Xiao Chan quickly absorb this soul ring. The young girl nodded, bravely summoning the soul ring to herself, commencing its absorption and integration. The cold young man and Zhou San, witnessing this scene, could not help but reveal a hint of envy in their eyes. Meanwhile, the enchanting woman's gaze shifted to Tang Ge. Biting her lip, she said, "I am Lin Yue. Thank you for assisting my sister." "It was merely mutual assistance," he replied. Tang Ge shook his head. Immediately, the group fell silent, patiently awaiting the outcome. Approximately half an hour later, the little girl successfully absorbed the soul ring. As soon as she finished, she joyfully leaped from the ground and ran to Lin Yue. Sister, look, I have acquired a soul skill," she exclaimed, summoning her transparent jelly spirit. A nearly invisible slender arrow materialized from her soul power and suddenly shot forth with a whoosh. It pierced through the thick trunk of a distant tree. Witnessing this spectacle, the cold youth and the giant Zhou Sin were filled with envy. Meanwhile, the graceful Lin Yue let out a slight sigh of relief and affectionately patted the little girl's head. "Xiao Chan is truly impressive. Hee." The little girl couldn't contain her joy and laughed heartily. At that moment, Tang Ge suddenly spoke. "Now that the soul ring has been absorbed, shouldn't we set off to help me find a 1,000-year soul beast?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, the smiling little girl recalled the earlier events and immediately became frightened, quickly hiding behind Lin Yue. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge could not help but roll her eyes. "Am I truly that terrifying?" Lin Yue gently patted the little girl's head, reassuring her not to be afraid. Then she turned to Tang Ge and nodded, saying, "With Xiao Chan's current soul power level, locating a Millennium Soul Beast should pose no difficulty. However, once we identify the Millennium Soul Beast you require, I shall depart with Xiao Chan. Indeed, as soon as we find the Millennium Soul Beast you seek, you are free to leave at any time." Tang Ge did not refuse. There was no time to waste. They decided not to linger any longer, and as the little girl summoned her jelly spirit, they once again followed its guidance into the shadowy woods. Chapter 27. The Millennium Soul Beast, the Dream Fox. Although Tang Ge had previously witnessed the little girl's jelly spirit's ability to sense soul beasts, he was still profoundly amazed upon seeing it again. The master's words proved true. There are no completely useless spirits, only those who do not know how to wield them. Throughout this journey, Tang Ge observed as the originally transparent jelly-like martial soul continuously transformed from white to yellow, and then back from yellow to white in an endless cycle. These ever-changing hues signified the presence of 10-year and 100-year soul beasts surrounding the 5 individuals. Moreover, a radiant arrow emerged from the upper opening of its body, pointing towards the concealed location of the soul beasts. It must be said that with such a jelly-like martial soul, There was no need to worry about failing to find a suitable soul beast in the vast soul-hunting forest. Tang Ge felt immensely fortunate to have encountered this adventurous team. Otherwise, the quest for a Millennium Soul Beast could have proven to be an arduous and time-consuming endeavor. During this journey, the cold youth and the towering figure, Su Yuntao, expressed their desire to hunt a century-old soul beast to obtain a soul ring. As both had reached the 20th level of soul power, their purpose for venturing into the soul-hunting forest was to acquire their second soul ring and ascend to the rank of Great Soul Master. Thus, when they beheld the century-old soul ring that emerged after the demise of the iron-spined hedgehog, a flicker of envy illuminated their eyes. Regrettably, Tang Ge paid no heed to the requests of the cold youth and the giant, resolutely forbidding their departure. As time gradually slipped away, an entire day and night passed unnoticed. Despite the assistance of the little girl's jelly-like martial soul and several encounters with commendable century-old soul beasts, the elusive Millennium Soul Beast remained absent from their path. Tang Ge once found himself questioning the existence of Millennium Soul Beasts within the soul-hunting forest. He nearly reconsidered his decision and opted for a century-old soul beast instead. However, fortune smiled upon him as the following morning brought a turning point. In a dimly lit grove, the towering figure of Su Yuntao led the way, brandishing a massive shield, while the dagger-wielding youth moved stealthily around, vigilant against any sudden assaults. Tang Ge, Lin Yue, and the young girl Lin Yuechan walked in the center. At that moment, the jelly spirit, which had been cradled in Lin Yuechan's arms, began to quiver gently, its originally white luminescence shifting dramatically. Faintly, purple specks of light emerged amidst the white glow. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Tang Ge was initially taken aback, but soon elated. He promptly exclaimed, "Stop right there." At the sound of Tang Ge's command, everyone halted their advance, their collective focus shifting entirely to the jelly spirit nestled in Lin Yue's embrace. The appearance of the purple specks signified the presence of a 1,000-year soul beast nearby. In this instant, tension gripped the group as they attentively monitored the jelly spirit's transformation while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. However, since the purple specks were few in number, the white glow continued to dominate. Tang Ge furrowed his brow, preparing to instruct the young girl to concentrate her light arrow and indicate the location of the Millennium Soul Beast. Suddenly, a series of plaintive cries resonated ahead, capturing the attention of all present. Unbeknownst to them, perched upon a robust and flourishing tree a mere 7 or 8 meters away, was a fox adorned in vibrant, multicolored fur. At that moment, it lounged on a branch, its elongated eyes quietly observing the scene. Simultaneously, the young girl, who had previously cradled only faint purple orbs of her jelly-like martial soul, underwent a dramatic transformation, rapidly shifting to a deep violet hue, an unmistakable sign of a Millennium Soul Beast. Witnessing the arrival of the multicolored fox and the metamorphosis of the jelly martial soul, the dagger-wielding youth stammered in terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to flee into the distance. Yet, tragically, he had barely escaped a few meters when another cry echoed, rendering him abruptly motionless. In a perplexing twist, the expression on the dagger youth's face was not one of fear, but rather one of peculiar delight. At that instant, not only was the dagger youth eerily frozen, but Lin Yue, the little girl, and the shield-bearing Su Yuntao also wore expressions of rapture, as if ensnared in a beautiful dream. The fox, emitting another plaintive call, gracefully leaped from the branch to the ground. It then ambled toward the nearest dagger youth, with each step releasing a faint purple aura of soul power. Upon reaching him, the soul beast fox stood upright and with a mere flick of its paw, decapitated the dagger youth. Blood gushed from the severed neck, instantly staining the verdant grass a deep crimson. Shortly thereafter, Su Yuntao, the burly man with the shield, met a similar fate, becoming another headless corpse. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, who had remained still, was suddenly jolted. His previously closed eyes flew open just in time to witness this horrific spectacle, leaving him utterly astounded. How could two soul masters, each possessing a soul power of level 19, be so effortlessly slain? However, his gaze quickly shifted to the soul beast fox, igniting a fervent interest within him. At that moment, Tang Ge recognized the fox's true identity. It was a Millennium Soul Beast, the Dream Fox, capable of ensnaring its adversaries with its soul power. Once ensnared, the victim would find themselves immersed in an enchanting illusion, allowing the Dream Fox to harvest them with ease. In that fleeting moment, Tang Ge had been caught off guard and had also fallen victim to the fox's charm. Fortunately, due to his ancient sacred body, he possessed a considerable resistance to such mental assaults and quickly liberated himself from the illusion. Nevertheless, for Tang Ge, a dream fox capable of mental manipulation was precisely the type of soul beast most suited to him. Should he absorb its soul ring and acquire similar soul skills, it would greatly enhance the efficacy of his martial soul, the inyong diagram of life and death. Tang Ge never anticipated that fortune would smile upon him so profoundly, as the first 1,000-year soul beast he encountered was perfectly suited to him. As for the possibility of defeating it, he harbored no concerns. Simultaneously, the ethereal fox, which had just vanquished the dagger-wielding youth and the formidable shield-bearer Zhou San, took notice of Tang Ge awakening. A hint of bewilderment flickered in its elongated, fox-like eyes, as if it could not fathom how this human could regain consciousness. Consequently, it let out a soft, plaintive sound. In an instant, a peculiar force surged towards Tang Ge. Tang Ge was prepared this time and remained unaffected, yet he still closed his eyes, feigning a smile of delight. Observing this, the dream fox, satisfied, gracefully approached with small steps. As the distance between man and fox diminished, the dream fox finally stood before Tang Ge, rising on its hind legs and lifting its paw, revealing the sharp claws concealed within its flesh. At that moment, Tang Ge abruptly opened his eyes. As he extended his right hand, a diminutive sword slowly emerged from his palm. Chapter 28. Decapitation. The first soul ring. When he chose to strike, it was with the force of thunder. Faced with a soul beast as ancient as the dream fox, which boasted a millennium of existence, Tang Ge, despite his immense confidence, dared not let his guard down. Nor could he afford to hold back in the slightest. With the summoning of the L11 NGN, one of the four swords of extermination, the already dimly lit forest plunged into deeper darkness. An oppressive aura emanated from the L11 NGN, and the wind suddenly surged forth, becoming wildly tempestuous. Howling through the trees, the sky, shrouded in thick clouds, rumbled with distant thunder. In that instant, all soul beasts within a radius of several miles were paralyzed with fear. Trembling on the ground, the millennium-old dream fox, confronted with the aura of slaughter emanating from the L11 NGN, stood frozen in place, its eyes wide with terror. Seeing the dream fox immobilized, Tang Ge was utterly astonished. Although the four swords of extermination represented his most formidable martial spirit, his current limitations prevented him from unleashing its full power. Nevertheless, summoning a sword was not beyond his capabilities. Thus, he summoned the L11 NGN and, despite the agony that felt as though it would tear him apart, he forcibly channeled his soul power to release a fragment of its essence. The mere leak of this essence not only darkened the sky, but also rendered the Millennium Dream Fox powerless to move. However, the ancient sacred body, with only a 30% fusion rate, could not endure the backlash from summoning the L11 NGN for long. Recognizing that the Millennium Dream Fox was subdued, Tang Ge dared not squander a moment. While retracting the L11 NGN, he swiftly summoned the inyong life and death diagram, channeling his soul power into it, causing it to swell to an immense size. Confinement. Tang Ge let out a low growl, and the colossal diagram of yin and yang, akin to a mighty hand, swooped down and ensnared the dreaming fox. As the soul energy was incessantly consumed and transformed into yin power, it surged into the body of the dreaming fox. With a piercing wail, the recently revived dreaming fox cried out in anguish. The excruciating pain of its body being corroded instilled in it a profound sense of impending death, prompting it to struggle desperately. Tang Ge's soul power was rapidly depleting. However, he did not allow the fox to struggle freely. Seizing the opportunity while the creature was ensnared, he directly channeled the power of the ancient sacred body and surged forward. Bang, 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 bang. Through a layer of martial soul, Tang Ge relentlessly hammered his fists against the body of the dream fox. With each strike, a terrifying force, coupled with the power of darkness, invaded the dream fox's interior, causing its organs to rupture violently. Vivid crimson blood gushed from the fox's mouth and nose, instantly staining its iridescent fur a deep scarlet. The piercing cries of agony grew increasingly jarring. Ultimately, as Tang Ge's soul power approached exhaustion and the martial soul diagram of yin and yang became unstable, the severely injured dream fox attempted to break free. After unleashing an unknown number of punches, Tang Ge suddenly bellowed, chaotic wind hammer technique. In that moment, harnessing the formidable physique of the ancient sacred body, he substituted his fists for a hammer, concentrating all his strength into his right fist, and unleashed the chaotic wind hammer technique in an instant. Thud. Accompanied by a thunderous impact, Tang Ge's fist struck heavily against the dream fox's head. The fox emitted a desperate, harrowing cry, which abruptly ceased. As the martial soul diagram of yin and yang dissipated, a headless corpse plummeted to the ground, and the searing blood instantly stained the surrounding earth. Nearly depleted of soul power, Tang Ge collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. However, upon witnessing a violet halo gradually coalescing above the dream fox's corpse, a faint smile appeared on his pale face. At last, he could take a moment to rest. He then closed his eyes and began to recover the soul power he had expended. During this time, due to the residual aura released by the killing immortal sword, no soul beasts were to be found in the vicinity. Lin Zui and the little girl, who had narrowly escaped disaster, remained unconscious and had yet to awaken. Thus, Tang Ge felt no concern about being disturbed, and while recuperating his soul power, he maintained a slight awareness of the external dynamics. Half an hour passed. Tang Ge slowly reopened his eyes, his previously pallid complexion now restored to a vibrant hue. Feeling the complete rejuvenation of his soul power within, he cast a glance at his personal data panel and could not help but murmur in admiration. The 9-aperture golden core truly lived up to its reputation. Not only had his soul power replenished at an astonishing rate, but even the fusion degree of the ancient sacred body had increased by 2 points due to this battle. Indeed, it was evident that with ample resources, combat served as the most effective means to enhance the ancient sacred body. At this moment, Tang Ge even entertained the thought of remaining in the soul-hunting forest to engage in combat with Millennium Soul Beasts. However, he quickly dismissed such notions. Aside from the improbability of the 9-aperture golden core's medicinal efficacy being sufficient, merely finding a Millennium Soul Beast would require extraordinary luck. Take, for instance, the recently slain Dream Fox. The moment he recalled the Dream Fox, Tang Ge immediately reined in his thoughts and redirected his focus to the purple Millennium Soul Ring before him. His eyes sparkled at the sight of the soul ring, perfectly attuned to his martial spirit. First, he would absorb the soul ring. Sensing the peak state of his body and mind, Tang Ge settled into a cross-legged position and gently beckoned with his hand, channeling his soul power. The Millennium Soul Ring, which had been hovering above the corpse of the Dream Fox, swiftly soared toward him. As the soul ring encircled him, a piercing scream echoed in his mind, followed by the menacing apparition of a phantom Dream Fox lunging at him. Humph! Even in death, you dare to cause trouble. Submit to my absorption. Tang Ge let out a soft hum, and once again a trace of the aura of the exquisite sword was released. It was instantaneous. Not even a fleeting second was allowed for pause. Yet the ethereal, dreamlike fox that had just emerged was swiftly torn apart, vanishing entirely. The soul ring, which had initially resisted vehemently, gradually returned to tranquility, melding slowly into the newly appeared inyong life and death diagram. On what seemed to be a monochrome canvas of black and white, the inyong life and death diagram unexpectedly displayed an array of other colors. Though Tang Ge remained oblivious to this change, his consciousness was wholly focused within, rapidly channeling the soul power that surged through his body. The previously maxed-out reservoir of soul power began to expand at an astonishing rate. After an undetermined amount of time, at the moment when a sharp cracking sound resonated within him, Tang Ge, with his eyes still tightly shut, experienced an epiphany and suddenly opened his left hand. The inyong life and death diagram manifested from the palm of his hand. Beneath him, a vibrant purple halo crystallized and began to rise, swirling gently around his form. This was indeed a hallmark of a first-ring soul master. Chapter 29. Milk can save lives, yet it can also take lives. Tang Ge opened his eyes and beheld the swirling purple soul rings encircling him. His gaze was fervent, suppressing the urge to burst into laughter. As he summoned his personal information panel, Shock System Host, Tang Ge level, 13th rank Soul Master Martial Spirit, Twin Martial Spirits, Inyong Life and Death Diagram, 4 Swords of Extermination Soul Ring, Inyong Life and Death Diagram Purple Soul Skill, Joy Martial Technique, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Method Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Rate, 32 Shock Value, 3120 in comparison to earlier. The personal information panel had undergone significant alterations, now featuring an additional soul ring and a soul skill option. More importantly, Tang Ge, having long lingered at the 10th level of Soul Master, finally made a breakthrough, leaping 2 ranks to become a 13th level Soul Master. Moreover, his first soul ring surpassed the theoretical research of his master, reaching a remarkable purple millennium grade. As he felt the surge of soul power breaking through limitations and the overwhelming strength coursing through his body, Tang Ge could not help but chuckle to himself. He longed to find his master at that very moment, eager to witness the astonishment on his face. His attention then shifted to the soul skill section. In an instant, information regarding his soul skills materialized in Tang Ge's mind. Soul skill, joy, an active skill. When invoking the yin-yang life and death diagram with either yin or yang energy, incorporating joy can place the opponent in a state of elation, thereby lowering their guard, perhaps due to the fusion of the martial soul. The ability originally belonging to the Millennium Dream Fox underwent some alterations. Yet, Tang Ge was quite pleased with these changes, as they aligned perfectly with his initial vision for the first Soul Ring skill. Both yin and yang powers could be seamlessly integrated. The only aspect that puzzled Tang Ge was the sight of additional colors appearing in the yin-yang life and death diagram after the fusion of the Soul Ring. Could it be a consequence of the Soul Ring's influence? However, recalling how Tang San's blue silvergrass had also transformed after merging with the Mandala Snake Soul Ring, he temporarily set aside his concerns, gazing at the headless corpse of the Millennium Dream Fox on the ground. Tang Ge wasted no time and directly stored the body in the system space. He also retracted his martial soul and soul ring back into his body. Just as he completed these actions, with a soft moan, Lin Yue, who had been rendered unconscious by the aura of the Excalibur, slowly began to awaken. Simultaneously, a bewildered voice echoed beside her. "Sister, what just happened?" Upon hearing the inquiry from the little girl who had just awakened alongside her, Lin Yue did not respond. Instead, she stared in shock at the two headless corpses not far away. She recognized them as her two companions who had accompanied her. Yet now, both lay lifeless before her. Could it be the Millennium Soul Beast? Recalling the fox soul beast she had seen before losing consciousness, Lin Yue's body trembled involuntarily, pulling the little girl into her embrace. She immediately scanned the surroundings in search of the Millennium Soul Beast. However, Lin Yue did not spot the Soul Beast, but did see the young man who had hired them to seek out the Millennium Soul Beast. He was still alive? Overwhelmed with astonishment, Lin Yue could not help but exclaim, "Where is the Millennium Soul Beast? Did it not kill you? I'm just too handsome." Even the Millennium Soul Beast couldn't bring itself to slay me, so it departed after eliminating those two ugly ones. Tang Ge's expression darkened. If it were a man who dared to speak to him in such a manner, he would undoubtedly have slapped him into silence. Realizing her blunder, Lin Yue's delicate face flushed slightly, and she quickly diverted the conversation. She inquired, "Shall we continue the search for the Millennium Soul Beast? My affairs have been settled, so there is no need for further pursuit. Thus, you and your sister can depart from the soul hunting forest at your leisure." Tang Ge shook his head. However, a thought crossed his mind, and he promptly inquired, "By the way, may I ask where you plan to go after leaving the soul hunting forest?" With the answer to her quest for the elusive Millennium Soul Beast now revealed, Lin Yue felt an immense weight lift from her heart. Thus, she did not ponder why he was curious about her plans. Gently, she reached out to ruffle the little girl's hair, her face softening with a tender expression. The primary purpose of this journey was to assist Xiao Chan in acquiring her soul ring, and now that she had successfully merged with it, I intend to take her to live in Soto City. Soto City, you say? A flicker of light flashed briefly in Tang Ge's deep-set eyes. He then nodded calmly. "Let's go." "Thank you." Although Lin Yue remained uncertain about the events that had just transpired, she understood that her and her sister's survival was undoubtedly linked to the enigmatic youth before her. However, she refrained from inquiring further. After expressing her gratitude, she sought a suitable spot to bury the bodies of her two temporary companions. Only then did she hastily depart with her sister. In an instant, Tang Ge found himself alone in the now tranquil forest. As he savored the renewed serenity surrounding him, he surveyed the area and could not help but smile gently. It was indeed a perfect locale for testing his soul skills. He chose not to leave, but instead settled in a clean spot to commence his cultivation. Time drifted by slowly. Unbeknownst to him, afternoon had arrived, and the scorching sun finally pierced through the thick canopy, illuminating the previously shadowy woods, accompanied by the rustling leaves. A wild boar soul beast, sporting two sharp tusks, emerged unexpectedly from a thicket. This marked the first appearance of a century-old soul beast since the demise of the Millennium Soul Beast, the Dream Fox. Yet, the lingering scent of the ancient creature's blood still hung in the air, preventing the wild boar soul beast from charging forward. Despite spotting Tang Ge seated on the ground, it hesitated, its fierce eyes betraying a sense of caution. At that moment, Tang Ge opened his eyes. Upon noticing the wild boar soul beast a mere 7 or 8 meters away, he couldn't help but smile slightly. "I've been waiting for you." As Tang Ge raised his left hand, the diagram of life and death manifested, and a powerful surge of solar energy, infused with the essence of joy, shot forth in an instant. The wild boar spirit beast, taken aback, prepared to charge ahead with its hoofs. However, the moment this wave of solar energy penetrated its body, its towering 2-meter frame stiffened momentarily before it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Under Tang Ge's peculiar gaze, the once fearsome wild boar spirit beast lay on the ground, its limbs sprawled out, emitting sounds of comfort. Even when Tang Ge approached, it showed no sign of response. Observing the wild boar spirit beast lying before him, eyes closed in blissful contentment, Tang Ge's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He then channeled his soul power, raised his palm, and struck down fiercely, instantly shattering the heart of the wild boar spirit beast with a soft pop. To nurture life is one thing, to extinguish it is another. Chapter 30. My soul ring is tainted with color. The wild boar met its end peacefully, entirely unaware of the pain it had experienced. Tang Ge was immensely pleased. Although he had chosen a spirit beast as his experimental subject rather than a human, the recent events had already validated his selection of the first soul ring's characteristics. While the soul skill of joy might attract the enemy's caution towards the power of darkness, the essence of light fundamentally embodies the vitality of life, brimming with vigor and capable of healing wounds. Should Tang Ge employ the power of light against his foe, even if it penetrated the enemy's body, the abundant life force would not provoke any resistance. Essentially, he would be healing his adversary. However, when combined with the soul skill of joy, the enemy would find themselves irresistibly entranced by the sensation of healing. Consequently, this adversary would meet a fate akin to that of the century-old wild boar spirit beast, falling to Tang Ge with an expression of sheer ecstasy upon death. Thus, one could say that nurturing can save lives, yet it can also take them. Yet, if I were to encounter too many enemies, might I earn the title of poisonous nurturer upon attaining the rank of title Douluo? The mere thought sent a shiver down Tang Ge's spine. He dared not indulge in further fanciful musings, realizing that his time in the spirit-severing forest had stretched on. Master and Tang San might still be waiting outside. Concerned for their well-being, Tang Ge swiftly stored the corpse of the wild boar spirit beast and departed from the area. Outside the spirit-hunting forest, at the exit, two figures awaited, Master Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San. After emerging from the forest the previous night, they had chosen to remain and wait for Tang Ge. However, this wait had extended nearly 2 days, with the academy students having commenced classes the day prior. Tang San's anxiety began to mount as Tang Ge's absence persisted. Beyond worrying about the potential impact on their qualifications as auxiliary students, he was more fearful for his childhood companion's safety. Sensing Tang San's unease, Master Yu Xiaojiang placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Do not fret. That lad Tang Ge is tough as nails. I doubt any spirit beast could pose a threat to him. We shall wait a while longer. If he does not emerge, we will venture in to find him. Indeed, Tang San nodded in response to his teacher's words. Thus, they remained in place for another 2 hours. As the sun began its descent, casting an evening glow, Master Yu Xiaojiang's worry began to intensify. Could something truly have gone awry? Just as he pondered this, Tang San suddenly exclaimed in delight, "Over here." Against the backdrop of the golden sunset, a figure swiftly approached from the dimly lit spirit-hunting forest. In the blink of an eye, he stood before them. Who else could it be but Tang Ge? Grinning at the sight of Tang San and Master Yu Xiaojiang, he exclaimed, "Xiao San, Master, I apologize for keeping you waiting." A wave of relief washed over Yu Xiaojiang as he stepped forward, squeezing Tang Ge's arm and patting his shoulder, nodding in satisfaction. "Quite well, as sturdy as ever. It appears you were not bullied by any spirit beasts during your absence. Have you found a suitable soul ring? How could I possibly be bullied by spirit beasts?" Tang Ge inwardly scoffed at Master Yu Xiaojiang's words. Nevertheless, he held no secrets regarding the soul ring and, ensuring no one else was around, promptly revealed it. With a hum, a wave of energy surged forth, and the martial spirit, inyong life and death diagram, materialized from the palm of Tang Ge's left hand. Following this, a multitude of purple light points emerged from beneath his feet, coalescing into a purple ring that gracefully ascended and began to orbit around his body. Bathed in the evening sunlight, the purple radiance cast a serene silence around them. Both Master Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San widened their eyes, staring in astonishment at the spinning purple ring enveloping Tang Ge, as if witnessing a ghost. What is this? 1,000-year soul ring? Ding. Congratulations, host, for shocking Yu Xiaojiang, earning a shock value of 1,000 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for shocking Tang San, earning a shock value of 150 points. At the very moment the soul ring was unveiled, notifications echoed in his mind. The influx of over 1,000 shock points left Tang Ge thoroughly satisfied as he observed the astonished expressions of Master Yu Xiaojing and Tang San, chuckling. I seem to have had a stroke of luck, inadvertently merging with a 1,000-year soul ring and acquiring a new soul skill. Tang San regained his composure and glanced once more at the purple soul ring encircling Tang Ge, his brow furrowing slightly. He turned to his mentor, Yu Xiaojing, and inquired, Teacher, did you not assert that the maximum threshold for a first soul ring is 423 years? Goodness, that was merely a theoretical conclusion. In reality, 99% of soul masters conform to that standard. Who could have anticipated encountering such an anomaly today? Moreover, do you have to openly undermine your teacher in front of me? Upon hearing Tang San's question, Yu Xiaojing's expression twitched, and he could not suppress a fierce glare directed at Tang San. Then, he shifted his attention to Tang Ge, his face darkening as he reprimanded. At such a tender age, you've already begun to stray from the path, even going so far as to dye your soul ring. Why not simply dye it red? He continued, but let us overlook this incident for now. In the future, refrain from using dyed soul rings to intimidate others. Come. I recall that I have unfinished projects back at the academy. Let us return there first. With that, Yu Xiaojing turned on his heel and strode towards the market ahead, hands clasped behind his back. Meanwhile, Tang Ge stood there, utterly dumbfounded. The esteemed master of theoretical knowledge in the spirit world had just claimed that his Millennium Soul Ring was merely painted. Can we not maintain some dignity? In that moment, Tang Ge longed to shout, Master, stop. Create a red soul ring for me. Beside him, Tang San, having heard his teacher's earlier remarks, wore a wry smile. He regretted having spoken up. However, as his gaze fell upon the purple soul ring adorning Tang Ge, he discerned that it was certainly not a mere dye job. Intrigued and astonished, he could not help but ask, Tang Ge, could you share the story of how you acquired this soul ring? Of course. Tang Ge smiled and nodded. He then embellished his experiences, sharing everything with Tang San except for what should not be mentioned. The peculiar martial soul that allowed him to sense soul beasts in the appearance of the Millennium Soul Beast, the Dream Fox, captivated Tang San, causing him to regret not being with Tang Ge at that time. Reflecting on Tang Ge's formidable physique, capable of tearing apart the mandala snake, it seemed quite reasonable for him to fuse with a Millennium Soul Ring. However, what surprised Tang San was that Tang Ge, after merging with the Millennium Soul Ring, had only just reached the 13th level of soul power. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to Tang San, as he had previously learned from his teacher that, while his soul power required assessment at the Martial Soul Hall, it was estimated to be at least at the 12th level. Thus, the gap between himself and Tang Ge was not as vast as he had initially thought. Tang San could not help but ponder silently. Chapter 31. Big Brother, Avenge Us. That evening, Master Yu Xiaojing did not linger at the market outside the soul-hunting forest. Instead, he promptly hired a carriage to take Tang Ge and Tang San away. The carriage traveled at a swift pace, and even after stopping for a meal, the three of them returned to Notting Academy by 1 o'clock the following day. Upon arriving at the academy, Yu Xiaojing left for an urgent matter, prompting Tang Ge and Tang San to head directly to Dormitory 7. However, to their surprise, Dormitory 7 was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Upon entering, Tang Ge observed the empty surroundings and exclaimed in astonishment, "Where is everyone? Wang Sheng and the others must still be dining." Tang San yawned nonchalantly, feeling utterly uncomfortable after a long day spent on a carriage, yearning only for the solace of his bed. Noticing Tang San's weary expression, Tang Ge decided to seize the opportunity for a good slumber as well. However, before they could act on their intentions, a cacophony of disordered footsteps abruptly shattered the tranquility outside the 7th dormitory, accompanied by anguished cries of indignation. How infuriating, truly despicable, that Lu Long lost the duel due to his own carelessness. Yet he blames Brother Sheng for a sneak attack and even summoned 6th Year S Xiao Lada for vengeance. It hurts so much. Xiao Lada was ruthless, and my face is still swollen. Brother Sheng, Sister Xiaowu, when will Tang San and the others return? If they were here, we surely wouldn't have suffered such a defeat. Indeed, when will they return? They don't even inform us when they head out. As Tang Ge and Tang San emerged from the 7th dormitory, they were met with the sight of the original members of the dormitory, supporting one another as they stumbled towards them, each bearing bruises and injuries that painted a grim picture. Among them, Wang Xing was particularly unrecognizable. His face so swollen it was nearly beyond recognition, and his academy uniform tattered beyond repair. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Ge was initially taken aback, but soon grasped the situation. Before he could utter a word, Tang San furrowed his brow and inquired, "What happened? Who attacked you?" At that moment, The 8 returning members of the 7th dormitory noticed Tang Ge and Tang San standing at the entrance. Their previously sorrowful expressions transformed into one of excitement. With Wangxing exhibiting the most fervent reaction, he let out a loud wail, breaking free from the support of his companions, and stumbled towards Tang San. As Wangxing lunged towards him, seers flying in every direction, Tang San instinctively took a step back. Yet, just as Wangxing was about to collide with him, he suddenly halted, pivoted, and plopped down at Tang Ge's feet, clasping his legs tightly, weeping profusely. "Brother, woe is me. I have been so brutally beaten. Look at my face, my stomach. This is all the doing of that surnamed Xiao. You must avenge me." Beside them, Tang San felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to give Wangxing a good thrashing himself. Tang Ge was oblivious to Tang San's thoughts. He gazed at Wangxing, who was crouched on the ground, clutching his legs and weeping, feeling both amused and exasperated. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "What are you crying for? Get up at once." "Woo, big brother. It hurts. If you do not promise to avenge us, I refuse to rise." Wangxing, disregarding Tang Ge's words, continued to rub his tears against Tang Ge's legs. Feeling his trousers becoming increasingly damp, Tang Ge could no longer tolerate the situation and reluctantly nodded in agreement. "Fine, I promise you. Now hurry up and get on your feet. If you don't, I shall give you a beating as well." Upon hearing this, Wangxing, who had been crying moments before, swiftly sprang to his feet. No longer resembling someone who had just been beaten, he looked at Tang Ge hesitantly and inquired, "So, shall we go now? Are the ones who hurt you still around?" Tang Ge furrowed his brow. Wangxing quickly nodded. Yes. The one surnamed Xiao and Lu Long are in the woods behind the academy. I will take you there right away, boss. Xiao-san, do you wish to take a look as well?" Tang Ge disregarded Wangxing and instead turned to the side, smiling at Tang San. Tang San could only nod helplessly upon hearing this. "Since you've all gone, how could I not follow? In that case, let us proceed. Wangxing, lead the way." "Understood." Instantly, the group from the 7th dormitory, under Wangxing's guidance, marched with great fervor towards the wooded area behind the academy. Especially after learning that Tang Ge and Tang San had both integrated their spirit rings to become spirit masters, the confidence of Wangxing and the other 8 soared. Almost as if they wished to sprout wings and soar over. In a grove behind the nodding academy, the labor students from the 7th dormitory had just endured an asymmetric battle, having been thoroughly defeated and, to be precise, mercilessly beaten. They fled in tears. The onlooking students, seeing that there was no longer any entertainment to be had, gradually dispersed. Ultimately, only a handful of upperclassmen remained, showering compliments upon one student who wore an expression of pride and self-satisfaction. "Xiao is indeed remarkable. With just one strike, he made those labor students weep inconsolably. Let's see if they dare to oppose us again." Wangxing, too, was audacious, asserting that Xiao Dao was no match for his so-called Tang Dao, claiming that a first-year student could only be so formidable. "Indeed, our Xiao Dao has integrated a spirit ring. Even if this Tang Dao were to appear, he would likely be so frightened he'd lose control." The student receiving the flattery was known as Xiao Kelang, the so-called Xiao Dao among this group of upperclassmen. Hearing their praises, he instinctively puffed out his chest, adopting an air of inscrutability. However, at that moment, one of the senior students inadvertently glanced into the distance and could not suppress his astonishment. "Hey, aren't those the labor students from the 7th dormitory who just got beaten? Why have they returned?" Upon hearing this, the other students who had been conversing turned to look. Sure enough, 10 figures appeared a dozen meters away, striding directly towards them. However, in addition to the 7 who had just fled, there were 2 newcomers, seemingly reinforcements summoned by Wangxing and his companions. "Xiao Dao. It seems these labor students haven't had enough of a beating." Lu Long, who had previously suffered at Wangxing's hands, could not help but sneer. In response to Lu Long's words, Xiao Kelang maintained his composure, calmly shaking his head. "Beating them is not my intention. I merely wish to teach them the virtue of humility." Chapter 32. The Madness of Milk. Before long, Tang Ge and his group of 10 arrived within mere meters of Xiao Kelang and the others. After halting, Wangxing immediately pointed at the brazen Xiao Kelang, gritting his teeth and declaring, "Boss, that's Xiao Kelang, whom everyone calls Xiao Dao." "Xiao Dao? How melodious." Hearing Wangxing's words, Tang Ge could not help but chuckle inwardly. However, he maintained a calm exterior, nodding. "Well, since I am here, I will not allow the 7th dormitory to be bullied by others." "Ha ha, that's utterly laughable." Just as Tang Ge uttered these words, A wave of derisive laughter erupted from the opposing side. Standing beside Xiao Kelang, Lu Long finally could not hold back and exclaimed loudly, "Wang Xing, if I am not mistaken. These two beside you should be the new students who just arrived at the academy, right? I never expected you, an upperclassman, would call a freshman your boss. If I were you, I would turn around and find a crack in the ground to hide in to spare myself the embarrassment." Upon hearing Lu Long's remarks, the other upperclassmen erupted in laughter. In an instant, scornful and disdainful glances converged upon Wang Xing, causing his expression to darken considerably. He shouted at Lu Long, "Lu Long, if you have the guts, come out. This time, I will make you cry for your mother." Lu Long merely scoffed. Yet, despite Wang Xing's challenge, he did not respond, infuriating Wang Xing to the point of wanting to rush over and fight. However, with Tang Ge patting his shoulder, he gradually calmed down. After Wang Xing retreated to the back, Tang Ge stepped forward, gazing at the pretentious Xiao Kelang with a smile. "So, you are Xiao? I have heard that you have become a spirit master? A rank 11, one-ring battle spirit master with a wolf martial spirit. Thus, you, a newly enrolled freshman, should understand that you and those behind you cannot contend with me," Xiao Kelang declared proudly without reservation. Beside him, Lu Long chimed in, "Did you hear that? My Xiao is a rank 11, one-ring battle spirit master. If you do not wish to end up like that Wang Xing, you had better scram." His words were filled with arrogance. A glint of cold light flashed in Tang Ge's eyes as he cast a glance at Tang San beside him. "Little San, teach him a lesson." "Why me?" Tang San could not help but inquire. Tang Ge shrugged. "I am the leader of the 7th dormitory. Have you ever witnessed a leader stepping into the fray at the very onset of a duel? Moreover, this is a quest for vengeance on behalf of our brethren. Are you, Tang San, unwilling to partake?" As these words escaped his lips, Wang Xing and the other 7 cast their gazes upon Tang San, as if silently inquiring, "Are you truly hesitant?" Tang San felt an overwhelming sense of frustration and could only nod in agreement. "Very well, I shall proceed." He then seized a handful of stones from the ground, stepping out of the formation to gaze at Lu Long across from him. "I intend to strike your left arm. Do you believe me?" Lu Long was about to respond with a jest when, with a swift whoosh, a stone struck his left arm with considerable force, eliciting a sharp cry of pain from him. "Now, I shall aim for your right arm." Tang San seemed eager to vent the frustration swirling within him, showing no signs of restraint. After his voice fell, another stone was propelled from his hand with force. The startled Lu Long, having just been struck, quickly concealed his right arm. However, the flying stone appeared to possess a will of its own, soaring through the air before suddenly veering to strike him once more on the right arm from behind. "Wah wah wah. If you have the courage, stand there and do not move. I shall break your legs with my staff." Lu Long grimaced in pain. In response, he summoned his martial soul staff and charged towards Tang San with fervor. Tang San continued to unleash the stones from his hand, striking your right leg, striking your left leg. The distance of merely 5 to 6 meters became an excruciating source of regret for Lu Long, as the stones imbued with soul power rendered him immobile. In the blink of an eye, he found himself battered and bruised, ultimately unable to endure the torment any longer. Lu Long let out a desperate cry and retreated back to his allies, no longer daring to show his face. Once proud, Xiao Kelang's expression darkened. To preserve his dignity, he had no choice but to dispatch several senior students from his side, including the formidable Ling Feng. Yet, like Lu Long, they all fell victim to Tang San's prowess. Throughout the encounter, Tang San refrained from employing his martial soul. At that moment, even Xiao Kelang, despite his dim-wittedness, discerned that his opponent was indeed a soul master who had fused with soul rings, leaving him profoundly astonished. How could a mere newly enrolled student possess such status? As he pondered this, Tang San suddenly spoke. "You're the last one left. Why don't you come out?" Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Kelang, eager to maintain his pride despite his inner turmoil, stepped forward with his usual arrogance. He gazed at Tang San and declared, "I am Xiao Kelang, a 6th grade student with the martial soul of a wolf, an 11th level one-ring battle soul master." Xiao Kelang reiterated his credentials, a gesture of respect towards an opponent of the same rank. A few meters away, Tang San, having learned this custom from his master, nodded in acknowledgement and replied, "I am Tang San, a first-year student." Just as he began to speak, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind. "Xiao San, come back. I will take over from here. Did you not say you wanted me to take action?" Tang San turned his head and glanced at Tang Ge, feeling somewhat displeased. Tang Ge rolled his eyes. "In a contest of kings, since you have already dealt with that group of minor characters, the final confrontation with the formidable Xiao Lauda is naturally mine to handle." "What? Judging by your expression, do you disagree with my assertion? No. You are absolutely correct. I, Tang San, have no retort. In light of Tang Ge's explanation, Tang San felt a surge of frustration welling up within him, causing him to grit his teeth in anger. Ultimately, however, he turned and rejoined the ranks. Now, the vast expanse was left with only Tang Ge and Xiao Kelang. Observing the laid-back and nonchalant demeanor of Tang Ge across from him, Xiao Kelang couldn't help but furrow his brow in irritation and exclaimed, "Reveal your martial soul." "Reveal what martial soul?" "To contend with you. All I need to do is provoke you into a frenzy." Tang Ge wore an expression of disdain. It was the first time he had ever been underestimated. Upon hearing Tang Ge's remarks, Xiao Kelang, the son of the Lord of Nodding City, could no longer contain his fury and exclaimed, "Are you seeking death?" As soon as the words left his lips, a brilliant white light suddenly appeared and surged into his body. In an instant, Xiao Kelang, who had been poised to charge at Tang Ge, froze in place, his previously furious visage now transformed into one of unexpected delight. Chapter 33. I shall call you the strongest. The transformation in Xiao Kelang's expression did not go unnoticed by the students of the 7th Division. As they observed this sudden change, what caused him to look so pleased all of a sudden? Wang Sheng and the other 7 shared puzzled glances. Only Tang San, being a first-ring soul master, grasped the underlying implications, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Could it be a soul skill? He mused. Meanwhile, the senior students standing behind Xiao Kelang remained oblivious to the situation, leading to their bewilderment at their leader's inaction after such bravado. One could not help but whisper, "Lu Long, what is wrong with Xiao Laoda?" Reluctantly, Lu Long approached, feeling the weight of the fierce glares from his seniors urging him forward. Hesitating slightly, he finally extended a finger and gently poked Xiao Kelang's back. "Xiao Laoda?" Receiving no response, Lu Long prodded again, yet still, there was no reaction. Gritting his teeth, he decisively jabbed harder. Ha 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 ha. With an unbearable laugh, the previously motionless Xiao Kelang suddenly turned, delivering a swift slap that sent Lu Long crashing to the ground. Lu Long's face instantly swelled up. At that moment, the fog of confusion began to lift from Xiao Kelang's face. As his gaze regained focus, he beheld Lu Long sprawled on the ground, his face resembling that of a swollen pig. Frowning, he inquired, "Who did this?" "It was you, Laoda," Lu Long replied. His voice tinged with grievance as tears welled in his eyes. "Me?" Xiao Kelang's expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Then, as if a revelation struck him, his countenance transformed dramatically, and he whirled around to confront Tang Ge. "What did you do to me just now?" Gazing at Tang Ge, Xiao Kelang was filled with both fear and indignation. He could only recall that a beam of light had entered his body, after which he felt as if he had descended into an endless realm of bliss, losing all awareness of his surroundings. The sound of a system notification resonated in Tang Ge's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have shocked Xiao Kelang, earning 120 shock points. Perfect." Another opportunity seized. In gratitude towards Xiao Kelang, he waved his hand, unleashing a surge of joy-infused solar energy directly into the latter's body. The previously furious Xiao Kelang's face once again transformed into a visage of pleasure. This time, the dozen or so senior students, despite their usual dullness, finally understood why their leader had suddenly frozen in place. That beam of white light was peculiar. Consequently, their gazes collectively shifted towards Lu Long, who had just risen from the ground. However, Lu Long was no fool. Upon witnessing the situation, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed once more. The students exchanged glances, none willing to approach and rouse Xiao Kelang. Thus, the atmosphere in the small grove became palpably tense. Fortunately, Xiao Kelang was a first-ring battle spirit master. After experiencing the gentle warmth once, he had developed a certain resistance and soon awakened on his own. Upon regaining consciousness, he uttered no words but charged straight at Tang Ge. Midway, another beam of white light shot forth. Xiao Kelang bellowed, martial spirit possessed. Instantly, a phantom battle wolf howled, enveloping him entirely. The wolf's claws traced arcs in the air. Alas, the incoming white light seemed genuinely like mere light. Even with the aid of his martial spirit, he could not fend it off. Thus, as the white light entered his body, the once ferocious Xiao Kelang once again froze, his face alight with ecstasy. Then, Xiao Kelang awoke anew, his expression shifting to one of rage as he glared at Tang Ge, shouting, "What the hell have you done to me?" "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have shocked Xiao Kelang, earning 180 shock points." Hearing the system notification echo in his mind once more, Tang Ge chuckled and released another beam of white light. Finally, under the incredulous gazes of the surrounding students, Xiao Kelang, having endured the torment of white light 6 or 7 times, could no longer bear it. As soon as he regained consciousness this time, before the white light could reappear, he collapsed to his knees. Gazing at Tang Ge, who stood over 4 meters away, the exhausted Xiao Kelang wept, crying out, Xiao Kelang, shall call you the strongest. Do as you please, I beg you, spare me further torment. At this proclamation, Wang Xing and the others from Dormitory 7 were momentarily taken aback before erupting into excited cheers. Ha ha ha, our leader is indeed the leader. I knew that Xiao was no match for him. Did you see? Even Xiao Kelang is begging for mercy now. Let us see who dares to bully us from Dormitory 7 again. Leader, I adore you. Ultimately, spurred on by Wang Xing's enthusiasm, the 8 of them rushed forward, lifting Tang Ge above their heads without a moment's hesitation. Tang San refrained from joining the fray, yet his eyes brimmed with envy. He had exerted himself previously. Why was he not included in the lifting? As for the dozen senior students across from him, they were utterly astonished that the formidable Xiao, who usually exuded strength, was now kneeling in abject surrender. In an instant, the grand image they had constructed of Xiao crumbled to dust. However, their primary emotion was one of dread towards Tang Ge's peculiar abilities. They had witnessed firsthand the harrowing spectacle of the first-ring battle spirit master being driven to utter despair without a drop of blood being shed. The experience was nothing short of terrifying. This individual must not be provoked, having etched Tang Ge's visage into their memories. The senior students could no longer bear to remain and hastily made their exit. The exhausted Xiao Kelang was also assisted away by the bruised Lu Long. Beneath the glaring sun, Tang Ge, hoisted aloft by his fellow 7th dormitory students in celebration of their victory, squinted against the light. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, a radiant smile blossomed on his face. How wonderful! Another day of reaping abundant rewards. Subsequently, as the initial thrill subsided and news spread of Tang Ge and Tang San returning with their first spirit ring, the notoriously frugal Wang Xing surprisingly displayed generosity. In celebration of their successful revenge, he took out his savings and treated everyone from the 7th dormitory to a lavish feast at a fine restaurant in Notting City. It was not until nearly 3 o'clock in the afternoon that the group of 10 returned to the academy. Chapter 34. A sudden inspiration. Good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. The duel that had just concluded in the small woods behind the academy quickly became the talk of the institution. Soon, everyone was aware that the 6th-year Xiao Kelang had been defeated by a newly enrolled student, and in a rather humiliating manner. Allegedly, the newcomer had not even activated a spirit ring. With a mere casual gesture, he had brought the first-ring battle spirit master to his knees in supplication. This tale sounded fantastical, yet there were witnesses to attest to its authenticity. Consequently, many curious senior students sought out Xiao Kelang to glean further details. However, Xiao Kelang, unwilling to admit such a blow to his pride, hurriedly dismissed them and left the academy with a grim demeanor. In fact, he did not show his face again for several months. Nevertheless, the inquisitive students managed to uncover much of the story from the lower-year student Lu Long. As the tale circulated, it grew increasingly sensational. Eventually, even the academy's teachers were drawn into the fray, personally confirming that the lower-year student who had defeated Xiao Kelang possessed a spirit skill. This revelation astounded many students. A spirit skill? It is well known that even upon merging with the first spirit ring, not every spirit master is granted a spirit skill. This is contingent upon both the quality of the spirit ring and the innate talent of the spirit master. The fact that a mere freshman possessed a spirit ring was truly astonishing. Could he possibly hail from a prominent family? In Notting City, having just concluded their meal, the 7th dormitory group exited the restaurant, chattering merrily as they made their way back to the academy. Suddenly, Tang Ge halted, an unusual expression crossing his face. Upon witnessing this, Tang San could not help but inquire, "What is the matter, Tang Ge?" The others also gazed at Tang Ge with expressions of curiosity. Tang Ge pondered for a moment and then said, "I just recalled that I have some matters to attend to, so I cannot return to the academy just yet. Why don't you all head back without me? Will you not be attending the afternoon class?" Tang San exclaimed in astonishment. Tang Ge embraced Tang San with a warm smile and said, "What classes are you attending? Could it be that the teaching abilities of those instructors in the academy could surpass that of a master? Therefore, once you have acquired the insights from the master, return and share them with me." Upon hearing Tang Ge's remarks, Tang San couldn't help but roll his eyes. Nevertheless, he did not refuse. After freeing himself from Tang Ge's grasp, he nodded and replied, "Regardless, as we have just begun our studies, it would be prudent not to miss too many classes." "Understood. Let us hasten back," Tang Ge urged him. Thus, Tang San ceased his further remarks and departed with Wang Sheng and the others. Meanwhile, Tang Ge turned back and swiftly retraced his steps to locate an inexpensive inn, where he exchanged some copper spirit coins for a temporary room. As soon as the door closed behind him, Tang Ge stood at the threshold, eagerly redirecting his attention to the system. In an instant, the previously muted system notifications began to resonate incessantly in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have astonished Silei, earning 6 astonishment points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. You have astonished Wu Yao, earning 8 astonishment points. By the time it concluded, the system notifications had sounded over 130 times. Had it not been for Tang Ge's timely transformation of the auditory alerts into information streams, the relentless cacophony in his mind would surely have driven him to madness. However, at this moment, all of Tang Ge's focus was entirely captivated by the suddenly accrued astonishment points. Although each individual gain was modest when he tallied all the notifications, he was astounded to discover that his astonishment points had increased by a remarkable 1,050. This revelation filled him with immense joy. Yet, soon after, a look of confusion crossed his face. What on earth had I done to suddenly amass such a plethora of astonishment points? Could it be due to my earlier battles with Xiao Kelang and his cohort at the academy? He couldn't help but recall the multitude of names that appeared in the notifications, names that seemed to belong to the students of Nodding Academy. If they were indeed academy students, how could they contribute to my astonishment points despite not being present? Could it be that the system has acquired a new function, allowing me to indirectly gain astonishment points due to my enhanced strength? As Tang Ge pondered, he pulled over a chair and took a seat. With a mere thought, his personal information panel was promptly summoned. Shocking system host, Tang Ge level, 13th rank Soul Master Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Inyong Life and Death Diagram. Exquisite 4-Sword Soul Ring, Inyong Life and Death Diagram Purple Soul Skill, Delight Martial Technique, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Method Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Rate, 32 Shock Value, 70-50. His gaze fell upon the shock value section at the bottom, and upon observing the figure displayed, Tang Ge's face blossomed with joy. Had he unknowingly approached the threshold of 10,000 points? He felt that with a bit more effort, he might just accumulate enough shock value today to initiate another round of celestial lottery draws. However, how might he continue to acquire shock value? Tang Ge could not help but ponder in his heart. After a brief moment, his eyes suddenly illuminated, and he immediately raised his right hand. Indeed, it was the right hand. As he activated his soul power, a mini-sword that continuously transformed began to materialize in the palm of his right hand. This was his martial soul, the 4 Swords of Extermination. The moment the 4 Swords of Extermination appeared, a terrifying sword aura emanated from it, instantly imposing immense pressure upon Tang Ge's body. He gazed at the 4 Swords of Extermination, memories flooding his mind of the time he had unleashed the lethal sword in the soul-hunting forest, causing a transformation in the heavens within a radius of several miles. Since even the act of competing could indirectly yield shock value, it stood to reason that utilizing it would not fail to elicit the same response. With an expression of anticipation, Tang Ge did not retract the 4 Swords of Extermination. Instead, he began to channel his soul power into it. Buzz! In an instant, the once tranquil 4 Swords of Extermination quivered, seemingly on the verge of splitting into 4. The pressure surged exponentially as the ethereal sword aura rampaged. The table closest to Tang Ge was instantly shattered with a resounding crack, while the floor bore the marks of intersecting sword scars. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Ge was taken aback, compelled to divert some of his focus to restrain the surging sword aura. Otherwise, before he could achieve the results he desired, this inn would surely be reduced to rubble. Fortunately, the 4 Swords of Extermination was his own martial soul. Despite the overwhelming sword aura, it posed no danger to him. Thus, gritting his teeth, Tang Ge endured the immense pressure enveloping him and continued to amplify the input of his soul power into the 4 Swords of Extermination. Then, the heavens finally transformed. Chapter 35. An overwhelming delight at this moment. It was originally afternoon, and the weather was clear. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, casting blinding rays that rendered the residents of Nodin City lethargic. However, suddenly, it felt as though an invisible hand had summoned all the dark clouds from a distance. In an instant, the sky above Nodin City was shrouded in dense clouds. A fierce wind swept in, and the day turned dark. The residents of the city, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but reveal expressions of delight on their flushed faces. It was going to rain. Immediately, many vendors began to pack their belongings, seeking shelter from the impending rain, hoping to enjoy the coolness it would bring. However, as time passed, not a single drop of rain fell. Instead, the clouds that merely obscured Nodin City rapidly spread in all directions. By the time the residents realized something was amiss, the sky had completely darkened. Not a glimmer of sunlight remained. Suddenly, it sounded as if a sword was ringing in their ears. Following that, an indescribably terrifying aura swept in like a tempest. Thud, thud. The citizens of Nadan City felt as if an invisible giant hand had descended, forcing them to the ground. The icy horror of having a sword poised at their throats left them in a state of panic. What on earth was happening? Were they to perish? Within the city lord's mansion, a tall and powerful man sat in the hall. Beside him was the previously frantic Xiao Kelang. At this moment, Xiao Kelang wore a face of grievance, crying out, "Father, I want to transfer schools. I can't go to Nadan Academy anymore. What is going on?" The imposing figure. The city lord Xiao furrowed his brows and inquired, just as Xiao Kelang was about to recount the events at the academy. The once bright hall was suddenly engulfed in darkness, followed by a horrifying aura sweeping in from outside. Xiao Chushu, a soul master, was startled and leapt from his chair. He feared that a formidable enemy had arrived. Rushing out of the hall, he shouted, "Who goes there?" Swish, swish, swish. Soon, a multitude of city guards rushed in. "Sir, what are your orders?" Yet at this moment, the city lord paid no heed to the guards. He was gazing up at the sky completely covered by dark clouds. His face a mask of astonishment. The sharp sword aura saturating the air was palpable even to one without a sword martial soul. Treasure? A powerful being? Moreover, in Nadan City, the dark clouds had not only alarmed the city lord's mansion but also startled the strong individuals at Nadan Academy and the leaders of the martial soul division. They, possessing formidable strength, did not succumb like ordinary citizens to the oppressive aura, remaining standing. However, even so, the overwhelming sword energy that seemed ready to tear through the void left many grand soul masters, soul venerates, and soul masters in shock and awe. Consequently, these various factions dispatched personnel to investigate the situation and immediately contacted higher authorities to report the unusual occurrences in Nadan City. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous inn in Nadan City, Tang Ge, who was forcefully unleashing the aura of the extermination sword, also noticed the changes outside. After all, the room had suddenly darkened. It would be strange not to notice. He raised an eyebrow, secretly astonished that the aura of the extermination sword could create such a commotion. Suddenly, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have shocked Wang Er and gained 1 point of shock value. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have shocked Zhao Wu and gained 1 point of shock value. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have shocked Lu Feng and gained 200 points of shock value. In the span of a short while, the system notifications rang out over a dozen times and continued to sound incessantly. Tang Ge had never experienced the system's notification sound as he did this time. It resonated in his ears like the incessant buzzing of a mosquito, causing him immense discomfort. Consequently, he swiftly silenced the notification sound, allowing it to transform into a stream of information that began to refresh on the panel. The irritating buzz immediately vanished. Tang Ge could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. However, upon witnessing the incessantly refreshing information on the system panel, his face flushed with excitement, a sensation he had never experienced before. In just a short span of time, his shock value astonishingly surged by over 1,000 points. Moreover, the shock value showed no signs of abating, continuing to escalate. Furthermore, amidst this unceasing influx of system information, Tang Ge observed that numerous unfamiliar names contributed hundreds, even thousands, of shock points directly to him. Among them, there seemed to be an individual with the surname Xiao. Peering out the window at the shrouded sky, Tang Ge suddenly comprehended that the commotion caused by his activation of the exquisite sword's essence outside was undoubtedly significant. Otherwise, such a plethora of shock points would not have manifested. Glancing once more at the system panel, he discovered that his previously modest shock value of over 7,000 had remarkably soared to over 40,000. Gritting his teeth in determination, he resolutely decided to disregard the immense strain on his body and commanded the miniature exquisite sword to grow slightly larger. Yet, this minor increase appeared to provoke the heavens. With a resounding roar, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, suddenly materialized in the void, causing all the inhabitants of Nadan City to shut their eyes in response. Even some soul masters and grand soul masters, who had intended to investigate the situation, hastily concealed themselves, trembling in fear. The thunderous roars continued in an unrelenting cascade, as if intent on consuming the entire city of Nadan. The residual might of the lightning bore down upon the inn where Tang Ge resided. In Tang Ge's grasp, the exquisite sword, which had merely been emanating a presence, sensed the lingering threat of the lightning and, as if provoked, began to tremble violently. A slender strand of sword aura was unexpectedly manifested, slicing through the window and directly cleaving towards the sky outside. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening crash, an immense sword light emerged, not only tearing through the lightning, but also rending the oppressive clouds that obscured the sun. As the clouds dispersed, a gaping hole appeared in the sky, which took a considerable time to heal and vanish. In that moment, the entirety of Nodding City fell into an eerie silence. However, within the inn, Tang Ge, overwhelmed by the exquisite sword's autonomous counterattack, could no longer contain himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. After expelling the blood, he collapsed from the stool, lying flat on the ground. He felt as though countless hammers were relentlessly pounding his body, the pain swelling within him, threatening to tear him apart, leaving him in unbearable discomfort. Tang Ge's face, pale and devoid of color, was suddenly filled with bitterness. This time, he truly overindulged. Chapter 36, A Heavenly Lottery. 10 consecutive strikes. At this moment, the once thunderous roars outside had completely vanished, and the thick clouds that enveloped the city of Nodding had dispersed, revealing the sun beyond. However, the lingering aura in the air remained, making everyone in the city realize that the apocalyptic scene they had just witnessed was not a mere dream. It was all undeniably real. Fortunately, the terrifying calamity did not unfold, as the scorching sunlight descended once more, illuminating their surroundings. The residents of Nodding had never felt the warmth of the sun so profoundly. Yet, they remained unaware that the fearsome sword aura that had shattered the thunder not only frightened them, but also alarmed some of the most formidable beings on the continent. In a distant, mysterious palace, a woman draped in a luxurious black robe adorned with golden patterns, wearing a 9-curved purple-gold crown, lay languidly in a chair. She possessed an almost flawless visage, exuding an air of noble sanctity that compelled one to bow in reverence. Suddenly, the woman opened her eyes, her brows slightly furrowed, and her delicate red lips parted to emit a barely audible sound. Is this aura from the north? Immediately, orders were dispatched from the palace, heading northward. In another city, a middle-aged man with a sharp aura was practicing swordsmanship. The long sword in his hand, transformed from his martial soul, split into 12 sword shadows, each causing the nearby hill to diminish in height. Finally, with a resounding crash, the several-meter-high hill collapsed entirely, flattening into the ground. The middle-aged man inhaled deeply, preparing to retract his martial soul. Unexpectedly, the sword martial soul emitted a low hum, seemingly attempting to break free from his grasp and fly into the distance. The man's expression shifted, and he quickly bound the martial soul with his soul power. Yet, he could distinctly sense a powerful feeling of submission emanating from the martial soul. Such formidable sword intent! The middle-aged man couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, his gaze fixated on the horizon, as if witnessing a majestic display of sword energy. His eyes filled with awe and a fierce battle spirit. In the depths of an expansive and boundless forest, Xiaowu, who should have been attending Nodding Academy, found herself inexplicably present here, still clad in her adorable pink attire. However, at that moment, her face was etched with worry as she muttered to herself. I just arrived at the academy and haven't disclosed my martial soul is a rabbit, yet Brother Tang already knows. Could he have discovered my true identity? If I am truly exposed, will I still be able to attend? Ming, you suggested I bring him here and then eliminate him with a single strike? No. That's out of the question. He is my friend. I cannot harm him. But what if I don't eliminate him, and he does learn and reveal my identity? What should I do? Xiao Wu's expression was filled with turmoil, unsure of her next move. Just then, accompanied by a tremor in the ground, a colossal figure emerged from the shadowy forest, an enormous titan ape. Upon its emergence, it did not glance at Xiao Wu but instead lifted its head to gaze toward the northern direction, suddenly releasing a deafening roar as if sensing a threat. In the same unassuming inn in Nodding City, behind the tightly shut door, Tang Ge lay sprawled on the ground like a letter, with blood seeping from the surface of his body, which had been enhanced by the ancient sacred body. He felt as though a colossal stone had been lodged within him, expanding and threatening to explode his very being. The pain was excruciating. Tang Ge had not anticipated that his whimsical idea of utilizing the aura of the Sword of Extermination for a bit of extra gain would lead to such unforeseen consequences. He relished the thrill, yet, in a moment of carelessness, he had gone too far, feeling his body utterly devoid of strength, unable even to move a finger. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He vowed to himself that he must never act so recklessly again. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for astonishing the sword Douluo Continent, earning a staggering 5,000 points of astonishment. As soon as the system's sound barrier was lifted, a notification tone chimed in. The commotion had been so great that even the sword Douluo of the Seven Treasures glazed tile school was taken aback. Upon hearing the notification, a hint of surprise flickered across Tang Ge's pale face. However, he was puzzled. If even the sword Douluo could be shocked, it was illogical that entities of equal stature would not perceive the sword energy released by the sword of extermination. Why then? Did only the sword Douluo trigger the system's notification? Could it be due to the fact that the other party possessed a sword martial spirit? Tang Ge was utterly perplexed. However, as waves of excruciating pain coursed through his body, he found himself unable to ponder the matter of his shock value any longer. He swiftly channeled his soul power to activate the remaining essence of the 9 orifices Golden Dan within his heart. As the medicinal properties of the Golden Dan were ignited, they began to gradually mend Tang Ge's injuries in tandem with his soul power. Gradually, he closed his eyes. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. When Tang Ge finally regained consciousness, the medicinal essence of the 9 orifices Golden Dan, having been depleted through repeated use, had completely vanished. In its stead, Tang Ge's injuries had healed significantly, and the fusion degree of his ancient sacred body had increased slightly. Nevertheless, he still felt an overwhelming fatigue. He understood that a complete recovery would require some time. The thought of the 4 swords of Zuzhen crossed his mind, stirring something within him, prompting the retrieval of his personal profile panel. Shock System Host. Tang Ge Level. 13th Rank Soul Master Martial Soul. Twin Martial Souls. Inyong Life and Death Diagram. For Swords of Zuzhen Soul Ring. Inyong Life and Death Diagram. Purple Soul Skill. Joy Martial Skill. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique Physique. Fusion Degree of Ancient Sacred Body. 33 Shock Value. 103. 500. The shock value displayed a 6-digit number that nearly blinded Tang Ge with its brilliance. He had anticipated a substantial amount, yet he never expected it to reach such heights. An astonishing total of 103, 500 shock points. In an instant, excitement surged within him. Ignoring his recently regained strength, he promptly leapt to his feet. Once seated on the bed, Tang Ge silently urged within his mind, "System, activate the celestial roulette. I wish to perform a 10 consecutive draw." The system's prompt sounded. Shock value sufficient. Celestial roulette activation successful. Commencing 10 consecutive draws. Please be patient. As the notification faded, a colossal, indescribable wheel materialized before him, beginning to spin slowly. With his gaze fixated on this celestial wheel, Tang Ge clenched his fists and murmured to himself, 10 consecutive draws. Even if I merely acquire a single 9 orifices Golden Dan, it would justify my efforts. Chapter 37. A pinnacle in life. The celestial roulette continued to spin, its treasures veiled in a luminous glow, obscuring their true nature. Soon, the first draw concluded. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a 9 orifices Golden Dan. The system's notification echoed. Stunned by the announcement, Tang Ge momentarily froze, then without a word, gave himself a light slap. Of course, he could not bear to harm himself. He merely caressed his handsome face. Nonetheless, he was filled with immense frustration. I was merely speaking in jest, surely. The system would not actually grant me a 9 orifices Golden Dan when there are countless treasures far more precious within the celestial realm. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a 9 orifices Golden Dan too. The system continued its notifications. With a swift motion, Tang Ge grasped a wooden piece beside the bed, his teeth clenching with fury. System, if you have the capability. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a feather from the divine Kasha. Have I drawn something remarkable? Tang Ge's voice shifted mid-sentence, and he proclaimed with conviction, I knew the system was the best. Such prowess deserves my utmost respect. The system seemed pleased with Tang Ge's flattery. Consequently, it promptly revealed the results of the remaining 7 draws in one go. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a multiverse crossing talisman. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a weak version of the Sea God's baptism. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a soul ring from the Millennium Soul Beast, Wind Swallowing Swallow. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the secret of the walking character. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the Hell Furnace. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn the Heaven's Divine Fist, Fragment. A grand explosion. A magnificent revelation. When the final 7 draws concluded, a blinding golden light erupted from the wheel, nearly dazzling Tang Ge's eyes. Especially upon hearing the names of the treasures he had drawn, He stood up from the bed, his face alight with ecstatic joy. Had it not been for the consideration that he was still in the inn, he would have truly wanted to shout "Ali give." After a while, as the celestial roulette faded from view, the overwhelming golden light also dissipated. Tang Ge took a deep breath, finally calming the fervor of his heart. As he settled back down, his consciousness immersed itself in the system space, eagerly beginning to inventory the 10 treasures he had drawn this time. First and foremost, the 3 9-aperture golden pills retained their previous effects. They could heal injuries and enhance spiritual strength, as well as gradually facilitate the fusion of the primordial sacred body, at the very least in the early stages. The 9-aperture golden pills would adequately meet Tang Ge's needs. Secondly, a feather from the divine Kasha, the angelic king of the super divine academy, radiated a profound holy aura, though its precise function remained unclear. The Universal Crossing Talisman, true to its name, could transport its user to any world across the myriad realms upon activation, albeit with a high degree of randomness. Lastly, the blessing of the sea god, weaker, could elevate a soul ring of less than 10,000 years to the esteemed 10,000-year mark. Tang Ge contemplated utilizing the treasures only after the fusion degree of the ancient sacred body reached its zenith or when his soul power attained at least level 30. Thus, alongside the Millennium Soul Beast Wind Swallowing Ring, these 4 precious artifacts, while undeniably valuable, remained temporarily stored within the confines of the system space. Turning his attention to the remaining 3 treasures, the secret of the line, one of the 9 secrets within the shrouded world, it symbolizes swiftness and facilitates traversal through arrays. Upon reaching a certain realm, it even grants the ability to suspend time. The Hell Furnace, originating from the Supreme Sovereign of the Holy King world. This technique condenses the essence of the Hell Furnace within the body. Once established, it can refine and consume all that exists. The Divine Fist of Heaven fragmented also derived from the Supreme Sovereign of the Holy King world. This fist resonates with the ancient paradise of the beyond, wielding celestial might to subdue myriad demons, capable of obliterating worlds and dismantling the very fabric of the universe. Due to its incompleteness, it cannot attain the ultimate realm of the hand of God. Even in the realms of the myriad heavens, these 3 treasures stand as unparalleled marvels, each capable of stirring the attention of countless world-level powers. And now, all of them belong to Tang Ge. Without a moment's hesitation, he gazed upon these 3 most precious artifacts stored within the system space. With a mere thought, he summoned them forth and chose to fuse them. 3 beams of golden light surged forth, instantly entering his body. The fusion of the secret of the line was complete. Tang Ge felt a sense of buoyancy in his body. With merely a casual step forward, he abruptly vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he found himself standing at the doorway. The infernal furnace had completed its fusion. Tang Ge felt as though an infinitely towering furnace resided within him, its immense power stirring forth an unimaginable, terrifying pull. A 9-orifice golden pill was cast into this furnace, instantaneously transformed into a surging medicinal force that began to enhance Tang Ge's soul energy, nourishing his parched ancient sacred body. The fusion of the heavenly divine fist was complete. A sacred and majestic aura emanated from Tang Ge, dispelling all shadows and illuminating the room with a sudden brightness. At last, upon the complete amalgamation of the 3 treasured artifacts, Tang Ge, who had kept his eyes closed, abruptly opened them. A tumultuous force surged within him, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, filling him with an irresistible urge, as if he had reached the pinnacle of existence. It was imperative to release this energy. Thus, Tang Ge delivered a powerful punch to the ground of the room. Boom! In an instant, amidst the panicked screams, the aging 3-story inn in Nodding City could no longer withstand the onslaught and crumbled like dry twigs. Dust billowed forth, cascading in all directions. During this chaos, a shadow flitted about like a specter, continuously ejecting guests from the inn. Only after the ruins were devoid of life did this figure vanish in a series of flashes. Beneath the piercing sunlight, a few glimmering silver coins could still be seen swirling in the air, swiftly diving into the debris. At a distance of about 100 meters from the collapsed inn, a figure abruptly halted. It was Tang Ge, who had escaped the ruins using the secretive movement technique. Even from afar, he could see the dust lifted by the wind from the fallen adobe, a bittersweet smile crossing his face. Indeed, impulsiveness is a devil. Fortunately, it was daytime, and the inn wasn't heavily occupied. All guests had been timely rescued by Tang Ge. Thus, his reckless outburst did not result in any harm. Noticing that the commotion had even alarmed the guards of Nodding City, Tang Ge chose not to linger and proceeded directly towards the academy. Chapter 38, Arrival at the Soul Hall Nodding Academy. When Tang Ge returned to dormitory 7, he found it empty, not paying it much mind. He first took a shower and changed into fresh clothes before sitting on his bed to organize the spoils from his recent 10 consecutive draws. It must be said, the hell refinement method within the divine elephant suppression technique was extraordinarily formidable. Refining the 9-orifice golden pill was a matter of mere moments. There was no longer any need for Tang Ge to slowly absorb the medicinal energy by integrating it into his heart. The singular 9-orifice golden pill previously refined not only aided in recovering the majority of his physical injuries caused by the counterstrike of the exquisite sword, but it also propelled his recently attained 13th level soul power to unprecedented heights, leaping directly past 3 levels to reach the 17th level. Moreover, 2 9-orifice golden pills remained. Tang Ge harbored a suspicion that if he were to refine and absorb these 2 9-portal golden pills in one breath, he might directly ascend to the rank of a Grand Soul Master. After all, within the confines of the system space lay a Millennium Soul Ring. However, he ultimately resisted this impulsive urge. With the infernal refining method at his disposal, he was confident that even without relying on elixirs for cultivation, none could surpass his speed in enhancing soul power. It would be prudent to keep these 2 9-portal golden pills for unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, the amalgamation of the walking character secret and the heavenly divine fist had bestowed upon Tang Ge a novel and formidable means of attack. When combined with the primordial sacred body, it was certain that he could obliterate any adversary that stood in his way. Thus, Tang Ge resolved to treat these 2 secret techniques as his trump cards, reserving their use for situations where his martial soul abilities could not subdue his foes. Upon reflection, considering the minor injuries incurred from the backlash of the extermination sword and the substantial treasures obtained in one fell swoop, Tang Ge felt that this endeavor had been entirely worthwhile. A gleam sparkled in his eyes as he murmured to himself, as the saying goes, the bold may feast, while the timid may starve. Just then, the door, which had been closed, was abruptly pushed open, and a figure stepped in from the outside. Tang Ge's attention was captured as he spotted Tang San returning. He gathered his scattered thoughts and smiled as he spoke. "How have you been faring in your studies with the master?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's voice, Tang San momentarily froze, only to quickly regain his composure, his face reflecting astonishment. "Tang Ge, when did you return? It hasn't been long since you came back. Is there something you need to discuss with me?" Tang Ge responded with a smile. His inquiry was intended to be casual, yet to his surprise, Tang San nodded in acknowledgement upon hearing it. "The teacher stated that we have already integrated our soul rings and become soul masters, allowing us to receive a more detailed assessment of our soul power level at the Spirit Hall. Moreover, upon registering as soul masters, we are entitled to a monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin from the Spirit Hall. Tang Ge, I am preparing to go. Will you accompany me?" "Please do." Tang Ge pondered for a moment before acquiescing. For him, assessing soul power levels held little significance, as the system had already presented this information directly. The crux of the matter lay in the monthly stipend of a gold soul coin. One must seize the opportunity for something free. Moreover, it could also yield a fresh wave of astonishment points. Just the thought of it filled him with delight. The weather was still early, and having reached a consensus, Tang Ge and Tang San wasted no more time. They departed the dormitory and headed straight to the Spirit Hall in Nanning City. The Spirit Hall, as a formidable force on the Douluo Continent, boasted an innumerable number of registered soul masters, instilling fear in both the 2 great empires and various sects and families. The Spirit Hall is divided into several tiers: the Spirit Branch Hall, Spirit Sub-Hall, Spirit Main Hall, Spirit Sacred Hall, and the Hall of the Pope. Above the Hall of the Pope lies the fabled Douluo Worship Hall, accessible only to those of Soul Douluo rank or higher, a place of immense prestige. The Spirit Branch Hall represents the lowest echelon, found throughout cities across the continent. The Spirit Hall in Nanning City belongs to this tier. Nevertheless, when Tang Ge and Tang San arrived outside the Spirit Branch Hall in Nanning City, they were captivated by its grand and solemn aura. They soon collected themselves and, upon stating their purpose of coming for the soul assessment, were promptly granted entry by the guards, who directed them to seek Master Su Yuntao. Regrettably, possibly due to the timing, they did not encounter Su Yuntao along the way. Consequently, Tang Ge and Tang San proceeded directly to the reception area on the first floor of the Spirit Branch Hall, where they found Deacon Su Yuntao. Following the course of events as Tang Ge had anticipated, Deacon Su Yuntao began by explaining the ranking system of the Spirit Hall across the continent, then proceeded to assess Tang San's soul power. Not only was he astonished by the 13th level soul power, but was also taken aback by Tang San's fusion with the Mandala Snake soul ring. Especially upon learning that Tang San's teacher was the renowned master, he enthusiastically extended an invitation for him to join the spirit hall. However, Tang San declined outright. This left Deacon Maino rather disappointed, and after temporarily relinquishing his invitation, he turned his attention to the young lad still standing beside him. "Little one, it's your turn." Tang Ge nodded and stepped forward. However, unlike Tang San, he did not summon his martial soul. Instead, he channeled his soul power directly into the soul-testing stone held by the steward, Matthew. With a resounding hum, a golden light surged forth, and a rune symbolizing level 17 emerged within. 17 level soul power. How could this be? Upon witnessing the reaction of the soul-testing stone, Matthew's eyes widened in disbelief. If Tang San's 13th level soul power had astonished him, then the revelation of Tang Ge's 17th level soul power left him utterly astounded. How could a mere 6-year-old child, who had just absorbed a soul ring to become a soul master, leap 7 levels? Was it due to the soul ring? With this thought, Matthew turned to Tang San, eagerly urging him, "Little one, quickly show me your martial soul and soul ring." Hearing Matthew's prompt, Tang Ge could not help but feel a sense of pride within, and cooperatively revealed his martial soul and soul ring. His martial soul was the inyong life and death diagram, resembling a scroll. Matthew merely paused, not overly surprised. After all, he had witnessed countless peculiar martial souls while overseeing the soul power assessments. However, the purple soul ring surrounding Tang Ge's body made Matthew gasp in astonishment. A 1,000-year soul ring. He finally understood why this young boy had achieved the level of 17 soul power upon becoming a soul master. Yet, the esteemed master, who had researched the 10 core competencies of martial souls, had stated that the first soul ring a soul master could merge with should not exceed 500 years in age. Yet here was a living contradiction to that theory. Could it be that the master was mistaken? With this realization, Matthew could not help but exclaim, "Young one, come here, let me examine your body." Chapter 39. Another blind one examine my body? Tang Ge was momentarily taken aback by Matthew's words. However, he soon grasped the steward's intentions and did not refuse. After retracting his martial soul and soul ring, he approached directly. With the system's assistance, Tang Ge was unconcerned about any secrets within him being discovered. Matthew was unaware of this. As Tang Ge walked closer, he reached out and placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. Tang Ge suddenly felt a surge of soul power enter his body, coursing through his limbs and bones. Once the soul power dissipated, a voice filled with disappointment echoed, "Merely pursuing the age of your soul ring without regard for your body's limits, young one. Did your teacher not inform you of the consequences of such actions? Do you not feel an overwhelming pain throughout your body, as if it might shatter?" Matthew's words hung in the air. Meanwhile, Tang San, still in shock over Tang Ge's 17th level soul power, turned to him, puzzled and seeking understanding. Tang Ge was inclined to roll his eyes and convey his thoughts to Deacon Matthew. His body was not in a state of pervasive agony, nor was it on the brink of collapse. At most, he had sustained some internal injuries that would heal with a period of rest. Moreover, the wounds he currently bore were not a consequence of forcibly merging with the Millennium Soul Ring, but rather the unintended backlash from the might of the Excalibur. Therefore, while Deacon Matthew was slightly more capable than Su Yuntao, he still failed to recognize that his martial soul, the inyong life and death diagram, was not a useless one. Alas, it was regrettable that Tang Ge possessed the formidable physique of an ancient sacred body, and his singular pursuit of the age of soul rings posed no real issue. Thus, the spirit hall had acquired yet another unseeing pawn. Regardless, Tang Ge desired precisely such an outcome. He wished for others, like Su Yuntao, to remain oblivious to his true circumstances. Naturally, while he harbored such thoughts, he could not voice them aloud. Faced with the disappointed expression of Elder Ma Zayuno, Tang Ge feigned a resolute demeanor, shaking his head with determination. "I am aware of the dire consequences of forcibly merging a 1,000-year soul ring, yet my talents do not compare to others. Even if I were to exhaust this lifetime, I fear I could not traverse far. Rather than that, I would prefer to learn from the ephemeral bloom, hoping to unleash a brilliance that captivates the world, however fleeting it may be. Therefore, Elder Ma Zayuno, you need not dissuade me. Should the opportunity arise, I shall continue to merge a second 1,000-year soul ring, or even a third. Even in death, I believe the spirit realm will remember me as a pioneer who perished under the weight of soul rings." As he concluded, Tang Ge wore a joyful smile. Elder Ma Zayuno, moved by his words, could not help but feel a pang of emotion. Yet, he soon shook his head, letting out a resigned sigh. What a stubborn child. Alas, every individual has their destiny. The path must be traversed by oneself, and no one can impose their will. I can only hope that you will not harbor regrets in your final moments. Seemingly affected by Tang Ge's resolve, Ma Ziyuno refrained from further discussing the invitation for the two to join the spirit hall. After registering them, he promptly bid them farewell. Upon exiting the spirit hall, and after walking a considerable distance, Tang San could no longer contain himself and broke the heavy and oppressive atmosphere between them. He fixed his gaze on Tang Ge and earnestly stated, "I do not believe you." "What do you not believe?" Tang Ge was left utterly bewildered by Tang San's nonsensical words. Tang San turned his gaze towards the distant spirit hall. "It was the same conversation you had with the steward, Matthew. I understand that you did not forcibly merge the 1,000-year spirit ring. However, why did you say so earlier?" This was the perplexity in Tang San's heart. Upon hearing this, Tang Ge merely smiled and shook his head. "Little San, I assure you, my words are sincere. Indeed, you are aware of my formidable physical constitution, capable of vanquishing even the mandala serpent. Yet, do you believe that the Master's statements are erroneous? Remember, the Master is a luminary in the realm of spirits, held in high regard even by titled Douluos for his 10 core competitive advantages of spirit abilities. The world is vast, and it is improbable that no one possesses a physique akin to mine. If that is the case, why do they not seek to merge with a 1,000-year spirit ring as their first? If such instances existed, would the Master still hold his esteemed position? His proposed 10 core competitive advantages would have long been dismissed and ridiculed. Indeed, if there truly were individuals capable of fusing a 1,000-year spirit ring as their first, how could the Master still be revered by spirit masters within the realm? If merging with a 1,000-year spirit ring were feasible, why would the Master have limited my choice to a spirit ring of merely 400 years? Was it a deliberate choice on his part? No. The Master would never act in such a manner. As Tang San's turbulent thoughts began to clarify, he lifted his head to gaze at Tang Ge once more. His expression resolute, he declared, "Tang Ge, although I am uncertain of your motives, I will seek out the Master. I believe he must possess a solution to your predicament." "Ah, another child I've managed to mislead," Tang Ge thought to himself, hiding a smirk as he observed Tang San's shifting expressions. However, on the surface, Tang Ge maintained a serene demeanor, as if unconcerned about his own wounded body, smiling and urging, "Enough of this overthinking. Weren't you planning to visit a blacksmith to continue honing your forging skills? As darkness falls, you should set out and explore. As for me, I shall return to the academy." Tang San was still pondering over the recent events when he heard Tang Ge's words and instinctively nodded. "Indeed, I am, however." As he spoke halfway, he suddenly realized something was amiss. "Wait, when did I ever mention to Tang Ge that I was looking for a blacksmith shop?" Tang San's face displayed a look of astonishment. However, when he intended to inquire further from Tang Ge, he noticed that Tang Ge had somehow drifted away, laughter echoing in his wake. "Little San, hurry and strive harder. The wool on your back is becoming increasingly sparse." "What wool is becoming sparse?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San was at a loss. Yet, he could not help but let out a bitter smile. Tang Ge had indeed grown increasingly peculiar. Forget about him for now. I shall first seek out a blacksmith shop to inquire about employment opportunities. With that, Tang San turned and walked in a different direction. At Nodding Academy, on his way back to the dormitory, Tang Ge casually checked the system's notification sounds. Ding. Congratulations, host. Shocked Matthew No, earning 1,000 shock points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Shocked Tang San, earning 150 shock points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Shocked Tang San, earning another 150 shock points. 3 notifications totaled 1,300 shock points. Upon seeing this, a smile unconsciously grazed Tang Ge's face as he nodded. Indeed, the outing was not in vain. He was now nearing 5,000 shock points. With a bit more effort, he could once again activate the celestial roulette. As he contemplated this, he arrived outside the 7th dormitory. However, when Tang Ge glanced over, his brow furrowed, revealing a hint of confusion. Why are there so many people? Chapter 40. The new generation of the Golden Iron Triangle in Nodding City. At the Spirit Hall, after Tang Ge and Tang San departed, they were unaware that Su Yuntao, who had previously assisted them in awakening their martial spirits, had just returned. In the reception hall on the 1st floor, upon seeing Su Yuntao's return, Matthew No inquired, "How did it go? Have you made any progress in investigating the recent celestial disturbances?" "Not yet." Su Yuntao shook his head. Matthew No, upon hearing this, was not disheartened. He merely remarked, "It's not surprising that you haven't discovered anything. After all, the events occurred so suddenly that no one could have anticipated them. However, We have received notice that a temple envoy will be coming to investigate this matter. Additionally, the imperial crown prince will accompany them, so we must prepare in advance. When will they arrive? Su Yuntao asked. Matthew No shook his head. We only received notification, but the specific timing has not been communicated to us. Is that so? Su Yuntao pondered for a moment, then, as if recalling something, inquired once more, by the way, esteemed steward, I noticed your somber expression earlier. Has something transpired? Alas. It was caused by two little rascals who came to register as soul masters, Matthew No sighed, revealing a look of helplessness as he recounted his earlier experiences. 1,000-year soul ring. Su Yuntao, taken aback by the news of someone possessing a 1,000-year soul ring as their first, was momentarily stunned. Wait, a spirit resembling a graphic martial soul in blue silver grass? Upon hearing the names of the soul masters, he suddenly recalled his encounters in Holy Spirit Village and could not help but ask urgently, esteemed steward, do you know the names of those two children? Let me think. Ah, they were called Tang San and Tang Ge, Matthew No replied after a moment's contemplation. Indeed, it is them. After receiving confirmation, Su Yuntao couldn't help but let out a wry smile, then proceeded to inform Matthew No about Tang Ge and Tang San's innate full soul power. Hearing this, Matthew No was equally astonished. He then shot a fierce glare at Su Yuntao. This matter is of great importance. Why did you not inform me sooner? Esteemed steward, I have been quite busy lately, and this matter slipped my mind, Su Yuntao responded with an apologetic smile. Matthew No chose not to pursue the issue further, simply shaking his head in resignation. Well, they've already left. Discussing it now is futile. If necessary, when the temple envoy arrives, I shall bring this matter to their attention. Perhaps, with the capabilities of the main temple or the holy temple, they might be able to resolve the issues surrounding that boy. Su Yuntao remained silent, his gaze flickering as if deep in thought. Ding. Congratulations, host. Shocked Su Yuntao, earning 300 shock points. Ding. Congratulations, host. Shocked Matthew No, earning 500 shock points. At the academy, upon reaching the entrance of the 7th dormitory, Tang Ge halted abruptly, astonished by the sudden system notifications reverberating in his mind. Why would he receive shock points from those individuals while he was here? Tang Ge was secretly astonished. However, he soon lost interest in pondering the matter, as his attention was irresistibly drawn to the multitude of academy students gathered outside the 7th dormitory. At the same time, these students also recognized Tang Ge. Look, it's Tang Ge, the one who defeated Xiao Kelang. A sudden exclamation erupted from the crowd of students. What? This person is Tang Ge? Upon hearing the exclamations, the gazes that had already settled on Tang Ge instantly shifted. Some were filled with astonishment, others with skepticism. Yet, the predominant emotions were excitement and fervor. Under such intense scrutiny, even Tang Ge could not help but feel startled, instinctively retreating a step. What do you want? Get him. Suddenly, someone shouted. And then nearly 100 students gathered before the 7th dormitory surged forward like a frenzy, rushing towards Tang Ge. Their fervent demeanor suggested they were intent on tearing him apart. Damn, you are relentless. After cursing inwardly, Tang Ge turned and fled into the distance. As night descended, the once tranquil nodding academy suddenly erupted with liveliness. With the influx of numerous onlookers, the pursuit of Tang Ge grew increasingly formidable. Fortunately, the academy's faculty eventually intervened, putting an end to the escalating spectacle. Later, Tang Ge learned from Wang Sheng, who had also endured a dismal experience, that it was all due to Xiao Kelang's defeat in a duel. As a prominent ring soul master, Xiao Kelang ranked highly within the academy. However, he was vanquished by a newly enrolled student in a most humiliating fashion, reportedly begging for mercy in the end. This incident, once publicized, struck a blow to the reputation of the upperclassmen. Coupled with the affection shifts among many senior students, discontent brewed. They pondered how a mere newcomer could overshadow them. Consequently, with the instigation of certain individuals, Tang Ge swiftly became the target of collective ire. Realizing the chain of events, Tang Ge was incensed. He had intended to retreat and focus on his training, only to find trouble seeking him out. Did they truly believe his prior retreat was born of fear? Thus, after confirming with the master that he could act without causing severe harm, Tang Ge resolved to remain at the academy. Initially, a multitude of upperclassmen sought to challenge him, hoping that defeating him would elevate their standing within the institution. Unfortunately for them, they met a fate akin to that of Xiao Kelang, all ultimately kneeling before Tang Ge, weeping and pleading for surrender. Witnessing such a bizarre scene, the subsequent challengers quickly lost their nerve and abandoned their quests. Yet, Tang Ge was resolute. Did they think they could come and go as they pleased? This was no marketplace. Consequently, he began with the sixth-year students. Regardless of whether they were soul masters or not, he decisively dealt with each challenger. Soon, feeling the pace was too sluggish, he recruited Tang San and the returning Xiaowu into his ranks. Gender and year were irrelevant. All would face his might. Thus, unbeknownst to them, a year slipped by. The number of students at Notting Junior Soul Master Academy was already limited, and none were spared from the trio's relentless onslaught. Wherever they roamed, others retreated in fear, unwilling to approach. Even the 7th dormitory became a place deemed untouchable in the eyes of the students. Naturally, the academy's higher-ups did not intervene in this matter. In fact, upon observing that the students worked even harder after being bested, they welcomed the occurrence of such events. Moreover, noticing that Tang Ge and his companions always acted in unison, a faculty member whimsically dubbed them the Golden Triangle, a title that swiftly gained popularity throughout the academy. Chapter 41. I am still the boy I once was. As a year passed, Notting Academy welcomed its break. With a multitude of students departing for home, the campus became eerily quiet. On this particular morning, at the academy's entrance, Master Yu Xiaojing was bidding farewell to Tang Ge and his companions. Teacher, we are leaving. Please take care of yourself at the academy. We will return soon, Tang San said, unable to suppress his concern for the solitary master. Yu Xiaojing affectionately ruffled Tang San's hair and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I will look after myself. As for you, after a year away from home, it is time to visit your families. Furthermore, although the academy is on break, do not neglect your training. Continue to strive for improvement. Now, go on. The early morning is your ally. Return home swiftly." "Yes, teacher, we are off." Tang San nodded heavily. Soon after, as Tang Ge and Xiaowu bade farewell to their master, the three of them boarded the carriage that their master had arranged for them. Heading towards the outskirts of Notting City, Yu Xiaojing stood at the entrance of the academy, watching the carriage gradually fade into the distance. Only when the figures of the three were no longer visible did he withdraw his gaze, his eyes reflecting both a hint of reluctance and an unprecedented expectation. The Golden Iron Triangle truly hoped they could continue this way, rather than follow my path. Finally, Yu Xiaojing turned and entered the academy. As the morning sun rose, its gentle light illuminated a solitary figure growing more distant. Creak, creak, accompanied by the sound of wheels grinding as the carriage moved. The atmosphere inside the carriage became exceptionally lively, likely due to returning to Holy Soul Village after a year. The three of them chattered incessantly, with Tang Ge and Tang San listening while Xiaowu spoke animatedly. The title Golden Iron Triangle bestowed upon them after defeating the students of Notting Academy was rather unappealing. It felt akin to a group of muscular men. Unfortunately, with the academy on break and their classmates and seniors having returned home, as their elder sister Xiaowu, she wished she could have them adopt a more delightful name. "Oh dear, this carriage is quite uncomfortable. Xiao San, Brother Tang, just where is Holy Soul Village? And how much longer until we arrive?" The Golden Iron Triangle was a title earned by Tang Ge and his companions after their victory over the students of Notting Academy. However, like Xiaowu, Tang Ge also despised this name. Not only did it evoke the image of a brawny boy band, but it originally belonged to Master Yu Xiaojing. Lu Long and Flinder. Yu Xiaojing, the corner of wisdom. Flinder, the corner of flight. Lu Erlong, the corner of slaughter. Such beautiful titles. Moreover, the three of them possessed the formidable fusion skill, the Golden Sacred Dragon, a name that was both grand and powerful, reflecting on his and Tang San's and Xiaowu's martial souls. Tang Ge couldn't help but envision a rather absurd image of a little white rabbit dancing in the overgrown inyong diagram of life and death. This scene was quite the eyesore. At this thought, Tang Ge shivered involuntarily, quickly dispelling his errant thoughts. "Tang Ge, what's the matter?" Tang San, noticing Tang Ge's reaction, couldn't help but inquire. Tang Ge shook his head. "It's nothing." Then he smiled at Xiaowu and asked, "Once we arrive at Holy Spirit Village, are you planning to stay at my home or at Xiao San's?" I would never stay at your house. I want to reside at Xiao San's." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Xiaowu couldn't help but lift her chin, her expression brimming with pride. Tang San paused for a moment and candidly replied, "But Xiaowu, my family is quite impoverished. I have little to offer you in terms of hospitality. Moreover, my father's temper is not particularly amiable." "No worries, I will behave myself," Xiaowu said with a cheerful smile. Tang San shook his head in resignation. "I hope so," he exclaimed. "What's the matter? Xiao San, are you unwilling for me to stay at your home? Regardless, I shall reside at your house, and if you disagree, I shall bite you." With that, Xiao Wu lunged directly at Tang San. Tang Ge, who had already settled in the innermost part of the carriage, watched the playful scuffle between the two and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Who claimed that rabbits do not nibble on the grass nearby? Such ignorance. Thus, the trio traveled in the carriage, engaging in cheerful conversation, and before they knew it, half a day had passed. By midday, the outline of Shahan village finally became discernible in the distance. The carriage stopped, and upon their descent, it promptly turned around and returned to Nanning City. As they approached their hometown, a sense of trepidation began to envelop Tang Ge and Tang San. Xiao San, Tang Ge, why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry up, Xiao Wu urged impatiently from the front. Tang Ge took a deep breath, a smile reappearing on his face as he turned to Tang San. You and Xiao Wu wait for me here for a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, he spun around and dashed into the dense forest ahead. Xiao Wu had somehow arrived by Tang San's side. Observing Tang Ge's departure, a look of confusion crossed her delicate features as she inquired, Xiao San, where is brother Tang gone? I'm not certain, he replied, but let us wait here for a while. Tang Ge assured me that he would be back soon. Tang San shook his head. After hearing this, Xiao Wu could do nothing but stay with Tang San, idly waiting in place. As time gradually passed, approximately a quarter of an hour later, the bored and restless Xiao Wu suddenly exclaimed in surprise, pointing towards the woods ahead. Tang San, look quickly. It seems that brother Tang is returning with two large objects. Carrying large objects? Tang San, perplexed, followed the direction pointed out by Xiao Wu, and suddenly a dark line appeared on his forehead. Before long, a figure emerged before them. It was none other than Tang Ge, who had departed earlier. However, at this moment, he returned with a wild boar carcass draped over each shoulder, each the size of a calf, blood still oozing from the bodies, clearly having died not long ago. Observing Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were still waiting, Tang Ge smiled and remarked, I apologize for the wait. Shall we return to the village? Do you not possess a storage space? Why are you still carrying them? Tang San could not help but exclaim. Tang Ge gently swayed the two massive wild boar carcasses resting upon his shoulder, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he chose not to respond, instead striding purposefully toward the direction of Holy Soul Village. Suddenly, a peculiar humming sound echoed ahead. I remained the same youth as before, unchanged in the slightest. Brother Tang, what exactly is he saying? I cannot comprehend, Xiao Wu inquired, tilting her head in confusion as she sought clarity from Tang San. Tang San withdrew his gaze from Tang Ge. Reflecting on the experiences from a year prior, when he was still in the village, he shook his head in resignation. One might consider that the fellow sought the praise and acknowledgement of the village's aunts and uncles for reasons that must remain unspoken. Alas, it seems that brother Tang is quite pitiable. Perhaps we should offer him our compliments more frequently. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Xiao Wu's face immediately displayed a look of sympathy. In Chapter 42, The Village Elder's Secret Stash, regarding the dialogue between Tang San and Xiao Wu, Tang Ge was oblivious. Had he been aware, he would have been infuriated enough to discard the corpses and return to deliver a sound thrashing to the gradually corrupting Tang San. Before long, Tang Ge arrived back at the Holy Soul Village ahead of others. As he returned, the sight of him carrying two large wild boar carcasses caught the villagers' attention. After a year apart, the villagers quickly recognized Tang Ge. Suddenly, a wave of astonished exclamations erupted. Isn't that the little fellow from Village Jack's household? I recall he went to study in Nanning City. Why has he returned so unexpectedly? A year had passed, and with Tang Ge's sudden appearance, it was evident that the academy must be on break. However, one couldn't help but wonder if little Tang Ge had become a soul master. How foolish. To be able to carry such hefty wild boar carcasses, he must undoubtedly be a soul master. My heavens. Little Tang Ge has become a soul master at such a young age? Meanwhile, my child is still out in the fields, using his awakened scythe to cut grass. It truly vexes me. Should I go out there and give him a good thrashing? Perhaps we could team up to discipline our children. Listening to the villagers' animated discussions and the incessant notifications ringing in his mind, Tang Ge couldn't help but smile inwardly. Indeed, it was the simple-minded villagers who provided the most delightful harvest. To celebrate his return from learning, he boldly demonstrated before the villagers, using his hands as blades to swiftly slice the two wild boar carcasses into countless pieces. The blood that flowed was caught in an empty wooden barrel retrieved from the system space. The onlookers, having never witnessed such a spectacle, erupted in astonished gasps. Tang Ge glanced at his hands, untouched by a single drop of blood, and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He then laughed heartily and proclaimed, as you pass by, do not miss out. Free wild boar meat is available. limited to 1 piece per household. He pointed directly at the plump butcher, exclaiming, "You there? Don't pay attention to anyone else, it's meant for you. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry over and collect it." The butcher, who had been called out, was indeed the village's slaughterer, accompanied by a little girl nearby who was gnawing on her fingers. Upon noticing Tang Ge, she tilted her head in contemplation and suddenly burst into tears, wailing, "Daddy, he stole Yaya's candied hawthorn. What? How dare he take my daughter's candied hawthorn?" The butcher's expression shifted dramatically, and his right hand instinctively raised the slaughtering knife. Tang Ge's expression twitched slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment. He had not anticipated that the young girl would possess such an impressive memory despite her tender age. However, was it truly such a significant matter that she had lost a skewer of candied hawthorns? Was wild boar meat truly worth more? Seizing the opportunity before the nearby villagers could comprehend the situation, Tang Ge discreetly signaled 2 fingers to the butcher uncle across the way. The butcher instantly understood the gesture. Without hesitation, he playfully swatted his daughter's bottom. "What nonsense are you spouting? That kind-hearted elder brother would never snatch your candied hawthorns. Stay put, and I shall take you to enjoy some wild boar meat." With that, the butcher jovially rushed over to Tang Ge. He quickly wrapped a piece of meat in his apron, then ostentatiously held another piece to obscure it. "Little Tang, do come by my home sometime. Yaya adores you, and you must treat her kindly." The butcher's satisfaction with Tang Ge grew as he felt the fullness in his arms. Yet, upon hearing his daughter's wails of distress, he reluctantly turned away, his heart heavy. Tang Ge gazed at the retreating figure of the butcher, a look of disbelief etched upon his face. How could he commence selling his daughter at such a tender age? Does he not fear that one day she might sell him instead? Contemplating this, Tang Ge redirected his attention to the gathering villagers. With the butcher leading the way, the onlookers seemed to shed their hesitations, eagerly rushing forth to claim their portions of wild boar meat. Observing their joyous departure, Tang Ge felt a profound sense of satisfaction. In the distance, he was unaware that Tang San and Xiao Wu had trailed behind him. Upon witnessing the genuine smile radiating from Tang Ge as he distributed the boar meat among the villagers, even Tang San was moved. He nodded and remarked, "Xiao Wu, you were right. We ought to treat Tang Ge with greater kindness and offer him our praises more often." Indeed, Xiao Wu wholeheartedly agreed. Subsequently, they chose not to assist, but instead watched for a while before making their way back to their home in the western part of the village. The distribution of wild boar meat by Tang Ge did not last for an extended period. The villagers' enthusiasm was fervent, and within a mere quarter of an hour, a substantial portion of the wild boar meat was depleted. Ultimately, even the bucket of pig's blood was not spared, finding its way into various pots and bowls. Tang Ge was indifferent to this. After leaving the wild boar meat he needed, he turned and headed towards home. Before long, he arrived back at his residence. As he called out, he pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped inside. "Grandfather, I am back." Yet, no response greeted him. Tang Ge wandered around the house and suddenly recalled that Grandpa Jack must have gone to Tang San's residence. If that were the case, Tang San's father must have already departed from Holy Soul Village for Nodding City. Reflecting on the unfolding narrative, Tang Ge murmured to himself. Instead of seeking out Grandpa Jack, he headed straight for the kitchen. It was just noon, and Tang Ge decided to personally prepare a sumptuous lunch. Soon, accompanied by the sounds of sizzling, a delightful aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen. Just as Tang Ge was busy cooking, old Jack returned from outside, leaning on his cane. Upon catching a whiff of the enticing fragrance, a look of curiosity crossed his aged face. Who could be cooking? Could it be little Tang Ge returning? With this thought, old Jack promptly made his way toward the kitchen. Upon arriving at the threshold and spotting the familiar small figure inside, a warm smile spread across his face. Little Tang Ge has grown up. Tang Ge was still busy cooking, seemingly unaware of the returning old Jack. Old Jack, too, refrained from calling out to Tang Ge. Instead, he first closed the gate of the courtyard before heading inside the house for a moment. When he emerged again, he was holding a square box that appeared to have been stored for quite some time. The box was covered in mold. Yet, old Jack cradled this box as if it were a precious treasure, handling it with utmost care. At that moment, Tang Ge had just finished in the kitchen and walked out. Upon spotting old Jack in the distance, he hurried over with a joyful expression. "Grandpa, when did you come back? I just returned not long ago." "I can't believe that after a year apart, little Tang Ge has grown so tall," old Jack said, reaching out to pat Tang Ge's head with a look of satisfaction. Then, as if struck by a thought, he handed the square box to Tang Ge. "Grandpa doesn't possess any valuable items, but I can't give you this solitary treasure from my collection. A treasure? Hearing Grandfather Jack's words, Tang Ge's curiosity was piqued, and he extended his hand to receive the box. Grandpa, what is inside this? As Tang Ge curiously accepted the square box, he inquired eagerly. Old Jack smiled mysteriously, urging him, why not open it and see for yourself? Observing his grandfather's enigmatic demeanor, Tang Ge's curiosity intensified. He glanced at the decayed lock on the box, and, with a slight exertion of his right hand, he shattered the ancient lock with a crisp crack. When the lid was lifted, the moment he beheld the contents within, the initially inquisitive Tang Ge was momentarily taken aback, swiftly followed by a wave of astonishment. Inside lay a pair of dark golden gauntlets. Furthermore, sensing the surge of soul power emanating from the gauntlets, Tang Ge realized they were soul-guiding devices, akin to Tang San's belt. However, how could the village chief possess such an artifact? After the initial shock, Tang Ge raised his gaze to the smiling old Jack, unable to contain himself. Grandfather, do you know what this is? Smack. Just as he posed the question, old Jack playfully tapped his head, accompanied by a reproachful tone. Little Tang Ge, how do you speak? What do you mean by asking if your grandfather knows what this is? Though I may be a bit older, my eyesight remains sharp. In my youth, I ventured far and wide. It is a regret of mine not to have become a soul master, yet my experiences surpass those of many. This gauntlet is indeed a soul-guiding device. Perhaps you've heard of such things at the academy. If you weren't my grandson, I would never part with it. By the end of his words, old Jack's face beamed with pride. If Tangaroa had not lived with old Jack for 6 years, she would not have known him so well. At this moment, upon hearing his words, she almost believed that the legendary soul saint of the village was indeed him. However, if Grandpa Village Chief is not the soul saint, then why does he possess a soul-guiding device? Tang Ge could not help but voice his curiosity. However, in response to his question, old Jack merely shook his head. There is little I can elaborate on. The events of that time are somewhat unclear to me. You only need to remember that our Holy Soul Village indeed produced a soul saint. The soul guide gauntlet you hold in your hand is a relic left behind by that soul saint. The revelation that Holy Soul Village had once birthed a soul saint left Tang Ge secretly astonished. Yet, seeing that the elder was reluctant to divulge more, he refrained from pressing further. Following the instructions for the soul guide's use, he retrieved the gauntlet and infused it with a trace of soul power. Buzz. As the dark golden light flickered, the gauntlet that had been adorning Tang Ge's right hand suddenly vanished from sight. However, upon sensing it, he realized that the gauntlet had not truly disappeared. Rather, it had transformed into another form and concealed itself. As long as he channeled his soul power, he could summon it at will. Moreover, as a legendary soul guide, the gauntlet's power left Tang Ge in silent awe. Although he had not tested it, he could distinctly feel that if the gauntlet were to be combined with the heaven's divine fist, it could potentially deliver a lethal blow to a soul master of the same rank in close combat. What do you think? Do you like it? Old Jack's voice resonated. Tang Ge withdrew his gaze from the boxing gloves and looked at his kindly grandfather, nodding appreciatively. Yes, I like it. Thank you, Grandpa. What thanks are necessary? Come on. Didn't you prepare lunch? It's the perfect opportunity for Grandpa to savor the culinary skills of young Tang Ge. With that, old Jack took Tang Ge's hand and led him toward the kitchen. In the afternoon, at 2 o'clock, after the village elder had rested, Tang Ge quietly left his home. Initially, he intended to visit Tang San, but recalling that his friend might be out seeking solace with Xiao Wu due to his father's departure, Tang Ge opted to head directly out of the Holy Soul Village, making his way toward the small hillside where he and Tang San often trained together. At that moment, on a hillside adorned with blue silver grass, 2 figures lay face to face on the ground, eyes gently closed, basking in the warmth of the sun. These 2 were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu. In the serene and comfortable atmosphere, Xiao Wu suddenly spoke up. Tang San, may I refrain from calling you brother? Why? Tang San, who had been reclining, couldn't help but sit up, staring intently at Xiao Wu. Feeling the weight of his gaze, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed, and with a huff, she sprang to her feet and skipped away to a distance. Twirling amidst the lush blue-silver grass, she exclaimed with a hint of pride, at least at Nodding Academy, those whom I have defeated all call me Sister Xiao Wu. If they heard me call you brother, wouldn't that be terribly embarrassing for me? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's reasoning, Tang San could only chuckle helplessly. All right, you may call me Tang San instead. As long as I know in my heart that you are my sister, that is sufficient. He then caught up with Xiao Wu and removed a peculiar device from his right arm, offering it to her. Here, Xiao Wu, this is a gift for you. What is this? Xiao Wu inquired curiously as she received the strange device. Tang San smiled and explained, "This is a sleeve arrow, which can also be referred to as a silent arrow. Come here, Xiao Wu, let me assist you in putting it on, and then I shall teach you how to wield it." As he spoke, he moved behind Xiao Wu, lifting her arm and fastening the sleeve arrow onto her. However, just as Tang San was about to instruct Xiao Wu on its usage, a sudden fit of coughing interrupted them, accompanied by a teasing remark. "I wondered where you two had gone. Turns out you were hiding here. But what are you up to? You both seem as if you're about to embrace." The voice startled Tang San and Xiao Wu, prompting a flush to rise on Xiao Wu's face as she quickly withdrew her arm and retreated several meters away. Tang San felt exceedingly awkward. However, upon catching sight of Tang Ge approaching from a distance, he promptly composed himself and stated, "I was merely instructing Xiao Wu in some techniques. Do not speak carelessly." "Indeed," Xiao Wu chimed in, her hands on her hips, fuming with indignation. Tang Ge smiled and nodded. "Yes, I am aware that you are teaching Xiao Wu a rather peculiar technique. No need for further explanation." Having spent such an extensive time with Tang Ge, Tang San was well aware of his penchant for uttering eccentric remarks. Although he found this statement somewhat perplexing, it was evident that it was not intended as a compliment, which ignited an impulse within him to engage in another bout with Tang Ge. However, before Tang San could voice his thoughts, Xiao Wu could no longer contain herself and unleashed her beast martial spirit, enveloping herself in its essence. With wide eyes brimming with determination, she exclaimed loudly at Tang Ge, "Tang Ge, I challenge you." You wish to challenge me?" Upon hearing Xiao Wu's declaration, Tang Ge was momentarily taken aback. Yet, he soon erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha ha. Very well, you and Xiao San may join forces. I, Tang Ge, shall take on 2 opponents without hesitation." Chapter 44, 24th Level, Great Soul Master. After a year of rigorous training, Tang San's soul power had ascended from 13th to 17th level, a remarkable achievement among his peers. This was largely due to the benefits of his Xiantian skill. Thus, Tang San believed that even if he had not yet caught up to Tang Ge, the gap between them had significantly narrowed over the course of the year. At the very least, Tang San does not believe that Tang Ge has already acquired the 2nd soul ring, thus elevating his soul power to that of a great soul master. Meanwhile, after obtaining her 1st soul ring, Xiao Wu has also experienced rapid cultivation, now possessing a soul power level of 16. If the two were to join forces, Tang San firmly believes that even in the face of formidable soul master level adversaries, they would be able to engage in a fierce battle. Yet, at this moment, Tang Ge actually intends to take on 2 opponents simultaneously, joining forces with Xiao Wu. This audacity is simply astonishing. In this moment, even with his amiable disposition, Tang San could not help but feel a surge of irritation at Tang Ge's words. He gazed at Tang Ge earnestly and said, "Are you truly certain that you want Xiao Wu and me to fight together? Since this is a challenge, both Xiao Wu and I will undoubtedly exert ourselves to the fullest. Indeed, Xiao San and I will surely leave you battered and bruised, teaching you a lesson in humility." Xiao Wu chimed in, fully supportive. Tang Ge listened to the words of the two and simply shook his head with a smile. "Come now. Let me see just how much progress you two have made over the past year." Xiao San, stop wasting breath with Tang Ge and just attack him." With that, Xiao Wu charged towards Tang Ge. Midway, as the yellow soul ring flickered around her, she pushed off the ground with her little leather shoes, propelling herself into the air. In a graceful display, her lithe form flipped a few times before landing right behind Tang Ge, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his head. First soul skill, waist bow. A resonating hum filled the air as immense power erupted forth, causing a slight tremor in the atmosphere. Yet, in the face of this, Tang Ge maintained his smile and effortlessly extended his hand, unleashing a force akin to 1,000 pounds, directly grasping Xiao Wu's ankle as she kicked. A sharp pain surged through Xiao Wu, causing her delicate face to shift with discomfort. She had no choice but to harness the power of her soul skill, transforming her body into a boneless serpent, swiftly escaping Tang Ge's grip, and forcefully pushing herself back several meters. At that moment, a voice rang out from nearby, Tang San's voice. Soul skill, bind. With a flurry of yellow light, countless strands of blue-silver grass rapidly mutated under the surge of soul power, slithering across the ground like serpents. Advancing toward Tang Ge. Behind Tang San, the faint silhouette of a mandala snake emerged, issuing a series of piercing hisses. It was evident that many students from the Nodding Academy had previously collapsed in despair, pleading for mercy, having been forewarned of the peculiarities of Tang Ge's first soul skill. Tang San was unwilling to endure such treatment. Therefore, to prevent Tang Ge from unleashing his soul technique. He seized the opportunity during Xiao Wu's assault on Tang Ge and immediately activated his own martial soul ability, the blue silver grass. Rendered exceptionally resilient by the mandala snake soul ring, moved with remarkable speed, and in the blink of an eye, it ascended to Tang Ge's feet. Tang Ge appeared oblivious, allowing the rigid blue silver grass to entwine him relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, he found himself bound tightly, resembling a zongzi, rendered immobile. It was only at this moment that Tang San could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. He turned his gaze towards the ensnared Tang Ge, a smile gracing his face as he remarked, "Tang Ge, once ensnared by my martial spirit, escape is impossible for you. Moreover, the blue silver grass possesses a narcotic effect. Do you not feel utterly drained, unable to summon your soul power? Unable to summon my soul power?" Upon hearing Tang San's words, Tang Ge raised an eyebrow, a peculiar expression crossing his face. He could distinctly sense the soul power within him and had no trouble mobilizing it. As for the narcotic effect that Tang San spoke of, while he was indeed aware of the multitude of fine thorns attempting to pierce his body as the blue-silver grass enveloped him, it was unfortunate that even without fully activating his ancient sacred body, its formidable defense was impervious to these strands of grass. Therefore, could a mere collection of grass truly confine me? Tang Ge gradually intensified his efforts, the surging power converging rapidly like a awakened beast. Coupled with the flow of soul energy, it erupted explosively. With a series of cracking sounds, the blue-silver grass, which Tang San had deemed indestructible, shattered like fragile paper, being torn apart one after another. In the blink of an eye, all the blue-silver grass entangling Tang Ge was utterly obliterated. Tang Ge emerged from within, his expression serene. "Tang Ge, how could you witness such a scene?" Tang San exclaimed in disbelief, unable to restrain himself. However, before he could finish his words, a sudden beam of white light descended, enveloping his body, inducing such comfort that he instinctively closed his eyes. A fierce gust of wind swept in from behind. Without even glancing back at the delightful light he had just bestowed upon Tang San, Tang Ge chuckled and flicked his hand again, sending forth another ray of white light. Thud. The agile Xiao Wu, who had intended to ambush Tang Ge from behind, succumbed just like Tang San, collapsing onto the ground, lost in a blissful dream. Her fair face flushed with a rosy hue. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Tang San is astonished, earning 150 astonishment points. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Xiao Wu is astonished, earning 140 astonishment points. The sound of the system's notifications echoed in his mind. Tang Ge gazed at Tang San and Xiao Wu, both subdued effortlessly by his delightful techniques, and could not help but clasp his hands behind his back, tilting his head towards the heavens with a soft sigh. The heights are unbearably cold, and solitude is truly difficult to endure. Suddenly, before his eyes, a virtual interface materialized. Shock System Host. Tang Ge Level 24 Great Soul Master Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Inyong Life and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Extermination Soul Rings, Inyong Life and Death Diagram Purple Soul Skills, Delight, Flight Martial Skills, Chaotic Wind Hammer Technique, Secret of the Word, Hell Refinement. Heaven's Divine Fist Constitution, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree 65 Shock Value, 6,120. As he beheld his personal information panel, a smile blossomed on Tang Ge's face. Excellent. With the aid of the 9 Orifices Golden Pill, coupled with the devouring power of the Hell Refinement Technique, Tang Ge's cultivation speed was extraordinarily swift. Within a mere year, he had transformed from a level 17 Soul Master, registered at the Martial Soul Hall, into a formidable level 24 Great Soul Master. Furthermore, with the Millennium Soul Ring of the Wind-Soaring Swallow obtained from a previous lottery, his breakthroughs remained unbeknownst to all. Additionally, his ancient sacred body's fusion degree had reached 65, tantalizingly close to the awakening stage, merely 35 away from success. Thus, facing the combined assault of Tang Ge and Xiao Wu, it was akin to an adult bullying a child. Victory was effortlessly secured. However, the only source of Tang Ge's vexation stemmed from the notion that perhaps his luck had been exhausted during the previous 10 consecutive draws, for in the subsequent 2 lotteries, he received nothing but worthless trinkets that even the most desperate would disregard. As for the specifics of these items, it is better left unmentioned. Chapter 45. The Overbearing Hell Refinement. Although Tang Ge's first soul skill, Joy, proved to be remarkably effective, its duration was not everlasting. In but a fleeting moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu extricated themselves from its influence. Upon realizing she was lying on the ground, Xiao Wu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, prompting her to rise hastily. Instead of retaliating, she shot an indignant glare at Tang Ge. How despicable, Brother Tang, to treat a girl in such a manner. Was it not you who sought to challenge me? Now you blame me? Tang Ge wore a look of exasperation. He then turned to Tang San and inquired, "So, what do you think? Shall we continue?" "Never mind. You have won." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang San shook his head and offered a wry smile. Initially, he had believed that with the combined strength of himself and Xiao Wu, they could at least hold their own against Tang Ge, even if they could not triumph. However, the outcome was entirely beyond his expectations. The two had lost far too swiftly, and their defeat was quite devastating. Particularly when he recalled the indescribable sensation he experienced after being struck by Tang Ge's soul skill. A chill ran down his spine. Had Tang Ge been an enemy, he and Xiao Wu would have perished long ago. With that thought lingering in his mind, Tang San could not suppress his curiosity and asked, "Tang Ge, what level of soul power do you possess now? I fear revealing it might discourage you, so perhaps I shall keep it to myself," came the reply. Tang Ge chuckled. "Are you afraid of hurting my feelings?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's response, Tang San momentarily faltered, realizing that the conversation could not continue. Xiao Wu, puffing her cheeks in annoyance, exclaimed, "Xiao San, ignore him. Let him revel in his own arrogance." With that, she took Tang San's hand and hurried away, observing their departing figures. Tang Ge smiled faintly before leaving the place as well. Due to the departure of Tang San's father, he only lingered at home for a day before returning to Notting City with Xiao Wu. Tang Ge did not depart with them. Instead, he remained in Shanghun village, accompanying Grandpa Jack for over 10 days. As the holiday approached its conclusion, Tang Ge bid farewell to his grandfather and left Shanghun village. He returned with 2 companions, traveling by horse-drawn carriage, but departed alone. Nevertheless, even on foot, he traversed the forest with remarkable speed. In just over an hour, Tang Ge arrived in Notting City. However, he did not hasten to Notting Academy. Instead, he procured some essential supplies in the city before making his way directly to the soul-hunting forest. With some time remaining before the start of the academy term, Tang Ge intended to seize the opportunity to further his training. Seeking teammates, urgently in need of a healing-type soul master. Join us and receive a beautiful companion. Purchase the excrement of a century-old soul beast, the nether leopard, an investment that guarantees your peaceful rest at night for only 1 gold soul coin. As usual, the marketplace outside the soul-hunting forest was filled with the cacophony of various vendors hawking their wares. However, upon Tang Ge's arrival, the attention of the gathered soul masters abruptly shifted to him. It seemed they all recognized Tang Ge, their gazes ablaze with fervor. At that moment, the leader of a nearby team, who had just been calling for a healing soul master, eagerly rushed towards Tang Ge. "Young brother Tang Ge, are you heading to the soul-hunting forest? Join our team. Look, we have a lovely lady in our group. As soon as you join us, she will be yours for the upcoming adventure." He gestured towards his team with palpable excitement. Tang Ge followed the direction indicated by the other person and indeed spotted a woman of lingering charm playfully gesturing towards him. "Humph, does she think she can entice me with such triviality? How naive." Tang Ge curled his lip, disregarding the other party as he continued to walk forward. Soon, a multitude of soul masters approached, offering various enticing benefits to persuade him to join their ranks. However, Tang Ge declined all their propositions and swiftly exited the marketplace, vanishing into the shadowy depths of the distant gate. In an instant, the soul masters present were engulfed in disappointment. It is worth noting that over the past year, they had encountered Tang Ge here on multiple occasions. Initially, they had shown little interest in a mere teenager. However, after one fortunate team managed to secure his participation, they were introduced to Tang Ge's extraordinary healing abilities that transcended the mundane. This healing art not only mended injuries, but also bestowed a profound sense of euphoria, leaving one craving to remain within its embrace. Unfortunately, the news of his abilities was inadvertently leaked by an inattentive member of the team. Once confirmed by other groups, soul masters flocking to the soul-hunting forest in search of soul rings became utterly frenzied. Whenever Tang Ge appeared, he became the coveted prize of their competition. Regrettably, while wealth is easily sought, Tang Ge is a rare gem. Not every team was fortunate enough to have him join. As for those teams that contemplated nefarious schemes to abduct him, they had not emerged from the forest since their entry, instilling a deeper sense of caution among other adventurers. Within the soul-hunting forest, Tang Ge remained oblivious to the events transpiring in the marketplace, yet he could surmise the situation. However, for him, it was merely an inconsequential interlude. If they could not discern his true age, what made them think he would acquiesce to their requests? With such thoughts, Tang Ge quickened his pace, avoiding lingering at the periphery and heading straight into the heart of the soul-hunting forest. Having visited numerous times over the past year with the authorization from the Spirit Hall, he navigated the forest with ease. Before long, he arrived at a secluded valley deep within the woods. After forcefully driving away the soul beast residing there, he surveyed the lush greenery blanketing the area. A satisfied smile gracing his face. This was the perfect spot. Without hesitation, he settled down cross-legged on the ground. As he channeled his soul power, an immense furnace gradually took shape within him, beginning to rotate. This was Tang Ge's unique cultivation technique, the health furnace. The rotating furnace coalesced into a swirling vortex resembling a tornado, centered on Tang Ge's body, generating an overwhelming gravitational pull. As this force emanated outward, the grass closest to him transformed from vibrant green to a desolate yellow, and a gust of wind scattered it into ashes. Concurrently, an exceptionally rich vitality surged towards him. Drawn into the health furnace. Even though this was not his first time cultivating, Tang Ge was perpetually astonished by the furnace's formidable devouring power. It was precisely due to this that he had elevated his soul power to the 24th level within a year. The health furnace continued to spin, expelling the refined life force outward. Feeling the unparalleled energy coursing through his body, Tang Ge dared not hesitate. He immediately focused his attention on absorbing this pure energy to enhance his soul power. Chapter 46. Could this presence be her? In the valley, Tang Ge sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly engrossed in his cultivation. Unbeknownst to him, a dense green vortex had formed around him. This vortex spun rapidly, emanating a terrifying force of absorption that relentlessly consumed the emerald beams of light emanating from all directions. The light beams, seemingly alive, struggled fiercely, yet ultimately succumbed to the vortex, integrating into Tang Ge's very being. Over time, the vitality he was accumulating grew increasingly potent, and his exposed skin became exceptionally fair, translucent like exquisite jade, shimmering radiantly under the sunlight. However, as one gazed upon the landscape, the once verdant valley appeared to have endured a catastrophic calamity. With not a single flower or blade of grass remaining intact, the ground was strewn with withered roots and ashen remnants. Even the ancient trees on the distant slopes stood bare, stripped of their leaves. Strangely enough, despite the complete demise of the flora, the air was saturated with an overwhelming aura of life. At an indeterminate moment, a pack of ethereal wolves had gathered at the valley's entrance, seemingly drawn by the rich vitality that enveloped Tang Ge. Among them was a wolf king, boasting a century of life experience, who emitted a series of low growls. Yet, influenced by the valley's peculiar environment, the Wolf King lingered at the threshold, unwilling to venture further. Before long, the force of absorption extended to the valley's mouth. The vegetation on the surrounding ground rapidly withered, transitioning from vibrant green to a sickly yellow. A palpable sense of danger loomed. The Wolf King, far from retreating, let out a long howl. With this cry, the other wolves surged into the valley, their pace quickening like a dark wave. The Wolf King, however, moved at a slower tempo, its bloodthirsty eyes betraying both cunning and caution. Swiftly, the pack of wolves, propelled by their eagerness, charged toward Tang Ge. Their greedy gazes fixated on him, as if devouring the human would elevate them to the status of wolf kings themselves. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the moment they stepped into the valley, their vitality began to leak away, bit by bit. At last, when only 2 meters separated them from Tang Ge, the pack could no longer contain their urgency and lunged forward with a collective growl, plunging into the green vortex. In that instant, the vortex trembled violently, unleashing an even more horrifying force of absorption. Wails echoed from within as the wolves became suspended in midair, struggling and howling. Their once greedy eyes now filled with terror and despair. Their bodies visibly shrank, while rich vitality was siphoned from them, merging with the surrounding green beams of light, and ultimately being drawn into Tang Ge's body. Eventually, as all their vitality was extracted, the wolves, now desiccated and suspended in the air, crumbled into dust. Nearby, the Wolf King, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of fear and scratched the ground with its claws, desperately trying to halt its massive body's motion before fleeing the valley. At that moment, Tang Ge, who had been immersed in his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. Upon seeing the fleeing Wolf King, a smile graced his lips. The inyong life and death diagram materialized in his left hand and swiftly darted toward the Wolf King. With the infusion of soul power, the diagram soared forth, akin to a flying sword. In the blink of an eye, it caught up with the fleeing Wolf King, enveloping it before rocketing skyward. Time passed, and a shadow descended from the heavens, crashing heavily onto the ground. The impact created a deep crater in the once level terrain. As the vortex dissipated, Tang Ge employed the hell furnace to absorb the last vestiges of vitality, concluding his cultivation. He rose and approached the deep pit. Glancing down at the Wolf King, which had been reduced to near mush, unable to suppress a quiet admiration, to experience flight. You might say this Wolf King met its end fittingly. Just moments ago, Tang Ge had utilized his second soul skill, flight, which granted him the ability to soar through the skies by harnessing the power of his martial soul, the inyong life and death diagram. While some might dismiss its name as merely auxiliary, the power of this skill was far from trivial. It could indeed transform into a lethal weapon if the enemy underestimated it, as demonstrated moments ago. With his focus renewed, Tang Ge refrained from lingering on the deceased Wolf King in the pit. Observing the valley, now resembling a barren wasteland, he shook his head in resignation. The hell furnace, while formidable, was excessively domineering, leaving devastation in its wake. This place cannot remain. I must seek another location. Thus, Tang Ge summoned the inyong life and death diagram once more, preparing to take flight. Just then, a whistling sound pierced the air behind him, followed by a sharp, chilling sensation stabbing into the back of his head, eliciting a sudden jolt of pain. Tang Ge's expression abruptly changed, without a moment's hesitation. He enveloped himself with the inyong life and death diagram and propelled himself several meters away. In the spot he had just vacated, a blinding golden fist materialized and struck fiercely at his afterimage. With a resounding explosion, the space reverberated. Subsequently, a slender figure emerged from behind the golden light shield. It was a remarkably handsome youth with golden tousled hair, appearing to be around 16 years of age, emanating an air of nobility. More importantly, upon seeing this mysterious boy who had suddenly appeared and attacked him, Tang Ge felt an inexplicable familiar aura emanating from him. Sacred, radiant. This was identical to the essence of the divine feather he had previously drawn from the sacred Kesha. In the Douluo Continent, aside from that lineage, no others possessed such a sacred aura. Realizing this, Tang Ge was taken aback, wondering if it could be her. Chapter 47. A fierce beating. As soon as the mysterious youth appeared, his icy gaze fell upon Tang Ge, who was several meters away. What a sinister soul master. Do you not fear for your life appearing so brazenly in the soul-hunting forest? His voice was laced with murderous intent. However, upon hearing the mysterious youth's words, Tang Ge, who had been lost in thought, was momentarily stunned. When did I become a sinister soul master? Yet, upon seeing the state of the valley, he suddenly realized it was due to his recent cultivation. Tang Ge was well aware of what a sinister soul master entailed, one who cultivated by devouring soul power, soul rings, mental energy, flesh, souls, and spirit souls. In the Douluo Continent, sinister soul masters were universally condemned. If one were to consider this, Tang Ge's method of directly consuming the vitality of plants and soul beasts for cultivation indeed bore a striking resemblance to that of a sinister soul master. Thus, it was understandable why the mysterious youth would immediately target him. Nevertheless, Tang Ge would not concede to being labeled a sinister soul master. He would merely admit that his cultivation method appeared somewhat tyrannical. Therefore, he looked at the mysterious youth and firmly stated, while one may indulge in reckless eating, one must not speak carelessly. Have I committed murder or arson that you would call me a sinister soul master? I assure you, I am a person of integrity and never tell lies, so do not wrongfully accuse me. It would anger me. Humph, your sophistry is futile. I shall subdue you first and extract the forces behind you. The mysterious youth's expression was frigid. He disregarded Tang Ge's words, snorted disdainfully, and charged toward him. The distance of several meters vanished in an instant. As the mysterious youth appeared before Tang Ge, a yellow light ring emerged from his form. Instantly, piercing golden light dazzled forth, and with a punch, the mysterious youth unleashed a golden fist imprint towards Tang Ge's heart. In that moment, Tang Ge distinctly sensed that his soul power was being suppressed and was on the verge of dissolution. Internally astonished, he felt no fear. As the golden fist imprint approached, a purple light ring materialized beneath his feet. The inyong life and death diagram resonated as the yin energy transformed into a black beam descending from above. When it collided with the golden fist imprint, it produced a sizzling sound akin to water meeting fire. In the blink of an eye, the golden fist imprint was corroded and vanished, while the remaining yin energy surged toward the mysterious youth. Regrettably, as a golden light shield appeared before the mysterious youth, it effortlessly intercepted the encroaching yin energy. Standing behind the light shield, The mysterious youth's gaze fell upon the purple light ring swirling around Tang Ge. He was inwardly astonished, yet his expression grew increasingly cold. I never expected your first ring to be a Millennium Soul Ring. This makes you even more indispensable. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. On shocking Shui Qinghe, Qian Rinxue, and receiving 500 shock points. The system notification rang out. Indeed, it was her. Upon hearing the name within the system prompt, Tang Ge's eyes sparkled with realization. From the moment he sensed the sacred aura emanating from the youth, he had harbored suspicions. Now, with the system's confirmation, the identity of the mysterious youth was crystal clear. Qian Rinxue, daughter of the Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall, and currently the eldest prince of the Tiando Empire. Tang Ge never anticipated encountering Qian Rinxue in the soul-hunting forest at this juncture. However, despite his bewilderment, this did not hinder him from indulging in certain mischievous thoughts, such as delivering a sound thrashing to Qian Rinxue. Opposite him, the enigmatic youth, disguised as Shui Qinghe, remained oblivious to the fact that her true identity had been unveiled. She merely sensed that the boy across from her was gazing with an intensity that made her feel exposed, as though stripped bare, rendering her profoundly uncomfortable. Qian Rinxue's expression darkened instantly, and she uttered a sharp rebuke, seeking death. In that moment, a golden halo emanated from her being. Yet, before she could strike, Tang Ge preemptively unleashed the secret of the motion character. With blinding speed, he vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Qian Rinxue, Heavenly Divine Fist. His deep voice resonated, followed by an overwhelming aura of sanctity and grandeur. Tang Ge unleashed a powerful punch, a pearlescent fist of light crashing towards Qian Rinxue's chest. The force of the punch, imbued with an overwhelming sacred aura, struck her with astonishment. In that moment, she felt as though she were confronting her own grandfather. Could it be that he belongs to the same lineage as I? Yet, there was no time for Qian Rinxue to ponder further, as the divine light fist drew near. Her second spirit ring ignited with radiance. Ethereal wings began to manifest behind her, and she entered a state of void. This was Qian Rinxue's second spirit ability, Wings of Void. In this state, she could nearly become immune to his attacks, while her own speed significantly increased. However, the moment Tang Ge's resplendent, divine fist made contact with her chest, her expression changed drastically. How is this possible? He can actually hurt me? Who are you? In a fit of rage and disbelief, Qian Rinxue gazed at Tang Ge. Simultaneously, a third spirit ring, a violet millennium ring, emerged beneath her feet. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha, it is too late. Suddenly, a beam of white light descended from above, surging into Qian Rinxue's body. Her previously furious and shocked expression stiffened for a moment as her internal injuries healed instantaneously. A wave of exquisite comfort enveloped her, eliciting a moan of pleasure that painted her face with an expression of alluring delight. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge did not show any mercy. Seizing the moment when Qian Rinxue emerged from her state of ethereal bliss, still ensnared by the enchantment of her soul technique, he transformed his fist into an open palm and seized her slender neck. With a powerful upward thrust of his arm followed by a forceful downward motion, a resounding thud echoed as Qian Rinxue, lost in her euphoric state, was violently slammed to the ground. The earth beneath her yielded, creating an imprint in the shape of a person. Crack! At that moment, it was as if something had shattered abruptly, and in Tang Ge's gaze, Qian Rinxue's once short golden hair cascaded down like a waterfall into a magnificent length. Even her originally exquisite visage transformed into a breathtaking countenance, akin to that of a celestial being. Her previously flat form rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, it burgeoned into two towering peaks, teetering precariously. Tang Ge could not help but rub his eyes, ensuring that he was not mistaken. Qian Rinxue was indeed a stunning beauty, although still young. She already bore a striking resemblance to her mother, Bibi Dong. Unfortunately, she had now fallen into his hands. With this thought, Tang Ge couldn't suppress a triumphant smile as he gazed at the unconscious Qian Rinxue, who had just been struck down by his earlier blow. He raised his hand and brought it down once more. Chapter 48. A shocking revelation, a Millennium Soul Beast. The valley, now quiet, resonated with the rhythmic sound of slaps, accompanied by the howling wind. The unconscious Qian Rinxue lay on the ground, completely unresponsive, her once enchanting face now smeared with dirt, and her cascading golden hair in disarray. Meanwhile, Tang Ge squatted beside her, his hand rising and falling repeatedly, delivering forceful slaps to her backside. Each strike felt delightfully springy. Tang Ge was reluctant to cease his actions. Moreover, In order to leave no trace, he occasionally employed the power of the sun, activated by the technique of joy, to administer treatment to Qian Rinxue. Consequently, Tang Ge relished the experience. As Qian Rinxue lay unconscious, her injuries were mended, and her skin not only bore no scars but also took on a delightful rosy hue. However, perhaps due to her inherent divine attribute of soul power, as the treatments increased in frequency, Qian Rinxue's resistance to this restrictive soul skill gradually strengthened. Ultimately, as her injuries fully healed, she suddenly opened her eyes. Tang Ge's hand, which had just been raised, froze in midair before he swiftly retreated. As he moved back, the spot he had just occupied was instantly shattered by a golden fist, leaving behind a deep crater. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Rinxue had already risen from the ground, gazing at her true form, which had been restored. And feeling a strange sensation coursing through her body, she suddenly lifted her head and fixed her piercing gaze upon Tang Ge. "What exactly did you do to me?" Qian Rinxue's expression was as cold as frost, her words laced with fury. Tang Ge shrugged. "I haven't done anything at all. Moreover, I even attended to your injuries. How do you feel? Quite comfortable, I presume? Go to hell." Qian Rinxue erupted in fury. In that instant, she held nothing back. With a surge of power, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, rose from beneath her feet, and amidst the golden radiance, 6 snow-white wings emerged from her back. Martial soul. The 6-winged angel has manifested. As the wings unfurled in the cavern, Qian Rinxue began to lift off the ground, suggesting that she was about to unleash a formidable attack. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge could not help but furrow his brow, his eyes revealing a sense of gravity. However, soon beneath his feet, 2 purple soul rings emerged in their entirety. As the power of his martial soul, the inyong diagram of life and death, gradually transformed into a colossal inyong formation amidst the swirling energies. Tang Ge stood upon the inyong formation, which simultaneously ascended from the ground. In an instant, the 2 figures found themselves suspended several dozen meters above the earth. Separated by a distance of over 10 meters, their gazes locked in a fierce exchange, akin to bolts of lightning colliding in the void, causing the atmosphere to tremble violently. The tension became palpable, chilling the air to its core. Yet, at that very moment, a system notification echoed in Tang Ge's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have shocked Qian Rinxue, earning 2,000 shock points." "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have shocked Qian Rinxue, earning 1,700 shock points." One notification was a continuation from before, while the other was a current alert. Remarkably, these notifications not only elevated Tang Ge's shock points from over 7,000 to more than 10,000, but also brought him such joy that he nearly burst into laughter. Upon glancing at Qian Rinxue, whose face was smeared with dust and cold as ice, a phrase involuntarily surfaced in his mind, seemingly composed, yet inwardly in turmoil. Although he recognized her unease, he refrained from exposing it, instead speaking calmly, "I am not an evil soul master. You must have already discerned this, so in truth, we are entirely." However, before he could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar of a tiger erupted from the previously tranquil, soul-hunting forest, sending a wave of terror rippling through the air. Immediately, a malevolent aura and bloodthirsty intent surged forth. Both Tang Ge and Qian Rinxue, locked in their standoff, paled in response, turning their gazes toward the source of the roar. Suspended high above the ground, they could clearly observe countless towering trees in the soul-hunting forest collapsing in rapid succession, as if the very earth were caving in, with clouds of dust billowing into the air. Moreover, a multitude of soul beasts had gathered into a herd, abandoning their previous conflicts and desperately fleeing in one direction. Yet, at that moment, with another roar of the tiger, an immense force of suction emerged, pulling a large group of escaping soul beasts backward. In midair, these soul beasts had been reduced to mere skeletons, their essence and vitality coalescing into a singular mass. Suddenly, a colossal beast descended from the heavens, opening its maw to devour the remnants. Overhead, the valley lay shrouded in chaos. Tang Ge and Qian Rinxue finally discerned the true form of the colossal beast. It was a massive tiger, cloaked in obsidian fur, adorned with a pair of ebony wings upon its back, and possessing a scorpion-like tail. Yet, it was precisely because they had recognized its form that both could not help but gasp in astonishment. Tang Ge exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this the dark demon evil god tiger? Wasn't it located in the starry forest? How could it suddenly appear in the soul-hunting forest?" It is no wonder that Tang Ge lost his composure. The immense tiger in the distance was no ordinary soul beast, but a dark demon evil god tiger with a soul age of 10,000 years. Tang Ge had some understanding of the plot and knew that the dark demon evil god tiger, lurking in the Douluo forest, was a top-tier soul beast. Even the 100,000-year soul beasts like the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape were powerless against it. Yet now, this 1,000-year-old pinnacle soul beast had inexplicably wandered into the soul-hunting forest. Was it merely out for a leisurely stroll? More than 10 meters away, Qian Rinxue heard Tang Ge's exclamation. Although she had never heard the name Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger, she could sense the overwhelming aura of malevolence emanating from that distant soul beast, coupled with the black light that emerged when it harnessed its soul power. This was a phenomenon exclusive to 1,000-year soul beasts. Qian Rinxue was astounded, instinctively associating the sudden appearance of the 1,000-year soul beast in the soul-hunting forest with the mysterious youth across from her. Just as she contemplated this, a voice of urgency reached her ears. "That foolish girl, hurry and run. Can't you see that creature is charging towards us? Do you wish to be devoured and transformed into its excrement?" Coming back to her senses, Qian Rinxue caught sight of the young man swiftly gliding away on a painting-like canvas. She glanced back and, terrified, shuddered before hastening to follow him. Deep within the soul-hunting forest, the dark demon evil god tiger was voraciously consuming soul beasts, utilizing the absorbed soul and life force to mend its wounds. Suddenly, the dark demon evil god tiger seemed to sense something, its sinister gaze fixating on the distance. Within its perception, there existed a weak yet exceedingly irritating aura, alongside another brimming with vibrant life force. The dark demon evil god tiger felt that by devouring this life force, not only would it heal its injuries, but it would also enhance its strength. At that point, it could return to the Douluo forest and exact revenge upon those two loathsome beings. With an enthusiastic roar, the dark demon evil god tiger could not contain its excitement. After terrifying a multitude of weaker soul beasts, it soared into the air, pursuing the two sensed auras. Its dark, malevolent wings flapped, stirring up fierce winds that toppled the trees below. An aura of evil radiated from it. The infected soul beasts had their eyes turned crimson, seemingly losing their sanity as they began to slaughter each other. The numerous soul master teams adventuring in the soul-hunting forest were caught completely off guard by this chaos. Before they could react, they fell victim to the soul beasts. Yet, many began desperately fleeing towards the forest's edge. In the air, over 100 meters from the valley, Tang Ge and Qian Rinxue, who had initially been fleeing, found themselves halted, not out of desire, but because their escape routes had been cut off. The dark demon evil god tiger was closing in, even without exerting its full strength. The 1,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger could catch up with Tang Ge and Qian Rinxue in mere moments. Its colossal, mountain-like form loomed just dozens of meters away, exuding a terrifying aura that nearly suffocated the two. What should we do? Qian Rinxue, merely a 16-year-old girl despite her years of experience in disguise, felt panic rising within her. She could not help but whisper urgently to Tang Ge beside her. Upon hearing this, Tang Ge felt utterly exasperated. "Sister, I am but a mere 7-year-old child. How is it that you now turn the question upon me?" Yet, he merely contemplated this in silence. Recognizing that this was not the moment for banter, he resolutely made a decision. The dark demonic tiger was evidently targeting the two of them. If they wished to survive, they must summon all their strength and fight with unwavering determination. That being said, Tang Ge had already discreetly concealed a talisman within his sleeve, the very talisman he had drawn earlier, the world-traversing talisman. Should any peril of death arise, he was prepared to activate this talisman, transporting the dark demonic tiger to another realm. What about himself? Tang Ge is far from foolish. Naturally, besides the Universal Transmigration Talisman, he possesses the legendary Sword of Extermination. Yet, he refrains from using it unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, should he fail to vanquish the dark demon evil god tiger, he might find himself succumbing to its backlash, which would be quite unfortunate. Beside him, Qian Rinxue, oblivious to Tang Ge's contemplations, responded without hesitation upon hearing his determination to fight to the death. Instantly, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized beneath her feet. As her soul power surged, a brilliant golden light enveloped Qian Rinxue. With a powerful flap of her 6 wings, she transformed into a golden streak, launching a colossal fist towards the dark demon evil god tiger, which lay several dozen meters away. This was Qian Rinxue's 3rd soul skill. Even after Tang Ge had just delivered a fierce beating to her, witnessing this formidable strike left him in silent awe. What a powerful punch! However, as this thought crossed his mind, Qian Rinxue, who had just approached the dark demon evil god tiger, was abruptly swatted down by a single blow from it. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a cloud of dust surged into the air. Seeing this scene, Tang Ge's heart jolted violently. Yet, undeterred by the setback, he gritted his teeth and charged towards the dark demon, evil god tiger. Eager to test the might of his ancient sacred body combined with the secret art of Xing and the explosive power of the heaven's divine fist. Boom! In that moment, Tang Ge, endowed with the ancient sacred physique, stepped into the void, causing a resounding explosion. Following this, he unleashed a velocity so extreme that it ruptured the fabric of space, creating ripples that cascaded through the ether. Finally, enveloped in a divine aura, he concentrated an immensely powerful fist shadow. As he reached the formidable dark demonic god tiger, he bellowed with fervor, heavenly divine fist. Simultaneously, a trace of the exterminating immortal sword's essence was discreetly released. The moment the sword's aura manifested, the heavens and earth transformed in hue. The dark demonic god tiger, whose eyes had once gleamed with mockery, was suddenly immobilized, fear etched upon its grotesque visage. Even Qian Rinqiue, who had just soared from the depths of a chasm, momentarily disregarded her disheveled appearance, her beautiful eyes fixed upon Tang Ge, filled with astonishment. A year prior, an astonishing aura had erupted, causing a celestial upheaval that astounded countless powerful beings. Upon receiving her mother's summons, Qian Rinqiue, bearing the title of the Crown Prince of the Tiando Empire, had ventured to Notting City to investigate the matter. Yet, as a year slipped by, just as she was on the verge of relinquishing hope, she found herself once more engulfed by that same remarkable energy. This aura unmistakably emanated from the young man before her. Who was he? How could he wield an attack with divine attributes akin to those of the angelic clan? In that moment, a yearning to depart the Tiando Empire and seek her grandfather surged within her. However, before she could act on this thought, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Qian Rinqiue glanced up, only to witness the immense dark demonic god tiger spraying blood from its nostrils. At the same instant, a figure was hurled away by the shockwave generated from the roar. The ability to injure a millennium-old soul beast was astonishing, leaving Qian Rinqiue in a state of disbelief. Yet, upon seeing the figure careening towards the distant mountain peak, she gritted her teeth and unfurled her 6 wings, hastily pursuing. In midair, the earlier roar had sent Tang Ge tumbling uncontrollably, unable to halt his descent. The towering mountains loomed ahead, and just as the collision seemed inevitable, a figure swooped in, grasping him tightly and skidding for several meters before finally coming to a stop. "Are you all right?" A melodious yet somewhat frosty voice echoed beside him. Tang Ge rubbed his somewhat dazed head, turning to see that it was Qian Rinqiue who was clinging to his waist. He shook his head, momentarily unscathed. But if they could not resolve the issue with that ancient soul beast, trouble would surely ensue. At that moment, Qian Rinqiue also realized she was still holding on to Tang Ge, her fair face flushing slightly as she quickly released her grip. After retreating a couple of meters, her expression returned to its usual aloofness, her gaze fixating on the distant dark demon evil god tiger, perhaps incited by Tang Ge's earlier punch. The dark demon evil god tiger was now utterly infuriated. With thunderbolts erupting, waves of malevolent energy continuously emanated from its form. Witnessing this, Qian Rinqiue's countenance turned grave as she remarked, "It exudes an extremely sinister aura. A holy presence can restrain it. Unfortunately, my strength is insufficient. If my grandfather were here, even if he could not defeat this ancient soul beast, he would at least be able to drive it back." A holy presence? Upon hearing Qian Rinqiue's words, Tang Ge felt a spark of inspiration, suddenly recalling the feather from the divine Kesha that he had kept in the system space. Chapter 50, Divine Kesha. Judgment of the Heavenly Blade. Tang Ge had long been uncertain about how to utilize the feather he had drawn from the Angel King Kesha of the Super God Academy. Although he had attempted to activate it with his soul power, it regrettably yielded no response. Now, with Qian Rinqiue unexpectedly mentioning holy attribute soul power, he was reminded of the heaven's divine fist he had previously unleashed. The two energies bore a striking resemblance. Perhaps it could indeed serve a purpose. Thus, with a surge of determination, the feather that had been resting in the system space materialized in his right hand. Instantly, an overwhelmingly rich holy aura radiated from the feather, purifying the swirling malevolent energy surrounding them. Not far off, sensing the emergence of this holy energy, Qian Rinqiue's eyes widened in astonishment. She fixed her gaze on the feather in Tang Ge's hand as if confronting a deity revered by her clan, her body trembling uncontrollably. How could you possibly possess such a thing? This is inconceivable. The system notification chimed in his mind once more. But Tang Ge was too preoccupied to pay it any heed, disregarding Qian Rinqiue's surprise. The moment he withdrew the feather, He invoked the power of heaven through the heaven's divine fist, continuously channeling it into the feather. Eventually, the feather from divine Kesha seemed to absorb sufficient energy, its golden radiance surging forth. It soared from the palm of his hand into the lofty skies. Then, under the watchful eyes of both Tang Ge and Qianrenxue, the feather erupted in a magnificent display of golden light, so intense that they were compelled to shut their eyes. However, this resplendent golden light did not endure for long. When Tang Ge and Qianrenxue reopened their eyes, they were astonished to find that the golden radiance had coalesced into a figure entirely formed of holy power. This was a woman with cascading golden hair, but unlike Qianrenxue, this ethereal being not only possessed unparalleled beauty, but also exuded an air of noble sanctity. Merely standing there, she seemed to embody the very center of the universe, captivating yet sanctified beyond reproach. Behind her unfurled a pair of snow-white wings, gently stirring the air and stirring up waves of divine wind. She was none other than divine Kesha, revered as the angel king and the king of gods within the Super God Academy. Had he truly summoned divine Kesha? Though Tang Ge understood through the system that the figure before him was merely an embodiment created from that single feather, he remained utterly astounded. So this was the true potential of the feather. However, he soon felt a twinge of regret, realizing that his hard-earned trump card had been expended so readily. Meanwhile, Qianrenxue stood utterly transfixed at the sight of divine Kesha's appearance, her heart set ablaze by the presence of a genuine angelic deity. In the distance, the dark demon evil god tiger's bleeding had ceased, its crimson eyes fixated upon the figure above, which radiated an aura it found exceedingly repugnant. With millennia of soul age, it felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from this being. Without hesitation, the dark demon evil god tiger unleashed a roar, flapping its obsidian wings and charging forward. An overwhelming malevolent force rapidly coalesced around it, forming a cloud of darkness while bolts of thunder rained down, enveloping the area within 100 meters in chaos. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Ge, startled, quickly pulled the still-dazed Qianrenxue away, retreating several miles in the blink of an eye. In the place they had just vacated, only the divine Kaisa stood silently. She gradually turned around, her indifferent gaze fixating on the swiftly approaching dark demonic god tiger. All evil must be purified, she murmured softly. With that, she gently raised her palm and then brought it down with a light yet decisive motion. Boom! An overwhelming surge of divine power erupted forth, coalescing into a colossal hand that enveloped the dark demonic god tiger. In an instant, the malevolent clouds surrounding the tiger were dispersed and purified. The divine hand continued to descend, striking the dark demonic god tiger with tremendous force. A howl erupted from the tiger, a haunting sound of agony as the divine energy infiltrated its body, causing excruciating damage. Its massive frame plummeted like a collapsing mountain, crashing heavily into the forest below. Meanwhile, the countless bolts of lightning that fell were intercepted by a golden barrier before reaching Kaisa. The cacophony of thunder amplified her majestic presence. Tang Ge, having retreated several miles, hovered in the air, witnessing the unfolding drama. He marveled at Kaisa's ability to strike down the dark demonic god tiger with a single blow. What a formidable angel king, he thought. This is merely a manifestation of feathers. Should its true form descend, even the genuine deities of this world might falter. Yet, he wondered whether the dark demonic god tiger had perished in that moment. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he observed a shadow darting upward from the cloud of dust stirred by the tiger's fall. Suddenly, the entire world seemed to fall silent, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. When Tang Ge emerged from this disconcerting stillness, he was met with the sight of Kaisa, who had once held the advantage, now ensnared within the tiger's claws as the golden barrier shattered around her. With a thunderous roar, the dark demonic god tiger opened its maw wide, preparing to sink its teeth into the captured Kaisa. Tang Ge's heart immediately sank, contemplating the possibility of a mishap. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, a figure suddenly darted past him, hastening towards the distant dark demon evil god tiger. Tang Ge regained his senses, only to discover that the figure before him was none other than Qianrenxue. Unable to restrain himself, he shouted, "What are you doing? Save her!" Qianrenxue responded with just 2 words before resolutely accelerating her pace once more. Bang! As expected, Qianrenxue, who had not even grazed the dark demon god's tiger fur, transformed into a falling light, struck down by the dark demon god tiger with a single swipe. With his mind refocusing, Tang Ge's face twitched slightly as he prepared to pursue her rescue. However, he suddenly sensed something and abruptly halted. redirecting his gaze towards the distant figure of the holy Kaisha, captured by the dark demon god tiger. Unbeknownst to him, a blinding golden light erupted once again from the holy Kaisha. This golden radiance coalesced into a towering pillar, gradually forming a celestial longsword ablaze with vibrant holy flames. Buzz, accompanied by a tremor in the void, another faceless knight, equally composed of golden light, materialized behind the celestial longsword. As it extended its hands to grasp the hilt of the longsword, a soul-stirring whisper resonated throughout the heavens and earth. Heaven's Blade Judgment. Chapter 51. Profited or Lost? Heaven's Blade Judgment. With the soul-stirring whisper echoing through the cosmos, the faceless knight began to slowly raise the celestial longsword. Though its movements were unhurried, the dark demon god tiger sensed an overwhelming threat of death. What further infuriated it was the realization that an invisible force had completely locked onto it. No matter where it tried to flee, it could not evade the celestial longsword. At last, the faceless knight, gripping the hilt, lifted the celestial longsword high above, then brought it crashing down with ferocity. The blinding golden light surged. The celestial longsword tore through space, appearing instantaneously above the dark demon god tiger, its divine radiance purging all evil in an instant. Cracks appeared on the dark demon god tiger's body, and as crimson blood spewed forth, it transformed into swirling snow mist. A piercing roar erupted from its mouth, yet seemingly provoked by the excruciating pain that pierced the depths of its soul. The innate ferocity of the dark demon god tiger was fully awakened. Faced with death, it did not retreat. Instead, it opened its maw and swallowed the captured holy Kaisha whole. Immediately, the dark demon god tiger unleashed all its power, flapping its inky wings to collide violently with the descending celestial longsword. Boom! In an instant, a cataclysmic explosion resonated throughout the realm. The entire cosmos became saturated with the intertwined essences of sanctity and malevolence, gradually merging and dissolving. Several miles away, Tang Ge, with great difficulty, opened his eyes against the blinding light. He gazed at the sky in the distance, still shrouded in gold and black, his mind replaying the moment when the faceless knight raised his longsword for a strike. Having watched the Super God Academy, Tang Ge was well aware that the Blade of Judgment was a potent attack unleashed by the sacred Kesha, utilizing the advanced technology of the angelic race. However, he was astonished to discover that, in this world devoid of the angelic civilization's support, the mere avatar of the sacred Kesha had executed the Blade of Judgment once more. The terrifying force, seemingly capable of slicing through the heavens, left Tang Ge utterly shaken. He pondered the fate of the dark demon, evil god tiger. Was it truly vanquished? Even if it survived, that strike from sacred Kesha would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. Thus, as he observed the battlefield still enveloped in gold and black, anticipation and trepidation swirled within him. As time gradually passed, approximately 15 minutes later, the lingering malevolent aura was finally purified, leaving only the remaining golden light gently retracting. Then, a familiar silhouette emerged once more, none other than the angelic king, sacred Kesha. However, compared to her earlier form, her once solid body now appeared ethereal, as if a gust of wind could disperse her. Sensing her own condition, sacred Kesha cast her luminous gaze downward, a subtle smile gracing her lips. In an instant, with a wave of her hand, a sphere of divine light detached from her, transforming into a golden shimmer that soared downward. Upon completing this act, sacred Kesha herself transformed into a radiant glow, dissipating entirely. In the spot where she had stood, only a faintly glowing golden feather remained. Before the feather could fall, Tang Ge, who had just flown over, swiftly reached out to grasp it, and information regarding the feather surfaced in his mind. Sublime Feather, a fragment of divine power condensed from the sacred Kesha of the Super God Academy, which, when absorbed, can enhance the quality of soul rings. Enhancing the quality of soul rings? Tang Ge was taken aback by the revelation contained within the feather's information. However, this was not the time for thorough contemplation. He temporarily stored the sublime feather in his system space and darted downward. Soon, Tang Ge discovered Qian Rinxue lying at the bottom of a deep pit. At this moment, her attire was tattered and disheveled, exposing large swathes of her fair skin, now marred with dirt mixed with blood. Her hair lay scattered, presenting a pitiful sight. Initially, Tang Ge had feared that the dark demon, evil god tiger might have struck her down, but upon observing the subtle rise and fall of her chest, he was instantly reassured. Not only that, Tang Ge felt a divine aura permeating through Qian Rinxue's body, continuously healing her injuries. This, he surmised, was the result of the sacred light orb cast by the holy Kesha before its dissipating. If this continued, not only would Qian Rinxue's wounds be healed, but her bloodline and martial soul would likely undergo a qualitative transformation. After all, it was a gift from the King of Angels. However, a sour feeling gnawed at Tang Ge's heart. The sacred Kesha was formed from a feather he had extracted, which could have served as a trump card. Yet it was consumed by a suddenly appearing 10,000-year soul beast. To make matters worse, the dark demon, evil god tiger left no trace behind, and the soul ring never materialized. All that remained for Tang Ge was that singular feather capable of enhancing the quality of a soul ring. In comparison to the feather of the sacred Kesha, was this a gain or a loss? Tang Ge was uncertain for the moment. He realized that, compared to himself, the true beneficiary at this moment was Qian Rinxue, who was still lying in the pit. A mixture of emotions swirled within him, ultimately manifesting as a bittersweet smile on his face. He couldn't help but shake his head. After all, surviving was already a blessing. Why dwell on further concerns? As for the dark demon, evil god tiger, perhaps it had chosen to perish alongside him. After comforting himself, Tang Ge, wary of attracting powerful beings with the earlier commotion, refrained from lingering any longer. He carefully lifted the unconscious Qian Rinxue from the deep pit and, using his martial soul, soared into the sky, departing with remarkable speed. Not long after Tang Ge had left the battlefield, two figures rushed towards the scene from a distance. Judging by the spectral rings adorning them, they were undoubtedly two soul emperors. Yet, upon witnessing the devastation that resembled the end of the world, the two soul emperors could not suppress their gasps of shock. Could it be that a tidal Douluo and a 10,000-year soul beast had truly clashed here? First, we must locate the crown prince. Other matters will be addressed by stronger soul masters, one of the soul emperors remarked, his demeanor turning grave. The other, upon hearing this, could not help but let out a wry smile, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. However, he remained silent, nodding his agreement before the two separated to commence their search. Chapter 52. The Second Soul Ring. Ascending to 10,000 years. Once the two soul emperors had parted, they began their search in the ravaged area. Their target was none other than Qian Rinxue, who was disguised as the crown prince, Shu Yuntao. However, she had long been taken away by Tang Ge, rendering their efforts futile. Furthermore, the two soul emperors did not believe that, in such a horrifically damaged place, the crown prince could have survived if he had indeed been here. They were merely making a final effort. During their search, one of the Empire's soul emperors remained oblivious to the shadow that was stealthily approaching him. It was not until the eerie shadow climbed up his leg that he sensed something amiss. "What is this?" He attempted to shout, but before he could finish, the shadow swiftly burrowed into his mind. The look of terror froze on his face, and moments later, a strange smile emerged. Yet, his eyes gleamed with a chilling murderous intent. Humans deserve to die. In the distance, the other soul emperor seemed to have heard the commotion and called out, "Qiu Ming." "What happened?" "Nothing much, just saw something interesting, but I have already dealt with it." The soul emperor, named Qiu Ming, concealed the murderous intent in his gaze, his expression returning to calm. After responding to his companion, he resumed his search. After some time, the two were compelled to abandon their efforts. When they returned to the imperial capital with news of the crown prince's plight, the entire empire was thrown into turmoil. Consequently, the soul-hunting forest was sealed off, and numerous soldiers began a comprehensive search. Yet, all of this was merely a postscript, while Qian Rinxue remained quietly hidden in a secluded cave. After a considerable time, a soft groan escaped Qian Rinxue's lips as she finally awakened. Upon opening her eyes, she abruptly stood up, a divine energy involuntarily surging from her body. However, upon confirming that her clothing, though tattered, was intact, she sighed in relief. She felt no unusual sensations within her body. Recalling the events that had transpired, she found herself in this tranquil cave. A mysterious young man, who had continually astonished her, suddenly came to her mind. Was it he who brought me here? A complex and indescribable feeling stirred within Qian Rinxue. Moreover, in that moment, she sensed a richer and more potent soul power surging within her, indicating that her strength had at least risen by 3 levels. The divine aura embedded in her soul power reminded her of a being akin to a deity. That must be the spirit of her angelic lineage. "This matter is of great significance. I must return to see grandfather," Qian Rinxue murmured, her eyes shimmering with fervor. With that, she departed from the cave. Tang Ge was unaware that the events unfolding had compelled Qian Renxue to relinquish the guise she had maintained for several years. After securing Qian Renxue in a safe cave, he soared towards the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. Due to the prior emergence of the dark demon, evil god tiger, the forest had descended into chaos. With the soul beasts in turmoil, adventurers were frantically fleeing in all directions. As Tang Ge approached the outskirts, he descended from the sky, blending seamlessly among the adventurers, remaining utterly inconspicuous. After traversing the treacherous soul-hunting forest and traveling nearly 100 miles, he finally chose to take refuge in a hotel within a quaint little town. Upon securing a room and closing the door, it was only when he settled onto the bed that Tang Ge finally exhaled. He did not rush to take a bath. Instead, he first summoned his personal information panel. Shock System Host. Tang Ge Level 25 Great Soul Master Martial Soul, Dual Martial Souls, Inyong Life and Death Diagram. For Swords of Extermination Soul Rings, Inyong Life and Death Diagram Purple, Black Soul Skills, Joy, Flight Martial Techniques, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Method, Walking Character Secret, Hell Refinement. Heaven-S Divine Fist Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree, 66 Shock Value, 15, 820. Gazing at his information, Tang Ge noted not only an increase in his soul power by 1 level, but also a slight enhancement in the fusion degree of his ancient sacred body. Most importantly, his shock value had once again surpassed 10,000, reaching over 15,000 points. Tang Ge felt that this expedition into the soul-hunting forest had turned out to be relatively uneventful. However, as he ventured further, not only did the enhancement of his soul power slow down, but the resources required for the amalgamation of the ancient sacred body became increasingly extravagant. It is worth noting that he had previously utilized the Hell Furnace to refine a significant amount of life energy, of which nearly half was absorbed by the ancient sacred body, resulting in only a slight improvement. The implications are clear. To successfully navigate through the merging phase of the ancient sacred body, Tang Ge could only speculate on the vast quantities of life energy he would need to consume, potentially equivalent to the volume of an entire valley. Moreover, should he inadvertently attract the attention of a titled Douluo, who might hastily label him as an evil soul master, he would find himself in a perilous situation, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, pursued by all. The mere thought of such horrifying scenarios sent a shiver down Tang Ge's spine. No. He must proceed with greater caution. He could not afford to be as unprepared as he had been this time. After a silent reminder to himself, Tang Ge shifted his focus from the information panel and reached into the system space to retrieve the Feather of Sublimation. How should he employ it? As he contemplated the use of the Feather of Sublimation in his hand, the system's voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding dong. Does the host choose to utilize the Feather of Sublimation? Yes. Tang Ge raised his brows in surprise, yet he composed himself and readily acquiesced. No sooner had he spoken than the sublimation feather, which lay quietly in the palm of his hand, suddenly transformed into a radiant golden light, swiftly penetrating into his body. Immediately thereafter, the second Millennium Soul Ring, which had been fused during his time as a Grand Soul Master, manifested before him. This Millennium Soul Ring emanated a dazzling purple light, gradually beginning to absorb the golden light that had emerged from the sublimation feather. At the moment when the golden light was completely absorbed, the purple light surged dramatically, revealing specks of black. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Ge's heart trembled violently, and he could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. Before his incredulous gaze, the mere specks of black rapidly spread, enveloping the purple Millennium Soul Ring in the blink of an eye. Boom! As the void quivered, the purple hue instantly faded, replaced by a rich black light. At that moment, the Millennium Soul Ring successfully ascended to a 10,000-year soul ring. Simultaneously, the martial spirit of yin and yang, the chart of life and death, emerged autonomously, manifesting 2 streams of life and death energy in black and white that coalesced into a pair of black and white wings behind Tang Ge. Chapter 53. 5 years later. Regarding the Wings of Transcendence, Tang Ge did not harbor particularly high hopes. He would have felt immensely satisfied if any of his soul rings could gain several hundred years of enhancement. Yet now, he was witnessing his second Millennium Soul Ring transform directly from purple to black before his very eyes. Tang Ge was truly taken aback. If the shock system were to have any effect on him, it would undoubtedly manifest as a continuous stream of 100 shock values emerging above his head. Moreover, he discovered that 2 soul power wings, one black and one white, had sprouted from his back. With a mere thought, the wings fluttered. Lifting him from the bed, and suspending him in midair. Eventually, as his second soul ring successfully ascended to a 10,000-year rank, the black radiance settled, and the information regarding the soul ring's soul skill materialized in his mind. The second soul ring, soul skill, inyong wings. Upon activation of the soul skill, 2 luminous wings appeared behind him, one black and one white, allowing for flight and the ability to unleash a life-and-death formation that could be transformed at will. Standing within the life formation, allies would receive continuous healing, while within the death formation, each of their attacks would inflict persistent corrosion on the enemy, affecting their soul power. Physical form and spirit. Powerful. Unprecedentedly powerful. Upon absorbing this information, Tang Ge understood that his second soul ring had undergone a qualitative transformation from the inside out. A 10,000-year soul ring. 2 formidable soul skills. Were it not for the sinister aura emanating from the soul ring, one might easily mistake it for a 100,000-year soul ring. In that moment, overwhelmed with excitement, Tang Ge plummeted from midair. With a resounding crash, the already fragile bed collapsed beneath him. Yet, he paid no mind to it. After all, it was merely a trifling expense. At that moment, he felt as though he could raise the entire hotel to the ground. However, Tang Ge repeatedly urged himself to remain calm. Gradually, his heart settled. After surveying his disheveled appearance, he stowed away the soul ring and proceeded to take a shower. Shortly thereafter, he donned fresh attire and took a moment to rest before departing the hotel and leaving the small town. Outside the town, on a secluded path, Tang Ge paused. Scanning his surroundings and confirming that no one was in sight, he couldn't help but smile. This was the place. With that thought, he activated his second soul skill, and the black and white wings coalesced behind him. As the inyong wings fluttered, the power of life and death surged, creating a wave of energy. Tang Ge shot skyward like a cannonball, transforming into a brilliant intertwining glow of black and white as it soared into the distance. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight, leaving no trace behind. Thus, 5 years quietly elapsed. 5 years later, at the border between the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire, there lay an expansive and boundless forest, home to countless powerful soul beasts. This place is known as the Star Do Forest, a forbidden land of the continent. However, it is precisely because of the multitude of soul beasts that a great number of adventurers are drawn here. At this moment, on the outskirts of the Star Do Forest, 5 adventurers were besieging a windwolf. The purple aura of soul power revealed that this was a wind attribute soul beast with a 1,000-year soul age. Tornadoes of wind swirled around it, defending against the onslaught of the 5 adventurers. Unfortunately, these 5 adventurers were all soul sovereigns with 3 soul rings each, and their teamwork was impeccable. Within half an hour, through their harmonious cooperation, the 1,000-year soul beast wind wolf suffered severe injuries. Conserve your strength. Leave the final blow to Little Chan, exclaimed a middle-aged man, presumably the leader, breaking the silence. Upon hearing his words, the other 4 immediately slowed their attacks. Standing 8 meters away, a boy and a girl had been quietly observing from the beginning. They appeared quite young, seemingly around 13 years of age. With the middle-aged man's call, a smile blossomed on the boy's face as he turned to the girl. Little Chan, a 1,000-year soul ring. Are you ready? Of course, replied the girl, named Xiao Chan, shyly shaking her head. However, she soon regained her composure. As she channeled her soul power, her emerald green dress billowed, and she underwent a remarkable transformation. Ultimately, she morphed into an elf with long black hair and pointed ears. 2 yellow soul rings materialized beneath her feet, and a vibrant green longbow coalesced in her hands. Drawing the bow, she released an arrow that sped towards the windwolf. As anticipated, under the pressure exerted by the 5 adventurers, even the 1,000-year soul beast was pierced through the head by the arrow. With a thud, the windwolf collapsed, and a purple soul ring floated up from its corpse. Witnessing this, the 5 injured adventurers let out a collective sigh of relief, then promptly turned their gaze towards the boy, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Noticing their looks, the boy smiled slightly, and a purple soul ring appeared beneath him. He then waved his hand, and 5 beams of milky white light surged into the bodies of the adventurers. Even though it was not their first time witnessing such a display, the adventurers were still awestruck by the boy's formidable soul skills. Yet, they soon found themselves immersed in the joy of healing, their injuries visibly mending before their eyes. Once the healing light dissipated, the boy's attention returned to the elf girl. Go ahead, he urged. Nodding, the elf girl approached the wind wolf's body and sat down. With a wave of her hand, she summoned the purple soul ring and began to merge it with her martial spirit. Gradually, Ethereal figures resembling her appeared behind her. This was her martial spirit. Once an unappealing jelly-like form, it had now transformed into an entity that mirrored her own appearance. Tang Ge named this martial spirit Forest Elf. Indeed, the exceptionally handsome youth who had unexpectedly approached the elven maiden was none other than Tang Ge, who had departed from the Sacred Soul Village 6 years prior. Now, it had been 5 years since he had parted ways with Tang San and left Nanning City. During this span, not only had Tang Ge undergone significant changes, but the elven maiden before him had transformed as if she were an entirely different person. Her name was Lin Wuchan, the once jelly-like girl who had appeared in the Hunting Soul Forest. Were it not for witnessing firsthand the profound transformation she had undergone over these 5 years, Tang Ge would scarcely believe she was the same individual. The change was indeed remarkable. Tang Ge could not help but exclaim in awe. Chapter 54. The Spiral of Wind. As he observed Lin Wuchan, who was currently meditating to merge with her millennia-old spirit ring, memories of his experiences over the past 5 years involuntarily surfaced in his mind. After narrowly escaping from the dark demon, evil god tiger in the Hunting Soul Forest, it was not long before the entire forest was placed under martial law. Soldiers dispatched by the Tiando Empire conducted extensive investigations on the soul masters outside the Hunting Soul Forest. Consequently, Tang Ge was compelled to abandon his pursuit of training within the forest. Moreover, as he had already reached the 25th level of cultivation at that time, remaining at Nodding Academy served little purpose. Thus, he left a note for Tang San and departed from Nodding City. During the initial year, Tang Ge did not rush to find a place to settle, but rather embraced the flow of fate, wandering aimlessly. Throughout this journey, he encountered kind-hearted individuals, faced malevolent ones, engaged in dealings with merchants, and even stealthily ventured into entertainment venues to seek some release. Unfortunately, the proprietor of that establishment was quite rigid. Upon discovering Tang Ge was merely a child, he unceremoniously expelled him. This incident left Tang Ge disheartened for quite some time. In his disappointment, he resolved to abandon his aimless wandering and shifted his direction towards the city of Soto in the Barak Kingdom. He intended to find a place to reside there, waiting to draw a new spirit ring through the celestial roulette before embarking on rigorous training in the Star Do Great Forest. Yet, alas, obtaining a spirit ring was no simple feat. After exhausting the 3 lottery chances accumulated over the course of a year, Tang Ge managed to obtain merely 2 9-aperture golden pills and a meditation technique. The name of this meditation method was quite simple: the meditation of the forest spirit. Initially, Tang Ge discarded this technique directly into the system's storage space. Later, he encountered Lin Wuchan, the once shy girl who had hidden behind her elder sister. Now captured by several adventurers, seemingly destined to be sold to certain places, Tang Ge swiftly intervened to rescue her, and after inquiring further, he learned that the young girl's sister had perished during a treacherous expedition. Driven by compassion, and with his own aspirations to cultivate within the Star Do Forest and acquire the soul rings necessary for reaching level 30, he found the girl's martial spirit to be of significant aid. Thus, he took her under his wing. Consequently, the once solitary Tang Ge found himself accompanied by a devoted follower, and their companionship blossomed over the course of 4 years. In a moment of careful consideration, Tang Ge seized an opportunity when Su Yuntao was distracted, and with a swift motion, he implanted the forest spirit meditation technique into her consciousness. With this newfound knowledge, Su Yuntau's cultivation accelerated remarkably. Her attachment to Tang Ge deepened, and even during their stays at inns in the city, she would beseech him with a pitiful expression to share a room. Thus, Tang Ge found himself embracing a life of sleeping on the floor. As scattered thoughts gradually coalesced, he gazed upon Su Yuntao, whose beauty had blossomed under the influence of the forest spirit meditation. A sense of anticipation filled him as he pondered the transformations that would unfold once she integrated her 3rd soul ring. Time passed steadily, and the 5 previous adventurers had awakened. At Tang Ge's subtle gesture, they reluctantly bid farewell before departing. Finally, after fully absorbing and merging with her soul ring, Su Yuntao opened her eyes. Upon seeing Tang Ge, a radiant smile illuminated her delicate features as she sprang to her feet. "Brother, you always call me your little sister. Yet you are 2 years my senior. Do you not realize how that makes me appear?" Tang Ge could not help but reach out to ruffle Lin Wuchan's hair. Chuckling softly, Lin Wuchan's face flushed with embarrassment, yet she resolutely called out once more, "Brother." "All right, if you insist, brother it shall be. After all, I have nothing to lose." Tang Ge shook his head in resignation. He swiftly diverted the conversation, saying, since you have successfully fused your third soul ring, let me witness your third soul skill. Lin Yuechan, having complete trust in her beloved brother Tang, held nothing back. As Tang Ge expressed his desire to see her soul skill, 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, materialized beneath her feet, followed by the sudden appearance of a vibrant green longbow in her hands. At the moment a gust of wind arose, Lin Yuechan astonishingly levitated off the ground. Though her feet hovered merely a meter above the earth, it left Tang Ge utterly astounded. Could this be her third soul skill? While he pondered, Lin Yuechan, enveloped by a gentle breeze, suddenly let out a soft yet commanding shout, and an arrow, formed from her concentrated energy, was shot forth. Compared to before, this arrow flew with incredible speed, seemingly shrouded in a miniature tornado, spinning rapidly as it soared through the air. In the blink of an eye, the arrow struck fiercely against a distant hillock. With a resounding boom, the mound was pierced through, swiftly collapsing into a chaotic heap of rubble. Behind it lay a deep chasm, spiraled and extending outward for several dozen meters. Tang Ge witnessed this scene, momentarily taken aback. He then turned his gaze towards Lin Yuechan, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he inquired, "What an impressive soul skill. What is its name?" Wind spiral. Lin Yuechan, having retracted her soul ring, gracefully descended to the ground. Feeling the intensity of Tang Ge's gaze, she couldn't help but blush and quickly explained, "The wind spiral allows me to briefly ascend from the ground and maneuver within a limited range. Furthermore, when combined with my first soul skill, it transforms into the wind spiral arrow, wielding power akin to what you just observed." Wind spiral, you say? Upon hearing Lin Yuechan's elucidation, Tang Ge promptly recognized that this was indeed a displacement-type soul skill, perfectly enhancing her defensive capabilities. Moreover, the fact that her third soul skill could synergize with her first to amplify its potency was undeniably fortunate for her. As he noticed the glimmer of anticipation in Lin Yuechan's eyes after her explanation, Tang Ge smiled and nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is a remarkable soul skill. At his commendation, Lin Yuechan shyly lowered her head, yet within her heart, she felt an overwhelming joy akin to savoring honey. Tang Ge found the situation somewhat amusing. However, recalling the momentous events that were about to unfold, he decided against lingering any longer. He gently ruffled Lin Yuechan's soft, flowing hair and said, "Let us return to Suatu City." As the black soul ring materialized, inyong wings emerged behind Tang Ge. He swiftly embraced Lin Yuechan and ascended into the air, soaring rapidly towards the outskirts of the Douluo Forest. Chapter 55, Long Time No See. In the Kingdom of Balak, Suatu City. Upon returning from the Douluo Forest, several hundred miles away, Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan immediately vacated their previous lodging and sought a new hotel. The establishment they chose was named the Rose Hotel. This hotel, 3 stories high, was exquisitely adorned in a vibrant rose-red hue, resembling a colossal rose in bloom. Initially, Lin Yuechan was puzzled as to why Tang Ge had suddenly brought her to this hotel. However, upon checking in and ascending to their room on the 3rd floor, she was greeted by the sight of an enormous heart-shaped bed in a pink room, adorned with scattered red rose petals that exuded a delightful fragrance. This is. Lin Yuechan momentarily froze, but then a realization struck her, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Unable to contain herself, she softly suggested, "Brother Tang, perhaps we should consider changing to another room?" "No need to change," he replied, "for all the rooms in this hotel are decorated in this manner." Tang Ge turned his head to glance at Lin Yuechan, a teasing smile adorning his face. He then proceeded directly toward the heart-shaped bed ahead. Observing Tang Ge's retreating figure, Lin Yuechan wrestled with her thoughts for quite some time. Ultimately, she felt unprepared and, unable to suppress her crimson cheeks, softly uttered, "Brother, I need to step out to buy something." With that, Lin Yuechan swiftly turned and fled the room. The door slammed shut behind her. Tang Ge, who had just reached the bedside, looked back with an amused shake of his head. This girl is simply lost in her fantasies. He then removed his shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of roses. Tang Ge felt a surge of emotion as his personal data panel materialized before him. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level, 39 Soul, Sovereign Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Inyong Life and Death Diagram. For Swords of Immortal Slaying Soul Rings, Inyong Life and Death Diagram Purple, Black Soul Skills, Joy, Wings of Inyong, Life and Death Formation. Life and Death Great Seal Martial Techniques, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique, Secret of the Walking Character, Hell Refinement. Heaven's Divine Fist Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree 99 Shock Value 3250 compared to 5 years ago. Tang Ge's strength has seen a remarkable leap. Not only has his soul power level ascended to the 39th rank of Soul Sovereign, but the fusion degree of his ancient sacred body has also reached an impressive 99. This remarkable achievement is largely attributed to Tang Ge's focus on nurturing the ancient sacred body. Otherwise, had he solely pursued soul power levels without considering the age of the soul rings, he might have already attained the rank of soul sect. Nevertheless, Tang Ge is confident that, should he unleash his full power now, even a soul sect expert would likely not stand a chance against him. Such is the advantage of profound foundation. Regrettably, while enhancing soul power is relatively straightforward, elevating the ancient sacred body proves exceedingly challenging, even with just one progress remaining. Tang Ge anticipates that awakening the ancient sacred body will require significant resources. Thus, he has already devised a plan in his mind. Upon reaching level 40, he intends to hunt a 10,000-year soul beast. He hopes to utilize the energy released during the fusion of the 10,000-year soul ring to attempt to break through to the awakening phase of the ancient sacred body. He can only hope for success when that time comes. However, Tang Ge harbors little confidence, letting out a soft sigh. His attention then shifted to the soul skills section. 1 purple and 2 black soul rings, an undeniably luxurious configuration. Yet, Tang Ge had not hunted any 10,000-year soul beasts. Instead, he had elevated the latter 2,000-year soul rings to 10,000-year through the feather of sublimation and the baptism of the sea god. Consequently, he acquired a 3rd soul skill, Life and Death Great Seal. Life and Death Great Seal. The power of yin and yang coalesces into the Life and Death Seal, transforming into a colossal palm that can both harm foes and absorb their vitality to replenish oneself. This 3rd soul skill can be regarded as Tang Ge's first formidable offensive soul skill, and he is quite pleased with it. As for the remaining 1,000-year soul ring, though it somewhat diminishes the overall quality, he can only devise a solution for it at a later time. Tang Ge shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. He stowed away the information panel and rose from the bed, making his way directly towards the exit of the room. He was concerned about Xiao Chan, who was alone outside. He could not afford to be careless. Additionally, it was time to prepare for the upcoming enrollment. As a thought crossed his mind, a smile unconsciously grazed Tang Ge's face, and his figure gradually faded from view. Soon, 3 days had elapsed. During this period, Tang Ge spent most of his time in his room, immersed in cultivation. As for Lin Yuechan, Tang Ge could not withstand her excessive shyness and had no choice but to secure her another room. Although the layout remained the same, at least she could attend to her private matters at night without the worry of being observed. By the morning of the 4th day, as Tang Ge was engrossed in his cultivation within the confines of his room, Lin Yuechan, who had just returned from outside, rushed in with great urgency. "Brother, there's a commotion downstairs," she exclaimed. "What is the rush? Speak slowly. What has transpired?" Tang Ge opened his eyes and gazed at the panting Lin Yuechan, his expression tinged with reproach. Lin Yuechan's fair face flushed with embarrassment, and after a concerted effort to calm her racing heart, she recounted the circumstances she had witnessed. Upon hearing the words, Tang Ge felt a stirring in his heart, suddenly realizing that the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Unable to contain his excitement, he smiled and swiftly descended from the bed. "Let us join in the revelry." "Huh?" Lin Yuechan, taken aback by Tang Ge's enthusiasm, wore a puzzled expression. Yet, as she regained her composure and observed Tang Ge heading out, she hurriedly followed suit. At the Rose Hotel, in the Grand Lobby, amidst the curious gazes of numerous guests, 2 figures were engaged in a fierce battle. However, as one of them manifested a 3rd purple 1,000-year soul ring, a low growl escaped his lips. White Tiger Titan transformation. Boom. A blinding golden light erupted, unleashing terrifying power in an instant. The youth, with a phantom of a white tiger emerging behind him, exerted a gentle force, effortlessly shredding the resilient black vines that ensnared him. Subsequently, he charged forward with remarkable speed, his sharp claws striking down and sending his opponent, who bore only 2 yellow soul rings, flying across the room. Bang! The boy with the 2 soul rings finally came to a halt upon crashing into a nearby platform. Just as he was about to retaliate, he glanced up and, in that fleeting moment, appeared to see something that left him utterly astonished. That figure was unbeknownst to him. At the staircase leading to the 2nd floor, a man and a woman had appeared. They were none other than Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan, who had just descended from the 3rd floor. When Tang Ge's gaze met that of the boy who had collided with the platform, a smile broke across his face as he waved and called out, "Long time no see, Tang San." Chapter 56. Still moving? Then let us have another round. Long time no see, Tang San. Tang Ge's voice was not loud. Yet as soon as he spoke, it rendered the young man across from him utterly speechless. After a considerable pause, he tentatively inquired, "Why, you are Tang Ge?" "Ah, he is Tang Ge?" A girl who had accompanied the young man hurried over, and upon hearing his words, her delicate features mirrored his astonishment. The pair were none other than Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had shared a dwelling with Tang Ge 5 years prior. However, compared to the past, they had undergone significant transformations, embodying a blend of handsomeness and whimsical charm. Had it not been for his knowledge of the storyline, coupled with Tang San's distinctive martial spirit, Tang Ge might not have recognized them at all. Nonetheless, Tang Ge still felt that he was more handsome and dashing. Thus, as he approached Tang San, he extended his hand to help him up while smiling and spoke, "What? Are you astonished by my strikingly handsome appearance?" Tang Ge's voice was not loud. Yet due to the tranquility of the hall, many people heard it. Instantly, a few could not help but let out a chuckle. Is there actually someone daring enough to laugh? Tang Ge furrowed his brows slightly and turned his gaze towards the direction from which the laughter emanated. There, in the corner of the hall, he beheld two strikingly beautiful and tall twin sisters standing gracefully. Tang Ge's eyes sparkled with excitement as he couldn't help but suggest, "Ladies, how about we indulge in a dinner together this evening and perhaps take a drive?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's invitation, the twin sisters merely giggled, refraining from responding. Meanwhile, Tang San, regaining his composure, couldn't resist inquiring, "What does taking a drive entail?" Although he couldn't articulate it precisely, he was certain it promised immense enjoyment. If you doubt it, why not try it with Xiao Wu when the opportunity arises? In response to Tang San's question, Tang Ge wore a mysterious smile. "Is it truly enjoyable?" Xiao's eyes lit up instantly. Even Lin Wuchan, upon hearing this, couldn't help but fidget with her clothing, her eyes glistening as she gazed at Tang Ge, revealing a desire to speak, yet hesitating to do so. Clearly, she too was intrigued by the prospect of this delightful game. Just then, an irate voice pierced through the air. "That little brat, where did he come from? How dare he set his sights on my woman right upon arrival? Do you believe I won't teach you a lesson?" Tang Ge and his companions couldn't help but turn their heads, only to find the previously encountered youth with the strength of a soul sovereign glaring at them in anger. However, the young man's gaze was primarily fixated on Tang Ge. After all, it was Tang Ge who had the audacity to steal his woman. Tang Ge, the wicked-eyed white tiger Dai Mu Bai, was a soul sovereign of the 37th level. In Tang San's eyes, a hint of gravity emerged as he spoke in a low voice. Upon hearing Tang San's warning, Tang Ge was well aware of the formidable strength possessed by the evil-eye white tiger, Dai Mu Bai, and he recognized him as the prince of the Star Luo Empire. Yet, what did that matter? Nearly a 37th rank. Thus, upon witnessing Dai Mu Bai's haughty demeanor, Tang Ge could not help but curl his lip in disdain. A mere 37th rank, and yet he had managed to dishevel his attire in a fight, exposing himself to such an extent that an onlooker might mistake him for someone peddling wares at the Rose Hotel. Wouldn't you agree, Tang San? This hearing Tang Ge's merciless taunts, Tang San found himself momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. However, Xiao Wu, standing by, could not contain her laughter, clearly still irked by Dai Mu Bai's earlier assault on her dear brother. Opposite them, Dai Mu Bai trembled with rage, unable to suppress his glare at Tang Ge. His eyes reddened as he declared, "Brat, tell me your name." "I, Dai Mu Bai, do not bully those without a name." "I apologize," Tang Ge retorted, "but to reveal my name to someone of your insignificance would be a grave affront to my dignity." Tang Ge laughed mercilessly. And the moment those words escaped his lips, the entire venue erupted in astonishment. Many individuals in the Grand Hall recognized Dai Mu Bai and had witnessed the earlier fierce battle, thus comprehending the formidable strength he possessed. Yet now, someone dared to openly provoke Dai Mu Bai, uttering such harsh words. The adversary must either possess strength surpassing that of Dai Mu Bai or be courting disaster. Even the pair of twin sisters who had accompanied Dai Mu Bai could not help but retract their smiles, casting incredulous glances at Tang Ge. Their eyes sparkled with a hint of intrigue. Sensing the twins' gaze, Dai Mu Bai was on the verge of exploding with rage, having never endured such humiliation throughout his life. He threw a gold soul coin to the hall's manager, his expression darkening as he commanded, "Clear the area immediately. I, Dai Mu Bai, will compensate for any losses after this." The hall manager, naturally intimidated by Dai Mu Bai's demands, hastily urged everyone to exit the hotel swiftly. Ultimately, only Tang San, Xiao Wu, Lin Yuchan, and the two twin sisters remained to observe. However, to avoid disrupting the duel, the five retreated to a corner of the hall. Once the crowd had dispersed, Daimubai, with his striking heterochromatic eyes, coldly fixed his gaze on Tang Ge and declared, "Kid, I grant you one last chance to apologize. Otherwise, after today, you will forever remember me, the evil-eyed white tiger, Daimubai." Tang Ge rolled his eyes and couldn't help but silently scoff. "Why all the unnecessary chatter if we're going to fight? Is my earlier taunt not enough for you?" Thus, he retorted, "A sinister-eyed white tiger? Huh, more like a blind white tiger, if you ask me. Fine, I'll give you 10 seconds to prepare. Otherwise, you won't have another chance." "Tang Ge, go get him," came the excited shout from Xiao Wu in the distant corner. Even Lin Yuechan, standing beside her, was influenced, clenching her little fists and softly encouraging, "Go for it, brother." Tang San, accompanying them, felt somewhat helpless. Was he this escalating the situation even further? Nevertheless, after 5 years apart, Tang San was still curious about Tang Ge's strength and eagerly anticipated the duel between him and Daimubai. At that moment, Daimubai could no longer maintain his usual composure, as 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, emerged beneath his feet. He instantly activated his 2 powerful spirit abilities, the White Tiger Shield and the White Tiger Transformation. With a resounding rip, his upper garments were entirely torn apart, revealing the formidable contours of his muscles. At the moment when his spirit power reached its zenith, he faced Tang Ge and suddenly roared, "White Tiger's fierce light." A creamy white beam of light descended from above, directly pouring into Daimubai's body. His roar abruptly ceased as he couldn't help but close his eyes in comfort, a blissful smile gracing his face. However, this state of euphoria did not last long. When Daimubai regained his senses, he met Tang Ge's peculiar gaze and was startled, prompting him to act first. Yet, as he raised his hand, another creamy white beam appeared, offering him no chance to react as it surged into his being. Meanwhile, Tang Ge's light laughter echoed. "Heh, there's nothing a beam of light cannot resolve. If it fails, then let us have another." Chapter 57, Flander. The eavesdropper, it has appeared. Once again, it has manifested. Upon witnessing the purple ring of light materialize beneath Tang Ge's feet, which then immobilized Daimubai with 2 beams, both Tang San and Xiao Wu felt a tremor in their hearts. Having experienced the unique sensation of being caught in that light, they understood its magical effects. However, if they were to duel Tang Ge, they would rather concede than endure that experience once more. Thus, their gazes toward Daimubai were filled with sympathy. Another youth was about to fall victim to Tang Ge's trickery. Lin Yuechan had witnessed Tang Ge employ this tactic against spirit beasts before, so she was not surprised. However, the 2 twin sisters were oblivious. They looked on in disbelief as the usually formidable Daimubai was so easily subdued, prompting a question in their minds. Could this fellow be all show and no substance? Simultaneously, the manifestation of Tang Ge's Millennium Spirit Ring left the twin sisters utterly astonished. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for shocking by Shui, earning 50 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for shocking by Yen, earning 50 shock points. The system notifications rang in Tang Ge's mind. After having used his spirit abilities twice to leave Daimubai blissfully entranced, Tang Ge couldn't help but smirk. A mere 100 points? Clearly, mere aesthetics hold no real value. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, it seemed that 5 years apart had rendered them rather stingy. Never mind, he thought, there would be plenty of opportunities later. With that in mind, Tang Ge's attention shifted back to Daimubai. He slightly raised his hand, seemingly poised to unleash his earlier spirit ability once more. Just as Daimubai, freshly freed from his peculiar state, caught sight of this, he felt a jolt of panic and couldn't help but shout, "If you have the guts, fight me, Daimubai, head on. Don't resort to underhanded tricks." Tang Ge was startled by the shout, nearly retaliating with a radiant strike. However, upon witnessing the almost tearful expression of the formidable evil-eye white tiger, Daimubai, he restrained his impulse. Under Daimubai's pleading gaze, Tang Ge ultimately acquiesced with a nod. "Very well, as you wish." Upon hearing this, Daimubai was instantly overwhelmed with excitement, and he bellowed the words he had previously withheld. "White Tiger's radiant wave." Yet, before the sound of wave could dissipate, a fist abruptly materialized, landing heavily upon his visage. Blood erupted from his nose as he was sent reeling backward, his head thrown back in the force of the blow. A sharp pain surged through him, and in the moment before his consciousness succumbed to darkness, he caught sight of Tang Ge, who had just retracted his fist. What the hell? Wasn't it supposed to be a fair duel? Why the ambush? Dai Mubai was engulfed in frustration. Thud, as he crashed to the ground. Perhaps realizing his humiliation, he promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. Tang Ge approached Dai Mubai, observing the blood streaming from the latter's nose, and couldn't help but shake his head. Ah, youth still prevails. Indeed, a child unscathed by the harsh realities of society is incomplete. He then turned to the 2 dazed twin sisters. Xiao Shui, Xiao Nian. Why don't you hurry and take your brother Dai Mubai to tend to his injuries? And don't forget to check his head as well. As Tang Ge uttered these words, Dai Mubai's face twitched, though he remained quietly sprawled on the ground, refraining from rising. The twin sisters, startled by Tang Ge calling them by name, wondered how he knew who they were. Despite their curiosity, they did not inquire further and quickly called for help to carry Dai Mubai away. Once the commotion subsided, the hotel manager re-entered the lobby. Initially, he had intended to demand a hefty sum from Dai Mubai for the damages, but upon seeing that the lobby remained largely intact, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Wasn't he supposed to be dealing with a soul master? Shouldn't this have escalated more dramatically? Reluctantly, he turned to Tang Ge and couldn't help but speak up. You see, the losses in the lobby stopped. Whoever made you that promise, go and seek them out. I will not compensate you, not even in your dreams. Tang Ge interrupted, cutting him off before he could finish. Then, he turned to Tang San, a smile gracing his face as he urged, Xiao San, isn't there still one room left in this hotel? Hurry and pay up, we are going upstairs. Also, let Xiao Wu and Xiao Chan share a room, while you can stay in the one you just reserved. What a joke. I stay alone in a room. Do you think I would share one with Xiao Wu? Dream on. After saying this, Tang Ge couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. For Tang San, however, hearing Tang Ge's arrangement brought a slight sense of relief, although Xiao Wu seemed somewhat displeased, huffing in Tang Ge's direction. The last available room happened to be on the 3rd floor. Thus, after Tang San settled the payment, the 4 of them made their way to the hotel's 3rd floor. In an instant, the lobby was left in disarray with only the manager remaining. He gazed at the chaotic scene before him, feeling utterly disheartened. Thus, after 5 years, Tang Ge and Tang San met again, and before they knew it, 2 days had passed. Having learned that Tang Ge had come to Soto City for the same purpose, to attend Shrek Academy, they departed from the Rose Hotel together on the morning of the 3rd day. They exited through the southern gate of Soto City and headed toward the outskirts, the direction of Shrek Academy. However, the journey seemed to stretch far beyond their initial expectations. Xiao Wu had hoped that Tang San would carry her, but upon noticing Lin Wuchan trailing quietly behind Tang Ge, she felt a sudden shyness. Consequently, she vented her frustrations on Shrek Academy. Xiao San, did the master get the address wrong? How could an academy be built in such a remote location outside the city? And we haven't seen a single soul yet. How much longer do we have to walk? Hearing this, Tang Ge chimed in with a smile. Xiao Wu is right. The master must have miscalculated the address. And if Shrek Academy is truly situated in such a desolate area, it must be so impoverished that there is nowhere decent to stay. Just imagine, a girl like you having to sleep in a cockroach-infested shack. How terrifying is that? Cockroaches everywhere. The thought invoked a ghastly image for Xiao Wu, causing her to shudder. She quickly turned to Tang San, her eyes wide with concern. Xiao San, how about we find a better academy instead? Just as these words left her lips, a sudden crack of a breaking branch drew their attention, and a figure unexpectedly tumbled from a tree. The 4 friends were instantly captivated. The director of Shrek Academy, Flinder? Especially for Tang Ge. Upon recognizing the individual who had fallen, he was taken aback. A mere 7 or 8 meters away, the one who had just fallen from the tree was none other than Flinder, the director of Shrek Academy, a formidable soul sage with a cultivation level of 78. Known for his owl-like spirit and signature glasses, he bore the nickname Four-Eyed Owl. However, Flinder now found himself in an embarrassing predicament. How could a dignified soul sage accidentally fall from a tree? If word got out, where would he hide his face? Yet it was that detestable boy, Tang Ge, who had dared to malign his academy by claiming it was infested with cockroaches, which had caused him to lose his composure and led to this unfortunate incident. Flinder resolved that if Tang Ge were to enter his academy, he must be made to understand that some things should not be carelessly spoken. Tang Ge never anticipated that the esteemed headmaster of the academy would indulge in eavesdropping. One must be exceedingly gossipy to engage in such behavior. As for whether the individual would harbor resentment after overhearing his earlier remarks, he felt no apprehension. Once within the academy, Tang Ge intended to enlighten this eavesdropping soul saint about the law of true fragrance. While lost in thought, a voice of surprise suddenly pierced the air. Oh, Xiao San. Isn't this gentleman the one who previously sold you the ore? What is he doing here? It turned out that Xiao Wu had recognized the bespectacled Flander. However, she was unaware of his true identity, believing him to still be merely the shopkeeper. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. He then cast a scrutinizing glance at Flander in the distance, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Sir, why are you following us? Do you regret selling me that metal? Following you? Well, yes, I am indeed following you. But do you think a dignified soul saint would be so petty? It's merely a worthless piece of ore. How could I possibly regret it? Flander was nearly incensed enough by Tang San's words to reveal his identity, yet he held his tongue, maintaining a stern demeanor and snorting in annoyance. You little rascals, I certainly have no time to follow you. With that, he turned away, hands clasped behind his back, and gradually vanished from sight. Observing the eccentric gentleman's retreating figure, Tang San and his companions exchanged glances. Ultimately, Lin Yuechan whispered, Brother Tang Tang, shall we still proceed to Shrek Academy? Upon hearing this, Tang Ge was about to speak. However, Tang San, seemingly apprehensive that this individual might persuade Xiao Wu away, swiftly interjected. Since Shrek Academy comes highly recommended by our teachers, it surely cannot be as unfavorable as Tang Ge suggests. Why don't we take a look first before making a decision? Well, if Xiao San wants to go, then I shall go too. Xiao Wu, having changed her earlier reluctance, raised both hands in support. Seeing this, Tang Ge could only shake his head in resignation. Why is it so difficult for people to extend a bit of trust towards one another? Nevertheless, with a vote of 2 in favor and 1 abstention, Tang Ge and his companions continued their journey. Fortunately, they did not have to travel far this time. Soon, a quaint village, home to approximately 100 families and surrounded by a wooden fence, came into view. At the entrance of the village, a crowd had gathered, engaged in some unknown activity. However, beyond this gathering, a weathered wooden archway could be seen, adorned with an old sign bearing the 5 characters of Shrek Academy. Above these words hung a green visage, resembling a humanoid creature. Could this truly be Shrek Academy? Upon seeing the sign, Xiao Wu's face lit up in astonishment, and she could not help but exclaim, Little San. How can there be an academy in a village? It can't possibly be as Tang Ge described, infested with cockroaches, can it? At this moment, Tang San was somewhat taken aback. However, upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, he immediately feigned anger and retorted, Don't listen to Tang Ge's nonsense. There won't be any cockroaches. Hee. I was just teasing you. Xiao Wu playfully stuck out her tongue at Tang San. Then she hopped joyfully towards the village entrance where people gathered. After Xiao Wu departed, Tang Ge turned to Tang San, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. Xiao San, if there really are cockroaches, you might as well prepare yourself for sleepless nights, as you'll be busy catching them for Xiao Wu all night long. How pitiful. Xiao Chan, let him stew in regret here. We should join Xiao Wu and see what's happening. Indeed, Lin Yuechan replied, suppressing her laughter as she nodded. Tang San remained in place, gazing at the departing figures of Tang Ge and the others, seemingly recalling some ominous scene, which caused him to shudder involuntarily. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the troubling imagery and offering himself some consolation. It was merely a matter of catching a cockroach. How could it possibly take an entire night? With that thought, Tang San hastened to catch up. At the village entrance, when Tang Ge and his companions arrived, a long line had formed, predominantly composed of young children accompanied by their parents. At the front, an elderly man sat behind a table, collecting registration fees while scrutinizing the hands of the registrants. Clearly, he was the person in charge. However, at that moment, a father and son were embroiled in a dispute with the elder, dissatisfied with their inability to enroll and the refusal to refund the registration fee. The father could not contain his anger, exclaiming, Since my child was not selected, why should the registration fee not be refunded? You are clearly just swindling money. If you don't refund us today, we want to leave. I will make sure everyone knows that your so-called Shrek Academy is nothing but a scam. His voice boomed, instantly capturing the attention of those waiting in line behind him. Many parents began to waver, and some even turned to leave. Upon witnessing this, the elder furrowed his brow and calmly instructed, Move by. Someone wishes to reclaim their registration fee, handle it. Not far from a large tree, a figure had been feigning sleep. At the elder's words, this figure swiftly descended, appearing before the agitated registrants. It was Dai Mu Bai, whose injuries had healed, revealing a look of resignation on his face. Just as he prepared to follow the elder's directive and unleash his spirit ring to intimidate the troublesome father and son, his gaze inadvertently fell upon Tang Ge and his companions, who were smiling at him. Their eyes met. Dai Mubai's previously composed expression abruptly froze. Then, to the astonishment of the elder, he seemed startled and promptly turned to flee into the distance. It was only after his figure vanished that his somewhat panicked voice drifted back. "Teacher, my stomach hurts. I need to leave for a bit." At the back of the line, when Dai Mubai made his appearance, not only did Tang Ge notice him, but Tang San and Xiao Wu also recognized the opponent, whom Tang Ge had previously knocked unconscious. However, before they could greet him, he unexpectedly bolted away. Nevertheless, the four clearly heard his final words. Xiao Wu, with a look of disdain, remarked, "What stomachache?" Clearly, he was frightened away upon seeing us. Upon hearing this, Tang San nodded in agreement. However, considering that the other party was likely a student from Shrek Academy as well, he shook his head and said, "Xiao Wu, perhaps they are genuinely experiencing stomach pain, so let's refrain from making such comments." Xiao Wu, though somewhat headstrong, was quite obedient to Tang San's words. And thus she promptly nodded in understanding, choosing to remain silent. At that moment, Lin Yuechan, who had been quietly observing, suddenly gasped in surprise. "Brother Tang, look over there. What has happened?" The four of them were startled by Lin Yuechan's sudden exclamation, their faces reflecting a mix of confusion. However, as their attention shifted back to the front, astonishment spread across their features. It turned out that the elderly man seated behind the desk had initially intended for Dai Mubai to handle the trouble caused by the father and son duo. But Dai Mubai had resolutely refused to take action. This left the old man with no choice but to intervene himself. As he rose from behind the table and cast a casual glance at the father and son, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, silencing the crowd. Even Tang Ge and his companions felt the immense pressure. Yet, what truly astonished them was the vivid crimson light that burst forth from the old man, as a long staff adorned with intricate patterns materialized in his grasp. Simultaneously, 6 soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, their dazzling brilliance becoming the focal point of the gathering. 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. This elder was, indeed, a formidable soul emperor of over level 60. Upon witnessing the 6 soul rings, Xiao could not help but gasp in disbelief. Beside her, Tang San inhaled sharply, fully aware that even in the entire Ballot Kingdom, soul emperors of level 60 were exceedingly rare. Yet here, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, sat a soul emperor of such caliber. It was clear that the teacher's recommendation held merit. Shrek Academy was not to be underestimated. Lost in thought, the elder's staff struck the ground heavily, creating a fissure in the earth, followed by a resonant sound that reverberated throughout the area. His gaze fell upon the father and son before him as he coolly inquired, "Do you still wish to pay the registration fee?" No, we don't want it." The man stammered, his face turning pale as he shook his head vigorously. He hurriedly took his child and fled the scene. Instantly, the atmosphere grew silent. After the elder retracted his staff, the 6 soul rings gradually faded as his soul power retracted. With a commanding gaze, he surveyed the remaining crowd and spoke with an air of authority. "Do not blame me for using my strength against the weak. Before enrolling students, Shrek Academy has already made its registration rules public. If you came here without understanding, you have merely wasted your registration fee. However, I am not unreasonable. I will reiterate, since our academy is named after monsters, we only accept those who are extraordinary, not ordinary individuals. Therefore, if any of you are over the age of 12 or possess a soul power below level 21, do not waste your time here." With that, the elder turned and resumed his seat behind the desk. Faced with a soul emperor, none of the parents dared to voice any objections. Consequently, as the academy's enrollment rules were reiterated, a wave of disappointment washed over the faces of over 90% of the parents, who silently departed with their children. In an instant, only a handful remained in line. The elder paid them no mind and continued with the registration process. At the back of the queue, Tang San wore a smile as he looked at Xiao Wu and remarked, "An academy that only accepts monsters. It seems we have not made a mistake in coming here." "Hee, does that mean we are all monsters?" Xiao Wu replied playfully, her face contorting into a comical expression. Tang San nodded. "Indeed, we are all monsters. Yet monsters also symbolize genius. Thus, Xiao Wu, you are undoubtedly a genius." As he spoke, he couldn't help but affectionately stroke Xiao Wu's nose. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, witnessing this scene, couldn't suppress a shiver. How utterly sentimental. However, he soon noticed that Lin Wuchan appeared somewhat disheartened and felt compelled to inquire, "What troubles you, brother? Do you think I will be unable to enter Shrek Academy?" As she uttered these words, Lin Yuechan was on the verge of tears. Tang Ge initially thought it was something serious, but upon hearing those words, he couldn't help but chuckle. He offered words of reassurance, saying, "Do not worry." Did that teacher not mention the enrollment criteria of being under 12 years old or possessing a strength level above 20? Although you are 2 years older, your abilities are more than sufficient to gain admission to this academy. If they truly refuse to accept you, I shall accompany you in departing. After all, there are other academies available. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuechan's bright eyes sparkled with delight. She couldn't help but ask, "Really? Of course it is true. Why would I deceive you?" He replied, "Now, cease your unfounded worries. Our turn will come shortly." Tang Ge chuckled as he affectionately tousled Lin Yuechan's hair. Lin Yuechan bit her lip and silently whispered a heartfelt "thank you, brother," before she settled into a tranquil wait. Tang Ge, after observing Lin Yuechan without further contemplation, redirected his gaze to the remaining candidates. He recalled that in the narrative, Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was among this group. As anticipated, after the elder had examined a few more children, a girl adorned in a flowing white dress with cascading golden hair appeared before him. This young lady was unaccompanied by any guardians. The elder merely brushed his fingers against her wrist and frowned. "Do your family members know you are here?" he inquired. In response to his question, the girl did not answer directly but instead smiled and remarked, "It is said that education knows no bounds, since I meet the academy's requirements. You have no reason to deny my admission." The elder sighed, conceding, "Very well, you have passed, but for now, please wait aside." Tang Ge, of course, overheard their exchange. Furthermore, upon the girl turning around to reveal her exquisitely delicate features, he instantly recognized her as Ning Rongrong. With this realization, he anticipated that Zhu Yuqing would soon make her entrance. The thought of the upcoming gathering of prodigies brought a smile to Tang Ge's face as he mused internally. "I feel I can afford to be a bit more ostentatious now." Chapter 60. One purple, two black, the brightest of all. The elder's pace was brisk. In no time, all the candidates ahead had been inspected. Regrettably, only a scant few remained, standing alongside the previously mentioned girl in white. Observing this, the elder furrowed his brow in frustration. What on earth is Mu Bai doing, taking so long to return? He then glanced up at the last 4 candidates yet to be evaluated, preparing to urge them along, when suddenly, a figure emerged from the distance, approaching swiftly. Before long, this figure came into view, revealing a girl approximately 11 years of age. She possessed a cascade of raven black hair, adorned with playful cat ears on either side, while the rest tumbled gracefully over her shoulders. Despite her tender age, her physique was remarkably alluring, accentuated by a form-fitting black leather outfit that showcased her curves enticingly. The moment she appeared, she captivated the attention of everyone present. However, amidst the sea of admiring gazes, the girl exhibited no reaction whatsoever. On the contrary, her expression remained icy and detached, an innate chill reflected in her dark, unyielding eyes. This stark contrast between her stunning beauty and frigid demeanor created an intriguing dissonance, one that provoked an irresistible curiosity to draw closer and unravel the enigma she presented. Tang Ge found himself closest to the girl, as she had stopped directly behind him. Thus, he was most attuned to the serene aura that enveloped her. As for the girl's identity, there was no other person in this vicinity with such an enviable figure besides Zhu Yuqing. Just as he was observing, a delicate huff suddenly echoed beside him. "Xiao San, why don't you just stand here while I enter the academy alone?" It turned out that Xiao Wu was displeased because Tang San had cast several glances at Zhu Yuqing. At that moment, she was glaring fiercely at Tang San and even pinched the back of his hand. Tang San grimaced in pain, especially when he caught sight of Tang Ge's teasing smile, which left him utterly embarrassed. Fortunately, at that moment, the elderly man seated at the table urged them on. "What are you dawdling for? Both of you come over for the examination." Upon hearing this, Tang San let out a sigh of relief and swiftly grasped Xiao Wu's hand, stepping forward. Subsequently, just as Tang Ge had discerned from the narrative, both Tang San and Xiao Wu effortlessly passed the preliminary test. Moreover, the fact that Tang San could cultivate his soul power to such a remarkable level with his blue-silver, grass martial soul astonished the elder overseeing the initial examination. As for Lin Yuechan, her ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a sprite, upon unleashing her martial soul, evoked a chorus of gasps. Furthermore, her status as a soul respect at the 31st rank left both Tang San and Xiao Wu in awe. "Sister Xiaochan, she is actually a soul respect?" they thought, instinctively turning their gazes towards Tang Ge. Until this moment, they remained oblivious to Tang Ge's precise soul power level. At that juncture, the elder, unable to contain his laughter due to Lin Yuechan's prowess, exclaimed, "Haha, Merely 2 years apart. Our Shrek Academy warmly welcomes a talent such as you. Go ahead. Wait alongside them for now. Grateful, Lin Yuechan dissipated her soul rings and obediently moved to the side. Ultimately, only Tang Ge and Zhu Zhiqing remained. Turning to Zhu Zhiqing, Tang Ge smiled and suggested, "Why don't you go first? I'll stay until the end." Zhu Zhiqing glanced at Tang Ge with an emotionless gaze before lowering her head once more. Tang Ge, in a state of helplessness, could only add, "Do not misunderstand me. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely fear that should I surpass the testing, all of you prodigies will fade into obscurity. Thus, I am willing to grant you an opportunity to showcase your true capabilities." Upon hearing these words, Zhu Zhiqing lifted her head once more. Although her gaze remained imbued with a chilling intensity, it now held a hint of something more vibrant. Tang Ge articulated a tone tinged with disdain. Immediately, a clear yet melodious voice reached his ears. Naive. By the time Tang Ge comprehended the remark, Zhu Zhiqing, clad in a sleek black leather coat, had already swayed ahead. Observing her retreating figure, he shook his head in resignation. Alas, in this day and age, even the truth goes unheeded. With that, Tang Ge followed suit. The elder moved swiftly, and upon confirming Zhu Zhiqing's age and witnessing her martial soul, the spectral spirit cat, he promptly declared her successful in the preliminary test. Consequently, the queue dwindled, leaving only Tang Ge behind. The recently tested Tang San and his companions shifted their gazes towards Tang Ge, the elder overseeing the preliminary trials. Having encountered several promising candidates this year, was in high spirits. He looked at Tang Ge, who was notably taller than the others, and chuckled, "Young fellow, you can't be over 12, can you? And now, you are the sole contender. Do you feel any pressure?" In response to the elder's words, Tang Ge beamed with a smile. "Whether I have surpassed 12 years of age, esteemed elder, you could ascertain that yourself, couldn't you? As for pressure," he paused momentarily before continuing, "to be honest, it is they who should feel the pressure." With that declaration, an overwhelming aura of confidence emanated from Tang Ge. Even the elder was momentarily taken aback. Then, he laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, good lad, you possess boldness. In that case, extend your hand." Tang Ge, undeterred by the hostile gazes surrounding him, extended his right hand before the elder. The elder, sensing with his soul power, nodded in approval. Indeed, he had not yet reached the age of 12. "Now let me see your," before he could finish his sentence. A sudden burst of intertwining black and white soul power illuminated before him. Following this, a radiant display of 1 purple and 2 black lights ascended majestically. As he recognized that these 3 beams of light emanated from the 3 soul rings of the young boy before him, the elder, who had remained composed until now, abruptly sprang to his feet. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed in shock, 1,000-year soul ring and 2 10,000-year soul rings. Have you perhaps dyed your soul rings?" The elder, overwhelmed with excitement, even let slip a curse. It was evident that his body trembled with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Tang San and the other onlookers, who had previously passed the preliminary test and had not left, were equally astonished, completely captivated by the 3 soul rings displayed by Tang Ge. 1 purple, 2 black. In that moment, simply standing there, Tang Ge became the center of attention, the most dazzling presence in the entire venue. Chapter 61. The law of true fragrance is not lacking in another world. As the 1 purple and 2 black soul rings were unveiled, even the elder, possessing the cultivation of a soul emperor, could not contain his excitement and shouted out. Tang Ge instantly became the brightest star in the venue, embracing his moment of glory. The system's voice echoed in his mind like the clinking of iron beams, continuously resonating. "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have shocked Tang San, earning 1,000 shock points." "Ding! Congratulations, host, you have shocked Zhu Zhiqing, earning 800 shock points." Before long, Tang Ge discovered that his shock points had soared from over 3,000 to more than 12,000, primarily contributed by Tang San and his companions, as well as the elderly Soul Emperor. Moreover, there was still ample time left before the conclusion. Thus, while reveling in his success, he gazed at the astonished elder, who was taken aback by his 3 high-grade soul rings, and retorted with dissatisfaction, "What do you mean by dyed colors? My soul rings are genuine." However, had Yu Xiaojiang been present, he would have wholeheartedly agreed with the elder's earlier remarks. After all, in the annals of history, no soul master had ever managed to manifest such a luxurious array of 1 purple and 2 black soul rings at such a young age. At this moment, in the elder's eyes, Tang Ge was no longer merely a prodigy, he had transcended to the realm of the extraordinary. Upon hearing Tang Ge's complaint, the elder finally realized that he had momentarily lost his composure. However, rather than feeling ashamed, he eagerly produced a soul-testing stone and exclaimed, "Come, quickly test it. Let me see what level your soul power is at now." Although Tang Ge was aware of his own level, he refrained from vocalizing it and confidently placed his hand upon the object. As he infused his soul power into it, a blinding radiance surged forth, revealing his soul power rank. 39? The elder's eyes widened in astonishment, betraying his disbelief. Gasps of surprise echoed from the onlookers. Meanwhile, Tang Ge seized this rare opportunity, delightfully reaping the rewards and bringing his shock value ever closer to 20,000. At that moment, the elder responsible for the preliminary assessment could no longer contain himself. He suddenly channeled his soul power and bellowed towards the village where Shrek Academy was located. "Flander, if you do not arrive soon, a once-in-a-thousand-years prodigy will slip right out of our academy's doorstep." His voice reverberated as if amplified countless times, causing everyone to instinctively cover their ears. Even Tang Ge had to take a few steps back, using his soul power to dispel the ringing echoes of the shout. Observing the elder in charge of the initial test, Tang Ge found himself at a loss for words. Did I ever say I wouldn't join your academy? Was such a loud proclamation truly necessary? Just as he pondered this, another voice emerged from the village. "Old man, why are you shouting so loudly? My ears aren't deaf, but I am curious. What kind of genius has caused you to lose your composure? I, Flander, must take a look." With a whoosh, a dark figure swiftly approached from the sky and soon hovered above the village entrance. It was none other than Flander, the head of Shrek Academy, a formidable soul sage with a soul power level of 78. At that moment, he had summoned his martial soul, the owl, which manifested as a pair of black wings that fluttered gracefully as he floated in midair. Upon arrival, Flander directed his gaze toward the elder below. He intended to inquire about the situation, but when his eyes fell upon the young boy nearby, his previously calm breath became increasingly rapid. One purple, two black? How could this young lad, of such tender age, possess two 10,000-year soul rings? Flander's eyes gleamed with a purple-black hue, fixated on the soul rings beneath the boy's feet, incredulous at the sight. However, he soon realized that this boy must indeed be the prodigious genius the elder had mentioned. Suppressing his astonishment, Flander continued to gaze upward, eager to discern the boy's appearance. Yet, when he finally beheld the beaming face of the youth, his soul power surged violently, nearly causing him to falter and plummet. Simultaneously, a series of intense coughs erupted from his throat. After some time, Flander regained a semblance of composure but hesitated, pondering whether to descend. He had finally recognized that the prodigious youth standing at the entrance of his academy was none other than the mischievous boy who had previously declared that his academy was infested with cockroaches. Moreover, this rascal had nearly embarrassed him in the past. Consequently, Flander had intended to properly mentor the boy if he were fortunate enough to join Shrek Academy. Now, it seemed that the boy's luck had indeed turned, but at his own expense. Meanwhile, below, the elder overseeing the preliminary assessment observed Flander hovering in the air, seemingly awestruck, and could not help but chuckle with pride. "What do you think? This lad is merely 12 years old and already possesses the rank of soul respect at 39, with one purple and two black soul rings. Such a prodigious talent is something you would beg for. He is undoubtedly a perfect fit for our Shrek Academy. Therefore, the next steps are in your capable hands, Director." Turning to Tang Ge, he patted the boy on the shoulder, smiling encouragingly. "Young one, this director is a soul sage with a power level of 78. Whatever your needs may be, do not hesitate to express them. I am certain he will fulfill your requests." "Thank you, Senior." Tang Ge nodded with a smile. However, Flander in the air felt a twitch in his expression, pondering how such an unconventional soul emperor could exist within the academy. Yet, given the circumstances and the multitude of onlookers, Flander believed that as the principal, he should exhibit a degree of magnanimity. After all, what do past grievances matter in the presence of a prodigy? With this thought, Flander felt a wave of comfort wash over him. He made an effort to display a gentle smile and gracefully descended from the air, landing before Tang Ge. "Little one, you are truly remarkable." Tang Ge suddenly took a deep breath, revealing a look of pure contentment. "So delightful?" His words were interrupted, but Flander was not angry. He merely expressed his confusion, asking, "What is so delightful?" "Oh, it's nothing, Dean. I am Tang Ge. Please continue." Tang Ge shook his head and smiled. Flander nodded, finding the eccentric temperament of the prodigious talent quite normal. He continued from where he left off. "Tang Ge, as you just heard, I am the principal of Shrek Academy. Feel free to express any request you may have." As long as it is within my capacity, I shall endeavor to fulfill your wishes, provided that you agree to join our Shrek Academy. Chapter 62. Daimubai's Curtain Call, Oscar's Entrance. Observing Flinder's amiable demeanor, Tang Ge felt an urge to laugh, even wanting to exclaim, "I shall forever be the father you cannot have." However, he sensed that should he dare to utter such words, even as a prodigy of unparalleled talent, he would likely end up regrettably expelled. Thus, Tang Ge restrained his impulse, shaking his head and feigning sincerity, stating, "I shall heed the arrangements of the esteemed principal." Follow my arrangements? Flinder paused at Tang Ge's response, then inwardly scoffed. "I would have preferred you to pay to join my Shrek Academy. If I were to truly believe your earnest demeanor, it would surely be akin to an owl losing its sight." Nevertheless, he recognized that if he were to be stingy and withhold valuable offerings, it would only tarnish the reputation of Shrek Academy. After a moment of contemplation, Flinder turned his serious gaze towards Tang Ge and spoke. "Since you have come here to enroll, it indicates your inclination to join Shrek Academy. As the principal, I shall not neglect you. If you are willing, I, as a soul sage, can take you as my direct disciple. Moreover, all your expenses for living and studying at the academy will be my responsibility. In addition, I will do everything in my power to assist you in obtaining the soul rings required to progress from soul master to soul sage, all with a minimum age no less than your current 10,000-year soul ring." In an instant, Flinder articulated the benefits he had promised. Not only would Tang Ge become a disciple of a soul sage, enjoying abundant resources, but his status would also shield him from many inconveniences while traversing the continent. Flinder's assurance to help Tang Ge acquire soul rings of no less than 10,000-year age was indeed a remarkable offer. It was evident that Flinder was genuinely sincere in his desire for Tang Ge to join Shrek Academy. With such an array of conditions combined, it was no wonder that Tang Ge felt tempted. Even Tang San and the others who had been lingering nearby were filled with envy. Unfortunately, they were not in a position to partake. At that moment, Daimubai, who had previously excused himself due to a stomachache, returned, perhaps fearing the ire of the elder responsible for the initial assessments. He presumed that, after such a lengthy interval, the boy who had embarrassed him earlier would have already entered the academy. However, upon his arrival, Daimubai overheard Flinder's promises to Tang Ge, leaving him nearly collapsing in shock. Without a second thought, Daimubai turned and fled back to the academy. He had already resolved to pack his belongings and embark on a journey to train, lest he encounter Tang Ge again and find himself in a situation he could not bear. At the enrollment site at the village entrance, Daimubai came and went without alerting anyone. All attention was focused on Principal Flinder and Tang Ge. After articulating his conditions, Flinder fixed his gaze on Tang Ge and earnestly asked, "These are all the promises I can make. Do you accept?" Upon hearing the words, Tang Ge shook his head. Flinder was momentarily taken aback, thinking that the other party had rejected him, and a look of disappointment instantly crossed his face. It was understandable that someone of such talent might overlook our academy. However, before he could finish his sentence, Tang Ge suddenly interrupted. "Who said I looked down on your academy? I wish to join. My earlier shake of the head was merely a refusal to become your personal disciple. All other conditions are acceptable." The fluctuations of his emotions left Flinder feeling as though he might suffer a heart attack. Nevertheless, regardless of the situation, at least the academy had finally acquired a brilliant prodigy capable of dazzling others. With this thought, Flinder's spirits lifted considerably. He then remarked with a hint of regret, "Perhaps I am not qualified to be your master after all. However, since you have joined the academy, I shall treat you as my personal disciple." "Then I am now officially a student of the academy, am I not?" Tang Ge inquired with a smile upon hearing Flinder's words. Flinder nodded in affirmation. Not far behind, Xiao Wu, who had been observing the scene, could no longer contain herself and exclaimed, "Uncle Dean, what about us? You all?" Flinder turned to look at Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others, his expression regaining its authoritative demeanor. "Though you are also talented, you still fall short in comparison to Tang Ge. So you shall continue to follow the academy's procedures." "What? Continue with the procedures?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu nearly erupted in frustration. Ultimately, it was Tang San, wearing a wry smile, who restrained her while casting a resentful glance at Tang Ge, who was enjoying special treatment. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge shrugged his shoulders, conveying his inability to assist. What could be done? After all, even among geniuses, disparities exist. As for the grievances of a group of young children, Flinder, as the dean, naturally paid them no heed. He glanced at the elder responsible for the preliminary examination and said, "You may take charge of these few. I have other matters to attend to and must depart for a while." The elder nodded in acknowledgement. Immediately, Flanders soared into the air, his wings unfurling as he flew towards the outskirts of the village, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Once he had left, the elder observed the remaining students who had passed the preliminary test, his brow furrowing slightly. He pondered, what is taking Mu by so long to arrive? Never mind. I shall not seek him out. With that thought, the elder called out loudly towards the village, Oscar, come out for a moment. This time, no response came. However, after a brief interval, the sounds of shouting grew closer, and soon a figure appeared, standing atop a small cart as he hastened towards them. It was evident that he was a bearded man, continuously calling out, "Oh, there are so many of you here. Would anyone like to buy a sausage to sample?" Upon hearing this, the elder's face twitched slightly. He then turned to Tang Ge and Tang San, gesturing towards the approaching vendor with a smile. This is Oscar. Although he has been at the academy for a short time, he is quite familiar with it and can guide you through the upcoming examinations. The group looked in the direction the elder indicated, and all beheld the bearded man on the cart, their expressions filled with incredulity. Xiao Wu, ever forthright, could not help but exclaim, Teacher, doesn't your academy only accept students under the age of 12? Why has an uncle been allowed in? At her remark, the bearded man stumbled, tumbling off the cart. Once he managed to rise, he began to flail about in distress. Classmate, did you just call me an uncle? Please. I am Oscar, and I am only 14. Just wait until I shave. Then you shall see my handsome, dashing self, a true paragon of elegance and charm. Chapter 63. I want another one, please. I am Oscar, and I am only 14. Just wait until I shave. Then you shall see my handsome, dashing self, a true paragon of elegance and charm. With that, Oscar struck a pose he believed to be quite dashing. The elder overseeing the preliminary examination could no longer bear the sight and gave Oscar a swift kick. You were summoned to guide the preliminary candidates to the next phase of the assessment. Spare us your frivolous chatter and be off. All right, teacher. Toot toot. Hop on my beloved cart, classmates, follow me. Oscar adjusted his wind goggles and promptly leaped back onto his sausage cart, setting off towards the village. After bidding farewell to the elder, Tang Ge and his companions entered the village. Upon their arrival, introductions were made, leading to Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing becoming acquainted with one another. However, it wasn't long before Oscar, perhaps feeling the absence of a teacher, could no longer restrain himself from promoting his sausages. Would you care for a sausage, my fellow classmates? Feeling the weight of Oscar's eager gaze, Tang San found himself quite perplexed by the expression on his face. With a hint of skepticism, he inquired, Are you truly only 14 years old? Upon hearing this, Oscar's demeanor shifted to one of displeasure. He halted his cart and, with utmost seriousness, declared, You may question my character, but you absolutely cannot doubt my age. I, Oscar, am indeed 14 years old, a first-year student of Shrek Academy. Just ask anyone, and they will confirm my age. So, please do not refer to me as uncle simply because I possess a bit of facial hair. Upon hearing this, Tang San was momentarily at a loss for words. Gazing at Oscar's bushy beard, and secretly mused that such a profusion of hair could not merely be described as abundant. Nevertheless, despite these thoughts, Tang San courteously expressed, Senior, I sincerely apologize for my previous rudeness. How much do you sell these sausages on your cart? I would like to sample one. Oscar's eyes lit up with delight at this request. He swiftly skewered a sausage, measuring nearly 10 centimeters in length, with a bamboo stick and handed it to Tang San, exclaiming joyously, As long as you enjoy my sausages, I shall bear no ill will, one sausage for merely 1 silver coin. Tang San nodded, producing a silver coin which he handed to Oscar. After taking a bite of the sausage in his hand, his eyes instantly sparkled with delight. And he couldn't help but exclaim, This sausage is truly delectable. Upon hearing this, Oscar's eyes narrowed with joy. He promptly began to eagerly promote his product to the others, asking, Would anyone care for a sausage? Beside Tang San, Xiaowu poked him with her finger and whispered inquiringly, Is it truly delicious? Indeed. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. Upon receiving his confirmation, the food-loving Xiaowu could not help but exclaim loudly, Bring me one. I want one too. Following her, Ning Rongrong, clad in a flowing white dress, chimed in. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she maintained her usual demeanor of cool aloofness, appearing distant and unapproachable. Soon, both Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong each held a sausage in hand and began to relish their treat. A wave of astonishment ensued. Wow, what is this sausage made of? It's incredibly delicious. Ning Rongrong remarked, Humph, as if I, Ning Rongrong, have never tasted anything before. It's just a sausage, yet it is quite delightful. Is there more? I want another. Observing the two beautiful classmates enjoying their sausages with such joy, Oscar felt nearly overwhelmed with emotion, close to tears. Unable to contain himself, he said, "No worries, eat as much as you like. I have plenty more." He then turned his gaze to Tang Ge and Lin Wuchan, eagerly inquiring, "Aren't you two going to eat?" Hearing Oscar's words, and noticing that Xiao Chan beside him was also eager to partake, Tang Ge suppressed a smile and nodded. "These sausages have been on the cart for quite a while. Could you bring me a fresh one?" Not far away, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong were savoring their food. Upon hearing that Tang Ge desired a fresh one, both girls displayed expressions of disdain. Ning Rongrong scoffed, "I, the illustrious Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasures, do not discriminate. Yet you, a mere male, are being so picky. How embarrassing." In response to Ning Rongrong's contempt, Tang San merely smiled and remained silent. Meanwhile, Oscar, who had been beaming moments ago, suddenly faltered, his expression shifting to one of hesitation. "What? Is there no fresh one available?" Tang Ge urged with a smile. With no other choice, Oscar reluctantly extended his right hand and, with a somewhat lewd tone, proclaimed, "I have a big sausage." As the yellow light coalesced in his palm, two golden halos ascended from beneath his feet. Shortly thereafter, a sausage identical to the one sizzling on the grill appeared in Oscar's hand, in front of the vehicle. Upon hearing Oscar's utterance of "I have a big sausage," Tang San momentarily froze. Once he beheld the sausage materializing in Oscar's grasp, he suddenly felt a tumult within his stomach. Meanwhile, the two, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who were savoring their sausages, immediately discarded them, bent over, and retched violently. In the background, the composed Zhu Zhiqin was visibly trembling, seemingly struggling to suppress her laughter. However, when she cast a glance at Oscar, her eyes were filled with a menacing glint. Beside Tang Ge, Lin Yuchan, upon regaining her senses, felt her cheeks flush a deep crimson. Unable to resist, she nervously clutched the hem of her garment and whispered, "Brother, did you already know?" "What do you mean by no?" He replied, "Do not speak carelessly. I am unaware of anything." Tang Ge immediately shook his head in denial. What a joke. If he dared to admit it, he would likely be besieged by a horde of fierce women. As expected, after Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong expressed their outrage, they turned their fierce glares towards Oscar. One could vaguely sense the surge of soul power emanating from them. Just as Oscar was about to explain himself, a shiver ran through him. Without uttering another word, he abandoned the vehicle and sprinted away into the distance. Behind him, a cacophony of furious cries erupted. Die. Enraged, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong unleashed their martial souls and pursued the fleeing Oscar with relentless determination. Tang Ge and his companions were equally unprepared for the outcome, fearing that something dreadful might have occurred, and hurriedly pursued the matter. Thus, the group inadvertently missed the second and third assessments, racing directly towards the final test. It was only after Oscar was caught up by Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, enduring an unavoidable and merciless beating, that they realized they had overshot their target. Soon, a robust figure came into view. A few meters away, beneath an eave, a robust yet slightly shorter middle-aged man lay reclined on a rattan chair, emitting thunderous breaths. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, still simmering with anger, were poised to strike again, startling Oscar into alarm. With a distressed expression, he pointed at the man in the rattan chair and whispered, "Ladies, please, calm down. Do you not see? That is our academy's esteemed teacher, Zhao Wuji, known as the Unmoved King. If we provoke him, we shall all be in grave trouble." Chapter 64. The Unmoved King Zhao Wuji. The Unmoved King Zhao Wuji? Upon hearing Oscar's warning, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who had just raised their fists, immediately lowered them. Under Oscar's nearly pleading gaze, the two huffed in unison. "We shall spare you this time, but you must never sell that wretched sausage in our presence again." As they spoke, memories of the earlier incident surged back, causing a fresh wave of nausea to churn within them. Furthermore, as they gradually regained their composure, they began to sense something amiss. Why did Tang Ge wait until they had finished eating before requesting a fresh sausage? Could he have known beforehand? Thus, Ning Rongrong, adorned in a flowing white gown, approached Tang Ge. With her head tilted upwards, she gazed at the youth who had even stirred the academy's director, exclaiming in indignation, "Speak. Were you doing this on purpose? Beautiful lady, I consider you a classmate. You must not wrongfully accuse me." Tang Ge wore an expression of innocence, yet Ning Rongrong remained unconvinced. With a pair of sharp little tiger teeth visible, she placed her hands on her hips and threatened fiercely, "Humph, I care not how formidable your soul ring may be. Should I discover that you have deceived me, I, Ning Rongrong, will certainly not let you off the hook." Having spoken, Ning Rongrong turned on her heel and departed. leaving Tang Ge with the proud silhouette of her back. Tang Ge smiled, her anger dissipating as her gaze shifted back to Oscar. Senior Oscar, please tell us about that, Teacher Zhao. Oscar did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned his head slightly and let out a few low murmurs, accompanied by a surge of spiritual energy. When he finally turned back, the wounds on his face had miraculously begun to heal. Tang Ge felt a sudden silence in her heart. It seemed that he had just been secretly indulging in sausages. Oscar, sensing her peculiar gaze, immediately fell into an awkward silence. However, he quickly composed himself and whispered, "Originally, it was Senior Daimubai who was supposed to bring you here today. But he seems to have vanished, which is why I was tasked with guiding you through the test. As far as I know, Teacher Zhao is responsible for overseeing the fourth challenge, assessing the practical abilities of the newly admitted students. It's merely a test of practical skills. My companion and I are least afraid of real combat," Xiaowu remarked nonchalantly. Tang San gently tugged at Xiaowu, signaling her to remain silent, and then turned to Oscar with a smile. "Please, continue, Senior." Oscar nodded. The fourth challenge assesses practical combat experience. Some students possess commendable martial souls and demonstrate proficient control over them. However, those who have lived in noble families, sheltered from the harsh realities of the world, are often entirely ignorant of external matters, let alone combat. Thus, such students are not accepted by the academy. The esteemed principal has decreed that those who are overly pampered should not be admitted. At this point, Xiaowu fell silent, yet Ning Rongrong could not restrain herself, exclaiming, "Are you selecting students or prospective spouses? This is exceedingly stringent. Moreover, who claims that children from noble families are all spoiled? I am not." As she concluded, Ning Rongrong could not help but lift her chin in a haughty manner, as if to demonstrate her own exceptional qualities. Having just endured the wrath of this spirited young lady, Oscar dared not retort. He merely gestured toward a figure lounging in the distance on a wicker chair, offering a wry smile. However, even with abundant combat experience, the final challenge remains daunting. Do you know? Teacher Zhao is a formidable soul sage of level 76. Possessing a beast martial soul and a battle soul, he is the vice principal of the academy, with comprehensive strength second only to that of the principal. If Teacher Zhao were to whimsically decide to personally assess your combat abilities, you would truly be in dire straits. As he spoke, a troubling thought seemed to cross Oscar's mind, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The pupils of Tang San and his companions slightly contracted. 76th level. If one were to include the Academy's dean, would it not mean that Shrek Academy boasts 2 Soul Sage level powerhouses? At this moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. I remember now. He is none other than the unmoved King Zhao Wujin, who had a conflict with the Spirit Hall. He had been missing for a decade on the continent, and yet here he is teaching at Shrek Academy. I heard that the unmoved King Zhao Wujin had a grudge against the Spirit Hall, which sought to punish him. But he managed to break free from the siege of 16 bishops. Ultimately, that matter faded into obscurity. It is noteworthy that the bishops of the Spirit Hall are all at least Soul Emperor level, exceeding 60 levels. At that time, Zhao Wujin was only in his 60s. Who would have thought he has now reached Soul Sage level? That is truly remarkable. Just as Ning Rongrong finished her words, a thunderous laughter erupted. Haha. I did not expect that after being missing for 10 years, a little girl would know my past, originally intending to feign sleep. Zhao Wujin decided to exert himself since he had piqued their interest. I shall personally oversee your final practical assessment. From several meters away, the imposing figure, who had been reclining in a lounge chair, rose and strode towards them. Soon, this figure appeared before Tang San and his companions, revealing none other than Zhao Wujin, the unmoved king. Among them, Tang Ge stood the tallest, nearly reaching 1.70 m, while Tang San was slightly shorter at around 1.60 m. Surprisingly, Zhao Wujin appeared even shorter than Tang San, yet his robust physique exuded a sense of grandeur. His gaze swept over the 5, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad. It seems you will provide me with a good warm-up. Isn't this fourth challenge supposed to be handled by Senior Daimubai? Tang Ge pondered aloud. Moreover, I just remembered that they had yet to visit the previous 3 testing points. Hearing that Zhao Wujin was truly going to participate, Oscar was taken aback and quickly spoke up. He attempted to signal Tang Ge and the others to leave. However, since Zhao Wujin had risen, he would not allow them to depart so easily. He reached out and grasped Oscar by the collar, tossing him aside while expressing his displeasure. Daimubai is not here. Why do you have so much to say? Go sell your sausages. With a thud, Oscar landed in a patch of grass about 7 to 8 meters away, struggling to rise after a moment. Yet, he did not leave. Instead, he shouted loudly, "Classmates, Zhao Laosher is making his move. You are on your own. But fear not. I have various soul power recovery and injury healing sausages available for you, free of charge." Tang San and his companions chose to disregard Oscar, who was still intent on promoting his sausages, and instead focused their attention on the imposing figure of Zhao Wujing. Aware that their opponent was a soul sage, Tang San took the initiative to speak. "Might I request, esteemed senior, that you clarify what constitutes passing this final assessment?" Upon hearing Tang San's inquiry, Zhao Wujing nodded with evident satisfaction. "Indeed, it is commendable that you remain composed even after learning of my status as a soul sage. You have earned the right to stand before me. In that case, let us begin by introducing ourselves and stating our soul power levels, so I may gauge your abilities. If your strength is sufficient during the ensuing evaluation, should any of you withstand my prowess for longer than the duration of a stick of incense, even if only one of you remains, I shall deem you successful in your examination." With that, he crossed his arms and stood to the side. "A stick of incense, you say?" Tang San inhaled deeply and was the first to speak. "I am Tang San, possessing the blue-silver grass martial soul. And I am a level 29 control system soul master." Xiao Wu, with her beast martial soul of the rabbit, added, "I am Xiao Wu, a level 29 assault system soul master." Upon hearing Tang San speak, Xiao Wu followed suit. Next were Lin Yuechan and Zhu Zhuqing. "I am Lin Yuechan, with the beast martial soul of the forest spirit, a level 31 assault system soul sovereign. I am Zhu Zhuqing, with the beast martial soul of the nether spirit cat, a level 27 agility system soul master." There is even a level 31 soul sovereign among the students? And when did blue-silver grass reach level 29? Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing displayed ordinary strength and martial souls. Yet Zhao Wujia's coarse brows furrowed slightly upon hearing about Tang San and Lin Yuechan. Particularly, Lin Yuechan's level 31 soul sovereign strength astonished him. For a moment, Zhao Wujia couldn't help but think, it seems the academy has recruited quite a few promising talents this year. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, clad in a flowing white gown, hesitated briefly before speaking up. "I am Ning Rongrong, with the 7 treasure glazed tile martial soul, a level 26 auxiliary system soul master." As her words fell, she felt the collective gaze of everyone turn towards her. Tang San exclaimed in astonishment, "Your martial soul is the 7 treasure glazed tower. Does this mean you hail from the 7 treasure glazed sect?" Under the gaze of so many, Ning Rongrong felt a touch of embarrassment. She playfully stuck out her adorable tongue and said, "Don't stare at me. I'm no different from ordinary people. Just wait a moment, and I shall provide you with assistance. Sustaining it for the duration of an incense stick should be no problem. The 7 treasure glazed tower, a martial soul that is passed down through generations, can only be possessed by the direct descendants of the 7 treasure glazed sect throughout the entire Douluo Continent. Soul masters regard the 7 treasure glazed tower as a martial soul with a singular praise, the most powerful auxiliary martial soul in the continent, the finest companion for all battle-type soul masters. This highlights the immense esteem in which this sect is held across the land. However, regrettably for Zhao Wujing, it posed no threat to him. He was merely surprised that the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed sect had sneaked away from home to join Shrek Academy. Finally, Zhao Wujing's gaze fell upon Tang Ge, the only one yet to introduce himself. "Little fellow, what about you?" "Me? I believe I can forego that." Tang Ge paused momentarily before shaking his head. Upon hearing Tang Ge's refusal, Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow, a look of displeasure crossing his face. Fortunately, Tang San spoke up to clarify. "Teacher Zhao, Tang Ge's situation is peculiar. He has already been personally admitted into the academy by the dean during the first assessment. He is merely accompanying us to familiarize himself with the environment and does not need to participate in the evaluation." What exceptional talent does this young man possess that warrants the dean's direct intervention for his admission? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Zhao Wuji recalled the previous loud shout and couldn't help but glance at Tang Ge several more times. He chose not to pursue further inquiries and nodded to Tang San and his companions. "In that case, it will be the 5 of you. Additionally, to prevent any accusations of me bullying a child, let me first explain my abilities. My martial soul is the powerful beast martial soul, the strengthened diamond bear. Known for its exceptional defense, virtually impervious to attacks. There isn't much else to elaborate on. Stating more would be futile, so do not harbor excessive hopes." Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's remarks, Tang San and his companions were momentarily speechless. Was it truly necessary to dampen their spirits in such a manner? However, They refrained from voicing their thoughts. After receiving a stick of incense for preparation time from Zhao Wuji, they quickly gathered to discuss their strategy. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji, with his unwavering gaze fixed upon Tang Ge, made the latter feel quite uneasy. Fortunately, the stick of incense burned swiftly. Zhao Wuji finally shifted his attention away from Tang Ge. As Tang San and his companions dispersed rapidly, he placed the newly lit incense into the ground and announced, "The assessment begins now." With that declaration, and accompanied by a surge of soul power, Zhao Wuji, already an imposing figure, transformed into an immensely powerful bear. Without hesitation, Tang San and his companions launched their attack from a distance of 7 or 8 meters. Tang Ge had unknowingly appeared beside Oscar, seated upon a stone. Intently observing the fierce struggle between Tang San and his companions and Zhao Wuji in the vacant arena. Beside him, Oscar had come to realize that Tang Ge had been admitted without examination. He could not help but inquire, "Tang Ge, do you think Tang San and the others can endure for the duration of an incense stick against Teacher Zhao?" "It seems unlikely." Tang Ge shook his head. Although the current situation differed from the original plot with the addition of Lin Wuchan, Zhao Wuji immediately utilized his martial soul from the very beginning. Unlike the original storyline, where he was unceremoniously brought down, he instead activated his first soul ring's ability, embodying the essence of the immovable king of wisdom. This transformation granted him both offense and defense, rendering him a true embodiment of the unyielding king. The attacks of Tang San and his companions fell upon him, not only failing to inflict harm but instead causing them to suffer from the recoil of their own force. An incense stick's duration? Unless, as in the original narrative, Tang San ultimately resorted to utilizing his hidden weapons, it would indeed be quite challenging to endure such a length of time. Oscar, of course, was unaware of this situation. However, he was well aware of Zhao Wuji's prowess, and thus, upon hearing Tang Ge's words, he nodded in deep agreement. Indeed, it was a formidable challenge. Difficult as it may be, if I were to take the stage as well, the outcome would surely be different. Tang Ge chuckled and added another remark. As expected, it was not long before, under Zhao Wuji's relentless assaults, the 4 girls, including Xiao Wu, could no longer withstand the pressure and were swept out of the arena, leaving only Tang San remaining. At this juncture, the incense stick planted in the ground had barely burned to half its length. However, perhaps having overheard the discussion between Tang Ge and Oscar, just as Xiao Wu fell unconscious and Tang San was on the verge of unleashing his full fury and anger, Zhao Wuji suddenly halted. He shouted directly in the direction of Tang Ge, "Hey, you brat named Tang Ge, stop watching. I'm talking about you. Come over here so I can gauge your strength." Tang Ge raised an eyebrow slightly and stood up. He let out a light chuckle. "Teacher Zhao, are you certain you want me to join?" Chapter 66. Tang Ge enters, the strongest support. "Teacher Zhao, are you certain you want me to join?" Tang Ge rose from the ground, a light smile gracing his face. 7 or 8 meters away, observing Tang Ge's nonchalant demeanor, Zhao Wuji was immediately filled with anger and could not help but exclaim, "At such a tender age, you are already so fussy. When I ask you to come over, just come. Why all the unnecessary chatter?" Tang Ge couldn't help but roll his eyes at the remarks. Nevertheless, he lifted his foot and strode toward the opposite side. After all, one must seize the opportunity. It was unlikely that a bounty of benefits would simply fall from the heavens while one remained idle. Behind him, Oscar's voice resonated with eager encouragement. "Tang Ge, you can do it. Prepare the sausages, for when the battle concludes, Teacher Zhao will surely need a bite." Tang Ge smiled, waving his hand casually without looking back. This remark instantly infuriated Zhao Wuji, causing his chest to nearly burst with rage, while the 7 soul rings representing the soul sage emerged uncontrollably beneath his feet. As Tang Ge approached, Zhao Wuji glared at him, his expression fierce, and spoke menacingly. "You sharp-tongued little brat, just wait. I will make you wish you hadn't crossed me." "Not necessarily," Tang Ge replied with a smile, then turned to Tang San, who was cradling the unconscious Xiao Wu, and inquired, "How are you? Can we continue?" "We can proceed, but only with the 2 of us." Tang San's expression grew somewhat solemn. However, before he could finish his statement, Tang Ge suddenly interjected, "Who says it's only the 2 of us?" With that, under the bewildered gazes of Tang San, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, the martial spirit, the inyong life and death diagram, manifested in Tang Ge's hand, accompanied by the appearance of 2 soul rings, one purple and one black, around his feet. Unaware of the events that had transpired at the village entrance, Zhao Wujia's initially furious demeanor transformed into disbelief as his eyes widened at the sight of the two soul rings emerging from Tang Ge. Could it be that this young man possessed a 1,000-year soul ring and a 10,000-year soul ring? This must be a trick. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for astonishing Zhao Wujia, earning a staggering 800 points of shock value. Oh, contributing his own resources so swiftly. Upon hearing the system notification in his mind, Tang Ge's eyes gleamed with excitement, and without hesitation, he proceeded to unleash his first and second soul skills. A milky white beam of light first emerged, directly infusing into the unconscious body of Xiao Wu, as her pallid complexion gradually regained its rosy hue, indicating a potential awakening. He proceeded to imprint his martial soul mark onto several companions. Ultimately, upon the emergence of the life array within the deathly formation, it enveloped a radius of 10 meters. Within this domain, be it Tang San, Ning Rongrong, or Zhu Zhuqing and Lin Yuechan, all felt their injuries mending at an astonishing pace. In the blink of an eye, they were completely revitalized, with even a significant portion of their previously expended soul power restored. Furthermore, Tang San and his companions could distinctly sense that as long as the white array upon the ground remained, they would continuously receive healing. This realization filled them with astonishment and disbelief. Just then, the unconscious Xiao Wu began to stir, and, upon awakening to find herself nestled in Tang San's embrace, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Unable to contain her confusion, she inquired, "Xiao San, didn't I fall unconscious due to my injuries? Why do I feel as though I am unscathed now?" "It was Tang Ge who healed you with his soul skill," came the reply. Tang San elucidated. Observing this, Tang Ge could not help but chuckle and tease, "Xiao Wu, now that you are awake, why do you still remain in bed? This is hardly the moment for you and Xiao San to indulge in sweet nothings." "Humph, I won't let you dictate my actions," Xiao Wu retorted. Her cheeks flushed at Tang Ge's remarks, unable to suppress a playful huff. Yet, despite her words, she promptly extricated herself from Tang San's embrace and stood up from the ground. In an instant, the once downtrodden challenge team not only regained their peak condition but also welcomed the addition of Tang Ge, a prodigious talent who had been admitted without examination. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji observed the scene unfold before him. Although he could not comprehend the effects of the white array of light on the ground, he witnessed Xiao Wu's remarkable awakening and the recovery of Tang San and his companions. This sight significantly enhanced Tang Ge's stature in Zhao Wuji's eyes, dispelling any remnants of disdain he had harbored. He regarded Tang Ge, who had single-handedly altered the course of events, with admiration that shone in his eyes. With a hearty laugh, he exclaimed, "Young one, you are beginning to ignite my fighting spirit. Come, reveal to me the level of your soul power." Tang Ge, wielder of the martial soul inyong life and death diagram, stood as a soul master of the 39th rank, the mightiest support-type soul master. Tang Ge finally uttered the name of his martial spirit for the first time. Simultaneously, his third soul ring, a 10,000-year one, rose from beneath his feet. At that moment, Tang Ge was once again surrounded by 3 soul rings, 1 purple and 2 black, radiating an astonishing brilliance. Zhao Wuji, witnessing this, momentarily froze with a smile on his face, feeling a surge of jealousy welling up within him. He could no longer maintain the facade of a teacher. He immediately crouched down and then leaped into the air, charging towards Tang Ge. In midair, Zhao Wuji's booming voice echoed, "The match continues." At this instant, it was evident that Zhao Wuji had entirely abandoned Ning Rongrong, designating Tang Ge as his primary target. 1 purple and 2 black, this initial display of power signified a complete revival for all. Such a healing and supportive ability could scarcely be described as anything less than extraordinary. If Tang Ge were allowed to persist, Zhao Wuji had an unsettling premonition that he might face defeat today. Hence, he unhesitatingly decided to confront Tang Ge. However, as Zhao Wuji soared upwards, the extraordinarily experienced Tang San instantly discerned his intentions. He shouted at once, "Everyone, exert your full strength to restrain Teacher Zhao. Do not let him approach Tang Ge." Nearby, upon hearing Tang San's command, Ning Rongrong felt a pang of reluctance. After all, she had been the strongest support in the team, the one in need of protection. Now, in the blink of an eye, she was to take action to safeguard others. Naturally, this left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Yet, she understood that this was not the moment for hesitation. Gritting her teeth, she unleashed her 2 soul skills. The 7 treasures glazed tower in her hand spun rapidly, and with a commanding voice, she proclaimed, "The 7 treasures are renowned. The first, strength. The second, speed." Accompanied by her incantation, beams of light surged forth, enveloping Tang Ge and the others, granting them a marked enhancement in both strength and speed. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San harnessed the power of his blue-silver grass, which erupted in a blue glow, summoning over 10 thick vines that shot upwards towards the airborne Zhao Wuji. Chapter 67, The Mighty Diamond Palm versus the Great Hand of Life and Death. Having fought previously, Tang San knew that his second soul skill, parasitism, would be ineffective against Zhao Wuji's formidable defense and immense soul power. Thus, in this moment, Tang San fully activated his first soul skill, entanglement. As numerous vines appeared, they spread rapidly like venomous snakes, ensnaring Zhao Wuji completely. Concurrently, Tang San called out, "Xiao Wu, meteor hammer." In an instant, Xiao Wu leaped, using her toes to spring off his shoulder before launching herself at Zhao Wuji's head with a fierce kick. Zhao Wuji, upon witnessing this, let out a hearty laugh, preparing to tear apart the vines binding him. But at that moment, a beam of milky light descended, flooding into his body. Zhao Wuji's smile faltered, and his expression momentarily grew dazed. Though he quickly regained his composure, Xiao Wu, propelled by Tang San's martial spirit, appeared before him. With a resounding thud, Xiao Wu delivered a powerful kick to Zhao Wuji's chest, causing him to crash down, entangled in vines, creating a significant crater upon impact. Yet the assault did not cease there. As Zhao Wuji struggled to free himself from the vines and rose from the pit, Lin Yuechan, who had been waiting from a distance, released her fingers. Wind spiral arrow. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, a swiftly rotating arrow surged forth, leaving a trail of green flames as it approached Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's gaze sharpened, and with a surge of soul power, he shattered the vines that bound him. Just as he reached out to grasp the spiraling arrow before him, another white beam of light descended from above. What the? In that moment of disorientation, his eyes widened in fury as he glared at Tang Ge, who hovered in the air, a mere silhouette rushing towards him. At that instant, Zhao Wuji was overwhelmed by the urge to obliterate Tang Ge. With a resounding roar, Zhao Wuji's voice boomed, resonating with soul power, causing not only Tang San and the others to be momentarily stunned, but also causing Zhu Zhuqing, who was rushing in, to plummet from the air. A look of pain crossed her icy visage as a massive hand suddenly reached out, aiming for her neck. In the background, Ning Rongrong gasped, "Be careful. Xiao Wu, intervene." Tang San, upon witnessing this scene, immediately raised his voice in urgency. Hearing Tang San's instructions, Xiao Wu, who had been prepared at the side, felt a flicker of crimson light in her eyes as she directed it towards Zhao Wuji, who was rushing towards Zhu Zhuqing. The enchantment skill was activated. Unfortunately, as the red light enveloped Zhao Wuji, Xiao Wu suddenly let out a muffled groan and staggered back a few steps. However, shortly thereafter, a column of milky white light descended upon her, beginning to mend her injuries. The white formation beneath her feet also provided her with a continuous stream of healing. Tang San seemed to have anticipated this, showing no concern for Xiao Wu. As his opponent unleashed her enchanting skill, a slender vine swiftly extended forth. Ultimately, this vine preemptively ensnared Zhu Zhuqing's form, rapidly withdrawing her to a distance of 5 or 6 meters. Meanwhile, Tang Ge, who had been closely monitoring the situation, smiled faintly. As the rich soul power within him surged wildly, he unleashed his first soul skill in rapid succession. Concurrently, the white array enveloping the ground transformed swiftly into a black formation. The death array. Activate. Puff, puff, puff. As Zhao Wuji charged towards the spot where Zhu Zhuqing had just been, he once again felt the cruel twist of fate. Columns of milky light descended, continuously infusing into his body, rendering him so comfortable that he involuntarily halted his advance. Damn it! What sort of bizarre healing skill is this? I should be furious. Yet why do I feel such pleasure? Zhao Wuji's body was beyond his control, leaving him to scream in desperation within his mind. Seize the moment. Seeing this scene unfold, Tang Ge could not help but urge. As Tang San and his companions felt the enhancement of the new formation beneath their feet, they exchanged glances and unhesitatingly launched another assault on Zhao Wuji. The deadly formation eroded Zhao Wuji's soul power, significantly diminishing the might of his immovable king body, rendering him unable to withstand the toxins inherent in Tang San's blue-silver grass. Before long, he found himself in a state of utter disarray, his body swollen and feeling as though he had been stung by countless scorpions. Furthermore, after Zhu Zhuqing manifested her martial spirit, her claws left deep gashes across Zhao Wuji's body. Suddenly, a sharp spiral arrow sliced through the air, piercing Zhao Wuji's arm and causing blood to splatter forth. Simultaneously, the dark energy attached to the arrow infiltrated Zhao Wuji's body, wreaking havoc from within. However, Due to the continuous healing emanating from the milky white pillars released by Tang Ge moments earlier, Zhao Wujie was receiving a steady flow of recuperation. Despite this, the pain was so intense that he finally regained consciousness. A glance toward the incense stick nearby revealed that it had burned down to its very base. Zhao Wujie's face contorted in frustration. He could hardly believe that he, a formidable soul sage, could be so thoroughly bested by a group of mere children. The mastermind behind this humiliation was that insufferable brat who wielded the light pillars. No, I must exact my revenge. With this thought, Zhao Wujie could no longer contain himself and unleashed his third soul skill. In that moment, both Tang San and Xiao Wu felt as though an enormous mountain had landed upon their shoulders, causing them to collapse helplessly to the ground. They were pressed down so fiercely that their faces turned crimson, rendering them incapable of movement, let alone continuing their assault. Zhao Wujie paid no heed to the fallen children. His gaze fixated coldly on the lone figure of Tang Ge, who remained standing at the back. With a chilling glare and gritted teeth, he spat, "You little brat. I have endured your antics for far too long. Now that your companions have fallen, let us see how you continue to hide behind them." Great strength diamond palm. With a thunderous shout, Zhao Wujie raised his palm, condensing a massive golden hand that surged toward Tang Ge. Instead of feeling fear at the approaching energy palm, Tang Ge merely smiled faintly. "Teacher Zhao, who said I have been hiding?" He then formed a hand seal, and within the oscillation of the inyong life and death diagram, a hand of contrasting energies began to coalesce in midair. At that moment, it was great strength diamond palm versus the life and death hand seal. Since Tang Ge's entrance, every light pillar he had unleashed for healing and confinement, as well as the black and white light array enveloping the ground, had aligned perfectly with his claimed identity as a support soul master. Thus, apart from Lin Yuechan and Tang San, who had witnessed Tang Ge tear apart the mandragora snake with his bare hands, everyone else assumed he was indeed merely a support soul master. Even Zhao Wujie, a soul sage, was no exception. Therefore, after using gravity enhancement to subdue Tang San and the others, he felt it would be a simple matter to deal with someone like Tang Ge. As soon as Zhao Wujie unleashed the great strength diamond palm, he could not help but laugh, proclaiming, "You little brat, today I shall surely smash your backside." Yet, before his laughter could fade, the black and white light before his eyes caused him to widen them in shock. Opposite him, the seemingly defenseless Tang Ge, with the manifestation of the yin-yang life and death diagram, suddenly released waves of yin and yang energy that swiftly coalesced in the air into a hand split in half, one side black and the other white. The life and death hand seal. The deep voice of Tang Ge resonated as the massive hand he conjured collided fiercely with the incoming great strength diamond palm. A thunderous sound erupted, akin to a clap of thunder. To the astonishment of Tang San and the others, the great strength diamond palm shattered almost instantly, while the black and white giant hand retained its formidable force, enveloping Zhao Wujie and descending heavily upon him. Even before the palm imprint reached him, Zhao Wujie sensed an alarming depletion of his soul power, as if the very vitality within him was being siphoned away, continuously flowing outward. Damn it! What kind of soul beast did this brat kill to acquire such a bizarre 10,000-year soul ring? Zhao Wujie couldn't help but roar internally. Forced into a corner, he bypassed his fourth soul skill and unleashed his fifth soul skill, gravitational compression. With a thunderous roar, a black 10,000-year soul ring finally illuminated above him. Under the impetus of his immense soul power, the space above his head seemed on the verge of collapsing, warping under the pressure. The recently suppressed life and death palm imprint came into contact, erupting in a blinding flash of light. Countless particles of yin and yang energy were torn asunder and dissipated, causing the yin-yang handprint to shrink progressively. However, bolstered by Ning Rongrong's martial spirit, Tang Ge's yin-yang handprint wielded far greater power than before. As the two 10,000-year soul skills clashed, Zhao Wujie's gravitational compression ultimately faltered. The residual yin-yang handprint, under the furious gaze of Zhao Wujie, struck him with tremendous force. With a resounding bang, a cloud of dust billowed forth, causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. When they turned their gaze back to Tang Ge, their eyes were filled with a mix of shock and complexity. When did support soul masters become so formidable? Tang Ge naturally sensed the gazes of the crowd, as the prompt sound of the system resonated persistently in his mind. While a sense of delight surged within him, he also exhaled softly in relief. Although he possessed formidable strength, having attained the rank of 39 as a soul master, the continuous release of soul techniques had left him considerably fatigued. Particularly, the final Inyong Great Seal had nearly drained his already dwindling soul power. Fortunately, all of it was worth it. The astonishment value was finally nearing the monumental threshold of 30,000. With this thought, a smile graced Tang Ge's face as he settled into a meditative posture on the ground. Not far away, amidst the swirling dust, a figure gradually emerged. It was none other than Zhao Wuji. However, in stark contrast to his earlier imposing demeanor, Zhao Wuji now appeared disheveled. His garments tattered and his swollen face smeared with grime. Upon spotting Tang Ge seated on the ground, he uttered not a word and simply raised his hand once more. Tang Ge was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, "Stop! Stop! Stop! What? Are you finally ready to concede?" Zhao Wuji grinned, revealing a sinister smile. Tang Ge wore a look of helplessness as he gestured towards the ground not far away. "Teacher Zhao, you have misunderstood. I merely wish to inform you that the incense has burned for the allotted time. Time's up?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, both Zhao Wuji and Tang San could not help but turn their heads to look. Indeed, the incense that had been planted in the ground had dwindled to its base, leaving but a flicker of flame. Witnessing this scene, Tang San and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, Zhao Wuji's expression darkened considerably. As a formidable soul sage of the 76th rank, the thought of being defeated today by a mere handful of youngsters in their 20s was unbearable. Where would he find the face to show? No, this absolutely cannot be allowed to stand. With this thought, Zhao Wuji's gaze shifted back to Tang Ge. With a cold smirk, he declared, "You are not part of this assessment, so technically, those 5 youngsters have already lost. However, if you can withstand a strike from me and still remain standing, I might concede that they have passed the assessment." At this pronouncement, Tang San and the others' expressions changed dramatically. Xiao could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "You are being unreasonable." Indeed, Ning Rongrong added with indignation, "How can the mighty king of unmoving light refuse to acknowledge his defeat? Such news would only bring disgrace upon yourself." Zhao Wujia paid no heed to the protest of the 2 young ladies. With a sneer, he retorted, "In this academy, aside from the principal, I hold the highest authority. Therefore, my word is final here. Of course, if you disagree, you may simply turn and leave. Shrek Academy does not accept students who shy away from battle." Xiao Wu and the other 4 young ladies clenched their teeth in anger. Yet, after shaking his head at them, Tang San rose from the ground. Looking intently at Zhao Wujia, he spoke with utmost seriousness, "Since Teacher Zhao insists, let us have a fresh start and engage in a truly fair contest." "Are you certain you wish to restart?" Zhao Wujia raised an eyebrow, surprised at Tang San's declaration. "I'm certain." Tang San was resolutely determined. At this moment, when Zhao Wujia gazed at Tang San again, his eyes brimmed with admiration. He appreciated students who were unwavering and reluctant to concede defeat. Hence, Zhao Wujia was inclined to nod in agreement. However, before he could utter a word, a voice filled with exasperation suddenly interjected. "Have you 2 considered my opinion as the party involved?" As Tang San and Zhao Wujia turned their attention toward the source of the voice, they were taken aback to find that Tang Ge, who had previously been seated on the ground recuperating, had somehow risen to his feet. "Tang Ge, you." As Tang San regained his composure, he intended to speak. However, Tang Ge waved his hand, interrupting him, and then turned to Zhao Wujia, a fearless smile gracing his face. "Since Teacher Zhao is so eager to strike me, I suppose I must reluctantly oblige his wishes." Chapter 69. I, Tang Ge, persuade with reason. With Tang Ge's words, Zhao Wujia's gaze fell upon him once more. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "Little fellow, are you certain you wish to receive my palm while standing? Should my strength be greater, it could be fatal." Yet, as he uttered these words, Zhao Wujia contemplated how to temper his force when he struck, merely intending to teach the boy a lesson. After all, as their teacher, he couldn't very well be outdone by his students. That would be quite embarrassing. What followed, however, was utterly unexpected for Zhao Wujia. Upon hearing his words, the initially resolute Tang Ge hesitated, then abruptly shook his head. "Fatal? After some thought, perhaps I should decline. After all, as a support-type soul master, I am not suited for such frivolities." Zhao Wujia felt as though he might spit blood from sheer frustration, his breath becoming heavy. He could scarcely fathom how someone with such audacity could exist within Shrek Academy. A support-type soul master? Who has ever encountered a support type capable of shattering the might of his diamond palm with a single blow? Suddenly, someone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tang Ge turned and was astonished to discover that the laughter emanated from Zhu Shiqing. In that moment, the originally icy demeanor of Zhu Shiqing seemed to acquire an unexpected charm. Unable to contain himself, Tang Ge remarked, "Sister Zhu Shiqing, your smile is rather peculiar." Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing's expression immediately stiffened, reverting back to her usual coldness. However, Ning Rongrong, standing nearby, assumed Tang Ge was being sarcastic and indignantly interjected. Tang Ge, what is so strange about Sister Zhu's smile? Could you please articulate your thoughts more clearly? It's quite endearing, Tang Ge added with a smile. Ning Rongrong felt a sudden wave of foolishness wash over her, realizing how absurd it was to pay heed to such a detestable villain. Even Tang San and his companions looked at Tang Ge with peculiar expressions. As for Zhu Zhuqing, her face and neck were completely suffused with a rosy hue. Had the assessment not been ongoing, she would have longed to flee. Suddenly, a grinding noise pierced the air. It was only after teasing Zhu Zhuqing in a moment of whimsy that Tang Ge remembered the formidable presence beside him. He quickly shifted his focus to Zhao Wujing, whose expression was contorted with displeasure, and sincerely said, "Teacher Zhao, please do not misunderstand. I merely wish to alleviate the tense atmosphere here. So, do you intend to continue bantering with me?" Zhao Wujing glared fiercely at Tang Ge, his fists clenched tightly, the joints cracking ominously. Tang Ge shook his head, his expression instantly reverting to seriousness. He earnestly inquired, "Teacher Zhao, may I sincerely ask, do you truly believe that with the prowess and potential of Xiao San and the others, they cannot gain admission to Shrek Academy? Very well. You may choose to remain silent. However, I wish to express that I arrived here with them. If they cannot stay today due to your decision, I shall depart as well. I am confident that neither my talents nor those of Xiao San and his companions would pose any hindrance to entering other academies. Surely, you do not believe that Shrek Academy is the only institution of its kind on this continent? Moreover, as the saying goes, one must always leave a line of retreat for future encounters. If you act too rashly now, it may not bode well for you. Teacher Zhao, who knows? Perhaps one day a person even more formidable than yourself might deliver a severe thrashing." With that, Tang Ge cast a calm glance at Zhao Wujie. Feeling the weight of Tang Ge's composed gaze, Zhao Wujie experienced for the first time a sense of pressure emanating from a mere 12-year-old child. Moreover, he found himself being threatened with the prospect of being beaten. Zhao Wujie felt exceedingly uncomfortable, yet he could not deny the validity of the boy's assertions. However, he found himself in a predicament. Yielding to a group of children would irreparably tarnish the dignity of the esteemed, unmoved king. In that moment, Zhao Wujie was engulfed in a profound conflict. Perhaps sensing Zhao Wujie's inner turmoil, Tang Ge's serious demeanor shifted as he suddenly smiled and continued, "Of course, I understand that your intentions, Teacher Zhao, are ultimately for our benefit. After all, without chiseling, jade cannot become a gem, right? Xiao San, do you not agree?" "Ah, yes, indeed. Teacher Zhao is only looking out for our best interests." Tang San, caught off guard by Tang Ge's unexpected question, momentarily hesitated before quickly nodding in agreement. Tang Ge silently chuckled as he observed Zhao Wujie's expression, which had softened considerably. He continued, "Teacher Zhao, please consider this, as the deputy head of the academy. You will undoubtedly be tasked with teaching us in the future, correct? Not to mention that being a prodigious talent with 1 purple and 2 black titles at such a young age, alongside Tang San and his comrades, have already surpassed 99% of our peers. Imagine, if any one of us were to ascend to the rank of title Douluo, would you not then transform into the esteemed teacher of a title Douluo? The teacher of a title Douluo, no less. Would you truly be willing to relinquish such a remarkable opportunity to etch your name in history? If it were me, I certainly would not." Having expressed these thoughts, Zhao Wujie could no longer maintain his composure. He let out a grunt. "I am not foolish, naturally. I would not pass this opportunity to others. Very well, I suppose I shall begrudgingly serve as your teacher for a few years. Oscar, what are you standing there for? Fetch me some sausages. Right away." Oscar's voice echoed from a distance. However, before Oscar could arrive, Tang Ge smiled and offered, "Teacher, allow me to administer some treatment." Without waiting for Zhao Wujie's consent, he waved his hand, conjuring a milky white beam of light that surged directly into Zhao Wujie's body. A vibrant surge of vitality emanated forth, and Zhao Wujie immediately felt his injuries rapidly healing. He nodded in satisfaction. This soul skill is quite commendable, though the tongue of its practitioner could use some refinement. Since you have all passed the assessment, let Oscar arrange for your accommodations. With that, Zhao Wujie turned away, hands clasped behind his back, striding away with a distinct expression of pride upon his face. Tang Ge couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. However, when he withdrew his gaze, he discovered that Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were all staring at him, their eyes filled with astonishment. "Is there something on me?" Tang Ge inquired with a hint of confusion. The others shook their heads in response. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong pointed towards the direction where Zhao Wuji had departed, seemingly still in a state of disbelief, and remarked, "You just angered Teacher Zhao to that extent, and he simply walked away? I thought it was something serious." So it turns out this is the case. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, a confident smile immediately graced Tang Ge's face. "I, Tang Ge, persuade with reason." Chapter 70. An early morning drawl in the distance, Oscar finally came sprinting over, clutching 2 crispy little sausages. However, aside from encountering a few new classmates who had participated in the 4th round of assessments, there was no sign of Zhao Wuji. With a puzzled expression, Oscar couldn't help but ask, "Where is Teacher Zhao?" "He just left." Tang Ge chuckled as he patted Oscar on the shoulder, saying, "Moreover, you need not worry. Teacher Zhao's injuries have been treated by me." "Really?" Oscar glanced at the small sausage still in his hand, then at his classmates who had just endured a fierce battle, yet bore little harm, and he felt somewhat disheartened. He had hoped to seize this splendid opportunity to sell a few more sausages. However, his spirits soon lifted again, recalling the breathtaking examination he had just witnessed. He beamed with excitement and exclaimed, "Classmates, you were truly remarkable. I previously thought it impossible for you to pass Teacher Zhao's personal assessment, yet not only did you succeed, but you also left Teacher Zhao in such a predicament. And you, Tang Ge, possessing 1 purple and 2 black soul rings is simply astounding. What was the name of that soul skill you used at the end? It was capable of overcoming Teacher Zhao's formidable iron palm. I almost want to call you boss directly." Seeing Oscar more exhilarated than himself, Tang Ge felt somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, upon hearing the last remark, he smiled and replied, "Why contemplate? Just call me boss. I won't refuse you." "Oh, I suppose Boss Dai might get angry about that." Oscar's voice suddenly diminished in volume. "Boss Dai? You must mean that fellow Daimu Bai." Tang Ge raised an eyebrow, smiling. "I would indeed like to find an opportunity to meet this esteemed Dai Lauda you mentioned. Perhaps he would agree as well. However, setting aside other matters, since the assessment has concluded, you should be guiding us to our accommodations. Rest assured, I have not forgotten this task. Classmates, follow me." "The dean has already made the arrangements," Oscar replied, swiftly finishing the small sausage in his hand. Under his guidance, Tang Ge and his party of 6 departed from the assessment site. Although Shrek Academy may seem somewhat impoverished compared to other prestigious Soul Master academies, there are advantages to this modesty. At the very least, establishing the academy in such a fresh and invigorating village is quite beneficial for the students' cultivation. Before long, Oscar led Tang Ge and the others to their lodging. Here stood quaint 2-story wooden lodges, with only the 2nd floor occupied, perhaps due to the special admission. Tang Ge was fortunate enough to have an entire lodge to himself, allowing him to relish the splendid views. The others shared lodges 2 to a room, with Tang San and Oscar becoming roommates. Instantly, Tang Ge became the object of envy among a few young ladies, who wished fervently to claim his quarters. However, Tang Ge had no intention of relinquishing his lodge. Upon entering, he firmly closed the door behind him. The moment he removed his shoes and sat on the bed, he finally felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. Sensing the nearly depleted soul power within him, Tang Ge smiled gently and murmured to himself, "I must elevate my soul power to level 40 soon, so I can prepare for my 4th soul ring." With that thought, he dismissed any distractions and closed his eyes to commence his cultivation. As the health furnace was slightly activated, a unique element began to gather in the air and gradually entered Tang Ge's body. Under the refining influence of the health furnace, Tang Ge's soul power began to incrementally increase. The following day, as dawn broke, Tang Ge suddenly opened his eyes after a night of cultivation. Hearing the sounds of footsteps on the roof above, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. After 5 years, this little San had learned to climb to the rooftop to gather the essence of the sun and moon. Last night during my cultivation, I seem to have heard a system notification. With that thought, Tang Ge's mind sank into the system panel. Indeed, 2 notifications awaited him. One was from Zhao Wujing, providing a staggering 3,500 astonishment points. The other was from the Dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder, who contributed 3,100 astonishment points. Logically, since Flinder's strength surpasses that of Zhao Wujing, he should have provided more astonishment points, yet the current results were evidently contrary. Tang Ge felt that perhaps it was due to the fact that Flinder was not as shocking as Zhao Wujing. However, how could these 2 giants be astonished by him in the stillness of the night? Was it perhaps because of the beating he had received from that individual? Tang Ge found himself momentarily perplexed. However, he deemed this confusion inconsequential, as long as the shock value was secured. Observing that there was still ample time outside, he promptly summoned his personal profile panel, Shock System Host. Tang Ge Level. 39th Level Soul Master Martial Soul. Twin Martial Souls. Inyong Life and Death Diagram. For Swords of Immortal Slaying Soul Rings. Inyong Life and Death Diagram Purple. Black. Black Soul Skills. Joy. Inyong Wings. Life and Death Array. Great Hand Seal of Life and Death Martial Techniques. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique. Walking Character Secret. Hell Refinement. Heaven's Divine Fist Physique. Primordial Sacred Body Fusion Degree 99 Shock Value. 31. 150 Indeed, it has already reached 30,000. Tang Ge's gaze swiftly skimmed through the lines, ultimately settling on the column of shock value. Upon observing the astonishing figure exceeding 30,000, his eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. To receive such shock value early in the morning indicated a stroke of good fortune. He resolved to draw a prize without delay. With that thought, Tang Ge silently chanted within his mind, activate the celestial roulette. Ding! Upon consuming 10,000 shock value, the celestial roulette sprang to life. With the sound of the system's notification, an immense wheel materialized before Tang Ge, beginning to spin slowly. Tang Ge had long grown accustomed to this, merely waiting in silence. After a while, the celestial roulette came to a halt, and with a flicker of radiant light, the system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a Thunder Calamity Pill. Thunder Calamity Pill? Tang Ge wore a perplexed expression as he couldn't help but examine the information regarding a pill, radiating with the essence of thunder that had been stored in the system's space. It was then he realized that the primary function of this Thunder Calamity Pill was to enhance the success rate of transcending tribulations. However, he found himself in a situation where he had no need to transcend any tribulation at all. Tang Ge felt a twinge of frustration. Yet he did not halt his actions and drew again. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. You have successfully acquired a Inyong Xianlong Pill. Inyong Xianlong Pill. When consumed during severe injury or at the brink of death, it not only restores one's health but also enables a resurgence, allowing one's strength to advance further. Oh, this is an excellent elixir. I shall keep it for now. The second draw yielded yet another pill, but its effects left Tang Ge pleasantly astonished, significantly easing his earlier discontent. At present, the shock value remained at 10,000, allowing for just one more draw. Tang Ge felt fortunate. With a firm resolve, he decided to seize this final opportunity. Then, as the celestial wheel came to a halt, a blinding azure light suddenly surged forth. Chapter 71. Tears of the Meteor. Buzz. The dazzling blue light erupted abruptly, nearly blinding Tang Ge. Yet, rather than complain, he found himself overwhelmed with excitement. The fact that the celestial wheel emitted such brilliant radiance indicated that he had drawn an extraordinary treasure. In his exhilaration, Tang Ge sprang from his bed, disregarding the imminent collision with the ceiling, his gaze fixated on the celestial wheel, now engulfed in deep blue brilliance. Gradually, the luminous blue light receded, revealing a drop of deep blue crystal resembling a tear, which appeared before his eyes. Could it be? As a realization dawned upon him, Tang Ge's body trembled with anticipation. Simultaneously, the system notification echoed in his mind as the deep blue crystal materialized. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a drop of meteor tears. It truly is meteor tears. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Tang Ge could not help but clench his fist in exhilaration. He never anticipated such fortuitous luck this morning, drawing such a precious artifact in one go. It is essential to note that meteor tears are the tears of the life god king in the world of star transformation, formed from the energy that envelopes them at the moment of death. Meteor tears not only possess the ability to heal injuries and provide an endless source of energy for cultivation, but they also encapsulate the life god king's profound understanding of the laws of space and time. In the entirety of star transformation, there are only 2 drops of these meteor tears. Acquiring them all would undoubtedly pave the way for one to become the future life god king. Tang Ge did not anticipate that a single tear from a shooting star would fall into his hand. He certainly did not aspire to become a deity of life. Rather, he was captivated by the terrifying energy contained within that tear. Tang Ge firmly believed that with this drop of meteor tears, during the process of merging with the oppressive force of the millennia-old soul rings, he could undoubtedly elevate the ancestral sacred body to its awakening phase in one fell swoop. Moreover, from that moment onward, the meteor tears would provide him with an unceasing source of energy. Contemplating this, Tang Ge suppressed his inner excitement and eagerly retrieved the meteor tears. A deep blue crystal, resembling a tear, manifested in his palm, radiating a brilliant light. Instantly, he felt as if he were enveloped by an ethereal presence. The soft, comforting sensation tempted him to succumb to its allure. Suddenly, The meteor tears slipped from his grasp and dove into his heart. The hell furnace began to operate autonomously and uncontrollably. Waves of surging deep blue energy erupted from the meteor tears, flowing incessantly into the hell furnace. After an indeterminate amount of time, when a sudden knock echoed at the door, Tang Ge, who had been sitting on the bed with his eyes closed, abruptly opened them. Within him, a barrier seemed to shatter, unleashing a torrent of increasingly potent soul power. Although Tang Ge had not examined his personal profile, he instantaneously comprehended that his soul power had ascended to a new level, level 40 Soul Master. Is this the extraordinary power of meteor tears? As he felt the meteor tears, now intricately fused with his very heart, remain unchanged despite the recent exertion, Tang Ge was both astonished and elated. Knock, knock, knock. Tang Ge, are you awake? At that moment, a series of knocks on the door was followed by Tang San's inquiry. Tang Ge inhaled deeply, allowing his emotions to gradually settle. He understood that upon elevating his strength to level 40, he could venture into the Stardow Forest to seek a suitable spirit ring for himself. However, having only just entered the academy, he resolved to proceed with caution and wait for a while before making any decisions. Furthermore, with the assistance of meteor tears, he believed that once he broke through to the spirit master rank, he would experience another significant leap in power. Falling behind? Absolutely inconceivable. With this thought, Tang Ge smiled faintly and rose from his bed, making his way towards the door. Outside, as Tang Ge emerged, he raised an eyebrow in surprise to find not only Tang San, but also Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the other 3 girls present. Even Oscar, who had shaved, was yawning and looking around in a daze. Upon seeing Tang Ge, his listless eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he urged, Tang Ge, you've finally woken up. Now that everyone is here, let us go eat. Oh, I feel so pitiful. I didn't even get to sleep in. Hearing Oscar's complaint, Tang San could only smile wryly, for it was he who had awakened Oscar. Xiao Wu, however, was not concerned with such matters. The mere mention of food brightened her eyes. Her stomach had been growling for quite some time, so upon seeing Tang Ge, she unceremoniously grabbed Ning Rongrong, Lin Yuechan, and Zhu Zhuqing, leading them towards the dining hall. Didn't you call for me? Don't just stand there, let us go. Tang Ge called out cheerfully to Oscar and Tang San, who remained behind. The 3 of them hastily caught up. Given that it was still early and that Shrek Academy had rented half of the village, the path they traversed was notably tranquil. However, as they approached the dining hall, situated at the heart of the village, they suddenly spotted 2 figures making their way from the other side. As the distance between them diminished, Oscar's face lit up with surprise, and he exclaimed, Daida, over here. He waved eagerly at the approaching figures. Upon hearing Oscar's voice, the 2 figures halted. One of them was none other than Dai Mubai, who had not shown his face all day. He was equally astonished to see Oscar. But just as he prepared to greet him, his gaze inadvertently shifted to the side, prompting him to instinctively turn and leave. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge immediately broke into a smile and spoke. It is you. What is the hurry? Shouldn't old friends catch up before parting? He then leisurely approached. Oscar, looking utterly bewildered, couldn't help but ask Tang San, does Tang Ge know Big Boss Dai? Tang San wore a hesitant expression, uncertain whether to speak or remain silent. However, upon recognizing Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu immediately broke into a beaming smile and recounted the events that had transpired between her, Xiao San, and Tang Ge at the Rose Hotel. Upon hearing that Dai Mubai had taken 2 twin girls to the Rose Hotel, Ning Rongrong's enchanting face flushed crimson, and she let out a disdainful huff. What a lecherous man! Although Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, a fleeting glimmer of disdain crossed her indifferent gaze as she glanced at Dai Mubai in the distance. Standing beside Tang San, Oscar was equally taken aback. He could hardly believe that his esteemed Dai had such a notorious history. It was no wonder he would suddenly vanish when tasked with guiding new recruits. Yet, speaking of the newcomers, this classmate Tang Ge was quite formidable, having managed to best Dai Mubai even before enrollment. In that moment, Oscar suddenly felt that perhaps having a new leader wouldn't be so bad after all. Chapter 72. The nickname Dai Lao when Tang Ge approached Dai Mubai. He immediately smiled and remarked, I recall seeing you at the village entrance yesterday. I intended to greet you, but to my surprise, you left so abruptly. Dai Mubai could discern the playful teasing in Tang Ge's words, and though he felt an urge to retaliate with a punch, he reconsidered, recognizing that he could not match Tang Ge's strength. Thus, he decided to let it go, mustering a feigned innocence as he replied, I was suffering from a stomachache at the time. Moreover, had I known that you were also present, I certainly would have taken the opportunity to greet the teacher overseeing the preliminary assessments. By the way, did you and your friends pass the evaluation? This inquiry was merely Dai Mu Bai's attempt to further assert his ignorance, hoping to alleviate the awkwardness of their unexpected encounter. However, to his astonishment, a sturdy youth beside him seemed to recognize Tang Ge and suddenly exclaimed, "Are you not Tang Ge? The genius who unveiled 1 purple and 2 black soul rings at the village entrance yesterday, astonishing even the director?" Tang Ge's attention was captivated, landing upon the sturdy youth before him. From the prompt sound that had just resonated from the system, he was already aware of the other's identity. Yet he maintained a smile and remarked, "If you are referring to the prodigious Tang Ge who has stirred the dean, that would indeed be me. May I inquire about your name, fellow student?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's question, the robust young man promptly thumped his chest and declared proudly, "Ma Hongjun, Spirit, Phoenix. Level 28 Battle Spirit Master." He added, "The future Phoenix. Yet, at present, it appears you are merely a fledgling chick." Tang Ge couldn't help but chuckle silently within. The robust young master, Ma Hongjun, was utterly oblivious to Tang Ge's thoughts. Upon recognizing Tang Ge, he immediately turned his gaze to Dai Mu Bai. Having just overheard the conversation between Dai Mu Bai and Tang Ge, Ma Hongjun was quite astonished. Dai, Oscar, and Tang Ge must have passed the assessment together. This is common knowledge, and you were unaware? Surely you jest. Feeling the weight of Ma Hongjun's incredulous gaze, Dai Mu Bai finally experienced the formidable impact of a clumsy ally. The carefully constructed platform he had created for himself was effortlessly dismantled by this so-called ally. How frustrating. Yet, at that moment, Dai Mu Bai could not chastise Ma Hongjun. He could only manage an awkward smile and explain, "I had to step out for a while, so I am not fully informed." Tang Ge smiled faintly without exposing the truth, his gaze landing on Ma Hongjun, who was unabashedly gazing at Xiao Wu and her companions in the distance with a look of yearning. He reached out and patted Ma Hongjun's shoulder, squinting as he inquired, "What do you think? Are they beautiful?" "Absolutely." Ma Hongjun nodded involuntarily in agreement. Tang Ge's eyes narrowed to almost a mere line, a cold glimmer flashing within them, causing even Dai Mu Bai beside him to involuntarily shudder and take several steps back. However, Ma Hongjun remained oblivious, awkwardly rubbing his hands together as he said, "Tang Ge, aren't you acquainted with these lovely female classmates? Perhaps you could introduce me to one?" "Sure." Tang Ge readily agreed. Ma Hongjun was taken aback by this outcome. But after a moment of surprise, he became exhilarated. His face flushed with excitement, he eagerly exclaimed, "Let us go there right away." "Hold on, come here," Tang Ge replied. "Allow me to offer you some guidance first." Tang Ge smiled and walked directly towards a concealed area ahead. At that moment, Ma Hongjun's mind was entirely occupied with thoughts of women, leaving no room for anything else as he hurriedly followed her. However, not long after, a series of loud bangs accompanied by piercing screams erupted from behind the cover. Although Dai Mu Bai could not see what transpired, the sound of those anguished cries conjured a grim image in his mind. He shivered involuntarily, too fearful to contemplate further. After a while, Oscar and Tang San approached from a distance, just as Tang Ge and Ma Hongjun emerged from behind the concealment. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun's face, swollen and bruised like that of a pig, everyone was momentarily taken aback. What had happened? Tang San could not help but inquire. Tang Ge smiled and remarked, "This is classmate Ma Hongjun, who has recently suffered from severe heat due to consuming spoiled food, resulting in this unfortunate condition. Am I correct, classmate Ma Hongjun?" Yes. Yes. What Big Brother Tang Ge said is indeed true. I am experiencing a severe case of heat." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words and recalling the earlier events, Ma Hongjun's body trembled as he hurriedly nodded in agreement. The thoughts that had previously crossed his mind were now banished. It truly could be fatal. However, Tang San and the others remained skeptical of Tang Ge's explanation. Could consuming bad food genuinely lead to such extreme heat? It seemed far-fetched. After all, Tang San and his companions had witnessed the mischievous Dai Mu Bai suppressing his laughter as well. Tang Ge seemed to have noticed the situation as well, and his gaze shifted directly to Dai Mu Bai. With a gentle smile, he inquired, "I heard that Oscar and Ma Hongjun refer to you as Boss Dai. Should we also address you as boss from now on?" Upon hearing these words, Dai Mu Bai, who was struggling to suppress his laughter, suddenly found his expression frozen. He sensed that a poor response could lead to unpleasant consequences. Thus, he could only feign calmness. Waving his hand as he replied, "What Boss Dai? That is merely an empty title. Moreover, with you, Tang Ge, here, how could I dare to have you call me boss? I ought to refer to you as boss or even boss number 2. Tang Ge suddenly exclaimed. Daimu Bai's voice came to an abrupt halt, and he stared at Tang Ge, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. What on earth? Observing the bewildered expression on Daimu Bai's face, Tang Ge felt a surge of amusement. Yet, he stifled his laughter and approached him, gently smoothing out the slightly wrinkled collar of Daimu Bai's shirt. With a serious tone, he remarked, Dai Lao Air. Although I shall soon assume the role of your leader, your position as the second in command is indeed of great significance. From now on, you must fulfill this role with diligence. Considering the welfare of our classmates, do not let me down, understood? Daimu Bai was so overwhelmed that he could barely utter a word. Tang Ge patted his shoulder once more, then turned to face the equally astonished Tang San and the others. His gaze fell squarely on Oscar as he smiled and said, Oscar, I trust you now know what to call me. Oscar, regaining his composure, glanced at Daimu Bai and then back at Tang Ge. He cautiously replied, Boss Tang Ge? Indeed, it is Boss Tang Ge, declared Ma Hongjun, who had just endured a beating. The expressions on Xiao Wu and the other girls were immediately filled with disdain. However, in comparison to Tang Ge taking the lead, they preferred Daimu Bai, the lecher, to be relegated to the second position, preferably one that was eternal. Subsequently, Tang Ge called out, and everyone proceeded towards the cafeteria. Eventually, only Daimu Bai remained, solitary and lost in thought, his eyes devoid of life. Who am I? Where am I? Why have I been demoted to second? Chapter 73, accompanying you in eating and fun ding ding ding. In the morning, a sudden tolling of bells rang out across Shrek Academy. After having breakfast, Tang Ge and his companions learned from Daimu Bai that the dean was summoning the students, prompting them to hurry to the academy's grand playground. During this time, they had all become acquainted with each other's names and soul power levels. In particular, Ma Hongjuan's peculiar mutated martial soul caused the girls, including Xiao Wu, to blush and murmur about the existence of such a bizarre martial soul. Ma Hongjun, feeling innocent, refrained from refuting, having learned from the past not to provoke Tang Ge. As for Daimu Bai, the former leader, he had resigned himself to his demotion with a sense of acceptance. Unable to win in a fight and outnumbered by his companions, he realized that even a vote would not favor him. Reflecting on his own level of 37 compared to his opponent's 40, and acknowledging that their soul rings outmatched his, he simply decided to let it be. Thus, on the way to the grand playground, Daimu Bai chose to bow his head for the first time and address Tang Ge as boss. However, upon doing so, he suddenly discovered that being second wasn't so bad after all. Consequently, he ceased to dwell on the matter. Before long, they arrived at the grand playground of Shrek Academy. No one was present at that moment. In reality, Tang Ge and his 8 companions were the only students in the entire academy at that time. Simultaneously, a middle-aged man dressed in black clothing and wearing glasses approached from a distance. Upon seeing this man, Tang Ge and his companions fell silent. Clack, clack, clack. As the footsteps drew nearer, the bespectacled middle-aged man stood before Tang Ge and the others. It was none other than the dean of Shrek Academy, Flinder. However, upon closer inspection, everyone noticed a purplish bruise on the dean's face, leaving them all in astonishment. Had the dean been assaulted? Tang Ge felt a wave of surprise wash over him, and soon recalled the system notification he had seen that morning. He was secretly curious about what the dean had said last night that was so inappropriate it warranted a beating from that individual. Could it be that Zhao Wuji had dragged him down? Just as he pondered this, Flander, who had just arrived, suddenly spoke up. His gaze swept across all present, and he remarked, I am pleased to welcome 6 new prodigies to our academy this year. As the dean, I extend a warm welcome to your joining us. Shortly, you will each need to submit 100 gold coins to Teacher Li, who oversees the finances. Dean, Daimu Bai responded promptly, stepping forward from the group. His eyes filled with respect and admiration for Flander. Flander continued, you will be responsible for explaining the academy's rules to your fellow students, and then return to prepare yourselves to be in optimal condition before nightfall. Your first lesson will commence tonight, and do not blame me for not warning you. Our academy's teaching methods differ from those of others, and you may encounter peril, so remember my words. That will be all. The rest of you may leave. Xiao San, please remember to visit my office later. Oscar and Ning Rongrong stay behind. With that, Daimu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and the others turned to depart. As Tang Ge was about to leave, he suddenly heard Flander's voice. Tang Ge, you must stay. In the end, only Tang Ge, Oscar, and Ning Rongrong remained. After a brief moment of focus on Tang Ge, Flander turned to Oscar and Ning Rongrong. The reason I have kept you here is that both of you are support soul masters. Although support soul masters do not need to engage in combat on the battlefield, and are often protected by their companions. This very fact renders them even more perilous. They become the primary targets that enemies wish to eliminate. Therefore, as support soul masters, your foremost task is to ensure your own survival before assisting your teammates. Today, I have assigned you the task of physical training. From now on, you are to run 20 laps around the village. If you do not complete it by noon, you shall not return for lunch. During this time, you may utilize your martial souls. Now, off you go. Upon hearing this, Oscar's face fell. He knew well that the 20 laps Flander mentioned encompassed not only the village but also the surrounding farmland. When calculated, 20 laps amounted to a formidable distance, one that would be exhausting even for a soul master of level 20. Nevertheless, Oscar dared not voice any complaints. The decree of the dean was absolute. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong glanced at Tang Ge, unable to suppress her curiosity. Will he run with us? He will not run alongside you, but he will accompany you to supervise your progress, Flander replied blandly. What? The reason I am to stay here is to supervise Ning Rongrong? Dean, surely you jest. Upon hearing Flander's words, Tang Ge inwardly scoffed. Others might be unaware, but he recognized that Ning Rongrong was undoubtedly a little demonious. It was hard to imagine her running even 2 laps, let alone 20. If Tang Ge were to insist on making Ning Rongrong run those 20 laps, he would undoubtedly become her #1 enemy, harboring her resentment. After all, the little witch of the 7 treasure glazed tile school is not one to be trifled with. Contemplating this, a smile crept onto Tang Ge's face as he nodded and spoke. Rest assured, Dean, I will diligently supervise them. Ning Rongrong pouted, clearly reluctant. Yet she turned around and began to jog slowly toward the academy's exit. Observing her departure, Tang Ge and Oscar followed suit, commencing their own run. Once they had left, Flinder, who remained behind, could not resist touching his still slightly bruised face. He winced slightly and murmured, evil must be tempered by evil. This old body of mine can scarcely endure any more. Outside the village, the trio of Tang Ge, Ning Rongrong, and Oscar was jogging along at a leisurely pace. However, as they distanced themselves from the village, Ning Rongrong suddenly halted. She glanced at Tang Ge and Oscar, though her focus was primarily on Tang Ge as she placed her hands on her hips and declared, I'm not running anymore. You two can go ahead. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? The dean instructed us to. Oscar attempted to persuade her, but before he could finish, a fierce glare from Ning Rongrong silenced him. Tang Ge, who had also paused, inquired with a smile, if you're not going to run, where are you headed? I'm going to the city. I want to waste my time here. Ning Rongrong replied, her delicate face filled with disdain, already plotting how to counter Tang Ge's objections. To her surprise, Tang Ge not only refrained from stopping her but nodded in agreement. It isn't particularly safe for a girl to venture into the city alone. In that case, I shall accompany you, while Oscar can continue running here. Really? You'll truly come with me? You're not deceiving me, are you? Ning Rongrong asked, brimming with suspicion. Yet, at that moment, Tang Ge began walking ahead, his voice laced with mirth urging her on. Come on, today I will reluctantly accompany you for food and fun. I shan't return until nightfall. Chapter 74. A sudden epiphany. Watching Tang Ge stride forward, a blush of embarrassment washed over Ning Rongrong as she snapped back to reality. She stamped her foot and feigned displeasure. What do you mean by accompanying me for food and fun? Clearly, you just want to slack off. Humph. Nevertheless, considering you are my classmate, I shall begrudgingly agree. She added, then called out, Hey, why are you walking so fast? Wait for me. Instantly, Ning Rongrong hurried to catch up, lifting her white skirt as she ran. Any lingering impression of arrogance that Tang Ge had left on her was forgotten. To her, anyone willing to enjoy her company was a good friend. Meanwhile, Oscar stood frozen in place, watching as Tang Ge and Ning Rongrong, who were supposed to accompany him, receded into the distance. He murmured to himself, so they are really leaving without me? Gazing at the endless fields surrounding him, Oscar suddenly found running to be far less appealing. Perhaps I should head to the city as well, he thought. Just then, a gust of wind swept through, scattering leaves, and a feather floated gently into his view. It shimmered with a faint aura of soul power. Upon noticing the feather, a jolt of inspiration coursed through Oscar, prompting him to resume his task of completing 20 laps without further hesitation. At that moment, a shadow flitted past above him before vanishing from sight. One cannot deny the pleasure of accompanying the wealthy on their outings, especially when one is in the company of a graceful lady. Upon agreeing to accompany Ning Rongrong, the petite princess from the 7 treasured glazed tile sect, to Soto City, Tang Ge found her to be quite generous in covering all expenses. Soto City, being the second largest city in the Balik Kingdom, boasts an unparalleled level of prosperity. Within the span of a single day, Tang Ge kept his word, fully embracing the responsibilities of companionship during meals and leisure, while the expenses were entirely borne by Ning Rongrong. Both of them enjoyed exquisite cuisine and delightful entertainment, seemingly having forgotten the running tasks assigned by the dean. As evening approached, recalling that the academy had scheduled training for Xiaowu and others later that night, Ning Rongrong reluctantly concluded their day trip to Soto City and, alongside Tang Ge, began their return towards the village where Shrek Academy was located. On their way back, the evening glow cascaded from the sky, casting a beautiful light upon the two handsome youths. As they walked, a vast expanse of fertile fields came into view, suggesting that the village where the academy resided was not far off. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong halted in her tracks. Turning to face Tang Ge, her cheeks slightly flushed, she whispered, "Tang Ge, you know very well that if we fail to complete our running, the dean will certainly be upset and punish us. Yet, why did you choose to accompany me to Soto City today? Are you truly concerned that something might happen to me, a girl?" Tang Ge also came to a halt. In the presence of the somewhat bashful Ning Rongrong, he offered a faint smile and inquired, "Would you prefer to hear the truth or a falsehood?" "The truth? A falsehood?" Ning Rongrong, perplexed by Tang Ge's question, nevertheless responded, "I wish to hear the truth. The truth is, I have already reached level 40. Tang Ge, with a hint of pride, remarked, "Level 40? Does that mean you are about to reach the soul sect? How did you progress so swiftly?" Ning Rongrong, taken aback by his words, blurted out in astonishment. She recalled that during yesterday's assessment, he seemed to have just reached level 39, and in the span of a single night, he had ascended yet another level. Reflecting on her own progress, which she believed to be merely at level 26, she felt a surge of discontent and envy. As the princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, how could someone without a sect background surpass her in soul power? For his part, although Tang Ge heard the system's prompt echoing in his mind, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at Ning Rongrong's description of him. "What do you mean so quick? I've always been fast. I have consistently advanced in my cultivation." Regardless of Ning Rongrong's thoughts, Tang Ge continued with a smile. "In addition to my soul power reaching level 40, I possess 1 purple and 2 black soul rings. If all goes as planned, I will soon acquire a 3rd black 10,000-year soul ring. At that point, I will break through to become a soul sect at the tender age of 12. Furthermore, you witnessed my soul skills during yesterday's assessment. Not only can I heal my comrades, but I also wield formidable attack skills, even managing to put Zhao, a soul sage, at a disadvantage." He concluded, "Given these advantages, I assert that even if a day passes without training, or even a month, none among my peers can surpass me in terms of soul power and soul rings. Upon learning of my level, the dean will not only refrain from reprimanding me, but will commend my balanced approach to training and strive to help me secure my 4th soul ring." He added, "Even if one day I find myself on the battlefield, and my exceptional healing abilities are recognized by the enemy, do they truly believe they can eliminate me?" Tang Ge's words were a self-aggrandizing declaration, yet every statement rang true. However, for Ning Rongrong, each word struck her deeply, causing her to tremble and her fair complexion to pale. 2 glistening tears slipped silently from the corners of her eyes. Finally, biting her pale lips, she abruptly turned and ran off into the distance. Soon, her voice, filled with determination, echoed back, "Tang Ge, you go ahead. I, Ning Rongrong, shall complete the 20 laps assigned by the dean today." A gust of wind swept by, and then a figure descended gracefully beside her. It was Flander, the dean of Shrek Academy. He looked towards the receding figure of Ning Rongrong, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered, "What is she up to? Running laps, I presume?" Tang Ge seemed to have anticipated the arrival of Flander, showing no signs of surprise. "Director, did you not assign her 20 laps today? She hasn't completed them yet. But hasn't she decided not to run anymore? You, my friend, spent the entire day frolicking with her in the city." At this point, Flander felt a wave of frustration. He had clearly designated this lad to supervise Ning Rongrong and Oscar, yet here he was, gallivanting off to Soto City with Ning Rongrong. However, Flander chose not to interfere, waiting until this moment to make his appearance. Beside him, Tang Ge understood exactly what Flander was contemplating. Yet, he offered no explanations for himself, instead smiling and saying, "Isn't it the outcome you wish to see that Ning Rongrong continues to persevere in her laps? As for her sudden determination to persist, perhaps after a day of play, she had an epiphany." With that, Tang Ge resumed his walk towards the academy. Chapter 75, The Great Soul Arena. She had an epiphany? Watching Tang Ge's retreating figure, Flander paused for a moment, unable to suppress a scoff. Did he truly believe I hadn't heard his previous remarks? consuming others' resources while ultimately taking advantage of a young girl. What a cunning little rascal. Nonetheless, this saves me the trouble of intervening personally. Moreover, this lad has already reached level 40 so swiftly, it seems I must return and devise a plan with Zhao Wujin. At this thought, a slight smile of satisfaction appeared on Flanders' lips. Without lingering, he merged with his martial soul once more, soaring into the air in pursuit of the direction Ning Rongrong had just departed. As dusk fell and the sky darkened slightly, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others, having rested throughout the day, emerged from their respective quarters and gathered in the academy's grand playground. Oscar was notably absent, clearly having exhausted himself from running 20 laps and was now soundly asleep in his bed. When Tang Ge approached from a distance, all eyes turned towards him, revealing a hint of peculiarity in their gazes. "Boss Tang, I heard you spent the day accompanying Ning Rongrong to Soto City?" Dai Mubai inquired softly as he stepped closer to Tang Ge. Tang Ge nodded with a smile. "I, Dai Mubai, yield to no one, except you." Upon receiving confirmation, Dai Mubai expressed his admiration. Even he would not dare to overtly defy the tasks assigned by the dean. Yet Tang Ge not only did so but also faced no repercussions. This was what truly earned Dai Mubai's respect. However, he soon seemed to recall something and could not help but ask, "Since you, big brother Tang Ge, have returned, what about Ning Rongrong? Who was with you?" "She must still be running laps." Tang Ge was uncertain. "Running laps? Wait, weren't you just saying you were going to the city for some fun? How did it suddenly turn into running laps?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Dai Mubai appeared utterly perplexed. Just as he contemplated probing further into the matter, a figure in the distance began to approach slowly. Before long, this figure stood before the 8 of Tang San's group. It was none other than Dean Flender. However, besides him, the previously mentioned Ning Rongrong was also sprawled across his back, her eyes tightly shut, and her once fair face was now smeared with dirt. Dean Flender intended to inquire about the situation, but he did not pause as he walked past the playground, heading towards the student's residence. It was not until a little over a quarter of an hour later that he returned alone. Noticing the student's expressions filled with confusion and concern, Flender explained, "This girl exhausted herself running and fell asleep, so I took her back to her room to rest. Now that you are all gathered, let us set off." He did not specify their destination, and it seemed he intended to test the 8 of them. With a light tap of his toes against the ground, he effortlessly sprang forward. Once they exited the village, Flender maintained a remarkably swift pace. In order to keep up, Tang San and the others had no choice but to exert themselves to their utmost speed, resulting in a straight line formed due to the disparity in their velocities. Tang Ge was in no rush at all, knowing the destination of their journey, thus leisurely trailing behind. Lin Yuchan, though capable of keeping pace with the group, deliberately slowed her steps to accompany Tang Ge in lagging behind. Naturally, Flander, at the forefront, noticed this predicament. However, he found himself utterly powerless against the exceptionally gifted and formidable Tang Ge. Helplessly, Flander redirected his frustrations onto Tang San and his companions, nearly doubling his own speed. Consequently, by the time they arrived at their training destination, Soto City, Tang San and Dai Mubai were utterly exhausted. In stark contrast, Tang Ge, sauntering leisurely alongside the blushing Lin Yuchan, elicited a wave of resentment from the 6 companions. The wretched dean had once again shown favoritism. Fortunately, Flanders soon recognized the poor condition of Tang San and the others. After entering Soto City, he promptly sought out a tea house to rest and enjoy some tea. The night in Soto City was still ablaze with lights and bustling with activity as throngs of people filled the spacious streets. Even while seated to sip tea, Ma Hongjuan's restless eyes wandered, fixating on the passing women. He nearly lunged at one unfortunate passerby. As the dean, Flander could hardly bear to watch and huffed. "Sit still and stop gawking." Startled by the dean's stern gaze, Ma Hongjun shrank his neck and reluctantly withdrew his gaze. After a while, observing that the students had nearly regained their energy, Flander abruptly rose from his chair. He pointed across the way and declared, "Do you see that? That is the venue for your first training session tonight." Tang San and his companions followed the direction indicated by the dean. And what met their gaze was a vast expanse of towering edifices, each soaring nearly 100 meters high, immense in stature, amidst the cloak of night. Flickers of light intermittently illuminated the buildings. Upon sighting this structure, Dai Mubai's expression shifted slightly, and he could not help but exclaim, "Dean, are you sending Tang San and the others there on their very first day? Remember, you are all extraordinary beings, not mere mortals. As such, your training must reflect your unique nature," Flander replied calmly, acknowledging the puzzled expressions of Tang San and the 4 girls. That building is known as the Soto Great Soul Arena, a venue for soul battles where soul masters engage in combat. Only cities of a main city level can possess such a facility. The academy will instruct you on how to wield your soul powers and acquire superior soul rings. But practical combat experience is something you must attain on your own. Therefore, your inaugural lesson will be in the realm of real combat. That place will serve as your classroom. Finally, I assign you a task. Before graduation, you must secure at least a silver soul badge. Now, let us proceed. I will guide you inside to familiarize you with the environment, while Dai Mubai will explain the levels and promotion rules of the badges. As Flander took the lead towards the colossal structure, Dai Mubai expressed his exasperation, glancing at Tang San and the others, who were still grappling with the daunting nature of the task laid before them. Tang San and his companions expressed no dissent and nodded in agreement. Thus, as they proceeded on their journey, Dai Mubai, following Flander's instructions, began by explaining the hierarchy of badges, ranging from the iron badge to the copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond levels. He then elaborated on the points required for promotion at each badge level, as well as the methods of point deduction and addition based on wins and losses. Initially, Tang San and the others remained unperturbed. However, upon learning that Dai Mubai had achieved 29 victories and suffered 27 defeats yet had only accumulated 2 points, they were taken aback, suddenly realizing the arduous nature of the endeavor. Chapter 76. Apologies. I truly did not mean to. The Soto Great Spirit Arena is predominantly elliptical, soaring to a height of 120 meters. It is divided into a main arena and 24 auxiliary arenas. This venue serves not only as a platform for soul masters to engage in sparring and exchange, but also as a stage for various factions to showcase their prowess. To accommodate the viewing audience, the entire arena can simultaneously host up to 60,000 spectators, including 100 luxurious VIP boxes. As Tang San and his companions stood outside, they felt little of the impending gravity, but upon entering, they were immediately struck by the overwhelming spectacle before them. It dawned on them why the director had remarked that the scale of a grand soul arena could symbolize the prosperity of a city or even a nation. Before them loomed a colossal stone tablet, inscribed with a multitude of names. Beside it, Flanders remarked nonchalantly, "Do you see? The names etched upon that stone are those of the deceased from the soul arena. Therefore, if you wish to avoid joining their ranks, exert yourselves to the utmost." With that, he strode confidently into the Grand Soul Arena, leaving Tang San and his group in contemplative silence. Sensing the somber atmosphere, Dai Mubai offered a reassuring smile and spoke, "There is no need for excessive worry. Here, duels are categorized into 3 types. The first is a friendly spar, where mutual practice is encouraged and lethal force is strictly prohibited. The second is a life and death duel, intended to resolve irreconcilable disputes. The final type is a wager match, officiated by the Grand Soul Arena, where both parties send forth an equal number of soul masters to compete, with the victor claiming all that is staked. Our purpose here is primarily to engage in friendly sparring, aimed at enhancing our practical experience." Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Ma Hongjin chimed in. "If it were so easy to perish, I would have died 12 times after my 12 losses." His remark elicited laughter from Tang San and the 4 girls. Shortly thereafter, they refrained from further chatter and proceeded to the registration area, where they assessed their soul power and provided their names, ages, places of birth, and martial spirits, successfully acquiring their iron soul badges. However, the registration fee of 10 gold soul coins left them momentarily pained. Fortunately, they only needed to secure victory in a single match to earn that amount as a reward. In the resting area, numerous contenders prepared for their bouts. Upon noticing a group of 11 and 12-year-old children entering, expressions of surprise flickered across their faces, pondering whether these were young disciples from some academy honing their skills. Despite their curiosity, the competitors refrained from questioning further, instead focusing on meditation to restore their soul power, striving to maintain optimal conditions for their next appearance. The newcomers were the 8 members of Tang San's group. After a brief pause, Xiao could no longer contain her enthusiasm and suggested to Tang San, "How about we sign up for a 2-on-2 soul duel? That way, we could accumulate points more swiftly." "Certainly," Tang San replied. "After all, we are here to gain practical experience, and acquiring more of it is certainly beneficial." Tang San nodded with a smile. He then turned to Tang Ge and the others, inquiring, "Will you be joining?" Dai Mubai wished to participate and secretly yearned to team up with Zhu Zhuqing. However, he felt a disparity in their spirit power levels, and, for reasons unbeknownst to him, she seemed indifferent to his presence. Instead, he observed that most of Zhu Zhuqing's glances lingered on Tang Ge. Though these looks were largely fueled by mere curiosity, as a seasoned player in matters of the heart, Dai Mubai understood all too well that once a man piques a woman's curiosity, it often leads to more profound developments. This realization filled him with a sense of reluctance, despair, and helplessness. In a moment of dejection, he remarked, "You all go ahead. I have already attained the rank of Soul Master. It would serve little purpose for me to join. Tang Ge, what about you and Lin Yuechan?" Upon hearing Dai Mubai's refusal, Tang San turned his attention back to Tang Ge and Lin Yuechan. Tang Ge initially lacked interest. However, upon perceiving Lin Yuechan's curious and expectant gaze, he pondered for a moment and smiled, nodding in agreement. "Very well, let us go take a look." Lin Yuechan's face blossomed with a joyful smile. Soon after, the quartet departed from the lounge and made their way towards the area designated for the 2-on-2 registration, which was not far from the lounge. Upon their arrival, Tang Ge and his companions articulated their intentions. The staff member in charge of registration promptly replied, "The registration fee is 10 gold coins. For each match you win, you will collectively receive 10 gold coins. Additionally, please bestow a name upon your group." Naming it? Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly urged Tang San, quickly. "San, think of a melodious name for our group. How about this? Let us call it." Tang San pondered for a moment, preparing to articulate the name he had in mind. However, Tang Ge, standing nearby, seemingly struck by inspiration, could not help but jest. "Let us call it the Song and Dance Ensemble. How melodious it sounds to be skilled in both song and dance." Yet, upon hearing this, Xiao was not pleased. She lifted her chin with a hint of pride and retorted, "I am in a duo with Xiao San, not with you. I refuse to be part of your song and dance ensemble. If anything, it should be called the San Wu Duo. What do you think, Xiao San? How does the name San Wu Duo strike you?" Before Tang San could nod in agreement, a staff member, who had been busy in the front, suddenly interjected, "Very well. The song and dance ensemble has been registered." As he spoke, he handed over 2 iron soul fighting badges. Tang San and Xiao Wu received their iron fighting soul badges, only to find the words song and dance combination engraved upon them, which immediately darkened their expressions. Xiao Wu, seething with indignation, turned to the staff and exclaimed, "I distinctly stated 3 dance combination. How could you have misinscribed it as song and dance combination? Wasn't it you who claimed otherwise?" The staff member, taken aback, subtly gestured towards Tang Ge, who stood nearby. Feeling the wrathful and murderous glare emanating from Xiao Wu, Tang Ge appeared rather awkward and hastily apologized. "I assure you, it was not my intention." Tang San was left speechless. He turned to the staff and inquired, "Is there no way to change it?" The staff replied nonchalantly, "You may change it, but you will need to re-register for the Iron Fighting Soul badge. Furthermore, all your achievements will be entirely erased." Upon hearing this, Lin Wuchan gently tugged at Xiao Wu's hand and said softly, "Xiao Wu, do not be upset. You can change your name." Just then, a voice echoed from afar. It was Dai Mubai calling out, "Xiao Wu, your one-on-one fighting soul match is about to commence. Hurry over." "Humph, on account of Sister Yuechan? I shall refrain from being angry with you." Hearing the call, Xiao Wu shot a fierce glare at Tang Ge before dashing towards the one-on-one fighting soul arena. Seeing this, Tang San could only reluctantly abandon his plan to re-register for the Iron Fighting Spirit badge and join Tang Ge and Lin Wuchan in the special viewing area prepared for the competitors. Chapter 77. At last, it is my turn. The great fighting arena is divided into the main fighting stage and the substages. However, only soul masters of a certain caliber are permitted to compete on the main stage. Thus, Tang Ge and his companions were assigned to the substage. Nevertheless, despite being a substage, it was still quite spacious, with a diameter of 20 meters, providing ample room for the soul masters to exhibit their skills. Unfortunately, the audience present at the 14 substages was rather sparse, with only about 1/5 of the seats occupied. As it was finally time for Xiao Wu to take the stage, Tang Ge and the others made their way to a special area located at the bottom tier of the audience seating. This area was specifically designated for the competitors. At that moment, as the middle-aged host clad in a tailcoat announced the commencement of the first match, a formidable Grand Soul Master named Qing Bao stepped onto the arena. Towering at around 2 meters, Qing Bao, possessing the beast martial soul of the Iron-Horned Bull, exuded an imposing presence. Furthermore, he was a 3-time consecutive champion. Consequently, when the newly entered contestant, the young Xiao Wu, took the stage, a wave of murmurs rippled through the audience. Many spectators expressed skepticism and concern, for it seemed to them that not only was the newcomer a girl, but she also appeared quite youthful. They questioned whether this young contestant could endure even a minute against such a formidable three-time champion. In the competitor's viewing area, upon seeing Xiaowu's opponent, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy looks quite powerful. Do you think your Xiaowu can handle him?" Hearing Ma Hongjun's remark, Tang San merely smiled calmly and replied, "Just wait and see. Xiaowu's soul skills tend to struggle against power-type soul masters. But that is only in situations where the opponent's strength greatly surpasses hers. At the same rank, if a power-type soul master gets close to her, there will be no chance of victory." At that moment, the match on the fighting stage had already begun. San and his companions promptly ceased their discussions and devoted their attention to the unfolding match. Familiar with the narrative at hand, Tang Ge was well aware that the victor would be Xiaowu, and indeed, this proved true. Under the careless demeanor of the formidable contestant, Qing Bao, the seemingly delicate Xiaowu swiftly approached him with remarkable speed. With a graceful flick of her long leg, she launched herself off the ground, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his neck. In an instant, the distance of several meters was bridged. Her leg propelled her into the air, striking towards Qing Bao's neck. A resounding thud echoed through the arena as Qing Bao remained steadfast, refusing to retreat, while Xiaowu's kick did not falter either. Instead, she ensnared his neck with her foot, simultaneously raising her other foot to firmly press against his robust chest. With a surge of pink light emanating from her, two brilliant golden rings materialized around her, affirming her status as a Grand Soul Master to all spectators. In the audience, when Tang San witnessed Xiaowu's foot accurately entangling Qing Bao's neck, he could not suppress a soft chuckle. Farewell. With that, as Xiaowu unleashed her soul skill, Qing Bao found himself devoid of any opportunity to resist, propelled skyward as if riding the clouds. In swift succession, she delivered another kick, sending him tumbling off the soul-fighting platform. The sound of impact resounded as the beast martial soul master, Qing Bao, crashed face-first into the ground. In that moment, the arena fell into an eerie silence. The spectators and even the host left in stunned disbelief. None had anticipated such a rapid conclusion to the duel, nor that the victor would be a diminutive girl who appeared to be in her teens. Remarkably, throughout the brief encounter, the brawny Qing Bao had not even had the chance to summon his martial soul. Suddenly, an exuberant cheer erupted throughout the arena. "Congratulations to Master Xiaowu for winning this first match. Let us all applaud her." The host, microphone in hand and standing on the rotating platform, shouted with fervor. The audience, jolted back to reality, joined in the excitement, their cheers echoing throughout the venue. In an instant, Xiaowu became the focal point of the arena, the flashing lights reflecting upon her slightly flushed face. Below the platform, witnessing Xiaowu's triumph, Tang San and his group were smiles of delight. As the competition resumed, the audience, having witnessed Xiaowu's prowess, no longer harbored any dismissive thoughts upon seeing the youthful trio of Lin Wuchan, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mu Bai take the stage. Indeed, these three young competitors brought forth tremendous surprises, without even mentioning the already established combat data of Ma Hongjun and Dai Mu Bai, whose rich practical experience quickly led them to triumph over their opponents. Lin Yuechan's debut as a forest sprite captivated the women in the audience, eliciting a chorus of delighted shrieks. Her enchanting appearance was simply irresistible. The men, too, were drawn to Lin Yuechan's allure. Yet as they observed her raining arrows upon her adversaries, reducing them to tears as they leaped from the platform, they were struck with a chill and dared not entertain any further thoughts. Alas, the only regret was, Tang San and Zhu Shiqing encountered each other, leading to an internal clash within Shrek Academy. Although Zhu Shiqing possessed the Phantom Spirit Cat as her martial soul, granting her remarkable speed, she ultimately fell to Tang San. Surrounded by a multitude of blue-silver grasses, Zhu Shiqing resisted for a time but was ultimately defeated. It can be asserted that with Tang San's current soul power level and the resilience of the blue-silver grass, unless there exists a counteracting martial soul, no one of the same rank could rival him. However, against the equally ranked Tang Ge, Tang San would find himself utterly helpless. He even questioned whether he could inflict any damage on Tang Ge, even with hidden weapons, given the latter's extraordinary physical prowess. Unbeknownst to them, the match concluded, and both Tang San and Zhu Shiqing descended from the combat platform, returning to the spectator area. Observing Tang Ge, who remained seated with composure, Tang San's face brightened with anticipation as he inquired, "Tang Ge, you are the last one left. Do you have confidence in securing victory?" Just then, the host's enthusiastic voice resonated once more from the arena. The upcoming duel would feature two soul respect, namely Tang Ge, a support soul master wielding the inyong life and death chart, facing off against the battle soul master, Crazy Battle, who had triumphed in 34 matches and wielded the stone blade as his martial soul. Now, let us welcome these two soul respect to the stage. Upon hearing the host's announcement, Tang Ge stood up from his seat with a smile. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, it was finally his turn. He then turned to Tang San, raising an eyebrow and teasingly remarked, "Earlier, you asked if I was confident in winning. You should have said, Tang Ge, you are truly formidable. You will undoubtedly prevail." With that, amidst Tang San's bitter smile and the excited cheers of the audience, Tang Ge confidently strode towards the combat platform. Chapter 78. A single blow. Shocking the entire arena. On the combat platform, Tang Ge sauntered leisurely towards the arena, where he faced a young man clad in a black combat outfit. Approximately 24 or 25 years of age. This young man was known as Quang Zhan, possessing the strength of a soul master at his age, which, while not exceptional, was still commendable. However, facing the mere 12-year-old Tang Ge, the disparity between them was as vast as a chasm. Moreover, with the repeated appearances and victories of Tang San and Xiao Wu, the audience had already discerned that Tang Ge and Tang San were allies. Consequently, when the spectators cast their gazes upon the young man Quang Zhan, their eyes brimmed with sympathy. Firmly believing that he would inevitably be the one to lose in the impending match, Quang Zhan, too, felt the weight of the pitying and sighing glances from the crowd, causing his expression to darken instantaneously. The host had already announced the commencement of the duel. As the fluctuations of soul power rippled through the air, Quang Zhan's martial soul, the stone blade, materialized in his grasp. Simultaneously, 3 soul rings, a decade-old ring and 2 century-old rings, began to emerge, swirling slowly around his form. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge immediately perceived that this battle was devoid of any genuine challenge. Merely by comparing the ages of their soul rings, he could effortlessly overpower his opponent. The sole aspect that piqued Tang Ge's interest was the stone blade martial soul wielded by Quang Zhan. Thus, he inquired with a smile, "Has your martial soul undergone any mutations? Spare me the trivialities and unveil your martial soul. I, Quang Zhan, shall show no mercy simply because of your youth." Quang Zhan coldly retorted, refusing to address Tang Ge's question, his demeanor icy. Tang Ge was not angered. Instead, he chuckled and shook his head. "In that case, you may strike first. I fear that if I make my move, you shall have no opportunity left." Such an audacious declaration. Upon hearing these words, Quang Zhan was nearly driven to fury. Without further ado, he raised the massive 2-meter-long stone blade in his hand and charged towards Tang Ge with heavy footsteps. As he closed the distance of mere meters, Quang Zhan suddenly leapt into the air, unleashing a thunderous roar mid-flight. Jumping slash. A brilliant white radiance flickered as the enormous stone blade, enveloped in soul power, came crashing down. The blade shimmered ominously, sending ripples through the air. The sound of air being violently displaced assaulted Tang Ge's ears, causing him discomfort. Yet, in the face of the descending stone blade, he did not retreat. Instead, he extended his right hand to meet it head-on. It appeared as though he intended to block the blade's strike with his bare hand. In mid-air, Quang Zhan was utterly taken aback by Tang Ge's audacious response. To his astonishment, his opponent had not even summoned his martial soul or soul power. Such arrogance! It was simply outrageous. Feeling deeply insulted, Quang Zhan's expression twisted into a grimace. At the moment the stone blade was about to cleave down upon his opponent, he roared once more. Second soul skill. Double power amplification. Boom. In that instant, a tangible blade of light erupted from the stone blade. The stone weapon continued its descent, merging with the blade of light, and struck Tang Ge's outstretched palm with a resounding crash. The terrifying force surged forth, creating ripples that rapidly radiated outward. Accompanied by blinding brilliance, the onlookers instinctively shielded their eyes. However, during this moment, Tang San in the contestants area utilized his purple extreme demon eye to discern the scene within the light. He involuntarily shuddered, his face reflecting disbelief. This power. After a moment, as the brilliance faded, the scene on the soul fighting platform re-emerged before the crowd. One by one, the spectators stood in astonishment, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. On the platform, Tang Ge remained steadfastly in place. The stone blade that had been aimed at him not only failing to inflict any harm, but instead being firmly grasped in his right hand. At the opposite end, Quang Zhan held the hilt, suspended in midair. He had been lifted off the ground. In other words, from the moment the stone blade fell into Tang Ge's grasp, he had lost all chance of returning to the earth. Gazing at the proximity of Tang Ge, Quang Zhan's earlier fury dissipated, replaced by a violent tremor of disbelief. How? How could you possibly withstand it? In Tang Ge's mind, the incessant sound of the system's notification echoed. Although the audience here comprised many ordinary individuals, there were also a considerable number of soul masters present. Thus, in just a brief moment, this arena for soul battles had bestowed upon Tang Ge nearly 10,000 points of astonishment. At this juncture, he felt exceptionally pleased and took the rare opportunity to explain to the berserker with a smile. What can I say? I am inherently this powerful, and to assure you of my strength, I am prepared to deliver a punch. Are you ready? With that, Tang Ge slowly raised his left hand, which had been resting by his side. As he clenched his fist, an overwhelming aura suddenly emanated from him. At that moment, the berserker felt every hair on his body stand on end, and an overwhelming sense of dread akin to facing a millennia-old soul beast surged within him. This sensation was terrifying. The berserker's pupils constricted sharply, fear evident in his gaze. Without hesitation, he bellowed, "Third soul skill. Stone prison." A resounding hum filled the air as the luminous yellow light of a century-old soul ring surged forth, instantly materializing into a stone prison. Originally intended for use against an opponent, the berserker now unleashed it upon himself. In an instant, he was enveloped within a cage composed entirely of tightly interwoven stone bars. Tang Ge witnessed the unfolding scene without intervening, allowing the berserker to unleash his third soul skill. At the moment the prison enveloped the berserker, a low chuckle escaped his lips. It appeared that the preparations were complete. Before his words could fully dissipate, his left fist, clenched tightly, struck with tremendous force. Bang! The collision of his fist against the stone prison produced a deafening roar. Within the stone confines, the berserker, upon seeing that the soul skill had not shattered, was about to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, suddenly, a series of crackling sounds erupted. Before the berserker could comprehend the situation, the prison that encased him shattered explosively. In an instant, a fist came crashing down upon his chest. Bang! With a splatter, the dissipating yellow soul energy sent the berserker soaring through the air like a kite severed from its string. In midair, blood gushed from his mouth. Thud! Ultimately, the berserker crashed heavily onto the ground outside the battle arena, succumbing to unconsciousness. As the deafening noise gradually faded, the once vibrant arena fell into an eerie silence. The audience, already stunned into a standing position, remained speechless, and even the host forgot to announce the result. The image of Tang Ge shattering the prison with a single punch reverberated in his mind. No martial spirit was summoned, no soul power was employed, and not a single soul skill was observed. Merely a single punch. The soul skill of a soul master, empowered by a century-old soul ring, was obliterated in an instant. Such strength was overwhelmingly formidable. Chapter 79. Zhu Zhuqing's request. Gazing at the berserker, who had been sent crashing out of the battle arena by his punch, Tang Ge retracted his fist, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. This time, he had not employed any soul power. He had merely unleashed a fraction of the ancient sacred body's might, effortlessly defeating a soul master. If he were to fully harness the ancient sacred body's power, now at a fusion rate of 99, combined with the walking secret and the heaven's divine fist, Tang Ge was confident that a single punch would be sufficient to vanquish even a soul sect master. As for the higher-tier soul kings, he conservatively estimated that the odds would be evenly matched. At that moment, a series of system notifications echoed continuously in his mind. The astonishment points began to surge rapidly once again. Tang Ge believed that if he were to unleash the purple and 2 black soul rings, it would undoubtedly attract even more intense astonishment and elevate his shocking value further. However, this was not Shrek Academy. Amidst the throngs of people, drawing too much attention with an overly dazzling display could prove detrimental. Tang Ge felt it would be wise to enhance his prowess further before making a grand appearance here. Thus, he glanced at the host, who was still lost in thought nearby, and couldn't help but chuckle as he urged, "Surely, this match must be counted as my victory." His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the host's ears. In an instant, the host awoke from his reverie, erupting into an excited shout. "Did you see that?" Following the impressive performances of Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Lin Wuchan, yet another soul master, who was merely 13 years old, has flawlessly triumphed in his debut at the soul fighting arena. Remembered his name, Tang Ge. Let's give him a thunderous round of applause. As the host's exuberant exclamation echoed, the audience, regaining their senses, erupted into enthusiastic applause. Meanwhile, under the spotlight, Tang Ge descended from the soul fighting stage, wearing a broad smile. Upon returning to the viewing area, the collective gaze of his 7 companions, including Tang San and Xiao Wu, instinctively gravitated toward him. Dai Mubai couldn't contain himself as he exclaimed, "Boss Tang Ge, are you truly only at the soul elder level, and not a soul king? Do you believe me if I say I'm a soul Douluo?" Tang Ge replied with a playful grin. Tang Ge rolled his eyes. In response, Dai Mubai nodded earnestly. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, I certainly did. I had never witnessed anyone capable of shattering a defensive soul skill activated by a century-old soul ring with a single punch. Moreover, the dean remarked that the students of Shrek Academy were monsters, yet in comparison, you are the true monster. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, others nodded in agreement, their memories of the recent battle on the arena still vivid. Subsequently, the soul fighting competition in this division continued. Unfortunately, since each soul master could only partake in one match per day, Tang Ge and his companions were unable to participate again. Just then, Xiao Wu and Tang San were set to engage in a 2-on-2 battle, and remaining there held little interest. Thus, Tang Ge, Dai Mubai, and the others accompanied Xiao Wu and Tang San to the 2-on-2 soul fighting arena. In contrast to the 1-on-1 arena, the 2-on-2 platform was nearly double the size, and the spectator seats were at least half filled. Tang Ge did not enroll in the 2v2 soul battle but chose to remain in the audience with Dai Mubai and a few others. As for Tang San and Xiao Wu, they waited for nearly 2 rounds. And only when their soul power was almost fully restored did they ascend to the battle platform at the announcer's declaration. Seated in the audience, Tang Ge observed the duel between Tang San and Xiao Wu while simultaneously retrieving his personal profile panel. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level, 40 Soul Master Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Inyong Life and Death Diagram. For Immortal Sword Soul Rings, Inyong Life and Death Diagram Purple, Black Soul Skills, Joy, Inyong Wings, Life and Death Array. Life and Death Great Seal Martial Skills, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique, Secret of the Walking Character, Hell Refinement. Heaven's Divine Fist Physique, Ancient Sacred Body Fusion Degree 99 Shock Value, 23, for 170 upon reviewing his current information, particularly the shock value. Tang Ge was astonished to see it had surged from just over 1,000 to more than 20,000. This was merely the result of one night's endeavors. Contemplating this, he felt an overwhelming urge to immerse himself in the Grand Soul Arena, wondering if he could amass 1,000,000 shock points within a month. Surely, even with the worst luck, he would be able to draw numerous valuable items, wouldn't he? However, Tang Ge could only entertain such thoughts. Should he dare to act on them, he would undoubtedly attract significant trouble. Perhaps it would be wiser to wait until he could decisively deal with the title Douluo before executing such a plan. Ultimately, he shook his head, dismissing the notion. As for the newly surpassed 20,000 shock points, he decided to refrain from utilizing them for the time being, opting to save them until the right moment presented itself. With that, Tang Ge retracted the profile panel and returned his full attention to the match. Unbeknownst to him, an hour had swiftly elapsed. After the conclusion of Tang San and Xiao Wu's duel, due to President Flinder's prior instructions, Tang Ge and the others departed the Grand Soul Arena. Yet, perhaps influenced by some unseen force, Ma Hongjun, swayed by his martial soul, resolved to linger in Soto City to find a comfortable spot to relax. Out of habitual inclination, he even extended a symbolic invitation to Dai Mubai, who surprisingly accepted. Thus, only Tang Ge, Lin Yuechan, Zhu Qing, and Tang San and Xiao Wu remained, departing Soto City together and returning to Shrek Academy. On that pitch-black night, countless twinkling stars blinked mischievously in the sky, while the luminous moon caressed the mysterious continent with its gentle light. Upon reaching the entrance of Shrek Academy's village, Zhu Yuqing abruptly halted, her cool visage evidently clouded with thoughts. She turned to Tang Ge, hesitating momentarily before speaking. Tang Ge, could you stay for a while? You want me to stay? Tang Ge was taken aback by Zhu Yuqing's request. Glancing around, he noticed that aside from Lin Wuchan, Tang San, and Xiao Wu, there were indeed no others present. Tang Ge was suddenly filled with anticipation. Thus, he refrained from inquiring further, instead nodding in agreement before addressing Tang San and the others, since that is the case. You may return for now. Lin Wuchan seemed poised to express something, yet Xiao Wu promptly grasped her hand, urging Tang San forward as they swiftly made their way into the village, gradually fading into the encroaching darkness. In an instant, only Tang Ge and Zhu Yuqing remained. Gazing at Zhu Yuqing, Tang Ge smiled and inquired, "Pray tell, have you kept me here for a specific reason that requires my assistance? I wish for you to apply some pressure on me." Zhu Yuqing replied, lightly biting her lower lip as she revealed her intentions. Chapter 80. An abundance of pressure what? You desire me to exert some pressure on you? Upon hearing Zhu Yuqing's request, Tang Ge was taken aback, nearly biting his own tongue. He could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment, addressing Zhu Yuqing. While I find our current surroundings quite agreeable after all. Sleeping beneath the heavens and resting upon the earth presents an intimate connection with nature, free from disturbances. I must still confirm, are you truly content to remain here, rather than returning with me to Su Yuntao City to find a hotel? Moreover, should we seek lodging, I believe the Rose Hotel would be quite splendid. The beds are large and exceedingly comfortable. Once there, I assure you, I can provide you with ample pressure. As he spoke, Tang Ge seemed to envision something delightful. A look of eager anticipation gracing his features. Initially, Zhu Yuqing struggled to comprehend his words. However, upon witnessing the expression on Tang Ge's face, her previously composed countenance flushed a vibrant red, akin to a ripe apple. Furthermore, with each hurried breath, the rise and fall of her chest became increasingly pronounced, resembling the surging waves of a tempestuous sea, one after another. Tang Ge's gaze was inevitably drawn in. What are you looking at? Feeling as though her clothes had been stripped away, Zhu Yuqing blushed deeply, unable to restrain herself from giving Tang Ge a fierce glare, indignantly exclaiming. In that moment, she found herself regretting having kept Tang Ge around. However, Tang Ge was no ordinary individual. Having cultivated the ancestral saint body, his strength was formidable and his physique extraordinary, including his countenance. Thus, in response to Zhu Yuqing's reproach, he smiled and replied, I was peering into your heart. Strangely enough, had it been anyone else, Tang Ge would not have had the inclination to jest. But who could resist when standing before Zhu Yuqing? Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her figure was also beyond reproach. More critically, Zhu Yuqing's aloof demeanor, which perpetually exuded an air of detachment, was most enticing. Not one to mince words. Tang Ge was determined to test the waters tonight. However, having nearly exhausted the playful banter, he swiftly shifted his demeanor, adopting a serious expression. Observing Zhu Yuqing, who appeared ready to turn and leave in her embarrassment, Tang Ge earnestly said, Do not overthink it. Since you wish for me to exert pressure, I must say that my previous words have indeed placed some burden upon you. Yet, the pressure you seek must pertain to a contest between us. Could you elucidate why you desire this? Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Zhu Yuqing's tumultuous emotions gradually settled. He was right. She had indeed felt the pressure he had imparted. However, it was not sufficient. Moreover, feeling the sincerity in Tang Ge's gaze, she experienced an unexpected urge to confide in someone. After a brief silence, she softly replied, Tang Ge, perhaps you can freely chart the course of your life. But for me, my path was predetermined from the moment of my birth. Yet, I do not wish to live this way, to compromise myself for others. That is why I constantly place pressure upon myself, striving diligently to cultivate my abilities. I want to prove that I am not inferior to anyone else. I had thought that I was working hard enough. But until I encountered you, I realized how much further I have to go. The pressure I impose upon myself is still woefully inadequate. As she spoke, Zhu Yuqing's eyes brimmed with determination and a yearning for strength. She gazed earnestly at Tang Ge and declared, Therefore, I implore you to engage me in a full-force battle, so that I may witness the true extent of the disparity between myself and a genuine genius. Dear lady, the truth is harsh. If I were to unleash my full power, what I would bestow upon you would not be mere pressure, but rather despair. Understand that the chasm between us is not merely two towering mountains separated by a ravine, but an entire world. Tang Ge mused inwardly upon hearing Zhu Yuqing's request. Nonetheless, it was a rare occasion for such a cold girl to voice a request, especially in the solitude of a secluded rural path. Tang Ge naturally felt reluctant to refuse the other party, yet whether to exert his full strength remained his own decision. Thus, gazing at Zhu Yuqing, Tang Ge nodded. We are classmates and friends, and for whatever reason, I have no grounds to decline. However, are you truly prepared? As he spoke, Tang Ge's eyes instantly deepened and took on a serious demeanor. Without any hesitation, Zhu Yuqing nodded affirmatively. I am ready. Very well. Then unleash your power and allow me to witness the might of your nether spirit cat. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge immediately retreated several meters, then beckoned to Zhu Yuqing with a gesture. Having observed Tang Ge's formidable prowess in the Grand Soul Arena, Zhu Yuqing understood the gravity of the situation. At that moment, she held nothing back. As her martial spirit enveloped her, two yellow, century-old soul rings materialized beneath her feet. The rings spiraled around her body, and a shadowy silhouette of a dark spirit cat became faintly visible behind her. With a powerful push from her legs, she surged forward with remarkable speed, closing the distance to Tang Ge in an instant. Just 2 meters away, Zhu Yuqing leaped into the air and unleashed her first soul skill, the nether puncture. With a swift motion, her hands transformed into deadly claws, fiercely aiming for Tang Ge's chest. Her opening move targeted a vital point, truly ferocious. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge raised an eyebrow, a smile blossoming on his face. However, he refrained from employing his soul skills. Instead, at the very moment when his opponent's claws were about to descend upon him, he suddenly extended his hands. In an instant, all claw shadows vanished. He firmly grasped Zhu Zhuqing's wrists. Feeling the softness in his palms, Tang Ge gazed at Zhu Zhuqing and remarked, "If this is all the strength you possess, it seems I shall have the upper hand." He then voluntarily released his grip. As her wrists were freed, Zhu Zhuqing's fair face flushed crimson, and with a haughty snort, she unleashed her second soul skill, Ethereal Claw of the Underworld. In a flurry of movements, Zhu Zhuqing transformed into an ephemeral shadow, circling Tang Ge while unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp claw strikes. Surprisingly, Tang Ge appeared unperturbed, allowing the claw shadows to rain down upon him. Within moments, his body bore the brunt of no less than 2 strikes from the ethereal claw. After executing her technique, Zhu Zhuqing leaped back several meters. Her gaze fixated intently on Tang Ge, brimming with anticipation. With a sudden rip, Tang Ge's garments disintegrated into tatters, revealing his well-proportioned and sculpted physique. A chill breeze swept through, causing Tang Ge to involuntarily shiver. He looked up at Zhu Zhuqing, exuding a sense of helplessness. "My lady, even if you cannot best me, must you resort to tearing my clothes? Now I stand completely exposed." Chapter 81. The wildness hidden beneath the chill. Zhu Zhuqing was an agile attack-type soul master. Whether employing the ethereal lunge or the ethereal claw, she exhibited remarkable speed and formidable penetrating power. Most soul masters would find it challenging to withstand her onslaught. Yet, Tang Ge was no ordinary opponent. Consequently, the result of Zhu Zhuqing's relentless assault was that all of his clothing, save for the close-fitting layer beneath, had been reduced to mere fragments. Remarkably, his exposed, well-defined body bore not a single scar, nor even the faintest mark. Tang Ge was quite satisfied with the situation. However, noticing Zhu Zhuqing still gazing at her own body in a daze, he couldn't help but chuckle and remarked, "Have you had enough of the view? If not, I can take my time getting dressed." Though his voice was soft, it reached Zhu Zhuqing's ears and sent a jolt through her, causing her to turn abruptly. In an instant, her lovely face flushed a deep crimson. She quickly averted her gaze and stammered, "You should hurry and put on your clothes. It's the wilderness here. Where do you expect me to find any clothing?" Tang Ge could not help but silently scoff. Fortunately, he had a spatial system, which contained a plethora of clothing, allowing him to promptly retrieve a garment to wear. Once he had donned it, he spoke, "It's all right now. You may turn around." Zhu Zhuqing slowly turned around with her eyes closed. It was not until she opened them a crack to ascertain that Tang Ge was indeed not deceiving her that she fully opened her eyes. At that moment, she seemed to recall the flaw in her previous words, and upon witnessing Tang Ge genuinely produce and wear a new outfit, a flicker of astonishment clearly flashed across her gaze. However, Zhu Zhuqing refrained from probing further into Tang Ge's secret. Instead, her cheeks flushed as she recalled the nearly perfect physique she had just glimpsed. Yet, beyond her embarrassment, what filled her heart was a profound sense of shock and confusion. The second soul technique she had unleashed had inflicted no harm upon Tang Ge, despite his lack of evasion. Such formidable defensive capabilities, were they truly characteristic of a mere support soul master? No, he was not a support-type soul master at all. Zhu Zhuqing could not help but recall how, during the assessment, Tang Ge had similarly used a soul technique to shatter Zhao Wuji's powerful golden king palm. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for astonishing Zhu Zhuqing, earning 700 shock points. Across from him, the system notification echoed in Tang Ge's mind. Observing the bewildered and astonished expression on Zhu Zhuqing's lovely face illuminated by the moonlight, he could not help but smile and said, "So, what do you think? Does my physique impress you?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. Tang Ge did not elaborate further, but instead recounted an incident from his 6th year. He spoke with a serene demeanor. "You are aware of the origin of Shao San's first spirit ring, are you not? It came from a 400-year-old mandala snake, and it was I who, at the tender age of 6, managed to slay this mandala snake with my bare hands." 6 years old? He killed a 400-year-old mandala snake with his bare hands? Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but gasp in astonishment. While she was aware that Tang San's first spirit ring derived from a mandala snake, she had never imagined that it was Tang Ge who had vanquished it. Such an inconceivable revelation left Zhu Zhuqing utterly astounded. Only now did she fully comprehend why Tang Ge had achieved the status of a spirit master with 1 purple and 2 black rings by the age of 12. Gazing intently at Tang Ge, Zhu Shiqing said earnestly, Daimubai is indeed correct. In comparison to us, you are the true prodigy. Can I take that as a compliment? Tang Ge wore a broad smile. However, he quickly shifted his tone and continued, having witnessed my defensive capabilities, do you still wish to challenge me? Upon hearing this, Zhu Shiqing could not help but fall into silence. After a moment, still somewhat reluctant, she replied, I acknowledge your strength, yet I yearn to witness your true prowess. Rather than merely standing there in defense. Sigh. Indeed, all women are alike. They can be quite challenging. Upon hearing Zhu Shiqing's words, Tang Ge shook his head in resignation. Thus, he could only respond, if I stand still and you cannot evoke any feelings in me, what makes you think your body can withstand even the slightest movement from me? Nevertheless, since you insist on proving your strength, I shall allow you to truly experience my prowess. With that, Tang Ge merely lifted his foot and took a gentle step forward, causing his entire being to abruptly vanish from sight. Zhu Shiqing, witnessing this spectacle, felt her pupils constrict sharply. Without hesitation, she unleashed the ghostly claw technique, manifesting a multitude of claw shadows surrounding her. Yet before she could breathe a sigh of relief, a gust of wind unexpectedly swept towards her. In an instant, a figure appeared almost in contact with her, and it was none other than Tang Ge. With a gentle smile directed at Zhu Shiqing, who was now so close, Tang Ge inquired, how do you find it? Shall we continue? Seemingly struck, Zhu Shiqing lowered her head in silence, dissipating the claw shadows. After a moment, she mustered the courage to raise her gaze again, looking at this powerful and enigmatic companion before her, her eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment. The once wildly racing heart appeared to have found solace, gradually returning to a state of calm. Before Tang Ge could fully comprehend the situation, Zhu Shiqing unexpectedly leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek. Observing Tang Ge's stunned expression, a radiant smile blossomed on Zhu Shiqing's previously icy countenance. Akin to a flower in full bloom, she softly expressed, Tang Ge, I am truly delighted that you can stay with me tonight. Although I know you did not exert your full strength earlier, I have already felt the pressure. This pressure will remain in my heart, driving me to strive ceaselessly. And I am determined that one day, I too shall catch up to you. Tang Ge, I truly appreciate your kindness. Upon finishing her words, Zhu Shiqing unleashed her martial soul's power, transforming into a fleeting shadow that swiftly vanished into the night. When Tang Ge regained his senses, the air was left with only a lingering hint of a delicate fragrance. He couldn't help but touch the spot on his face that had just been kissed. Chuckling ruefully as he shook his head, he never expected to be playfully teased by Zhu Shiqing in the end. Yet, he must admit, the sensation was indeed quite delightful. For a moment, a reminiscence danced across Tang Ge's expression. Zhu Shiqing's performance that night had taken him by surprise. Beneath her icy demeanor lay an untamed spirit that was unexpected. It was a pity she had vanished so swiftly. Otherwise, he would have certainly returned the kiss. Moreover, he had yet to seek compensation for the rather revealing incident earlier. Oh well, perhaps another opportunity would arise in the future. Glancing at the deepening darkness of the night, Tang Ge shook off his wandering thoughts and briskly made his way toward the academy dormitory. At the village's edge, the chorus of summer insects echoed continuously. Little did anyone know, an intriguing encounter had just transpired here. Chapter 82. Oscar's Spring Seeking Recommendations. The following day, as dawn broke, the sound of bells resonated through the air. After breakfast, Tang Ge and his group of 9 reconvened at the academy's grand playground. With Dean Flander yet to arrive, everyone appeared quite relaxed, engaging in discussions about the insights they had gleaned from the previous night's grand soul battle arena. Tang Ge stood to the side, a smile adorning his face as he observed the scene before him. According to the original narrative, last night, Dai Mu Bai would have clashed with Ning Rong, prompting her to resolve to transform herself in response to the provocation. Simultaneously, Oscar would have experienced a remarkable surge in his soul power, ascending from level 29 to 30 overnight. Alas, with Tang Ge's intervention, the course of events had altered dramatically. Zhu Shiqing and Dai Mu Bai grew increasingly estranged, while the focus shifted towards Tang Ge. Faced with Tang Ge, who possessed the capability to surpass him in strength, Dai Mu Bai found himself helplessly succumbing to his own decline. Meanwhile, Ning Rong was spurred into a heightened awareness of the impending crisis, her yearning for strength intensifying. In summary, all these transformations were indeed beneficial. The sole source of Tang Ge's distress lay in the fact that, following yesterday's events, both Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rong had taken to glancing at him during their conversations, whether intentionally or not. This peculiar phenomenon immediately captured Xiao Wu's attention. She glanced at Ning Rongrong, then at Zhu Shiqing, unable to contain her curiosity. Rongrong, weren't you in Soto City yesterday? Why are you back here running around again? And Shiqing, why did you call Tang Ge so late last night? What were you two doing at the village entrance? What? You know about my little escapade to Soto City yesterday? Upon hearing Xiao Wu's inquiries, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she replied bashfully, I wasn't playing. I merely had a brief matter to attend to. As she spoke, she shot a fierce glare at Tang Ge, suspecting that he had divulged her secret. Tang Ge discerned the discontent in Ning Rongrong's gaze, and he could not help but shake his head in resignation. It seemed he was unwittingly caught in the crossfire. As for Zhu Shiqing, she had reverted to her usual aloofness, offering no response to Xiao Wu's inquiries. Yet, the more she remained silent, the greater the curiosity among the onlookers, particularly for Dai Mubai, upon hearing that Zhu Shiqing and Tang Ge had lingered at the village entrance late into the night. His heart suddenly tightened with unease. He longed to glean some insight from Zhu Shiqing's expression, and an urge to question her bubbled within him. However, as the words teetered on the edge of his tongue, Dai Mubai found himself unable to articulate anything. Unbeknownst to him, his hands had formed tight fists, the veins on the back of his hands visibly bulging. In a sudden shift, Dai Mubai turned his gaze to the side, where Ma Hongjun stood. With a smile returning to his face, he inquired, Do you have any plans for tonight? I've mostly dispelled my restless energy from last night and intend to stay in the dormitory to rest. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's question, Ma Hongjun shook his head. A look of surprise crossed his features as he replied, What's this? Does Dai Ergu have plans for tonight? Well, I'm planning to visit Soto City to see that pair of twin sisters. It has been quite a while since we last had some fun together. Dai Mubai said with a smile, all the while casting furtive glances towards Zhu Shiqing. Regrettably, his words failed to stir any reaction in her, as she did not even deign to look in his direction. Dai Mubai's smile grew somewhat strained. Meanwhile, Tang Ge had overheard Dai Mubai's remarks and noted Zhu Shiqing's indifference, a wave of satisfaction washing over him. Indeed, my allure far surpasses that of Dai Mubai. Just then, a series of sudden footsteps echoed, capturing the attention of everyone present. Tang San and his companions turned their heads and discovered that the newcomer was none other than Dean Flinder. They greeted him in unison, Hello, Dean. Hello, Dean. Upon approaching Tang San and the other 8 students, Flinder gestured for silence. With a smile, he addressed them, I heard about your performance in yesterday's competition. You all did remarkably well. Keep up the good work. Now, I announce that today's training session will require all of you, except for Oscar, to eat one of the 2 types of sausages created by Oscar using his soul power. At this announcement, the expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. Even Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who had previously tasted Oscar's sausages, felt a wave of nausea. Observing their reactions, Flinder's demeanor darkened. He spoke coldly. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your thoughts. However, I must inform you that Oscar is a food-type soul master with innate full soul power. And his martial soul, the sausage, is the finest food-type martial soul I have ever encountered. If you can establish a rapport with Oscar, he will become your most valuable support partner. Moreover, this exercise is also a test of your mindset. If you cannot overcome this small hurdle, your future accomplishments will be limited. Upon hearing this, the group fell into silence. Yet, after exchanging glances with Tang Ge, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but exclaim, But Tang Ge can assist us too. At her words, everyone's eyes brightened. They recalled Tang Ge's extraordinary healing abilities. Flinder, however, merely chuckled coldly. You wish to have Tang Ge assist you, one who can withstand Zhao Wujia's mighty golden iron palm? Such audacity. And do not forget, Tang Ge is already at level 40. He will not be with you forever. So from now on, abandon any thoughts of having Tang Ge as your support. With that, he disregarded their reluctance and instructed Oscar to produce 2 sausages. I have a big sausage. I have a small sausage. As Oscar chanted his peculiar incantation, 2 sausages materialized in his hands. Scanning his classmates eagerly, he asked, Who will go first? I will, Tang Ge declared, stepping forward with a smile. Without hesitation, he took a sausage and began to eat. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, it's quite delightful, he commented, finishing. There is still 1 small sausage left. Who will eat it? To everyone's surprise, Ning Rongrong stepped forward next, showing no hesitation as she consumed the remaining small sausage. In that moment, feeling the astonished gazes around her, she experienced an inexplicable sense of pride. She couldn't help but huff, lifting her chin defiantly. What is the big deal about eating this? I, Ning Rongrong, have eaten worse. At some point, Zhu Qing had also approached, observing Oscar in a daze. She calmly stated, "I'll have one too." Oh, just a moment," Oscar replied, quickly preparing 2 more sausages. Zhu Qing expressionlessly took one and returned to her spot. In the gathering of 9 Shrek Academy students, Zhu Qing was known for her cold demeanor and reluctance to speak, while Ning Rongrong exhibited a severe case of princess syndrome. Their difficulty in communication was evident, yet now, witnessing these 2 complete the task assigned by Dean Flinder, Tang San and the others were utterly astonished, particularly Xiao Wu, who harbored a fear of Oscar-s sausages, nearly gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth with her hand. "Tang San, can you believe Ning Rongrong actually ate one? Let us go. We should join them, or the dean will get angry," Tang San replied with a wry smile. With the girls having eaten, he felt there was no reason for him, as a boy, to shy away from a sausage. Thus, he, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai, along with the others, approached Oscar to take their sausages and complete the class exercise. When Oscar saw that everyone had consumed the sausages formed from his soul power, he was nearly moved to tears with excitement. His sausages had finally earned the recognition of his classmates. Suddenly, a powerful wave of soul power erupted from Oscar. Caught off guard, he burst into laughter. "Ha! Dean, I've broken through to level 30. The others, initially puzzled by the sudden surge of soul power, were taken aback by his exclamation. Oscar had reached level 30 so quickly? Dean Flinder nodded with a look of satisfaction. "From now on, you are the 2nd student in our academy to reach level 30, aside from Mubai. As for Tang Ge, who has long surpassed that, he is an anomaly." Overwhelmed by the astonished gazes of his peers and the dean's praise, Oscar felt as though he might float away with elation. Meanwhile, Tang Ge was left somewhat speechless. He had anticipated that his involvement would delay Oscar's breakthrough, yet it was astonishing that, simply by everyone consuming a sausage, Oscar had joyously elevated his soul power from level 29 to 30. What an unusual method of advancement. If all goes according to plan, they would likely be preparing for an expedition to the Douluo Forest tomorrow. Tang Ge pondered silently. As expected, after Flander praised Oscar, he continued, "Since Oscar has reached level 30 and Tang Ge has attained level 40, we shall arrange for both of you to venture into the Douluo Forest tomorrow to procure your soul rings. At that time, I will have Zhao Wujin lead the expedition. This journey to the Douluo Forest will also serve as a trial for you both, and I hope you will approach it with utmost seriousness." At this juncture, Flander seemed to recall something, casting a singular glance at Tang Ge. "Zhao Wujin's abilities are comparable to mine. What do you think of him guiding you in acquiring your soul ring?" Initially, when Tang Ge was specially recruited into the academy, Flander had promised to personally assist him in obtaining his soul ring. However, due to pressing matters, he was unable to lead this time and thus sought Tang Ge's opinion regarding Zhao Wujin's involvement. Tang Ge expressed no objections, responding with a smile. "I have faith in teacher Zhao Wujin's capabilities. That will suffice." Flander nodded approvingly and announced, "Today's training concludes here. Return and prepare. We shall gather here tomorrow morning." With that, he turned to leave. After Flander departed, Tang Ge was also on his way back to the dormitory when Ning Rongrong suddenly called out to him, "Tang Ge, I intend to run 10 laps around the village. Will you accompany me?" "Why?" Tang Ge wore a perplexed expression. Ning Rongrong, hands on her hips, resumed her princess-like demeanor and imperiously declared, "The dean instructed you to supervise me, so you must accompany me. How absurd. Just yesterday you insisted that I join you on your excursion to Soto City. Why have you suddenly changed your tune?" Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's reasoning, Tang Ge found himself at a loss for words. However, what he did not anticipate was that Lin Weichan and Zhu Zhiqing seemed to have conspired. Speaking in unison, "I also want to run laps." Faced with the resolute gazes of the two, Tang Ge felt a sudden weight on his shoulders. He truly wished to assert that his physique was robust enough to handle 10 opponents effortlessly and that running laps was entirely unnecessary. Yet, ultimately, he resignedly nodded. "Very well. I shall accompany you on your laps. However, let it be known in advance that we must venture to the Douluo Forest tomorrow, so we must not overexert ourselves." After saying this, he turned his attention to Tang San and the others who were spectating nearby. "What about you? Will you join us?" "You go ahead. Xiao San and I have other matters to attend to." Before Tang San could respond, Xiao Wu quickly interjected. She then made a face at Tang Ge and hurriedly took Tang San away. "Oscar, Ma Hongjun, follow me. In preparation for tomorrow's expedition, I will assist you both with some preliminary training." Dai Mubai suddenly chimed in at that moment. Ma Hongjun was unfazed, as he had no intention of running. "Training? He had long been curious about the disparity in power between his Phoenix martial soul and Dai Mubai's White Tiger martial soul. However, Oscar surprisingly wished to join Tang Ge in running. Yet, sensing the subtly displeased gaze from Dai Mubai, he decided to refrain. Thus, the three of them moved further away. Ultimately, on the expansive playground, only Tang Ge, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Lin Wuchan remained. What are you still dawdling for? Let us go. With a glance sweeping over the three women, Tang Ge spoke with exasperation. Ning Rongrong and the others were eager to begin, upon hearing Tang Ge's urging. They immediately started running. In no time, four vibrant figures adorned the path surrounding the village. Time passed swiftly, and it was soon the following morning. After breakfast, Tang Ge and the other 9 members of Shrek Academy arrived at the playground early, preparing for their journey to the Star Doe Forest. They had packed small bundles containing essential supplies for their adventure. Before long, the burly Zhao Wujie approached from a distance. Although he had rested for 2 days, the bruises on his face had yet to fully heal, leaving patches of purple-blue. Seemingly aware of his somewhat disheveled appearance, Zhao Wujie immediately exuded the aura of a soul sage upon his arrival. Observing the small group of individuals momentarily subdued by his presence, a flicker of pride crossed his eyes. Humph, am I, a dignified soul sage, unable to intimidate you little brats? After sensing that the moment was right, Zhao Wujie retracted his imposing aura. He scanned Tang Ge and the others, then waved his hand decisively. Now that everyone is here, I declare that we shall set off. Our destination is the Star Doe Forest. Chapter 84. Conflict. The Star Doe Forest lies in the southeast direction of the Barak Kingdom, with a small portion bordering it. And Soto City is conveniently situated in the southeast of the kingdom. Thus, the distance from Soto City to the Star Doe Forest is relatively short, approximately 500 kilometers. To maximize the training time for Tang San and the other 9 students, the team leader Zhao Wujie opted against hiring a carriage and instead chose to travel on foot. Furthermore, considering the complex and ever-changing environment of the Star Doe Forest, Zhao Wujie arranged formations to enhance the survival and teamwork capabilities of Tang San and the others. However, Tang Ge was not included in this arrangement as he accompanied Zhao Wujie. Thus, aided by the formations, the cooperation among the 8 members of Tang San improved significantly as they progressed. Coupled with Oscar's assistance with sausages, their pace remained unimpeded. Simultaneously, Ning Rongrong, as a support soul master, couldn't help but feel grateful for the laps they had run in the past 2 days. Otherwise, even with the constant consumption of sausages to recover her stamina and soul power, she would not have been able to endure for long. Reflecting on this, as she ran forward, Ning Rongrong couldn't resist glancing back. She then succumbed to a fit of jealousy and muttered under her breath, "How unfair. Why am I not blessed with such abilities? Ning Rongrong, what are you daydreaming about? Watch where you're going. Don't collide with a tree." Suddenly, Zhao Wujie's reprimand echoed from behind. Startled by the scolding, Ning Rongrong ceased her musings and refocused on the journey ahead. A short distance behind, Zhao Wujie was closely trailing the group of youngsters. However, for him, with the assistance of his soul sage cultivation, traveling was as effortless as drinking water. Each step he took covered several meters. At that moment, an imposing figure almost parallel to him could be seen above. Looking up, it was none other than the elusive Tang Ge. Behind him, wings of yin and yang, formed from condensed soul power, gently flapped, propelling him forward with each movement, perfectly synchronized with Zhao Wujie's pace. Since this was already Tang Ge's slower speed, it placed no burden on his soul power. Moreover, with the Hell Furnace cultivation method and the drop of starlight tear integrated into his heart, he was continuously recovering his soul power with each breath he took. Competing in soul power consumption, Tang Ge was utterly unperturbed. As he soared gracefully through the skies, he couldn't help but glance down at Zhao Wujie. With a playful smile, teased, "Teacher Zhao, your speed is rather lacking." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Zhao Wujie's expression twitched, a mixture of envy and indignation washing over him. He never anticipated that Tang Ge possessed a flying soul skill, a rare gift not afforded to just any soul master. Gazing up at Tang Ge, Zhao Wujie gritted his teeth and retorted, "You little rascal, it's merely a pair of tattered wings. What is so impressive about that? Huh? Having wings is what makes me remarkable. So, Teacher Zhao, do you dare to compete with me in speed?" With a smug expression, Tang Ge declared confidently. Zhao Wujie could not help but snort. As a dignified soul sage, how could I possibly fear a mere child like you? Come, let me witness your speed. With those words, as the fluctuations of soul power surged, his martial soul, the mighty diamond bear, seamlessly fused with his being. Boom! accompanied by the tremors of the ground. Zhao Wuji stomped his feet and leaped into the air. By the time he touched down again, he was already 10 meters away. In this manner, after several consecutive jumps, the 8 individuals who had been leading, including Tang San, were instantaneously surpassed. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Ge smiled faintly. With the flutter of his inyong wings, he transformed into a fleeting shadow of black and white, pursuing them. Before long, the figures of the two had coalesced into mere specks of darkness. We should hasten our pace, otherwise, we shall be unable to catch up with Teacher Zhao and Tang Ge. The team leader, Dai Mubai, was initially taken aback by the situation, but soon he could not help but let out a wry smile. Tang San and his companions were rendered speechless. However, they had no choice but to hasten their pace, pursuing the ever-distant Zhao Wuji and Tang Ge. Unbeknownst to them, an entire day had elapsed. By evening, they arrived at a small town nearly 100 kilometers away from the Stardow Forest. After a full day of relentless running, Tang San and Dai Mubai, along with the other 6, finally reached this place, each appearing utterly exhausted. This achievement was only made possible with the assistance of Oscar's sausages. Otherwise, their arrival here would have remained uncertain. In the distance, at the entrance of a hotel, Tang Ge was standing cheerfully, beckoning them over. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang San promptly strode over. "Where is Teacher Zhao?" Dai Mubai inquired upon his arrival. Tang Ge pointed to the hotel behind him and said, "Teacher Zhao has already entered. He instructed me to wait here for you all. Moreover, we shall spend the night here before setting off for the Starry Forest tomorrow. At last, we can take a breather." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, the group collectively exhaled in relief. Yet, the thought that their exhaustion was largely due to the presence of the individual before them, with his broken wings, filled them with a sense of grievance. Consequently, when they looked at Tang Ge again, their gazes were heavy with discontent. Ning Rongrong could not help but voice her complaint. "Tang Ge, you are simply too. What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Before Ning Rongrong could finish her sentence, a sudden outburst of curses erupted nearby. Unbeknownst to them, a group of about 10 soul masters had approached from a distance. Clad in matching uniforms, both men and women exuded an air of arrogance. As they arrived, Ma Hongjuan's fiery temperament was instantly ignited, his gaze fixated on one of the female soul masters. This, in turn, provoked discontent among her companions, leading to verbal retaliation. The middle-aged male soul master leading the group merely observed with a cold gaze, refraining from intervening. The curses drew the attention of Tang Ge and his companions, and upon noticing the uniforms and insignia of these soul masters, disdain etched across their faces. A mere Tsanghui Academy, flaunting such ostentation, did they seek to invite trouble? Dai Mubai let out a cold snort. Beside him, Ma Hongjun, still stung by the earlier insult, retorted with mockery, "Gouging my eyes out? A bunch of cowards. I alone could take you all down." At this proclamation, the members of Tsanghui Academy erupted in fury. "What audacity! Which academy do you hail from? You are truly courting death. Enough with the idle chatter, let's make them kneel and beg for mercy." As Tang Ge observed the scene before him, he couldn't help but shake his head. He was well aware of the unfolding drama, although the setting had shifted from inside the hotel to its exterior. The outcome was already predetermined. The students of Tsanghui Academy were utterly oblivious to the fact that they were not confronting mere soul masters, but rather a group of formidable monsters. Chapter 85. Battle against the Soul King. The team of soul masters from Tsanghui Academy exhibited a certain bravado, undoubtedly superior when compared to some disorganized rogue cultivators. However, they were fated to encounter the little monsters from Shrek Academy. It was essential to remember that Shrek Academy adhered to the principle that avoiding trouble was a mark of mediocrity. They were never afraid of trouble finding them. Furthermore, after a long journey, Dai Mubai and his companions were utterly exhausted and in a foul mood, eager for an outlet for their pent-up frustrations. Now that the soul masters from Tsanghui Academy had delivered themselves right to their doorstep, how could they let such an opportunity slip by? As the Tsanghui Academy students brazenly hurled insults, Dai Mubai suddenly barked an order. "Attack!" Swift and decisive. With that command, Tang San instantly summoned his blue-silver grass, channeling his soul power to unleash thick, elongated vines that erupted from the ground. First soul skill, bind. In an instant, the vines slithered like serpents, ensnaring the unsuspecting soul masters from Tsanghui Academy. The terrifying binding force immobilized them on the spot, and the paralyzing toxin within the vines rendered them incapable of resistance for a brief period. Another fight. How delightful. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao giggled and activated her martial spirit, transforming into a rabbit before charging forward. As she leapt into the air, her lithe form danced gracefully, leaving a flurry of afterimages with each kick. Bang, 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 accompanied by a series of resounding thuds. Nearly 10 Tsunghue Academy Soul Masters, entangled by the vines, screamed in agony as they were sent flying. The ghostly claw, transforming into a spectral feline, Zhu Zhiqing swiftly followed suit, her agile body becoming a shadow in midair as she unleashed a flurry of sharp, illusory claws. Yet, just as the phantasmal claws were about to strike the Tsunghue Academy Soul Masters, an enraged voice boomed through the air. A group of little brats, daring to assault my students in my presence, how audacious. Xian Gui, manifest. With a resounding hum, a radiant display of white, yellow, and purple lights coalesced into a massive turtle shell, effortlessly blocking Zhu Zhiqing's ghostly claw. Concurrently, an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing Dai Mubai and his companions to feel a sudden weight upon their bodies, their expressions turning grave. Before them stood the middle-aged man from Tsunghue Academy, now transformed into a formidable figure. His limbs had shrunk by nearly a quarter, a colossal turtle shell protruding from his back, while 5 soul rings pulsated at his feet. This was no ordinary foe. He was a soul king, boasting a level exceeding 50. The commotion had attracted a number of patrons from the restaurant, who gathered at the entrance, their gasps of astonishment echoing through the air upon witnessing the appearance of a soul king. Meanwhile, on the second floor, a window swung open, revealing Zhao Wujie. Observing the scene below, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. A soul king of level 50? Perhaps I shall relish the sensation of fighting without relying on soul power. Downstairs, in the open space outside the restaurant, Yu Shiqiu, the middle-aged leader from Tsunghue Academy, cast a cold glare at Dai Mubai and his group. Which academy do you belong to? Shrek Academy. What? Are your students unable to handle us? So you must intervene personally? Dai Mubai replied with a smile. Although he was taken aback by the opponent's Soul King's strength, he was not intimidated. Shrek Academy? What a backwater institution. I've never even heard of it. Upon confirming that these youngsters were not from a prestigious university, Yi Zhiqiu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He scolded Dai Mubai. How rude of you, child. Haven't your elders taught you how to address your betters? Hurry and fetch your teacher. Tsunghue Academy is not unreasonable. If your teacher apologizes, I shall overlook your transgressions. What? You expect our teacher, a soul sage, to apologize to you? You must be dreaming. Tang San and the others were utterly astonished by Yu Zhiqiu's demand. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu could hardly contain their laughter, gazing at Yu Zhiqiu as if he were a fool. Finally, Tang Ge could no longer hold back and urged, Little San, Daier, why waste breath on a turtle? Just get on with it. Otherwise, if teacher Zhao grows impatient and comes down, you'll be in for a punishment. Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Yi Zhiqiu's eyes reddened with fury. Due to the nature of his martial spirit, he despised being referred to as a turtle. Now, a mere student from an inconsequential academy dared to insult him in such a manner. A torrent of wrath surged within him, and with a furious roar, he activated his third soul skill, Xian Shui Jidong. A black, frigid current erupted from his mouth, enveloping the area in a chilling mist as it surged toward Tang Ge. Yet, standing in front of Tang Ge were Tang San and the others. Startled by the incoming icy current, Ma Hongjun quickly unleashed his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line, along with his second soul skill, Blazing Phoenix. Boom. With a thunderous roar, a reinforced flame erupted from his mouth, colliding with the rushing cold current. The flames and icy wave clashed, producing sizzling sounds as the surrounding area was cloaked in mist. White Tiger's radiant light wave. Seizing the chance, Dai Mubai activated his second soul skill, forming a spherical light orb that sped through the mist and struck towards Yi Zhiqiu. Unfortunately, Yi Zhiqiu merely smiled coldly and spun swiftly, revealing the turtle shell on his back. Bang! The spherical light orb collided with the shell, creating a ripple of soul power that inflicted minimal damage. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, who was struggling against the cold current, could no longer hold his ground, trembling as he shouted, Quick! Someone help me. 7 treasures glazed tile. 7 treasures have names. The first is strength. 7 treasures have names. The second is speed. Unbeknownst to them, Ning Rongrong had summoned the 7 treasures glazed tile, and as she spoke, beams of light erupted, bestowing enhancements upon Tang San and his companions. Feeling the surge of power, Tang San's group was invigorated, and Dai Mubai issued a loud command. Little San, use your soul skills to help Ma Hongjun fend off the cold current. Xiao Wu and I will engage this old turtle. Zhu Zhiqing, provide support from the side, while Yuechan stays back to prepare a decisive strike. And me? Hearing no response to his name, Oscar could not help but inquire. However, in the presence of a Soul King-level powerhouse, Dai Mubai, after issuing his order, was completely disinclined to address Oscar's words and charged directly towards Yi Zhiqiu. Chapter 86. A palm shatters the turtle shell as a Soul King surpassing level 50, Yi Zhiqiu. The leading instructor from Songhui Academy appeared outwardly composed, yet inwardly he was in a state of turmoil. Earlier, he had perceived these youngsters as mere students from an ordinary academy. However, as Ning Rongrong summoned the 7 treasures glazed tower to enhance her companion's soul skills, beads of cold sweat instantly formed on his forehead. Such an unmistakable martial soul, belonging to the continent's foremost support sect, the 7 treasures glazed sect, left him no choice but to acknowledge his folly. If he failed to recognize it, he might as well crash into a wall and end it all. But why would members of the 7 treasures glazed sect appear in this small town? Moreover, aside from the individuals from the sect, with Dai Mubai and his companions working in unison, Yi Zhiqiu immediately felt an overwhelming pressure. 2 powerful assault-type fighters, 1 agile skirmisher, and 1 ranged attacker combined their strengths to maximize their offensive capabilities. Despite his adeptness in defense, with his martial soul being the Xian turtle and his first soul skill focused on defense, Yi Zhiqiu found himself reeling from the continuous onslaught, his vitality boiling and soul power rapidly depleting. Furthermore, he noticed that his 3rd soul skill, Xian Shui Jidong, was thwarted by an abundance of blue-silver grass vines that had erupted. As flames surged forth, they consumed the blue-silver grass, swiftly diminishing the might of Xian Shui Jidong. Yi Zhiqiu's heart sank in astonishment. What manner of institution was Shrek Academy that could cultivate such numerous, yet remarkably potent soul masters from such a young age? He also realized that if this continued, even if he did not face defeat, it would be utterly humiliating for a Soul King to be unable to contend with mere children. With this thought, Yi Zhiqiu steeled himself, taking a hit from an arrow shot by Lin Yuechan from afar, and leaped towards Ning Rongrong. Knowing her identity, he certainly did not dare to harm her, yet he aimed to disrupt the coordination of these soul masters. As anticipated, upon Yi Zhiqiu's movement, Dai Mubai, having discerned his intention, immediately shouted a warning. Intercept him. Do not let him approach Ning Rongrong. He then unleashed a white tiger fierce light wave. Hearing Dai Mubai's warning, Zhu Zhiqing and Xiao Wu promptly employed their respective techniques to block Yi Zhiqiu's advance towards Ning Rongrong. In response, Yi Zhiqiu's dark Xian light flickered as he let out a furious roar, as the chilling mist enveloped him. He opened his mouth and expelled spheres of water that rapidly crystallized into ice orbs upon piercing through the mist. These ice orbs hurtled towards Dai Mubai and the others. Bang, 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 bang. Dai Mubai and the others had no choice but to deflect the ice orbs, but the intense cold emanating from them caused their bodies to stiffen, significantly slowing their movements. With no obstacles in his path, Yi Zhiqiu's icy gaze locked onto the increasingly closer Ning Rongrong, causing her to blanch in fear. Just as she thought she would be captured by this Soul King of over 50 levels, a familiar voice suddenly resonated beside her. Xiao San Lao Air, you're not doing well. You've been unable to deal with an old turtle for so long. It's truly embarrassing for Shrek Academy. Unbeknownst to them, Tang San had approached Ning Rongrong, having been observing from a distance. Dai Mubai, still frozen and yet to recover, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing Tang San's words, his face filled with indignation. We're all students of Shrek Academy. If one didn't know better, they might think you're a leading instructor. Moreover, even though the opponent carried a turtle shell and appeared somewhat unimpressive, he was still a Soul King of over 50 levels. If you're so capable, Tang San, why not just slap him dead? At that moment, not only was Dai Mubai feeling frustrated, but Tang San and the others also looked at Tang San with incredulity. However, their attention quickly returned to Yi Zhiqiu, who was drawing closer to Ning Rongrong, their hearts brimming with both concern and anticipation. Can Tang Ge withstand him? At this moment, upon seeing Tang Ge come to her defense, Ning Rongrong's face was filled with emotion as she said, Tang Ge, however, before she could finish her sentence, Tang Ge smiled and interrupted, do not speak. Allow me to take care of this old tortoise for you. Ning Rongrong nodded vigorously. Tang Ge finally retracted the smile from his face, turning his body toward Yi Zhiqiu, and said calmly, Old tortoise, it is time to put an end to this. As the words fell, the inyong diagram of life and death emerged in the palm of Tang Ge's hand, with the rippling black and white soul power. A purple and 2 black soul rings slowly rose from beneath his feet. The dazzling purple-black radiance was particularly striking against the backdrop of the night, instantly blinding the surrounding soul masters. This was followed by gasps of astonishment and exclamations of disbelief. A purple and two black? Good heavens! These are millennium and 10,000-year soul rings. Am I dreaming? Goodness, did you not see how startled I was? And you still ask me. I can't take it anymore. My heart can't bear this. Which powerful force does this child hail from? Possessing a millennium soul ring and two 10,000-year soul rings at the level of a soul master? Quick, someone pinch me to confirm I'm not dreaming. Ignoring the stunned and incoherent murmurs of the gathered soul masters, even Yujichio, who was enraged by being called an old tortoise, was momentarily taken aback. His eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the purple and two black soul rings beneath Tang Ge. How can this be possible? There is nothing impossible. This shall send you on your way. Tang Ge smiled faintly, disregarding the system prompt echoing in his mind, and slowly raised his hand. Third soul skill, great handprint of life and death. In an instant, waves of inyong power surged from the diagram, rapidly coalescing into an enormous hand in midair. As Tang Ge pressed his right hand downward, the immense hand descended like a mountain from the heavens, crashing toward Yujichio. Xian Turtle Shield. Xian Water Ice Seal. As the terrifying threat approached, fear overtook Yujichio's expression, and he unhesitatingly unleashed his first and second soul skills. At the moment his head and limbs retracted into the turtle shell, the massive shell shimmered with the glow of soul power, instantly encased in ice. Boom. With a deafening roar, the 10,000-year soul skill great handprint of life and death struck heavily against the turtle shell. The overwhelming force unleashed shattered the ice that enveloped the turtle shell in an instant, splintering it into countless fragments. Following this, the remarkably sturdy turtle shell crumbled as well. A piercing scream erupted from within. The Yujichio had surpassed level 50 as a soul king. His battle with Tang San and others had already depleted a significant portion of his soul power. Meanwhile, Tang Ge was a formidable soul master at level 40. Thus, despite the vast disparity in the age of their soul rings, Yujichio could not withstand the full force of Tang Ge's great handprint of life and death. As the turtle shell was shattered into a myriad of stars, he let out a harrowing cry, his body being forcefully driven into the ground, leaving only his head exposed. Bloodied and battered. A distance of several dozen meters away, the students of Tsanghui Academy, who had initially hoped that their teacher would avenge them, were now pale and terrified at the sight. Teacher you lost to? Their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The surrounding soul masters had fallen into a stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock as they gazed at the scene before them. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground. Zhao Wujing, who had been observing from the second floor, could no longer contain himself and jumped down. He looked at the half-conscious Yujichio, with only his head visible above the ground, and his face twitched. According to Zhao Wujing's plan, he intended to watch the spectacle unfold before stepping in once Tang San and the others had exhausted themselves, allowing him to vent the frustrations of his earlier defeat. However, before he could make his entrance, the spectacle had concluded. Thinking back to the moment when Tang Ge had driven Yujichio into the earth with a single slap, Zhao Wujing couldn't help but curse inwardly. After all, Yujichio was a soul king above level 50. How could he be so easily subdued? Truly pathetic. Nonetheless, the death of a person inevitably held some weight. Thus, suppressing his frustration, Zhao Wujing glanced at the still-dazed Oscar and impatiently urged, "What are you dawdling for? Feed this old tortoise a sausage. Don't let him die." "Oh, right." Oscar snapped back to reality, quickly conjuring a small sausage and bending down to forcefully stuff it into Yujichio's mouth. The students of Tsanghui Academy, petrified with fear, dared not intervene, even though they had no idea what Oscar was giving their teacher. Fortunately, after a brief moment, the semi-conscious Yujichio gradually began to awaken. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him and his own disheveled state, he immediately shut his eyes again, his eyelids trembling slightly. Zhao Wujing noticed this and his facial muscles twitched again. However, he refrained from pointing it out, instead huffing at the students of Tsanghui Academy. "Don't linger here and embarrass yourselves. Take your teacher and get out of here. Tang San, you should return to rest as well." With that, Zhao Wujing turned on his heel and re-entered the hotel. As for the students of Tsanghui Academy, they dared not linger any longer. After they finally managed to extricate Yujichio from the underground, they hastily made their escape. Tang Ge had retracted his spirit ring, returning to a normal state, appearing nothing like someone capable of slamming a soul king of over 50 levels to the ground with a mere palm. However, once the onlooking soul masters regained their composure, they no longer dared to regard Tang Ge or the few youths before them as mere ordinary soul masters. Thus, when Tang Ge and Tang San entered the hotel lobby, the attendant treated them with utmost courtesy. Seated at the table, Ning Rongrong paid no heed to the sumptuous feast before her. Instead, her beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Tang Ge, her cheeks flushed with admiration as she shyly exclaimed, "Tang Ge, you are truly remarkable." The moment those words escaped her lips, all eyes turned to Tang Ge, filled with a mix of emotions, resentment, disdain, and frustration, which caused a shiver to run down his spine, prompting him to swiftly change the subject. He feared that if this continued, it would lead to trouble. "After a fight, you must be hungry. Let us eat quickly, for we must venture to the Douluo forest tomorrow." With that, disregarding the others, Tang Ge immediately began devouring the exquisite dishes laid out before him. Before long, he had satisfied his hunger and promptly got up to request a room from the innkeeper, hastily returning to his quarters. Once Tang Ge departed, Daimubai and the others let out a sigh of relief. They were genuinely concerned that Ning Rongrong might continue to utter words that would provoke them into action, as they had to admit Tang Ge's prowess. Yet, even so, they felt a sense of pride in having contributed to the defeat of Yi Zhiqiu. Thus, Ning Rongrong's remark, "You were so impressive," truly weighed heavily on Daimubai and Tang San's hearts. After finishing their meal, Tang San and the other 8 parted ways to their respective rooms. The following day, as dawn broke, Zhao Wujie utilized his booming voice, nearly shaking the hotel to its foundations, to awaken Tang Ge and his companions. After arranging their formation, they set off towards the Douluo forest. Unlike the soul-hunting forest maintained by the Empire, the Douluo forest was teeming with formidable soul beasts. Upon entering the dense, sunless expanse of the forest, Zhao Wujie immediately instructed Oscar to produce a substantial quantity of sausages to distribute among the students. Simultaneously, Zhao Wujie took this opportunity to impart valuable knowledge to Tang San and the others regarding the perils of adventuring in the Douluo forest, so as to prevent them from straying off course. Of course, for Tang Ge, who had already navigated the Douluo forest for quite some time, this information held little significance. Even Lin Wuchan was far more familiar with the terrain than Daimubai and the others. As they progressed, she seamlessly replaced Daimubai, using a delicate, translucent arrow in her hand to continuously adjust their course. Before long, they successfully avoided the low-ranked soul beast along the way. Zhao Wujie was astonished by this development, and upon inquiry, discovered that the small arrow in Lin Yuechan's possession was capable of sensing the presence of nearby soul beasts. This revelation both shocked and delighted him, for such a spirit ability was exceptionally suited for locating soul beasts and acquiring spirit rings. Consequently, he promptly assigned Lin Wuchan the responsibility of guiding the team's direction, while Daimubai merely cleared the path ahead. Unbeknownst to them, an hour had passed. As they took a brief respite of about half an hour, suddenly, Tang San and Zhao Wujie's gazes fixed upon a singular direction. Before they could utter a word, Lin Yuechan's voice rang out, "A 1,000-year soul beast is approaching." "A 1,000-year soul beast?" Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily taken aback, hastily rising to their feet. Zhao Wujie, trusting Lin Yuechan's judgment, turned to Tang Ge and said, "Tang Ge, you can fly. Ascend into the air and ascertain what kind of soul beast it is. It must surely be the 1,000-year phoenix-tailed rooster snake." Without needing to look, Tang Ge could easily surmise the situation. However, upon hearing Zhao Wujie's instructions, he unfurled his wings of yin and yang and soared swiftly into the sky. Chapter 88. Each beam of light is always just right. Once Tang Ge ascended to the heights, he immediately spotted in the distance a serpent with a vivid red comb at its head and a fan-shaped tail approaching rapidly. Its back bore wings, though it flew at a modest altitude of about 3 meters from the ground. Indeed, it was the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Having confirmed the identity of the soul beast, Tang Ge relayed his observations to Zhao Wujie. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie's eyes gleamed with excitement. He proclaimed loudly, "It is the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, a rather rare soul beast, and the comb atop its head possesses many remarkable uses. Oscar, you have lost your soul ring." From this moment forth, everyone remained vigilant and prepare for battle. At that moment, Tang Ge descended from the heights. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San quickly inquired, "Tang Ge, how long was the tail of the phoenix and the comb of the snake you saw, and what color were its wings?" The wings were a delicate shade of pink, and their length was approximately between 6 to 8 meters. Tang Ge replied with a smile, "Approximately 7 meters, perhaps?" Tang San pondered silently before confidently addressing everyone, stating, "Without a doubt, this is a millennium-old phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Its pale red wings are a testament to its 1,000 years of evolution." Upon hearing Tang San effortlessly ascertain the age and cultivation of a soul beast, as well as the general effects of its soul ring, everyone, except for Xiao Wu, regarded him with newfound admiration. He was indeed a living encyclopedia of the martial spirit realm. Particularly, Zhao Wujie expressed his admiration, exclaiming, "Xiao San, you possess quite a wealth of knowledge. Had it not been for this expedition, I would have remained unaware of the vast information residing within your mind. All of this is thanks to my teacher," Tang San humbly replied. Tang San smiled shyly, however, feeling the admiration reflected in his companion's gazes. He felt a profound sense of pride and could not help but glance at Tang Ge beside him. Tang Ge sensed the gaze of Tang San upon him. Although no words were exchanged, he could intuitively discern the thoughts swirling in Tang San's mind. A bemused smile graced his lips as he mused. It seems that Tang San has been overshadowed by my resplendent brilliance for far too long, prompting him to seek opportunities to showcase his own strengths. However, Tang Ge chose to remain silent on the matter. Gold will always shine, yet no matter how radiant the gleam, it pales in comparison to the brilliance of his diamond that emanates a spectrum of colors. At that moment, sounds of rustling emerged from the thicket ahead, growing ever closer. Zhu Zhiqing, already perched atop a tree, focused intently and called out a warning just as she transformed into a shadowy spirit cat and leaped into action. At that precise instant, a colossal serpent, identical in appearance to the one Tang Ge had previously described, slithered out from the underbrush. It was the Millennium Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake. Upon sighting the serpent, Zhu Zhiqing, prepared for the encounter, summoned her first soul skill, Phantom Pounce. As her soul rings glimmered to life, in an instant, two razor-sharp claws materialized at her fingertips, striking fiercely towards the blood-red crest of the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake. However, being a Millennium Soul Beast, the serpent instinctively sensed the impending danger and evaded Zhu Zhiqing's claws just in time. With a resounding thud, Zhu Zhiqing's claws landed on the serpent's body, causing its speed to diminish momentarily. Startled and sensing numerous threats in its vicinity, the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake tilted its head and unleashed a torrent of vibrant mist. Simultaneously, it opened its jaws, revealing sharp fangs aimed directly at Zhu Zhiqing. "Be careful," came Dai Mubai's warning from a distance, followed by Ning Rongrong's voice. 7 treasures glazed pagoda. The first treasure is strength, the second is speed. A cascade of luminescence enveloped all present, instantly augmenting their power and swiftness by nearly 30%. Seizing this opportunity, Zhu Zhiqing swiftly retreated. Yet, the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake feigned an attack. Upon noticing Zhu Zhiqing's retreat, its blood-red crest ignited with a radiant glow, revitalizing its previously diminished speed. Without hesitation, it veered in another direction and continued its flight. The rainbow mist it exhaled was indeed frightening but devoid of poison. At that juncture, Tang San's voice resonated. "It's not toxic." Hearing the alert, Zhu Zhiqing, whose previously cool demeanor had turned even more resolute, prepared to channel her soul power to pursue the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake. However, unbeknownst to the others, Tang Ge suddenly smiled and unleashed his first soul skill. In a flash, a cascade of milky white light enveloped Zhao Wuji, Tang San, and the others, bringing with it a sense of euphoria that inadvertently slowed their movements. By the time everyone regained their composure, the Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake had already fled several dozen meters away. Confusion and questioning glances were cast towards Tang Ge. Dai Mubai could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "Tang Ge, don't rush to heal us. Save your soul power to deal with that Phoenix Tail Coxcomb Snake." "Understood. I shall remember." Tang Ge nodded. Under Zhao Wujie's urging, Dai Mubai and the others dared not waste any more time, unleashing their abilities to pursue the Phoenix-tailed Coxcomb Snake. In truth, a 1,000-year-old Phoenix-tailed Coxcomb Snake was not particularly formidable. If Zhao Wujie had intervened personally with his soul sage prowess, not only would this 1,000-year-old soul beast be unable to escape, but even one with a greater age would be utterly trapped. However, this time, in addition to assisting Oscar in acquiring a soul ring, there was a need to hone Tang San and the others' combat skills and enhance their cooperation. A 1,000-year-old Phoenix-tailed Coxcomb Snake possessed just the right level of strength to achieve this purpose. Thus, Zhao Wujie would refrain from intervening until the very last moment. Yet, the subsequent events left everyone feeling despondent. Upon catching up to the Phoenix-tailed Coxcomb Snake, Tang San utilized his blue-silver grass to ensnare it swiftly. Seizing this opportunity, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhiqing, and Lin Yuetian immediately launched their attacks, inflicting severe damage upon the serpent. However, they inevitably sustained minor injuries as a result of the snake's counterattack during close combat. Following this, Tang Ge activated his first soul skill once more. As the milky white light descended, none were left untouched. All experienced the delightful sensation of healing. By the time they regained their composure, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had not only broken free from the blue silvergrass's grasp, but also appeared completely unscathed, fleeing several dozen meters away. This back and forth continued, and due to the precision of each light beam released by Tang Ge, what should have been a swift battle dragged on for nearly an hour. In the end, the 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake remained vigorous, and Tang San and Dai Mubai emerged without a single injury. Yet, both the snake and the 8 companions found themselves utterly fatigued, their expressions haggard, gazing at Tang Ge as if he were a demon. Unbeknownst to them, they had long distanced themselves from the initial battlefield. Chapter 89, Slay. Oscar's third soul ring. Initially, Zhao Wujie believed Tang Ge's actions to be unintentional. However, as time passed and a battle that should have concluded swiftly extended for nearly an hour, he began to realize Tang Ge's actions were deliberate. As he observed the impending use of a soul skill by the enemy, Zhao Wujie shuddered and immediately called out in alarm, "Tang Ge, just stay there quietly. You need not concern yourself with healing. A 1,000-year-old soul beast has been toying with you all for so long, and now I must step in." With that, Zhao Wujie's martial soul, the mighty golden bear, manifested behind him. As 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings rose from beneath his feet, he bellowed fiercely. Mighty golden paw. Bang! A golden-tinged paw coalesced and struck the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake with tremendous force. The serpent emitted a pained cry, its massive body crashing to the ground. Nevertheless, it struggled to slip away swiftly, attempting to burrow into the dense underbrush ahead. Zhao Wujie, witnessing this, wore a cold smile. If I allow this beast to escape today, I might as well change my name to Weeble. His third soul skill, gravity enhancement. His fourth soul skill, target tracking. With the expenditure of considerable soul power, an invisible force was unleashed from Zhao Wujie. Instantly, the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, which had been poised to flee, appeared as if it were pinned down, collapsing helplessly to the ground. The overwhelming sense of impending doom prompted it to thrash in a desperate attempt to escape. Unfortunately, Zhao Wujie had already launched himself into the air, transforming into a streak of light that surged directly toward the serpent. Boom! With a deafening roar, Zhao Wujie crashed heavily onto the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Seizing its tail, he swung it like a whip, mercilessly striking it against the ground repeatedly. In the distance, upon witnessing this scene, Tang Ge cast a glance around, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his lips. After such a protracted delay and multiple changes of venue, it seemed unlikely that he would encounter them in the near future. Just as he contemplated this, Dai Mubai and his companions approached with an air of indignation. Upon their arrival, Xiaowu, hands on her hips, exclaimed with irritation, "Tang Ge, were you doing this on purpose? Oh, it appears you have forgotten the words I spoke when we first met." Hearing Xiaowu's accusation, Tang Ge raised an eyebrow. Musing to himself, he then feigned disappointment, saying, "Alas, why is it that you do not comprehend? This is a rare trial arranged by the Dean for you. If the battle were to conclude so easily, how would you enhance your combat experience and improve your team's synergy?" Yet Xiaowu retorted, "But you needn't continuously employ your soul skills to heal us, right?" Tang Ge shrugged, his gaze settling on Ning Rongrong, and with a smile, he inquired, "Rongrong, do you believe there was any error in my treatment earlier?" "Absolutely not." Ning Rongrong, as a support soul master, responded without hesitation. After all, she had merely stood at the back, enhancing her teammates' abilities, and had not participated in the pursuit of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake at all. Tang Ge smiled and turned his gaze towards Lin Wuchan. "Do you think I, your brother Tang Ge, am in the wrong?" Little Chan felt that Brother Tang was not at fault. His treatment was, after all, for our benefit. Lin Wuchan blushed and spoke softly. Tang Ge's gaze finally settled once more on Zhu Qing. Before he could utter a word, Zhu Qing shook her head and spoke. "You are not at fault. The true mistake lies in our insufficient strength." In the face of the 8-person team, 3 enchanting women instantly gravitated towards Tang Ge. It was not only Xiaowu, rendered speechless by indignation, but even Dai Mubai and Tang San found themselves at a loss for words. There was no remedy. It was not that our strength was inadequate. Rather, the allure of the adversaries was overwhelmingly potent. Just then, off in the distance, the battle between Zhao Wujin and the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was nearing its conclusion. Simultaneously, Zhao Wujin's voice rang out, urging, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry over." Upon hearing this, Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly exclaimed, "Boss Tang, Second brother Dai, Teacher Zhao is calling for us. Let us go and witness the arrival of Oscar's third soul ring. Tang Ge emerged victorious, a smile gracing his lips. The others, resigned, could only proceed in the direction of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Upon their arrival, they found Zhao Wujing had severely injured the creature. Stretching his limbs, he revealed a rare, relaxed smile and handed a dagger to Oscar. Take this, the rest is up to you. Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, Oscar replied, rubbing his hands together with eager anticipation as he accepted the dagger and swiftly pierced the brain of the phoenix-tail, chicken-crowned snake. As the creature fell, a purple soul ring suddenly materialized around it. Observing this, Oscar immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, beginning to absorb and merge with the 1,000-year-old soul ring. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujing and Tang Ge stood vigilantly nearby, ensuring no soul beasts would interrupt. As time passed, nearly half an hour later, Oscar finally stood up, having successfully integrated the soul ring. It seemed that the fusion had greatly enhanced his vitality, and his eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. Noticing this, Dai Mubai could not help but laugh and inquire, "Little Oscar, you appear to be in splendid spirits. Do share with us what your third soul skill is." "Perhaps we should discuss it upon our return," Oscar replied, a hint of awkwardness in his expression. However, Ma Hongjun was not satisfied and exclaimed, "Little Oscar, what are you afraid of? Are you worried we will mock you? Hurry up and tell us. We exerted considerable effort for your third soul ring, after all." With a resigned nod, Oscar acquiesced. "I will share, but you must promise not to laugh at me." "Agreed. We promise not to laugh." Even Zhao Wujing placed his hand over his heart, assuring him. Yet, it was evident that both he and Tang San wore smiles on their faces. Finally, Oscar recited the incantation for his third soul skill. "I possess a mushroom sausage." Pfft. Ha. As soon as Oscar finished, Zhao Wujing was the first to burst into laughter. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai joined in, unable to contain themselves. Only Ning Rong and the other young women, mindful of their image, covered their mouths, though their faces flushed with embarrassment. Seeing this, Oscar was overcome with frustration. "You all promised not to laugh. How can you find this amusing now?" Yet, the sight of Oscar's exasperation only made Tang San and the others laugh even harder. After a while, Zhao Wujing was the first to regain his composure, waving his hand. "All right, everyone stop laughing. If you continue, little Oscar will be driven to tears." "Humph, I would never cry." Oscar stubbornly turned away. Tang Ge stepped forward, gently patting Oscar on the shoulder, and with a smile, spoke, "Do not be upset. Everyone is merely jesting with you. Besides, they have all savored your sausages. So you should take pride in that, shouldn't you?" "Ah, that seems to make sense." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Oscar, who had been brooding in silence, felt a spark of enlightenment in his eyes. He then shook the sausage he had just crafted in his hand and declared with pride, "Do not laugh. If you have the ability, then none of you should eat my mushroom sausage later." "Oh, is it possible that the mushroom sausage in your hand possesses some extraordinary qualities? Do share its effects." Tang Ge cooperated from the side. Oscar nodded, extending his right hand that held the mushroom sausage, and suddenly exclaimed loudly, "Mushroom sausage, third soul skill. Effect, flight. Flight." The laughter of Ma Hongjun and the others abruptly ceased, their gazes towards Oscar turning vacant. After regaining his senses, Dai Mubai could not help but inquire, "Little Oscar, you aren't pulling our leg, are you?" Oscar, uninterested in explanations, simply consumed the mushroom sausage in his hand, accompanied by a surge of soul power. 3 pairs of transparent wings rapidly materialized on his back. With a single flap of these wings, Oscar ascended from the ground, soaring into the air. From his elevated vantage point, he gazed down at the astonished expressions of Ma Hongjun and Tang San, unable to contain his overwhelming pride. "How about that? I wasn't deceiving you, was I? And let me tell you, this flying skill allows me to soar at the speed of a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake for a full minute. Want a taste? Beg me, and I might just let you." One cannot help but acknowledge that Oscar's third soul skill, with its accompanying flight ability, indeed astonished Dai Mubai and the others. It is known that the variety of soul rings is countless, yet not every soul master can acquire a flight ability so easily. Now, Oscar's third soul ring had fortuitously granted him this remarkable skill. Although a minute may not seem long, at the speed of a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, he could cover at least 2,000 meters. However, observing Oscar's smug demeanor, Dai Mubai and Tang San were rendered speechless. Even Zhao Wujing could no longer hold back. He chuckled and chided, "All right, come down quickly and tell me about the specific characteristics of your third soul skill." "Sure thing." Oscar grinned and descended from the sky. After some inquiries, everyone learned that Oscar's current soul power allowed him to produce 10 mushroom sausages at once. Furthermore, as his soul power increased, he would be able to create even more sausages in the future. With this soul skill capability, Oscar's sausages had already ascended to the ranks of the finest within the realm of food-based martial souls. In that moment, not only Dai Mubai and Tang San, but even the girls, including Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, were filled with envy towards this newfound ability to fly. Having been mocked for his martial soul, Oscar finally had a moment to stand tall with pride. He looked at Zhao Wujing, full of anticipation, and asked, "Teacher Zhao, where are we headed next? Back to the academy directly?" Just as Zhao Wujing was about to respond, Tang San suddenly coughed twice, drawing the attention of everyone around him. With a sheepish expression, he said, "Teacher, I inadvertently advanced to the 30th level while I was laughing just now, so it seems I cannot leave yet." As soon as he finished speaking, another bout of intense coughing erupted. It turned out that Dai Mubai had accidentally choked on his breath, nearly gasping for air. His face turned a deep shade of red, and it took a considerable time for him to recover. Looking at Tang San, Dai Mubai felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Why did such a fortunate event happen to him while he remained on the sidelines? Even the others gazed at him with peculiar expressions. Xiao Wu, filled with excitement, rushed over and embraced Tang San's arm. "Brother, congratulations. But I will soon catch up to you." "Yes, I believe in you, Xiao Wu." Tang San nodded with a smile. He then turned to Zhao Wujuan and said, "Teacher Zhao, do you believe we can stay here a bit longer to help me find a suitable soul beast? As students of Shrek Academy, even without your prompting, we would assist you in the search, and we shall endeavor to find the most compatible soul beast for you. However, this means we will need to extend our stay in the Douluo Forest." Upon hearing Tang San's request, Zhao Wujuan smiled and nodded in agreement. After resting for a while, they set off again, utilizing Lin Yuechan's abilities to search for nearby soul beasts. Unfortunately, after 2 days had passed, despite Lin Yuechan's assistance and Zhao Wujuan's meticulous efforts alongside Tang San and the others, they had yet to discover a suitable soul beast for Tang San. Nevertheless, the encounters with other 1,000-year and 100-year soul beasts along the way served as excellent trial targets for the 8 of them. After 2 days of training, their coordination improved significantly, and their practical combat experience continued to grow. As night fell on the 3rd day, after they had just driven away a passing 1,000-year soul beast, Zhao Wujuan ordered a halt, beginning preparations to set up camp. Meanwhile, a few miles away, 3 figures were swiftly approaching. If Zhao Wujuan could have seen them, he would have instantly recognized that 2 of the figures belonged to the renowned couple, the Dragon Sovereign and the Snake Matriarch, known throughout the continent. Accompanying them was their granddaughter, Meng Yuran. The primary purpose of the Dragon Sovereign and Snake Matriarch's visit to the Douluo Forest was to assist their granddaughter in finding a soul beast. They had already found a soul beast, a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and had marked it with their snake staff. However, by the time they caught up with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, it had already become a corpse, showing clear signs of having been attacked by other soul masters. The soul beast they had set their sights on had been snatched away by others. How could the Dragon Sovereign and Snake Matriarch not be furious? Thus, they had been following the trail for 2 days, finally arriving at this location. As they neared their target, the Snake Matriarch could not help but huff in indignation. "I must see which soul master dares to steal my granddaughter's soul beast." But just as they were about to proceed, the ground trembled violently, and an enormous figure suddenly rushed towards them from a distance. The shadow cast by this figure plunged the surroundings into sudden darkness. Could it be the king of the forest, the Titan Great Ape? Upon realizing that the approaching figure resembled a mountain, both the Dragon Sovereign and Snake Matriarch gasped in fear. Without hesitation, the Dragon Sovereign shouted, "Run!" He then lifted the still-dazed Meng Yuran onto his back end. Alongside the Snake Matriarch, turned to flee, not daring to use even a fraction of their soul power. Chapter 91. Why are you grabbing me? Huff, huff. They ran frantically. Despite the Dragon Sovereign and Snake Matriarch being a soul Douluo and a soul Emperor respectively, their exhaustion was palpable without the use of soul power. After fleeing several miles, they finally came to a halt. "Old man, do you think that giant will chase us?" the Snake Matriarch asked, a look of concern on her face. After glancing back at the direction they had escaped from and confirming that there was no movement, the Dragon Sovereign let out a sigh of relief. He shook his head, saying, "It seems that the Titan Great Ape was merely passing through and was not after us." With that, he gently set down Meng Yuran. It was only then that Meng Yuran regained her senses. Remembering the colossal creature she had just seen, she shuddered and, filled with both fear and curiosity, asked, "Grandpa, Grandma, are you not a match for that soul beast either?" Upon hearing Meng Yiran's inquiry, the dragon sovereign and snake matriarch exchanged glances and shared a wry smile. The dragon sovereign then explained, "The Titan great ape is an ancient exotic species with immense strength. Not only us, but even a titled Douluo would not dare claim victory against it. As far as I know, there is only one Titan great ape in the Douluo forest, and its cultivation level is at least 60,000 years, making it the undisputed ruler of the forest. Even more alarming is that this Titan great ape has an even more terrifying elder brother. If the Titan great ape has a cultivation of 60,000 years, then its brother must be at least 100,000 years." Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Meng Yiran could not help but shudder, too frightened to think further. Yet, as she considered that she had yet to find a suitable soul beast during her visit, the thought of leaving now stirred a sense of reluctance within her. Possibly sensing Meng Yiran's thoughts, the snake matriarch affectionately stroked her hair, smiling as she reassured, "Do not worry." She then turned to the dragon sovereign. "Old man, though we do not know why the Titan great ape appeared at the outskirts of the Douluo forest, it seems to have its own purpose based on what we just witnessed. Therefore, if we change our direction and avoid approaching the Titan great ape, we should be fine." "It seems we have no other choice," replied the dragon sovereign after contemplating the snake matriarch's words and nodding in agreement. The three of them then chose another path and refrained from pursuing those who had taken their phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Boom, boom. Accompanied by thunderous sounds, the Titan great ape, moving on all fours, sped forward. In the darkness, its dark fur shimmered faintly under the starlight, while its lantern-like eyes gleamed with a yellowish hue. It held no interest in the three insignificant beings it had just overlooked. Instead, it fixated on a particular direction. A flicker of firelight was visible in the distance. The Titan great ape felt an overwhelming joy and could not help but quicken its pace. Even crouching down, it stood over 7 meters tall, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spines of nearby soul beasts. At last, an open area where tents were pitched came into view. At that moment, Zhao Wujuan, who was conversing outside one of the tents, suddenly changed his expression and promptly seized Tang San by the shoulder, pulling him close. He then bellowed, "Everyone, leave the tents. Quickly." His deep voice resonated throughout the camp, startling Dai Mubai and the others, yet their recent teamwork allowed them to respond quickly, emerging from their tents without hesitation. "Teacher Zhao, what is it?" Dai Mubai inquired, confusion etched on his face. However, neither Zhao Wujuan nor Tang San responded, both furrowing their brows and gazing intently at the swaying trees ahead. Just then, 2 towering trees slowly parted, revealing a colossal figure emerging from behind. As the moonlight illuminated the massive creature, everyone's breath seemed to halt. The previously puzzled Dai Mubai and the others finally understood why Zhao Wujuan had urgently summoned them from their tents. The king of the forest, the Titan great ape. Even the typically composed Tang San could not suppress the tremor in his voice at this moment. Unlike other soul beasts, the Titan giant ape possessed not only immense power, but also intelligence comparable to that of humans. In the depths of the forest, it was the undisputed sovereign. Thus, confronted by this suddenly appearing Titan giant ape, Zhao Wujie struggled to contain his inner dread and spoke with a grave tone. "Esteemed king of the forest, we harbor no intentions of offense. If this is your territory, we are willing to withdraw at once." Unfortunately, the Titan giant ape paid no heed to Zhao Wujie's words and charged directly towards the crowd. Its colossal form cast a dark shadow, and the terrifying aura it exuded rendered everyone breathless. The ground trembled violently beneath them. Realizing that communication had failed, Zhao Wujie let out a thunderous shout. "I will hold off this Titan giant ape. After consuming Oscar's mushroom sausages, you must leave this place immediately. Be swift." With that, he charged towards the mountain-like Titan giant ape. The first, second, third, and fifth rings of light flared simultaneously against such a formidable adversary. Zhao Wujie unleashed 4 of his 7 soul skills. Regrettably, upon hearing Zhao Wujie's words, neither Dai Mubai nor Tang San had any thoughts of retreating. Even Ning Rongrong chose to remain and assist their comrades. However, courage aside, in the face of overwhelming power, the presence of more allies proved futile. Zhao Wujie, who had just rushed forward, was swatted away by the Titan giant ape with a single blow. Eventually, he was compelled to activate his severely taxing martial soul manifestation. Yet, this only allowed him to endure for a few more seconds before he was once again struck to the ground, nearly falling apart. As for Dai Mubai and Tang San, they could only dodge left and right under the Titan giant ape's indiscriminate assaults, utterly beleaguered. Ultimately, the Titan giant ape seemed to grow weary. One of its forelimbs, which had been hanging low, suddenly lifted, capturing the airborne Xiao Wu, who had been flung into the air by Tang San. Simultaneously, its other forelimb shot forward, directly reaching for Tang Ge, who was attempting to retreat to a safe distance. This sudden turn of events caught Tang Ge completely off guard. By the time he reacted, it was too late to evade. He found himself ensnared in the Titan giant ape's grasp. Gazing at the menacing visage before him, one that could easily accommodate his entire being within its nostrils, Tang Ge was utterly bewildered. What do you want with me? Chapter 92. Advancing into the central region, it was precisely because Tang Ge was aware of the unfolding narrative that he understood the Titan giant ape's appearance would not inflict any real harm. It was merely a thrilling yet harmless experience for the Shrek Academy students. In the end, Tang San would not only acquire a soul ring from the human-faced demon spider, but also receive the first external soul bone, which was exceedingly precious even among soul bones. Moreover, Xiao Wu, who had been taken by the Titan giant ape, would obtain her third soul ring, granting her the soul skill of teleportation. Naturally, while Zhao Wudre and the others were tense and grave at the sight of the Titan giant ape, Tang Ge remained relatively at ease, harboring no fears for his own safety. However, the outcome was that Tang Ge found himself directly in the Titan giant ape's clutches. As he regained his composure, he realized the enormous Titan giant ape, holding both him and Xiao Wu, had ceased its engagement with Zhao Wudre and the other humans, swiftly dashing deeper into the Douluo forest. Behind them, Tang San's anguished roar echoed, "No! Release Xiao Wu." Following this, a barrage of slender projectiles rained down, striking the Titan giant ape's back like a torrential downpour. Yet, the Titan giant ape's back was as hard as iron, producing only a cacophony of clanging sounds. With a furious roar, the Titan giant ape turned its gaze towards the small Wu in its grasp, letting out another deep growl, and disregarding the humans behind it. It suddenly leapt into the air. When it descended again, it was already over 100 meters away, vanishing rapidly into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, Tang San, having just collided with a large tree, was left with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and he bore considerable internal injuries. However, he paid little heed to his wounds, striding resolutely towards Oscar's side and whispering, "Little Oscar, give me a few sausages and a mushroom sausage." Okay. Without further ado, Oscar promptly prepared 3 sausages and 1 mushroom sausage. Tang San took it without hesitation and consumed it entirely. Instantly, 3 pairs of translucent wings manifested on his back, propelling him swiftly into the air. It was only at this moment that Oscar realized something was amiss. He could not help but exclaim in urgency, "Brother San, please don't act rashly. I apologize, but Xiao Wu and Tang Ge are my dear family. How can I remain at ease here knowing they have been captured by the Titan Great Ape? Teacher Zhao, there is no need for you to search for me. If I can rescue Xiao Wu and Tang Ge, I will return to find you." Tang San's crimson eyes glowed with a chilling intensity. After speaking, he unfurled his wings and pursued the direction in which the Titan giant ape had vanished. "Tang San, come back!" Zhao Wujia's furious shout echoed, but alas, Tang San's figure had already disappeared. He turned to Oscar, seething with rage. "Oscar, you knew that Tang San would perish by doing this. Why did you give him the mushroom sausage?" "I had no idea that Brother San intended to do this," Oscar replied, his expression one of helplessness. Meanwhile, Lin Wuchan approached, her eyes glistening with tears. She gazed at Oscar, her voice trembling. "Give me a mushroom sausage. I want to save Brother Tang too. I want to go as well." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing chimed in simultaneously, speaking with earnest determination. You all." Zhao Wujia was rendered speechless by Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing's resolve, his anger boiling over. Finally, in exasperation, he declared, "Fine, if we are to pursue, then let us all go together. If we must die, let it be together. Anyone who does not wish to join may leave Douluo Forest at once." Yet, at that moment, no one chose to depart. Once Oscar had prepared sufficient mushroom sausages, Zhao Wujia, Daimu Bai, and the others each consumed 1, summoning 3 pairs of translucent wings. They soared into the sky, swiftly following the path Tang San had taken. As the sovereign of Douluo Forest, the Titan giant ape exuded an aura that sent shivers through the soul beast within several miles. It traversed the terrain unhindered, heading straight for the heart of the forest. At that moment, Tang Ge found himself cradled in one of the Titan giant ape's massive hands, his head the only part visible. He felt the non-lethal yet immensely powerful constricting force surrounding him, his expression one of frustration. Was the Titan giant ape out of its mind? It could have simply taken Xiao Wu. Why did it have to grab him as well? Glancing at the Titan giant ape's other hand, Tang Ge caught a glimpse of Xiao Wu also ensnared within its grasp, her eyes tightly shut, seemingly unconscious. However, Tang Ge knew she was merely feigning unconsciousness. She was well acquainted with the Titan giant ape. According to the original narrative, Xiaowu would halt the Titan giant ape midway. Concerned for Tang San's well-being, seizing that opportunity, she would have directly broken through to the 30th level, subsequently conjuring a soul ring to evolve into a soul master. In Douluo Forest, her 10,000-year soft bone rabbit form was virtually indestructible. Yet, at this moment, due to Tang Ge's unexpected intervention, she had to pretend to be unconscious to conceal her identity. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Ge was already aware of her connection with the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python at the forest's core. Taking his attention away from Xiaowu, Tang Ge noticed that the Titan giant ape did not intend to kill him immediately, which allowed him to relax. Moreover, should any real danger arise, he was confident in his ability to escape. This is my first time approaching the core of Douluo Forest. What an opportune moment to familiarize myself with the surroundings. Admiring the resplendent scenery and the formidable soul beast he had never encountered before, Tang Ge couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He was already formulating a plan to acquire his 4th soul ring. Suddenly, the Titan giant ape shivered, an unsettling premonition washing over it. It glanced down at the human it held, confusion flickering in its lantern-sized eyes. Had that little one just opened his eyes? However, the Titan giant ape quickly dismissed the thought and resumed its focused march. Gradually, the previously dense and towering trees began to vanish, replaced by rolling hills and flowing rivers. Silver waterfalls cascaded down the mountains, producing a soothing sound. In the skies above, bird-like soul beasts with iridescent feathers glided gracefully, occasionally emitting resonant calls. When the Titan giant ape abruptly halted, a vast, deep blue lake materialized before them. Chapter 93. A dazzling display at the outset. Even a 10,000-year soul beast must cower. The Douluo Forest is vast and boundless, straddling both the territories of the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Consequently, aside from a handful of tidal Douluos who have ventured deep into the forest, nearly 99% of soul masters remain unaware that the heart of the Douluo Forest is not a forest at all, but an immense lake. Despite Tang Ge's awareness of the secret, he was still utterly captivated by the breathtaking scenery when taken here by the Titan giant ape. The diverse array of ancient soul beasts surrounding him would undoubtedly drive any external soul masters into a frenzy of excitement upon their discovery. Alas, even a tidal Douluo would find survival difficult in this place. Suddenly, the once tranquil surface of the lake began to churn violently, producing countless bubbles. A whirlpool emerged at the lake center. Witnessing this scene, the previously formidable Titan giant ape seemed to shrink in stature, akin to a child confronted by an adult. Gripped in the Titan giant ape's hand, Tang Ge's gaze sharpened as he inwardly mused, "It is about to emerge." The lake's tumult escalated, culminating in a splash as an enormous pair of sharp, colossal horns broke through the water's surface. Rising further, a gigantic bull's head soon followed, connected to an immense serpentine body. This was undeniably a mysterious soul beast with the head of a bull and the body of a serpent. As it emerged from the lake, the sky darkened ominously. A terrifying aura radiated from it, causing all nearby soul beasts to tremble and prostrate themselves on the ground. The sky blue bull python, a 100,000-year soul beast. If the Titan giant ape is the monarch of the Douluo Forest, then this creature is its emperor. Upon surfacing, the sky blue bull python's gaze immediately fell upon the Titan giant ape. Although the Titan giant ape felt a twinge of fear, the purpose of its excursion filled it with a sense of joy as it opened one hand to reveal the unconscious Xiaowu resting within its palm. Simultaneously, it shook the other hand that clutched Tang Ge, emitting a low growl, seemingly communicating something to the sky blue bull python. Upon seeing Xiaowu in the Titan giant ape's hand, the python's lantern-like eyes softened noticeably. However, a wave of terrifying murderous intent soon enveloped Tang Ge, who was still held by the Titan giant ape. With a thunderous roar, the Titan giant ape raised its arm, grasping Tang Ge. Yet just then, a startled voice rang out. "De Ming, Ming, he is my friend, do not kill him." Xiaowu, who had been feigning unconsciousness, could no longer maintain her charade upon hearing the two soul beasts' intent to slay Tang Ge. She leapt from the Titan giant ape's palm to its shoulder, urgently imploring, "Tang Ge is my friend. You cannot harm him." Roaring in confusion, the Titan giant ape responded with a low growl, its eyes reflecting bewilderment. At that moment, the towering sky blue bull python bizarrely emitted a human voice, rich and resonant. "This human is aware of your true identity. Should you release him, It may jeopardize your life. But I have been fine all these years. Perhaps I misunderstood Tang Ge back then. He is unaware of my true identity. The sky blue bull python replied. Tang Ge initially found himself perplexed as to why the Titan giant ape, appearing on the outskirts of the Stardew forest, chose to capture him instead of anyone else. It was only after listening to the conversation between Xiao Wu and the sky blue bull python that he came to realize the issue lay with Xiao Wu herself. Astonishingly, she had divulged to the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python the words he had spoken 6 years ago in the 7th shelter. This time, the Titan giant ape's intention in seizing him was evidently to eliminate him, to silence him forever. In that moment, Tang Ge was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry, as he had unwittingly dug his own grave. The only uncertainty that lingered was whether the sky blue bull python would heed Xiao Wu's plea. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Tang Ge continued to feign unconsciousness, eavesdropping on the exchange between the two beings. Perched upon the shoulder of the Titan giant ape, Xiao Wu remained oblivious to Tang Ge's awakening. Thus, she did not conceal her acquaintance with the two soul beasts, turning to the sky blue bull python and imploring, "Daming, please do not kill him." "No," came the resolute reply. "For your safety, I must eliminate this human, unless you promise to remain here with us and never venture outside again." The sky blue bull python shook its head firmly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu fell silent, memories of her joyful moments with Tang San flooding her mind over the years. "No, I cannot stay here. Tang San is undoubtedly searching for me. I must return quickly to avoid causing him worry." Yet, her thoughts lingered on Tang Ge. A look of conflict crossed her face as she couldn't help but glance at Tang Ge, who was ensnared in the grip of the Titan giant ape. However, upon doing so, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. "Tang Ge, when did you wake up?" Hearing Xiao Wu's tremulous voice, Tang Ge, who had just opened his eyes, could not help but roll them in exasperation. "You are prepared to forsake me for your Tang San. If I do not awaken now, I might very well perish here." With this in mind, he hesitated not for a moment as he summoned his second martial soul, the Excalibur of the Four Swords, which had lain dormant for 5 years. The mere release of a sliver of its aura caused the Titan giant ape's fur to bristle instantaneously. Sensing the impending peril, it instinctively hurled Tang Ge away from its grasp. With the flapping of the wings of yin and yang, Tang Ge found himself suspended in midair, dozens of meters away. He stood steady in the air, his right hand outstretched as the ethereal form of the Excalibur coalesced before him. In that instant, the world around him shifted. The sky darkened, and ominous clouds gathered as blinding bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens. An aura far more terrifying than that of the sky blue bull python enveloped the central area, casting an overwhelming presence over the surroundings. Due to the remarkable 99 fusion degree of the ancient sacred body, Tang Ge's capacity to wield the sword of extermination has significantly increased. Moreover, as he unleashes a fraction of the sword's power, he can now control the influence of its celestial aura within a defined area. Thus, Tang Ge no longer fears the backlash that had previously ensnared him. Suspended in midair, he gazes intently at the stunned azure bull python, a smile gracing his face. "What? Do you still intend to persist in trying to kill me? You have triumphed, human." The azure bull python, overwhelmed by the insurmountable aura looming above, hesitates, gradually bending its formidable body. Chapter 94, Mount, Titan Giant Ape. As an ancient soul beast exceeding 100,000 years, the azure bull python instills no confidence even in a title Douluo. In this realm, it reigns as the supreme sovereign. Yet, now it bows its head. Confronted with the terrifying aura emanating from the sword of extermination released by Tang Ge, the azure bull python can distinctly sense its threat. Should it persist in its quest to eliminate Tang Ge, the boundless malevolence hovering above could instantaneously obliterate it. Even the nearby Xiao Wu, the Titan giant ape, and other soul beasts would find themselves ensnared in the same fate, vanishing along with the vast lake. This is a fate the azure bull python is resolutely unwilling to witness. Casting aside its dignity, it addresses Tang Ge, who hovers in the distance, bending its lengthy serpentine form. "Human, I harbor no desire to oppose you. I hope you can forgive my earlier rudeness, considering your acquaintance with Xiao Wu. Why didn't you mention sparing me for my connection with Xiao Wu earlier?" Tang Ge retorts, a look of disdain crossing his face. However, maintaining the release of the sword of extermination imposes immense pressure on him as well. Thus, having successfully intimidated the ancient soul beast, Tang Ge retracts the 4 swords of extermination. As the terrifying aura dissipates, not only does the azure bull python and the other soul beasts exhale in relief, but Tang Ge too feels a wave of lightness wash over him. He takes a slight breath, and with a flap of his inyong wings, he gracefully descends onto the shoulder of the Titan giant ape. Previously, had a human dared to alight upon its shoulder, the Titan giant ape would have erupted in fury, reducing the intruder to mere fragments. Yet now, it remains utterly motionless, paralyzed by trepidation. Tang Ge retracted his wings of yin and yang, reveling in the state of the Titan giant ape, feeling an overwhelming sense of triumph. Behold, even a soul beast that has existed for 100,000 years must obediently allow him to ride. Meanwhile, on the other shoulder of the Titan giant ape stood Xiaowu, her heart in disarray, utterly astonished by how events had unfolded. Moreover, recalling the terrifying aura from moments ago, her complexion turned pale, and she looked at Tang Ge as if he were a stranger. What? Have you forgotten me so soon? Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge could not help but chuckle and tease. Xiaowu, upon hearing this, immediately became flustered, her speech becoming disjointed. I didn't expect you to be so frightening just now. Frightening is precisely the point. Otherwise, if I were to be captured this time without any skills, would I not be doomed at the hands of the notorious Deming and Erming you speak of? Tang Ge wore an expression of calm indifference. Upon hearing his words, the Titan great ape awkwardly scratched its head, resembling a child who had committed an error, furtively glancing at the azure bull python in the lake. After all, this fearsome and terrifying human was one it had personally brought back. The azure bull python, sensing the gaze of the Titan great ape, shot at a fierce glare before turning its attention to Tang Ge. Human, state your intentions. As long as you do not reveal Xiao Wu's identity and your demands are reasonable, I shall endeavor to accommodate you. At this juncture, as the sovereign of the Stardow Forest, the azure bull python had resigned itself to being severely dealt with. Truly, a soul beast of 100,000 years, comparable to human intellect, was indeed wise. Hearing the azure bull python's words, Tang Ge felt a sense of satisfaction within. However, outwardly he proclaimed with righteous indignation, "What intentions are you speaking of? I was merely a victim, captured by your lot. Moreover, Xiao Wu is my friend. Do you truly believe I would endanger a friend's life to threaten another friend? Humph. I, Tang Ge, am not that sort of person." The azure bull python was moved by Tang Ge's words, its originally menacing visage softening. Unable to contain itself, it offered praise. "Human, you are the most righteous being I have encountered thus far." "Wait, I have not finished speaking," Tang Ge interjected. "Though I am not that kind of person, your actions in capturing me have caused me considerable fright. Surely I deserve some compensation for my mental distress?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, the azure bull python abruptly halted its complimentary remarks, swallowing the remainder of its praise back into silence. Compensation for mental anguish? The azure bull python felt an urge to inform this human that it was the soul beast who ought to be frightened. Yet, reflecting on the terrifying aura that had penetrated to the very depths of its soul moments earlier, the azure bull python realized that refusing could render it a mere casualty of the other's psychic distress. Thus, it could only temper its demeanor. Lowering its voice to a gentle inquiry, "What form of compensation do you seek? In the spirit of camaraderie, I shall not impose upon you unduly. All I ask is for this towering giant beneath me to assist in locating a millennium soul beast suited to my needs." Upon arriving, Tang Ge had already conceived a plan in his mind. Therefore, upon hearing the azure bull python's question, he smiled and articulated his desired compensation. Hunting a millennium soul beast was, after all, a task that posed little challenge for either the azure bull python or the Titan giant ape. Consequently, upon hearing Tang Ge's request, the azure bull python exhaled in relief. Without hesitation, it nodded. "I accept this condition. May I inquire when you wish to commence?" "Right now," Tang Ge replied. Tang Ge pondered for a moment and made his decision. The azure bull python offered no response, instead directing its gaze towards the Titan giant ape. With a roar, the Titan giant ape could not suppress its discontent, yet ultimately bowed its noble head under the piercing glare of the azure bull python. Tang Ge smiled faintly and said to the little dancer on the adjacent shoulder, "If I wished to divulge what I know, I would have revealed your secret long ago, rather than waiting until now. Therefore, you need not worry at all. Just remember to treat me with a bit more kindness in the future. And you must call me Brother Tang, understood?" "Yes, Brother Tang." At this moment, the little dancer was already in a state of turmoil, and upon hearing Tang Ge's request, she could only obediently comply. Tang Ge was quite pleased after hearing this. He then reminded Xiao Wu to return early and reunite with Tang San and the others. Also to bring back news of his well-being, before urging the Titan giant ape to leave the area. Once the colossal figure of the Titan giant ape completely vanished from sight, Xiao Wu finally let out a sigh of relief. However, her face remained etched with concern as she gazed at the sky-blue bull python in the lake, softly inquiring, "Deming, do you think Brother Tang Ge will reveal my identity?" "I do not know," the sky-blue bull python replied, shaking its head. It continued, "But I can sense that the human named Tang Ge possesses a terrifying power, one capable of ending both my life and Erming's. I understand it is futile to advise you to stay here. So I hope you can protect yourself well in the human world and be cautious not to trust humans easily. If possible, please try to keep your distance from that human and do not provoke him." Upon hearing the words of the sky-blue bull python, Xiao Wu nodded. "Thank you. Deming, I will remember what you have said." Chapter 95. Vanquishing and Acquiring the Fourth Soul Ring. The Star Do Great Forest stretches endlessly, presenting a formidable challenge for soul masters seeking a suitable soul beast, often relying on mere luck. Even Tang San and Oscar from Shrek Academy faced similar difficulties. Moreover, within the Star Do Great Forest, there exist not only century-old and millennium-old soul beasts, but also the more powerful 10,000-year soul beasts, further complicating the quest for soul rings. Thus, when Tang Ge encountered the Titan giant ape and was captured, he immediately abandoned his plan to rely on Zhao Wuji's assistance and instead focused on the Titan giant ape. Having a 10,000-year kingly soul beast assist him in locating a suitable 10,000-year soul beast was undeniably more advantageous than depending on a soul sage. Moreover, Tang Ge had longed to experience the sensation of riding a 10,000-year soul beast, and now his wish was finally fulfilled. While Xiao Wu remained at the lake's edge and whispered conversation with the sky-blue bull python, Tang Ge settled atop the Titan giant ape and began to traverse the core area of the Star Do Great Forest. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. 2 days later, outside a valley in the core area of the Star Do Great Forest, the ground trembled violently as a colossal creature emerged from the lush woods, revealing itself at the valley's entrance. This gigantic being was, without a doubt, the 10,000-year soul beast, the Titan giant ape. At that moment, Tang Ge sat languidly upon its shoulder, munching on fruits retrieved from the system's space, and spoke. "We've been searching for 2 days. Are you certain there is truly a 10,000-year soul beast here?" As the 2 days elapsed, the Titan giant ape, having lived within the Star Do Great Forest for an extended period, possessed a profound understanding of the 10,000-year soul beasts dwelling within. With its guidance, Tang Ge felt no apprehension about locating a suitable 10,000-year soul beast. Unfortunately, while they had indeed found several 10,000-year soul beasts, none were compatible with Tang Ge's martial soul, the inyong life and death diagram. However, Tang Ge merely glanced at these unsuitable soul beasts and allowed them to escape. Initially, the Titan giant ape feared Tang Ge might recklessly kill the soul beasts, but upon witnessing Tang Ge let them go, its worries dissipated. Thus, the Titan giant ape redoubled its efforts to assist Tang Ge in the search, hoping to expedite the process and free itself from the indignity of being a human's mount. A fate too disgraceful for the Titan giant ape clan. Now, having returned to a familiar valley, the Titan giant ape let out a displeased growl in response to Tang Ge's skepticism, then strode confidently into the valley. Upon entering, aided by the Titan giant ape's towering height of over 15 meters, Tang Ge surveyed the valley's interior. His attention was immediately drawn to a colossal flower resembling an umbrella on the far wall of the valley. Could this flower be? As Tang Ge pondered, the Titan giant ape suddenly let out a thunderous roar, raising its powerful arms to strike its chest before charging towards the umbrella-shaped flower growing on the cliffside. Thud, 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 thud. Its massive form pounded against the ground, creating a cacophony of sound, while its frenzied energy stirred up fierce gusts of wind. On the cliff, the once motionless umbrella flower appeared, startled by the Titan giant ape's formidable presence, its veins, akin to the ribs of an umbrella, stiffening instantly. To Tang Ge's astonishment, the outermost layer of the flower began to spin rapidly. A dense black mist, imbued with an overwhelming aura of death, surged forth from its core. Almost immediately, sharp spikes erupted from the rapidly rotating flower's periphery, piercing through the ominous darkness of the deathly fog and shooting towards the Titan giant ape in a relentless barrage. The sky became engulfed in a rain of deadly spikes. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Ge was startled and hurriedly summoned his wings of yin and yang, swiftly retreating to a height of over 100 meters above the Titan giant ape's shoulder. Below him, the Titan giant ape, in a frenzied rush, collided violently with the rain of sharp spikes that had been shot towards it. With a thunderous roar, the Titan giant ape unleashed a powerful wave of dark energy, sweeping away countless spikes. Yet, A multitude of spikes still pierced through the energy wave, landing heavily upon its body. An overwhelming aura of death erupted, corroding its flesh and leaving numerous gaping wounds, from which blood seeped forth. Undoubtedly, this provoked the Titan giant ape to an extreme fury. With a cultivation of 100,000 years, its eyes turned crimson, and it instantly entered a state of rage, leaping over 100 meters into the air. In the high skies, a radiant red glow began to emanate from the Titan giant ape's body. Pulses of red light coalesced around its robust forelimbs, forming ethereal arms that grew larger, effectively blocking the relentless barrage of incoming spikes. At the moment when its power reached its zenith, the Titan giant ape descended with great force, swinging its massive arms down upon the umbrella-shaped flower. With a resounding crash that echoed like the harbingers of doom, the Titan giant ape, channeling its formidable energy amassed over 100,000 years, obliterated the towering cliff in a single blow. The umbrella-shaped flower that had thrived on the cliff face was not spared from this devastation. Despite being a plant-type spirit beast with a millennium of cultivation, it was exposed in an instant as the cliff crumbled. As the Titan giant ape's arms struck down, the flower emitted a mournful wail, its structure fracturing inch by inch, from its petals to its stem. In its frenzy, the Titan giant ape forcefully uprooted the flower, grasping its stem and relentlessly pounding it against the ground. Over 100 meters away, Tang Ge observed the Titan giant ape's relentless assault on the umbrella-shaped flower, shivering involuntarily. This was his first encounter with the Titan giant ape's ferocity in battle. Undeniably, a spirit beast of 100,000 years was indeed terrifying. Although Tang Ge could not comprehend why the Titan giant ape was so aggressively attacking this plant spirit beast in the valley, he was delighted to discover that the attributes and abilities of the umbrella-shaped plant spirit beast were exceedingly suitable for him. Thus, witnessing the Titan giant ape becoming increasingly exhilarated in its assault, Tang Ge feared that the creature might inadvertently kill his target, prompting him to rush forward to intervene. As the aura of the Excalibur emerged, even the most exuberant Titan giant ape transformed into a docile creature, obediently discarding the nearly defeated umbrella-shaped plant spirit beast onto the ground. Tang Ge smiled faintly, devoid of any hesitation, and immediately activated his third soul skill, the Death Seal. After a few decisive strikes, the millennia-old umbrella-shaped plant soul beast perished. In an instant, an extraordinarily dark soul ring began to coalesce slowly above the corpse of the soul beast. Chapter 96. Not enough. Strike me. As he beheld the formation of a soul ring that was at least 10,000 years old, Tang Ge's heart brimmed with anticipation. He then addressed the Titan giant ape. Little Tai, remain on the sidelines. I am about to fuse with the soul ring. Ensure that no other soul beasts disturb me. Upon finishing, Tang Ge seated himself cross-legged on the ground, beckoning the dark soul ring to descend upon him. The Titan giant ape was quite displeased with being referred to as Little Tai and could not help but emit a low growl. However, recalling the formidable nature of this human, it obediently crouched to the side, vigilantly guarding him. At this moment, all of Tang Ge's attention was wholly focused on the newly acquired soul ring. As the Wuhuan, the inyong life and death diagram, absorbed it, an immense shadow of the umbrella-shaped plant soul beast materialized in Tang Ge's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, the soul beast shadow launched an assault. A potent desire for death aimed at devouring Tang Ge's soul. In response, Tang Ge merely chuckled coldly and gently cast forth the inyong life and death diagram. As the forces of yin and yang revolved, an overwhelming force of absorption was unleashed from the diagram. Just as the plant soul beast shadow charged forward, it was swiftly consumed within the life and death diagram. The power of yin and yang then mercilessly shredded the plant soul beast shadow into oblivion. As the shadow of the soul beast vanished, the previously tumultuous dark soul ring gradually settled into tranquility. Tang Ge recognized that the moment had arrived. Without further ado, he activated the yin-yang life and death diagram to commence the fusion and absorption of the millennia-old soul ring. Concurrently, he began to harness the immense energy released from the soul ring to propel the advancement of his ancient sacred body. Within his body, blood surged like a roaring river, boiling and circulating with fervent intensity. His heart thumped violently, resonating with life. Radiant golden light emanated from him, and an aura imbued with the essence of antiquity and time gradually enveloped Tang Ge. The Titan giant ape, stationed nearby, was instantaneously startled by this powerful presence. Instinctively retreating several meters, it gazed at Tang Ge, whose body shimmered with golden light, its eyes, large as lanterns, reflecting both fear and curiosity. Unbeknownst to Tang Ge, his entire focus was consumed by the energies within him. As the soul ring and martial soul continued to merge, the released energy propelled his soul power to new heights. However, the majority of this energy was channeled into the ancient sacred body. Regrettably, the energy absorbed by the ancient sacred body seemed to dissipate without effect, creating but a ripple in the fabric of his being. The fusion degree remained steadfast at 99. In contrast, Tang Ge's soul power surged from level 40 to level 41, successfully integrating the fourth millennia soul ring with his martial soul. Immediately thereafter, a flood of information regarding the fourth soul ring and its corresponding soul skill surged into his consciousness. But this was not the time for celebration. Sensing the robust energy within him receding like a tide, Tang Ge felt not joy but a profound sense of frustration. Furthermore, the meteor tear that lay dormant within his heart had yet to be fully activated. The gentle and delicate energy released from the meteor tear was woefully inadequate to support the breakthrough of his ancient sacred body. With this realization, Tang Ge's expression hardened, and he opened his eyes. Dismissing the information regarding the fourth soul ring, he stood tall and fixed his gaze on the Titan giant ape not far away. Addressing the creature, he spoke in a low tone, "Come, strike me." "What? You want me to strike you?" The Titan giant ape, feeling the weight of Tang Ge's stare, stumbled in surprise, nearly collapsing to the ground. It then hastily shook its head, signaling its refusal. "Humph. Cunning human, attempting to bait me into action. How foolish of you." As Tang Ge observed the reaction of the Titan giant ape, he couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. He spoke again, reassuringly, "Fear not. Strike me as you wish. Should you break me, there is no need for compensation." With that, he spread his arms wide, puffed out his chest, and assumed a posture of complete surrender. The Titan giant ape, though still somewhat skeptical, tentatively extended a finger to poke at him. It was firm, yet it did not yield under the pressure. Surprisingly, nothing seemed amiss. Witnessing Tang Ge's demeanor of nonchalance in the face of potential harm, the once apprehensive Titan giant ape was suddenly filled with exuberance. This time, it abandoned the gentle prodding and, with a sudden motion, clenched its right fist and brought it crashing down. With a resounding thud, the impact echoed through the air. Despite Tang Ge's formidable ancient sacred body, he found his legs sinking into the earth up to his knees under the sheer force of the blow. The terrifying power emanating from the Titan giant ape's fist, akin to a mountain's might, surged through him, penetrating to his very heart and causing it to race uncontrollably. The once languid and gentle tears of a meteor were finally stirred, erupting forth like a reversed black hole, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of life energy. Tang Ge sensed the surge of energy, and a brilliant light erupted from his eyes. Without hesitation, he activated the health furnace to consume and refine it. The ancient sacred body, which had remained dormant, began to rise steadily once more. Ha! In that moment, Tang Ge could not contain his exhilaration and burst into laughter. He gazed at the towering Titan ape, provoking it with an audacious tone. "Little Tai, have you not eaten? Is this all the strength you possess? Come, strike me again. Let me see if your fists are as feeble as those of a mother gorilla. You pathetic Titan. A worthless Titan. No wonder Little Wu would not agree to stay with you." However, Tang Ge had no opportunity to utter the latter words. In that instant, the Titan ape's eyes turned a fiery red, staring at Tang Ge as if he were an arch-nemesis. Then it unleashed a thunderous roar. The deep, dark roar sent shockwaves through the air, snapping countless trees in its wake and enveloping the valley in a cloud of dust. Suddenly, a colossal figure surged forth from the dust, leaping high into the air and crashing down. It was the infuriated Titan ape. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge's pupils suddenly contracted, and without hesitation, he summoned the full power of the ancient sacred body, crossing his arms defensively in front of himself. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding explosion, the descending Titan giant ape smashed the ground, creating a deep pit. Cracks swiftly spread outwards like a spider's web. More terrifying was the fact that Tang Ge was seized directly in the Titan giant ape's grasp. The Titan then raised its arm, seemingly venting its frustration, and began to pound Tang Ge's right hand into a fist, relentlessly striking the ground. Bang! 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 In an instant, the entire valley began to tremble violently. Chapter 97. Awakening of the Sacred Body. Cataclysmic thunder. If earlier, when caught in the clutches of the Titan giant ape, Tang Ge felt a sense of leisurely detachment, now he was overwhelmed with the urge to curse vehemently. The Titan giant ape, perhaps genuinely enraged, unleashed its full strength, albeit without murderous intent. Each time its fist struck the ground, Tang Ge felt as if he had plunged into the sea, with waves crashing mercilessly against his face, inflicting a searing pain that resonated through his very soul. It felt as though his bones might shatter. However, Tang Ge understood that this opportunity was rare, if missed. The awakening of the ancient sacred body would likely be postponed even further. Therefore, he had to endure. Fortunately, amidst the Titan giant ape's relentless assault, Tang Ge could distinctly sense the meteor tears within his heart being stirred by the injuries his body sustained. Waves of surging life energy began to be released continuously from the meteor tears. The injury sustained by Tang Ge grew increasingly severe, resulting in an intensification of the life energy surging forth from the meteor tears. At last, when his physical condition reached a critical breaking point, the meteor tears residing within his heart erupted in a blinding azure radiance. Accompanying this was an indescribable torrent of life energy, nearly overwhelming Tang Ge. On the brink of unconsciousness from the excruciating pain, he summoned the last remnants of his consciousness to activate the health furnace, ravenously beginning to absorb this life energy. In the blink of an eye, he became entirely encased in a sphere of life energy, now solidified as if it were tangible. A terrifying sword aura, capable of annihilating worlds, suddenly leaked from this sphere, startling the Titan giant ape, causing it to tremble and break free from its frenzied state. Its fist, poised to strike once more, froze midair as it beheld Tang Ge enveloped in the blue glow. The dreadful sword aura emanated from within this radiant figure. The Titan giant ape involuntarily recalled its encounter by the lake in the heart of the forest, and a semblance of anthropomorphic fear flickered across its fearsome visage. Reluctantly, it let out a low growl, gently placing the blue-encased Tang Ge upon the ground before retreating several meters away. The blue light intensified, becoming so glaring that Tang Ge's form was ultimately obscured. The rhythmic thumping of his heartbeat echoed like thunder, and he felt as though he had returned to the state of being unborn, enveloped in a soft and comforting membrane. He could hear the sound of blood flowing, reminiscent of a mighty river rushing forth. He recalled striving to enhance the integration of the ancient sacred body. Yes, the ancient sacred body. Suddenly, a blinding golden light sliced through the darkness, awakening Tang Ge from the chaotic state of his consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he was confronted by a grotesque face, adorned with lantern-like golden eyes, nearly pressing against him. Startled, Tang Ge instinctively delivered a punch. With a howl, crimson blood erupted from the Titan giant ape's nose, its pained roar reverberating and momentarily disorienting Tang Ge, the shockwaves nearly propelling him away. Only then did he fully regain his senses. When he looked again, he realized that the unfortunate recipient of his punch was indeed the Titan giant ape, whose bloodied, contorted face was awash with confusion and grievance. "How dare you come so close? One might think you were preparing to devour me." Tang Ge rolled his eyes. Yet soon he became acutely aware of the transformation within his body. His skin had not only become remarkably fair, resembling exquisite jade, but it was also the kind of beauty that would evoke envy in even the most alluring of women. The power surging within him felt akin to a volcano poised to erupt, brimming with a ferocity and destructive potential that was nothing short of terrifying. Tang Ge felt a surge of power. If he unleashed this punch, it would not merely crush a single cow, but countless bovines. Even when confronting a towering mountain, he could effortlessly shatter it to pieces. Tang Ge was certain that this was not merely a figment of his imagination, but an authentic achievement. For he sensed a trace of golden blood coursing through his veins. Though this golden blood was scarce, it stirred an exhilarating thrill within him. Had the ancient sacred body truly awakened? No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than a sudden system notification chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully elevated the ancient sacred body to the awakening stage. However, due to the awakening disturbing the consciousness of this world's rules, a tribulation thunderstorm is imminent. Please prepare yourself. The preceding notification affirmed Tang Ge's speculation. After enduring a recent ordeal, his ancient sacred body had finally progressed from a fusion degree of 99 to the awakening stage. The emergence of golden blood within him served as undeniable proof. Moreover, with the enhancement of the ancient sacred body, this golden blood would increasingly manifest until it entirely supplanted the ordinary red blood upon the completion of the sacred body. At that juncture, every punch Tang Ge delivered would possess the power to annihilate stars. But what was this tribulation thunder? Did the consciousness of this world's rules fear him so greatly that it sought to strike him down before he could fully develop? Just as the exhilaration surged within him, the subsequent system notification left Tang Ge utterly bewildered. He recalled that the soul beasts here faced a tribulation thunderstorm at a threshold established 100,000 years ago, where they could choose either to transcend and take human form or to undergo the tribulation. Should they successfully navigate the tribulation, they would become soul beasts of 100,000 years. Be it the Titan great ape or the azure bull python, both belonged to this echelon of soul beasts. Yet, Tang Ge never anticipated that he would one day experience the sensation of being struck by lightning. Suddenly, a fierce wind arose, and vast dark clouds were swept together, coalescing above the valley into a dense tribulation cloud. Within the cloud, blue lightning flickered, accompanied by intermittent thunderous roars. The atmosphere grew oppressively tense. Even the Titan Great Ape, with its 100,000 years of cultivation, felt its fur bristle in terror upon witnessing the gathering tribulation clouds above. A look of fear contorted its fierce visage as it emitted a low, mournful growl, disregarding Tang Ge entirely, and swiftly fled from the valley. In that moment, it was not only the Titan Great Ape, every soul beast within a several-mile radius that sensed the aura of the tribulation clouds was in a state of chaotic flight. Although they were ignorant of the true nature of this aura, an instinctual dread compelled them to escape as far as possible from its presence. Within the valley, as the Titan Great Ape fled mercilessly, only Tang Ge remained. As Tang Ge gazed up at the ominous clouds brewing with impending thunder, he contemplated fleeing like the Titan Ape. However, the clouds seemed to possess ascension awareness, relentlessly following him. Resigned, he abandoned the thought of escape and remained in the valley. Eventually, it appeared that the clouds had accumulated sufficient energy, for they unleashed a furious roar and struck down upon him with a blinding bolt of azure lightning. Chapter 98, The Taiji Sword Formation. 1,000 swords unleashed. The descending lightning, though it appeared relatively innocuous, about the thickness of a human pinky, possessed an uncanny targeting ability, homing directly towards Tang Ge. It's merely lightning. If you have the capability, strike me down today. Realizing evasion was futile, Tang Ge gritted his teeth and boldly faced the oncoming force. Boom. The cerulean lightning unleashed a terrifying power, crashing into Tang Ge with tremendous force. Despite invoking the full might of his awakened ancient sacred body, he still felt a tingling numbness coursing through him, accompanied by a faint pain. His short hair stood on end, resembling the spines of a porcupine. Yet, at that moment, his focus shifted inward, undistracted by the external sensations. Within his body, slender bolts of lightning danced like serpents, wreaking havoc upon his muscles, bones, and blood. However, thanks to the assistance of meteor tears, these injuries were swiftly mended by an overwhelming surge of life energy before they could spread. Remarkably, following this restoration, the density of Tang Ge's muscles and the strength of his bones began to escalate at an alarming rate. His recently awakened ancient sacred body exhibited signs of further enhancement. Yet, engrossed in withstanding the thunderous onslaught, Tang Ge could scarcely spare a thought for these burgeoning improvements. Boom, boom. The gathering storm clouds seemed to recognize this predicament, letting out a series of furious roars, as if provoked. Consequently, an unrelenting torrent of lightning cascaded from the heavens, flooding the valley. In an instant, the vast expanse transformed into a realm of electricity. Accompanied by the crackling of thunder, trees, flowers, and even stones were mercilessly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments in a heartbeat. At this moment, Tang Ge resembled a solitary vessel adrift upon the ocean, besieged by the wrath of thunder, on the brink of sinking. Indeed, he was not in a pleasant state. After all, a tribulation of thunder is no trifling matter. If it were easily endured, the formidable soul beasts of 10,000 years would not be so terrified. Countless bolts of calamity rained upon him, instantly evaporating his garments and exposing his remarkably proportioned and elongated physique. Yet, under the relentless assault of the thunder, Tang Ge's body was soon marred. Flesh torn and skin lacerated. The excruciating pain contorted his visage to its utmost limits. Damn it, must I be compelled to unleash my ultimate technique? At this juncture, Tang Ge was even contemplating utilizing his own strength to withstand the thunder tribulation. To wash one's body with the fury of the thunder for the sake of enhancement? Only a fool would consider such a course. However, as he began to gather his soul power, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection of one thunder calamity pill in the possession of the host, capable of assisting the host in successfully overcoming the thunder tribulation. Would you like to use it? The mention of the thunder calamity pill momentarily stunned Tang Ge, before he recalled that he had indeed drawn such a pill previously. Yet, deeming it of little use, he had carelessly cast it into the system space. Had it not been for the system's prompt, he would likely have forgotten entirely. In an instant, pain contorted his face anew. After being struck so many times, it finally decides to remind me. How ruthless. Without hesitation, he declared, use it immediately. With a hum, accompanied by fluctuations in space, a pill radiating blue light appeared above Tang Ge's head. Indeed, it was the thunder calamity pill. Unlike any other medicinal pill he had encountered, this one was not meant for ingestion. Under Tang Ge's watchful gaze, the moment the system extracted it, the pill unleashed its inherent power. Countless bolts of calamity that were destined to strike Tang Ge were irresistibly drawn toward the thunder calamity pill, all landing upon it uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, the pill was enveloped in brilliant azure lightning. Moreover, as time progressed, rather than shattering, it became increasingly solidified. The surface, entwined with an ever-growing quantity of lightning, imbued the Thunder Calamity pill with an aura of mystery and antiquity. As for Tang Ge, who was originally meant to endure the Thunder Tribulation, he suddenly found himself unaffected. While using life energy to continuously mend his injuries, he observed the changes occurring with the Thunder Calamity pill above him. The intensifying power of thunder within the pill astonished him greatly. He had never anticipated that this seemingly useless pill he had inadvertently drawn would erupt with such formidable power at this critical moment. If only the soul beasts poised to face the tribulation of 10,000 years could witness this, they would likely descend into madness, willing to risk everything to seize it. With these thoughts, Tang Ge finally seized the opportunity to assess his current physical condition. With a mere thought, his personal data panel materialized before him. Shock System Host, Tang Ge Level, 41 Soul Sect Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Inyong Life and Death Diagram. For Swords of Extermination Soul Rings, Inyong Life and Death Diagram Purple. Black Soul Skills, Joy, Inyong Wings, Life and Death Array, Life and Death Great Seal, Taiji Sword Formation Martial Skills, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique, Walking Secret, Hell Forging. Heaven's Divine Fist Physique, Awakening Degree of Ancient Sacred Body, 1 Shock Value. For 6590, perhaps due to the majority of his energy being expended on the Ancient Sacred Body, Tang Ge had only ascended from a Soul Master at level 40 to a Soul Sect at level 41 after successfully merging the 4th 10,000-year Soul Ring. However, beyond this elevation in rank, his most significant gain lay in the fact that his Ancient Sacred Body had finally crossed the threshold of fusion and entered the awakening phase. Even at a mere awakening degree of 1, Tang Ge could distinctly perceive that the power emanating from the Ancient Sacred Body had far surpassed its previous state. Yet, without a target for experimentation, he found it challenging to precisely ascertain his current level of strength. Finally, there remained the soul skill newly acquired from the 4th Soul Ring. Observing the addition of the Taiji Sword Formation in the Soul Skills section, Tang Ge focused his mind, and its information immediately unfurled within his consciousness. Taiji Sword Formation. The inyong rotates, transforming into a grand Taiji formation beneath one's feet, condensing a varying number of inyong swords based on the strength of soul power, reaching a peak state of unleashing a myriad of swords simultaneously. The Taiji sword formation can both assault enemies and encircle the user in a defensive posture. Furthermore, enemies struck by the inyong swords will not only suffer from the corrosion of deathly power, but their consumed vitality will also be returned to the host wielding the sword formation. Undoubtedly, the Taiji sword formation is the second soul skill to possess extensive offensive capabilities that Tang Ge has obtained since acquiring the Life and Death Great Seal. Just as the bolts of calamity descended from the storm clouds above, they were all intercepted by the Thunder Calamity pill. As Tang Ge's heart swelled with anticipation, for soul rings, 1 purple and 3 black, materialized around him, and beneath his feet, a grand array resembling a inyong fish began to rotate ceaselessly. This was none other than the Taiji sword formation. Once infused with a substantial amount of soul power, the formation trembled violently, and soon after, numerous small swords, interwoven in black and white, swiftly coalesced. In Chapter 99, it was declared, "It was I who killed." With the infusion of soul power, over 100 inyong swords, each measuring about a foot in length, manifested before Tang Ge. Due to the presence of the 10,000-year soul ring, each of these flying swords possessed the formidable strength equivalent to the full might of a level 40 soul master. When 100 swords were unleashed, not even a soul sect could withstand their onslaught. Even a soul king, devoid of the support from a 10,000-year soul ring, would meet a bitter end. Perhaps only a soul emperor could muster the strength to counter such an attack. Yet, the 100 inyong swords were not the extent of Tang Ge's capabilities. He sensed that if he were to expend all his soul power, he could conjure at least 500. However, he was unwilling to do so unless absolutely necessary. Nevertheless, his satisfaction was palpable as he beheld the myriad of over 100 flying swords coalescing before him. With a mere thought, the swords began to whirl around him at an astonishing speed, forming a protective curtain entirely composed of blades. This was the defensive function of the Taiji sword formation, a barrier so formidable that not even a fly could penetrate it. Following this, as the sword curtain dissipated, the 100 swords swiftly rearranged themselves into various shapes, including squares and spirals. Finally, with a decisive wave of his hand, the multitude of flying swords transformed into a series of black and white phantoms. racing towards the ominous storm clouds above. With a series of explosive sounds, a myriad of sword lights erupted, coalescing into an expansive sword net that obscured the sky. The storm clouds, nearly depleted of their thunderous power due to the thunderstorm pill, could no longer sustain themselves and were ultimately torn asunder by the celestial sword net. As the sword lights cleaved through the darkness, the ominous clouds were entirely obliterated. Once the last vestige of thunder was absorbed by the thunderstorm pill, the storm clouds hovering over the valley gradually dissipated, allowing sunlight to re-emerge, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere that had shrouded the valley. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Ge exhaled a heavy breath, pondering whether any further complications would arise. His gaze then fixated on the tribulation thunder pill, which continued to hover in midair, spinning incessantly. Compared to its initial state, the pill was now thoroughly infused with the power of thunder, with arcs of electricity erupting from its surface. A terrifying aura emanated from the tribulation thunder pill. If it were to be cast aside, it could likely obliterate a soul beast that had existed for millennia. Tang Ge pondered silently. However, if he were to proceed in such a manner, it would indeed be an utter waste. Thus, he directly activated the hell furnace, conjuring a formidable devouring force that instantaneously drew the energy within into the furnace. A torrent of thunderous power surged forth, causing Tang Ge to involuntarily shudder. Nevertheless, as the terrifying refining capabilities of the hell furnace commenced, this thunderous energy was swiftly transmuted into a gentler form of energy for his absorption. With each breath, after a series of breaths, Tang Ge, with his eyes closed, felt a sudden jolt coursing through his body. His soul power, originally at level 41, had surged dramatically to level 43. A wave of comfort washed over him, prompting an involuntary moan of relief. After a moment, he reopened his eyes, glancing at the dormant furnace where the thunder tribulation pill still retained a significant amount of thunderous power, indicating that it could sustain for quite a while longer before being fully absorbed. This realization filled him with satisfaction, as he reflected that this time, the tribulation had not been endured in vain. Regrettably, at this juncture, should Tang Ge wish to further elevate his ancient sacred body or soul power level, it would no longer be a matter of mere breaths. Considering the time elapsed since his departure, he wondered about the well-being of Tang San and the others. Therefore, he decided against lingering in the valley any longer, and once he summoned the inyong wings, he ascended into the air, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he sped toward the outskirts of the forest. At the periphery of the Douluo forest, in a clearing amidst the trees, lay a colossal spider spirit beast, but unlike ordinary spiders, this creature possessed a face resembling that of a human, with 8 legs akin to long spears. It appeared incredibly formidable. This was none other than the notoriously vicious-faced demon spider of the Douluo forest. At this moment, the spider's vulnerable abdomen had been pierced by a sharp projectile, and as the last vestiges of life ebbed away, a violet soul ring began to coalesce above its body. Not far from the lifeless-faced demon spider, Tang San, having just emerged from a fierce battle, was panting lightly. However, due to a gash inflicted by the spider's leg, toxins had now infiltrated his system, rendering his face pale and his vision somewhat blurred. He realized he had to expedite his healing process. Recognizing his current physical condition, Tang San prioritized purging the toxins from his body over absorbing the soul ring of the faced demon spider. Promptly sitting cross-legged on the ground to channel his Xiantian Gong to cleanse the toxins thoroughly. Yet, his concerns were soon realized, perhaps due to the earlier commotion. The sound of approaching footsteps heralded the arrival of 3 figures emerging from the forest ahead. All 3 were soul masters. Among them, 2 appeared quite aged, seemingly in their 70s, a man and a woman, both with heads adorned in silver hair. Each supported themselves with a dragon-headed cane and a snake-headed cane. However, what truly alarmed Tang San was that the elder wielding the dragon-headed cane was enveloped in 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black, signifying he was a formidable soul Douluo of over level 80. Additionally, beside these 2 elders stood a girl of similar age to Tang San, clad in a dark green outfit that exuded an air of vitality. Yet, upon spotting the slain-faced demon spider nearby, the girl was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in shock, "No, how could this be? How could the faced demon spider be dead? What on earth happened? Wait, it was you who did this, wasn't it?" Her gaze fixed upon Tang San, her delicate features contorted with indignation and fury. As she spoke, the elder beside her, adorned with the 8 soul rings, turned his attention to Tang San as well. Instantly, a torrent of oppressive energy surged forth, nearly suffocating Tang San. Had Tang Ge or Zhao Wujie been present, they would have recognized the trio as the renowned dragon and snake duo of the continent, along with their granddaughter, Meng Yiran. However, Tang San was clearly unfamiliar with them. Nevertheless, faced with the overwhelming pressure emanating from them, he mustered the strength to rise to his feet. Acknowledging the three mysterious soul masters approaching with intent, he understood that any attempt to deny his actions would be futile, and escape was out of the question. Thus, with a resolute expression, he nodded affirmatively. Yes, it was I who killed it. Chapter 100. I, Tang Ge, have returned. Is it truly you? Upon hearing Tang San's resolute declaration, Meng Yiran gazed at his disheveled appearance, momentarily stunned, before her eyes welled with tears. Do you have any idea how long my grandparents and I have been searching for this face demon spider? We finally found it, and yet you killed it. This spider was one thing, but the 1,000-year-old phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was the same. With so many spirit beasts in the Stardow forest, why must you hunt mine? Are you doing this on purpose? Her words resonated deeply, not only causing the dragon and snake duo to feel immense sorrow, but even Tang San felt a surge of empathy, yearning to offer words of comfort. However, what was this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? Was it the same one they had encountered earlier with Xiaoao? Contemplating this, Tang San felt a wave of embarrassment. Fortunately, his pallid complexion effectively concealed his discomfort, preventing the dragon and snake duo from perceiving his awkwardness. Tang San endeavored to calm his tumultuous emotions, shaking his head as he spoke. I truly did not anticipate that this human-faced demon spider would be your quarry, yet I was compelled to slay it. After all, it was the creature that first appeared before me and launched an assault. Had I refrained from striking it down, my own life would have been forfeit. Esteemed elders, I trust you would have acted similarly in my position? Upon finishing his words, Tang San's gaze fell upon the elderly man opposite him, who held the dragon-headed silver medal. There was not a trace of trepidation in his eyes. Upon hearing Tang San's declaration, the serpent woman furrowed her brows, her skepticism evident as she queried, Young one, are you asserting that you single-handedly vanquished this human-faced demon spider? Indeed, he affirmed. Tang San nodded affirmatively. Long Gong and Shi Po exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with astonishment. They had previously pursued this human-faced demon spider and were well aware that its capacity to spin webs had already been exhausted. Yet, even in the absence of webs, the human-faced demon spider was renowned among 1,000-year soul beasts for being exceptionally formidable, with its 8 spindly legs resembling long spears, wielding immense offensive power. To their astonishment, such a creature had perished at the hands of a mere child of only a dozen years. In that moment, both Long Gong and Shi Po regarded Tang San with newfound respect. Moreover, after utilizing soul power to flip the corpse of the human-faced demon spider onto its back, they beheld its abdomen, marred by the destruction of its 8 eyes, and they nodded in silent agreement. To remain composed under such peril and to identify the creature's vital weakness, delivering a decisive blow, was no feat achievable by just any soul master. However, while commendations were due, accountability must also be addressed. Thus, under the gaze of his granddaughter Meng Yiran, whose eyes were red and filled with a sense of grievance and vulnerability, Long Gong first offered her some consolation before speaking in a grave tone. What is your name? Tang San, he replied. Tang San did not attempt to conceal the truth, speaking candidly. Long Gong nodded in acknowledgement. Tang San, I now present you with 2 choices. After all, I, Long Gong, have traversed the world of soul masters for many years and am not an unreasonable person. In the face of the human-faced demon spider, your act of killing it to preserve your life is entirely justifiable. However, the matter of you twice seizing my granddaughter's soul rings cannot simply be overlooked. Twice? Senior, I am unsure what you mean by twice. Tang San feigned ignorance upon hearing Long Gong's subsequent words. Yet, within his heart, a sense of trepidation began to swell. Long Gong let out a snort, though there was a bit of an unexpected turn of events the moment I arrived here. I sensed the same aura emanating from you as that which lingered on the road earlier. Do not think you can deceive me. That Millennium Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was also slain by you and your companions, was it not? What? That Phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was also taken by him? Upon hearing her grandfather's words, Meng Yiran, already tormented by the loss of her spirit beast, nearly fainted from anger, glaring at Tang San as though he were a sworn enemy. Were it not for her grandfather and grandmother's presence, she might have been unable to restrain herself from charging at Tang San in a fit of rage. Feeling the seething fury emanating from Meng Yiran's gaze, Tang San's expression grew somewhat unnatural. He understood that he was not as thick-skinned as Tang Ge, even if he attempted to argue. The other party likely would not believe him and might even react adversely. Thus, he simply nodded in acknowledgement and calmly inquired, "Might I ask what the two choices you have for me are, senior?" However, as he posed this question, he realized that the matter would not be easily resolved. Therefore, while striving to restore his soul power and physical strength, he gently fiddled with the black box, measuring over a foot in length, in his hand. This black box was known as the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. Tang San had previously achieved a resounding victory over the faceless demon spider solely due to its formidable power. Now, Tang San prepared to confront a formidable soul master once again with the Zhuge Divine Crossbow in his possession. Unbeknownst to Long Gong, or perhaps indifferent to it, was Tang San's intent. Observing Tang San, he spoke in a grave tone. "The first option, join my family and become a member of my lineage. In that case, we can overlook the two incidents where you interfered with my granddaughter's acquisition of soul rings." Joining a family? Upon hearing Long Gong's proposition, Tang San furrowed his brows. He understood that in this world, once one joined a family, betrayal would be impossible. Moreover, all future actions would be bound by the family's constraints. Certainly, joining a family would also bestow substantial resources upon him. Thus, Tang San did not immediately refuse. Instead, he contemplated before earnestly stating, "While it is not out of the question for me to join your family, you must assist me in rescuing my two companions from the clutches of a soul beast." Rescue someone? Long Gong, while perceiving this task as exceedingly simple, felt it was somewhat too trivial to be true, prompting him to inquire, "Who has captured your companions?" "The Forest King, the Titan Great Ape." As he uttered these words, a vivid image of Xiao Wu's abduction resurfaced in Tang San's mind, causing his eyes to redden. Long Gong's countenance shifted drastically as he replied without hesitation, "That condition is unacceptable. Propose another." To his astonishment, even a powerful soul master such as himself was apprehensive. "In that case, I shall not join your family," Tang San retorted defiantly. "If you wish to strike, then do so. If you seek death, I shall oblige." Witnessing Tang San's disappointment and refusal, Long Gong felt humiliated and was instantly engulfed in fury, a fierce killing intent surging in his eyes. Yet, just as he prepared to act, a joyous laughter echoed from the distant sky. "Ha ha ha, little San, do not fear. Your brother Tang has returned." Chapter 101. With this, I should be deemed worthy, should I not? Upon hearing the sudden burst of laughter resonating from afar, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. But soon his tense form relaxed involuntarily. He recognized the identity of the newcomer. Though this individual often displayed a rather thick-skinned demeanor, he invariably demonstrated great loyalty in crucial moments. Moreover, it was evident that he had acquired the peculiar habit of feigning weakness while concealing his true prowess, outshining others in the art of subterfuge. Tang San remains oblivious to the true extent of that fellow's strength. Nevertheless, he is confident that if the two were to join forces, their situation would undoubtedly improve significantly. However, if that individual can survive, then perhaps Xiao Wu is also safe? Contemplating this, Tang San's eyes suddenly sparkled with brightness, filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, the Dragon Duke, standing opposite, let out a heavy snort upon hearing the laughter. "Another fool seeking death has arrived. How fortuitous that I can eliminate you all at once." As the wind howled fiercely, a figure swiftly approached from afar, appearing above them in the blink of an eye. It was none other than Tang Ge, who had departed from the valley earlier. Suspended in midair, his inyong wings gently fluttered, surrounding him with an aura of mysterious power. Upon seeing Tang Ge, before he could utter a word, Tang San eagerly inquired, "Tang Ge, where is Xiao Wu? How is she faring?" "Hee. Shall I say I frightened your Xiao Wu into calling me Brother Tang?" Tang Ge stifled a laugh at Tang San's question, though he refrained from voicing it. Instead, he nodded and reassured him, "Rest assured, all is well. Xiao Wu has also achieved a soul power breakthrough to level 30 and is currently merging her third spirit ring. It may take some time for her to return." Thank goodness. What a relief. Upon receiving news of Xiao Wu's safety, a heavy weight lifted from Tang San's heart. Moreover, learning that Xiao Wu had already reached level 30 filled him with joy. However, at that moment, a low, furious growl from a hung abruptly interrupted their conversation. "Who would have thought, Tang San, that you would be so young yet so full of deceit? The Titan Great Ape is the king of the Star Doe Forest. Even I might not escape unscathed if it were to capture me. Yet, this little creature you claim needs my rescue stands here unharmed, having escaped from the Titan Great Ape. Do you truly believe I am so easily deceived?" As Tang Ge and Tang San turned to face him, they were met with the icy glare of the Dragon Duke, leaning on his silver dragon-headed staff. A palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from him, chilling the air around them. Perhaps due to the news of Xiao Wu's safety, Tang San's earlier determination to fight had dissipated. Hearing the Dragon Duke's rebuke, he could not help but chuckle ruefully, explaining, "Senior, I assure you, I am not lying. If you do not believe me, you can. Enough of your nonsense. Since you have brought another companion, why not summon everyone? Today, I shall see just what kind of soul masters dare to repeatedly snatch my granddaughter's spirit beast." Before Tang San could finish, the Dragon Duke interrupted, his gaze fixed firmly on the airborne Tang Ge. Tang Ge sensed the tension and smiled slightly, saying, "There is no need for Senior to look further. For now, it is just Xiao San and me. If you do not mind, I am willing to spar with you." How arrogant! Truly, such audacity. Although he noted that this young individual possessed a flying soul skill, suggesting an aura of at least a century's worth of power, he was still facing Long Gong, a formidable soul Douluo with over level 80 soul power. Even a soul emperor would not dare to utter such brash words as challenging Long Gong to a duel. Moreover, this child appeared to be quite young, likely at the soul master level at best. How could Long Gong not be incensed by such presumptuousness? Even Shi Pe, who had remained silent until now, wore a frosty expression, striking her snake staff heavily against the ground, showcasing her soul emperor-level power. Seeing her grandfather and grandmother so agitated, Meng Yiran immediately intervened. She glared at Tang Ge, hovering in the air, and declared loudly, "If you wish for my grandfather to take action, you must first overcome me." "Overcome you?" Hearing Meng Yiran's words, Tang Ge raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a peculiar smile. He then summoned his martial soul, the inyong diagram of life and death, which slowly manifested. Subsequently, a purple and 3 black soul rings emerged from beneath him, encircling his body and beginning to pulsate. As the 4 soul rings appeared, a powerful aura emanated from Tang Ge, a soul sect. Remarkably, he was a soul sect at such a tender age, possessing a 1,000-year soul ring and 3 10,000-year soul rings. Which esteemed family did this prodigious youth hail from? At that moment, as the pulsating rings caught their attention, Meng Yiran was so astonished that she nearly cried out. Even Long Gong and Shi Pe trembled slightly, their grip on the staff tightening involuntarily. As for Tang San, he too was in disbelief, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Tang Ge, where did you acquire that 10,000-year soul ring?" "What do you mean by asking where I got it? I painstakingly hunted for it myself." Tang Ge merely rolled his eyes at Tang San, his gaze shifting past Meng Yiran directly to Long Gong. "Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have shocked Meng Yiran and gained 800 shock points." Ding dong. Temporarily silencing the system's notifications in his mind, Tang Ge looked at Long Gong and said with a faint smile, "Senior, is a purple and 3 black soul rings acceptable? Surely, I am now qualified to spar with you." Long Gong's expression darkened, and he remained silent. Although the young one had yet to reveal his identity, the presence of such soul rings undoubtedly indicated an affiliation with a prestigious family. The fact that this appeared on a mere child of only a few years added to the astonishing nature of the situation. If he were to engage now and fail to subdue the opponent, it would undoubtedly lead to endless complications, an outcome Long Gong desperately wished to avoid. Curse it! What an unfortunate day. Casting a glance at his granddaughter, even Long Gong, typically composed, could not help but internally curse. Meanwhile, sensing Long Gong's indecision, Shi Pe let out a soft sigh. Ultimately, a decision must be made. If that is the case, let this old woman suffer some embarrassment. With that thought, she prepared to step forward and speak. However, at that precise moment, a deep, urgent voice echoed from afar. "Is that Long Gong and Shi Pe? Please show mercy and do not lower yourselves to the level of these children." Accompanied by this urgent call, a series of figures rushed in from the distance, led by the formidable Zhao Wuji. Following him were members of Shrek Academy, including Dai Mubai, Oscar, and others. Having tracked the location thanks to the piercing shriek of the man-faced demon spider, they followed Oscar's flying mushroom sausage directly to the scene. However, due to their relentless pursuit and lingering injuries, both Zhao Wuji and the 6 others appeared fatigued. Yet, upon spotting Tang San and Tang Ge, relief washed over their faces, and they descended from the sky to join Tang San. Seeing Teacher Zhao and the companions arrive, Tang San also smiled. After consuming a couple of Oscar's restorative sausages, the injuries that had been suppressed within him began to heal significantly. "I'm fine now, thank you all," Tang San expressed, touched by the concern of his friends. Hearing his words, Dai Mubai couldn't help but lightly punch him in the chest. "What are you thanking us for? We are friends and comrades. We would never abandon anyone in danger." "Exactly, third brother, you must not act so recklessly in the future," Oscar added. Tang San nodded slightly. "Indeed. Tang Ge had informed me earlier that Xiao Wu was not only safe but had also advanced to the 30th level. It shouldn't be long before she rejoins us. Is that Tang Ge? Upon hearing Tang San's words, Daimubai and the others instinctively lifted their heads to gaze once more at the radiant figure still suspended in midair. With 1 purple and 3 black soul rings adorning him, and being a soul master under the age of 13, one could only marvel at the extraordinary talent required to achieve such a feat. Daimubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun could not help but feel a pang of envy and jealousy. Meanwhile, the 3 young ladies, Lin Yuechan, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Tang Ge with sparkling eyes filled with admiration and joy. Yet, there existed a singular commonality among the 6 of them. They had been astounded by Tang Ge's prodigious talents and cultivation so many times that they had grown numb to it all. Even after just a few days apart, the fact that Tang Ge had somehow acquired a millennium-old soul ring seemed entirely plausible to Dai Mubai and the others. After all, Tang Ge had almost become the very embodiment of miracles. Thus, witnessing Tang Ge flamboyantly displaying his 1 purple and 3 black soul rings did not elicit any genuine astonishment from them. In the sky, as he observed the approaching Zhao Wujia and a group of classmates, Tang Ge refrained from retracting his soul rings, seizing the opportunity to garner a wave of astonishment points. However, after waiting for a moment, he found that aside from Zhao Wujia, none of the others contributed even a shred of astonishment points. Tang Ge, filled with doubt, could not help but lower his gaze. As he did so, he noticed a mix of envy, jealousy, admiration, and adoration in the eyes of his 6 classmates, including Dai Mubai and Oscar. However, what he did not find was the astonishment he so desperately sought. Furthermore, from the glances exchanged among these 6, he sensed a disconcerting emotion, a sentiment he recognized all too well, one that bore the name of complacency. Oh, dear siblings, if you have grown accustomed to this, how can I find the motivation to enhance my strength and astonish you further? A wave of profound melancholy suddenly washed over Tang Ge. However, before he could contemplate how to salvage this unfavorable situation, Zhao Wuji, who had been craning his neck in discomfort below, could no longer restrain himself and urged, Tang Ge, swiftly retract your spirit rings and descend to the ground. Tang Ge's thoughts were abruptly interrupted as he noticed Zhao Wuji's dark expression. With a sly grin, he activated his wings of yin and yang, swiftly descending. Upon landing, he was immediately surrounded by the eagerly chattering Lin Yuechan and her companions, who bombarded him with questions. Zhao Wuji, stretching his stiff neck, shifted his gaze from Tang Ge to the formidable duo across from him, Long Gong and Shipa. Having heard of the esteemed reputation of these 2 elders, he felt immensely honored to encounter them today. However, he thought to himself, there was no need for pleasantries. As the illustrious unmoved king, he was not an obscure figure. Was their presence here meant to obstruct his and his wife's endeavors? Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's remarks, Long Gong's brow furrowed, and he slammed his dragon staff heavily onto the ground, his face cold. Zhao Wuji, witnessing this, felt a pang of despair. Long Gong was a powerful soul Douluo with 8 soul rings. Even in his prime, Zhao Wuji would have struggled against him. Moreover, with both Long Gong and Shipa present, should they combine their martial souls, their power would rival that of a tidal Douluo, rendering Zhao Wuji, in his weakened state, inconsequential. Yet, after casting a glance at Tang San in the distance, an idea sparked in Zhao Wuji's mind. He lowered his voice slightly and said, Elder Long Gong, may I have a word with you? Long Gong's earlier assertiveness was merely a facade to maintain his dignity, and sensing Zhao Wuji's sudden air of mystery, he hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. As the 2 conversed, their expressions remained serene, betraying nothing. However, upon returning to his original position, Long Gong addressed Shipa and Meng Iran, stating, there is nothing more to discuss here. Let us depart. With that, he turned and walked away. Meng Iran, momentarily coming to her senses, displayed a reluctant expression, eager to voice her thoughts, but Shipa gently ruffled her hair and sighed. Let us go. We wouldn't want to trouble your grandfather. Suppressing her urge to cry, Meng Iran cast a lingering glance at Tang Ge, who was surrounded by Lin Yuechan and her friends, imprinting his image in her memory before Shipa took her hand, urging her to follow Long Gong. At that moment, Daimubai and the others noticed the departing figures of Long Gong and Shipa, and Ma Hongjun couldn't help but exclaim, Teacher Zhao, are they just leaving? Zhao Wuji, his expression stern, retorted, What, do you wish to engage in combat with a soul Douluo over 80 levels? Zhao Wuji then shifted his gaze to Tang San, who was eyeing the purple 1,000-year soul ring atop the corpse of the faceless spider, his brow slightly furrowing. Tang San, That soul ring from the faceless spider might be difficult to absorb. Are you sure you want to choose it? I want to give it a try. Tang San's voice was remarkably resolute. Chapter 103, Fusion. External Spirit Bone. Observing Tang San's firm determination, Zhao Wujie felt it unnecessary to offer further counsel and simply said to Oscar, "Oscar, please prepare another sausage for Tang San." "All right." Oscar nodded in agreement. And with the incantation of his peculiar charm, a sausage materialized and was promptly handed to Tang San. Tang San showed no signs of reluctance as he consumed the sausage. Feeling the rapid restoration of his soul power within, he strode towards the corpse of the man-faced demon spider. At that moment, the dense purple soul ring, interspersed with flickering black glimmers, had already coalesced above the creature's remains, marking the optimal moment for absorption. "Thank you all for your assistance," he said to his companions before settling into a cross-legged position. He summoned his blue-silver grass to attract the soul ring, focusing intently on the absorption and integration process. Witnessing Tang San commence the absorption, Zhao Wujin promptly gestured for everyone to disperse, encircling him protectively. As long as they stood firm, no adversary or soul beast could disrupt Tang San. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Wujin finally inquired about Tang Ge's experiences during his recent absence. Upon hearing the question, Tang Ge couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, and he recounted the tale he had shared with Ning Rongrong and the others. When Zhao Wujin learned that the formidable Titan Great Ape, the king of the forest, had fled in terror from a mere bellow, abandoning Tang Ge and Xiao Wu, he was astonished yet relieved for their safety. Moreover, both had managed to secure their third and fourth soul rings amidst the crisis, turning misfortune into fortune. Adding to this, with Oscar's recent breakthrough and Tang San's ongoing absorption, their mission in the Star Do Forest had been remarkably accomplished. In that moment, even as a rank 76 soul sage, Zhao Wujin felt a surge of pride swell within him, a smile breaking across his face as he nodded in approval. With that, I can rest easy. Now we await Xiao Wu's return and Tang San's successful fusion of the soul ring. "Teacher Zhao, look at Tang San. What is happening to him?" Suddenly, a startled exclamation interrupted Zhao Wujin's thoughts. It was Ning Rongrong, her eyes wide with shock and concern as she gazed at Tang San, who was in the throes of absorbing the soul ring. The attention of Zhao Wujin and the others was drawn to Tang San's condition, and they were taken aback. In that brief moment, the intense purple-black radiance emitted by the soul ring had enveloped Tang San entirely. A powerful and tumultuous wave of soul power emanated from him. However, this was not the only alarming development. Tang San, in the midst of fusing with the soul ring, appeared to be undergoing immense torment. His once vibrant face now pale and contorted in anguish. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering it onto the ground, startling Dai Mubai and the others. They had all experienced soul ring absorption, yet none had encountered such a situation before, their gazes instinctively turning to Zhao Wujin. Oscar, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "Teacher Zhao, what is happening to Brother San? Is he in danger?" Sensing the ferocious energy radiating from Tang San, Zhao Wujin's brow furrowed deeply. "If I am not mistaken, the reason for Tang San's distress is the overpowering nature of the man-faced demon spider's soul ring. It will not be an easy task for him to absorb and integrate it. The soul ring is too domineering?" Hearing Zhao Wujin's explanation, the concern on everyone's faces deepened. Damubai couldn't help but voice his worry. "Are we just going to stand by and watch? Is there any way we can help Tang San? It is unlikely. At this point, he must rely solely on his own strength. The absorption of a soul ring cannot be aided by external forces, as that would only yield adverse effects. Thus, we must trust in Tang San's ability to persevere and claim it for himself," Zhao Wujin replied, shaking his head. Tang Ge stood nearby, observing Tang San's predicament. He quickly comprehended that the latter was overwhelmed due to absorbing a soul ring that exceeded his maximum capacity, coupled with the ferocity and dominance of the man-faced demon spider, which surpassed other soul beasts of similar cultivation levels. It was evident that, despite Tang San's mastery of the Xiantian skill and his superior physical prowess compared to other soul masters, absorbing the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider was no simple feat had it been anyone else. They would likely have been obliterated by the violent force unleashed by the soul ring from the very onset. However, possessing knowledge of the original narrative, Tang Ge understood that this particular soul ring absorption posed no real danger for Tang San. Even without external intervention, Tang San would undoubtedly endure the trial and reap substantial benefits. Yet Tang Ge suddenly stepped forward, and under the puzzled gazes of everyone, smiled at Zhao Wujie, saying, "Teacher Zhao, the soul skill of my first soul ring operates on both the spiritual and physical levels. It should be able to assist Tang San. Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, everyone's eyes brightened with hope. However, Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow, expressing his concern. Are you certain? Absolutely certain, Tang Ge replied confidently. Moreover, if we simply wait here, what if little San is unable to return safely? Tang Ge nodded gently, then posed a counter-question. Zhao Wuji remained silent for a moment before finally responding. In that case, give it a try. However, should anything go awry, cease immediately. Upon receiving consent, Tang Ge hesitated not at all, and with a swift gesture, a column of milky white light descended upon Tang San. The sight sent a chill of apprehension through Dai Mubai and the others. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, as Tang Ge activated his first soul skill, Tang San's formerly tormented expression began to soften. Even the ferocious aura emanating from him was subdued, becoming more placid. Had these individuals been privy to Tang San's spiritual realm, they would have witnessed an enormous humanoid spider being enveloped by the milky white light, instantly finding comfort and ceasing its struggles. Regardless, Dai Mubai and the others were taken aback to discover that Tang Ge's first soul skill could indeed assist others in assimilating formidable soul rings that were otherwise difficult to merge. In that moment, their hearts were profoundly shaken. Even Zhao Wuji, seemingly struck by a realization, gazed at Tang Ge with eyes that glimmered with a fervent light. Oh, so you truly can heal. As for Tang Ge, the persistent chime of the system prompts echoing in his mind alleviated his previously troubled mood considerably. Thus, as time progressed, with the assistance of several columns of milky white light, Tang San, who had been closed-eyed in his endeavor to merge the soul rings, suddenly exclaimed and sprang to his feet. With a resounding rip, his shirt tore apart, and 8 spider legs, akin to spears, rapidly extended from his back. External soul bone. 8 spider spears. Chapter 104. I am enough on my own. Tang San's sudden rise startled everyone, especially when 8 spider-like legs emerged from his shattered shirt. The onlookers were left utterly speechless. At that moment, accompanied by hurried footsteps, a voice filled with surprise and doubt came from behind. San Ge? After regaining their composure, Dai Mubai and the others turned around, only to discover that Xiao Wu, who had been captured alongside Tang Ge, had returned. Soon, Xiao Wu approached the group. She gazed at Tang San, whose shirt was torn, and the 8 spider legs protruding from his back, her delicate face unable to conceal her concern. However, seeing that Tang San's eyes were still closed, Xiao Wu hesitated to disturb him. Instead, she turned to Zhao Wujie and inquired, Teacher Zhao, what has happened to San Ge? Why does he have these things growing on his back? This looks so much like the legs of a faceless demon spider. He can't possibly be turning into a monster, can he? At that moment, Ma Hongjun seemed to recall something and exclaimed in astonishment. As soon as he spoke, Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong shot him a glare. Xiao Wu, more enraged, retorted, What nonsense are you talking about? San Ge would never turn into a monster. You talk too much, from now on. You're not allowed to speak to me. Zhao Wujie also scolded Ma Hongjun briefly. He then shifted his attention back to Tang San. Noticing that the 8 spider-like appendages on his back seemed to quiver slightly with his breaths. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. Although I cannot discern what these are, they are likely a result of Tang San absorbing the soul ring of the faceless demon spider. He is awakening. Once he regains consciousness, we can ask him. Xiao Wu nodded, her eyes filled with concern never leaving Tang San's form. Thus, after nearly half an hour had passed, Tang San, who had kept his eyes closed, finally opened them. Upon seeing Xiao Wu so near, his bewildered expression momentarily froze, only to be swiftly replaced by excitement. Xiao Wu, is it really you? Tang San longed to rush over and embrace Xiao Wu, yet suddenly recalled something, halting his steps momentarily as he took a deep breath. As he channeled the Shintian skill, the 8 spider legs that had manifested on his back began to retract slowly. Before long, the 8 spider legs vanished entirely, leaving no trace of injury upon Tang San's back. This astonishing spectacle left everyone utterly astounded. Xiao Wu could not contain her curiosity and hurried over, examining Tang San's body while inquiring with wide-eyed wonder, Third brother, what was that thing just now? How could you store it away? Xiao Wu, I am truly delighted to see you. Tang San exclaimed before suddenly enveloping Xiao Wu in his arms, declaring earnestly, I promise I will never let you encounter danger again. Yes, and I will never leave Third Brother's side from now on, Xiao Wu replied with equal seriousness, gazing intently into Tang San's eyes. Meanwhile, the onlookers shivered at the exchange between the two, while the eyes of Lin Yuechan, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing instinctively shifted towards Tang Ge. Tang Ge sensed a chill run down his spine and quickly shook his head. No matter the circumstances, he was resolute in not uttering such words. Observing the two individuals still entangled in their embrace, he promptly interjected. Enough of this public display. You too. Haven't you noticed how some people are practically drooling over here? Upon hearing Tang Ge's remark, all gazes instinctively shifted to Ma Hongjun. He immediately flared with indignation, retorting, "Why are you all looking at me? Am I drooling?" Meanwhile, Oscar, seated beside him, hastily turned away, anxiously wiping his mouth. Regardless of the situation, Tang Ge's interruption caused Xiao Wu to blush deeply and break free from Tang San's embrace. Seizing the opportunity, Tang San extracted a garment from the enchanting moonlit night at the 24th bridge and donned it. He then turned to Tang Ge, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Tang Ge. Had it not been for your intervention, I doubt I would have been able to absorb the soul ring of the faceless spider so effortlessly." Clearly, during the struggle against the remnants of the brutal consciousness within the faceless spider's soul ring, Tang San had retained awareness of the external circumstances. It was indeed due to Tang Ge's assistance that he not only succeeded in absorbing the soul ring, but also began to gain preliminary control over the 8 spider legs behind him. The fact that he could subsequently reintegrate them into his body through the Xiantian skill was evidence of his progress. Upon hearing Tang San's gratitude, Tang Ge smiled and shook his head. "While I aided you in successfully absorbing the soul ring, the external spirit bone you now possess requires your own effort to master." External spirit bone. The crowd was hearing this term for the first time and were puzzled by its meaning. Zhao Wujie could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Tang Ge, do you know what that thing on Tang San is?" It is a type of spirit bone that is only produced by a very select few spirit beasts, functioning similarly to a soul ring. However, what Tang San possesses is an even rarer external spirit bone. Tang Ge laughed as he spoke. At that moment, he was filled with overwhelming emotions. It is worth noting that he had once slain a millennium soul beast and a 10,000-year soul beast. Yet he had not even laid eyes on a fragment of soul bone. And what of Tang San? He had just vanquished a man-faced demon spider and was rewarded with the exceedingly rare external soul bone. Such is the privilege bestowed upon the chosen one. Fortunately, Tang Ge was unconcerned by this, for he was the son of the wall, even more formidable than the chosen one. The others who heard Tang Ge's words were filled with envy. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong's beautiful eyes sparkled with admiration as she could not help but exclaim, "Tang Ge, you possess such vast knowledge. In time, you will come to understand as much as I do." Tang Ge rolled his eyes and replied to Ning Rongrong, then turned to Tang San. "As for everything else, you will understand once you return and inquire with the master." Tang San nodded. At that moment, Zhao Wujie spoke up, saying, "Tang San, since you have already assimilated the 3rd soul ring, what insights have you gained?" As Tang San was about to respond, a sudden rustling of leaves echoed through the air. Immediately, everyone beheld a multitude of humanoid-faced spiders, significantly smaller than the previous one that had been slain, emerging from the forest. Upon their appearance, these creatures swiftly encircled Zhao Wujie and the others. "Everyone, be cautious," Zhao Wujie cautioned, his expression grave, unable to restrain his warning. Tang San felt a surge of inspiration and decided to seize this opportunity to demonstrate the efficacy of the hidden weapons he had crafted himself, as well as the formidable power of the soul skill he had just acquired from his 3rd soul ring. Alas, it was a pity. Tang Ge did not provide Tang San with the opportunity to showcase his abilities, having been prepared in advance. He suddenly smiled and spoke as soon as he spotted the swarm of humanoid demon spiders. "Teacher Zhao, you need not intervene. Simply ensure the safety of Tang San and the others. As for these humanoid demon spiders, I am more than sufficient to handle them alone." Chapter 105. A mystery beyond even master's comprehension. Tang San had initially prepared himself, seizing the opportunity to showcase his skills. However, he did not anticipate that Tang Ge would suddenly speak up, abruptly interrupting the momentum he had built up, leaving him feeling quite disheartened. Yet, Tang San could not hold any resentment towards Tang Ge, for the latter genuinely had their best interests at heart. Despite his frustration, he had no choice but to acquiesce. As for the others, their trust in Tang Ge, coupled with the confident smile adorning his face, brought them a sense of reassurance. Zhao Wujie even displayed an expression of anticipation, nodding in agreement. "In that case, I entrust the matters concerning the demon spider to you. Now, let us witness the power of your 4th 10,000-year soul ring," he proclaimed, gesturing for Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others to gather around him. Tang Ge remained rooted in place, observing the multitude of human-faced magic spiders cautiously approaching from all directions. In an instant, he unleashed the formidable aura of his soul sect. Shortly thereafter, the martial soul, the inyong diagram of life and death, manifested, accompanied by a dazzling display of 1 purple and 3 black soul rings that arose from beneath his feet, swirling rhythmically around his form. The almost entirely black radiance radiated outward, its oppressive essence causing the human-faced magic spiders to become increasingly agitated. Finally, these creatures abandoned their cautious probing, emitting a piercing low growl before launching a sudden assault on Tang Ge, Daimu Bai, and their companions. The sheer density of the swarm was enough to instill a deep sense of dread. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Tang Ge remained remarkably composed as the continuously rotating inyong formation gradually materialized beneath his feet. Soon after, fueled by the surging essence of his soul, numerous inyong swords, each measuring about a foot in length, swiftly coalesced, reaching nearly 100 in mere moments. The dense array of swords gathered before him, exuding an impressive aura. Zhao Wuji and the others were momentarily taken aback, pondering the nature of Tang Ge's 4th soul skill, when a deep voice erupted from him, declaring, Tai Chi sword formation. All swords, unleash. In that instant, the void quivered, and the multitude of inyong swords transitioned from stillness to motion, transforming into a flurry of black and white phantoms that shot forth with astonishing speed. The air crackled with a series of sharp detonations as, centered around Tang Ge, a sword domain enveloped an area of more than 10 meters. Within this domain, a terrifying sword aura was unleashed, obliterating any man-faced spiders that dared to intrude, leaving no trace of their existence. Zhao Wuji and the others, positioned at the heart of the sword domain, watched in awe as the inyong swords darted past and the lifeless bodies of the slain man-faced spiders littered the ground, each breath they took filled with trepidation. Such a formidable soul skill. They gasped, questioning if they could withstand such a deluge of flying swords if targeted. In no time, the once dreaded swarm of man-faced spiders was eradicated under Tang Ge's Tai Chi sword formation. He even arranged the 100 swords into a spiral, shredding the remaining spider corpses into nutrient-rich remnants scattered across the ground. Subsequently, the spiral formation swept across the ground, overturning the earth beneath. When Tang Ge finally dispelled the Tai Chi sword formation and retracted his martial spirit along with his soul rings, the blood-soaked ground was no longer marred by flesh but had transformed into a soft, earthy expanse. Beholding his handiwork, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Turning to the dazed Zhao Wuji and the others, Tang Ge shrugged nonchalantly, feigning boredom. See? Just a few little cuties, easily dealt with in a few strikes. Upon hearing his words, the group snapped back to reality, momentarily speechless. It seemed that only Tang Ge could refer to those fearsome man-faced spiders as little cuties, the kind that could be dispatched with just a few swords. Nevertheless, the crisis posed by the man-faced spiders had finally been averted. Having witnessed the extensive and terrifying lethality of Tang Ge's 4th soul ring skill, Tang San and Daimu Bai realized that, in the presence of true genius, they were still lacking in strength and needed to strive diligently to improve. Consequently, at that moment, everyone felt an irresistible urge to return immediately to Shrek Academy and undertake the new training tasks assigned by the dean, seemingly attuned to the students' thoughts. Zhao Wuji took a deep breath to calm his emotions before speaking. Since Oscar and Tang San have both acquired their soul rings, this trial in the Stardow Forest concludes here. Oscar, prepare a mushroom sausage for everyone. We shall return to the academy at the fastest pace possible and take a well-deserved rest. All right, here it comes, the dreamy mushroom sausage. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's instructions, Oscar promptly summoned his soul power to create 10 mushroom sausages, nearly depleting his essence. Once he regained a portion of his soul power, the group eagerly consumed the sausages, and 3 pairs of transparent wings sprouted from their backs. Tang Ge desired to experience the formidable power of the mushroom intestine flight, thus he partook of one as well. Let us go. With the transparent wings fluttering, Zhao Wuji soared into the sky first, heading towards the outskirts of the starry forest. Tang San and his companions exchanged knowing glances, a relaxed smile gracing their faces, and soon they ascended into the air, swiftly pursuing Zhao Wuji. Outside Soto City, at Shrek Academy, there stood an exceptionally tall 2-story pavilion at the rear of the academy, from the 2nd floor of which one could behold the entirety of Shrek Academy. This was the residence of the esteemed Dean, Flinder. However, on this day, in the living room on the 1st floor, apart from Flinder, sat Yu Xiaojiang, who was originally meant to be in Nodding City, facing him across the table. As former members of the Golden Iron Triangle, The reunion brought joy to both old friends. Flinder took a sip of tea and, unable to contain his laughter, remarked, "With your addition to Shrek Academy, the burden on my shoulders has significantly lightened." "Do not overthink it. I am primarily here for Tang San," Yu Xiaojiang replied calmly upon hearing Flinder's words. Aware of his old friend's stubborn nature, Flinder chose not to argue, but instead inquired with curiosity, "And what of Tang Ge? What are your thoughts on that child?" Tang Ge? Although it was known that this young man had also joined Shrek Academy, recalling the contents of the letter from Flander still left Yu Xiaojiang in a state of astonishment. At merely 12 years old, possessing 1 purple and 2 black spirit rings, and already a soul master at the 39th level, he never imagined that in just 5 years of absence, the boy had grown to such an unimaginable extent. For a moment, Yu Xiaojiang could only shake his head in bitter resignation. To be honest, this little fellow Tang Ge has become inscrutable even to me. Chapter 106. I simply adore the look of shock on your face. Observing the rare expression of bitterness on Yu Xiaojiang's face, Flander couldn't help but chuckle, teasingly remarking, "If you could truly see through him, you wouldn't have hesitated to take him as your disciple back then. Come on, brother. Life is tough enough as it is." Hearing Flander's playful jibe, Yu Xiaojiang's face twitched. Moreover, could he claim that it was his choice not to accept Tang Ge as a disciple when the boy had dismissed him at the tender age of 6? Certainly, if Yu Xiaojiang believed that fate might grant him another opportunity, he would gladly beg Tang Ge to become his student. To achieve the status of a 39th level soul master with 1 purple and 2 black spirit rings at the age of 12 promised an extraordinary future. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Tang Ge was destined to secure a position among the title Douluo of the Douluo Continent. In that case, as a teacher to a title Douluo, Yu Xiaojiang would see his theories on martial souls acknowledged by the world. Alas, what is missed cannot be reclaimed, and regret serves no purpose. Yu Xiaojiang could only sigh in resignation. Flander, noticing his old friend's gloomy demeanor, chuckled before attempting to console him. "Regardless, once you take over the training duties, you will still be the nominal teacher of that little rascal Tang Ge." He then changed the subject. "By the way, I heard in your letter that Zhao Wujin from your academy was beaten up due to Tang San?" Yu Xiaojiang shook his head, taking the initiative to divert the conversation to Zhao Wujin's predicament. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's inquiry, Flander's expression became somewhat awkward. Due to certain circumstances, he and Zhao Wujin had endured the same fate. However, since it was an unpleasant incident, he had refrained from mentioning it in his correspondence, quickly masking his discomfort. Flander nodded and replied, "Yes, he was indeed beaten by a title Douluo." "A title Douluo?" Yu Xiaojiang, oblivious to Flander's change in expression, pondered for a moment before suddenly retrieving a command token from his pocket. As he tossed the token to Flander, he remarked, "I believe I know who it was." Flander, initially puzzled, felt a jolt of realization upon receiving the token and seeing the emblem of the continent's 6 most powerful forces depicted on it. His body trembled, and shock overtook his face. This is... You thought Tang San's martial soul was merely blue silvergrass?" Yu Xiaojiang's expression remained serene as he spoke with quiet confidence. With the assistance of Oscar's mushroom sausage, Zhao Wujin led Tang San and Tang Ge swiftly out of the Stardow forest. However, having spent a considerable amount of time in the forest, everyone was exhausted, and Oscar's spiritual energy had yet to fully recover. Thus, Zhao Wujin decided to allow everyone to rest for an additional night in the town outside the forest. Consequently, they slept soundly until the following afternoon. After awakening Tang San and the others, Zhao Wujin wasted no time, forgoing a meal, and set off once more. After nearly an hour of travel, they finally returned to the long-cherished Shrek Academy. Upon arriving at the academy gates, all fatigue vanished, replaced by overwhelming excitement. "Ah, we are finally back," Oscar exclaimed, so exhilarated that he rushed to embrace a nearby tree. Zhao Wujin approached, a rare smile gracing his authoritative features. "After such a long journey, everyone has worked hard. Go on, return and rest." With that, he stepped into the academy, his figure gradually fading from view. "I'm starving. Let us go eat." Upon seeing Zhao Wujin depart, Ma Hongjun couldn't contain his eagerness. At that moment, Tang Ge suddenly recalled the mysterious system notification he had heard the previous night. His expression shifted as a delightful thought emerged. Turning to Tang San, he smiled and said, "Tang San, do you have some time? Let us pay a visit to the Dean. Perhaps the Dean can provide us with more information regarding your external spirit bone." "All right." Though Tang San had intended to accompany Xiaowu for a meal, he nodded in agreement upon hearing Tang Ge's suggestion. Nearby, Xiaowu had also wished to join. However, Tang Ge smiled at her and Dai Mu Bai, saying, You all go ahead and eat. After my meeting with the dean, I will find you." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, everyone expressed no dissent. Even Xiaowu, who was initially reluctant, felt an ingrained fear towards Tang Ge due to the events in the Stardow Forest. So she obediently nodded in agreement. "Tang Ge, please return soon." "Yes, it won't take too long," Tang San replied gently, nodding at Xiaowu. However, he felt a twinge of discomfort at Xiaowu's familiarity with Tang Ge, pondering that he should also have her call him San Ge in the future. Afterward, as Dai Mubai led Oscar and the others to their meal, the two boys set off to meet the dean. Tang San and Tang Ge proceeded towards the courtyard where Flinder resided. In the courtyard, on the balcony of the second floor, Zhao Wujia, who had originally departed early, had unexpectedly arrived. He was seated on a chair, sharing a cup of tea with Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang, regaling them with tales from their recent journey into the Stardow Forest. He had just finished recounting the events concerning the Titan giant ape when he learned from Yu Xiaojiang that the formidable roar mentioned by Tang Ge and Xiaowu originated from the sky blue bull python, a soul beast residing in the heart of the Stardow Forest. This creature not only possessed an imperial level of over 100,000 years of cultivation, but also had the remarkable ability to speak. Zhao Wujia's understanding of the world was profoundly reshaped, leaving him in a state of astonishment. Just as he was about to continue his narrative, a voice filled with surprise suddenly echoed from below the loft. "Teacher, is that you?" Turning to look downstairs, Zhao Wujia immediately spotted Tang San and Tang Ge standing there. At that moment, Tang San's attention was entirely focused on Yu Xiaojiang, his face alight with joy. He had not anticipated encountering his teacher in this place. Yu Xiaojiang, upon standing, leaped down from the loft. Approaching Tang San, he affectionately squeezed his shoulder, a proud smile illuminating his face as he said, "It has been a while. You've grown sturdier. Teacher, I am now a soul master." Eager to showcase his progress before his elder, Tang San promptly unleashed his 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, undeniably demonstrating his status as a soul master. Yu Xiaojiang, caught off guard by this revelation, momentarily stood in shock before bursting into joyous laughter. "Excellent. Truly excellent. Little San, you have not disappointed me." Tang Ge stood by, observing Tang San unleash his formidable power upon their meeting, and couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Without hesitation, he too unleashed his ultimate move. As 4 radiant soul rings, 1 purple and 3 black, rose beneath his feet, even Flinder on the second floor was so astonished that he nearly crushed his teacup. While Yu Xiaojiang's hearty laughter abruptly ceased. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host. For astonishing Flinder, you have gained 3,000 shock points. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. For astonishing Yu Xiaojiang, you have gained 1,000 shock points." Hearing the system notification in his mind and witnessing Yu Xiaojiang's astonished expression, Tang Ge couldn't help but smirk with a hint of pride. "Master, do you know? I revel in the sight of you being utterly shocked." Chapter 107. I admit it. I reflect. Third update. Subscription needed. Observing Flinder's expression of disbelief, Tang Ge couldn't contain his glee. Though his voice was not loud, it was clear to all present, who were soul masters. Consequently, Zhao Wujin, who had appeared calm on the second floor, suddenly spat out his tea. With a resounding crack, Flinder's teacup was ultimately crushed in his grip. Yet, both Zhao Wujin and Flinder could only stare blankly at Tang Ge below, their thoughts muddled. Did this little fellow harbor some deep-seated grudge against the master? Even Tang San, who had just released his soul rings in an attempt to impress the teacher, found himself regretting his actions. He had never anticipated that Tang Ge would follow suit and make such remarks. Tang San even began to suspect that Tang Ge had accompanied him to find the dean because he had already surmised the teacher's presence here. Contemplating this, he glanced at the teacher and, sensing the slight twitch of his features, a wave of remorse washed over Tang San's eyes. After a moment, Yu Xiaojiang finally regained his composure. Suppressing his urge to reprimand, he looked at Tang Ge, who was adorned with 1 purple and 3 black soul rings in motion, and forced a smile. "I truly did not expect, after 5 years apart, that you would have grown to such an extent. Among your peers, few could rival you. Thank you for the compliment, master. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Dean. Farewell, Teacher Zhao." Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Tang Ge immediately smiled broadly. He then retracted his soul rings and bid farewell to Flinder and Zhao Wujin, turning away without hesitation. His objectives had been fulfilled, and lingering here would merely squander time. After all, dining with a few charming young ladies was far more enticing. As for Tang San, he was left heartlessly abandoned by Tang Ge. Watching Tang Ge depart without a backward glance, Tang San's emotions became rather complicated. Indeed, I have been used. Seemingly sensing Tang San's mood, Yu Xiaojing couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder in consolation. Don't be disheartened, Tang San. Tang Ge has his own opportunities, which others cannot compare with. Moreover, in the annals of history, it may take centuries to produce an existence as extraordinary as Tang Ge. Most soul masters possess talents akin to yours. Furthermore, to cultivate the blue-silver grass martial spirit to the soul master level at your age, you are already far superior to many. Teacher, are you attempting to comfort me? The more I listen, the more painful it feels. Tang San's heart was in a state of turmoil. Yet, on the surface, he nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Master, I shall double my efforts and will not disappoint you. Indeed, as my student, one ought to possess such unwavering determination and the courage to rise after each setback. Hearing Tang San's words, Yu Xiaojing felt an immense sense of satisfaction. However, he soon inquired, by the way, you just returned from the Douluo Forest. Why have you come here instead of resting? Master, I came here intending to ask the dean about the external soul bones, Tang San replied. Tang San inquired, external soul bone? Upon hearing his words, Yu Xiaojing furrowed his brow and replied, Little San, where did you hear this term? Is it from Tang Ge? Moreover, Master, do you consider this object on my body to be an external soul bone? Tang San spoke as he activated the Xiantian skill, concentrating the soul rings on his back. With a tearing sound, his garment was rent, and the 8 spider legs, previously retracted within him, extended once more. These sharp legs, as piercing as spears, shimmered under the sunlight, reflecting a chilling, dark gleam. Indeed, they were external soul bones, manifesting upon Tang San's form. Witnessing this transformation, Yu Xiaojing, though not as astounded as he had been upon seeing Tang Ge's purple and black soul rings, was nonetheless greatly surprised. He could not help but urge, quickly, recount your experiences in the Douluo Forest. At that moment, Fland and Zhao Wujing descended from above, appearing before the two, their interest piqued by the external soul bones. Upon hearing his teacher's prompt, Tang San candidly shared his experiences. While most of the tale was acceptable, Yu Xiaojing's expression turned grave upon learning of Tang San's impulsive actions in the absorption of the man-faced demon spider's soul ring. Little San, do you realize your greatest flaw? You are overly sentimental. While having deep feelings is commendable, losing your rationality during critical moments is not. Do you believe that your impulsiveness could have saved Xiaowu from her captors? What if she were unharmed, yet you sacrificed your own life for it? Moreover, your act of absorbing the man-faced demon spider's soul ring was recklessly beyond your current capabilities. Following this, Yu Xiaojing proceeded to chastise Tang San sternly. Tang San realized his mistake, but chose to remain silent. After a considerable amount of time, Yu Xiaojing finally paused. Soon, a smile graced his serious countenance as he remarked, Nevertheless, this achievement is a testament to your own diligence. Now, let us return and rest. Furthermore, do refrain from discussing your external spirit bones with others. Remember my words. Yes, teacher, I have taken note. Tang San nodded earnestly. After bidding farewell to the dean and teacher Zhao, he turned to leave. As soon as he departed, Flinder, who had remained silent until then, smiled and remarked, You should be grateful to have such a sensible and diligent student. I am indeed grateful. But since you invited me here, you shouldn't put me in such a predicament, Yu Xiaojing replied. His gaze towards Flinder filled with a hint of resentment as he recalled the embarrassment he felt when Tang Ge's soul ring left him astounded. Flinder, somewhat puzzled, asked, How have I wronged you? You wrote in your letter that Tang Ge was at level 39, yet he is actually a soul master exceeding level 40. And he possesses an additional 10,000-year soul ring. Do you have any idea how infuriating it was to hear what that little rascal said just now? Yu Xiaojing's heart felt as though a heavy stone was lodged within it, leaving him in a state of deep frustration. Upon hearing this, Flinder suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. However, he firmly stated, You cannot hold me accountable for this. When I replied to your letter, Tang Ge was indeed only at level 39. As for his current status, you must ask Zhao Wujing. He should have informed you sooner. If anyone is to be blamed, it should be him. Flinder shrugged and pointed towards Zhao Wujing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujing was left speechless. How am I to be blamed for this? However, confronted with Yu Xiaojing's gaze, Zhao Wujing quickly responded with sincerity, Master, say nothing more. It is my fault. I admit it. I shall reflect on it. I will now punish myself by running 100 laps around the village. With that, he turned and sprinted away without hesitation. This left only Yu Xiaojing and Flinder, who exchanged glances in silence for a long while. Chapter 108. Being too outstanding can be detrimental. Fourth update. The following morning. After a restful night at Shrek Academy, Daimubai and Tang San, along with their companions, were summoned once more to the Academy's grand playground by the ringing of bells. Having endured trials of life and death together in the Star-Do Forest, the bond among the 9 of them had deepened significantly. Even Oscar dared to jest with the little princess, Ning Rongrong. However, much to their dismay, apart from the inseparable Xiaowu and Tang San, both Ning Rongrong and Lin Wuchan were clustered around Tang Ge. Even Zhu Qing, who typically maintained an aloof demeanor, occasionally approached Tang Ge under the pretense of discussing soul techniques. Tang Ge initially wished to alleviate the feelings of the solitary Daimubai, who stood on the sidelines, forlornly consuming dog food. However, his overwhelming charm rendered such efforts futile. Even Xiaowu affectionately referred to him as Brother Tang, making it impossible for him to disperse the 3 girls, including Ning Rongrong. Consequently, Tang Ge decided to abandon his endeavors, permitting Daimubai and his companions to continue their plight. Fortunately, the agonizing days did not persist for long. Upon the arrival of Dean Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang at the grand playground, the clustered 9 students dispersed. The nearly overwhelmed Daimubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Their attention swiftly shifted to the unfamiliar Yu Xiaojiang. Who was this individual? Could he be a newly appointed teacher at the academy? Xiaowu, however, was unfazed by Yu Xiaojiang's presence, as she had been with Tang San the previous day. Just as the thought swirled in everyone's minds, Flinder finally spoke. His gaze swept across the 9 students before him, and with a smile, he remarked, "I am delighted that all 9 of you have safely completed the Star-Do Forest trial course and returned to the academy. Furthermore, congratulations are in order for Oscar, Tang San, and Xiaowu for successfully finding their suitable spirit rings, becoming the new spirit masters following Daimubai and Lin Yuechan. Thus, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Qing, you must also strive diligently to elevate your cultivation to that of a spirit master as soon as possible. Indeed, we will persevere." Upon hearing Flinder's words, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing exchanged determined glances and nodded resolutely. Ma Hongjun, on the other hand, lowered his head, slightly embarrassed. Flinder paid him no mind and shifted his focus back to Tang Ge. He continued, "Of course, I must particularly commend Tang Ge. Not only has he advanced to the Spirit Master rank, but he also demonstrated remarkable composure in the face of overwhelming adversaries, steadfastly supporting his teammates. This spirit ought to be promoted within our Shrek Academy. Everyone should strive to emulate it. Now let us applaud Tang Ge." Amid the enthusiastic applause led by Dean Flinder, Daimubai and Tang San joined in. Feeling the warmth of their welcome, Tang Ge humbly waved his hand, saying, "A mere gesture from my classmates suffices. I, Tang Ge, prefer to remain understated." "Just you? Prefer to be understated?" At this remark, not only did Daimubai and the others nearly burst out in protest, but even the previously silent Yu Xiaojiang's expression twitched in disbelief. He had not anticipated that, after 5 years apart, Tang Ge's cultivation had flourished, and his audacity had grown even bolder. Thus, before Flinder could continue, Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward. He first instructed everyone to cease their applause, then calmly stated, "As you might have surmised, I am indeed the new teacher appointed by your dean, primarily responsible for your upcoming training courses. My name is Yu Xiaojiang. Perhaps this name is unfamiliar to you, but you have likely heard of my title, the Master." "What? He is the Master? The one who proposed the 10 core principles of the spirit world?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was engulfed in astonishment. Beside him, Xiaowu proudly exclaimed, "Not only that, but the Master is also Sanji's teacher. With your personal guidance, I believe that my classmates and I will experience a remarkable enhancement in our abilities." Tang San stepped out of the line and approached Yu Xiaojiang earnestly. Yu Xiaojiang patted Tang San on the shoulder, nodding in approval. Upon discovering that Tang San's teacher was actually the Master, Daimubai and the others were taken aback, realizing why Tang San had such profound knowledge during their time in the Star-Do Forest. Suddenly, they were filled with anticipation for the upcoming training sessions. "Since you all know the Master, I shall leave this in your capable hands. Seek me out should you need anything," Flinder declared before turning to depart. Yu Xiaojiang shifted his gaze, surveying Daimubai, Oscar, and the others, aligning their attributes with the information he had previously reviewed. He then spoke in a solemn tone. "Your formal training will commence tomorrow morning. However, today, I need to ascertain the types of your martial souls and the soul rings and skills you possess. Therefore, I am assigning you a task. Regardless of how you cooperate or utilize your soul skills, you must join forces and exert your utmost effort to attack Tang Ge. If you can defeat him, I shall personally prepare breakfast for you tomorrow." Tang San, refrain from using your hidden weapons. Such items are meant for your enemies. Understood, Master. Tang San replied, nodding in acknowledgement. He then turned to Tang Ge, his eyes igniting with a fierce battle spirit. However, Oscar moaned in despair, Master. I am merely a food-type support soul master. Must I also partake in this battle? Me too. His fourth soul skill is terrifying. He will leave so many holes in me. Ning Rongrong shivered at the thought of such a dreadful scenario, gazing at Yu Xiaojiang with a pitiful expression. Even Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjuan's pupils constricted, their faces reflecting grave concern. Noticing their apprehension, Yu Xiaojiang, who had intended to reprimand Oscar and the others, furrowed his brow. He then turned to Tang Ge and said, Let me witness the true nature of your fourth soul skill and its supposed horrors. Of course. Tang Ge smiled faintly as he summoned his martial spirit along with 4 soul rings. As the Taiji sword array materialized beneath his feet, an immense surge of soul power was channeled into it, instantly conjuring 200 inyong swords. A resonating hum filled the air, and under Tang Ge's deliberate motion, the 200 swords appeared before Yu Xiaojiang in unison. Countless sharp sword tips pointed menacingly at Yu Xiaojiang, causing his body to tense involuntarily. For a fleeting moment, he was even tempted to turn and flee. However, recalling that he was within the confines of Shrek Academy, he endeavored to calm his racing heart. He gazed at the smiling Tang Ge and, gritting his teeth, managed to force out a sentence during the upcoming spar. You are not permitted to utilize the abilities of your fourth soul ring. Oh, being too exceptional can be a burden. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Tang Ge let out a resigned sigh. Chapter 109, 1 against 8, Undaunted. Oh, being too exceptional can indeed be a burden. In that case, if it's not to be used, then so be it. With a flick of his hand, he dissipated the inyong swords, and the Taiji sword array vanished from beneath his feet. Yu Xiaojiang swiftly retreated over 10 meters, distancing himself from Tang Ge. Daimubai and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. With the threat of the Taiji sword array gone, their confidence surged, feeling that they could even challenge a soul king, let alone a mere soul zone. Thus, Ma Hongjun could not help but exclaim boastfully, Tang Ge, just wait and see. Soon you'll be crying from our beating. Ah, quite the audacious claim. In that case, I shall relish the opportunity to make you my little bald chicken. Tang Ge raised an eyebrow. He then directly addressed Yu Xiaojiang, saying, Master, may we commence? The enemy will not engage in discussions regarding the timing of our start. Yu Xiaojiang replied calmly. No sooner had these words left his lips than Tang San, who had greatly benefited from Yu Xiaojiang's teachings, instantly summoned 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings. The blue-silver grass materialized from his palm, swiftly transforming into slender, elongated vines. Entangle, accompanied by a low shout. These blue-silver grass vines, now rendered more resilient through the fusion with the soul ring of the man-faced demon spider, surged forth toward Tang Ge. Tang Ge reacted swiftly. Yet upon glancing at the blue-silver grass vines, he found it too tedious to evade. They were merely a gaggle of kindergarten children, after all. He surmised that once these youngsters had all made their moves, he would unleash his power and obliterate them, thereby illustrating that the chasm between individuals cannot be bridged by a mere soul ring. Upon witnessing Tang Ge's reluctance to dodge, Tang San's expression darkened. He could not help but snort, arrogance. Ning Rongrong, bolster our soul skills. The 7 treasures glazed tile was summoned, and as it spun, radiant beams of colorful light erupted. These luminescent rays enveloped Tang San and Daimubai, significantly enhancing their strength and speed. Seizing the moment, Tang San clenched his fist decisively. The blue-silver grass vines he summoned swiftly ensnared Tang Ge, wrapping him tightly like a dumpling. Subsequently, the vines began to constrict inward, seemingly intent on choking him to death. Witnessing this, Lin Yuechan's delicate face betrayed her concern, and she yearned to intervene. However, Zhu Shuqin shook her head in response. Sister Yuechan, you must have faith in Tang Ge. He will be fine. At that moment, Ma Hongjun could not suppress his laughter. Tang Ge, I have recently discovered that the Phoenix Fire line is even more potent in the state of the Blazing Phoenix, so do be cautious. Taking advantage of Tang Ge being ensnared by Tang San's blue-silver grass, Ma Hongjun summoned his martial soul, the Phoenix, which enveloped him. He then unleashed a torrent of flames, transforming them into a fiery line that surged toward Tang Ge, with a crackle and pop, accompanied by the sound of plants igniting. Tang Ge, ensconced in blue-silver grass, was suddenly engulfed in flames. Ning Rongrong, who had just augmented their soul skills, was taken aback by the sight. Tang San, do you think Tang Ge will be all right? Although Tang San believed that Tang Ge would not be easily defeated, he nonetheless felt compelled to instruct Oscar, who was meant to provide protection. Oscar, Be ready to craft sausages at a moment's notice, should Tang Ge, before he could finish, a resounding explosion, accompanied by a shower of sparks, captured everyone's attention. 8 meters away, Tang Ge emerged from the inferno, a broad smile adorning his face. Neither the paralyzing toxin of the blue silvergrass nor the scorching flames from the phoenix had inflicted any harm upon him. His garments remained unscathed. Streams of black and white soul power swirled around him, emanating an aura of mystique. Even the master, observing from a distance, could not help but be astonished. This little fellow has grown immensely in 5 years. However, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a fierce shout. White Tiger Possession. White Tiger Radiant Wave. White Tiger Diamond Transformation. Dai Mubai, witnessing Tang Ge emerge unscathed from the flames, did not hesitate to activate his second and third soul skills. A blinding golden orb burst forth from his mouth, radiating a formidable aura as it hurtled toward Tang Ge, with Dai Mubai following closely behind. The ferocious white tiger martial soul roaring behind him. Yet, in response to the approaching golden orb, Tang Ge merely raised his hand and lightly tapped. With a sound akin to a bubble bursting, the golden orb disintegrated into flecks of gold that scattered away, barely ruffling the corner of Tang Ge's garment. Dai Mubai, who had rushed forward, was momentarily paralyzed with shock, his pupils constricting. What the? To break my white tiger radiant wave with a mere barehanded strike. Is that even humanly possible? Cursing inwardly, he instinctively shifted to defense, employing his first defensive soul skill, the white tiger protective barrier. Give it up, it's futile. As a golden shield emerged around Dai Mubai, Tang Ge could not help but chuckle and shake his head. He then took a step forward, releasing a surge of overwhelming power, eliciting a piercing scream from Dai Mubai. In an instant, Dai Mubai transformed into a golden blur, hurtling backward. Had it not been for Tang San ensnaring him with the blue silver grass, he would likely have been launched out of Shrek Academy. Similarly, Zhu Zhuqing, who had fused her martial soul, the nether cat, to attack Tang Ge, was startled and abruptly halted mid-air, suspended in place. However, this caused her soul power to become erratic, and she plummeted uncontrollably toward the ground. Tang Ge, having just sent Dai Mubai flying, shook his head slightly and swiftly activated his inyong wings, soaring into the air to catch Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. He then turned to Lin Yuechan, who was drawing her bow to shoot him from a short distance away, and raised his right hand in a mock gesture of striking. Lin Yuechan's cheeks flushed, and she hurriedly lowered her bow. You, let me go. At that moment, Tang Ge heard Zhu Zhuqing's slightly indignant whisper. He turned to find her close by, and in a moment of impulse, he playfully smacked her on the rear. The sound echoed, and Zhu Zhuqing fell silent. Stop fooling around. I'll set you down later. As Tang Ge regained his composure, he beheld Zhu Zhuqing, her face flushed to the neck, resembling a ripened apple. While savoring the sensations of the recent encounter, he maintained an air of calm. His gaze soon shifted to the distant figure of Yu Xiaojiang. Master, did you see that? I, Tang Ge, can take on 8 opponents without fear. Had this declaration been made at the outset, neither Tang San nor Dai Mubai would have accepted it readily. It is worth noting that, during their previous collaboration outside the Stardow Forest, the 8 of them had combined their strengths. Even the Soul King from Tsanghui Academy, ranked above level 50, could not easily contend with them. Moreover, Tang San had since ascended to the rank of Soul Master, and the potency of his blue-silver grass had become more formidable than ever. They were confident that uniting their efforts would suffice to subdue Tang Ge without resorting to the 4th Soul Ring's abilities. However, the current scenario painted a different picture. They watched as Tang Ge effortlessly dismantled the joint assault of Tang San and Ma Hongjun, subsequently shattering Dai Mubai's White Tiger Radiant Wave with bare hands, sending him flying with a single palm strike. As for Zhu Zhuqing and Lin Yuechan, their presence was rendered inconsequential. In that moment, both Tang San and Dai Mubai comprehended the stark reality. Even when united, they were no match for Tang Ge, who had yet to unleash his most powerful soul techniques. The realization of the vast chasm between them left a bitter taste in their hearts. A dozen meters away, feeling the dejection emanating from Tang San and Dai Mubai, Yu Xiaojiang glanced at Tang Ge, who was still shamelessly taking liberties with the young girl. Anger surged within him, prompting a desire to roll up his sleeves and join the fray. Yet, reflecting on the limitations of his martial spirit, the 3 cannons cannon, his expression twitched slightly. He then turned to Tang San with a grave tone. It is not the might of the opponent that is terrifying, but the absence of courage to confront a formidable foe. Little San, as your teacher, I do not wish to see you surrender out of fear. Therefore, as long as you stand, unleash your full strength against Tang Ge. And you all, I do not expect you to defeat him, but I hope you learn the values of perseverance and resilience. Never yield, never surrender. In the face of a strong adversary, embrace the courage to fight to the end. Each of Yu Xiaojiang's words resonated like thunder, ringing in the ears of Tang San and Dai Mubai, leaving them momentarily dazed. Yet, in that instant, the expressions of the eight became increasingly resolute. In the end, Tang San abruptly lifted his head, gazing at Tang Ge, who was embracing Zhu Ziqing midair with a beaming smile. He earnestly declared, Tang Ge, I am aware that your strength surpasses that of all 8 of us. Yet, as our teacher rightly said, we cannot simply concede defeat. Even if you were to vanquish us all, we shall rise again to continue the fight. Furthermore, I, Tang Ge, will eventually reclaim my rightful position as the leader from you. Dai Mubai, enduring the pain radiating from his abdomen, grit his teeth and resolutely added, and I too. And I too. Ning Rong, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Xiao Wu, and Lin Yuchan all stepped forward in unison. Even Zhu Zhuqing, whose fair cheeks had been flushed, regained her composure. Her dark, beautiful eyes met Tang Ge's, and she softly implored, Tang Ge, please set me down. I wish to fight alongside them. Well then, is it the case that, with Yu Xiaogang's words, I instantly transform into the villain? Upon witnessing the collective response of the crowd, Tang Ge could not help but harbor silent disdain. Nevertheless, he nodded and released Zhu Zhuqing, allowing her to return to her team. Ultimately, as he observed the Shrek 8 monsters invigorated by Yu Xiaojiang's words, a cruel smile crept across Tang Ge's face. Since you are so eager to seek torment, I shall oblige today. With that, he unfurled his inyong wings and swiftly appeared before Dai Mubai. Before Dai Mubai could react, Tang Ge seized him by the neck and hoisted him off the ground. Do you truly think you can usurp the leader's position from me? How naive, Dai Air. Bang, 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 bang. Regardless of Dai Mubai's struggles, Tang Ge's grip remained unyielding, while his other hand relentlessly rained down punches. In an instant, Dai Mubai transformed into an immobile punching bag. Not only Dai Mubai, but Tang San, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar also fell victim to the same fate. Under the relentless barrage of Tang Ge's fury, Oscar's fanciful mushroom sausage proved utterly ineffective. Male or female, all were subjected to his blows. The only distinction was that he struck the men on the face and the women on their backsides. Thus, by the time the 8 of them lay sprawled on the ground, the girls, though disheveled, bore no visible injuries, only covering their behinds with flushed faces of indignation. In stark contrast, the 4 boys emerged with faces resembling that of swollen pigs, unrecognizable even to their parents. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang, who had been supervising from a distance, found himself engulfed in dust from Tang Ge's inadvertent strike, leaving him disheveled. Observing Yu Xiaojiang retreat once more, Tang Ge felt a surge of satisfaction. Humph! Enjoy the taste of dirt for exploiting me. Thus, the day's training concluded with all 8 of Tang San's team members utterly defeated. However, it was unfortunate that such a near-torturous regimen was merely the beginning for them. The following day, after savoring a sumptuous meal prepared by Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San and his companions began yet again the grueling weighted running drills from Shrek Academy to Soto City. This relentless training continued for 3 months. During this period, Tang San and his companions fully grasped the sensation of suffering beyond death. They endured the burden of running back and forth between Shrek Academy and Notting City, returning each time utterly exhausted, nearly collapsing at the finish line. Once sufficiently rested and refueled, they were immediately subjected to Tang Ge's merciless onslaught. No matter what strategies they devised, they ultimately fell short against the might of Tang Ge's fist. In their eyes, Tang Ge transcended a mere soul master, becoming an all-powerful titled Douluo. There was no adversary he could not defeat with a single blow. And if there was, he would simply deliver another. By the end, Tang San and his companions had completely abandoned the notion of defeating Tang Ge, merely wishing for the relentless oppression to conclude swiftly. Fortunately, through the relentless beatings and torment, their teamwork grew increasingly harmonious, a small consolation for Yu Xiaojiang, who oversaw their training. As for Tang Ge, both Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder had to concede that this child was exceptionally powerful, far surpassing their teaching capabilities. Thus, it was best to let him thrive independently. Chapter 111. The heartbroken Ma Hongjun in the blink of an eye. 3 months of training were drawing to a close. On the eve of the final day, in his exclusive 2-story loft, Tang Ge sat cross-legged on his bed, diligently cultivating the hell furnace technique. Within the hell furnace, a pill infused with an abundance of tribulation lightning power was being refined, transforming into pure energy that merged with Tang Ge's essence. Simultaneously, the life energy continuously emitted by the meteor tears was also being absorbed. Throughout these 3 months, Tang Ge had not been idle, merely sparring with Tang San and the others. Rather, he had dedicated time every other day to unleash a flurry of strikes upon them. The remainder of his time was devoted to refining the tribulation lightning pill and meteor tears to elevate his soul power and awaken the ancient sacred body. Presently, the once mighty tribulation lightning pill had diminished to a mere speck, its pure energy having elevated Tang Ge's soul power by 4 levels. However, the progress of his ancient sacred body had slowed considerably, even with the dual-layered energy of the tribulation lightning pill and meteor tears. It had only advanced by a single percentage point over the 3 months. This left Tang Ge feeling somewhat helpless. Yet, he understood that the power tier of the ancient sacred body far exceeded that of the Douluo Continent, making such a slow enhancement entirely reasonable. Thus, even a single percentage point of improvement signified a qualitative leap in his strength. Gradually, Tang Ge's initial impatience subsided. Suddenly, as he sat cross-legged, a tremor coursed through his body. The last remnants of the tribulation lightning pill were finally refined. A surge of powerful energy flooded into Tang Ge's limbs, instantly elevating his soul power to the next level. As the once rapidly operating hell furnace settled into stillness, it was left empty. Tang Ge concluded his training and opened his eyes. In an instant, a blinding bolt of lightning erupted from his gaze, leaving a charred mark upon the wall before him. Taking a deep breath to suppress the surging power within his body, Tang Ge summoned his personal information panel. Shock System Host. Tang Ge Level 48 Soul Master Martial Spirit. Twin Martial Spirits, Inyong Life and Death Diagram. For Swords of Extermination Soul Rings, Inyong Life and Death Diagram Purple, Black Soul Skills, Joy, Inyong Wings, Life and Death Array. Life and Death Great Seal, Taiji Sword Formation Martial Techniques, Chaotic Wind Hammer Method, Walking Character Secret, Hell Refinement, Heaven's Divine Fist Physique, Awakened Ancient Holy Body. Awakening Degree 2 Shock Value, 73, 450 in 3 months, he had achieved an elevation of 5 soul power levels, along with a 1 progress in awakening his ancient holy body. While this may not be considered swift, Tang Ge was immensely satisfied. It is worth noting that compared to his contemporaries like Tang San, he was undeniably far ahead. Furthermore, Tang Ge was confident that his ascent from Soul Master to Soul King would not take an excessive amount of time. Glancing at the shock value section, he noted that after such an extended period of accumulation, it had remarkably reached over 70,000 points. However, Tang Ge restrained his impulse to engage in a lottery draw, deciding to wait a while longer. Once he amassed a total of 100,000 shock value points, he would embark on 10 consecutive draws, significantly increasing his chances of obtaining rare treasures. Of course, the true reason for Tang Ge's reluctance to draw was that he currently lacked for nothing. With this thought in mind, he stowed away his personal information panel and rose from his bed. Creak. As the door to his room swung open, the evening breeze, infused with the hues of dusk, poured into the space, adding a touch of color to the previously shadowy surroundings. Observing the darkening sky, a thought suddenly crossed Tang Ge's mind. A smile crept across his face as he murmured to himself, if all goes as expected, tonight Ma Hongjun will likely be taught a lesson by that soul master named Douluo while he is out gallivanting. Since he had this knowledge, and as the leader of Shrek Academy, how could he possibly allow such an event to transpire unchallenged? With determination, he resolved to take action. Tang Ge did not bother to check whether Tang San and the others had finished their final day of training before returning to the academy. Instead, he activated his inyong wings and swiftly departed from the loft, soaring towards the cherished Shrek Academy. Meanwhile, in another loft within the academy, watching Tang Ge's sudden exit, Flender adjusted his glasses and chuckled. This little rascal has finally decided to venture out. Yet, I wonder which unfortunate soul will bear the brunt of his antics. Are you not concerned that he might create a significant mess? Yu Xiaojing inquired. Flender shook his teacup, draining its contents before rising to his feet. He strolled to the balcony, gazing up at the distant evening glow, his voice suddenly infused with a carefree exuberance. Which genius's rise is devoid of challenges? I, Flender, do not fear his potential blunders. I merely hope they are substantial enough, for someone will inevitably come forth to remedy the situation. At this point, Flender glanced at Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing discerned the underlying meaning of Flender's words, rendered speechless. So, you are merely an observer, unaffected by the outcome. Are you not afraid that he might come seeking retribution? Nonetheless, he did agree with the notion that a genius's path is rarely smooth, nodding in acknowledgement. I suppose you have a point. I came to discuss the next phase of training plans for Tang San and the others. What training plans? Flinder asked. Yu Xiaojiang approached him, staring towards Soto City with a serene expression. The Soto City Grand Soul Arena. In the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. Thanks to the swift flight of his inyong wings, Tang Ge arrived in a matter of moments. Spotting a tall, long-haired beauty in lace stockings at the front desk, he approached with a gentle smile. Excuse me, miss, do you have a moment? Would you care to join me for a meal? As he presented a rose, he cheerfully extended the invitation. Transformed by the ancient sacred body, he had not only grown taller and more graceful, but also remarkably handsome. Upon raising her gaze, the beauty's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. As the fragrance of the rose enveloped her, she shyly accepted it, nodding in agreement. Once the long-haired beauty emerged from behind the desk, Tang Ge took her soft, fair hand, and together they strolled out of the Grand Soul Arena. At the same time, outside the arena, Ma Hongjun, who had just completed his training, was adjusting his clothing and hair while trying to boost his own confidence. Ma Hongjun, you are quite handsome. You can do this, you will win her over. After this self-encouragement, he felt a surge of confidence and prepared to enter the Grand Soul Arena. However, upon lifting his head, he was met with two familiar figures, and in that instant, his heart shattered. Chapter 112. Living Impatiently. Upon seeing those two familiar figures emerging from the Grand Soul Arena, the bouquet of roses in Ma Hongjun's hands fell to the ground. A crack echoed in his ears, the sound of his heart breaking. How could this be? How could Tang Ge do this? She is the woman I have been pursuing. Why is she with him? His face contorted with anguish, he felt as though a vast expanse of green grassland was descending upon him. He clearly recognized the two familiar silhouettes, Tang Ge and the long-haired beauty he had been chasing, named Ding Dang. Ma Hongjun had resolved to confess his feelings as soon as training concluded, but now he found himself witnessing the woman he longed for, accompanying his rival. She is with Tang Ge, and she is leaving. Ma Hongjun's eyes turned red, and he could no longer hold back the tears streaming down his face. Master Tang, you have ravaged my body, but why must you also trample upon my heart in the end? At last, Ma Hongjun could no longer endure the torment and suddenly cried out in anguish. Master Tang, I loathe you. His voice rang out, resonant yet heart-wrenching, instantly capturing the attention of passers-by in the square. They glanced at the weeping Ma Hongjun and the bouquet of roses at his feet, and suddenly realized the tragic truth, another soul ensnared by love's torment. In the distance, the long-haired beauty Ding Dang, walking alongside Tang Ge, also heard the sorrowful cry. A look of curiosity appeared on her face as she contemplated turning to see. However, Tang Ge swiftly pulled her into his embrace, chuckling. Just a chubby little boy who knows nothing of love. There's nothing worth watching. So, where shall we go now? Being enveloped in Tang Ge's embrace, the scent of masculinity overwhelmed Ding Dang, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Her eyes became slightly dazed as she tremulously inquired, lost in the moment. Tang Ge lowered his gaze to the enchanting Ding Dang nestled in his arms, unable to resist the temptation to playfully pat her on the rear. Of course, we shall indulge in delectable delights and partake in some delightful activities, he proclaimed, bursting into laughter as he embraced her delicate waist, striding proudly towards the lively streets ahead. Brother Ma Hongjun, you must remain optimistic. Your elder brother Tang is surrendering his allure this evening solely for your benefit. Otherwise, not only would that beating be in vain, but this charming young lady might also fall victim to nefarious individuals due to your inadequate prowess. Thus, on the final day before the grueling 3-month training concluded, Tang Ge, having made significant strides in his abilities, seized the opportunity to revel in the vibrant city of Soto, with a beautiful companion by his side to dine and drink with. Occasionally sharing tender moments, the night swiftly deepened. Eventually, as they departed from the bustling district, Tang Ge guided the utterly entranced Ding Dang, whose long hair seemed to flow like silk, towards a dimly lit area devoid of illumination. The further they ventured, the more secluded their surroundings became, nearly devoid of any human presence. Yet, oblivious to the encroaching solitude, Ding Dang remained half reclined in Tang Ge's embrace, her subtly intoxicated visage illuminated by the faint glow of the moonlight. Tang Ge glanced down at the girl in his arms, unable to suppress a shake of his head. How foolish. Perhaps she had been deceived into giving up a kidney, only to end up counting money for someone else? Fortunately, he was not a villain. He had no intention of such treachery. He merely sought to seize an opportunity to perform an anonymous act of kindness while easing his own mind. Gradually, the two ventured further into desolation, almost on the outskirts of the city. Finally, just after passing through a pitch-black alley, accompanied by the distinct sound of footsteps echoing in the night, Tang Ge's eyes brightened with anticipation. At last, something had emerged. He promptly halted, rousing Ding Dang, who was on the verge of dozing off against him. "Why have we stopped?" she asked, her voice tinged with confusion as she awoke. Tang Ge whispered, "You should rest against the wall for a while. I drank too much water earlier and need to find a place to relieve myself. I will return shortly." Ding Dang replied softly and made her way to lean against the wall. However, just as Tang Ge had departed, a cold breeze swept through, and she suddenly recalled something, causing her to shudder and become fully alert. As she gazed into the pitch-black void around her, her previously flushed face turned pale. Anxiously, she exclaimed, "Tang Ge, where are we? Didn't we say we were going to the hotel? Tang Ge, where are you? I'm a bit scared." Unfortunately, her soft calls went unanswered. The chilling atmosphere sent shivers down her spine, compelling her to curl up on the ground, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears, on the verge of crying. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the alley ahead. Ding Dang, believing it to be Tang Ge returning, couldn't contain her excitement and rushed forward, calling out, "Tang Ge, is that you?" However, when she reached the mouth of the alley, her voice abruptly ceased. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by the increasingly loud footsteps, a figure gradually emerged from the dark alley. It was a tall, slender middle-aged man clad in a trench coat and wearing a top hat, yet his appearance was rather grotesque, reminiscent of a clown. As soon as he appeared, his gaze fixated on Ding Dang. Observing her exquisite figure, he couldn't help but lick his lips with delight, saying, "Little girl, Tang Ge is not here, but Douluo has arrived. It is quite dangerous to linger here in the dead of night. What if you encounter a bad person? How about I take you away?" With that, the man known as Douluo reached out toward Ding Dang's arm. Confronted by the repulsive man who intended to lay hands on her, Ding Dang, momentarily stunned, quickly regained her senses and let out a piercing scream. "Ah!" The horrifying sound wave startled Douluo, causing his features to contort. Noticing the disdain in the girl's eyes, he felt a surge of anger and hissed, "Refusing to drink the wine offered, you will taste the punishment instead. Just watch how I deal with you tonight." Just as Douluo's hand was about to grasp Ding Dang's arm, another hand suddenly appeared from the side, seizing his wrist. Accompanying this action was a chilling, murderous laugh that echoed in Douluo's ear. "Dare to touch my woman, and it seems you truly are tired of living." Crack! A sharp sound resonated as. Before Douluo could comprehend the situation, an immense force surged through his wrist, instantly shattering the bones. Following this, a scream more piercing than Ding Dang's earlier cry reverberated through the air. In the unanticipated moment, the agonizing sensation from his crushed wrist induced a harrowing scream from Douluo. Nevertheless, he swiftly summoned his soul power to his wrist, attempting to heal the shattered bone while trying to extract his right hand from the stranger's grip. Alas, the grip was unyielding. Even his soul power couldn't break free. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he realized the gravity of his predicament. This was trouble. He had encountered a formidable opponent tonight. Meanwhile, Ding Dang, pale with fright, couldn't help but leap into the arms of the person who had intervened to stop Douluo. "Whoa, Tang Ge, you scare me to death. I thought you had left me here all alone. Do you know how frightened I was just now?" Listening to the distressed sobs of the young girl in his embrace, Tang Ge, with his empty left hand, gently patted her shoulder and reassured her with a smile. There, don't cry. How could I ever leave you behind?" Once Ding Dang had calmed down enough to cease her tears, he continued, "You wait here for a moment. After I deal with this scoundrel, we shall have our fun." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Ding Dang's cheeks flushed, and she nodded obediently, stepping aside as he instructed. Tang Ge's gaze shifted back to the refined scoundrel before him, a cold smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Are you the infamous Noel, who prowls the night to prey upon young women?" His voice, though soft, instantly intensified the pressure on Noel. Struggling to endure the pain radiating from his wrist, Noel forced a smile and retorted, "I am indeed Noel. But the accusation of being a nocturnal assailant is utterly unfounded. My friend, it seems there has been some misunderstanding between us. Why not sit down and have a proper conversation? Speak more respectfully. I am not your comrade." Tang Ge furrowed his brows, letting out a cold snort before suddenly lifting a leg and delivering a powerful kick to Douluo's abdomen. Bang! In an instant, Douluo was sent flying, crashing into a nearby heap of refuse. The excruciating pain radiating from his stomach caused him to grimace. However, the unexpected release of his restrained wrist brought a flicker of joy to his heart. He quickly scrambled to his feet, intending to unleash his martial spirit and escape, all the while committing Tang Ge's appearance to memory. "Damn it! Just you wait. Once I, Douluo, gather my two companions, I shall avenge tonight's humiliation." "What? Are you planning to flee and summon others to seek vengeance on my behalf? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a chilling voice, so cold it nearly sent his soul spiraling out of his body, suddenly echoed in his ears. Almost immediately, a hand reached out, gripping his throat and lifting him off the ground. Suspended in the air, unable to touch the ground, and with his soul power suppressed, Bu Li's complexion began to take on a purplish hue as he struggled desperately, kicking and emitting anguished sounds. Let us speak civilly, if you spare me. I will comply with any request. I beg you. Very well, I shall spare you. Tang Ge replied with a faint smile, promptly releasing his grip. Huh? You really let me go? Bu Li, having not anticipated this outcome, fell from the air in a daze before suddenly shouting, Heavenly net dual shields. Buzz. As 4 soul rings materialized beneath him, a pair of pink shields resembling those wielded by a woman appeared behind him, releasing a cloud of pink mist. This was Bu Li's martial spirit, the Heavenly Net Dual Shields. As soon as the martial spirit was summoned, the pink mist enveloped him entirely, causing his figure to vanish from sight. Then, the sound of Bu Li's ecstatic laughter echoed in all directions. Ha ha! I have never encountered such a foolish soul master as you, who would truly let me go. So, as a token of my gratitude, I shall allow you to live for another night. As for this girl, I shall take her away. The pink mist gradually expanded, threatening to envelop the entire area. Tang Ge remained composed, first attuning himself to the ethereal mist that seemed to possess a hallucinogenic quality, then casting his gaze upon the elusive pink double veil. Indeed, it was a most sinister martial spirit. A smile spread across his face as he remarked, You must be mistaken. I merely wish to observe your intriguing martial spirit before I render you incapacitated. With that, the inyong life and death diagram materialized from his palm. Beneath his feet, soul rings began to rise, 1 purple and 3 black, their radiant glow swiftly dispelling the pink mist. The raucous laughter abruptly ceased, giving way to incredulous gasps. You possess 3 10,000-year soul rings. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have astonished Bu Li, earning 1,500 points of astonishment value. Ah, how delightful it is to reap such rewards. Upon hearing the system's notification within his mind, Tang Ge's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without further ado, he raised his hand and unleashed a colossal palm strike of life and death. Boom, accompanied by a thunderous sound. A figure emerged momentarily before being forcefully slammed into the ground. When Tang Ge approached after retracting his martial spirit and soul rings, he found Bu Li sprawled in a massive handprint-shaped crater, his body convulsing uncontrollably. The earlier strike had not only depleted his soul power, but had also left every bone in his body nearly shattered. Upon seeing Tang Ge approach, terror etched itself upon Bu Li's face. Spare me. Spare you? Perhaps you should lie there for a while. Tang Ge coldly scoffed, stomping his right foot on the ground, causing the deep crater he had just created to collapse instantaneously. Bu Li was thus buried beneath the debris, once assured that no one would discover his presence beneath. Tang Ge turned and walked away. As he arrived before Ding Dang, the long-haired maiden who had succumbed to slumber due to the pink mist, he couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Encountering me is indeed your stroke of luck. With that, he lifted her effortlessly and, with the emergence of his inyong wings, soared toward a distant area illuminated by lights. However, he soon returned. But do not misunderstand. He had merely sought a nearby hotel to ensure Ding Dang's comfort before promptly returning to this location. The memories of the sympathetic gazes from the tall waitress as he departed the hotel caused a bittersweet smile to cross his lips. Never mind. I must focus on the task at hand. He shook his head to dispel the gloomy thoughts and approached the site where Bu Li had been buried. With a single step, he rent the ground asunder once more. Chapter 114. The emergence of the evil soul master. The earth cracked open, revealing the buried Bu Li. As air rushed in, he, nearly suffocated, drew a deep breath, gasping for air. When he turned to face Tang Ge, it was as if he beheld a demon. Thus, even when Tang Ge casually emitted a milky light beam to mend his injuries, Bu Li lay still like a corpse, too terrified to move. He feared that once healed, Tang Ge might bury him alive again. Just the thought sent a shiver down Bu Li's spine, causing his throat to quiver and emit faint, mosquito-like whimpers. What do you want from me? I have heard that you have 2 accomplices. Take me to them, and I shall spare your life. Tang Ge gazed with a hint of discontent and said softly, Shall I lead the way to find my companions? Tianya and Ikao? Upon hearing Tang Ge's request, Bu Li was taken aback, instinctively wanting to refuse. However, upon further reflection, he realized, wait, why should I decline? Why should those 2 continue to roam freely while I suffer like this? No, it is imperative that we locate them, even if it means facing death. We shall meet our fate together. With this thought in mind, Douluo promptly nodded. Very well, I shall guide you. With newfound determination, he climbed out of the pit and confidently led the way ahead. Tang Ge ambled leisurely behind, maintaining a suitable distance from the other. This was not due to a fear of alarming the prey by getting too close, but rather because the overpowering stench of urine mingled with excrement had nearly made him retch. Had the other not still possessed some utility, Tang Ge would have long since dispatched him with a swift blow. Thus, the two traversed the landscape for nearly half an hour, completely exiting the city of Su Yuntao. It was only when a small hollow appeared ahead, revealing faint outlines of wooden huts within, that they finally came to a halt. My two companions reside within those wooden structures, though I cannot ascertain whether they have ventured out hunting tonight, Lu whispered apprehensively, gesturing towards the hollow. Gone hunting? Tang Ge comprehended the true significance of the two words spoken by Douluo, and couldn't help but emit a cold snort. If no one is here, then you need not live. Call them out. Well, what? I shall do it right now. Douluo trembled in fear, hurriedly taking 2 steps forward. Inhaling deeply before bellowing into the night. Tianya, Ikao, I have brought back something fresh. If you desire it, hurry out to receive me. His voice resonated clearly through the darkness, reaching a small hillock ahead. Before long, a response echoed back from within. Oh, Douluo. What has possessed you tonight to be so generous? Indeed, Douluo is not known for his generosity. He has likely returned with a substandard item. The voices grew nearer, and soon 2 figures emerged into Tang Ge's view. Upon seeing them, Douluo felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, his relief was short-lived as the 2 figures, sensing danger, suddenly retreated back towards the hillock. Douluo's heart clenched in anxiety, and he couldn't help but shout. What are you doing? Did you not say you would come to receive me? Upon hearing Douluo's cry, one of the retreating figures paused, then unleashed a torrent of curses. You scoundrel Douluo, have you truly sunk so low as to deceive us, believing Ikao and I to be fools? You, who have barely escaped with your life, dare to bring others to ensnare us. We considered you a brother, regardless of who that person is beside you. Now that you have arrived, do not expect to leave alive. Our superior, but before he could finish, his voice abruptly ceased. A dazzling purple-black radiance surged forth, causing all to widen their eyes in astonishment. Unbeknownst to them, Tang Ge had unveiled 4 soul rings, 1 purple and 3 black, encircling him and emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure. Simultaneously, 3 system notifications resounded within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for shocking Tianya, earning 2,000 shock points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for shocking Ikao, earning 1,500 shock points. Ding. Congratulations, host, for shocking Douluo, earning 700 shock points. 700 points? The final notification caused Tang Ge to furrow his brow, glancing over at Douluo. The purple-black glow flickered in his eyes, and as it fell upon Douluo, he was instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. Believing Tang Ge was about to kill him, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more. Seeing this, Tang Ge felt speechless. However, since Douluo had already lost consciousness, he paid him no further heed and proceeded towards the 2 figures ahead. A few dozen meters away were Douluo's 2 accomplices, Tianya and Ikao. Ikao wielded the martial soul of a duck and was at the soul zone level, while Tianya, despite having the martial soul of a green kitchen knife, possessed a soul power exceeding level 50, making him a soul king. Yet at this moment, Tianya displayed none of the awareness befitting a soul king, typically capable of dominating the underground world of Su Yuntao City. As soon as he regained his senses, he not only continued to flee towards the hillock, but did so with even greater speed than Ikao. Absurd. To reveal a soul master with 1 purple and 3 black rings at the outset, despite the opponent merely being at the soul zone level. He was no match for Tianya, who possessed only a purple soul ring. Engaging would be tantamount to seeking death. Simultaneously, Tianya inwardly cursed Douluo for provoking such a formidable adversary. Nevertheless, he thought, once they escaped into the hillock, everything would be resolved. Ikao, closely pursuing him, seemed to share this sentiment. They exchanged glances and quickened their pace. Could it be that there are hidden cards left by those 2 within the hillock? Meanwhile, Tang Ge, originally intent on eliminating Tianya and Ikao, noticed their desperate flight towards the hillock and frowned, contemplating. Consequently, he temporarily abandoned the thought of killing them and followed them directly into the hillock. Upon their arrival, the fleeing Tianya and Ikao abruptly halted. Then, like a landslide, they fell to their knees. Master, someone intends to kill us. They bowed their heads, issuing desperate cries for help. Boom. accompanied by a terrifying aura that erupted from the house ahead. It sent Tianya and Kao flying. A middle-aged man with a grim expression emerged slowly. The moment Tang Ge laid eyes on this man, his pupils constricted, and a sense of wariness surged within him. This was not merely due to the formidable presence exuding from the man, but also because he was holding a soul master, from whom soul power and vitality were being continuously siphoned towards him. The middle-aged man was, indeed, an evil soul master. In the blink of an eye, the soul master in the man's grasp was reduced to a lifeless husk. Casually discarding the corpse, the man's gaze fell upon Tang Ge. Upon noticing the dazzling spectacle of 1 purple and 3 black rings pulsating around Tang Ge, a fervent glimmer of greed ignited in the man's eyes. He couldn't suppress a hoarse chuckle. I never expected someone would deliver themselves to me. 1 purple and 3 black soul rings. Young one, I must say, your talent is truly astonishing. Yet, how unfortunate, for here, all that you possess shall belong to me. Once I devour you, my soul power shall ascend further. Clearly, this middle-aged man had discerned that Tang Ge was quite young, and he seemed utterly unconcerned with Tang Ge's background or lineage. As his words fell, a soul akin to a leech manifested, and 6 soul rings ascended beneath his feet, 1 white, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. This middle-aged man was, astonishingly, a soul emperor with soul power exceeding level 60. Tang Ge was somewhat astonished, yet he felt no fear. Instead, a surge of excitement began to swell within him. Previously, due to the convergence of the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matron, he had not had the opportunity to test the limits of his current strength. Now, however, a living soul emperor stood alone before him. Tang Ge felt that if he did not eliminate his opponent tonight, it would be a disservice to such a splendid opportunity. Contemplating this, he gazed at the middle-aged man across from him, a smile gracing his features. You wish to consume me? Then you must first reveal your name. Haha. Remember this. My name is Dong Wang. After your demise, do not forget to haunt your family in dreams to seek vengeance on my behalf. Upon uttering his name, the middle-aged man could no longer suppress the greed and desire swelling within him. He charged directly at Tang Ge. Midway through his advance, a yellow soul ring flickered around him, and a soul skill was unleashed. Leech Entanglement. With a sudden flourish, the air seemed to fill with an invisible lake. Ripples spreading as a slender leech, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, emerged. Its surface dripped with a viscous liquid, evoking a sense of revulsion. No sooner had it appeared than the leech lunged toward Tang Ge, intent on ensnaring him. Tang Ge felt a shiver coursing through his body as he immediately executed the life and death great hand seal, striking down with a powerful palm. With a resounding thud, the mysterious forces of yin and yang erupted forth, suppressing not only the repugnant leech but also enveloping the approaching soul emperor, Dong Wang. Beneath the shadow of the great hand seal, he could distinctly sense his soul power being steadily consumed. Surely, the prowess of a Millennium Soul Ring's soul skill is formidable. Dong Wang marveled inwardly, yet his own soul rings continued to illuminate in succession. In the next moment, he unleashed a thunderous roar, liquid barrage, leech regeneration. 2 Millennium Soul skills were unleashed in rapid succession, one transformed into a liquid mass that materialized above him. When the great hand seal struck the surface, it was akin to pressing upon a sponge, as the immense force was swiftly dissipated through its undulating movements. Following the release of the 2nd Millennium Soul skill, from the spot where the leech had been vanquished, numerous leeches, mere inches in length, began to materialize at an astonishing rate. Though these leeches appeared diminutive and seemingly innocuous, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. In the blink of an eye, the small valley was completely inundated with writhing leeches. Wherever they slithered, not a blade of grass remained. Even the 2 scoundrels, Tianya and Kao, could not escape their fate and were quickly engulfed. By the time the swarm of leeches had surged past, not a shred of their clothing remained. Despite the liquid barrage's valiant effort, it ultimately succumbed to the might of the Millennium Soul skill. The life and death great hand seal, which crushed and annihilated a considerable number of leeches beneath its force. However, Soul Emperor Dong Wang had already retreated beyond the range of attack. Gazing at Tang Ge, now encircled by his legion of leeches, a sinister grin spread across his face. Little one, I shall let my adorable companions have their way with you. Alas, you shall be sorely disappointed. Tang Ge spoke softly. Instead of soaring into the air with the wings of yin and yang, he activated the 4th soul ring, which emitted a pitch-black glow, causing the Taiji sword formation to manifest beneath him. In the blink of an eye, this formation enveloped a radius of 10 meters. A sharp sword aura, potent enough to rend the very fabric of space, gradually emanated from within, even from a distance of over 10 meters. The Soul Emperor Dong Wang felt the terrifying presence of this sword aura. His pupils constricted, and an ominous sensation crept into his heart, prompting him to command the surrounding swarm of leeches to surge forth without hesitation. In an instant, Tang Ge was engulfed by the mass. However, at that moment, a resounding sword cry echoed through the heavens and the earth. Immediately, the mountain of leeches, which had been amassed, was torn asunder, and numerous inyong flying swords shot forth from the debris. In the blink of an eye, the sky was shrouded in a curtain of swords created by these flying blades. They weaved together, darting swiftly through the small valley, their sword energy erupting and instantly shredding everything in their path, including the gathered swarm of leeches. Tang Ge stood motionless, surrounded by the shredded remains of leeches, their corpses strewn across the ground, none capable of reaching his form. The over 400 inyong flying swords he had conjured sliced through the air, mercilessly decimating countless leeches, only to return an even more vigorous surge of vitality. Harnessing this overwhelming life force, Tang Ge sustained no injuries. Rather, the infernal furnace within him continuously amplified the potency of his soul power. Meanwhile, standing 10 meters away, Dong Yiwang, despite his status as a soul emperor, found it increasingly difficult to maintain his composure, utterly taken aback by the spectacle before him. Nearly 500 flying swords illuminated the small valley, and the leech swarm he had so high hopes for was utterly vanquished, confronted with such a terrifying millennium soul technique. Dong Yiwang felt a mixture of fear, envy, and greed welling within him. He sensed that should he manage to completely devour this young man before him, his own cultivation and martial soul would undoubtedly undergo a qualitative transformation. However, as these thoughts crossed his mind, an intense sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped him. To his astonishment, he witnessed Tang Ge, who had been amidst the swarm of flying swords, take a decisive step forward and vanish from sight. By the time he regained his senses, his opponent had materialized right before him. Dong Yiwang's pupils constricted in alarm as he instinctively retreated while attempting to unleash his soul millennium soul technique. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. It was too late. As he spoke, a trace of golden blood surged rapidly within him, instantly unleashing the supreme power of the ancient sacred body. This was soon followed by the divine might of the Heaven's Fist and the rare soul guide gauntlets. The moment Tang Ge connected these three potent energies, his power erupted dramatically, and with the movement of the Xingzi secret, he delivered a devastating punch towards the Eastern King. Accompanied by a scream of despair and unwillingness, the Soul Emperor, Eastern King, was obliterated by this single blow. Chapter 116. A Sword. Slaying the dark demon god Tiger again. Throughout his journey, as Tang Ge's strength grew, he had not found the opportunity to fully unleash his capabilities. Even when he was taken away by the foolish Titan giant ape, he had merely relied on the aura of the Excalibur to intimidate it and the heavenly azure bull python. However, now, facing the Soul Emperor-level evil soul master, Tang Ge held nothing back. When the ancient sacred body, Heaven's Fist, and Xingzi's secret converged, his power was unleashed in full force. With his right fist, clad in the Soul Guide Gauntlet, he struck forth, and golden and milky white radiance intertwined to form a colossal luminous fist. Under the might of this radiant giant fist, the Soul Emperor Eastern King let out a cry before being utterly annihilated. His soul power, martial soul, soul rings, and everything that defined his existence were obliterated, leaving no trace behind. The colossal fist, undeterred, transformed into a blazing light that struck heavily against a distant hillside. Boom, boom. In an instant, a cataclysmic explosion resonated through the night, and the brilliant light that erupted from the giant fist dispelled the darkness, illuminating the valley as if it were day. Within the golden and white radiance lingered a majestic and sacred aura. Far away at the headquarters of the Spirit Hall, within the Elder Hall, two figures sat cross-legged in a heavily guarded room. One was a gaunt old man, exuding an air of authority, while the other was a young girl with slightly reddish long hair, possessing extraordinary beauty. As they breathed, a hint of sacred energy emanated from them, warming the previously cold room. Suddenly, both the old man and the girl seemed startled by something, their bodies trembling as they opened their eyes wide. Astonishingly, behind them materialized their martial souls, angels with wings. "Grandfather, did you feel that?" The girl inquired softly, her gaze fixed on the old man. The old man nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, it is a divine aura as grand and pure as that of the angel god. Could it be that others, apart from our clan, have awakened the angel martial soul on this continent?" At this point, the old man appeared perplexed, furrowing his brow. "Sacred aura?" The old man's words seemed to evoke a distant memory within the girl, a complex expression fleeting across her previously serene face. Suddenly, she declared, "Grandfather, I have been cultivating here for 5 years, I wish to venture out for some practical experience. 5 years? Time has flown by so swiftly. The old man replied, an expression of contemplation crossing his face. In that case, it would be beneficial for you, Shui, to gain some experience. Moreover, with your current cultivation, as long as you avoid the seasoned soul saints, no one below the rank of soul Douluo can harm you. Upon hearing the girl's request, the old man was momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a sense of nostalgia. He gazed at the girl, a blend of satisfaction and affection evident in his eyes. Regardless of what happens, you must take care of yourself. Also, the aura I sense seemed to originate from the vicinity of the Star Do forest near the Heaven Do Empire. Pay attention during your journey. The Heaven Do Empire. The Star Do forest? The girl nodded, yet her thoughts drifted elsewhere. Boom. Boom. The small valley several miles outside Soto City lay utterly devastated by the recent cataclysmic explosion. Reduced to mere flatland, the soaring golden and white light gradually faded away, leaving the night once again shrouded in darkness. In the epicenter of the explosion, the only remaining patch of flat land was enveloped by a swirling screen of flying swords formed by Tang Ge's rapid movements. Once all remnants of the shockwave subsided, he withdrew the sword screen, retracted his martial soul and soul rings, and took a deep breath. By heavens, that was exhilarating, Tang Ge exclaimed. Unable to suppress his exhilaration as he sat down, his pale face betraying an unmistakable thrill and satisfaction. At this moment, he was finally convinced that when he unleashed his full potential, even a soul emperor would struggle to withstand his assault, just as the evil soul master, Eastern King, had been utterly vanquished. As for the next level, the soul saint, Tang Ge felt that, without resorting to the sword of extermination, the odds between both parties would be evenly matched. This realization bolstered his confidence, allowing him to approach future endeavors with greater abandon, free from excessive worry. However, he remained oblivious to the dark shadows swiftly converging in the vast pit created by a previous punch. These shadows seemed to possess a consciousness of their own, gradually coalescing into a distinct form. Soon, a miniature tiger materialized. Upon its emergence, the shadowy wings that had formed on its back flapped vigorously, lifting it into the air, where it rapidly grew into a towering celestial tiger. More alarmingly, this magnificent creature was entirely composed of dark mist, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence, accompanied by crackling lightning. The sudden commotion caught the attention of Tang Ge, who was preparing to depart. As he gazed upward at the formidable celestial tiger, his pupils constricted in shock. Was this not the dark demonic god tiger that had been slain by the divine Kasha? How could it possibly reappear here? Indeed, the celestial tiger that now loomed overhead was a diminutive version of the dark demonic god tiger, yet its sinister aura remained undiminished. Upon recognizing Tang Ge, the tiger unleashed a terrifying aura rivaling that of a tidal Douluo, issuing a roar filled with human-like fury. Accursed human, it is you again. I shall surely take your life. But before the dark demonic god tiger's roar could fully resonate, Tang Ge acted without hesitation, raising a finger and flicking it towards the beast. At that moment, the sword of extermination was finally unleashed, releasing a wave of sword energy. With a resounding tear, the heavens themselves were instantaneously rent apart, and the dark demonic god tiger disintegrated like fragile parchment beneath the might of the sword's aura. In an instant, the dark demonic god tiger was vanquished. Following the rending of the sky, torrents of chaotic void energy surged forth. Due to the successful awakening of his ancient holy body, Tang Ge was now able to withstand the terrifying backlash of the sword of extermination, albeit with great difficulty. Thus, upon witnessing the resurrected dark demonic god tiger, whose power exceeded that of a soul Douluo, he wasted no time in unleashing his ultimate technique. A sliver of sword energy erupted forth, and Tang Ge's body immediately began to crack under the immense pressure, blood gushing forth. Yet, in that moment, the meteor tears fused within his heart ignited, releasing a surge of vital energy. Instantaneously, the injuries he had just sustained began to heal rapidly. However, Tang Ge was too preoccupied to focus on this recovery. His attention was entirely captured by the chaos unfolding above. The sword energy had not only obliterated the dark demonic god tiger but had also torn a rift in the heavens. Beyond that rift lay boundless chaotic void energy, cascading forth in torrents. Tang Ge stood directly in the path of this impending maelstrom. He was unaware of the true terror that the chaotic void energy harbored. But the distortion of the surrounding space made it clear that should he be engulfed, it would be no trifling matter. Unfortunately, Tang Ge was not in an optimal state. Having faced two formidable foes in succession, his soul power had dwindled to nothing, compounded by the injuries inflicted by the sword energy. Even the slightest movement was a Herculean task. While he endeavored to channel the hell furnace to restore his soul power, he required at least a dozen breaths worth of time. Yet, the chaotic void energy was set to arrive at any moment. Could it be that I am to bring about my own demise tonight? The thought of being the architect of such a fate left Tang Ge's pale face etched with helplessness and frustration. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have refrained from expending so much sword energy. Just then, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have astonished Tang Hao, earning 7,000 shock points. Huh, what was that? Did I just hear something? Astonished Tang Hao, the Tang Hao of the Haotian Douluo, Tang Ge, initially indifferent, was taken aback for a moment, but soon his face was alight with astonishment. He eagerly scanned his surroundings and, to his surprise, spotted a towering figure cloaked in a cape some 100 meters away, with its head shrouded. Regardless of whether this imposing silhouette was indeed the Haotian Douluo, Tang Ge felt as if he had clutched a lifeline, raising his hand in a gesture of summoning for assistance. However, this action, interpreted by the cloaked figure, evoked memories of the terrifying moment when Tang Ge had previously raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. Instantly, the dark night erupted into a dazzling array of vivid colors. Under Tang Ge's astonished gaze, one soul ring after another began to materialize beneath the cloaked figure's feet. In the blink of an eye, 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black encircled the figure, pulsating rhythmically. Particularly striking was the appearance of the 9th soul ring, which unleashed a blinding red light that finally roused Tang Ge from his stupor. 100,000-year soul ring. The Haotian hammer. There was no doubt that this was Tang San's father, the Haotian Douluo. Yet, all I wanted was for you to come and rescue me. Why reveal your soul rings? Do you also possess a shock system, intending to astonish me further? As Tang Ge regained his senses, a wave of confusion flooded his mind. However, shortly thereafter, the cloaked figure in the distance revealed their soul rings and martial soul, and suddenly, 9 soul rings around them erupted with a dazzling brilliance. An overwhelming and terrifying aura was abruptly unleashed from their being. What is this? Are they about to detonate their rings? Damn it, it should be me facing death, not them. Why on earth are they recklessly detonating their rings? Realizing that Tang San's father was not attempting to rescue anyone, but rather preparing for a desperate fight, Tang Ge could no longer afford to wait. As the chaotic void began to engulf this area, he gritted his teeth and, after spitting out a mouthful of blood, forcefully activated the secret technique of the Shrek character. With a hum, the chaotic void was forcibly torn open by Tang Ge, allowing him to traverse over 100 meters, arriving directly before the dazed cloaked figure. As he gazed at the bewildered figure before him, Tang Ge, on the verge of collapse, finally uttered a weak plea. Uncle Tang, could you lend me a hand? The once small valley had been completely leveled by the 2 fierce battles, although the torn sky had begun to heal. The chaotic void lingering in the area persisted for an extended period. The soul masters from Soto City, drawn by the commotion, approached the chaotic void unaware of the danger, only to be utterly obliterated in an instant. The other soul masters who followed, frightened, hastily retreated, filled with curiosity about the chaotic void, yet too terrified to approach it. Meanwhile, on the summit of another mountain, several dozen miles away, the scene was unfolding. Tang Ge was brought here directly by the cloaked figure. After calling out to Uncle Tang, the cloaked figure not only retracted his martial soul and soul rings but also removed his hood, revealing a face adorned with stubble and a perpetually disheveled appearance, none other than Tang San's father, Tang Hao. Uncle Tang, what was that all about? I merely wanted you to come and rescue me. Why did you reveal your soul rings? And your intent to unleash a soul explosion nearly terrified me. Sitting on the ground, Tang Ge continuously healed his body with the life energy from meteor tears while gazing up at Tang Hao, his face reflecting lingering fear. Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Tang Hao couldn't help but twitch his facial muscles. Could he admit that he was nearly frightened into exploding his soul ring? It should be noted that he had just arrived outside the small valley, drawn by the immense pillar of light that had shot up into the sky. He had witnessed Tang Ge raise a finger and effortlessly tear apart the heavens to slay the dark demon, evil god tiger. Tang Ge was well aware that this soul beast had roamed the Star Dove forest for tens of thousands of years. Thus, despite not having experienced it firsthand, Tang Hao comprehended the sheer terror represented by that sword aura that had rent the sky. Moreover, in his haste, Tang Hao had not clearly seen Tang Ge's appearance. Therefore, when Tang Ge raised his hand again, Tang Hao instinctively felt compelled to counter that formidable attack with a soul explosion. Clearly, however, it was all a misunderstanding. Now, as Tang Ge brought up the earlier incident, even as a titled Douluo, Tang Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. as if he had been caught in an awkward situation. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and the darkness provided some comfort. He quickly regained his composure, cleared his throat, and stated calmly, "The turbulence in the void is exceedingly perilous, so I prepared to exert my full strength to rescue you. However, you managed to escape on your own. As for the soul explosion, wait, how do you know about that? And why, at this late hour, are you not at Shrek Academy but instead outside Soto City?" As he spoke, Tang Hao's tone shifted, and he suddenly questioned Tang Ge, his expression now grave. Chapter 118, The Mystery of Heritage, Seeking Monthly Votes. Regarding Tang Hao's blatant lies, Tang Ge could not be bothered to argue. Moreover, after consecutively defeating a soul emperor and the dark demon evil god Tiger, although the cost had been substantial, his confidence had soared. Thus, in the face of Tang Hao's attempt to deflect the conversation, he felt unperturbed and replied with a smile, "Isn't there, master? He possesses a wealth of knowledge. Whether it pertains to the soul explosion or anything else, I learned it all from him. Besides, I've been adventuring since I was 6. It's only natural to know a few secrets and encounter some fortuitous events, right? Just like when I was in Holy Soul Village. Didn't I also stumble upon a mutated wild fruit?" At this point, Tang Ge winked at Tang Hao, brimming with pride. However, the mention of the fruit triggered some unwelcome memories for Tang Hao. He couldn't help but snort and remark, "Is that sword you wielded also a result of consuming that fruit? Never mind, it's your secret, and I won't pry further. I came to find you primarily to advise you to be cautious. Someone has begun to take notice of you. If you continue to be careless, once I leave, those individuals may come knocking, and you may not be able to handle it." "Someone has noticed me?" Upon hearing Tang Hao's warning, Tang Ge's eyes flashed with surprise as he inquired, "Is it the spirit hall?" Tang Hao's gaze suddenly sharpened as he cast a deep glance at Tang Ge. However, he refrained from answering and simply uttered a remark, after which he leapt directly from the mountaintop. Witnessing Tang Hao's reckless descent, Tang Ge could not help but murmur under his breath, expressing concern for his well-being, before he devoted himself to healing. This time, due to the forced utilization of the sword chi from the exquisite sword and the application of the walking character secret under severe injury, Tang Ge once again experienced the overwhelming backlash reminiscent of the time he had drawn shock value from the exquisite sword. It felt as though his entire body was being crushed, waves of excruciating pain incessantly assaulting his nerves. The depletion of his soul energy further drained Tang Ge, leaving him yearning to close his eyes and succumb to unconsciousness. Fortunately, such profound injuries also allowed the meteor tears to release a continuous flow of life energy. As the night passed, by the break of dawn, Tang Ge, who had been tirelessly operating the health furnace, finally opened his eyes, feeling his body completely rejuvenated. He let out a sigh of relief. He had returned to his peak form. Moreover, what delighted Tang Ge even more was the fact that after enduring such torment and subsequent healing, the awakening degree of his ancestral sacred body had increased by 1 percentage point. Thus, following the battle of the previous night, his strength had not only been restored but had actually grown. Stretching his limbs and rising from the ground, he felt the surge of formidable power coursing through him, and a smile broke across his face. He genuinely hoped for more such battles to come. After indulging in a moment of self-satisfaction, he chose not to linger but instead activated his inyong wings, soaring towards the site of the previous night's conflict. The appearance of the evil soul master and the resurrection of the dark demon evil god Tiger left Tang Ge with a sense of curiosity, prompting him to check if the latter had met his demise. He sought to gather information directly from the source. Before long, Tang Ge arrived at the outskirts of a small valley. However, the once sizable valley had vanished, replaced by a labyrinth of ravines surrounding the area. In addition to various soul masters eager for information, soldiers from the kingdom had also been dispatched, preparing to cordon off the location. Tang Ge merely glanced at the scene before him and promptly departed, soaring towards another direction. Before long, he spotted a figure amidst the trees below. It was none other than Douluo, who had been stripped of his soul power the previous night. At this moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, his body smeared with blood, and seemingly exhausted, as he had slumped to the ground, resting against a large tree, sound asleep. How fortunate he is to have managed to survive and reach this place. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Ge could not help but smile, and in an instant, he soared downwards. As he descended, the slumbering Douluo was jolted awake, standing upright in alarm, instinctively turning to flee. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, he abruptly halted in his tracks. Gazing at Tang Ge, Douluo's face was etched with terror as he stammered, "How could you possibly know I was here?" "Huh. The light of healing is not enjoyed without reason. It possesses a marking function." Tang Ge mused inwardly, stifling a chuckle at the despair reflected in Buli's eyes. With a calm demeanor, he continued, just as last night. Tell me the origins and intentions of that Soul Emperor, and I shall allow you to depart. I truly do not know. Tianya and Ikao have not mentioned that person to me at all. However, I did overhear Boss Tianya say something about a significant figure wanting him to locate someone. The individual being sought bears a crescent-shaped mark and possesses a jade pendant inscribed with the character Tang. As long as this person is within a mile's radius, Ikao will instinctively sense their location through the treasures bestowed upon him by that notable figure. Faced with the menace of Tang Ge, Bula dared not entertain any deceit, promptly divulging all he knew. Finally, he cast a pitiful glance at Tang Ge, pleading, I have revealed everything. Will you consider sparing me? Have you truly disclosed all? There are no secrets withheld? Tang Ge squinted his eyes, gazing intently at Douluo, who was trembling in fear and hurriedly nodding in agreement. Just as Douluo attempted to finish his statement, a colossal handprint suddenly descended, forcefully plunging him into the ground. As he observed the trickle of blood seeping from the earth, Tang Ge emitted a chilling voice. Since you have spoken your piece, it is time for you to meet your two brothers. Immediately, his brow furrowed once more, reflecting on Buli's earlier words. Tang Ge realized that the influential figures he sought were indeed after him. This was not only due to the jade pendant he had already secured within the confines of his system space, inscribed with the character for Tang, but also because of the crescent-shaped mark nestled beneath his armpit, a secret known only to him and Grandpa Jack. Yet now, a stranger, someone he had never encountered, was privy to these two significant secrets. This revelation inevitably led Tang Ge to contemplate the parents who had abandoned him in this lifetime. Could they be associated with that sect? No, that couldn't be right. Tang Ge could not help but recall the Soul Emperor-level evil spirit master he had slain with a single punch. It was inconceivable that those from the sect could collude with scoundrels like Tianya and Ikao. Perhaps the significant figure alluded to by the adversary was not the Soul Emperor himself, but rather a being akin to that malevolent spirit master, regardless of the outcome. This notion instilled within Tang Ge an unsettling thought. Could it be that he was a descendant of the reviled evil spirit masters, loathed by all? Chapter 119. Who is spreading rumors? Contemplating this, Tang Ge felt his thoughts spiraling out of control, drifting chaotically. He even began to doubt that should he originate from such a place, while he might not possess innate full soul power, awakening his spirit should be a trivial matter. Yet, the truth remained that both his martial spirit and innate full soul power were bestowed upon him by the system. Thus, was it possible that his evil spirit master father or mother had devoured his soul power and martial spirit, and that the other had abandoned him at the outskirts of the Holy Soul Village for his protection? Damn it! The more he pondered, the more he felt his lineage concealed a tragic tale unknown to him. Eventually, the weight of his thoughts became unbearable, and he muttered fiercely to himself, Forget it. What does it matter? In any case, I have no connection to my parents in this life. If they truly were evil spirit masters and wished to consume me, a single strike would suffice to end it all. Thus, with all leads severed, he could only wait for the adversary to present themselves. Consequently, Tang Ge did not linger further and summoned the wings of yin and yang, soaring towards the direction of Shrek Academy. At Shrek Academy, Tang San, Daimobai, and the others, initially prepared to enjoy a well-deserved rest after 3 months of rigorous training, had already gathered on the Academy's grand playground. They had barely slept through the night, their minds consumed by the vision of the towering pillar of light and the torn heavens from the previous evening. Such a monumental disturbance had not only stirred Soto City into chaos but had also left Shrek Academy in turmoil. Therefore, early that morning, Yu Xiaojiang and Flender took the initiative to summon all the students to this assembly. Teachers, Dean, what on earth transpired last night that could have caused such a ruckus? Tang San could not help but voice his inquiry. The others, upon hearing him, revealed expressions of curiosity and bewilderment in their eyes regarding the events of last night. Only Flandra had ventured out to investigate. Yet, even after such a substantial passage of time, the mere recollection of those horrifying scenes caused his pupils to involuntarily constrict. Thus, when responding to Tang San's question, Flandra took a deep breath before slowly articulating, if I am not mistaken. The commotion last night was caused by a fierce battle between two soul masters. Moreover, at least one of them possessed a soul power level not inferior to that of a titled Douluo. What? A titled Douluo was engaged in battle? The moment Flandra's words reached their ears, the 8 individuals present gasped in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. Their strongest member was merely at the soul sovereign level. It was remarkable enough for them to create a pit with a single strike. Yet the battle from the previous night had unleashed a pillar of light that reached the heavens. Was this the might of a tidal Douluo? After the initial shock, their hearts brimmed with envy and anticipation. However, Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brow, gazing at Flandre as he inquired, "Are you certain that a tidal Douluo was involved? Who, aside from a tidal Douluo, could rend the heavens asunder? Could it be a deity?" Flandre retorted. He then disregarded the contemplative Yu Xiaojiang and shifted his focus back to the assembled students, cautioning, "As the circumstances of last night remain unclear, to ensure your safety, I advise you all to refrain from leaving the academy for the time being." "Does that mean we cannot even go to Soto City?" Ma Hongjun could not resist interjecting. Flandre shot him a severe glare. "Absolutely not. Especially you. But if the principle is to be fair, if you are not allowing me to go, then neither should Tang Ge be permitted to go." Ma Hongjun retorted indignantly. Just as his words left his lips, a familiar laughter echoed from afar. "Fatty, where are you trying to prevent your Tang Ge from going?" Accompanied by a gust of wind, Tang Ge's figure appeared above the playground. He gradually folded his inyong wings and descended to the ground, casting a glance at Flandre and Yu Xiaojiang. "Are we convening a meeting? I hope I am not late. What's important is that you return safely," Flandre replied, his heart finally at ease upon seeing Tang Ge unharmed. He then seemed to recall something, his expression shifting oddly as he nudged the still pretending to think Yu Xiaojiang. "Did you not wish to discuss the next training plan for the students with me? If so, let us proceed." Yu Xiaojiang, upon being nudged, turned back around. He merely nodded before abruptly stepping in front of Tang Ge, placing a hand on his shoulder and speaking earnestly. "Tang Ge, I know your strength surpasses that of your peers, but there are certain aspects that cannot be compensated for by mere power alone, so try to be more understanding." "What certain aspects? Why should I be more understanding?" Tang Ge found himself enveloped in an overwhelming sense of confusion, provoked by the ambiguous remarks of Yu Xiaojiang. However, just as he prepared to inquire further, Yu Xiaojiang had already departed the grand playground alongside Flandre. Almost immediately, Tang Ge sensed numerous gazes, imbued with complexity, sympathy, and regret, fixating upon him. Turning to investigate, he discovered that these looks emanated from Tang San and his companions. Particularly, Dai Mubai approached with a soft sigh, intending to emulate Yu Xiaojiang by patting Tang Ge on the shoulder, only to have Tang Ge deftly evade the gesture. "Spit it out. Speak your mind," Tang Ge exclaimed impatiently, locking his gaze onto Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, unable to suppress a touch of embarrassment, rubbed his nose and offered a sheepish smile. "It's nothing of great importance. I merely wish to advise you, Boss Tang, to take it easy. A brief duration is inconsequential, as long as you strike true." "Bah, lecture." At this comment from Dai Mubai, the faces of Ning Rongrong and several other girls flushed crimson. Xiao Wu even let out a low huff. Conversely, Oscar wholeheartedly agreed with Dai Mubai's words. He looked at Tang Ge and, with an air of camaraderie, patted his chest, assuring, "Rest assured, Boss Tang. Once my strength has increased, I shall craft a special sausage for you that will undoubtedly enhance your endurance." Initially, Tang Ge was at a loss as to the implications of this conversation, but now it was abundantly clear they were insinuating that he was lacking in that department. Moreover, they were suggesting that he was short-lived and not enduring. Tang Ge, filled with indignation, directly called out Lin Wuchan, stating, "Xiao Chan, tell me everything you have heard. I must uncover who is spreading these absurd rumors." Lin Wuchan, her delicate face flushed, sensed that Tang Ge's anger stemmed from a sense of embarrassment, as if she wished to convey her indifference towards the matter. Yet, feeling the fierce intensity of Tang Ge's gaze, she obediently relayed all the gossip she had come across. Ultimately, with a resounding crack, the once pristine ground was forcefully fractured beneath Tang Ge's foot. His eyes swiftly locked onto Ma Hongjun, who was attempting to seize the opportunity to flee. "So, you think you're clever, huh, fatty? Spreading rumors, are we? Do you believe I, Tang Ge, have been too lenient on you these past 3 months?" Chapter 120, Suddenly Feeling Exhausted by Life. Seeking monthly votes. Under the fierce scrutiny of Tang Ge's gaze, Ma Hongjun, who had been poised to escape, froze in place. Initially, he was filled with trepidation, but the thought of his beloved goddess being snatched away ignited a sense of injustice within him. In a moment of defiance, amidst the astonished gazes of others, Ma Hongjun stubbornly declared, "Tang Ge, the 3 months of training have concluded. You cannot strike me any longer. Furthermore, the information regarding that matter did not originate from me. It was conveyed by a hotel staff member." To substantiate his claim, he, disregarding his own embarrassment, recounted the events of the previous night in Su Yuntao City. It turned out that after witnessing Ding Dang following Tang Ge, Ma Hongjun was deeply saddened. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to surrender so easily, prompting him to seek out Tang Ge to inquire about his motives. However, with Tang Ge and Ding Dang having departed, he was unaware of their destination. Su Yuntao City was vast, and it was as if they had vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. In desperation, considering that their ultimate goal might be to rest, Ma Hongjun, with a bitter expression akin to having consumed bitter herbs, resolved to focus his search on the hotels within Su Yuntao City. Remarkably, after a thorough investigation, he indeed managed to gather information about Tang Ge and Ding Dang's whereabouts at a certain hotel. Tang Ge had just settled Ding Dong when he promptly left the hotel to seek out the disheartened Douluo. However, to the eyes of the hotel staff, it appeared that Tang Ge was lacking in certain abilities, having taken a girl to a room and concluded matters so swiftly. If it were anyone else, it might not have raised eyebrows, but given Tang Ge's tall and handsome stature, he naturally became the subject of idle gossip among the hotel staff. Upon hearing this news, Ma Hongjun was incensed. He was furious that Tang Ge, who was evidently inadequate, would tarnish the reputation of the goddess he had long pursued. Yet he couldn't help but feel an inexplicable sense of satisfaction and pride. Thus, upon returning to the academy, when Dean Flanders inquired whether he had encountered Tang Ge, Ma Hongjun feigned casualness and recounted the incident. Subsequently, Zhao Wuji learned of it from Dean Flanders and, motivated by a sense of revenge stemming from the earlier incident with the cloaked man, swiftly relayed the news to Dai Mubai. In no time, Tang San and the others were all aware of the situation. Initially, they harbored doubts, but as Ma Hongjun detailed the events, Tang Ge's brief encounter was quickly validated. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun seemed increasingly convinced of his position, raising his voice several notches. He exclaimed in indignation, "Not to speak ill of you, Tang Ge, but anyone can see that Yu Chan, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing have an interest in you. It would be one thing for you to monopolize all three. That is your affair, and Oscar and I can only envy from the sidelines. Yet, you audaciously wish to have your cake and eat it too. And to make matters worse, you are attempting to steal away the goddess I have pursued for so long. Dai saying good, do you not agree with my reasoning?" Indeed, the words were not those of Dai Mubai or Tang San, but rather the sentiments of Tang Ge himself. As the temperature around him began to drop, Tang San and the others sensed the oppressive atmosphere that heralded an impending storm, prompting them to wisely remain silent. Tang Ge slowly approached Ma Hongjun, who finally reacted to the situation. Gazing at Tang Ge's frosty demeanor, he could not help but retreat a few steps, timidly saying, "Brother Tang, you promised you wouldn't hit me again. Well, I won't strike you, but I can certainly apply some pressure." As he spoke, Tang Ge suddenly erupted into a furious tirade, reaching out to grasp the back of Ma Hongjun's neck with a violent force that sent his face crashing into the ground. Bang! With a dull thud, the once smooth surface of the ground bore the imprint of a human form as a rotund body struggled within it. After this display, Tang Ge's previously vexed mood lightened considerably. He then dismissed the need for further explanation, merely snorting, "What this little fatty said is entirely unfounded. If anyone dares to spread such rumors again, they shall not be spared my wrath." With that ominous remark, Tang Ge turned and departed. Once his figure vanished from sight, the onlookers regained their senses and rushed over to assist the thrashing Ma Hongjun, who was eventually pulled from the ground. Though his face was swollen like a pig's, his life was not in jeopardy. Tears streamed down his face, leaving him unable to articulate a complete thought, whether from pain or indignation. Observing this, Dai Mubai could not help but shake his head. "Really, Tang Ge, we are all classmates. Was it necessary to resort to such severity over a mere joke? Besides, his issues are not our fault." Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Oscar was about to nod in agreement when Lin Wuchan suddenly stood up. She glared at Dai Mubai, her voice laced with anger. "Senior Mubai, I will not allow you to speak ill of Brother Tang. Tang Ge, who was already feeling deeply troubled by such matters, deserved our comfort rather than our continued probing of his wounds. Moreover, if you are able to attract numerous women, what right do you have to deny Tang Ge the same? Compared to his peers, he is indeed exceptional." With that said, disregarding Dai Mubai's increasingly displeased expression, Lin Wuchan hastily pursued the direction in which Tang Ge had just departed. Ning Rongrong, who had initially been upset with Tang Ge, revealed a hint of regret upon hearing Lin Wuchan's words. She murmured, "Sister Wuchan is right. Tang Ge has done enough, and we must not impose excessive demands upon him. Furthermore, for men, struggles in that regard can be profoundly painful." I could sense the helplessness and confusion in Tang Ge's demeanor as he left just now. Therefore, I kindly ask you, Ma Hongjun, to refrain from mentioning this matter again. Your actions are jeopardizing our camaraderie. Following this, Ning Rongrong also hurried after them, leaving Zhu Zhiqing standing alone. Dai Mubai instinctively turned his gaze towards her, his eyes filled with anticipation, only to witness her silently following in the footsteps of Ning Rongrong and Lin Wuqian. In that instant, Dai Mubai felt as though all his strength had been sapped, and he collapsed onto the ground, his expression a mixture of reluctance and bitterness. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, with his swollen face resembling that of a pig, stared wide-eyed at the departing figures of Ning Rongrong, Lin Wuqian, and Zhu Zhiqing. He felt dazed, his mind swirling with confusion. Wasn't I the one who was beaten? Wasn't I the one who lost the woman? How has this somehow turned into entirely my fault? Chapter 121. Please call me the ancient saint monarch, seeking monthly votes. It has indeed been proven that possessing both handsome looks and formidable strength allows one to act with impunity. After Tang Ge had a brief altercation with Ma Hongjun, he left in a state of dejection not long afterward. Soon, 3 female classmates, Lin Wuqian, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhiqing followed in pursuit. They began to offer him continuous words of comfort and, in his presence, enumerated Ma Hongjun's faults, almost going so far as to summon Ma Hongjun for another confrontation. Tang Ge listened with a heart full of joy, utterly content. However, the only discomfort he felt was the persistent rumor regarding the brevity of his prowess, which he feared would be difficult to dispel in the near future, unless he were to seek someone to test it. With this thought in mind, Tang Ge could not help but cast his gaze upon the 3 female classmates. Under his scrutiny, the faces of the 3 young ladies flushed with a rosy hue. Ning Rongrong, in particular, shyly inquired, Tang Ge, what are you staring at? It's too small. Tang Ge let out a soft sigh of regret and shook his head. Too small? The 3 female classmates were momentarily taken aback, with Lin Wuqian and Zhu Zhiqing following Tang Ge's gaze to rest upon Ning Rongrong's chest. Instantly, Lin Wuqian's face flushed a deep crimson, resembling a ripe apple. Zhu Zhiqing, on the other hand, let out a soft scoff and turned her body away, though her gaze subtly drifted to her own chest, revealing a hint of secret delight in her eyes. At that moment, Ning Rongrong finally grasped the situation. In an instant, her irritation flared, and she placed her hands on her hips, reverting to her usual impish demeanor. Tang Ge, clarify for me, in what way am I small? Sister, you are small in every way. Tang Ge rubbed his ears, which were somewhat pained by Ning Rongrong's piercing voice, and immediately rose to make his way back. Behind him, Ning Rongrong's furious shriek echoed. Tang Ge, you wretched being. I am not a child at all. Just take a look if you don't believe me. Tang Ge staggered in fright, not daring to look back, fearful of witnessing an inappropriate scene. He hastily quickened his pace to leave the area. Subsequently, considering that Ma Hongjun had been beaten by him without receiving any sympathy, and out of a sense of humanitarian concern, Tang Ge sought him out again. On the vast playground, Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others had yet to depart. They seemed to be comforting Ma Hongjun, who had lost all hope in life. However, upon Tang Ge's arrival, these individuals reacted like startled birds, leaping away in alarm. In an instant, only the despondent Ma Hongjun remained. Witnessing this scene, the slight improvement in Ma Hongjun's heart shattered once more. With a mixture of grief and indignation, he glared at Tang Ge and shouted, Boss Tang, I'm in this state, and you still want to hit me? But before Ma Hongjun could finish his words, a radiant light of healing suddenly appeared and surged into his body. Coupled with the euphoric effect of his soul skill, Ma Hongjun transformed his sorrow into joy, unwittingly becoming entranced by the sensation. Even his pig-like visage quickly rejuvenated, revealing an expression of bliss. Observing Dai Mubai and Tang San's peculiar expressions, as if they wished to speak but refrained, Tang Ge smiled lightly. No need to thank me. I am merely a benevolent older brother. With that, he turned and departed once more. After a while, Ma Hongjun finally emerged from his euphoric state. Eagerly, he touched his face, and upon confirming that it had fully returned to its former handsome appearance, tears of excitement streamed down his cheeks. He whimpered, I knew Boss Tang wouldn't truly be angry with me. Look, he even returned to personally treat my injuries. Unlike you all, when Boss Tang arrived, you fled faster than anyone else, so ungrateful. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun cast a resentful glance at Dai Mubai and the others. Oscar, upon hearing this, grew displeased. He could not help but retort, but you just consumed my healing sausage. Does that not count as loyalty? You think you're loyal? They don't count. Ma Hongjun replied. Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu exchanged awkward glances, yet a sense of unease lingered in their hearts. What logic is it that the beaten expresses gratitude to his assailant? Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had elapsed since the commotion on the playground. Aside from a certain petty witch who still recalled someone's remarks about her size, the Shrek Academy students had returned to their usual harmonious state. Moreover, after 2 days of respite, the repercussions from the explosion incident outside Soto City gradually faded. Thus, Shrek Academy finally reinitiated the second phase of their training program. On the afternoon of the third day, within an office at the academy, Tang Ge and the others were summoned together. Shortly after, Yu Xiaojiang, the one responsible for this training plan, entered the room. Observing the 9 present, he nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Everyone is here. I have called you today primarily to arrange the next phase of your training. I understand from Flander that you all have visited the Soto City Soul Arena, correct? Upon hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. Yu Xiaojiang continued. Since that is the case, you must be familiar with the rules of the Soto City Soul Arena, so I shall refrain from unnecessary explanations. Your upcoming training will involve obtaining the Silver Soul Badge at the Soto City Soul Arena. To facilitate your training, I will arrange accommodations at a nearby hotel. But all expenses for food and lodging will be your responsibility. I believe that if you perform well at the Soto City Soul Arena, you should earn a considerable income. Do you have any objections to this training arrangement? Tang San and the others shook their heads in unison. However, Oscar could not suppress his dismay as he lamented, Master. Both Ning Rongrong and I are support soul masters. Must we participate in the soul fighting competition? If we prefer not to, I can personally provide you with extra training for the first phase. Yu Xiaojiang cast a glance at Oscar and replied nonchalantly. He then disregarded the downcast Oscar and continued with his arrangements. All right, we will discuss the participation in the soul fighting competition later. To conceal your identities and ages, thereby avoiding unnecessary troubles, each of you should adopt the stage name. Who will go first? As he spoke, Yu Xiaojiang produced 9 striking masks. Upon seeing the masks, Oscar's eyes brightened, and he eagerly exclaimed, Me. I shall be Oscar the Little King, specializing in sausages. Before Oscar could finish, Yu Xiaojiang decisively interrupted him. Instantly, the once excited Oscar's spirits dampened, and he sulked. Subsequently, the others chose their stage names in turn. Soon, only Tang Ge remained. Under the curious gazes of the others, he smiled faintly and spoke, Greetings, please call me the Ancient Holy Monarch. Upon hearing Tang Ge's chosen title, Tang San and the others were momentarily taken aback. Before involuntarily thinking, how pretentious. Even Yu Xiaojiang's expression twitched slightly as he could not help but remark, This title is far too ostentatious. You should reconsider. Moreover, given your exceptional strength relative to your peers, you may choose whether or not to participate in this soul-fighting training. However, I do have one stipulation. If you do partake in the competition, please refrain from using your spirit rings and skills. This is for your own good. If other soul masters were to hear this, they would undoubtedly express their outrage. You expect me to participate in the soul fighting competition without utilizing my spirit rings and skills? Do you think I've lived too long? And this is for my benefit? Nevertheless, both Tang San and Dai Mubai resonated with his sentiments. Even Tang Ge found nothing amiss with Yu Xiaojiang's words. After all, the fact that he possessed 3 10,000-year spirit rings at the tender age of 12 was quite astonishing, and being noticed could incite jealousy. Yu Xiaojiang was merely concerned about attracting ill-intentioned individuals who might pose a threat to Tang Ge. As for refraining from using spirit rings and skills, it was hardly an issue for him. The inherent duality of his martial soul, the inyong life and death chart, was sufficient for him to serve as a competent support soul master. Furthermore, for Tang Ge, the identity of a soul master was merely a fade. His true might lay in his fists capable of vanquishing a soul emperor in an instant. Thus, Tang Ge declared, I have no issue with not using spirit rings or skills, but my title is non-negotiable. Very well, do as you wish. In that case, everyone should prepare and find a hotel to stay in. Yu Xiaojiang had no further objections to Tang Ge's decision. After providing his final instructions, he exited the office. Tang San and Tang Ge, along with the other 7, dispersed to their respective lodgings to pack their belongings. In the evening, at a hotel near the Soul Arena in Soto City, the group, after a brief tidying up, found their accommodations arranged by Yu Xiaojiang. For the sake of convenient experience exchange, Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun shared a room, while Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, Lin Yuchan, and Ning Rongrong occupied another. Only Tang Ge, with a strong insistence, required a room to himself, and it was a spacious one at that. Yu Xiaojiang was left with no choice, after all. Who could argue with someone so young yet already possessing 3 eternal soul rings? However, as he elaborated on the important details regarding the upcoming soul fighting competition, emphasizing the necessity of obtaining silver soul badges for both individual and team events. The other 8 promptly gathered in Tang Ge's room. In an instant, the once spacious room became overcrowded. Lin Wuchan approached Tang Ge, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, "Brother Tang, Master just mentioned that the team competition is a 7-player format. While our Shrek 9 monsters consist of 9 members, so I volunteered to be a substitute. Additionally, apart from the individual competition, the 2-on-2 soul fights can also earn points. Brother Tang, may I team up with you?" Upon hearing Lin Yuechan's intention to be a substitute, Tang Ge was not surprised. He understood that she was of a gentle disposition, not inclined towards conflict, coupled with her training in the natural affinity of the forest spirit. Her character had grown even more tranquil. Fortunately, this change was not detrimental, and he allowed it to unfold naturally. He smiled and replied, "The team competition hasn't begun yet. There's no rush for substitutes. As for the 2-on-2 competition, since you've expressed your desire, how could I refuse? However, be prepared to face a team of soul masters above level 40. Are you not afraid?" After saying this, Tang Ge gently tapped Lin Yuechan's delicate nose with his finger. Lin Yuechan's face flushed crimson, yet she resolutely shook her head. "With you by my side, I am never afraid." At that moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing were also grappling with the issue of the 2-on-2 soul fights. Upon hearing Tang Ge agree to team up with Lin Wuchan, their eyes lit up, and they approached eagerly. "Tang Ge, I don't care. I want you to take me along." Ning Rongrong pouted. Zhu Shiqing remained silent, merely observing Tang Ge, causing him to feel quite uneasy under her intense gaze. Tang Ge, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce. "As long as you are unafraid, I have no qualms about bringing along a few extra burdens." "Really? Then please, dear leader Tang Ge, take this burden of mine along as well." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Ma Hongjun, who had been troubled by the lack of teammates, immediately perked up and hurried over with delight. "No problem." Tang Ge smiled and nodded. He then turned to Oscar, who was not far away, and said, "Little Ao, would you like to join my warm family?" Oscar felt a flutter in his heart as he noticed the 3 female classmates had already approached. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Daimubai, who was standing nearby, suddenly interjected, "Little Ao, Tang Ge already has enough people. Don't trouble him further. I'm short of members here, so you should join my team instead." Oscar wanted to refuse but ultimately lacked the courage to express his dissent, reluctantly acquiescing with a soft "oh." Seeing Oscar agree, Daimubai, who had been anxious, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Later, when Yu Xiaojiang learned of this outcome, he was left speechless. He wished to reorganize the teams, allowing Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Shiqing to compete together. However, the 3 firmly opposed the idea, and Tang Ge stepped in to halt it. With no other options, Yu Xiaojiang had to abandon his plan. Thus, as time passed, evening descended upon them. With the temporary training team finalized, Dean Flinder and Zhao Wujie arrived from the academy. They then joined Yu Xiaojiang and the 9 of Tang Ge to enter the Soto City Grand Soul Arena. As expected, the events unfolded as Tang had anticipated. Although the Shrek 7 Devils had gained 2 additional members, they were still assigned to the penultimate team battle of the evening. Their opponents were none other than the formidable Frenzy team, composed entirely of Soul Kings. Under Tang Ge's careful arrangement, Lin Wuchan, originally a substitute, was promoted to a main combatant, while Ma Hongjun temporarily remained with Tang Ge as a substitute. Though Ma Hongjun felt a tinge of disappointment, he was not angry. After all, whether in the morning or evening match, it made little difference, especially with Tang leading them. He had no concerns about failing to elevate his soul badge to silver rank. As he pondered this, the announcer's enthusiastic voice resonated through the arena. The upcoming team battle would feature the undefeated Frenzy team, pitted against the Shrek 7 Devils, who were participating in a team battle for the first time. Who would emerge victorious? Let us await the outcome. Under the glaring lights, both the Frenzy team and the Shrek 7 Devils took to the stage. However, due to the pre-match preparations, they quickly withdrew from the arena to the resting area. After greeting Dean Flinder, Tang Ge led Ma Hongjun to find Tang San and the others. Chapter 123, a steadfast presence as one of the 2 major soul arenas in the Bala Kingdom. Soto City attracted a multitude of soul masters for the soul battles. Consequently, when Tang San and his companions arrived at the resting area, they found dozens of soul masters already taking a break. Noticing that Tang San and his group all wore masks, many soul masters cast curious glances their way. However, some could not suppress their derisive laughter. The Shrek 7 Devils? They claim to be 7 yet bear such an odd name, donning masks like a bunch of timid characters. Clearly, they had witnessed the earlier appearance of the Shrek 7 Devils and the Frenzy team. These soul masters harbored little faith in the Shrek 7 Devils and were eager to see how they would be defeated by the Frenzy team. Upon entering the resting area, Tang San and his companions sensed the unfriendly and mocking gazes around them, prompting a frown from them. Their brother, they. Xiao was so incensed that she nearly wanted to retaliate. However, Tang San stopped her with a gentle shake of his head, whispering, "Ignore them. Our priority now is to devise an appropriate strategy to counter the Frenzy team." Hearing Tang San's words, Xiao nodded and regained her composure. The fact that they were about to face the formidable Frenzy team certainly weighed on their minds. After finding an empty sofa to sit on, Tang San and Dai Mubai began to discuss strategies in hushed tones. Not long after, the heavy sound of footsteps echoed as a burly man resembling a bull strode in, accompanied by a flamboyantly dressed woman. Upon sitting down, the burly man disregarded the public setting and began to flirt with the woman. The group of Tang San halted their discussion upon spotting the pair, recognizing them as members of the Frenzy team. Sensing their gaze, the burly man leaned in to whisper something to the woman before standing up and approaching Tang San's group. His gaze lingered on Zhu Zhuqing for a moment before he suddenly reached out to grab her arm. "What a lovely girl. Would you care to play with me? You're asking for trouble." Seeing the burly man daring to touch Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai erupted in fury and stepped forward, throwing a punch. Bang! With a heavy sound of impact, the burly man, still wearing a cold smile, remained firmly in place. Dai Mubai, however, was forced to stagger back several steps, his retracted right arm trembling slightly behind his back. Observing this, Tang San's pupils constricted. What terrifying strength! At that moment, the burly man's gaze swept over Dai Mubai, who had just been pushed back, before landing on Tang San and his friends, mockingly shaking his head. "You think you can challenge us at this level? I advise you to concede now. Is that so?" Just as his words fell, a soft voice unexpectedly emerged from behind. Before anyone could react, a figure appeared before the burly man, lightly pressing their thumb against his neck. Boom! In an instant, the burly man was sent flying, crashing into a wall several meters away, which trembled under the force of the impact. When he hit the ground, he clutched his neck with both hands, emitting pained groans as his face turned a shade of purple-black. Immediately, the person who had struck the burly man turned their attention to the flamboyant woman beside him. The woman shivered involuntarily and exclaimed, "This is the resting area of the Grand Soul Arena. Private fights between participating soul masters are prohibited." Upon hearing her words, someone in the room could not help but burst into laughter, felt a surge of speechlessness. However, their gaze soon shifted to the newcomer, as if they had glimpsed a beacon of hope, and they collectively exhaled in relief. Lin Yuechan could not restrain herself and stepped forward. "Brother Tang, you have arrived." "Indeed," replied the newcomer, Tang Ge, who smiled and nodded. His attention then shifted to the alluring woman, and his expression grew stern. "If this were not a resting room, do you truly believe your companion would still be alive?" Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, the burly man, who had just been sent flying, began to cough violently until he finally caught his breath and struggled to rise from the ground. Yet, when he looked at Tang Ge again, the fierce glint in his eyes had been replaced by sheer astonishment and dread. "Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shocked Bull, you have gained 100 shock points." "Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Shocked Spider Woman, you have gained 300 shock points." "Ding dong, congratulations to the host." At this juncture, a series of system notifications began to reverberate within Tang Ge's mind, swiftly amassing nearly 5,000 shock points for him. Upon hearing this, Tang Ge could not help but sigh inwardly. It became evident why so many individuals revel in pretentiousness. Indeed, the fleeting pleasure of posturing brings momentary delight. Yet the act of maintaining such a facade continues to yield satisfaction. Consequently, his previously icy gaze softened slightly. However, the earlier exchange still cast a shadow in the heart of the enchanting woman. Nevertheless, the commotion they had caused soon attracted the attention of the arena's overseer. Before long, a middle-aged gentleman, elegantly attired, entered the room. His eyes swept across the scene, and he immediately furrowed his brow. "Do the newcomers not understand that dueling is prohibited in the lounge? Is it possible that your berserker team is unaware of this as well?" He directed his cold words towards the captivating woman. The enchanting woman, visibly intimidated by the gentleman, quickly responded, "My lord, it was all a misunderstanding. I shall leave with the berserker immediately." With that, she turned and hurriedly departed the lounge, accompanied by the burly man, as if fleeing. Once they had exited, The middle-aged gentleman turned his attention to Tang Ge and inquired, "Are you also one of the Shrek's 9 monsters?" "Indeed," came the reply. Tang Ge nodded in affirmation. Upon confirming Tang Ge's identity, the middle-aged man ceased further conversation, merely cautioning everyone to refrain from any further conflict before he exited. The previously tumultuous lounge gradually returned to a state of tranquility. Tang Lauda truly was formidable. With a mere flick of his finger, he had dealt with that detestable scoundrel, who had the audacity to harbor intentions towards Zhu Qing, truly a reckless endeavor. After grasping the situation that had just unfolded, Ma Hongjun promptly began to extol Tang Ge's virtues. Tang Ge disregarded him and exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhu Qing across the room, smiling as he waved his hand dismissively. "All right, everyone take a seat. I have come to discuss the rapid enemy elimination tactics we need to execute when it's our turn to take the stage." Upon hearing Tang Ge's audacious words, the other soul masters, who had previously underestimated the Shrek's 7 monsters, were filled with curiosity and began to eavesdrop. A soul master capable of dispatching a fierce opponent with a mere finger. Could that truly be a trivial matter? Chapter 124. Collision outside the lounge. The burly man had barely taken a few steps when his legs suddenly buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. The enchanting woman accompanying him was startled and hurriedly reached out to support him, concern etched on her face. "Quan Chi, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just startled." The burly man, known as Quan Chi, replied as he regained his footing, feeling his still trembling legs and unable to suppress a bitter smile. "Startled?" The enchanting woman furrowed her brows. "I admit that the masked soul master possesses formidable strength, capable of sending you flying with a single finger. However, that was a surprise attack. In a fair and square duel, even if you were to lose, it shouldn't be to such a degree. Why are you so frightened? You don't understand. Even if I had braced myself against that finger, I doubt I could have withstood it." A glimmer of fear flickered in Quan Chi's eyes. He could not forget the moment in the lounge when the opponent had pressed a finger against his neck. A sensation akin to the sky collapsing that filled him with despair. This sense of despair was an experience Quan Chi never wished to endure again, even contemplating abandoning the upcoming team match. Unfortunately, the actual decision-maker of the team was not Quan Chi, but the enchanting woman beside him. Observing Quan Chi's evident loss of fighting spirit, disappointment surfaced on her face, yet she did not blame him. She simply spoke softly, "Enough. Regardless, the match must continue. If it turns out we truly cannot contend with them, I will ensure you can concede in time. Let us go, the competition is about to begin. We must regroup with the other team members first." "Understood," Quan Chi nodded. The two of them then proceeded onward. After a while, the match between the Shrek 7 monsters and the frenzied battle team finally commenced. Under the announcement of the arena supervisor, both teams ascended the battle stage once more. Frenzied battle team. Frenzied battle team. What are the Shrek 7 monsters? Let the frenzied battle team annihilate them. Trash Shrek 7 monsters. Clearly only 7 of them. Deceiving us spectators. It was evident that the audience, witnessing the Shrek 7 monsters' inaugural team match, held little faith in them, fervently chanting for the frenzied battle team to vanquish their opponents. Simultaneously, in a room on the 2nd floor of the arena, Yu Xiaojiang, Flinder, and Zhao Wujie were observing the unfolding events below through a glass window. Hearing the cacophony of boos and jeers from the audience, their expressions soured. Zhao Wujie could not help but pound his fist against the glass, exclaiming in frustration, "Such short-sighted individuals, utterly infuriating." Just then, accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Tang Ge and Ma Hongjun entered from outside. Upon noticing Zhao Wujie's irate demeanor, Tang Ge chuckled lightly. "Since they are all so short-sighted, why should you stoop to their level, teacher Zhao?" Tang Ge's words resonated, with Yu Xiaojiang nodding in agreement. Ma Hongjun, elated, recounted the earlier events in the lounge. After hearing his tale, Yu Xiaojiang and the others exchanged glances with Tang Ge, feeling somewhat speechless. How can a distinguished soul master of the soul sect tear a snake apart with bare hands and dispatch the main fighter of the frenzied battle team with a mere finger? Isn't this a bit bullying? Even if one must strike, shouldn't you at least use a couple more fingers? What if you genuinely frightened them away? Regardless, since the soul master named Quan Chi could repel Dai Mubai with a single punch, it indicated that the frenzied battle team was not lacking in strength. Flinder remarked, "If that is the case, the frenzied battle team should indeed pose a formidable challenge for Tang San and the others. That may not be the case." A smile graced Tang Ge's face, igniting the curiosity of the onlookers who were eager to inquire. However, as the battle commenced in the arena below, their attention swiftly shifted to the soul contest. At that moment, in the arena designated for the team competition, following the host's announcement of the match's commencement. The members of the Frenzied Battle Team and the Shrek 7 monsters unveiled their respective martial spirits and soul rings. Initially, the Frenzied Battle Team's members, the Frenzied Rhinoceros and the Spider Maiden, felt a sense of relief at Tang Ge's absence from the fray. Yet, upon witnessing the Shrek 7 monster's soul ring configuration consisting entirely of optimal combinations, 2 yellow rings or 2 yellow and 1 purple, they grew solemn once more. Particularly striking was the presence of a soul master from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School among their ranks. What shall we do now that they have a soul master from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School? Frenzied Rhinoceros whispered, unable to contain his anxiety. The Spider Maiden furrowed her brows and issued a decisive command. Support soul masters. Enhance our strength. Agile soul masters. Focus all efforts on neutralizing their 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School member. The rest of you, engage in direct assault. As her orders resonated, a support soul master sheltered in the center promptly activated his soul skills. Soul of the Wish Plate. Illuminate with the light of defense. Soul of the Wish Plate. Radiate the aura of offense. These 2 amplifying auras enveloped the Frenzied Battle Team, significantly bolstering their strength. In the next moment, the Spider Maiden conjured a colossal spider web in midair, casting it over the Shrek 7 monsters. Concurrently, Frenzied Rhinoceros, merging with his beast martial spirit, charged forth at the forefront, flanked by 2 teammates wielding monkey martial spirits and another 2 with sheep martial spirits, forming a tapered formation as they surged towards the Shrek 7 monsters. In response, Ning Rongrong, well aware of their strategy, maintained her composure and swiftly deployed her 2 soul skills. 7 Treasures, first, Strength. 7 Treasures, second, Speed. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, feeling the enhancement of their physical prowess. After a mutual nod, Dai Mubai immediately unleashed his second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. However, this soul skill was not aimed at the approaching members of the Crazy Rhino team, but rather soared high into the sky. As the dazzling light erupted, the previously suppressed web of energy was instantly torn apart. Once he completed his soul skill, Dai Mubai swiftly merged with his martial soul, sidestepping the oncoming Crazy Rhino and charging towards one of the goat martial soul users. Simultaneously, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing quickly surged forward, intercepting another goat martial soul user and a monkey martial soul user, respectively. Ultimately, only the Crazy Rhino and 1 monkey martial soul user remained, feeling utterly disregarded. The inherently volatile Crazy Rhino erupted in fury. He glared at the nearby Tang San and, unable to contain himself, roared for him to die, launching a powerful punch in his direction. Yet, at that moment, both Tang San and Dai Mubai wore smiles upon their faces. At the back, the Spider-Woman felt a sudden jolt in her heart, instinctively sensing danger from the scene unfolding before her. She urgently shouted, "Crazy Rhino, retreat now." Unfortunately, it was too late. Chapter 125, The Arrow of Lin Yuechan. The beginning is the end. Upon witnessing the smiles on the faces of the Shrek 9 monsters, although the Spider-Woman sensed danger and called out, it was regrettably too late for the Crazy Rhino. Before his punch could land on Tang San, slender yet incredibly resilient blue-silver grass vines emerged and swiftly ensnared him. Simultaneously, as Tang San employed his parasitic soul skill, more vines erupted from the Crazy Rhino's body. In the blink of an eye, he was completely wrapped up, resembling a rice dumpling, and the paralyzing toxin inherent in the blue-silver grass rendered him immobile. On the other side, as the monkey martial soul user charged at him, Oscar, rather than feeling fear, wore a mischievous grin. "Come on, come catch me," he exclaimed, promptly consuming a mushroom sausage. With 3 pairs of translucent wings materializing behind him, he soared into the air in an instant. Ning Rongrong followed suit. As the 2 ascended, the approaching monkey martial soul user lost his target, staring up in disbelief at the airborne Oscar and Ning Rongrong. They could fly. At that moment, Tang San suddenly shouted, "Lin Yuechan, now." Hearing Tang San's command, Lin Yuechan, who had been prepared, took a deep breath, her soft eyes filled with determination, transforming into a forest spirit. She was gradually lifted off the ground by a swirling wind, her spirit bow being drawn taut. In that moment, as her 34th level soul power was fully released and 2 sharp arrows were knocked on the bowstring, she suddenly released her grip. Wind Spiral Arrow. With a buzzing sound resonating from the vibrating air, the 2 arrows shot forth like cold rays, rapidly spinning and forming parallel spirals as they soared ahead. 1 arrow targeted the Crazy Rhino of the Crazy Battle Team, effortlessly shredding the dense vines that ensnared him. Yet, instead of finding relief, Terror crept onto the crazy rhino's face. As he beheld the rapidly approaching shadow, a shrill scream erupted from his lips. Ah! With a sickening thud, the spiraling arrow struck him, sending him flying backward, blood spewing forth. He crashed heavily onto the ground outside the battle arena. The first member of the crazy battle team, the crazy rhino, was eliminated. In the sky above the battle arena, the host was momentarily stunned by the unfolding scene. However, he quickly regained his composure and could not suppress an exhilarating shout. Did you see that? The newly arrived Shrek 9 monsters have emerged as dark horses. Not only do they possess optimal soul ring configurations, but their tactics are also remarkable. The battle has just begun. And the formidable assault-type soul master of the crazy battle team, the crazy rhino, has been eliminated with a single arrow. Will the Spider-Woman, equipped with optimal soul rings, withstand the forthcoming mightiest arrow from the opposing team? Or will she, like the crazy rhino, be swiftly eliminated? Come on, let us scream together and anticipate the outcome. Crazy battle. Crazy battle. Shrek 9 monsters. The sudden turn of events in the battle arena, coupled with the host's emotionally charged commentary, ignited a fervor among the spectators. Some, in their excitement, tore at their clothing, rising to their feet and roaring in exhilaration. At that moment, the Shrek 9 monsters, previously underestimated, garnered immense support from the crowd. Meanwhile, the battle reached its critical juncture. Lin Yuechan exerted all her strength, executing the two-soul ring combined technique, when spiral arrow. One arrow swiftly dispatched the crazy rhino, while the other surged toward the retreating Spider-Woman. The spiraling wind blades created by the rapid rotation compelled Dai Mubai and Xiaowu to evade. And even the crazy battle team members engaged in combat were frightened into retreat. The sight of the crazy rhino being bloodied and sent flying instilled a sense of dread among the crazy battle team as soul masters. For the Spider-Woman, the perceived threat was far more acute than her fellow teammates. Observing the encroaching spiral arrow, she gritted her teeth and summoned a Millennium Soul skill, weaving strands of spider silk into intricate webs before her. The interconnected webs formed a formidable barrier. Once she completed this task, she exhaled in relief. However, upon glancing at the approaching spiral arrow once more, her expression morphed into one of fury and disbelief. It turned out that the two wind spiral arrows shot by Lin Yuechan were not solely aimed at the crazy rhino. The second arrow was a feint directed at the Spider-Woman, luring out the Spider-Woman's third Millennium Soul skill. Lin Yuechan seized the moment of her distraction and abruptly redirected the second arrow to target the only support soul master within the crazy battle team. Indeed, just as the crazy battle team sought to swiftly eliminate the support soul master among the Shrek 9 monsters, the Shrek 9 monsters had also set their sights on the crazy battle team's support soul master. However, compared to the former, the tactics of the Shrek 9 monsters were more clandestine and unexpected. Thus, at that moment, with all other teammates diverted, the auxiliary soul master of the crazy battle team, who controlled the Disc of Fortune, was utterly exposed. The swiftly changing trajectory of the wind spiral arrow left him no opportunity to unleash his soul skill. Puff! Ah! As the spiral arrow of wind collided with the soul master of the Rui disc, it shattered the soul power enveloping him. However, Lin Yuechan harbored no intention of taking a life. Under her deft control, the spiraling winds dissipated rapidly, allowing the arrow to merely pierce through the left side of the Rui disc soul master's heart. Accompanied by a spray of blood, he let out a heart-rending scream as the force of the arrow propelled him away from the soul-fighting platform. With a resounding crash, the auxiliary soul master fell to the ground, landing not far from the frenzied rhinoceros. Healers from the arena swiftly appeared, employing their soul techniques to staunch the flow of blood from his wounds. Yet, despite their efforts, the excruciating pain of his perforated body rendered the auxiliary soul master unconscious. On the arena, the original 7 versus 7 swiftly transformed into 7 versus 5, placing the frenzied team at a distinct disadvantage. Unbeknownst to many, Dai Mubai, Xiaowu, and Zhu Zhuqing had already returned to their ranks. Meanwhile, Lin Yuechan, having consumed the small sausage provided by Oscar, was rapidly regaining her soul power. Tang San stood at the forefront, gazing at the sullen-faced Spider-Woman across from him. With a faint smile, he inquired, "Your auxiliary soul master and your strongest offensive soul master have both been eliminated. Your combat strength is evidently insufficient. Do you wish to continue?" As he spoke, he gradually emanated the aura of the Millennium Old Man-faced Demon Spider Soul Ring. The Spider-Woman, originally reluctant, found herself enveloped by this aura, and to her dismay, realized that her martial soul was being suppressed. Observing her teammates, she noted their faces were all marked with fear. Ultimately, The Spider-Woman lowered her head. We concede. Chapter 126. Tang Ge finally takes the stage. Concede? The frenzied battle team has actually conceded? The team, renowned for their 7 consecutive victories and their reputation for leaving their opponents either dead or severely injured, had unexpectedly surrendered. As the audience in the Soul Arena heard the Spider-Woman utter those words, the previously raucous venue fell into an abrupt silence. This was soon followed by an even louder uproar, since most had placed their bets on the frenzied battle team's victory. The Spider-Woman's concession meant that their invested gold soul coins had been rendered worthless. Some even faced ruin as a result. Instantly, the arena erupted with furious curses directed at the frenzied battle team. Trash frenzied battle. Ruining my youth, you scoundrels. Return my gold soul coins. Damn it. Why did you concede? Couldn't you hold on a little longer? How could a soul master with 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings be so cowardly? Shrek's 9 monsters. Did you hear that? Do not accept the surrender of these worthless fools. Continue to fight them. If you can defeat them all, I will offer you 1,000 gold soul coins. I'll put up 10,000 gold soul coins for the Spider-Woman's life. Had it not been for the fact that they were within the Soto City Great Soul Arena, the audience might have rushed forward to tear the members of the frenzied battle team apart. Yet even so, listening to the chorus of angry shouts and feeling the piercing glares directed at them, the Spider-Woman and her 4 teammates turned pale with fright. The Spider-Woman, in particular, regretted not having withdrawn from the competition when the fearsome rampaging rhinoceros had hesitated. But alas, it was too late. The Shrek 9 monsters, witnessing the agitated crowd around them, were equally taken aback. Oscar could not help but voice, "Big brother die. Third brother. Is it too cruel to end the battle so swiftly against the frenzied battle team? Should we not prolong the engagement a bit longer?" Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others, who initially thought Oscar was concerned for the frenzied battle team's plight, were left speechless. Did he not see the murderous intent in the eyes of the opposing team directed at him? Realizing he may have spoken out of turn, Oscar quickly apologized to the 4 members of the frenzied battle team who were glaring at him. "I truly did not intend to target you. I merely perceived your strength as lacking. You are the one lacking strength. Your entire family lacks strength." The Spider-Woman seethed at Oscar's remarks, her teeth gritting in frustration, but ultimately chose to suppress her anger. With a dark expression, she huffed, "Let us go." She then led her team swiftly away from the arena. Whether they would hide within the Great Soul Arena or take the opportunity to escape was of no concern to the Shrek 9 monsters. They had finally arrived at their moment of glory after their first victory in a team battle. As the light shone upon them, the striking figures of Tang San, Dai Mubai, and Lin Yuechan appeared before the audience, exuding charisma and vigor. The host, soaring above with flapping wings, beamed and announced, "Congratulations to the victors of tonight's team battle, Shrek's 9 monsters. Shrek's 9 monsters. Shrek's 9 monsters. Shrek's 9 monsters." The arena erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Meanwhile, in the upper chamber, Flinder, Yu Xiaojiang, and the others were watching the scene unfold through the glass. Ma Hongjun, filled with envy, exclaimed, "If only I were up there. I might win the affection of many ladies." "Little Ma, you aspire to transform from a wild chicken into a phoenix. How can you settle for such trivial aspirations?" Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Tang Ge rolled his eyes but smiled as he patted his shoulder. "Fear not. When they return, your Tang Ge, shall take you to the 2v2 arena to shine." "Really? Big brother Tang, you must keep your word. The dean and master are here. You cannot go back on it," Ma Hongjun replied, brimming with excitement. However, just as he finished speaking, a slap struck the back of his head. "Stop daydreaming and focus on your training to break through to soul master level," Flinder admonished, glaring at Ma Hongjun, rubbing the sore spot on his head. Ma Hongjun looked aggrieved but dared not protest. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang suddenly spoke up. "Tang Ge, was the strategy executed by Xiao San just now your idea? I merely offered a few suggestions. The primary execution relied on Xiao San and the others themselves." Tang Ge smiled and remarked that just in time. The competition outside had concluded, and the cacophony of cheers and shouts had subsided. Accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps, the previously closed door swung open, and Tang San and his 6 companions surged into the room. As soon as they entered, Oscar struck an ostentatious pose and boasted, "Master, we performed splendidly, did we not?" Although the others looked disdainfully at Oscar's antics, they turned their eager gazes towards Yu Xiaojiang, filled with anticipation. Even Tang San, who typically maintained a composed demeanor, exhibited a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. As Yu Xiaojiang surveyed the eager faces of these young individuals seeking praise, he finally broke into a smile. He nodded and stated, although the tactics were somewhat reckless, the performance was commendable, particularly Yu Chan's final arrow, which targeted the opponent's support spirit master, was indeed the wisest choice. Hearing their accomplishments acknowledged, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu beamed with delight, while Lin Wuchan blushed and lowered her head. Flander, however, expressed curiosity, inquiring, "What is it? Does that support spirit master from the frenzied battle team possess some unique ability?" The opponent's martial spirit, the Disc of Wishes, had only utilized its first two soul skills, yet its most crucial skill was the third one. Once activated, the entire situation could be reversed, making victory for Tang San and his team far more challenging than at present. Yu Xiaojiang explained this to them. The 7 participants in the soul fight had already learned this from Tang Ge, so they felt little concern. Instead, Flander and Zhao Wujie were immensely relieved upon hearing this. Finally, Yu Xiaojiang turned his attention to Tang Ge. The team competition has concluded. The next match will not be until tomorrow evening. If you do not intend to participate, we shall return to the hotel. Return to the hotel? For Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, and Oscar, who had already participated in the 2-on-2 soul fight, this was acceptable. However, Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong, who had been waiting to be taken along, suddenly grew anxious. Right then, Ning Rongrong grasped Tang Ge's arm and pleaded, "Please don't leave, Tang Ge. Take me to participate in a 2-on-2 soul fight just once." "Me too. Count me in." Ma Hongjun chimed in, eager to join as well. Upon witnessing the scene, Tang Ge was so startled that his expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly nodded in agreement. "Do not approach. I shall lead you to the competition." Chapter 127. Even good girls can go astray with Tang Ge's consent. Ning Rongrong and her companions, along with Ma Hongjun, were filled with exhilaration. After such a lengthy wait, they were finally eager to see Tang Ge in action. They could hardly contain their excitement and wished to immediately accompany him to the 2v2 soul fighting arena. However, it was Yu Xiaojiang who intervened, suggesting that they rest for a while before proceeding. Once everyone had fully restored their soul power, he led Tang Ge, the 9 others, along with Flinder and Zhao Wujin, to the arena. To be honest, the 3 instructors, Yu Xiaojiang included, were also quite curious to observe Tang Ge's combat abilities without the aid of soul rings and skills. Upon arriving at the 2v2 arena, Yu Xiaojiang quickly secured a private room in a favorable location. Realizing the significance of this room, Tang Ge promptly guided Ning Rongrong and her companions, along with Ma Hongjun, directly to the registration point for the 2v2 competition. However, upon arrival, the previously exuberant Ma Hongjun suddenly appeared despondent. Tang Ge found himself at a loss as he gazed upon the long-haired beauty, Ding Dang, whom he had only met a few days prior. With a resigned smile, he inquired, "When were you assigned to work here?" Ding Dang's face lit up with surprise upon seeing Tang Ge, but her expression quickly shifted to one of melancholy as a thought crossed her mind. "Brother Tang, why did you?" Just as she began to speak, the 3 women, Ning Rongrong and her companions, redirected their attention to Tang Ge, their eyes filled with suspicion. Clearly, something had transpired between this woman and Tang Ge. Upon hearing this, Tang Ge was alarmed and hurriedly interrupted Ding Dang from continuing her discourse. He promptly urged, "It is getting late. Let us first register the name of our group, and we shall discuss the other matters later." Upon hearing Tang Ge's words and observing the array of girls around him, each more beautiful than herself, Ding Dang felt a pang of disappointment. However, she refrained from voicing her feelings, merely nodding in acknowledgement before she began the process of registering the group's name for the 5 of them. Tang Ge and Lin Wuchan formed the Tang Wu duo. Tang Ge and Ning Rongrong formed the Tang Rong duo. Tang Ge and Zhu Shuqing formed the Tang Zhu duo. Tang Ge and Ma Hongjun formed the Tang Jun duo. The name was chosen by Tang Ge, as it sounded simple and memorable. Yet it was met with unanimous disapproval from Ning Rongrong and the others. However, that did not dissuade Tang Ge, for he was fond of it. When the time came for them to depart, Ding Dang could not restrain herself any longer and blushed as she spoke. "Brother Tang, can we meet at our usual place tonight?" "Our usual place? Where would that be for you and me?" "Young lady, while you may indulge in your meals, you cannot utter such frivolous words. That could be perilous." Feeling the fervent gaze emanating from Ding Dang, Tang Ge bit his lip in silence, pulling along the nearly exasperated Ning Rongrong and Lin Wuchan, while Zhu Zhiqing swiftly turned to leave. Yet, Ma Hongjun seemed eager to salvage the situation. Glancing at the dejected Ding Dang and asking, "Well, could we meet at our usual place?" "You?" Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words, Ding Dang paused to scrutinize him, then haughtily lifted her chin. Ding Dang, am not that kind of frivolous girl. Do not even think about it. With that declaration, Ma Hongjun nearly choked on his own blood. He finally came to the realization that being handsome could indeed make even the most discerning of girls act indiscriminately. Never mind. He decided to remain single for now, coming to terms with the harshness of reality. Ma Hongjun surrendered the last vestige of his hopes and resolutely turned to catch up with Tang Ge and the others. On their way back, Tang Ge offered a thorough explanation, which eventually silenced the incessant inquiries of Ningrongro. Upon reaching the lounge, the captivating 2-on-2 soul battle below drew everyone's attention, allowing the matter to be set aside for the moment. After a brief interval, the host announced that it was finally the turn of the Tang Yu duo, comprising Tang Ge and Lin Wuchan, to participate in the 2-on-2 soul battle. Consequently, they departed from their private room and made their way to the arena below. To their surprise, they encountered an audience who had just come over from the team match, though few may recognize Tang Ge. The moment they catch sight of Lin Yuechan accompanying him, the audience instantly identifies her. Look, it is the ethereal fairy from the Shrek 9 monsters. She has come to participate in the 2-on-2 soul arena competition, and they are eager to witness once more her soul skill capable of toppling even the fierce rhinos from the platform. However, a puzzling thought arises. Isn't this fairy a soul master of the soul sovereign rank? Why has she chosen an opponent of the soul scholar level? As the audience contemplates this, their gaze shifts to Tang Ge, who also dons a mask. Could he possibly be a member of the Shrek 9 monsters as well? Moreover, is he a soul scholar? The uninformed spectators, upon overhearing the murmurs, become intrigued by this newly introduced duo, Tang Ge and Lin Wuchan. Meanwhile, on the soul arena, the Tang Yu duo faces their opponents, a full soul scholar formation, known as the Blade and Sword Duo. Two soul masters, a man and a woman, both appearing to be around 30 years of age. The man wields the blade martial spirit, while the woman wields the sword martial spirit. These two types of martial spirits belong to the category of lethal weaponry, possessing high potential and formidable attack power. Thus, as the blade and sword duo makes their entrance, a wave of gasps resonates throughout the arena. Clearly, 99% of the audience does not hold high hopes for the Tang Yu duo, sympathizing with them for facing two powerful offensive soul scholars in their first match. The match begins. However, the host pays no heed to the audience's reactions. Upon announcing the start, he swiftly vacates the soul arena. Without a moment's hesitation, the blade and sword duo reveals their martial spirits. Immediately, a white, two yellow, and a purple soul ring rise from beneath their feet. Clang, kill, as the blades clash with a resounding chime. The male and female soul masters charge toward Tang Ge and Lin Wuchan from opposite sides. Midway through their advance, they raise their respective weapons high and sweep them forward with great force. Whoosh, whoosh, a blade aura and a sword aura coalesce, slicing through the air and hurtling towards Tang Ge and Lin Wuchan. In response to such an assault, Lin Wuchan not only refrains from employing her martial spirit, but also retreats directly behind Tang Ge, with a blush upon her cheeks. She playfully sticks out her tongue and whispers, "Brother Tang, you promised to carry me to victory, so you must keep your word." Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation, exclaiming, "So my presence here is truly to shield you from harm. Are you not the least bit concerned that your dear brother Tang might be slain outright?" "Not at all. Brother Tang is incredibly formidable," Lin Wuchan replied with unreserved admiration. "Very well, for the sake of your unwavering adulation, your brother Tang shall surely stand firm against this blade today." Tang Ge could not help but reach out to gently ruffle Lin Wuchan's hair, smiling as he nodded. Chapter 128, The Most Powerful Teammates. Star Players. As the audience beheld the Tang Wei duo displaying their affection on the soul fighting stage, right before their opponents, a hush fell over the venue, swiftly followed by bursts of laughter. How amusing is this Tang Wei combination, showcasing their love at such a moment. Are they not concerned about provoking their adversaries to the brink of fury? While not quite to the extent of causing bloodshed. One could observe the faces of the sword and saber duo, contorted in frustration, pondering the vastness of their emotional turmoil at this moment. Public displays of affection often lead to swift demise. I dare say the Tang Yue duo may soon find themselves vanquished by the sword and saber pair. Listening to the waves of laughter from outside, Yu Xiaojiang and Flan De, who were equally invested in the unfolding situation, exchanged silent glances, unable to articulate their thoughts. That rascal Tang Ge. Even at such a critical moment, he insists on flaunting his affection. Could he not wait until the competition concludes to find a secluded spot? In contrast, Zhao Wujing appeared exceedingly pleased with the situation, laughing heartily. What a fine lad. He aligns perfectly with my temperament, bold and audacious. He chuckled, When my turn comes, I too shall encourage Tang Ge to act thus. Ning Rongrong chimed in with equal enthusiasm. Ma Hongjun initially intended to join the revelry, but he was abruptly interrupted by Zhu Zhuqing's voice beside him. Keep your distance from Tang Ge when you take the stage. Feeling the frigid warning emanating from Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, Ma Hongjun retorted indignantly, I shall simply lie on the ground, embodying a true victor by default. Surely that is acceptable? Zhu Zhuqing replied serenely, nodding slightly. Ma Hongjun continued, nevertheless, whether or not they are displaying affection, Yu Xiaojiang and Zhao Wujing evidently harbor great confidence in Tang Ge. After all, they are merely two soul masters of the soul sect. Indeed, as Yu Xiaojiang and his companions had anticipated, Tang Ge paid little heed to the blade and sword combination. Observing the furious opponents unleashing their combined technique, blade and sword dance, he merely smiled faintly and charged forward. The intertwining energies of blades and swords formed a rapidly spinning vortex, leaving distinct marks on the arena floor. Undeterred by the tempest of steel, Tang Ge plunged into the storm without hesitation. Witnessing this, the male soul master of the blade and sword combination erupted in derisive laughter. How arrogant! Let us see how you withstand this. However, before he could finish his taunt, he was left utterly astonished by the unfolding spectacle. Even the female soul master beside him widened her eyes in disbelief, instinctively halting her advance. A few meters away lay the whirling vortex of blades and swords. Yet, as Tang Ge plunged into it, he enveloped himself in soul power, allowing the relentless slicing of blade and sword energy to carve into his form, yet leaving not a single mark upon his skin. Break! Tang Ge uttered a low shout, unleashing the might of the ancient holy body, which swiftly tore asunder the blade and sword tempest. He then stepped forth, confronting the duo of soul masters, appearing to merely deliver a gentle punch. It seemed as though the two were ensnared, utterly unable to evade. Bang! Bang! The dull thuds resounded, and they were instantly reduced to mere afterimages, hurtling off the arena. Moments later, anguished cries echoed from below the stage. Tang Ge returned to Lin Yuechan's side, smiling as he asked, How does it feel to win effortlessly? I knew my brother Tang was the strongest. Lin Yuechan blushed, gazing at Tang Ge with eyes full of admiration. At that moment, the host regained his composure and announced loudly, Congratulations to the Tang Yue duo for winning the 2-on-2 soul battle. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. The female spectators were particularly captivated by the scene of Tang Ge charging back into the whirlwind of blades and swords, his commanding presence sending shivers down their spines and igniting a thrilling sensation that left them entranced. Following this, perhaps due to the unique and unconventional fighting style of the Tang Wei duo, as well as Tang Ge's remarkable strength in defeating two soul masters without employing any soul skills, the person in charge of the 2-on-2 battle area, upon receiving certain information, decided to arrange for the Tang Rong, Tang Zhu, and Tang Jun duos to compete in the subsequent 3 matches. Initially, the audience was unaware, but as the host announced the commencement of the second 2-on-2 battle, 2 soul masters from the Tang Rong duo made their way onto the stage. Upon spotting Tang Ge among them, the audience erupted in excitement. Some spectators could not contain their enthusiasm, shouting, Tang Rong duo, just like before, take down your opponents with 2 punches. Don't just stand there. Aren't you supposed to showcase your affection at the start? I'm ready, so go ahead and display it. Haha. I can see the looks on the faces of Tang Rong's opponents. They're about to explode with frustration. And to the female soul master in the Tang Rong duo, I'm talking about you. Could you please use a soul skill before claiming victory? Don't just stand there like before. Hearing the fervent shouts from the audience below, Tang Ge and Ning Rongrong exchanged glances. Ning Rongrong blushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed as she asked, Tang Ge, do I really have to make a move? Initially, she had hoped to win effortlessly like Lin Yuechan, but now, the audience was demanding her to take action, putting her in quite the predicament. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's inquiry, Tang Ge chuckled and replied, Well, you are an auxiliary soul master. Merely unleashing a soul skill will suffice. Oh, then I shall do so. With that, Ning Rongrong summoned the 7 treasures glazed pagoda. And upon the activation of her first soul skill, 2 beams of yellow light shot forth. However, these beams did not land upon Tang Ge. Instead, they soared directly towards their adversaries across the arena. Instantly, the 2 male soul masters from the newly arrived duo felt their strength augmented. Yet, rather than rejoicing, they were consumed by rage, feeling utterly humiliated. How dare you insult us in such a manner? I shall ensure your demise. Before the 2 male soul masters could unleash their own soul skills, Tang Ge struck with swiftness, delivering two powerful punches. The sheer force erupted forth, crashing into the midsection of the male soul masters, contorting them into a bow shape. Subsequently, they spewed blood and let out a wretched scream. Flung backward from the soul fighting platform. Ignoring the defeated foes, Tang Ge turned to Ning Rongrong, who was not far away, wearing an expression of exasperation. I asked you to use a soul skill, but I did not intend for you to bolster our opponents. Are you attempting to increase my level of difficulty? Ning Rongrong retorted, what of it? Adding a bit of challenge is ultimately for your benefit. Tang Ge, look at the audience. Their excitement is palpable as they witness you dispatch your opponents with just 2 punches. Perhaps by the end of tonight, you shall emerge as the star contender of this grand arena. Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Ning Rongrong blushed and retorted with a spirited defense. In the end, she felt a sense of righteousness, her face aglow with pride and self-satisfaction. Chapter 129, Development. The Daima Combination Technique. Tang Ge was utterly speechless at Ning Rongrong's audacity to frame her blunder as an act of benevolence. Yet, one cannot deny that her earlier act of enhancing the abilities of her 2 opponents had indeed showcased her prowess to the audience. Consequently, as the adversaries were once again sent tumbling off the stage with 2 decisive punches, a much more fervent and exhilarated roar erupted throughout the venue. This time, even Ning Rongrong became a figure of admiration among the spectators as praises and accolades reached her ears, bringing forth a beaming smile. Were it not for the restriction that each duo battle could only occur once a day, one could easily envision Ning Rongrong dragging Tang Ge to stay and revel through the night. Eventually, as the audience's excitement reached a fever pitch, teetering on the brink of surging onto the battle stage, Tang Ge hurriedly escorted the reluctant Ning Rongrong away. The host, however, was quite pleased with the unfolding events, leisurely announcing the conclusion of this match. Yet, he did not rush into the subsequent 2 bouts. Rather, he allowed a brief interlude for the audience's fervor to subside before proclaiming the commencement once more. These 2 battles continued to meet the audience's expectations. Not to mention, within the Tang Ge duo was a masked female spirit master whose stunning physique was utterly captivating, her frigid demeanor igniting fervor among the male spectators. Regrettably for them, this enigmatic female spirit master devoted her entire attention to her companion, scarcely sparing a glance towards the audience. In that moment, Tang Ge became the target of ire for all the male spectators present. But what of it? Under the scrutiny of nearly predatory gazes, Tang Ge embraced Zhu Zhuqing's slender waist while effortlessly dispatching his opponents. As for his match against Ma Hongjun, it was better left unmentioned. A teammate who achieved victory without effort left Tang Ge regretting his earlier decisions. It was utterly embarrassing. Consequently, once all the competitions concluded, Yu Xiaojiang led the 8 of them away from the Soto City arena and back to their hotel. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun was singled out by Flandra and taken out of Soto City. By the time he was returned to the hotel in the dead of night, his face was so swollen that it was unrecognizable. According to Flandra, if one no longer cared for their face, then why bother with it at all? The following morning, within a specially enclosed venue in Soto City designed for training soul skills, all 9 of them gathered for a vigorous training session. As they had participated in the soul competition the previous night, following Yu Xiaojiang's arrangements, Tang Ge again took on the role of sparring partner. Given his formidable strength, which allowed him to defeat even soul masters with a single blow, the primary objective for Tang San and the others was not to overpower Tang Ge, but rather to enhance their synergy and cooperation. Consequently, Tang Ge refrained from using excessive force, instead continuously constricting their space, compelling them to rely on one another to prolong their endurance as much as possible. Nevertheless, even with such measures, it was inevitable that Tang San and his companions would bear some bruises. Bang! Accompanied by a dull thud. Dai Mubai failed to evade in time, and received a heavy punch from Tang Ge directly to his right eye. Instantly, a dark bruise encircled his eye. Coupled with his already bruised left eye, Dai Mubai bore little resemblance to the formidable white tiger, resembling instead a living panda. Nearby, upon witnessing Dai Mubai's state, the specially treated Ning Rongrong could not suppress her laughter. The other girls also stifled their giggles. In contrast, Tang San, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, who had also taken their share of hits, felt a pang of sympathy for Dai Mubai's plight while simultaneously harboring indignation towards Tang Ge's despicable behavior. Hearing the laughter, Dai Mubai, who had been holding back for too long, finally erupted. He could not help but roar at Tang Ge. Tang Ge, are you doing this on purpose? With such a large area on my body, why must you strike my eye? Second brother, I am only considering your well-being. Don't you realize that even if your eye is injured, It won't affect your charming aura when you don your mask tonight? Tang Ge let out a soft sigh, feigning disappointment as he spoke. Upon hearing his words, Dai Mu Bai, who had initially exuded a fierce demeanor, found himself momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing the truth in what the other had said. He was rendered speechless. However, he quickly suppressed this absurd notion within him. Fixating his gaze on Tang Ge, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Today, I, Dai Mu Bai, shall see if you, Tang Ge, can truly withstand our soul skill assault. Fatty, prepare." Upon hearing Dai Mu Bai's command, Ma Hongjun, who had been waiting nearby, stepped forward without hesitation. As his soul rings illuminated one after another, he let out a powerful shout. First soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. With that exclamation, a searing flame erupted from Ma Hongjun's mouth, transforming into a blazing line of fire. Simultaneously, Dai Mu Bai unleashed his second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. A wave of white light surged forth, plunging directly into the intense flames emitted by Ma Hongjun. At the moment when these two soul skills converged, Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun exchanged a glance, and together they shouted, "Dai Ma Combination Skill. Phoenix Radiant Wave." Boom. As the scorching flames rapidly spread outward, a white-red light wave abruptly surged forth from the fire line, morphing into a white tiger adorned with fiery phoenix wings. This majestic beast let out a resounding roar, fiercely flapping its fiery wings as it charged toward Tang Ge. Everywhere it passed, the flaming wings sliced through the air like twin blades, igniting the very fabric of space into swirling ripples. Witnessing this spectacle, Tang San and Oscar were utterly astonished. Is this a combination skill? They had never anticipated that at this moment, Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun would unleash their martial soul combination technique, and with such success. My heavens! When did these two release such a grand move without a word? Oscar dropped the sausage he had been holding. Meanwhile, Tang San, regaining his composure, gazed at the approaching figure of the Phoenix White Tiger, his eyes filled with grave concern. Tang San could sense that the combined technique unleashed by Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun had surpassed the power of a soul master. Even if he refrained from utilizing the external spirit bone on his back, it would be difficult to withstand such an onslaught. As for the target, Tang Ge, he couldn't help but feel a surge of astonishment upon witnessing the Phoenix White Tiger barreling towards him. Goodness! These two had only spent a night together and had already devised a combined technique. How profoundly must their hearts be connected to achieve such synergy? Yet, almost immediately, a smile of joy illuminated his face. In accordance with the original plan, Dai Mu Bai was supposed to collaborate with Zhu Xing to create the martial soul combination technique, the Nether White Tiger. However, with Tang Ge's appearance, Zhu Xing no longer regarded Dai Mu Bai with any significance. A 2-on-2 soul battle would render them incapable of forming a team, thus eliminating the prospect of the Nether White Tiger's combined martial soul technique. Nevertheless, Tang Ge still contemplated selecting either Oscar or Ma Hongjun to directly form a partnership with Dai Mu Bai. However, before he could implement his plan, the two had already chosen to unite of their own accord. Thus, when Tang Ge beheld the combined technique, the Phoenix Radiant Wave, soaring towards him, a genuine smile of delight graced his features. How wonderful! At last, he no longer had to concern himself with Zhu Xing's affairs. With this thought, Tang Ge inhaled deeply and delivered a powerful punch forward. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the moment Tang Ge's fist collided with the approaching Phoenix White Tiger, visible ripples radiated outward in all directions. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust, prompting Tang San and the others to cough and hastily retreat. Tang Ge's garments rustled in the wind, yet the searing flames emanating from the Phoenix White Tiger inflicted no harm upon him. A faint smile graced Tang Ge's lips as his tightly clenched fist transformed into an open palm, which he then used to seize the head of the Phoenix White Tiger with formidable force. With a pained cry, the creature was instantaneously crushed, dissipating into mere embers in the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Dai Mu Bai, who had initially harbored great expectations, felt his expression falter, his demeanor sinking into despondency. He offered a bitter smile and shook his head. It truly proves to be of no use against you. Tang Laoda, could you perhaps offer a glimmer of hope? Your current demeanor is quite disheartening. Ma Hongjun lamented, his face a portrait of sorrow. After a night of deliberation, the duo had painstakingly devised a combination technique, only to see it so effortlessly dismantled. How could they not feel heartbroken? Tang Ge, witnessing the disheartened expressions on Dai Mu Bai and Ma Hongjun's faces, couldn't help but chuckle gently to offer some solace. In truth, your combination technique is quite formidable. It was able to withstand a punch from me directly, which is already a significant threat to sect-level soul masters. While these words rang true, An inexplicable discomfort lingered with each utterance. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun exchanged exasperated glances, unable to suppress their eye rolls. Tang San and Oscar, upon hearing this, found themselves in a state of bemusement. Nevertheless, the martial soul combination technique exhibited by Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun served as a reminder for everyone present. Moreover, during the previous soul fighting competition, Tang San and Xiao Wu had already experienced the formidable power of combination techniques. Consequently, in the ensuing training sessions, they not only continuously enhanced their mutual coordination, but also endeavored to explore martial soul combination techniques. Afterward, Yu Xiaojiang learned of this development and lavishly praised Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun. However, while he acknowledged the necessity of combination techniques, he admonished the nine not to overly concentrate their efforts on this aspect, suggesting that it would be more prudent to delve into it further once their soul power reached a certain level. Thus, time unwittingly began to pass. In the following month, Tang Ge and Tang San, along with their 8 companions, did not return to Shrek Academy even once. Their itinerary was entirely confined to the hotel, the Soto City Arena, and the training facilities, creating a routine that kept them thoroughly engaged while allowing their skills to ascend rapidly. Their most dazzling achievement lay in their record at the arena. From the very first day, the 8, competing under the banner of the Shrek 7 monsters, consistently triumphed in team soul battles, amassing a series of victories that elevated them to stardom within the Soto City Arena. Each competition drew a multitude of supporters to cheer for them. Furthermore, the duo of Tang Ge, Lin Yuchan, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong proved to be unbeatable in the Soul Master competition. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, due to the synergy with Dai Mubai in their combined soul skills, had shifted his allegiance to Dai Mubai's side. Their joint technique, the Phoenix Radiant Wave, garnered substantial acclaim from the audience. As for the others, the individual matches participated by Tang Ge and his companions yielded bountiful rewards. Consequently, by the end, apart from Tang Ge and Tang San, each of the Shrek 7 monsters was drawing closer to attaining the Silver Soul badge. On the last evening of the month, the Shrek 7 monsters needed only to endure one more team battle that night to elevate their team badge to the Silver Soul level. Thus, Yuxia Gang departed from the hotel early, heading to the Soto City Arena, accompanied by a somewhat bored Tang Ge. After a month of rigorous training, Tang Ge had advanced to the 49th level. He had resolved that upon concluding this training, he would strive to reach level 50 at the swiftest pace possible and subsequently seek a suitable 10,000-year soul ring. Fortunately, Tang Ge found solace in the fact that despite intentionally suppressing his prowess to avoid overwhelming displays, his consecutive victories in the Soul Master arena had nonetheless astonished many. Over the course of the month, he accumulated an impressive total of over 20,000 astonishment points, and combined with previous earnings, his astonishment points finally surpassed 100,000. With these thoughts, Tang Ge could not resist accessing his personal information panel. Astonishment System Host, Tang Ge Level, 49th Level Soul Master Martial Soul, Twin Martial Souls, Inyong Life and Death Diagram. For Sword of Extermination Soul Rings, Inyong Life and Death Diagram Purple, Black, Black, Black Soul Skills, Joy, Inyong Wings, Life and Death Array. Life and Death Great Seal, Taiji Sword Array Martial Techniques, Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique, Secret of the Walking Character, Hell Refinement. Heaven S Divine Fist Physique, Primordial Sacred Body Awakening Level 2 Astonishment Points, 117, for 120 over 117,000 astonishment points. As soon as the information panel appeared, Tang Ge's attention was immediately drawn to the astonishment points section. Observing the accumulation of such a significant amount filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Simultaneously, anticipation surged within him. After the plethora of remarkable items acquired from the last 10 consecutive draws, he hoped this time would not disappoint either. He had an inkling that the soul ring he needed for level 50 would manifest in the forthcoming 10 consecutive draws. Tang Ge, what are you thinking? You seem so happy. At that moment, the inquisitive voice of Yuxia Gang interrupted his thoughts. As Tang Ge regained his composure, he momentarily suppressed the expectations swirling within him. He retracted his personal information panel and glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, shaking his head with a smile. Are we heading straight to the team competition registration point? He inquired, not wishing to divulge much. Noticing Tang Ge's reluctance to elaborate, Yu Xiaojiang refrained from probing further. He nodded and said, yes, let us first register for your team competition. After tonight, we should be able to obtain the Silver Soul badge. In that instant, even Yu Xiaojiang, who typically concealed his emotions deeply, could not help but reveal a glimmer of anticipation on his face. Chapter 131. Supervisor Ao's request soon. The two arrived at the registration point for the team battle. Yu Xiaojiang handed the Shrek 7 Devils team battle registration badge to the staff member, stating, "Please assist us in registering for tonight's team battle." "Certainly." The staff member replied habitually as she accepted the team battle registration badge from Yu Xiaojiang. However, just as she was about to proceed with the registration, her gaze fell upon the badge, and her previously placid expression transformed dramatically. Unable to contain her surprise, she exclaimed, "Shrek 7 Devils." When she looked up to see Tang Ge standing beside Yu Xiaojiang without a mask, a cascade of images flashed through her mind, and she seemed to realize something. Her body trembling slightly, her face radiated excitement as she stammered, "Are you the ancient sacred monarch?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. We wouldn't want to attract attention," Tang Ge responded, though he was not particularly concerned about his identity being revealed. Nonetheless, upon hearing the staff member's words, he smiled and gestured with his finger to his lips to indicate silence. Upon receiving confirmation, the staff member became even more animated. She hurriedly nodded, Yes. I won't let anyone else hear it. I just didn't expect you to be so young. Would you mind signing your name for me?" At this point, her face flushed with embarrassment as she asked for the signature. Tang Ge glanced around, noticing the absence of others, and nodded. "Very well, but where should I sign?" "Just sign here," the staff member said, slightly leaning forward, pointing to her pair of excitedly bouncing twins. Her cheeks flushed. Tang Ge did not anticipate the peculiar nature of the location mentioned by the staff, leaving him momentarily stunned. Beside him, Yu Xiaojiang appeared to be engulfed in envy and jealousy, ultimately urging with a stern expression, "Sign quickly. Why the fuss?" Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's impatient remark, Tang Ge could not help but roll his eyes. Was he being overly cautious? He merely wished to contemplate the gravity of his forthcoming words. Immediately thereafter, Tang Ge, no longer hesitating, seized the pin handed to him by the staff and inscribed his title amid the twins. The four characters of Ancient Sacred Monarch danced across the paper with an imposing grandeur, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. The staff, elated by the signature of their idol, could hardly contain their excitement. Were it not for her professional obligations, she might have been tempted to remove her clothing as a keepsake. Nevertheless, even without such actions, her demeanor became markedly more cautious in the presence of her admired figure. Observing this devoted fan, Tang Ge's smile softened considerably. Anticipating the events to unfold, he teasingly remarked, "Now that I have signed, we should be able to register for our team battle, right?" "Oh, I almost forgot the formalities," the staff suddenly exclaimed, quickly glancing at Yu Xiaojiang beside her. "Are you the captain of the Shrek 9 monsters?" "That would be accurate," Yu Xiaojiang nodded. Upon hearing this, the staff swiftly exited her post, whispering a plea for patience before darting towards the back of the working area, clutching the Shrek 9 monsters team battle emblem. Witnessing this scene, Yu Xiaojiang frowned, expressing his discontent with a cold snort. It seems the staff here at the Great Soul Arena could use a change. "Master, why take offense with the young lady? Perhaps her departure was merely to consult her superiors regarding us, the Shrek 9 monsters." Tang Ge chimed in with a smile. Yu Xiaojiang remained silent but was no longer irked. The two waited in anticipation. Indeed, it was not long before the staff member returned, accompanied by another figure, Supervisor Ao, who had previously appeared in the rest area. "I apologize for the wait," the staff said respectfully, returning the team battle emblem to Yu Xiaojiang. With a blush, she glanced at Tang Ge before gracefully retreating, leaving only Supervisor Ao, Yu Xiaojiang, and Tang Ge remaining. Supervisor Ao's gaze lingered on Tang Ge for a moment, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, before he turned to Yu Xiaojiang with a smile. "Greetings, esteemed captain. I hope we can have a brief discussion that won't take up too much of your time. Are you representing yourself, or the Soto Great Soul Arena?" Yu Xiaojiang inquired. "Naturally, I represent the Soto Great Soul Arena," Supervisor Ao replied hastily. Yu Xiaojiang nodded. Having anticipated this situation given the Shrek 9 monsters' remarkable performance in the arena over the past month, their string of victories in team battles had undoubtedly attracted attention, a recognition of their prowess. Although reluctant to engage with the Empire, Yu Xiaojiang conceded, "Shall we discuss this here?" Supervisor Ao's face brightened as he extended an invitation. "This area is not suitable. Perhaps we could ascend to a higher floor?" "Very well," Yu Xiaojiang agreed, and the two departed for the upper levels of the arena, with Tang Ge following closely behind, unopposed. Soon, they arrived on the 4th floor. Standing at the railing, they gazed down at the vast expanse of the arena's grand hall, where every individual and their actions were clearly visible. It was only then that Supervisor Ao addressed Yu Xiaojiang with a serious expression. Captain, I come on behalf of the Soto Great Soul Arena to request that the Shrek 9 monsters participate in today's team battle at the Central Main Arena. As if fearing rejection, he quickly added, and you can rest assured that with the Shrek 9 monsters battle record, as long as the soul battles conclude tonight, you will all receive the Silver Soul Badge. Thus, attending the Central Main Arena ahead of time would not contravene the rules of our Great Soul Arena. Upon hearing this request, Yu Xiaojiang remained composed, refraining from immediate agreement. If that is the case, why the rush? He calmly replied, perhaps you are dealing with a formidable opponent and wish for us, the Shrek 9 monsters, to intervene? Tang Ge, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected, smiling at Supervisor Ao. Am I correct in my assumptions? Supervisor Ao, aware of Tang Ge's identity as the ancient sacred monarch, could not afford to underestimate the intentions of this youthful figure. Thus, he bitterly smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. To be frank, the reason I am here to request the Shrek 9 monsters' participation in the Central Main Arena is due to a Soul Master team that arrived 3 days ago. If they were merely an ordinary team, it would be inconsequential. However, this team is composed entirely of Silver Soul Masters, and without a doubt, they have achieved consecutive victories in the team battles. Is winning team battles not a normal occurrence? What cause for concern does this present to your arena? Yu Xiaojiang interjected. His brows furrowed. Even if they achieved victory, the gold soul coins they earned are but a trifling sum for you. Supervisor Ao sighed at Yu Xiaojiang's confusion and explained. The crux of the matter is that this Soul Master team was summoned by the nobility of Soto City, and they have heavily invested in this team. Their successive victories have inflicted considerable losses upon our Soto Great Soul Arena. As you know, typically, Soul Masters capable of achieving silver rank possess levels above 40. Yet every member of this team is at the Soul Ancestor level. We cannot simply breach protocol and invite a Silver Soul Badge team to confront them. However, if we do not act to halt their momentum, the implications for our Soto Great Soul Arena could be unprecedented. At this, Supervisor Ao paused. But both Yu Xiaojiang and Tang Ge understood that the consequences he alluded to would entail an immense cost. Nonetheless, it was evident that the external Soul Master team exerted significant pressure, compelling the Soto Great Soul Arena to seek assistance. Consequently, Yu Xiaojiang inquired about the recent matches of the Soul Master team, and Supervisor Ao candidly recounted their experiences. They had deployed a team akin to the Frenzied Battle Squad. Composed entirely of Soul Ancestors, but without exception, they had suffered defeat. Ultimately, Supervisor Ao emphasized, the crucial point is that this Soul Master team's power is not merely at the Soul Ancestor level. Their Soul Ring configurations are optimal, just like the Shrek 9 monsters, with all members possessing 2 yellow and 1 purple Soul Ring. This explains why, despite being composed of Soul Ancestors, no team has been able to overcome them. Upon hearing this remark, Yu Xiaojiang's expression truly shifted. Meanwhile, Tang Ge could not help but chuckle inwardly. It was evident that the illustrious team boasting the finest Soul Ring combination must undoubtedly be the Imperial Battle Team. Any individual drawn from their ranks would possess a background so formidable that it would inspire awe. After all, how could an ordinary person ever achieve the remarkable combination of 2 yellow and 1 purple Soul Rings? They would most likely have fallen victim to the Soul Beast long before reaching such a feat. With this thought in mind, Tang Ge intended to seize the opportunity to extract information about the Imperial Battle Team from Yu Xiaojiang and Supervisor Ao. However, as he casually glanced downwards, a figure that appeared somewhat familiar suddenly caught his eye. Tang Ge was momentarily taken aback, his gaze sharpening as he looked ahead. In his line of sight, the vast Soul Arena below was becoming increasingly crowded, with throngs of people hastening towards the inner area to witness the Soul Battle that evening. Yet, amidst the majority advancing into the arena, a solitary figure meandered leisurely towards the outskirts, exuding an aura that seemed to compel those nearby to step aside. With cascading crimson hair adorning her shoulders and clad in an elegant golden palace-style gown, it was unmistakably a woman, a female Soul Master, no less. Tang Ge pondered within himself. However, it was not merely this that stirred his thoughts. Upon catching sight of a mysterious woman with her back turned to him amidst the vast crowd, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. He was certain he had encountered this woman before. Otherwise, such a feeling would not have arisen. Tang Ge instantly believed in his sixth sense. Thus, he felt no inclination to linger here any longer. He merely informed Yu Xiaojiang of his departure, stating that he had matters to attend to, and hastily descended from the 4th floor. Observing Tang Ge's hurried exit, Supervisor Ao donned a worried expression and could not help but inquire, could something be amiss? Rest assured, "It is likely nothing serious," Yu Xiaojing replied, shaking his head. His assurance stemmed from his understanding of Tang Ge. If a significant issue had arisen, he would not have left without summoning him, and surely, he would have activated his flight spirit skill long ago. However, curiosity gnawed at Yu Xiaojing's mind. If all was well, what prompted Tang Ge's sudden departure? Was it the female staff member from earlier? This thought darkened Yu Xiaojing's expression, for he feared that if he continued to ponder, he might impulsively chase after Tang Ge to bring him back. On the opposite side, noticing the shift in Yu Xiaojing's demeanor, Supervisor Ao tentatively asked, "Are you truly certain there is no issue? If necessary, our Great Soul Arena." "Let us return to our previous discussion," Yu Xiaojing interjected, suppressing his wandering thoughts before Supervisor Ao could finish his sentence. Upon hearing this, Supervisor Ao ceased his inquiries. On the first floor of the Great Soul Arena, Tang Ge swiftly descended from the fourth floor. Yet, even so, the familiar figure he had glimpsed moments ago had vanished without a trace. Uncertain if it was intentional, Tang Ge stood at the very spot where the individual had lingered, carefully attuning himself to the atmosphere. Suddenly, a wave of soul power, resonating closely with the essence of his heavenly divine fist, enveloped him. A long-dormant memory stirred within Tang Ge's mind, gradually resurfacing. In the vast, open valley, beneath the sky as a canopy and the earth as a bed, gentle sunlight bathed the scene while a soft breeze whispered through the enchanting landscape. Accompanied by the rhythmic, crisp sound of clapping, two entwined figures were experiencing the most captivating collision known to humanity. This essence. Yes, it is her. As the identity of the other became clear, Tang Ge's eyes sparkled with realization. Ignoring the adoring fan who had approached, eager to engage him in conversation, he hastily made his way out of the Great Soul Arena. Once outside, following the intentionally left trail of familiar essence, he pursued her beyond the confines of Soto City. Unbeknownst to him, the once bustling streets had vanished, giving way to a serene, shadowy grove. When Tang Ge finally halted, the silhouette that had graced the Soto Great Soul Arena stood before him, her back turned. The wind lifted her golden gown, and her soft, rosy hair danced gently, releasing a unique fragrance that enveloped him. Tang Ge wore a smile as he slowly spoke. "My dear, it has been years since we last met, and you have certainly grown." Under the great tree, the woman with flowing, pale red hair seemed taken aback by Tang Ge's words, her body trembling slightly. When she turned to face him, her cheeks flushed crimson, glaring at Tang Ge with a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. "You remain unchanged, your true nature intact." Bathed in the faint glow of the moonlight, Tang Ge finally discerned the woman's features, confirming his suspicions. This exquisitely flawless visage belonged to Qian Rinxue, whom he had encountered 5 years prior. The only evident change was her age. She was now 21. With a grin, Tang Ge remarked, "Sister, if I were to change my true nature, would I still be myself?" "Sister?" Qian Rinxue's mood soured instantly at his words. "After all this time, you dare to call me that?" In any era, age is a sensitive topic for women. Thus, hearing Tang Ge address her this way transformed her previously pleasant demeanor into one of icy discontent. Gritting her teeth, she snapped, "Rogue, after 5 years. Let us see if your strength matches your boastful tongue." As her words fell, a golden radiance enveloped her, and Qian Rinxue summoned her angelic martial spirit. With her spirit manifesting, 3 pairs of angelic wings unfurled, lifting her gracefully from the ground. Immediately, soul rings began to rise from beneath her feet, encircling her in a rhythmic display. 1, 2, 3. Remarkably, in 5 years, this girl had ascended to the rank of Soul Sage, possessing 7 soul rings. Tang Ge was taken aback at the sight of the 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings swirling around her. "What have you consumed to achieve such rapid advancement?" he exclaimed. Qian Rinxue, unfamiliar with the term hormones, found herself delighting in Tang Ge's astonishment. With a haughty scoff, she declared, "Enough chatter, prepare yourself." With the aura of divine light surrounding her, she wasted no time and unleashed her first soul skill, Angelic Assault. In a moment, 6 angelic wings propelled Qian Rinxue forward, transforming her into a golden blur as she charged at Tang Ge. Her once delicate hands were now clenched into a fist, emanating a golden energy. The divine light surged toward Tang Ge, overwhelming him with a sensation of being suppressed. Yet, as his ancient sacred body stirred, he swiftly dispelled the oppressive force. As Qian Rinxue's graceful form approached, Tang Ge remained unperturbed, bursting into laughter. "Ha! In that case, allow me to experience the delightful force of your little fists." With his laughter echoing, he retaliated with a punch, channeling the formidable power of his ancient sacred body. Though he refrained from employing soul-guiding devices or the heaven's divine fist, a ripple of spatial energy emanated from his strike. Boom! The collision of the sacred golden fist and the ancient sacred punch erupted in a deafening roar. A terrifying force unleashed a shockwave, radiating outward from the center where Tang Ge and Qian Rinxue stood. Crack! Crack! In an instant, the trees caught in the blast appeared to be severed by a sharp blade, collapsing to the ground. Dust billowed into the air, creating a tumultuous scene. Tang Ge remained motionless, his soul power enveloping him and effectively shielding him from the encroaching dust. In contrast, Qian Rinxue was considerably weaker, having been struck by the shockwave of her earlier burst of power, which forced her back over 10 meters upon colliding with her light shield. As her 6 wings flared behind her, lifting her back into the air, Qian Rinxue's gaze fell upon the steadfast Tang Ge. Her eyes reflected a myriad of complex emotions. Astonished that after 5 years, he still possessed such formidable physical strength. Yet, this only ignited her fighting spirit further, ever the unwilling contender to concede. She raised her arms high, the divine aura radiating from her becoming increasingly potent. At last, when this aura reached its zenith, Qian Rinxue suddenly intoned, 5th soul skill. Divine Sword. With a resounding boom, golden light surged forth, nearly blinding Tang Ge, as he beheld Qian Rinxue wielding a golden sword amidst the brilliance. His face twitched in disbelief. What enmity lies between us that you would resort to using a millennium-level 5th soul skill? Are you deliberately taking advantage of my lack of a 5th soul skill? Seemingly perceiving Tang Ge's thoughts, Qian Rinxue, suspended in midair with her divine sword in hand, couldn't help but smirk with a sense of pride. She regarded Tang Ge and remarked nonchalantly, "If you do not take this seriously, you may well perish here." Alas, why can there not be more understanding and tolerance between people? With the sword hovering above her head and the threat of danger looming, Tang Ge, despite his penchant for peace, was compelled to reveal his true strength. As the martial soul, the inyong life and death diagram materialized from his hands. For soul rings, 1 purple and 3 black, rose beneath him. 2nd soul skill, inyong wings. With a swift motion, he prepared for the impending confrontation. Tang Ge ascended directly into the air, appearing suspended above the ground. Dinging sounds echoed in his mind, announcing, "Congratulations, host." Shocked Qian Rinxue, earning 3,000 shock points. Observing the fleeting astonishment on Qian Rinxue's face, Tang Ge could not help but stifle a chuckle. Serves her right. Once again, she was taken aback by my 3 formidable dark auras. Without further ado, he unleashed his most powerful 4th soul skill, the Tai Chi sword formation. In an instant, the forces of life and death swirled around him, coalescing at his feet into a radiant array. As his surging soul power was continuously expended, numerous inyong flying swords emerged around him. Once 300 flying swords materialized before him, he smirked and waved his hand lightly. A myriad of swords unleashed. With a thunderous boom, the 300 inyong flying swords transformed into a flurry of black and white sword shadows, hurtling forth. Countless sword shadows intertwined, merging into a longer and sharper spiral sword, hurtling straight towards Qian Rinxue. With a piercing sound, even before the sword light reached her, a fierce aura assaulted Qian Rinxue, causing the golden light surrounding her to ripple. Moreover, she sensed a force within that sword light akin to the power of sacred radiance, capable of suppression and dissolution. A purple and 3 black soul rings, you say? Gazing at Tang Ge, who floated in midair with his inyong wings. A unique brilliance sparkled in Qian Rinxue's enchanting eyes. At that moment, as she prepared to strike down with her raised sacred sword, her 2nd and 6th soul rings shone brightly once more. Void wings. Angelic roar. The 2 soul skills erupted instantaneously, propelling Qian Rinxue directly into the spiraling sword light formed by the flying swords. Chapter 134. This sensation is utterly exhilarating. Had Qian Rinxue relied solely on the sacred sword, a 1,000-year soul skill, Tang Ge felt he might still catch her off guard. However, to his astonishment, in the 5 years since their last encounter, Qian Rinxue had grown remarkably cunning. Following the sacred sword, she immediately unleashed her 200-year and 6,000-year soul skills. Particularly, when the 6,000-year soul skill, Angelic Roar, manifested, golden light transformed into a shockwave that surged towards him, catching Tang Ge unprepared. In the blink of an eye. During that fleeting moment, Qian Rinxue had already brought her sacred sword down upon the swarm of inyong flying swords. Thunderous roars erupted as the 2,000-year soul skills unleashed blinding golden light alongside black and white brilliance. The 3 colors intertwined, casting a peculiar luminescence across the night sky. Then, utilizing her void wings, Qian Rinxue sped through the explosion's enveloping area, drawing nearer to Tang Ge with alarming swiftness. As Qian Rinxue approached, Tang Ge instinctively considered employing his ancient sacred body and heaven's divine fist. He sensed that if he did not summon his full strength, he would likely fall short against her prowess. Should Qian Rinxue invoke her seventh soul skill, the true body of martial spirit, Tang Ge might even be compelled to unleash the Su Yuntao sword chi for self-defense. Yet, as these thoughts raced through his mind, before he could act, he beheld Qian Rinxue suddenly retract her sacred sword mid-flight. She was charging towards him empty-handed. Tang Ge was taken aback, a look of surprise and confusion adorning his face. He pondered, could it be that this girl believed he had yet to awaken from that angelic roar? Or perhaps, was all of this merely an attempt to intimidate him? Not only that, but he sensed no trace of murderous intent emanating from Qian Rinxue. Thus, the tension in his heart eased somewhat. In light of this, he decided to observe her intentions without resistance, allowing Qian Rinxue to appear before him in the blink of an eye. To his astonishment, as she wore a triumphant smile, she suddenly darted behind him and delivered a swift kick. Bang! The kick landed squarely on Tang Ge's backside, propelling him face-first towards the ground in a rapid descent. During this plummeting, thanks to his extraordinary physique, he felt no pain whatsoever, not even a hint of discomfort. Instead, he wore a rather peculiar expression. Was that it? Thud. Ultimately, he fell from midair without any attempt to save himself, crashing heavily onto the ground. A cloud of dust billowed as a deep crater formed in the small growth. Within the pit, Tang Ge was nearly engulfed, leaving only his back exposed. However, in a bid to prove his survival, he struggled symbolically for a moment before gradually settling into silence. Since he was to play a role, he would do so thoroughly. Whoosh! A golden light streaked through the air as yet another figure descended swiftly into the pit, Qian Rinxue. Observing Tang Ge, who had been unceremoniously kicked into the earth, her previous frustrations dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of ease and comfort. Reminiscing about their first encounter years ago, when she had been ruthlessly tormented by him. Even recalling how he had taken advantage of her while she was unconscious, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she couldn't help but emit a soft huff. Ah, you two shall have your day. The whisper, though faint, reached the ears of the feigned unconscious Tang Ge, prompting him to roll his eyes in exasperation. What did she mean by that? Girl, I am doing this for your benefit, you know? Yet, Tang Ge now comprehended that Qian Rinxue's earlier actions were driven by a desire for revenge for past grievances. 5 years had passed, and she had not forgotten this incident. How fierce must a woman's sense of retribution be? Lost in thought, Tang Ge suddenly felt as if a heavy weight had fallen upon him, causing him to sink a little deeper. What was happening? Tang Ge could not help but sense his surroundings, and his expression became exceedingly peculiar. Suddenly, a soft sound of two soft objects colliding echoed. Tang Ge, lost in thought, felt as if struck by lightning. His entire body froze in place. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Rinxue had descended from her angelic wings and crouched beside him, her gaze fixed upon his posterior, her fair face undergoing various transformations. Eventually, she seemed to come to a realization and, with a determined expression, reassured herself. Why should he be able to hit me, but I cannot hit him? Murmuring this, she raised her right hand and brought it down with considerable force. The sensation was dense, hard, and devoid of texture, indeed a tad painful. This was Qian Rinxue's first impression after her palm made contact. She instinctively wished to retract her hand, for striking something as unyielding as stone felt akin to self-sabotage. Yet, upon seeing the unconscious Tang Ge, she was reluctant to squander this hard-won opportunity. Frowning slightly, she persisted and continued to strike with her palm. Gradually, as she grew more adept, a smile of delight finally graced Qian Rinxue's face. Meanwhile, half of Tang Ge's body was buried in the ground, and as he emerged from his dazed state, he nearly burst into laughter. Fortunately, the surrounding dirt prevented him from doing so, but even so, his face twitched. He had never anticipated that Qian Rinxue, possessing the supreme martial soul of a six-winged angel, would display such a childish side. If her mother were present, one could only wonder if she would be infuriated to the point of bloodshed by the scene before her. However, Tang Ge could not help but internally rejoice, secretly thankful that he had restrained himself and willingly endured that kick from her. After all, where else could he find such a beautiful masseuse for free? Although it seemed to be her first attempt, and her control over the force was not quite perfect, the sensation was utterly exquisite. As the saying goes, you can never wake someone who pretends to be asleep. Now, having never experienced such treatment before, Tang Ge felt an overwhelming urge to continue feigning unconsciousness. Nonetheless, even without acting, he remained motionless on the ground, his eyes closed and a contented smile gracing his face, unaware that Tang Ge was merely pretending to be unconscious. Qian Rinxue, invigorated by this exhilarating experience of striking someone, became increasingly enthusiastic. With no one else around, she fully unleashed herself, revealing her wild and unrestrained nature. The crisp sound of claps intensified, accompanied by a radiant aura of divine light, as a phantom of an angelic martial soul subtly manifested in the dimly lit growth. She spread her 3 pairs of magnificent angelic wings, releasing golden light that enveloped the deep pit below. The night was utterly enchanting. Chapter 135. Why did you bring back another one? After an unknown duration, the night of clapping finally quieted down. As the golden light faded, the 6-winged angelic phantom vanished, revealing the pit once more. At the bottom, seemingly fatigued from her exertions, Qian Rinxue rubbed her right wrist, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Just then, a low groan suddenly emanated from beside her. Startled, Qian Rinxue hurriedly wiped the sweat from her brow and flapped her wings, ascending from the pit. When she returned to the surface, she glanced down to see Tang Ge gradually regaining consciousness. What happened to me? Why does my posterior hurt so much? What did this girl do to me while I was unconscious? As soon as he awoke, Tang Ge bolted upright, his expression shifting from confusion to pain as he looked up at Qian Rinxue, his eyes filled with indignation. Upon hearing Tang Ge's inquiry, Qian Rinxue's demeanor grew frosty as she prepared to respond. However, she inadvertently noticed the slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Her expression momentarily frozen before her cheeks flushed crimson. Were you pretending to be unconscious? Her wide, beautiful eyes bore into Tang Ge as she spoke, her voice trembling. You actually figured out that I was pretending. Where did my impeccable performance go wrong? Upon having his ruse exposed, Tang Ge's face displayed a hint of surprise. Subsequently, he ceased his charade, standing up from the ground and leaping out of the pit to face Qian Rinxue. The scent of masculinity enveloped her, causing Qian Rinxue to tremble violently, instinctively retreating several meters. The memory of her previous actions filled her with such embarrassment that she nearly wished to find a hole to hide in. In that moment, as she gazed at the smiling Tang Ge, her face flushed, and she gritted her teeth in frustration. How can you act like this? What do you mean, how can I act like this? It was you who took advantage of my unconsciousness. Besides, I was pretending to be unconscious for your sake. You said you were fine, so why did you have to expose me? Now, look at the awkward situation. Tang Ge rolled his eyes, while Qian Rinxue's neck flushed crimson with indignation, causing her to stamp her feet in frustration. Yet, deep down, she truly regretted her previous actions and wondered how she could have committed such an embarrassing deed. What should she do now? Simply turn and leave? Fortunately, Tang Ge discerned the awkwardness and confusion radiating from Qian Rinxue. Thus, he refrained from pressing further on the matter. After all, they had already shared a moment of enjoyment. It would be ungracious to sever ties after the fact. Taking the initiative to change the subject, Tang Ge smiled and inquired. It has been 5 years since we last met. What brings you to seek me out this time? Moreover, this marks our second encounter, and you cannot refuse to share your name with me. Upon hearing Tang Ge's question, Qian Rinxue felt a slight sense of relief wash over her. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, My name is Qian. I came to find you primarily to express my gratitude. If it were not for your intervention 5 years ago, I would likely have perished at the hands of that dark demonic tiger. Her words were half-truths, for Qian Rinxue had other motives for her visit. However, she chose to withhold these details and did not press Tang Ge for the secret of the sacred feather. As for the dark demonic tiger, she had learned of its existence only after consulting her grandfather. Tang Ge was rather indifferent to this. A pseudonym was merely a pseudonym. Thus, he smiled and shook his head, saying, at that time, it was merely an act of self-preservation, nothing worthy of gratitude. As for my name, you may call me Tang Ge. Tang Ge? A flurry of question marks erupted above Qian Rinxue's head. Is there truly such a brazenly opportunistic name? With a blush creeping across her cheeks, she couldn't help but inquire, are there any other names besides this one? What are you thinking? The song I referred to is for singing, not for good brother. Of course, if you wish to call me good brother, I wouldn't mind at all. Tang Ge discerned the misunderstanding of Qian Rinxue and couldn't help but chuckle. He then continued, nonetheless, thank you, since you have already expressed your sentiments. If there are no further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave. There are others awaiting me at the grand arena of Soto City. May I accompany you? Qian Rinxue hesitated for a moment before, With a flushed face, she inquired, "Ah, is my allure so potent that these lovely young ladies have all acquired the skill of blushing upon encountering me?" Observing the rosy cheeks of Qian Rinxue, which stirred an irresistible urge within him, Tang Ge marveled inwardly. However, he maintained a composed exterior and earnestly asked, "Do you have no other matters to attend to?" Qian Rinxue shook her head. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge consented, saying, "In that case, follow me." With that, he strode towards the edge of the forest. Qian Rinxue let out a sigh of relief, gazing at Tang Ge's retreating figure, her eyes glimmering with an unusual light. As they journeyed back to Soto City, Tang Ge inquired and discovered that Qian Rinxue had ascertained his identity through the battles in the Soul Arena. In other words, she had arrived in Soto City long before. The matches had reminded her of her experiences from 5 years prior, yet she had been unable to confirm Tang Ge's identity until now. Moreover, Qian Rinxue altered her appearance once more in front of Tang Ge, making her seem less striking than before. Tang Ge was well aware of Qian Rinxue's ability to alter her appearance and understood her motivations for doing so. Thus, he was not taken aback and readily accepted her clumsy excuse for the transformation. After all, as long as he recognized that Qian Rinxue's visage was fade, it sufficed. Soon, the two returned to the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City. Upon inquiring with the staff, they learned that the match between the Shrek 7 monsters and the Imperial Battle Team had already commenced. Furthermore, Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang had been assigned to a private box in the central main arena. Upon hearing the news, Tang Ge immediately instructed the staff to escort him and Qian Rinxue to the entrance of the private room. With a creak, as the door swung open, the 4 individuals within, who had been observing the match through the glass window, were startled and turned their gazes towards the entrance. "Brother Tang, you're back," Lin Wuchan exclaimed with delight upon seeing Tang Ge outside the door, her face lighting up with joy as she instinctively moved to approach him. However, upon noticing the woman by Tang Ge's side, her voice faltered, and her foot, which had been raised, froze in midair. In an instant, Lin Wuchan appeared as if she had lost her spirit, her charming face now reflecting a sense of despair. Zhao Wuji, having observed the situation outside, bellowed with a booming voice, "Tang Ge, young man, you've only been gone for a moment, and you've returned with another one? This is not acceptable." Chapter 136, Soul Saint? Our teacher? What do you mean I returned with another one? I have brought back merely one, all right? Tang Ge retorted, gazing at Zhao Wuji's teasing grin. "Teacher Zhao, we can indulge in our meals, but we mustn't speak recklessly. If an uninformed person overheard this, they might think I was up to something nefarious." "Exactly. Brother Tang would never engage in such activities." Lin Wuchan, who had just regained her composure, fervently nodded in agreement. She then hastily approached Tang Ge, and in a rare display before so many onlookers, she reached out to embrace his arm, feigning nonchalance as she inquired, "Brother Tang, who is this elder sister by your side?" The term elder sister was pronounced with particular emphasis by Lin Wuchan. Tang Ge could distinctly perceive the concealed tension and unease lurking beneath Lin Yuechan's seemingly tranquil exterior. It is well known that the ordinarily composed Lin Yuechan would never engage in such an aggressively confrontational act. Clearly, at this moment, with the arrival of Qian Rinxue, alongside Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, she has finally sensed an overwhelming sense of peril. Tang Ge was able to empathize with Lin Yuechan's feelings and did not hold her accountable. However, to his surprise, the other young lady beside him, Qian Rinxue, took the initiative to speak. With a gentle smile directed at Lin Wuchan, Qian Rinxue warmly inquired, "I am Shui Qian. May I ask your name, dear sister?" "I am Lin Wuchan. You may simply call me Wuchan, Sister Shui Qian." Seemingly touched by Qian Rinxue's amiable demeanor, Lin Yuechan's guarded heart relaxed, and her tone became less confrontational. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she then asked, "Sister Shui Qian, when did you become acquainted with Brother Tang Ge?" "Ah, that dates back quite some time, around 5 years, I believe. Come, let us step inside. I wish to converse with you," Qian Rinxue reminisced with a smile, extending an invitation to Lin Yuechan. 5 years? That seems to parallel my own experience. Moreover, if sister. The mention of 5 years prompted Lin Wuchan to recall some sorrowful memories, casting a shadow over her delicate features. However, she quickly stifled her emotions and, upon gazing at Qian Rinxue, felt an inexplicable sense of warmth. Thus, she obediently nodded in acceptance of Qian Rinxue's invitation. Once the two of them entered the private room and took a seat, Tang Ge exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, navigating the complexities of women often proved more challenging than contending with adversaries. Fortunately, Qian Rinxue's adeptness effortlessly dissipated Lin Yuechan's hostility. fostering an unspoken bond that hinted at a burgeoning sisterhood. At that moment, Zhao Wujin approached Tang Ge, lightly tapping him on the shoulder with his fist and chuckling. You certainly have a way with the ladies. At this rate, in a few years, there will likely be a long line of young women vying for your attention. Tang Ge took a few steps back, unable to restrain a disdainful curl of her lips. How could I, Tang Ge, possibly be such a person? Teacher Zhao. You mustn't speak carelessly. Not far away, Flander heard this and chuckled, shaking his head. However, beside him, Yu Xiaojiang furrowed his brows as he observed Qian Rinxue entering. This girl evoked a sense of familiarity in him, as if he had encountered her before. Yet, there was no image of such a visage in Yu Xiaojiang's memory. Thus, he approached Tang Ge and inquired softly, how did you come to know the young lady Qianren? It's quite surprising that even a master is curious about such gossip. However, if we are to discuss how we became acquainted, it must begin with that fateful night 5 years ago, when the darkness loomed and the winds howled. Tang Ge chuckled before he could continue, but Yu Xiaojiang, with a dark expression, interrupted him. All right, I suppose I've said too much. Let us focus on the competition. He then returned to the glass window of the private room, resuming his attention on the match unfolding below. The previous remark was clearly a ruse. The notion of a dark, windy night suggested something unsavory. As for the doubts that had crossed his mind, Yu Xiaojiang dismissed them as mere overthinking. Observing Yu Xiaojiang's frustrated departure, Tang Ge secretly smiled. How could he possibly divulge Qian Rinxue's true identity? To rekindle old flames with her mother? Dream on. He then turned to Zhao Wujia and Flander with a smile. Do you gentlemen have any further inquiries? None. Let us watch the match. Both Zhao Wujia and Flander replied, shaking their heads. They had no desire to be rebuked by Tang Ge like Yu Xiaojiang. It was far more enjoyable to simply watch the competition. At that moment, the match between the Shrek 7 Devils and the Royal Fighting Team reached a critical juncture. Due to Tang Ge's non-interference, the narrative reverted to its original state. Following Xiao Wu's injury and subsequent unconsciousness, Tang San, who had been concealing his abilities, experienced an awakening of sorts. With the aid of his external soul bone, the 8 spider lances, he swiftly incapacitated the 2 defensive soul masters of the Royal Fighting Team, leaving only the support soul master, Yi Lingling, standing. However, at this point, with the Royal Fighting Team devoid of any combatants, the match was effectively concluded. After compelling Yi Lingling to utilize her 9-heart begonia martial soul to heal Xiao Wu and their other companions, Tang San finally retracted his 8 spider lances. The host hovering in the air had been eagerly awaiting this moment, so he promptly announced, in this team battle, the Shrek 7 Devils emerge victorious. The crowd erupted into cheers, chanting Shrek 7 Devils. Shrek 7 Devils. After witnessing countless miracles orchestrated by the Shrek 7 Devils over the past month, the audience felt as though they were experiencing the victory firsthand as they celebrated their triumph over the formidable Royal Fighting Team. As the cheers resonated throughout the arena, Tang San and his companions were expressions of delight. Once they descended from the fighting platform, they hurriedly made their way to the private room upstairs. In stark contrast, the members of the Royal Fighting Team exited quietly, their faces clouded with disappointment. On the 3rd floor, within the private room, upon hearing the host declare the Shrek 7 Devils victorious, Yu Xiaojiang and Flander also wore satisfied smiles. Zhao Wujie could not contain his excitement and punched the wall, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, those little rascals have truly exceeded my expectations." After his laughter subsided, he turned to Qian Rinxue, who had approached unnoticed, his expression turning apologetic. By the way, Miss Qian, what did you say earlier? I didn't quite catch it. Flander and Yu Xiaojiang's gazes shifted to Qian Rinxue, their eyes filled with curiosity. Feeling the weight of their attention, Qian Rinxue smiled effortlessly. Is your academy still in search of instructors? I wonder if my Soul Sage rank qualifies me for such a position. Soul Sage? As a teacher? The 7 members of Tang San, who had just entered the room, froze in place upon hearing her words. They gazed at Qian Rinxue with wide eyes. She appeared to be merely in her 20s. Yet she boasted the cultivation of a Soul Sage? Had she commenced her training in the womb? Lin Yuechan, who had just been referring to her as sister, was equally astonished, covering her mouth with her small hand, nearly exclaiming. She whispered in disbelief, "Sister, are you truly a Soul Sage?" "What? You doubt my words?" Qian Rinxue lightly tapped Lin Yuechan's forehead with her delicate finger, smiling. Lin Yuechan, flustered, quickly shook her head. No, sister. Don't worry. I harbor no ill feelings towards you." At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang regained his composure. Noticing Tang San and his companions still lingering at the doorway, he furrowed his brow and urged, "Why are you all standing there? Come in." The 7 of them snapped out of their daze, and entered the room. However, the earlier excitement from their victory had somewhat diminished, as their attention was now fixated on Qian Rinxue. Among them, Ning Rongrong. Seeing the closeness between this woman and Lin Wuchan, couldn't help but approach Tang Ge, whispering curiously, Tang Ge, who is she? Qian Rinxue. You can call her sister Qian Rinxue, Tang Ge replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong pouted in displeasure. I'm not familiar with her. There is no way I'm calling her sister. Tang Ge smiled gently, choosing to remain silent. In the face of Qian Rinxue's sudden proposal to become a teacher at Shrek Academy, Yu Xiaojiang instinctively displayed hesitation. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Flander enthusiastically interjected. Miss Qian, it would be our honor to have you join us as a teacher at Shrek Academy. However, regarding compensation, I do not require any remuneration. Qian Rinxue interjected with a smile, cutting off Flander's words. No remuneration? How extraordinary. The astonishment was palpable on everyone's faces. Once Flander regained his composure, he awkwardly rubbed his hands together. Not requiring remuneration? How embarrassing. Well then, it is settled. From this moment forth, Qian, you shall be our new teacher at Shrek Academy. What are you all standing around for? Call her teacher and let us hear it. Witnessing Flander's swift change of demeanor, Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Nonetheless, they complied and called out, Hello, Teacher Qian. Hello, students. Qian Rinxue replied with a radiant smile. Once the matter was settled, Yu Xiaojiang, despite his reluctance, had no grounds to object. After all, Shrek Academy was not his own establishment. Nevertheless, he addressed Tang San and the others. This is merely a victory. Such occurrences should be commonplace for you. Maintain a calm disposition. Now, let us head to the first floor to check your respective scores. Tang Ge also joined, taking the opportunity to help Shui Qian and the classmates familiarize themselves with their relationships. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, Tang Ge understood that the other party intended to discreetly send them away to converse privately. Nevertheless, he did not refuse. After nodding, he left the room with Qian Rinxue, Tang San, and the others. As soon as they departed, Yu Xiaojiang turned his solemn gaze towards Flinder. With a furrowed brow, he expressed his concerns. Although the girl named Shui Qian came here with Tang Ge, her origins are unclear, and at such a young age. She has already attained the status of a soul sage. Are you not afraid of potential repercussions in allowing her to serve as a teacher at the academy so easily? What could possibly happen? Is someone going to steal my academy away? Flinder retorted, rolling his eyes. Moreover, our academy is currently in a state of utter destitution. Not to mention a soul sage, even a soul emperor would likely not remain in such a place. Acknowledging Yu Xiaojiang's apprehensions, Zhao Wujia nodded in agreement, adding, Though Tang Ge often seeks the limelight and has a rather thick skin, he is fundamentally a good person. Since that young lady, Shui Qian, is with him. Even if there are some concealed aspects regarding her identity, it is unlikely to pose a significant issue. Master, you should refrain from overthinking. Yu Xiaojiang was about to respond when a sudden knock echoed from the previously closed door. A gentle voice called from outside, I am Qin Ming, the leader of the Huangdo team. May I enter? The mention of the leader of the Huangdo team piqued Yu Xiaojiang's curiosity, and he furrowed his brow, preparing to speak. However, Zhao Wujia was quicker, striding to the door, and, upon opening it and seeing the figure outside, erupted into laughter, pulling the visitor inside. Well, it's you. Meanwhile, on the first floor of the Soto Great Soul Arena, Tang Ge, along with 9 others, descended from above, accompanied by Qian Rinxue. As they made their way to the points area, Tang Ge seized the moment when everyone was ahead and suddenly called out to Qian Rinxue. What is going on? Why did you suddenly decide to become a teacher at Shrek Academy? Do you not agree? Qian Rinxue replied with a smile, countering his inquiry. Sister, are you not aware of your own standing? Tang Ge was at a loss for words. He was acutely aware that Tang San's father had been secretly safeguarding him all along. Should the identity of Qian Rinxue, the daughter of the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, be revealed, it was uncertain whether the Haoyan Douluo would resort to sacrificing her to appease the spirit of Tang San's mother in the heavens. Unless, during this period, Qian Rinxue refrained from employing her martial spirit and soul skills. But, was that truly feasible? Sensing the concern reflected in Tang Ge's eyes, Qian Rinxue felt a warmth in her heart and, with a gentle smile, spoke again. Rest assured, I shall be fine. Your own choices are yours to heed, after all. I am oblivious to everything. Tang Ge shook his head, choosing to remain silent. Moreover, it was likely that in due course, Shrek Academy would cease to exist, and the other party's interest would fade, leading them to depart. Just then, Ning Rongrong and her companions urged them forward. Thus, Tang Ge dismissed further contemplation and smiled, saying, "They are nearly out of sight. Let us catch up." Indeed, Qian Rinxue nodded in agreement. As anticipated, when Tang Ge and the others arrived at the points area and inquired with the staff, they discovered that out of the 9, 7 had successfully obtained the Silver Soul Badge. In a remarkable turn, both Tang Ge and Tang San excelled even further, securing the coveted Gold Soul Badge. Naturally, without considering Tang Ge, the Shrek 9 had astonishingly become the only team in the Soul Master War Zone of Soto City's Grand Soul Arena to achieve a Gold Soul Badge. Chapter 138. Qin Ming, Stop Overthinking. In a hotel in Soto City, after Tang Ge and the others received their advancement badges, they were promptly informed by Yu Xiaojiang to return to their hotel accommodations. At that moment, in a spacious room of the hotel, Tang Ge, Tang San, and the returned Yu Xiaojiang were gathered together. However, to their surprise, a stranger was seated beside Flinder. This young man appeared to be around 28 or 29 years old, sporting a head of tousled long hair. Upon seeing Tang Ge and his companions return, he immediately rose from his chair with a smile, greeting them, "Hello, juniors." Hearing this, Tang San and the others exchanged puzzled glances at Flinder, while only Tang Ge seemed to understand. Flinder adjusted his glasses with a proud demeanor and explained, "There's no need for confusion. This is Qin Ming, a fellow graduate of Shrek Academy. Thus, he is your senior." Understanding dawned on them, and they collectively exclaimed, "Hello, senior. No need to be formal, juniors. I watched your match previously, and you all performed admirably, bringing honor to Shrek Academy," Qin Ming replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled with delight. Receiving acknowledgement from a senior filled them with joy. Among them, Dai Mubai couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, "I've heard your name in the academy, senior. May I boldly inquire, what level are you currently?" "There is nothing to conceal. I have attained the rank of 62 Soul Emperor," Qin Ming stated calmly, though a glint of pride flickered in his eyes. 62 Soul Emperor? Strangely, upon hearing Qin Ming's level, Dai Mubai and Tang San's first reaction was not one of astonishment, but to involuntarily turn their gazes towards Qian Rinxue. "Who was beside Tang Ge? Wasn't I asked about my soul power level? Why do you all look at someone else after I finish speaking?" Qin Ming, puzzled, shifted his attention to Qian Rinxue. At that moment, under the intense scrutiny of so many, the usually composed Qian Rinxue felt a bit uneasy. She softly murmured, "I'll step outside for a moment," and hurriedly left the room. Witnessing this scene, Flinder could easily discern the thoughts of the students. He couldn't help but smile wryly and shook his head, saying, "All right, we can discuss these matters later. The reason I called you here is to convey other important information. Qin Ming, please share with them." With that, Flinder fell silent, and a hint of melancholy and bitterness became visible beneath his weathered exterior. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Qin Ming opened his mouth, unsure of how to begin. Finally, it was Yu Xiaojiang who stepped forward and said, "In addition to being your senior, Qin Ming is also the leader of the Imperial Battle Team and a teacher at the Royal Academy of the Heavendo Empire. Therefore, with Qin Ming's invitation and considering the challenges that lie ahead, I have decided to allow all of you to join the Imperial Royal Academy. There, you will find the best simulated training environment, something that Shrek Academy can never offer. Of course, this is contingent upon the acceptance of all current faculty from Shrek Academy. Thus, you need not worry that Dean Flinder and teacher Zhao Wujin will leave you because of your enrollment in the Imperial Royal Academy. What? Senior Qin Ming is the leader of the Imperial Battle Team, and we are to join the Royal Academy for our studies?" Hearing this news from the master, everyone was utterly astonished. Tang San could not help but gaze at Flander and inquired, "Dean, have you consented?" Flander replied, "Yes, I have. Xiaogang is right. Although Shrek Academy is my life's work, I cannot jeopardize your future for my own desires. Go ahead, whether to the Imperial Royal Academy or elsewhere, for they can offer you superior resources and education." Flander's tone was laden with melancholy. Upon hearing this, the others could empathize with Dean Flander's sentiments, falling into a contemplative silence. However, Ma Hongjun suddenly broke the tension with a grin. "Dean, why the sorrow? Even if we attend the Royal Academy, it will not alter our identity as the Shrek 7 monsters. Moreover, isn't this merely a means to leverage their resources for our growth? What could be more advantageous? Leverage their resources?" Ma Hongjun's words struck Flander like a splash of cold water, awakening him to a realization. He swiftly shifted from his previous despondency and erupted into laughter. "Indeed, To enhance one's strength by utilizing the resources of others. What a splendid opportunity. Others would covet such a chance. Why should I feel disheartened? Go forth. All of you to the Royal Academy. Let the soul masters from other academies witness the prowess of Shrek Academy. Seeing Flander finally at ease, Yu Xiao Gang, who had been under considerable pressure, also breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Wujing approached Qin Ming and patted his shoulder heavily. Qin Ming, you've made the journey. Don't rush off. Stay tonight, and let us drink to our heart's content. With Zhao's declaration, Qin Ming felt he could hardly refuse. As he felt the ache from the pat, he managed a wry smile. To celebrate Tang San and his companions' hard-fought victory in their final match, Flander generously splurged his personal savings to arrange a feast at the hotel, serving an array of fine wines and dishes. With no outsiders present, and after a month of rigorous training finally at an end, Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and the others indulged in merriment. Even Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing partook in considerable drinking. Eventually, it was Tang Ge who single-handedly escorted them back to their rooms, nearly falling victim to a drunken Ning Rongrong's antics, which prevented him from exiting. Yu Xiao Gang also made an excuse to leave the hotel. Ultimately, only Qin Ming, Zhao Wujing, and Flander remained at the dining table. Reflecting on a previous matter, Qin Ming could not resist asking Flander, Dean, that young lady who left earlier possessed quite a unique aura. Why have you not mentioned her? Are you referring to Xue Qian? Flander responded. Xue Qian? That is a lovely name, but unfortunately, she was absent during the meal. Upon hearing the name from Flander, Qin Ming felt compelled to compliment her. Though a hint of regret crossed his features, Flander's expression shifted from indifference to something peculiar upon hearing Qin Ming's praise. Zhao Wujing could not help but interject. What? You're not developing feelings for Xue Qian, are you? Qin Ming's face flushed, and his speech became hesitant. Zhao Wujing then playfully struck his head, causing him to wince. Why did you hit me, Teacher Zhao? Qin Ming protested innocently. I merely wish to awaken you from your fanciful thoughts. That Xue Qian is someone coveted by our little Tang Ge, little Tang Ge's object of affection. Hearing Zhao Wujing's words, Qin Ming was momentarily taken aback, followed by a sharp intake of breath. The junior Tang Ge, I recall, is merely 12 years old. How could he possibly fancy someone significantly older? Moreover, he is at a crucial stage of cultivation. Aren't you concerned? Concerned about Tang Ge? Zhao Wujing and Flander exchanged glances, both chuckling wryly. That lad is beyond our control. Besides, at this point, we have little left to teach him. Surely not. That junior Tang Ge possesses such remarkable talent. What is his current soul power level? Qin Ming inquired incredulously, observing the reactions of the dean and teacher Zhao. Flander, with a mysterious smile, refrained from answering that question directly. You will come to know about Tang Ge's soul power level in due time. Just ensure you are not taken aback. Furthermore, regardless of Xue Qian's relation to Tang Ge, it would be prudent to dismiss any earlier notions you harbored. Why? Qin Ming still felt somewhat dissatisfied. Flander sighed. Why must you be so obstinate? I had no intention of disheartening you, but since you are so eager to know, I shall enlighten you. Do not be deceived by Xue Qian's youthful appearance. She is already a soul saint exceeding level 70 with a mysterious background. Hence, do you truly believe there exists a possibility between you two? Xue Qian is a soul saint. A 20-year-old soul saint? Qin Ming was left utterly stunned, his eyes losing their luster. It took quite a while for him to regain his composure, and he then wore a dejected smile, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, I was overly hopeful. Seeing Qin Ming's disheartened demeanor, Flander, wishing to soothe him, offered, in truth, your talent is commendable as well. Achieving the realm of a soul emperor at such a young age, the title of a Douluo is not beyond your reach. Furthermore, your position as a teacher at the Imperial Royal Academy speaks volumes of the institution's regard for your abilities, so do not belittle yourself. Afterward, he patted Qin Ming's shoulder reassuringly. Qin Ming collected himself, a confident smile returning to his face. Dean, there is no need for concern. I am perfectly fine. That is good to hear, Flander replied. They then shifted their conversation back to the topic of Shrek Academy's students attending the Imperial Royal Academy. It was not until late into the night that Qin Ming took his leave. Flander and Zhao Wujing also returned to their respective rooms. Meanwhile, in one of the hotel rooms, Tang Ge sat cross-legged on the bed. With a mere thought, a personal data panel materialized before him. Shocking system. Host. Tang Ge level. Level 49 Soul Master Martial Soul. Twin Martial Souls. Inyong Life and Death Diagram. 4 Swords of Extermination Soul Rings. Inyong Life and Death Diagram. Purple, Black, Black, Black Soul Skills. Joy, Inyong wings, life and death array, life and death great hand seal. Taiji sword formation martial techniques, chaotic cloak hammer method, walking secret, hell melting, heaven's divine fist physique, primordial sacred body, awakening degree 2 shock value, 120. For 120, Tang Ge's eyes skimmed through the text, and his attention was instantly drawn to the final column of shock value. The numbers glaringly surpassed 100,000, reaching an impressive figure of over 120,000. At last, he could indulge in 10 consecutive draws. He wondered what treasures he would unearth this time. With anticipation bubbling within, Tang Ge did not hesitate for a moment and eagerly activated the celestial lottery. As the shock value of 100,000 was expended, the ancient celestial wheel materialized from the void and began to slowly spin. Since it was a tenfold draw, each time a prize was obtained during the wheel's full rotation, a dazzling golden light would burst forth, subsequently falling into the system's space. Unwilling to look, simply closed his eyes, awaiting the final outcome. Unbeknownst to him, nearly a minute had elapsed. Suddenly, the previously silent system notification chimed once more in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn 1 bottle of Qing Ling San from the world of mortal cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn 1 Ding Yin Dan from the world of mortal cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn 1 modified Butian Dan from the world of mortal cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn 1 beast taming ring from the world of mortal cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn 1,000 premium spirit stones from the world of mortal cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn 1,000 premium spirit stones from the world of mortal cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn 1,000 premium spirit stones from the world of mortal cultivation. The notifications came in rapid succession, refreshing a total of 7 messages in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing these announcements, Tang Ge opened his eyes, his expression one of sheer astonishment. What was happening? Had the celestial lottery been monopolized by the world of mortal cultivation? Although each treasure mentioned in the notifications held significance, was it truly necessary for this to occur? Perhaps sensing Tang Ge's thoughts, the incessant notifications abruptly ceased. After a few moments, they resumed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a weakened version of the Sea Goddess baptism from the world of Douluo. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a coordinate from the world of Zhetian. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn a simplified soul ring of Kongxian from the world of Hong Huang. With these 3 consecutive notifications, the 10 consecutive draws officially came to a close. Following this, 10 beams of golden light soared down from the celestial roulette, directly entering the system space. Notably, the last 3 lights were increasingly brilliant, their radiance alone attesting to the extraordinary origins of the celestial treasures. Tang Ge was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up in his eyes. Who claimed that a single draw could yield miracles? Did you see that? After several years, he finally achieved 10 consecutive draws, transforming from an unfortunate player into a fortunate one. The only sorrow was that the hard-earned 100,000 shock points vanished in an instant. Nevertheless, this was certainly preferable to drawing those abominable items. Remembering a time when he inexplicably drew a strapless piece from another realm, Tang Ge couldn't help but shudder. That was a pain he would never wish to recall. At that moment, as the 10 draws concluded, the immense celestial will gradually faded and disappeared. Despite having witnessed such scenes numerous times, Tang Ge remained utterly astonished. No one could fathom that within his room, he had just experienced a connection between worlds. A mere wall was just a wall. After a moment of quiet self-satisfaction, Tang Ge promptly focused his mind, immersing his consciousness into the system space. Chapter 140. Ning Rongrong's invitation. As his consciousness delved into the system space, Tang Ge began to organize the rewards from this recent 10 consecutive draws. Firstly, there were 7 treasures from the world of mortal cultivation. The outcome left Tang Ge both amused and exasperated. He had never encountered a situation where the celestial roulette had seized an entire world to extract resources so extravagantly. Nonetheless, 7 treasures were still quite commendable. 1. Qing Ling San, a rare antidote in the realm of mortal cultivation, capable of neutralizing countless deadly toxins. 2. Ding Yin Dan, a potion that grants eternal youth, preserving one's beauty indefinitely. 3. Butian Dan, refines the innate foundation of a soul master, enhancing the potential of their martial spirit. 4. Yusho Ring, a device for restraining and controlling soul beasts, with a success probability determined by the user's strength. 5. Superior Spirit Stone. When utilized, it can elevate one's soul power level. The first 3 pills were of little necessity to Tang Ge. After all, he possessed the ancient sacred body, rendering eternal youth merely a matter of time. Poisons held little sway over him, as his sacred blood could effortlessly dispel them. In fact, with the aid of the Hell Furnace, Tang Ge could even refine toxins into absorbable energy. As for the Butian Dan, aimed at enhancing martial spirit potential, he suspected it would have no effect on his 2 primary martial spirits. However, should he be in a good mood, he wouldn't mind gifting the pills to a fortunate girl. Lastly, there were the standard cultivation resources in the form of spirit stones from the world of mortal cultivation. Tang Ge directly utilized a gem, attempting to simply absorb it by holding it in his hand. However, the enhancement of his soul power was rather sluggish. Yet, as the Hell Furnace world, once it engulfed the gem, it instantaneously unleashed a torrent of energy. This energy not only augmented Tang Ge's soul power, but also largely fused into the ancient sacred body. In mere moments, the exquisite spirit stone was utterly depleted. However, to his dismay, Tang Ge's ancient sacred body showed no significant improvement. He could only shake his head with a wry smile, pondering that at this rate, even 3,000 exquisite spirit stones would not last long. Fortunately for him, the final 3 treasures were of considerable importance. The weakened version of the Sea God's baptism could enhance the quality of soul rings not exceeding 10,000 years to that of 10,000 years. Tang Ge, having utilized it, harbored no suspicions. He could not help but marvel at the fact that all 4 of his soul rings would finally be of the same illustrious hue, jet black, a testament to their 10,000-year age. A coordinate for the shrouded sky world was at hand, allowing him to employ the multiverse crossing talisman to pinpoint and traverse to the shrouded sky world. The transcendent talisman that Tang Ge had previously extracted remained unused, yet it offered the potential to traverse to the world of Zhitian at any moment, thereby acquiring a plethora of ancient sacred body cultivation resources. However, he hesitated to act on this opportunity. The risk of being transported directly to the golden land of Zhitian was too great, as it would equate to willingly delivering himself into the jaws of death. Lacking absolute certainty, Tang Ge resolved to temporarily secure the coordinates of the Zhitian world alongside the talisman. Perhaps one day he might employ this artifact on another. Contemplating this, his gaze fell upon the minimalist soul ring of Kong Xian from the final primordial world. Instantly, a blinding black radiance filled his vision, accompanied by the faint echoes of a peacock's call resonating from within. A millennium-old soul ring, if not for its minimalist nature. The power of Kong Xian in the primordial world would undoubtedly have yielded a soul ring of vibrant, unknown hues. After all, in comparison to the primordial world, even the combined realms of Douluo and the subsequently emerged divine realm were but a mere drop in the ocean. At this moment, Tang Ge felt his heart tremble with anticipation, sensing that the soul ring bestowed by Kong Xian would bring about a transformative change to his martial spirit. The inyong diagram of life and death. Regrettably, his soul power remained at level 49, and to harness the 5th soul ring, he would have to wait at least a month. With this thought, Tang Ge suppressed his excitement. He gazed up at the star-studded sky, his eyes sparkling with brilliant light. Regardless of the circumstances, the issue of the 5th soul ring had been resolved. And now he aimed to elevate his strength to the rank of Soul King as swiftly as possible. Subsequently, Tang Ge retracted his thoughts, retrieved a premium spirit stone from the system space, and began to absorb it using the Hell Furnace, closing his eyes to focus intently on his cultivation. Due to having indulged excessively the previous night, Tang San, Xiaowu, and Dai Mubai did not awaken until nearly noon the next day. After everyone had freshened up, Yu Xiaojiang, who remained with them, led them out of the hotel and beyond Soto City. Half an hour passed. Amidst laughter and chatter, Tang San and his companions finally returned to the Shrek Academy, which they had not visited for a month, savoring the fragrant air of the academy. Oscar, in a fit of exuberance, even embraced and kissed a large tree at the entrance. Qian Rinxue, returning alongside Tang Ge, couldn't help but smile at the scene, remarking softly, "Your group of classmates appears quite amusing. They don't even regard themselves as human. Naturally, they are amusing." Tang Ge rolled his eyes in response to Qian Rinxue's comment. Just then, Yu Xiaojiang, who had been walking ahead, suddenly halted and turned to address the 9 of them. "I had initially planned to commence the 3rd phase of training after your 2nd phase concluded. But since we are heading to the Tiando Royal Academy in 2 months, I will not initiate the third phase during this period. However, I have two requirements. First, resolve your personal matters. Second, thoroughly absorb and digest the practical combat experiences gained from the soul fighting over the past month and focus on cultivating your soul power. Especially those still at the Great Soul Master level, put in the extra effort. Very well, you have all worked hard during this time. Now, return and rest. With that, he turned and continued on his way, quickly vanishing from sight. After Yu Xiaojiang departed, Daimubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun appeared to have matters to attend to, bidding farewell to Tang San and the others before leaving. In an instant, only Tang San, Tang Ge, and 5 others remained. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong turned to Tang San and said, Tang San, didn't you mention before about providing my family with mechanical covert weapons? Since this matter must be decided by my father, I need to request leave from Dean Flinder to return home. Fortunately, my family resides not far from the Tiando Imperial City and Seven Treasure City, so after discussing this with my father, I can directly come to the Tiando Royal Academy to meet you. Are you going, Tang Ge? After speaking, her gaze shifted back to Tang Ge, her eyes revealing a glimmer of anticipation. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words and realizing that her home was not far from the Heaven Do Imperial City, Tang San initially intended to suggest discussing the matter of hidden weapons once they arrived at the Heaven Do Royal Academy. However, noticing the direct look of expectation from Ning Rongrong directed at Tang Ge, he couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head. Chapter 141. Seven Treasure City. Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Under the scrutiny of so many peculiar gazes, Ning Rongrong's fair face flushed crimson. Nevertheless, her eyes remained filled with hope as she looked at Tang Ge, tinged with a subtle hint of nervousness. Upon discovering this, Tang Ge felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. If he were to refuse outright, he would undoubtedly be met with countless disdainful glances. Fortunately, even a trip to Qibao City would not hinder his cultivation. Moreover, Tang Ge harbored a genuine interest in the Qibao Yuli sect, so after some consideration, he smiled and nodded in agreement. Very well, seeing your pitiful demeanor, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Who looks pitiful? Ning Rongrong pouted, somewhat displeased. Yet, the mirth in her eyes betrayed the joy she felt within. Nearby, Lin Yuechan, having overheard their exchange, hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Brother Tang, however. Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Ge interjected, You cannot go. You must remain at the academy for these 2 months to focus on your training. Just look at yourself. How long has it been since your soul power level has improved? Soon, others will surpass you if you do not exert yourself. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated with authority. Lin Yuechan instantly appeared deeply aggrieved, holding back tears as she nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I will work hard. Originally planning to join Ning Rongrong for a day of fun, Xiaohui swallowed her words upon witnessing this scene. She feared that if she spoke up, Tang Ge would scold her as well. My brother Tang San is the best to me. Meanwhile, sensing the gentle gaze Xiaohui cast in his direction, Tang San mistakenly assumed she too wished to venture out, and he cheerfully remarked, I must remain at the academy for the next 2 months. If you wish to go out, then by all means do so. I do not wish to go out. I want to stay with you, Xiao San. Xiaowu hastily shook her head in protest. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly interjected, You all continue your conversation. I shall return to my training. With that, she turned and walked away into the distance. Tang Ge diverted his gaze from Zhu Zhuqing's silhouette and turned to Qian Renxue. As for you, it would be prudent to attend to your own affairs first. I shall refrain from intruding upon your gathering. A faint smile graced Qian Renxue's lips as she lifted her foot and departed. Tang Ge discerned the underlying meaning in the other person's words and couldn't help but let out a wry smile as he rubbed his nose. What could he do? He, too, was filled with helplessness. Thus, on this particular night, when others had nearly drifted off to sleep, Tang Ge sprang into action. He first summoned Zhu Zhuqing from her room and brought her to the place where they had fortuitously met at the village entrance, engaging in a heartfelt conversation. Yet, by the time they parted ways, both were somewhat disheveled. On Tang Ge's neck, a series of strawberry marks were imprinted. Yet, that was all there was to it. Moreover, concealed by his clothing, he felt no apprehension about being seen by others. After soothing Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Ge called for Lin Yuechan once more. In the vast, empty playground, the two stood together, surrounded by silence, the atmosphere palpable with tension. Ultimately, it was Lin Yuechan who could no longer withstand Tang Ge's unwavering gaze. Her cheeks flushed. She softly inquired, Brother Tang, is there something you wish to discuss at this late hour? Tang Ge approached Lin Yuechan, gently pinching her nose as she trembled, and chuckled. What's the matter? Are you still upset about what I said during the day? No, no. I understand that Tang Ge is doing this for my own good. Lin Yuechan replied, shaking her head. However, Tang Ge could discern that the girl was still quite sensitive about the matter. Thus, he retrieved a precious spiritual stone from his system space. Instantly, a rich aura emanated from it, causing Lin Yuechan's forest spirit meditation technique to activate involuntarily. Her attention was immediately drawn to the spiritual stone in Tang Ge's hand, and she couldn't help but exclaim, Tang Ge, what is this? It's a spiritual stone. When you practice, hold it in your hand. The energy within will accelerate the enhancement of your soul power. However, this item is exceedingly precious, so be sure to use it discreetly to avoid drawing others' attention. As Tang Ge spoke, he handed the spirit stone to Lin Yuechan. Upon receiving the spirit stone, Lin Yuechan's mind was filled with the words Tang Ge had just uttered. Her previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance as she gazed at Tang Ge and inquired, is it true that even Rongrong cannot be informed? Upon hearing, Tang Ge was simultaneously amused and bewildered. He affectionately pinched Lin Yuechan's nose, saying, of course. This is a secret between you and me. Once your strength improves, I shall take you out for training. Yes, I will certainly strive to improve. Lin Yuechan, treating the spirit stone as a treasure, tucked it into her clothing, her demeanor shifting from disappointment to radiant joy upon hearing Tang Ge's words about their secret. Finally, in a sudden burst of affection, she planted a quick kiss on Tang Ge's cheek before hurriedly fleeing, her face flushed. This girl, a mere kiss to send me away, how insincere. Tang Ge mused, touching the lingering warmth on his face with dissatisfaction. He then departed from the area. However, just after Tang Ge left, a tall figure appeared, Qianrenxue. She gazed in the direction of Tang Ge's departure, a complex expression in her eyes, murmuring, what kind of person are you, truly? The following day, with the first light of dawn, Ning Rongrong eagerly roused Tang Ge, urging him to leave Shrek Academy with her. Haven't you washed your face yet? Upon exiting the academy and receiving an excited kiss from Ning Rongrong, Tang Ge's confidence surged. Does someone as dashing as I need to wash my face? Thus, as they walked towards Seven Treasure City, Ning Rongrong claimed her feet were sore and requested Tang Ge to carry her. Initially, he was reluctant, but now he found it acceptable and effortlessly lifted her, cradling her with one hand beneath her. With her flat chest, carrying her on my back offers little sensation. This is far more enjoyable. Consequently, under the envious gazes of passers-by, Ning Rongrong blushed and buried her face in Tang Ge's embrace. As they journeyed, they admired the stunning scenery and occasionally paused to savor local delicacies in the towns they traversed. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. On the fourth morning, Ning Rongrong, now on Tang Ge's back, pointed excitedly ahead. Tang Ge, look, that city is Seven Treasure City, and that tower, the Glazed Tower, is the emblem of our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Following her gaze, Tang Ge beheld a city grander than Soto City, dominated by a towering structure that pierced the clouds, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Chapter 142, The Troubled Ningfengji with Seven Treasure City in Sight. Ning Rongrong felt a rush of embarrassment remembering she was still on Tang Ge's back. Tang Ge, please put me down. It would be awkward if someone saw us. Are you worried about being seen now? Where was that concern before? Tang Ge rolled his eyes, playfully gripping her hips and lifting her slightly higher, chuckling. No worries. I am not afraid of being seen. With that, he strode confidently towards Seven Treasure City. Feeling the firm grip beneath her, Ning Rongrong struggled in vain, opting instead to hide her face against Tang Ge's back, her cheeks aflame. Surely, my father won't see us, she thought anxiously. Yet, this worry did not linger long. As Tang Ge carried her into Seven Treasure City, upon seeing her familiar surroundings from childhood, Ning Rongrong's excitement reignited. She pointed out various locations, sharing amusing tales from her youth with Tang Ge. Meanwhile, within the glazed tower of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School in the main hall, a handsome man with long hair sat in contemplation. Suddenly, a disciple hurriedly entered. Noticing the man resting with closed eyes, the disciple instinctively quieted his footsteps and cautiously called out, Master? Indeed, the middle-aged man seated in the hall was none other than Ningfengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and Ning Rongrong's father. As the disciple spoke, Ningfengji slowly opened his eyes, yawning nonchalantly. Is there something you need? Relieved that the master bore no anger, the disciple exhaled and replied, I saw the young lady in the city. Rongrong has returned? Ningfengji, who had been lethargic, sprang from his chair, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Are you certain? She is truly within Seven Treasure City? I am sure, but... The disciple hesitated, Sensing something unsaid, Ning Fengji frowned. But what? Is there someone in my 7 treasure city who dares to bully my little princess? He emitted a cold snort, an aura of authority radiating from him. Though this pressure was not directed at the disciple, the latter involuntarily took a step back. After a moment of contemplation, the disciple whispered, "When I saw the young lady, she was with a man, and they appeared quite close." Before he could finish, a gust of wind swept past him. By the time he looked back, Ning Fengji had vanished from his seat. Just then, a furious voice echoed from outside the hall. "What are you standing there for? Take me to find Rongrong." In the bustling streets of 7 Treasure City, where throngs of people mingled, Ning Rongrong, perched on Tang Ge's back, joyfully indulged in a candied hawthorn. "Tang Ge, you should try some too," she exclaimed, offering him a piece. Tang Ge curled her lip in disdain, exclaiming, "It's all covered in your saliva. How can you expect me to eat it? So what if it's touched by my saliva? Others wish they could have it, and yet cannot. How dare you express such disdain?" She retorted, "Humph, today you shall consume my saliva." Upon hearing Tang Ge's contemptuous remarks, Ning Rongrong felt a mix of embarrassment and anger, immediately pinching him fiercely beneath his armpit with her free left hand. Hiss! Tang Ge winced in pain, realizing that the sensitive spot was indeed exclusive to women. As he noticed the other party placing her hand under her armpit once more, he hastily exclaimed, "I'll eat. That should suffice." Without further ado, Tang Ge disregarded the saliva dripping from the candied hawthorn and bit down on one with his eyes closed. Hee hee. Upon witnessing Tang Ge devour the treat, Ning Rongrong joyfully withdrew her left hand. She then pointed towards the next intriguing stall, urging Tang Ge to carry her over at a brisk pace. However, neither Tang Ge nor Ning Rongrong was aware that their playful banter had been observed by 2 others nearby, several dozen meters away, guided by the sect's disciples. Ning Fengji hurriedly approached like a gust of wind. To his astonishment, he spotted his cherished daughter, whom he had raised since childhood, perched on another man's back. Although the young man appeared to be of little age, seemingly still a youth, it still evoked an overwhelming sense of discomfort akin to swallowing a fly for Ning Fengji. He distinctly heard the exchange between his daughter and the young man, their playful remarks about eating and drooling nearly inciting him to a fit of rage. Were it not for the sect disciples restraining him, he felt he might have stormed over in an instant. Nevertheless, his complexion remained grim, his teeth grinding in agitation. "That wretched boy dares to take advantage of my daughter. I have never been so coddled by her." Infuriating, with his heart ablaze with fury, Ning Fengji lifted his foot and forcefully kicked a stall table, shattering it, making the vendor leap in fright. As the vendor landed, he immediately expressed his outrage. "What are you doing? Have you lost your daughter?" The sect disciple accompanying him turned pale at the vendor's words, particularly at the latter part. He gazed at the vendor in despair, thinking, "My heavens, why must you speak such things? Are you seeking a death wish?" Indeed, upon hearing the vendor's remark, Ning Fengji's already foul mood darkened further. He fixed his gaze on the vendor, his eyes reddening as he demanded, "What did you just say? That I've lost my daughter?" Despite being merely a support-type soul master, Ning Fengji's formidable soul power radiated an aura that ordinary individuals could scarcely withstand. Thus, confronted with his piercing gaze, the vendor trembled in fear. "I didn't mean it that way," he stammered. But before he could complete his sentence, Ning Fengji unleashed a slap, leaving a distinct handprint on the ground beside him. With a cacophony, a torrent of yellowish liquid spilled forth, causing the vendor to wet himself in terror. Onlookers drawn by the commotion gathered around, while the sect disciples hastily pulled Ning Fengji away. A gust of wind swept by, leaving the vendor crumpled on the ground, his face pale as a ghost. Chapter 143. My little cotton-padded jacket. From now on, an increasing number of onlookers, intrigued by the commotion, surrounded the scene, including the ever-curious Ning Rongrong, while Tang Ge was reluctantly dragged along. Observing the vendor collapsed on the ground amidst a puddle of yellow liquid, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed crimson. Curiosity piqued, she inquired, "What transpired here?" "Who knows?" A nearby bystander shook his head. However, a neighbor of the vendor, having witnessed the unfolding drama, though fortunate enough to escape unharmed, wore an expression of lingering fear. He patted his chest, ensuring the terrifying figure had vanished before explaining, "You wouldn't believe it. A formidable soul master arrived here just moments ago. See that handprint on the ground? That was made by him. As for why old Huang provoked him, I can't say for certain, but when old Huang uttered the words about losing his daughter, the soul master's expression soured drastically. Perhaps it was that remark that triggered his wrath." Though the neighbor's account lacked coherence, the gathered crowd seemed to comprehend, their expression shifting to one of understanding. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, perched on Tang Ge's back, expressed her sympathy. I wonder how that soul master could have lost his daughter. It must be heartbreaking for him to be driven to such fury. He must truly love her. So, when shall you introduce me to your father? Tang Ge inquired, turning to regard her radiant face with a smile. In that moment, an intense warmth enveloped him. As he drew near, Ning Rongrong's face flushed a deep crimson, even her neck turning red. Her long eyelashes fluttered shyly as she lowered her gaze, murmuring almost inaudibly, "Is it happening so soon? I am not ready yet." "What nonsense! I meant to say that since we are in Seven Treasure City, shouldn't you take me to meet the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School?" Tang Ge replied with a mixture of laughter and exasperation. Consequently, Ning Rongrong hid her face deeper, her entire being radiating warmth and embarrassment. After a considerable pause, she finally regained some composure. "Let us wait until afternoon. I'll take you to meet my father then." "Very well. Then let us explore Seven Treasure City a bit longer and enjoy some lunch in the meantime." Tang Ge nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the two of them departed from the location, continuing their journey ahead. In the afternoon, as dusk approached, Ning Rongrong, who had been almost frantic throughout the day, finally remembered her need to return home and hastily urged Tang Ge to head directly towards the Qibao Liuli sect, where the Liuli Tower was located. However, by the time they reached the entrance of the Qibao Liuli sect, Ning Rongrong had already dismounted from Tang Ge's back, clearly concerned about being seen by the sect members. Unfortunately for her, just as they stepped inside, a figure blocked their path. "Father." Upon seeing this figure, Ning Rongrong's delicate face lit up with joy, and she was about to rush forward. However, the individual sternly commanded, "Stay right there." Ignoring Ning Rongrong's pouting and irritated demeanor, his gaze shifted directly to Tang Ge standing beside her. From the moment he spotted this figure, Tang Ge had already deduced their identity, the sect master of the Qibao Liuli sect, Ning Fengji. Yet, feeling the evident hostility emanating from the other SIs as they regarded him, he was left with a profound sense of confusion. Tang Ge recalled that this was his first visit and he should not have offended anyone here. Thus, disregarding the hostility in Ning Fengji's gaze, he smiled and greeted. Junior Tang Ge pays his respects to the senior. "You are Tang Ge? What is your relationship with Rongrong?" "Dad, what are you doing? Tang Ge is my classmate. I have finally brought him home, and you treat him like a criminal," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, unable to contain her anger. Her eyes sparkled with indignation as she glared at Ning Fengji. Ning Fengji's heart trembled, almost yielding to her outburst. Yet, it was the first time he had been chastised by his own precious daughter, which only deepened his discomfort. In a moment of lost composure, he retorted, "Classmates? Does that give you the liberty to be so familiar? Can you speak to one another in such a flirtatious manner? Rongrong, how old are you? Is this how you should conduct yourself? And you, Tang Ge, right? You do not seem very old either. Do you not understand the importance of cultivation? If I were your parent, I would be heartbroken to know you are so young and already involved in romantic relations." At this point, Ning Fengji feigned a look of utter disappointment. Meanwhile, Tang Ge finally grasped the underlying reason for the hostility directed at him by the esteemed leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It was due to his inadvertent encroachment on his precious daughter's affections. Understanding this, Tang Ge couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. However, he was taken aback to discover that this leader was also a voyeur, which explained the eerie feeling he had sensed back in the city. Observing Ning Fengji's heart-wrenching demeanor, Tang Ge smiled lightly and said, "It seems I must disappoint you. Senior, if my family were to learn that I sought companionship at such a young age, they would not be angry. Rather, they would rejoice. After all, at his age, my family member is eagerly awaiting the arrival of numerous grandchildren." Numerous grandchildren? Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Ning Fengji's eyes widened in shock, and his mind involuntarily conjured an image of his beloved Rongrong surrounded by a throng of children. The terrifying thought sent a shiver down his spine, draining the color from his face. No, this cannot happen. Ning Fengji silently screamed within himself. Yet, the furious Ning Rongrong, who had been incensed by her father's prying, found her cheeks flushing crimson at Tang Ge's audacious remark. She shot him a furtive glare and whispered, "How can you speak such embarrassing words? Are you not willing?" Tang Ge responded with a smile, and under his penetrating gaze, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but lower her head in shyness. I am willing. I am not willing." Before Ning Rongrong could finish her sentence, Ning Fengji suddenly erupted with a roar. He glared fiercely at Tang Ge, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Rongrong is my little cotton-padded jacket. Can you just take her away as you please? That is truly unfortunate. Your Rongrong will now be my little cotton-padded jacket, the kind I can hold and sleep with every day. In the face of Ning Fengji's desperate resistance, Tang Ge unleashed his ultimate move. With a triumphant smile, he reached out and pulled Ning Rongrong into his embrace. To his surprise, Ning Rongrong showed no intention of resisting, nestling obediently against him. Chapter 144, Level 50. The Ascension of the First Soul Ring. After drawing Ning Rongrong close, Tang Ge softly murmured, "Will you tell your father that you are willing to be my little cotton-padded jacket, the kind I can hold and sleep with every day?" "I am willing," Ning Rongrong replied softly, her cheeks flushed. "But let us not do it here, as many people will be coming soon. Yet, it seems your father does not allow us to enter." Tang Ge cast a glance at the nearly explosive Ning Fengji and sighed helplessly. "You won't let us in?" In an instant, the obedient Ning Rongrong transformed back into her former mischievous self. After wriggling free from Tang Ge's embrace, she flashed her 2 sets of little fangs. Grinning mischievously as she declared, "Ning Fengji, if you don't allow Tang Ge to enter, I shall inform Grandfather Gu and Grandfather Jian, urging them to give you a thrashing." "Grandfather Gu, Grandfather Jian, hurry here. Ning Fengji is about to harm your beloved Rongrong." With that, Ning Rongrong raised her voice in a loud shout. Ning Fengji felt as though an arrow had pierced his heart, causing him to instinctively clutch his chest and take a few steps back. He gazed at the shouting Ning Rongrong, his heart heavy, lamenting, "A daughter grows up too quickly. A daughter grows up too quickly. Go on. Hurry and take your classmates inside. I fear I shall perish from frustration here." Hee, I knew father would not disagree. As soon as Ning Fengji finished speaking, Ning Rongrong joyfully dashed over and planted a kiss on his cheek. Without waiting for Ning Fengji to react, she grasped Tang Ge's hand and swiftly ran inside. This girl. Well, as long as Rongrong is happy, let her be. Listening to the melodious laughter echoing from afar, Ning Fengji shook his head in resignation. Yet, in his heart, he had already resolved that as long as that lad remained within the sect, he would keep a watchful eye on him. Humph. To think he could continue to take advantage of his daughter on his own turf? Not a chance. A smirk crept across Ning Fengji's face as he seized the opportunity to leave before any disciples of the sect arrived. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month at the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Tang Ge, mindful of not provoking Ning Fengji, had refrained from any fiery encounters with Ning Rongrong. Even when she invited him to visit her chamber in the evenings, he resolutely declined. Of course, this was partly due to Ning Fengji's vigilant watch over Tang Ge, as if guarding against a thief. Tang Ge felt quite uncomfortable being watched. After he and Ning Rongrong had visited all the places they wished to explore, he felt a sense of relaxation wash over him, marking the perfect moment to enhance his strength. Subsequently, Tang Ge sequestered himself in his room, immersing himself in focused cultivation. The 3,000 exquisite spirit stones he had acquired seemed like delectable candies, each one rapidly refined and absorbed by him using the health furnace, transforming into his own soul power. Furthermore, a significant portion of the pure and rich energy released by the exquisite spirit stones was supplied to his ancient sacred body. Consequently, after a month, Tang Ge's soul power surged from level 49 to level 50, far exceeding that of other soul masters at the same rank. In addition to the elevation in soul power, his ancient sacred body also experienced substantial enhancement, with its awakening degree rising from 2 to 6. This advancement not only augmented Tang Ge's physical strength, but also significantly improved his capacity to endure high-aged soul rings. However, the price for this progress was the consumption of 500 exquisite spirit stones. In the realm of mundane cultivation, such a quantity would undoubtedly drive practitioners into a frenzy. Regrettably for Tang Ge, this was merely the resource requirement for a month of training. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but let out a wry smile and shake his head. Fortunately, he still had the system. Otherwise, even if he devoured all the resources of the Douluo Continent, it might still not suffice to elevate his ancient sacred body to its pinnacle. Putting such thoughts aside, he resolved to first elevate his strength to the rank of Soul King. In his room, seated cross-legged on the bed, Tang Ge swiftly reined in his wandering thoughts. Then, with a mere thought, a blue orb of light suddenly materialized before him. This orb represented the second sea god's baptism drawn from the heavenly wheel, perfectly poised to transform his soul-purple soul ring into black before his breakthrough in soul power. At that moment, with 5 black 10,000-year soul rings, wouldn't he effortlessly garner immense shock value merely by revealing a soul ring? Contemplating this, Tang Ge wasted no time and eagerly utilized the sea god's baptism hovering before him. Buzz. As the void trembled, his first purple soul ring manifested itself. Almost immediately, a blinding azure light surged forth, merging with the purple soul ring and unleashing a torrent of power. Gradually, black light points began to emerge from the purple soul ring, progressively devouring the purple radiance. During this period, Tang Ge involuntarily closed his eyes as his consciousness delved inward, gradually experiencing the sublimation process of the purple soul ring under the sea god's baptism. The aura emanating from him began to strengthen slowly. This phenomenon soon caught the attention of the disciples of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, who, knowing that Tang Ge was a friend of the little princess, hastily informed the sect leader out of concern for any potential mishap. When Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong arrived, they immediately sensed the powerful aura surging from the room, which even affected their spirits, inducing a sensation of disorientation. "Dad, what has happened to Tang Ge? Is he in trouble?" Ning Rongrong shook her head to dispel the feeling and spoke with evident concern. Ning Fengji did not respond immediately. Instead, he ordered the nearby disciples to vacate the area, leaving only himself and Ning Rongrong. Once he was certain they were alone, Ning Fengji solemnly remarked, "If I am not mistaken, this aura is likely emanating from the soul ring during cultivation. However, the ability to influence outsiders solely through aura suggests that the soul ring is at least a millennium level. It seems your classmate is quite extraordinary." Upon hearing her father say that Tang Ge was cultivating, Ning Rongrong felt relieved. She then proudly asserted, "Tang Ge must be remarkable, after all. He is one of the most formidable students at our Shrek Academy." Yet, Ning Fengji felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He never expected that his own daughter, the offspring of a prestigious sect leader, would one day be so infatuated with and admire an outsider boy. However, understanding his daughter well, he felt a mixture of jealousy and curiosity. Could it be that this boy named Tang Ge was truly that exceptional? With this thought, he finally quelled his lingering dissatisfaction and animosity, turning to his daughter and asking, "Rongrong, you have been back for a month. It's time you shared your experiences during your absence. Also, tell me about the Shrek Academy and the classmate you brought back." Chapter 145, The Mutation of the Martial Soul. Meanwhile, outside the room, Ning Fengji, now intrigued, began inquiring about Ning Rongrong's experiences. Inside, Tang Ge's first soul ring, under the influence of the sea god's baptism, finally completed its sublimation. In an instant, the purple hue dissipated, replaced by a dazzling black radiance. Subsequently, new information regarding the soul ring was directly relayed to Tang Ge's mind. First soul ring, soul age 10,000 years. Sublimated from the soul ring of a millennium-level soul beast, the Dreaming Fox. The soul skill has undergone a transformation. Soul skill, soul-piercing strike. Upon activation, it can form an invisible piercing attack directly targeting the enemy's soul level, with its power influenced by the strengths of both adversaries. Viewing the newly transformed soul skill of his first soul ring, Tang Ge felt a sense of satisfaction. With this ability, he could presumably earn even more astonishment points with just a glare. Unfortunately, due to Tang Ge not having integrated a fifth soul ring, the sublimation of the first soul ring did not elevate his soul power level. Consequently, the surging energy was entirely absorbed by his ancient sacred body. Yet it did not lead to any enhancement of the ancient sacred body itself. Tang Ge was acutely aware that his actions might seem somewhat wasteful. Had he channeled all his resources into his soul power, he might have ascended 2 levels. Yet, he harbored an instinctive belief that the fusion of the fifth soul ring would usher in a transformative change. Thus, he had preemptively invoked the sea god's baptism, elevating his first soul ring to a millennium level. With his preliminary objective now accomplished, he felt the surging soul power within him and took a deep breath to temper the tumultuous energy coursing through his veins. Then, with a mere thought, a dark orb of light materialized unexpectedly in his hand. As he extended his right hand to support the Millennium Soul Ring from Kong Xin, he could faintly hear the resonant call of a peacock emanating from within. Moreover, this Millennium Soul Ring radiated a mesmerizing interplay of 5 colors: red, blue, green, golden, and earthy hues, all swirling in a ceaseless dance. Tang Ge harbored a faint suspicion in his heart, yet he dared not voice it. Fortunately, the Eternal Soul Ring was provided by the system, thus carrying no hidden dangers. Without hesitation, he lifted his right hand, and the soul ring was drawn into his body by an unseen force. Immediately within his consciousness, a majestic peacock apparition emerged. Based on his previous experiences, he anticipated that he would rapidly absorb this soul ring, and subsequently, his soul power would smoothly ascend to level 51. However, to Tang Ge's astonishment, As soon as the peacock apparition appeared, it emitted a piercing cry. Almost instantly, a terrifying aura, as if condensed over eons, radiated from it. This aura, while not harmful to Tang Ge, transcended his mental space and permeated the outside world. Under the oppressive weight of this fearsome presence, the furniture in the room was swept away, shattering into countless pieces. Even the bed beneath Tang Ge succumbed, disintegrating after a few seconds of resistance. The entire house trembled perilously. Fortunately, Tang Ge promptly sensed the situation and exerted his mental force to suppress the aura emanating from the peacock apparition. In his spiritual realm, he was the arbiter. Nevertheless, the aura still managed to traverse the room and reach the outside. Ning Fengji, who was inquiring about recent events from his daughter, was suddenly engulfed by this overwhelming presence, his expression shifting dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he clasped Rongrong in his arms and swiftly retreated several dozen meters. A surge of soul power was released, forming an invisible barrier that rippled under the impact of the aura. Safe within Ning Fengji's embrace, Ning Rongrong was bewildered, still unaware of the unfolding events. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Father, what is happening?" Ning Fengji did not respond to her question, but remained fixated on the distant house. Although the terrifying aura had receded, it left deep cracks in the structure, suggesting it might collapse at any moment. This was solely due to that aura. Ning Fengji's breath grew heavy, his eyes filled with shock. For a fleeting moment, he even sensed the proximity of death, a feeling reminiscent of facing a tidal Douluo. Helplessness and despair enveloped him. Yet, was it not merely a 12-year-old boy residing within that room? How could he possibly exude such a formidable aura? Taking a deep breath, Ning Fengji suppressed his racing heart and glanced down at his daughter. His voice trembled slightly as he asked, "Rongrong, tell me, what is the true strength of your classmate?" "Tang Ge, he should still be a soul master," she replied, contemplating the time when Tang Ge acquired his fourth soul ring. Yet, her words were laced with uncertainty. Almost immediately, she continued, "But Tang Ge is no ordinary soul master. His soul rings are exceptionally powerful." "Exceptionally powerful?" Ning Fengji couldn't help but inquire, recalling the terrifying aura he had just sensed. "How powerful? If I tell you, you must promise to keep it a secret and not tell anyone else," Ning Rongrong insisted, gazing earnestly at her father. Only after Ning Fengji nodded in assurance did she proudly declare, 1,000-year soul ring and 3 10,000-year soul rings. That is Tang Ge's collection of soul rings. What? At just 12 years old, he has become a soul master with 3 10,000-year soul rings? Is he even human? Ning Fengji was left utterly stunned. After a moment, he regained his composure and muttered 2 words, "Freak." He is not a freak. He is a monster. Do you not understand? Our dean has stated that Shrek Academy only enrolls monsters. Ning Rongrong pouted, slightly dissatisfied. However, upon witnessing the cracked house in the distance, a look of concern crossed her face. "Father, is Tang Ge really all right?" "I am not certain. The situation inside remains unclear. All we can do is wait for him to come out," Ning Fengji replied, shaking his head. Subsequently, they fell into silence, patiently awaiting developments. Meanwhile, within the house several dozen meters away, as the terrifying aura was subdued, Tang Ge's circumstances took a new turn. The peacock apparition that had manifested in his consciousness should have automatically dissipated upon his absorption of the soul ring. Yet, to Tang Ge's astonishment, as the peacock let out a cry, it opened its beak and instantly devoured the 4 10,000-year soul rings that had passively emerged around him. Following this, the inyong life and death diagram slowly materialized from the palm of Tang Ge's left hand. Upon witnessing the diagram, the peacock apparition, having just consumed the 4 10,000-year soul rings, feigned a retreat before plunging into Tang Ge's consciousness. With a violent tremor, the originally monochromatic inyong life and death diagram erupted into a myriad of colors. Scenes of mountains and rivers began to gradually materialize upon its surface. Chapter 146, Soul Skill Integration. Domain of Mountains and Rivers. Tang Ge had long since opened his eyes, staring vacantly at the intricate diagram of life and death. Under his gaze, the once interlinked yin and yang fish within the diagram had completely separated. The yin fish faded away, while the yang fish transformed into daylight. As the yang fish vanished, the yin fish morphed into the night. Meanwhile, the peacock phantom that devoured Tang Ge's 4 eternal soul rings swiftly dissipated, releasing a kaleidoscope of colors. The golden hue, belonging to metal, infused the diagram with a sense of wealth, transforming it into an endless mine. The azure, representing wood, morphed into an expansive forest, teeming with life. The cerulean, symbolizing water, spread across the land, turning fields into vast oceans. The crimson, embodying fire, coalesced into the sun, marking the cycle of day and night. The yellow, signifying earth, extended the terrain, with mountains resembling a mighty dragon. As all these elements manifested within the diagram of life and death, it ceased to be merely a diagram of life and death. Tang Ge's heart brimmed with anticipation, and he could not help but exclaim, "The map of mountains and rivers." Suddenly, the once still martial soul quivered, as if a tempest swept through the painted landscape, causing the mountains, waters, flowers, and trees to sway. A surge of vitality instantly permeated the scroll. Ding! Congratulations, host. The martial soul of inyong life and death has undergone a transformation, ascending to the map of mountains and rivers. Listening to the system's notification echoing in his mind, Tang Ge found himself at a loss for words, astonished. He had not anticipated that his sensations were indeed authentic. The fifth soul ring from Kong Xian had significantly altered his capabilities. Not only had he ascended to the 53rd level of soul power upon integrating the soul ring, but the elevation of his martial soul alone validated his efforts. Gazing at the map of mountains and rivers before him, with every blade of grass and every tree depicted vividly, Tang Ge felt as though he were peering into a tangible world. In truth, his perception was not mistaken. The map of mountains and rivers housed an entire realm within its confines. Regrettably, given his current strength, he was incapable of harnessing the true potential of the map of mountains and rivers. Otherwise, he would find himself in a predicament of possessing the map yet being unable to wield it. After all, the four swords of Su Yuntao stood as a living testament to such a fate. Nonetheless, Tang Ge did not feel disheartened. On the contrary, the transformation of the inyong life and death map, now infused with the five-colored divine light from Kong Xian's soul ring, was of immense benefit to him. With this thought in mind, Tang Ge eagerly summoned his personal profile panel. Shock System Host. Tang Ge Level. 53rd Level Soul King Martial Soul. Twin Martial Souls. Map of Mountains and Rivers. For Swords of Su Yuntao Soul Rings. Black, 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 black. Influenced by the realm of mountains and rivers. These can merge into one and change to any color. Soul Techniques. Realm of Mountains and Rivers. Unique. Currently encompasses a spherical area with a radius of 100 meters centered on the host. Soul Piercing. Inyong Wings. Life and Death Great Seal. Taiji Sword Formation. Martial Techniques. Chaotic Cloak Hammer Technique. Walking Secret. Hell Refinement. Heaven's Divine Fist Physique. Awakening Degree of Primordial Sacred Body 6 Shock Value. 26. 720 Remarks. Due to the realm of mountains and rivers, all previous soul techniques of the host have been integrated and absorbed within the realm. The host can freely manipulate the power of the realm to execute learned soul techniques. Furthermore, within the realm, the host's strength is amplified while the enemy's strength is suppressed, compared to before, with the qualitative transformation of his martial soul. Tang Ge's personal profile underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. Firstly, the number of his soul rings increased from 4 to 5, all of which were black, 10,000-year soul rings. Additionally, influenced by the realm of mountains and rivers, Tang Ge could now choose the number of soul rings displayed when employing soul techniques. To put it plainly, he could finally play the role of a seemingly weak individual while concealing his true strength. Moreover, the colors of his soul rings could now fluctuate according to his mood. It was merely a matter of dyeing the soul rings. What could be difficult about that? Thus, Tang Ge unleashed all 5 of his jet black soul rings. As expected, under his control, these 5 black soul rings would merge into 1, then appear as 3, or diminish to just 1. Subsequently, the soul rings rapidly changed colors, performing like a magical spectacle, showcasing hues of white, yellow, purple, black, and red. Ultimately, they transformed into a resplendent golden hue. If this scene were witnessed by the pontiff of the Holy Church or titled Douluo Tang Hao, they would undoubtedly be left speechless in sheer astonishment. Observing the colors of his soul rings change at his whim, Tang Ge could not help but recall the words of certain individuals from the past. A satisfied smile crept upon his lips as he thought, dying is a trivial matter. What is difficult about it? Yet, in comparison to these changes, what truly astonished Tang Ge was the alteration of his soul techniques, which have been seamlessly integrated into the realm of mountains and rivers. It is worth noting that in the entirety of Douluo Continent, soul masters capable of mastering the domain ability were exceedingly rare, yet their strengths were invariably formidable. Tang Ge was aware of several domains, including the Killing God domain, the Blue-Silver domain, the Angel domain, and the Duality Stillness domain formed by a pair. Now, he would add yet another domain to this list, the Mountain and River domain. Or rather, the Mountain and River domain was the soul skill derived from his 5th soul ring. Taking a moment to attune himself to the essence of the domain, Tang Ge felt a subtle stir within him and promptly unleashed the mountain and river domain. Before him, the map of mountains and rivers shimmered gently, and invisible ripples began to emanate from him, expanding rapidly outward. 5 meters, 10 meters, 50 meters. In the blink of an eye, these spatial ripples extended to 100 meters, enveloping a spherical area entirely. Within the mountain and river domain, Tang Ge immediately sensed that his already potent soul power surged even higher. Additionally, his consciousness seemed to saturate every corner of the domain. Rising to his feet, he stepped forward with his right foot and abruptly vanished from his original position. When Tang Ge reappeared, he was several meters away. His figure flickered in and out of sight, making it impossible for anyone in the not-so-spacious room to discern his patterns of appearance and disappearance, as if he were truly teleporting. However, this was merely the effect of his inyong wings within the mountain and river domain. Those wings transformed into a soul skill akin to instantaneous teleportation. Of course, outside of the domain, he would still need to manifest the inyong wings to take flight. Nevertheless, as long as Tang Ge activated the mountain and river domain, it was unlikely anyone within that 100-meter sphere could easily touch the hem of his garments. Such a formidable ability was nothing short of demonic to his adversaries. Even Tang Ge couldn't help but silently mourn for his future foes. Moreover, when Tang Ge glanced at the door not far away, it appeared to him as if it had become transparent, revealing the scene outside directly before his eyes. Within the 100-meter domain, no structure could obstruct Tang Ge's line of sight. Even the roots of trees and ant burrows were visible to him. Simultaneously, he spotted Ning Rongrong and Ning Fingxi, who had been waiting outside. A thought crossed his mind, and a peculiar smile spread across his face as he slowly raised his right hand. Chapter 147. Plucking wool until your heart quivers under the enveloping influence of the mountain and river domain. Tang Ge's perception seemed to expand infinitely, allowing him to see clearly within a radius of 100 meters. Even the presence of a door did not hinder his vision. This sensation was both novel and immensely satisfying to him. With this ability, once he activated the mountain and river domain, not only would it be difficult for enemies to approach him, but it also posed a risk of revealing all of his secrets. Contemplating this, Tang Ge couldn't restrain himself from gazing at Ning Fengji, who was several dozen meters away. A strange smile emerged on his face as he gradually raised his right hand, channeling the power of the domain to unleash one of his soul skills. Meanwhile, Ning Fingxi and Ning Rongrong awaited Tang Ge's emergence from the room. Although the earlier terrifying aura had dissipated, Ning Fingxi felt an unsettling change in the atmosphere, as if he were being watched by unseen eyes. This was the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and although the 2 titled Douluos were away on matters concerning the Tiando Empire, Ning Fingxi was still a soul sage exceeding level 70. Unless one possessed a particularly unique martial soul, no one could conceal themselves beneath his very nose without detection. What was happening? Could it be a mere illusion? After confirming that there was indeed no one hidden nearby, Ning Fengji furrowed his brow, a grave expression settling on his face. Just then, Ning Rongrong seemed to notice something. Her initially worried eyes widened in terror. She pointed behind Ning Fengji and trembled. "Dad. Behind you." "Behind me?" Seeing his daughter's expression of sheer fright, Ning Fengji's heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation, he scooped Ning Rongrong into his arms and charged forward, unleashing his soul power in a forceful palm strike aimed behind him. Bang! Though Ning Fengji was merely an auxiliary soul master, his high soul power level allowed his strike to resonate through the air. Yet, there was no sound of a scream or any collision from objects being struck. As he retreated to the almost collapsing structure, turning to place his daughter behind him, he finally looked up. In the space where he had just stood, a skull formed from black mist hovered ominously, its eye sockets ablaze with fiery light. A terrifying aura emanated from the skull. Ning Fengji's pupils constricted in shock. "Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the 7-treasure glazed tile school? You possess great audacity." In response to Ning Fengji's cold challenge, the skull let out a sinister cackle, its fiery eyes flickering wildly. "Just a mere 7-treasure glazed tile school. I have come, and you cannot stop me." With that, it unleashed a gust of dark wind, charging towards Ning Fengji. As the skull opened its mouth wide, the sky seemed to darken, plunging the surroundings into an inky blackness. Within this darkness, Ning Fengji felt his soul power being uncontrollably siphoned away, as if an intangible force were eroding his very essence. Damn it! What on earth is this thing? As the skull prepared to devour him and Rongrong, Ning Fengji forced down a shock, quickly summoning his martial soul, the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, to bolster his defenses. He then shouted and thrust his hand forward once more. Boom! His palm struck, producing a series of explosive sounds. And the skull vanished from sight. Just as Ning Fengji began to relax, the once vanished skull abruptly reappeared above his head. Cackle. Youngster, I am right here. As soon as Ning Fengji could react, the skull merely opened its mouth and exhaled gently, forming a gigantic hand shrouded in malevolent energy, descending upon him with formidable force. The temperature in the surroundings plummeted dramatically. Beneath the shadow of the colossal palm, Ning Rongrong's delicate visage turned ghostly pale. Ning Fengji, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the hand, was struck by shock and profound regret for not leaving a titled Douluo to guard the sect. Yet, he did not retreat an inch. Instead, he comforted his daughter, urging her not to be afraid. While taking a deep breath to prepare himself for a fierce confrontation with the suddenly appearing eerie skull. However, just as the giant hand was about to crush Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong, it dissipated like a mere bubble with a soft pop. The skull reappeared in its previous location. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Ning Fengji intended to call for the disciples of the sect, but a sinister laugh interrupted him. Are you calling for help? Go ahead. I do not mind if you kill this delicate little girl behind you before they arrive. How dare you? Ning Fengji's expression darkened as he could not suppress his anger. Nonetheless, he was compelled to abandon the thought of summoning the sect's disciples. The skull then spoke again. Young one, are you astonished? Is this a means of humiliating me? Faced with the skull's inquiry, and recalling how it could have easily slain him but chose to retract its attack, Ning Fengji's teeth ground together in fury. Yet, for the sake of his daughter, he reluctantly uttered, I am deeply astonished by your strength, esteemed senior. No, you are not astonished. The skull outright rejected Ning Fengji's response. Then, accompanied by a surge of black mist, it rapidly coalesced into numerous pitch-black small swords, saturating the sky in an instant. With a breath from the skull, these dark blades cascaded like a torrential downpour, hurtling towards Ning Fengji. Once again engulfed in the deluge of swords, Ning Fengji was struck by an overwhelming sense of shock, intertwined with despair and helplessness. Could it be that this adversary was a titled Douluo? Just as the terrifying rain of black swords was about to descend upon him, a loud explosion erupted behind Ning Fengji, followed by a powerful voice proclaiming, Tai Chi sword formation. All swords, unleash. The air quivered violently as a black and white formation materialized, rapidly conjuring a multitude of black and white swords, which soon surged to 500. For Tang Ge, who had already ascended to the Soul King level, this was hardly an arduous task. If he exerted himself fully, he could even summon 1,000. However, he deemed 500 swords sufficient for the foe before him. Once the swords were formed, he simply raised his hand and gently gestured forward. The flying swords, shimmering with light, shot forth. In an instant, the black and white sword shadows obscured the heavens. The clash of Tang Ge's 500 swords and the skull's 500 blades erupted into a thunderous cacophony. The terrifying wave of sword energy surged outward like a tempest. The dilapidated structure behind Tang Ge, already riddled with damage, could withstand no more and collapsed into ruins with a resounding crash. The fierce wind swept through, rustling his garments, while Ning Fengji instinctively sheltered Ning Rongrong in his embrace, channeling his soul power to ward off the encroaching residual sword energy. In midair, the flying swords unleashed by the skull ultimately succumbed to Tang Ge's might, rapidly disintegrating. The remaining inyong swords, undeterred, transformed into spiraling beams of light, piercing through the skull. Damn it! This entity shall return, the skull bellowed in a fit of rage. Yet, before its furious cry could fade, the spiraling sword light obliterated it completely. As the dark mist dissipated under the sunlight, the chilling atmosphere returned to normal. Tang Ge took a deep breath, finally stowing away the map of mountains and rivers along with the soul ring. The intangible domain of the mountains and rivers that enveloped this region quietly dissipated as well. He then turned his gaze towards Ning Fengji and Ning Rongrong. Smiling as he spoke, Master Ning, Rongrong, are you both unharmed? Upon hearing Tang Ge's voice, Ning Rongrong suddenly broke free from Ning Fengji's embrace and threw herself into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. Whoa, Tang Ge, I was so frightened just now. I thought I was going to die and that I would never see you again. Whoa. Silly girl, with me around. How could I ever allow you to come to harm? Look, your face is all streaked with tears. Tang Ge gently lifted Ning Rongrong's chin, raising her delicate head as he comforted her with a warm smile, wiping away her tears. The sensation of a broad, sturdy hand upon her face instilled a profound sense of security within Ning Rongrong's heart. However, her cheeks quickly flushed with a hint of embarrassment, and she pouted playfully, feigning displeasure as she declared, who has a tear-streaked face? All right, If it's not a tear-streaked face, then I must confess that my dress is dampened by a little kitten's mischief. Tang Ge chuckled teasingly. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong immediately bared her teeth in a playful pout, repeatedly thumping her small fist against Tang Ge's chest. How infuriating. You are the little kitten. You are the one who wet yourself. Not far away, witnessing his daughter engaging in playful banter with another man, Ning Fengji's expression twitched violently. He felt an intense pang of anxiety. It seemed his little cotton-padded jacket was truly on the verge of becoming someone else's. In the past, Ning Fengji would never have allowed such a situation to unfold. However, how could he object when it was this little rascal who had captured his daughter's heart? A 12-year-old soul king. 5 soul rings of 10,000 years. Either of these attributes alone would be considered extraordinary among peers of the same age. No wonder Ning Rongrong had mentioned that the Shrek Academy only accepted prodigies. What else could this lad be if not a monster? Moreover, the terrifying soul skill he had unleashed to vanquish that eerie skeleton had left Ning Fengji utterly astounded. Ding dong, congratulations to the host, you have shocked Ning Fengji, earning 500 shock points. At that moment, as he endured Ning Rongrong's tempestuous punches, a notification echoed in Tang Ge's mind. Reflecting on several system notifications he had previously overlooked, a satisfied smile crept across Tang Ge's face. Indeed, the various taunts and attacks from the skeleton that Ning Fengji had faced were all manipulated by him through the realm of mountains and rivers. This realm integrated the elements of yin, yang, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, spirit, and wind that Tang Ge had previously mastered, allowing him to freely manipulate these elements and alter the form of his soul skills within the domain. However, such manipulation required a considerable expenditure of soul power, and ordinarily, he would refrain from doing so. Fortunately, after that display and his prior training, Tang Ge had remarkably accrued over 15,000 shock points from Ning Fengji. Were it not for his sustainable development strategy, he would have relished the prospect of continuously harvesting points from Ning Fengji. Moreover, he had yet to encounter the other 2 titled Douluos from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Capturing these 2 would undoubtedly yield another substantial influx of shock points. For a moment, Tang Ge felt immense satisfaction regarding his visit to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Just then, Ning Rongrong suddenly wriggled free from his embrace and inquired, Tang Ge, what level is your soul power now? With 5 soul rings, it was clear he had surpassed level 50. After all, she had just witnessed it. Tang Ge did not conceal his feelings, smiling as he spoke. However, upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's delicate face revealed a look of disappointment. She could not help but murmur softly, I simply did not anticipate that your strength would advance so rapidly, achieving the rank of Soul King in just a few months, with 5 10,000-year spirit rings. Yet, since my entrance into the academy, I have only managed to elevate my rank by 1 level. And I am still not even a soul master. Tang Ge, do you think I am too foolish? Will you eventually disdain my lack of strength and ignore me? At this moment, Ning Rongrong lifted her head to gaze at Tang Ge, displaying a pitiful expression. Moreover, her mind could not help but conjure the image of a certain woman named Shui Qian, who seemed to be rather close to Tang Ge. Chapter 149, The Supplementary Heaven Pill, The 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda. As thoughts of the woman named Shui Qian, who walked closely with Tang Ge, filled her mind, Ning Rongrong's heart swelled with trepidation. In a moment of impulse, she instinctively reached out her small hand to grasp the corner of Tang Ge's garment, fearing that he might suddenly vanish from her sight. Upon witnessing this, Tang Ge found himself caught in a mix of laughter and tears. He had not anticipated that his rapid enhancement in strength would impose such considerable pressure on Ning Rongrong. However, upon reflection, considering his immense charm and formidable prowess, it was only natural that any girl who held affection for him would experience a sense of insecurity. Tang Ge could not help but feel a surge of secret satisfaction. Moreover, upon noticing Ning Fengji beside him and considering the 2 titled Douluos who had yet to return, a sudden thought blossomed in his mind. Perhaps there was an opportunity to extract even more benefits. With this notion in mind, a small porcelain vial materialized in Tang Ge's hand. Tang Ge, what is this? Ning Rongrong inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity and confusion. Tang Ge gently patted her little head with his other hand and chuckled. Are you not worried about being too foolish? Just so happens that I possess a pill that, once consumed, could make you as intelligent as I am. Who is foolish? Ning Rongrong retorted, her cheeks flushing despite the fact that she had been the one to imply it earlier. Nevertheless, her gaze was fixed on the small porcelain vial in Tang Ge's hand, her eyes brimming with anticipation. In the background, Ning Fengji also caught wind of Tang Ge's words. Initially, he intended to remain silent, but upon hearing that the young man was offering his daughter some so-called intelligence-enhancing pill, he could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward, furrowing his brow, and inquired, "What exactly is this pill? I have never heard of such a thing." "Young man, how could there possibly be something that makes one smarter? You aren't merely trying to deceive my daughter with some random object, are you?" "Not at all," Tang Ge responded, raising an eyebrow at Ning Fengji's skepticism, unperturbed. He merely smiled and replied, "The fact that you, Master Ning, are unfamiliar with something does not imply its non-existence. Moreover, would you care to wager with me?" Ning Fengji frowned. "What sort of wager?" "Quite simple," Tang Ge explained. "If I achieve what I just claimed, then the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School will henceforth be obliged to heed my words. Should I fail, I shall, to the best of my abilities, agree to fulfill 3 tasks for your esteemed school. The timing is flexible. Everything will be determined according to your needs." Tang Ge smiled and spoke. Had these words been uttered by any other 12-year-old child, Ning Fengji would have undoubtedly dismissed them entirely. After all, his 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School is one of the 3 great sects on the continent, boasting 2 titled Douluo among its ranks. A mere utterance from him could summon countless soul masters eager to offer their assistance. With such a prestigious standing, why would he require the promise of a child yet to reach adolescence? However, the young individual standing before Ning Fengji was no ordinary boy, but rather a soul king prodigy possessing 5 10,000-year soul rings at the tender age of 12. Given his extraordinary talent, not only could he aspire to become a titled Douluo, but he also harbored the potential to reach the pinnacle of that rank. Securing the promises of such a future titled Douluo would prove immensely beneficial, both for Ning Fengji and the entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Moreover, even if he were to lose this wager, it would bear no consequence. Ning Fengji could discern that his daughter had genuinely devoted her affections to her classmate, Tang Ge, to the extent that she could not be dissuaded. If it were to come to pass that Tang Ge were to marry his daughter, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School would inevitably fall into his hands. Thus, after careful consideration, Ning Fengji concluded that he would not suffer any loss in this arrangement. Observing Tang Ge's unwavering confidence, he hesitated only briefly before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I accept your terms. Now, could you enlighten me as to what exactly it is that you hold in your possession?" "The Heaven-Mending Pill. It is a singular treasure in this world, capable of purchasing your entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School without a doubt." Upon receiving Ning Fengji's consent, Tang Ge promptly revealed the name of the elixir in his hand. "The Heaven-Mending Pill? Such audacity. You dare to claim it could easily acquire my entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School?" Tang Ge's words caused Ning Fengji to stifle a laugh within his heart. He felt that just by hearing the name of this so-called elixir, he was assured of his victory this time. However, just as a triumphant smile began to form on Ning Fengji's face, it abruptly froze when Tang Ge uncorked the small porcelain vial. A rich, indescribable fragrance of medicine wafted through the air, and with just a single inhalation, Ning Fengji felt invigorated. Even his martial soul, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile, began to stir restlessly, as if eager to break free from his grasp. Could it be that what the other party claimed was indeed true? Upon realizing this unexpected change within himself, a pang of regret suddenly gripped Ning Fengji's heart. Had he known it would come to this, he would have shamelessly persuaded his daughter to consume the elixir earlier. Yet, given the current circumstances, such an act was no longer feasible. He merely furrowed his brow and gravely inquired, "Should we relocate?" Tang Ge initially intended to decline. Yet upon reflecting on the fact that it was also his first encounter with the celestial repairing pill, he pondered whether it might provoke a significant commotion. Thus he acquiesced with a nod. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of Ning Fengji, the trio made their way directly to the grand hall of the sect leader. Upon their arrival, as the grand doors were shut, a myriad of luminous sources illuminated the vast hall. Ning Fengji remained at the entrance, serving as a sentinel, proclaiming, "It is ready." Tang Ge nodded, smiling as he handed the porcelain bottle to Ning Rongrong. "Now it's up to you." Ning Rongrong nodded heavily, then settled down cross-legged on the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, she poured the healing pill from the bottle and consumed it. As soon as the pill entered her mouth, a surge of medicinal power erupted, flooding through her limbs and bones like a tidal wave. The immense force caused Ning Rongrong to emit a muffled groan, her delicate face turning pale. Rongrong. Witnessing this scene, Ning Fengji couldn't help but express his concern, wanting to approach her. However, Tang Ge intervened. "Ning Zongzhu, if you disturb Rongrong now, all will be in vain." "Humph. If anything happens to Rongrong, I will hold you accountable," Ning Fengji exclaimed, his tone fierce. Ultimately, he refrained from approaching, though his anxious gaze remained fixed on his daughter. As both of them anxiously waited, time slipped by unnoticed, and half an hour passed. Ning Rongrong displayed an unprecedented resilience, enduring the excruciating pain wrought by the overwhelming medicinal force without uttering a sound. Finally, at the moment when the healing pill fully activated its potency, her 7 treasures glazed tower unexpectedly soared from her open palm. The tower ascended into the air, spinning rapidly before erupting in a dazzling spectrum of 9 colors. Ning Fengji's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "The 9 treasures glazed tower." As the leader of the 7 treasures glazed sect, Ning Fengji understood that their family's martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed tower, was not the pinnacle but could evolve into the more advanced 9 treasures glazed tower. Only then could one's soul power attain the level of a title Douluo. Unfortunately, the evolution from the 7 treasures to the 9 treasures required not only talent but also an element of luck. Ning Fengji himself was a testament to this. Although he had surpassed the 70th level as a soul sage, the limitations of the 7 treasures glazed tower meant that unless he encountered some fortuitous opportunity, he would remain trapped at this level for life. This indeed confirmed the adage that success and failure both hinged upon the 7 treasures. But now, what did Ning Fengji behold? His daughter's martial soul, the 7 treasures glazed tower, had transformed from 7 colors to 9, a clear indication of the 9 treasures glazed tower. All this transpired simply because his daughter consumed a pill known as the healing pill, as mentioned by her classmate. In that moment, Ning Fengji was filled with both exhilaration and shock. He could hardly fathom that a 12-year-old boy possessed a treasure capable of instigating such an evolution in the 7 treasures glazed tower. And yet, this treasure had been so readily bestowed upon his daughter. Ning Fengji found himself at a loss for words, but deep down, he recognized that he had lost this wager. And it was a loss he accepted willingly, even wishing to lose again to that boy. Wouldn't that mean his own martial soul could evolve as well? Yet he also understood that such thoughts were mere fantasies. After all, a single pill was already immensely valuable. How could one expect another to be offered? It was an impossibility. Sensing the astonishment in Ning Fengji's gaze, Tang Ge couldn't help but turn his head, grinning with pride. "Ning Zongzhu, what do you think? The effects of my pill are quite remarkable, aren't they? To allow the 7 treasures glazed sect's martial soul to evolve into the 9 treasures glazed tower, I, Ning Fengji, acknowledge that your pill is indeed unparalleled. But you must admit that this pill is also intelligent. So until Rongrong awakens, the outcome remains uncertain." Although Ning Fengji secretly agreed with Tang Ge's words, seeing his smug expression incited a sense of defiance in him as a senior. He couldn't help but desire to contest once more, striving to preserve his dignity. Upon hearing Ning Fengji's evasive reasoning, Tang Ge merely shrugged, displaying an air of indifference. In light of this, they decided to wait. Subsequently, both their gazes turned towards Ning Rongrong. After nearly a quarter of an hour had passed, Ning Rongrong finally concluded her meditation and opened her eyes. Upon witnessing the dazzling 9 treasure glazed tile floating before her, her delicate features instantly lit up with excitement. Unable to contain her exhilaration any longer, she sprang to her feet and dashed towards Tang Ge. Grasping his arm with fervent enthusiasm, she exclaimed, "Tang Ge, did you see? My martial spirit, the 7 treasure glazed tile, has evolved into the 9 treasure glazed tile. Moreover, I feel as though my soul power has reached the 30th level, enabling me to fuse my 3rd soul ring and become a soul master. Congratulations to you. An 11-year-old soul master. How remarkable." Tang Ge smiled and said. Upon hearing his praise, Ning Rongrong could not help but feel her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She shyly responded, "If it weren't for your elixirs, my martial soul would not have evolved, and my strength would not have increased so rapidly. Thank you, Tang Ge." As she spoke, she suddenly tilted her head and planted a kiss on Tang Ge's cheek, then hurriedly stepped back, lowering her head in a manner that suggested she was too bashful to meet his gaze. In the background, Ning Fengji witnessed this scene, and his already wounded heart suffered another blow. He could not help but clutch his chest, exclaiming in anguish, "Enough. I'm still here. Rongrong, just a moment ago, this young man claimed that the patching heaven pill could enhance intelligence, yet how is it that I feel you are becoming increasingly foolish? Displaying affection for another man in front of your own father, what else could that be but foolishness?" Upon hearing Ning Fengji's words, Ning Rongrong, who had just been shy, immediately became indignant. She placed her hands on her hips and retorted, "How do I look foolish? You shouldn't speak so recklessly." "Then prove to your father that you are not foolish," Ning Fengji challenged. "How on earth can I prove that I'm not foolish?" Ning Rongrong exclaimed in frustration. Unable to suppress her gaze toward Tang Ge smiled faintly and approached Ning Rongrong. He then extended a finger and asked, "What is this?" "One, indeed. And what about this? Tang Ge extended another finger. Ning Rongrong felt as though her intelligence had been insulted, nearly on the verge of exploding. Yet, how could she react when the boy she admired stood before her? Thus, Ning Rongrong obediently replied, "This is two." "Excellent, you answered correctly." Tang Ge nodded in satisfaction and then turned to gaze at Ning Fingxi. "Do you see? Your daughter has consecutively recognized 1 and 2. This should attest to her intelligence. Don't you think?" Ning Fingxi and Ning Rongrong fell silent, staring at Tang Ge as if he were a marvel. So, it appears that merely recognizing 1 and 2 is sufficient to prove one's cleverness. By that logic, those of us who can continue counting must be extraordinarily intelligent, indeed. In that moment, Ning Fingxi felt that his defeat was not in vain. At the very least, when it comes to the thickness of one's skin, he readily conceded. Tang Ge observed the reactions of the two individuals, yet he displayed not a hint of embarrassment. Just as he intended to emphasize to Ning Fingxi the importance of fulfilling the promise made after the bet. The previously closed doors of the hall were suddenly thrust open by a tremendous force. In rushed 2 figures, urgency evident in their demeanor. One of them exclaimed with fury, "Ning Fingxi, I have heard that Rongrong has returned, and she has brought a man with her. How can you be such a negligent father? Allowing Rongrong to behave so recklessly? At her tender age, she is already seeking out men. Where is that man? Bring him here at once. I shall teach him a severe lesson and ensure he leaves this place immediately." Before Ning Fingxi could fully comprehend the situation, Tang Ge summoned the map of mountains and rivers without hesitation. Instantly, 5 eternal soul rings rose beneath his feet, encircling his form and pulsating with energy. A brilliant obsidian light flooded the hall in an instant. The 2 figures, who had just burst in, froze in their tracks, their gazes drawn toward him. Tang Ge, adorned with 5 eternal soul rings, took a few steps forward and smiled faintly before speaking. "I am Tang Ge, 12 years old, a soul king at the 53rd rank. And my 5 soul rings are all of the eternal grade. May I inquire if the 2 esteemed elders are satisfied with this man brought back by Rongrong?" The 2 figures before him, momentarily frozen, offered no reply, but suddenly 2 system prompts echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have astonished Bon Douluo, earning 5,000 astonishment points. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have astonished Sword Douluo, earning 5,000 astonishment points. Chapter 151. Has the spirit hall been completely overthrown? At that moment, the 2 figures who had just entered were none other than the 2 titled Douluos of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, Chen Xian and Gu Rong, who had returned after a month. It was Gu Rong who had delivered the earlier harsh words. However, as Tang Ge unleashed his martial soul and soul rings in one breath, their attention was instantly captured. A 12-year-old soul king? 5 eternal soul rings? Is he the man that Rongrong brought back? When they heard Tang Ge's confident declaration, astonishment flashed across their faces. Such a prodigious young talent. From which hidden sect has he emerged? And he has come to my 7 Treasures Glazed sect as a son-in-law? Initially irate over their precious little darling being taken away, Chen Xian and Gu Rong exchanged glances, and a shared thought blossomed in their minds. They must ensure this young lad remains with them. Just as they were secretly astounded by Tang Ge's prowess, Ning Fingxi nearby twitched slightly. He bore witness once more to Tang Ge's epic audacity. How much does one need to crave the spotlight to unleash their martial soul and soul rings upon entering without discerning the identities of those present? Grandpa Gu, Grandpa Jian. Look over here. Look at me. Rongrong, regaining her composure, noticed Tang Ge stealing her thunder and anxiously called out. As she shouted, she summoned the 9 Treasures Glazed Pagoda, transformed into a radiant 9-colored sheen, soaring into the air and spinning rapidly. In an instant, vibrant colors burst forth amidst the previously enveloping darkness of the grand hall. Upon witnessing the urgency displayed by Ning Rongrong, Tang Ge could not suppress a chuckle within his heart. Having achieved his initial objective, he decided to adopt a different approach to further benefit from the situation, promptly withdrawing his martial soul and soul rings. It was only then that Chen Xian and Gu Rong's attention was captured by Ning Rongrong's voice. Once again, they found themselves rubbing their eyes in disbelief as the resplendent 9-colored light before them refused to fade. Could it be that Rongrong's martial soul had evolved into the 9 Treasures Glazed Tower? A sense of incredulity filled their hearts. Chen Xian swiftly approached Ning Rongrong, using his soul power to examine her condition. From behind, Gu Rong urged, "Well, is Rongrong all right? Not only is she fine, but remarkably well. This girl has returned from her outing, and her soul power has astonishingly reached the 30th level. Moreover, and perhaps most importantly, I have finally witnessed the legendary 9 treasures, glazed tower. Chun Xin retracted his hand and gazed intently at the young girl before him. He comprehended that the emergence of the 9 treasures glazed tower heralded the potential for the 7 treasures glazed sect to produce a tidal Douluo capable of elevating the 7 treasures glazed tower to the 9th ring. Should this come to fruition, the entire continent would likely tremble. The status of the 7 treasures glazed tower would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. In that moment, Chen Xin looked at Ning Rongrong with warmth and said, "Child, please share with your grandfather what has transpired." "It is all thanks to Tang Ge," Ning Rongrong replied, feeling a mix of joy and shyness. "Tang Ge? Could it be this little fellow?" Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Chen Xin instinctively turned his gaze towards Tang Ge, who was smiling not far away. At that moment, Ning Fingji stepped forward and said, "Allow me to explain the circumstances surrounding this matter." He then recounted the events that had transpired, including Tang Ge's intervention to repel the skeleton and his acquisition of the Butian Dan. To illustrate his explanation vividly, Tang Ge demonstrated the Tai Chi sword formation. The sight of countless swords launching simultaneously left the 2 titled Douluos utterly astonished. This was undoubtedly a power of extraordinary magnitude, even among the 10,000-year soul skills. Even Chun Xin, who possessed the 7-killing sword martial spirit, conceded that he would not stand a chance against Tang Ge of the same rank. Thus, Tang Ge effortlessly amassed 1,000 points of astonishment from these 2 titled Douluos. He even contemplated asking Ning Fengji to gather all the disciples of the 7 treasure glazed tile school to showcase the allure of the 5 all-black 10,000-year soul rings. However, he ultimately restrained this thought. When the full story was unveiled, both Chen Xin and Gu Rong no longer felt the initial discomfort of seeing the young girl taken away. Instead, they began devising ways to intertwine Tang Ge's fate with the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Once he matured into a titled Douluo, coupled with Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tower's assistance, they could hardly fathom who would dare challenge the 7 treasure glazed tile school under such a formidable alliance. Therefore, Chun Xin disregarded Ning Fengji's visibly distressed expression and laughed heartily. "Tang Ge, it is clear to me that you and my Rongrong are a match made in heaven. Thus, any wager is inconsequential. As long as you marry Rongrong, the 7 treasure glazed tile school will certainly belong to you. Moreover, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask both Gu Lao and I will do everything in our power to support you. Old Chen speaks true. From now on, we are family. And family does not stand on ceremony. I see that you are not young anymore, so why not settle this matter today?" Gu Rong exaggeratedly suggested that they should finalize the marriage between Tang Ge and Ning Rongrong that very day. Upon hearing this, Tang Ge was taken aback, and even Ning Fingji quickly interjected, "Gu uncle, Jian uncle, Rongrong is still young. Let us discuss such matters later. Their primary focus right now should be on cultivation, correct?" "Tang Ge? Indeed. What Ning Zongju said is right. Cultivation is paramount." Tang Ge echoed in agreement. Yet, a hint of disappointment flickered in Ning Rongrong's eyes. This girl had indeed been moved. It was utterly astonishing. Afterwards, the 2 titled Douluos seemed to realize their haste and refrained from further discussion on the matter. Ning Fingji felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then proactively shifted the topic, inquiring, "Chen uncle, Gu uncle, why have you been away for so long? Has something occurred in the imperial city?" Upon this question, the previously lively atmosphere grew somewhat somber. Eventually, Gu Rong sighed and explained, "We were supposed to return a fortnight ago, but an exceedingly troublesome incident arose. News arrived that several spirit hall branches in the territories governed by the Tiando Empire were eradicated overnight. By the time anyone discovered it, not a single soul master remained alive within those spirit halls." Chapter 152. The night we met, could it be that someone dared to lay hands on the spirit hall? And in such a sweeping manner? When they heard the news brought back by Gu Rong, both Ning Fingji and Tang Ge were left astonished. The Douluo Continent is rife with powers, with the 3 great sects, 4 great clans, and the 2 empires each possessing their own title Douluo to safeguard their interests. Yet, the most formidable force is undoubtedly the Spirit Hall, which has branches established in various cities. Moreover, the Spirit Hall houses a hall dedicated to the Douluo. Even as the 2 empires remain vigilant against the Spirit Hall's ambitions, it is unfathomable that someone would dare to strike against the Spirit Hall within the confines of the Tiando Empire. The magnitude of this event led Tang Ge's mind to conclude that war was imminent. Ning Fingji shared this sentiment and, with a grave expression, asked, "Should we prepare for conflict?" Gu Rong understood Ning Fengji's concern but shook his head, saying, "Fortunately, it was merely the lowest tier branches of the Spirit Hall that were destroyed. so the loss is negligible for them. Furthermore, it remains uncertain who was behind the attack, thus it is unlikely the Spirit Hall will directly wage war. However, given that this incident occurred within the Tiando Empire, the Empire cannot escape responsibility. To quell the Spirit Hall's wrath, it would likely require a considerable sacrifice. Beside them, the sword Douluo Continent added, "It is precisely because of this matter that we have remained in the Imperial City, accompanying the Emperor and receiving the delegation sent by the Spirit Hall. As for the specific details of the discussions, we, being outside the Imperial family, are not privy to them." Upon hearing Gu Rong and Chen Xian's words, Ning Fengji finally felt relieved. His greatest fear was the escalation of conflict between the two powerful factions. If war broke out, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, aligned with the Tiando Empire, would inevitably be drawn into the fray. While Ning Fengji did not fear battle, he was concerned about Rong Rong, who had just managed to evolve her martial spirit into the Nine Treasure Glazed Tower. His foremost desire was to maintain peace and secure an opportunity for Rong Rong to grow. With Tang Ge's protection by her side, Ning Fengji felt reassured. With this in mind, he directly addressed Ning Rong Rong, since your soul power has reached level 30. You should stay home for now. We shall strive to find a suitable soul ring for you as swiftly as possible to elevate your strength to level 31. Fengji is correct. It is indeed best for you to remain at home for now, Chen Xian concurred. He then turned to Tang Ge and inquired, "Little fellow, what about you?" "I shall pass. My soul power will not see significant improvement in a short time. I think I will return to the academy for now." Tang Ge shook his head with a smile. Upon hearing this, Ning Rong became somewhat anxious and could not help but exclaim, "I also want to return with Tang Ge. And my third soul ring can be sought with the help of the teachers and the dean." "How formidable are your teachers and the dean?" Gu Rong inquired. Ning Rong, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, "Soul sage." "Nonsense. They are merely soul sages. What suitable soul ring could they possibly help you find? Are we, two titled douluos, inferior to a soul sage?" Gu Rong retorted. "Enough of this. It was one thing for you to sneak out before, but this time you must remain in the sect." It was the first time Gu Rong had raised his voice, instantly rendering Ning Rong silent, her eyes brimming with tears. Upon witnessing the situation, Tang Ge stepped forward with a sense of resignation. He first reassured Ning Rong not to be anxious, explaining that the two esteemed seniors had her best interests at heart by asking her to stay. He added that once her soul power reached the rank of soul ancestor, she would be able to return to the academy, with a month remaining before their journey to Heaven Do Imperial City. This time was ample for her to seek and merge with a soul ring. Furthermore, with the agreement of Chen Xian and Gu Rong, Ning Rong finally managed to smile through her tears, no longer resisting the idea of remaining. In a moment of contemplation, Tang Ge suddenly addressed Gu Rong and Chen Xian. "Esteemed seniors, if you were to assist Rong in finding her third soul ring, it would be prudent to lean towards one that enhances soul power recovery, as this would greatly benefit a support-type soul master." This remark stemmed from the original narrative, wherein Ning Rong's third soul skill was indeed a recovery-type ability. Upon reflection, both Chen Xian and Gu Rong, being titled douluos, quickly grasped the advantages of such an approach and readily agreed, as there were no pressing matters at hand. The two venerable elders became increasingly curious about Tang Ge's true identity. Tang Ge did not conceal his identity, directly stating that he hailed from Shahan village, where he had a grandfather in his 70s, an ordinary man. This was a stark truth. However, the two titled douluo were utterly incredulous. Which child from a rural background, without any support, could elevate their soul power to that of a soul king at such a tender age, and moreover, manage to acquire 5 10,000-year soul rings? Surely, it was a deception. Thus, Qinshin and Gu Rong were convinced that Tang Ge must originate from some prominent family, even leading them to ponder a certain individual. Yet, due to the nature of Tang Ge's martial soul, their suspicions lingered only briefly. Faced with this situation, Tang Ge felt quite exasperated. In this day and age, even speaking the truth seemed to invite disbelief. What a frustrating predicament. Subsequently, Ning Rong took the initiative to discuss the circumstances of Shrek Academy. Upon learning about the Academy's formidable faculty in the presence of several monstrous talents, Qinshin and Gu Rong were immediately reassured. With a few exceptionally gifted students, it was evident that the Academy possessed some capability. Consequently, the two planned to accompany Rong to search for her third soul ring, after which they would visit Shrek Academy together. Unbeknownst to them, 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. During this span, Tang Ge found himself entirely ensnared by Ning Rong, indulging in various escapades. It was only when the two-titled Douluo began to take her out in search of soul beasts that Tang Ge finally managed to extricate himself from this exhausting ordeal. At the entrance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, as he watched the receding figure of Tang Ge, Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her emotions and cried out, "Tang Ge, I promise I will come find you soon." The lengthy duration taken to reach Seven Treasure City was largely due to Rongrong's presence. But now that he was departing alone, Tang Ge swiftly made his way back to Soto City in just a day's time, with the sun barely having set. As he strolled through the bustling and vibrant streets of Soto City, Tang Ge was dazzled by the strikingly long legs that flitted past him. Ning Rongrong was still so young and had yet to fully mature. She simply could not compare to these fully grown young women. How delightful it would be to encounter a charming rendezvous this evening. Tang Ge chuckled softly, unable to resist the urge to search amidst the vast sea of people for someone fated to be connected with him. Yet, scarcely had he cast his gaze around when a familiar silhouette abruptly captured his attention. With long flowing hair and an alluring figure, beneath her icy demeanor lay an irresistible charm that beckoned one to delve deeper. It was none other than Zhu Yuqing, whom he had not seen for a month. Chapter 153, Granting You a Lifetime of Youth. Tang Ge did not anticipate encountering Zhu Yuqing at this moment, however. She appeared to be in a rather dismal mood, wandering alone through the bustling streets of Soto City, radiating an air of solitude. Her gaze was cast downward, oblivious to the portly figure standing ahead, leading her to collide directly with him without a hint of evasion. The rotund man, his small eyes gleaming with excitement, quivered in anticipation, his excess flesh jiggling with each tremor of his body. He made no attempt to avoid her approach, eagerly awaiting the impact, his eyes shimmering with fervor. If Tang Ge were not present, it would have been inconsequential. Yet, at that precise moment, he bore witness to the unfolding scene. His previously gentle demeanor abruptly hardened, and he sprang into action. The lascivious man felt a sharp pain in his abdomen as he doubled over, propelled backward through the air. In that fleeting moment, he beheld the alluring figure fall into another man's embrace. A piercing scream erupted from the corpulent fellow, crashing down onto a distant trash bin, struggling to extricate himself. A dozen meters away, Zhu Yuqing, momentarily dazed, was jolted back to reality as she realized she had landed in someone's arms. A chill swept through her, prompting an instinctive reaction to summon her martial spirit, but she was interrupted by a familiar, playful laughter resounding in her ears. "What? Have you forgotten me after just a month?" As her tense frame shuddered, she instantly relaxed, raising her gaze to behold the handsome visage that had long occupied her heart. Unable to suppress her emotions any longer, she rose onto her toes and leaned in. "Kiss me." Their lips met, and a wave of warmth and softness surged through her, striking directly at her soul. Tang Ge, without hesitation and disregarding the envious and jealous gazes surrounding him, tightened his embrace around Zhu Yuqing and began to kiss her passionately. After a considerable time, they finally parted. As Tang Ge gazed intently at her, Zhu Yuqing's usually cold demeanor flushed with a sudden warmth, and she couldn't help but whisper, "Did you not go to Rongrong's home? How is it that you have returned at this hour? Is it impossible for me to come back after visiting? Do you not wish to see me?" He replied, "Come, say that you do." Tang Ge gently lifted Zhu Yuqing's chin, his voice imbued with an air of dominance. In the face of his authority, Zhu Yuqing momentarily resembled a tender little kitten, letting out a soft, compliant hum. "I'm willing," she chuckled. "Let us go. There are too many people here. I shall take you to a wonderful place." With that, in a buoyant mood, Tang Ge effortlessly scooped Zhu Yuqing into his arms and strode away, leaving a crowd of onlookers in awe, filled with envy and jealousy. "Is this the splendid place you wish to take me to?" Zhu Yuqing inquired, her cheeks flushed, as they stood before the entrance of a hotel a mere 10 minutes later. For reasons she couldn't quite comprehend, she felt a sudden pang of regret for allowing Tang Ge to carry her here. If their classmates happened to see them, she feared she would become the subject of ridicule. Yet, before she could dwell on her thoughts any longer, Tang Ge grasped her small hand and led her into the hotel, speaking as he did so. "This place is perfect. We can talk uninterrupted throughout the night." Thus, in a haze, Zhu Yuqing found herself drawn into the hotel, where they rented a room. The two spent the night together, lost in a dreamy state. It wasn't until the following morning, upon fully awakening and realizing she was lying next to the first man in her life on the same bed, that she comprehended the reality of the previous night's events. Recalling what had transpired, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Yet, she soon felt a twinge of disappointment when Tang Ge remarked that she was still too young. But she felt anything but immature. At some point, Tang Ge had opened his eyes. Observing Zhu Yuqing's flustered demeanor, he chuckled teasingly. "Oh, where are you looking?" "I wasn't looking anywhere." Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, startled. Regaining her composure, she hurriedly pulled the blanket over her head. However, Tang Ge swiftly tugged the blanket away. Noticing her frightened expression, he shook his head, amused. Don't worry. Nothing will happen to you. Now that you're awake, I just happen to have something for you. What is it? Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Zhu Zhuqing sighed in relief and curiously inquired. Tang Ge did not respond directly, but instead posed a rhetorical question. If one day in the future I remain as handsome as I am now, while you have lost your youth and transformed into a gray-haired old woman, reminiscent of that serpent-like hag we encountered before, what would you think? Transform into an old woman? Like that serpent hag? Tang Ge's words involuntarily conjured an image of her aging in Zhu Zhuqing's mind, causing a flicker of fear to cross her face, accompanied by a shiver that coursed through her body. With a determined bite of her thin lips, Zhu Zhuqing resolutely declared, if that day comes when my youth fades, I shall distance myself from you and quietly perish in a place unknown to anyone. How wonderful! Tang Ge involuntarily replied to Zhu Zhuqing's statement. In that instant, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she fixed her gaze on Tang Ge, utterly astonished. Did you just say how wonderful? Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have shocked Zhu Zhuqing and earned 800 shock points. Is that really a way to earn shock points? Tang Ge was taken aback momentarily. However, upon witnessing Zhu Zhuqing on the verge of losing her composure, he hastily reassured her. What are you overthinking? What I truly mean is that having you by my side is a blessing. Moreover, today I wish to convey that as long as you are with me, you will never have to face the passage of time. As he spoke, two objects suddenly appeared in Tang Ge's hand. One was a spirit stone radiating ethereal energy, while the other was a fragrant elixir filled with an enchanting aroma. Tang Ge first chuckled softly, then placed the spirit stone directly into Zhu Zhuqing's embrace. This crystalline gem, known as the spirit stone, enhances the speed of soul power cultivation during meditation. She could indeed sense a subtle energy permeating her being, accelerating the flow of her soul power. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Zhu Zhuqing nodded and glanced at the elixir in Tang Ge's hand. And what might this be? This, he replied, is a potion called the Everlasting Youth Pill. Once consumed, it allows you to retain your youthful vigor eternally, preventing the onset of aging. Tang Ge smiled and spoke, a pill that can preserve youth? Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful eyes instantly brightened, eager to take the pill from Tang Ge's hand. However, Tang Ge suddenly withdrew it, and in response to her puzzled gaze, he remarked, this pill is reserved for you. Yet, you are still quite young, and it is not suitable for you at this moment. In a few years, when your body has fully developed, will be the optimal time for its consumption. At this point, Tang Ge paused, anticipating the sound of a system notification. Chapter 154. Departure. The Royal Academy of Tiando. The mere mention of the Dianyandan is enough to astonish any woman who hears of its effects. After all, the ability to maintain eternal youth is a dream that women have long pursued. Although Zhu Zhuqing is still quite young, she is unlikely to escape the undeniable allure of such a promise. Thus, after Tang Ge finished speaking, he awaited the system notification to resonate in his mind. However, after a brief wait, no sound emerged. Tang Ge could not help but gaze at Zhu Zhuqing, perplexed as he inquired, Am I not astonishing you by presenting such a rare elixir? I am aware that you possess the ability to accomplish feats beyond the reach of others. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. While this statement was meant to commend Tang Ge, it seemed to evoke an uncomfortable feeling within him. He thought, wouldn't it be more delightful to receive a token of astonishment? In an instant, Tang Ge's face was adorned with a look of utter dejection. Observing his disheartened demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing began to doubt her words, feeling a wave of unease wash over her. She murmured, Isn't that precious elixir meant for Sister Yue-chan? If not, perhaps I should refrain from taking it. Upon hearing this, Tang Ge couldn't help but chuckle. He extended his finger and playfully tapped the other's forehead, saying, What absurd thoughts are you entertaining? This elixir is reserved for you, and there exists but a single one in this world. Therefore, in a few years, do not forget to remind me. Otherwise, should this elixir be lost, it shall be irreplaceable. Additionally, the spirit stone I just gifted you is quite precious. Do ensure that no one aside from you is privy to this information. What about Sister Yue-chan and Rongrong? It suffices that only you and I are aware. So please make sure to remember. Yes, I will keep it a secret. With Tang Ge's earnest insistence, Zhu Zhuqing felt a warm sensation in her heart and nodded seriously. As time was of the essence and Zhu Zhuqing had already spent the night awake, she urged Tang Ge to rise to avoid detection by Tang San and Xiao Wu. The two tidied themselves and enjoyed breakfast at the restaurant on the second floor of the hotel before departing. However, upon leaving the hotel lobby. The sight of the front desk staff, their faces painted with expressions of astonishment and regret, filled Tang Ge with immense pride. Humph. Last time. It was you women who gossiped about my fleeting time. Now look. This time, we spent a whole night together. How do you feel now? Regretful? Longing to pursue me? Dream on. Farewell. I shall never return to this wretched place. Having silently avenged the humiliation from the previous encounter, Tang Ge confidently wrapped his arm around Zhu Yuqing's slender waist and swaggered out of the lobby, leaving behind only an enchanting silhouette for the female staff to admire from afar. In the morning, upon returning to Shrek Academy, Tang Ge and Zhu Yuqing discovered that aside from Tang San, who spent his days forging in the blacksmith shop, the others were either out enjoying themselves or engaged in their own training. Lin Yuechan had also ventured into the Stardow Forest, taking advantage of its unique natural environment to enhance her meditation practice. As she practiced the forest spirit meditation, the proximity to nature significantly amplified her training efficacy. Tang Ge was naturally aware of this and was not surprised. Fortunately, he was accompanied by Xiaowu, so he had no concerns regarding Lin Yuechan's safety. Consequently, for the following month, Tang Ge chose to remain within the academy, immersing himself in rigorous training. After all, his martial spirit had recently ascended from the inyong life and death diagram to the mountains and rivers nation diagram, and with the emergence of the mountains and rivers domain, his combat style had undergone a significant transformation. Thus, he seized this opportunity to meticulously refine the new abilities he had acquired. However, he had yet to disclose his breakthrough to the Soul King level to anyone, intending to wait for an appropriate moment to reveal it, hoping to evoke a wave of astonishment. As for Zhu Yuqing, who had returned with him after receiving the Spirit Stone, she devoted her time to training combat skills at the Great Fighting Arena, while the remainder was spent in cultivation. Unbeknownst to them, a month had swiftly passed, and it had been 2 months since the Shrek 7 monsters had concluded their second phase of training. On this day, the final day of their 2-month respite, before noon, all the Shrek Academy students who had ventured out returned, gathering on the grand playground. Tang Ge, having finished his training, was among them. Surrounding him were Daimubai, Xiaowu, and Lin Yuechan, all inquiring about his experiences at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. With 2 girls who held affections for him present, Tang Ge naturally refrained from discussing matters concerning Ning Rongrong, opting instead for a conventional recounting. However, he was taken aback to learn that Qianrenxue, who had initially promised to stay at Shrek Academy, had suddenly departed a month prior. According to Daimubai, she seemed to have pressing matters to attend to and had requested him to convey to Tang Ge that they would have the opportunity to meet again in the future. Upon hearing this, Tang Ge recalled the information he had learned from the 2 titled Douluos at the Qibao Liuli sect and deduced that Qianrenxue must indeed be the envoy dispatched by the Spirit Hall. For a moment, he felt a twinge of regret over not being able to engage in a more profound exchange with her. Just as he pondered this, a figure approached from the distance. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Xiaowu's face lit up with joy as she rushed forward. Their brother. The one who appeared was none other than Tang San, who had spent nearly 2 months in the blacksmith shop. As he and Xiaowu strolled over, everyone noticed the peculiar object he held in his hand. Third brother, what is this? Oscar couldn't help but inquire. A smile crept onto Tang San's face as he sensed the collective curiosity of the group. I call it the Flying Heavenly Claw. He then proceeded to demonstrate the functions of the Flying Heavenly Claw before everyone. When they witnessed Tang San soaring over dozens of meters and instantaneously appearing atop a distant tree, Daimubai and the others were greatly intrigued. Fortunately, Tang San had already crafted enough Flying Heavenly Claws, so after the demonstration, he prepared one for each of them. Since Ning Rongrong had not returned, her share was temporarily kept by Tang Ge. It was just around noon, and so the group of 8 was summoned by Flinder to the Academy's dining hall. All the faculty members were present, sharing a final lunch with the students at Shrek Academy. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away quietly. By the following morning, everyone gathered at the Academy gates. After casting a final glance at the place where he had lived and taught for several decades, Flinder suppressed his reluctance and announced, "Depart to the Tiando Royal Academy." No sooner had he spoken than, before Yu Xiaojiang could react, he unleashed his martial soul, the owl, seized the ladder, and soared into the sky towards the distance. When will I possess my own flight-type soul skill? Ma Hongjun couldn't help but display a look of envy at this sight. Chapter 155. We are different. As one of the 2 great empires, the Tiando Empire encompasses numerous kingdoms and smaller nations, with the Balak Kingdom being just one of them. To the north lies the Silvis Kingdom. Thus, for the Shrek Academy group to reach the Tiando Royal Academy, They must first depart from the Balik Kingdom and then traverse the entirety of the Silvis Kingdom to the north. Only then would they truly arrive within the imperial city limits of the Tiando Empire. The royal city, home to the Tiando Royal Academy, is located in the eastern part of the empire, necessitating a journey of over 2,000 kilometers from their starting point to their destination. Tang Ge, having accompanied Ning Rongrong to Qibao City, was well aware of the extensive journey that lay ahead, one that could not be traversed in a single day. He understood that Flinder's insistence on the students pushing themselves to their limits was ostensibly for their training, yet it was indeed a manifestation of his frugal nature. Arriving a day early meant one less meal and one less night in a hotel, resulting in considerable savings in gold coins. Unfortunately, apart from Tang Ge, neither Tang San nor Ma Hongjun were aware that, after enjoying Oscar's flying sausage, they had ascended joyously into the sky, following the lead of Dean Flinder. Thus, it was not long before Oscar, the first to exhaust his soul power, was forced to descend and commence running on foot. Soon after, the others followed suit. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you all. Tang Ge, alone, soared through the air with his inyong wings, gliding gracefully while turning back to smile and offer encouragement. Below him, Tang San and his companions, hearing Tang Ge's boastful remarks, ground their teeth in frustration. Yet, they found themselves powerless, their heads bowed as they desperately pursued him. After a while, only Tang San, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun remained on the ground, with Xiaowu having climbed onto Tang San's back. In the sky, Tang Ge's embrace now included the lovely Lin Yuechan and Zhu Zhuqing. Farther ahead in the air, when Flander caught sight of Tang Ge flying with two beautiful girls, his previously smug expression faltered as he glanced at Yu Xiaojiang, whom he was carrying along. A wave of distaste washed over him, igniting an impulse to drop the old man from the sky. After all, others could soar with two lovely companions, while he, a dignified soul sage, was stuck with an elderly man. It felt profoundly unjust. Yu Xiaojiang, bracing himself against the howling winds with his soul power, inadvertently sensed Flander's unfriendly gaze and felt a jolt of anxiety. His expression shifted, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Flander, though I'm unaware of your thoughts, I advise you to be kind. If you dare to drop me, I'll haunt you as a ghost. Get lost. If anyone's haunting me, it better be a female ghost." "You don't even qualify," Flander retorted with disdain. He quickly suppressed further thoughts and continued flying forward with Yu Xiaojiang. Meanwhile, at the back, Zhao Wujie and the other Shrek Academy teachers also witnessed Tang Ge soaring with two female classmates. The Soul Emperor teacher, responsible for recruiting students, couldn't help but marvel. The youth of today truly know how to have fun. It is far more entertaining than in our time. Among these students, only Tang Ge possesses such audacity. "But I quite like this kid," Zhao Wujie remarked, eliciting knowing smiles from his colleagues. The teachers then quickened their pace to catch up. Thus, the day passed unnoticed. Traveling in this manner, the Shrek 7 monsters felt as though they had endured another round of grueling training, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. However, despite their fatigue, their progress was remarkable. They covered approximately 400 kilometers in just a day, completing 1/5 of their journey. Although Flander was somewhat miserly, he had not lost all reason. Recognizing that the students could not endure much longer, he decided to stop at a modest town along their route. The small town was quite simple, nearly resembling a village, with only a dilapidated inn available. At this inn, Flander booked 3 rooms, one for the teachers, one for the male students, and one for the female students. However, Daimubai and Oscar were utterly worn out, lacking the energy to be choosy. As soon as the rooms were opened, they collapsed onto the beds without hesitation. "I never imagined I would one day find a bed more comfortable than a woman." Ma Hongjun sighed in bliss, sprawled on the bed. Hearing his words, Daimubai and Oscar nodded in agreement, similarly reclining on their beds with expressions of pure indulgence. Although Tang San felt fatigued, it was not to such an extent. He could not help but chuckle, saying, "Since we are weary, let us all take a moment to rest. Who knows if our esteemed dean will grace us with another visit tomorrow." Just then, the door was pushed open slightly, and a small head peeked in from outside. It was Xiaowu. She gazed at Tang San and said, "Xiao San, please come out for a moment." Although Tang San was puzzled, he nonetheless complied and exited the room. Once outside and having closed the door, he inquired, "What is it, Xiaowu?" After a long day of travel. "My legs are sore, brother. Could you massage my legs for me?" Xiaowu said, her cheeks flushed and her demeanor somewhat shy. Upon hearing Xiaowu's request, Tang San felt a moment of speechlessness. It seemed that throughout this day, she had been carried on his back. How could she possibly be fatigued from the journey? If anyone were to feel weary, it would surely be him. Nevertheless, Tang San did not refuse. Instead, he affectionately ruffled Xiao Wu's hair and smiled. Right here? Yes. Right here then. Zhu Qing and Sister Yu Chan should have already gone to sleep. Xiao Wu nodded in agreement. Tang San hesitated not at all. He reached out and lifted Xiao Wu, who was lazily stretching, and leaped from the upper level, landing directly on a large tree several meters away. This location was indeed more convenient. After gently laying Xiao Wu flat against the tree trunk behind him, Tang San began to remove her pink shoes, all the while smiling. However, as he inadvertently raised his gaze to the rooftop of the opposite end, his previously cheerful expression froze abruptly. Unbeknownst to him, 3 figures had appeared at the edge of the inn's rooftop. It was Tang Ge along with Lin Wuchan and Zhu Qing, who ought to have been asleep. Tang Ge sat comfortably between the 2 ladies, relishing in their shoulder massages and back rubs, as if sensing Tang San's glance. The seemingly dozing Tang Ge suddenly opened his eyes, waved at Tang San, and silently greeted him. Hey, little San, good evening. Upon seeing Tang Ge's wave, Tang San chose not to respond, but instead was flooded with memories of an odd song that Tang Ge frequently sang in his childhood. We are not the same. Not the same, not the same. Initially, Tang San failed to comprehend its meaning, but now he finally understood that he and Tang Ge were indeed different. Chapter 156, Apologies. I have become a Soul King. Indeed, without comparison, one cannot perceive disparity. Originally, Tang San had been in high spirits after Xiao Wu called him out for a leg massage. But upon witnessing the starkly different treatment his counterpart was enjoying on the rooftop, he felt a sudden pang in his heart. Is this the chasm that exists between individuals? What's wrong, their brother? Xiao Wu, noticing Tang San's altered expression, couldn't help but express her concern. If you're feeling unwell, we needn't continue the massage. I'm fine. Tang San forced a smile, striving to divert his attention from Tang Ge and his companions atop the roof. He began to channel the power of Shintian Gong to help Xiao Wu invigorate the meridians and blood vessels in her legs. Yet, the scene of the night remained impossibly bleak. Meanwhile, on the opposite rooftop, Tang Ge's actions had not gone unnoticed. Zhu Qing, unable to contain herself, whispered, Tang Ge, I've suddenly realized how mischievous you are. Do you enjoy my mischief? Tang Ge retorted with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing immediately fell silent once more. In contrast, Lin Wuchan, who was behind Tang Ge, blushed deeply as she gently bit her lower lip, feeling quite shy as she confessed, I like you. Tang Ge, this girl is exceedingly honest. After indulging in a delightful moment together, Tang Ge rose, embracing Zhu Qing and Lin Wuchan on either side, and leaped from the rooftop. Once he had escorted the 2 ladies back to their respective rooms, Tang Ge returned to the quarters he shared with Oscar and the others. As the 3 departed, Tang San, burdened with stress, finally exhaled in relief, a genuine smile blossoming on his face. Now, he could savor a true moment of intimacy with Xiao Wu. The following day, as dawn broke, the members of Shrek Academy, having rested for the night at a quaint inn, resumed their journey. They had already departed from the Ballot Kingdom and entered the territory of the Silvis Kingdom. Fortunately, Flanders did not demand that Tang San and the others exert themselves to the utmost, allowing them to travel at a more moderate pace toward the Tiando Empire. By the time evening fell, they arrived at the capital city of Silvis Kingdom, Silvis City. In an unprecedented display of generosity, Flanders sought out a luxurious hotel to accommodate everyone. We've been traveling for 2 days and are weary. Let us rest here tonight, and this meal is on me. Enjoy yourselves, but I must insist that each of you little monsters may only partake of a single cup of wine, Flanders declared, raising his glass with a hearty laugh. However, his exuberance did not elicit admiration. Rather, it aroused suspicion among the group. Dai Mubai whispered, that smile is rather unsettling. I suspect the dean has ulterior motives. Brace yourselves, something unpleasant is likely to unfold after dinner. Upon hearing Dai Mubai's words, Tang San and Oscar shared a mutual understanding. They were accustomed to Flanders' stern demeanor, and his sudden change of heart, coupled with his lavish spending on a posh hotel, suggested either madness or a hidden agenda. As expected, just as they were nearing the end of their meal, Flanders abruptly set down his wine glass and regarded the Shrek 7 monsters with a gentle expression. Under their watchful, apprehensive gazes, he smiled and said, Why the fearful looks? I, Flanders, have no intention of harming you. I merely wish to point out that you 9 have not engaged in real combat for 2 months. Conveniently, there is a Grand Soul Arena in Silvis City. Why not partake in some activity tonight? Given that we must travel tomorrow, this time, you need only participate in team battles. Upon hearing Flanders' proposal, Dai Mubai's face lit up with a triumphant expression. See, I was right all along, he exclaimed, and then added, Dean, Let us make this clear. After we win the team battle, we shall not hand over a single soul coin reward to the Academy. Do you think I, the Dean, am so unscrupulous? Now that the Academy is no more, would I engage in such despicable acts? Flanders feigned indignation. Certainly, you would. The others silently thought. Among them, Ma Hongjun seemed to have an epiphany and suddenly exclaimed, Dean, are you planning to place bets again under the guise of this last opportunity? The moment those words were spoken, understanding dawned upon everyone. So, the Dean was harboring such intentions. Flanders, realizing his thoughts had been exposed, stood up in a fit of rage, rolling up his sleeves and scolding Ma Hongjun, you little rascal, itching for a lesson? Come here. And let me teach you a proper lesson. Ha! Come chase me, Dean. Ma Hongjun retorted with a grin, swiftly escaping from his seat and racing towards the hotel exit. A wave of laughter erupted from within the hotel. That night, outside the grander-than-by-Soto Soul Arena, the Shrek 7 monsters, donning their masks once more, appeared alongside Flanders and Yu Xiaojiang. According to Flanders' plan, he intended to leverage the formidable lineup of the Shrek 7 monsters, excluding Tang Ge, to secure a decisive victory in the team battle at the Silvis Soul Arena. However, to his surprise, as soon as he opened his mouth, the staff promptly rejected him. Apologies, but you cannot participate in tonight's team battle. Why? Is there not a single team in the Silvis Soul Arena? Flanders inquired, growing increasingly agitated. For he had hoped to profit handsomely from this opportunity. If they were unable to participate, it would mean a waste of the money he had spent earlier. The staff, unperturbed by Flanders' arrogant questioning, calmly explained, I am sorry, esteemed Soul Master, but we do not have a 30-level gold soul team available for a fair battle. Oh, I see. Realizing the situation, Flanders sighed with relief. He then cheerfully pulled Tang Ge closer, saying, since there is no 30-level team, a 40-level one will suffice. Behold, this is our substitute, a Soul Zone level master. If he participates, he should be able to challenge a 40-level gold soul team. Surely you have at least that level of team available? A 40-level Soul Zone as a substitute? This Shrek 7 monster team is quite peculiar. The staff looked at Flanders with a bemused expression but nodded. We do have several 40-level gold soul teams. Are you certain you wish to challenge them? Of course. This is too lucrative an opportunity for me to pass up, Flanders thought to himself. However, before he could express his consent, Tang Ge, who had just been brought over, suddenly smiled and said, Dean, I am truly sorry, but I fear I cannot participate. Why not? Flanders looked bewildered, while the others gazed at Tang Ge with curiosity and confusion. Feeling the moment was ripe, Tang Ge decided to reveal his truth, articulating each word with clarity, because I have already become a Soul King. Chapter 157, A Certain Defeat? A Soul King already? Upon hearing Tang Ge's declaration, Tang San and Dai Mubai were momentarily stunned, followed by an instinctive gasp. Even Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in disbelief, as he regarded Tang Ge as if he were an otherworldly being. Meanwhile, Flanders, closest to Tang Ge, trembled in shock, stumbling back several steps, clutching his heart as if it might shatter, gasping for breath. Let me compose myself. Allow me a moment. After a while, he began to feel somewhat better. When he looked back at Tang Ge, his expression was filled with complexity as he asked, Tang Ge, you are not deceiving me, are you? You truly have become a Soul King? Are you planning to release your spirit rings here? Tang Ge listened to the incessant system notifications echoing in his mind, feeling quite pleased with himself. Moreover, with his mastery over the realm of mountains and rivers, he could effortlessly alter the colors of his soul rings, posing no concern about his 5 black soul rings being discovered. However, Flanders remained unaware of this, contemplating the other party's astonishing soul rings of 1 purple and 3 black. He shook his head. No need for that. Let's discuss it after the team competition concludes and we return to the hotel. A Soul King at the tender age of 12. It seemed that merely 2 months prior, he was just a Soul Master. Truly a remarkable prodigy. Yet, alongside his astonishment, Flanders' heart swelled with anticipation. Given Tang Ge's pace of cultivation, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he firmly believed that the young man could ascend to the rank of title Douluo before the age of 30. At that juncture, he would also be a title Douluo's mentor. Shrek Academy would once again bask in glory across the continent. Upon this realization, Flanders felt immensely grateful that he had shamelessly retained this young talent at the academy. Otherwise, he would have been consumed by regret. However, one thing that weighed heavily on his mind was that the promise made to cover all of Tang Ge's soul rings prior to his ascension to Soul Sage seemed to have been utterly unfulfilled, leaving him with a profound sense of failure. On the opposite side, due to Tang Ge's mask, the staff could not ascertain his age. Naturally, They were merely surprised by his Soul King status, lacking the profound astonishment exhibited by Flander and Yu Xiaojiang. Observing Flander's dazed expression, a staff member smiled gently and said, "If that is the case, your only option left is to challenge at a higher level." "Very well, a higher level challenge it is. Please present the information regarding your Soul Master level Golden Soul team from the Great Soul Arena." Upon hearing the staff member's words, Yu Xiaojiang stepped forward, stating, "I will." The staff member promptly handed the information to Yu Xiaojiang with a smile. Subsequently, as Yu Xiaojiang perused the documents, he gathered insights about the Golden Soul team at the Soul Master level from the staff, ultimately selecting one team. The name of this team was strikingly ominous, the Fierce God Battle Team. Upon learning of the past transgressions of the Fierce God Battle Team, Flander, who was initially reluctant to allow the students to challenge at a higher level, expressed his dissatisfaction. "Xiaogang, what do you mean by this? Are you unaware of the temperament of the Fierce God Battle Team? What if something happens to the children?" "No, I cannot agree." Yet, Yu Xiaojiang disregarded Flander's objections, scanning the gathered students and calmly stating, "Those in favor, please raise your hands." After a moment of hesitation, the members of the Tang Sanchi group raised their hands in unison. Tang Ge chose to abstain from participation. Upon witnessing this scene, Yu Xiaojiang nodded. "Since that is the case, let it be settled. Furthermore, due to differing circumstances, I permit you to utilize the concealed weaponry of Shao San for this team battle. As for my reasoning behind this decision, I shall explain it to you later." He then turned his gaze towards the staff. "Please make the necessary arrangements for us." "Understood. Please wait a moment," the staff replied, promptly registering the information. Soon, they completed the formalities for the Shrek 7 Devils. Additionally, due to their affiliation with the Golden Douluo team, the Great Soul Arena had prepared a separate quiet room for them to rest in before the commencement of the soul battle. It was only at this moment that Yu Xiaojiang revealed his true intention, to utilize the ruthless tactics of the Fierce God team to strengthen the mindset of Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, Tang San and the others suddenly understood. Seizing this opportunity, they began to discuss strategies to confront the level 40 Fierce God team. Meanwhile, Tang Ge and Flinder were not in the resting room. Outside, on the way to the bedding area, Flinder frowned and complained, "What is Xiaojiang thinking? Knowing the lethal nature of the Fierce God team, why would he allow Shao San and the others to challenge them? Had I known this would be the case, I wouldn't have come to this Great Soul Arena for such trivial gains." Regret washed over him as he spoke. Beside him, Tang Ge couldn't help but chuckle and said, "Dean, have you forgotten what the master just mentioned? He permitted Shao San and the others to use concealed weapons, especially that one called the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, which can even slay a millennium-old human-faced demon spider. If they catch the Fierce God team off guard with such weaponry, defeating them will not be an issue. Thus, I still believe in their victory." "Really? Little Tang Ge, you are not deceiving me, are you?" Upon hearing Tang Ge's words, Flinder's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Tang Ge nodded. "Of course, otherwise, you could simply inquire with the master yourself. Moreover, his actions carry a deeper significance, one you may not have contemplated at this moment." "A deeper significance?" As Flanders calmed down and pondered for a moment, he grasped the meaning behind Tang Ge's words. He couldn't help but shake his head in amazement, reflecting that Xiaogang indeed had more foresight than he had anticipated, though it still felt somewhat premature. Nevertheless, it was done. The names had been submitted, and there was no point in dwelling further on it. He chuckled to himself, thinking that since victory was within reach, he ought to seize this opportunity to make a substantial profit. With that, Flanders' expression transformed from one of worry to one of excitement as he urged Tang Ge to hasten their pace towards the venue of the duel. Upon arrival, without hesitation, Flanders approached the staff and declared, "I wish to purchase 30,000 gold soul coins for the Shrek 7 monsters." 30,000 gold soul coins? Are you certain? The staff member was taken aback, unable to restrain their astonishment. However, before Flanders could respond, a calm voice emerged from behind. "Merely 30,000 gold soul coins? I shall purchase 50,000 gold soul coins for the Shrek 7 monsters." Gasp. Where did this wealthy scion come from? Has he lost his senses? At that moment, not only were the staff members stunned, but the onlookers also gasped in disbelief upon learning about the Shrek 7 monsters and their chosen adversaries. The consensus was clear. The Shrek 7 monsters were bound to lose. As they turned to look at the newcomer, their eyes brimmed with sympathy. Chapter 158. Who truly is the fool? Flanders had initially thought that offering 30,000 gold soul coins was impressive, only to find himself wide-eyed as he heard Tang Ge declare 50,000 gold soul coins. He couldn't help but exclaim, "How can you have more than I do?" Tang Ge was completely immersed in the continuous chimes of the system notifications echoing in his mind. Upon hearing Flander's words, he immediately rolled his eyes. Director, is there an issue with me having more money than you? Of course there is. I am the director, Flander retorted, unwilling to concede. Tang Ge raised her eyebrows. An odd smile creeping onto her face as she remarked, So, are you admitting that you have been exploiting your position to embezzle from our academy? Before she could finish her sentence, Flander, visibly alarmed and sweating profusely, hastily covered the young man's mouth with his hand. The atmosphere around them became tense,